I lay sprawled on the sofa, limp and lifeless, like a salted fish with no strength left in it. I had just returned from the hospital, where the doctor had told me, "Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to say this, but you have advanced lung cancer. If you want to go for chemotherapy, we can arrange it right away, but personally, I'd suggest palliative care." Instinctively, I asked, how much longer could chemo give me? The doctor merely replied that, optimistically, I might last a few more months. My mind was a jumble, and all I could do was mumble, "I'll need to think about it." As I was leaving the hospital, I looked paler than a panda after a sleepless night. My lips were cracked, and unruly strands of hair drooped across my ashen forehead. The entrance buzzed with life, waves of people passing by, but all felt far away from me, as if the whole world had grown distant and shut me out. It was as though I'd been hurled into another universe, left to drift alone like a solitary planet, my despair so vast it could have filled an ocean. Back home, I sank, dazed, into the sofa once again. Reflected in the television screen, I caught a glimpse of my own face. Sunken cheeks that seemed hollowed out, eye sockets so dark that a mouse could hide inside them. Every breath I took felt like it was draining the last of my strength. It hadn't been long since I graduated from university. After 2 years of hard work in this city, I had finally begun to find my footing. Even when I felt unwell, I would push it aside, too focused on chasing promotions and better pay. It wasn't until a few days ago, when I coughed up blood and the stabbing pains in my chest forced me to go to the hospital, that I learned the truth, a diagnosis that snuffed out every glimmer of hope. I lifted my hand and gazed at my palm, my mind utterly blank. After my cancer diagnosis, any illusions about the future or dreams of hope vanished in an instant. All I wanted was to fade away quietly within this fog of confusion and loss. Surely better than wasting my savings just to cling to a few more months of painful existence in a hospital bed. That was when a stranger's voice suddenly interrupted. "Do you want to understand the true meaning of life? Do you want to really live?" Startled, I shot up from the sofa, tense as a frightened animal, looking everywhere for the source. That's when a transparent, white screen appeared out of nowhere before me, the same words softly glowing upon it. I thought I must be hallucinating. Reaching out to touch it, my hand passed right through. I walked around it several times, and no matter how I moved, the glowing screen kept the same distance from me, following me like a shadow. At that moment, 2 symmetrical little buttons appeared on the light screen, both labeled yes and yes. I couldn't help but mock myself. So the only answer is yes? Do they think I haven't read those survival novels? I slapped my forehead and, almost reflexively, covered my eyes with my hand. I just learned about my cancer diagnosis, and now this mysterious system had suddenly descended on me. It felt almost as if fate had written this script in advance. Besides, didn't this kind of wording usually show up in those main Godspace stories? Places like that are nothing like the laid-back systems you find in urban fantasies. Instead, life hangs by a thread every day, and the slightest misstep could spell your doom. Selecting yes felt like boarding a pirate ship. You'd never get off so easily. But choosing no? What if another system showed up? For someone whose days were numbered, this thing was practically my last lifeline. As I hesitated, uncertainty gnawing at me, I suddenly noticed something off. Of course I want to. Of course I do. Wait, why is there only yes? Where's no? Before I could react, I heard a crisp alert. Ding. The system chimed in. Host failed to choose in time. Option selected at random by the system. I stared as both options faded from the screen, vanishing so quickly it was as if the system feared I'd click anything. Just before they disappeared, I could have sworn the yes on the right flickered into no. Another chime followed. Initiating world selection. World selection complete. Target universe. Marvel Universe. 2149. I stroked my chin, deep in thought. I'd read plenty of American comics, but when the system flashed that precise universe number, I honestly drew a blank. 2149? I fumbled for my phone, frantically searching for 10-odd seconds. When I found the answer, an awkward laugh slipped out as I rubbed my hands together and nervously edged away from the glowing screen. The Marvel Zombie universe is no place for the faint-hearted. Compared to it, even Diary of a Madman seems almost normal. Still reeling, I heard another system prompt. Host failed to confirm in time. System has registered your confirmation by default. Wait, hold on, I shouted, but a surge of white light shot past me. My figure twisted and shimmered, fading away even as I reached for my belongings. My phone hung in midair for a split second, then smacked down onto the tiled floor with a sharp crack. In the skies above New York, a pink lightning bolt snaked through the dark clouds like a giant serpent. Moments later, thunder rolled and the heavens opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. I landed with a thump straight into a trash bin, scrambled out on all fours, coughing and clutching my aching back. On my back, I groaned. Thankfully, the bin was filled with plastic packaging. No hard impact, and, to my relief, barely a smell. That's when the system chimed in again. Newbie reward is being distributed. A Glock 20 pistol and a handful of bullets dropped before me. I picked up the gun, and in an instant my mind filled with everything I needed to know: disassembly, reassembly, marksmanship, the knowledge flooding in as if I'd always known it. I felt a surge of energy and found my strength swiftly returning. Not long after, the system delivered its parting message. Your trial system card has expired. Host did not submit an evaluation in time. Positive review recorded by default. With a swift flicker, the interface vanished. No gradual fade, just as if someone had yanked the power cord, instantly gone. I was still reeling from the shock when a thunderous roar suddenly rumbled across the sky, making me flinch from head to toe. Looking up, I saw an enormous black warplane hovering just dozens of meters above, its wings drooping low, spread wide like a bird in flight. The fuselage trembled slightly in the air, and the rear hatch was flung wide open. From inside the plane, a man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Luke, hurry up! The cops from Times Square are on the line again. The situation's changed. We need to get over there now." I squinted through the haze, just making out someone at the hatch, waving insistently. On my way. A few seconds later, a powerfully built black man in a yellow jacket leapt from the rooftop of a nearby building, landing effortlessly in the warplane despite the dizzying height, as though it were a mere step for him. The hatch slammed shut, blue flame burst from the tail, and in the blink of an eye, the aircraft vanished into the depths of the storm clouds. A suspicion brewed in my mind. If I was right, the one who just leapt aboard was none other than the mighty Luke Cage. If they really were heading for Times Square, was the timing just a coincidence? Gritting my teeth, I rapped the gun stock against my own head in frustration. Then, realization struck me. Today was the very dawn of catastrophe in Universe 2149, the day the superheroes would become infected and turn into zombies. What's your idea of a zombie? Is it those shambling, staggering corpses from The Walking Dead? Or is it the crazed, panther-fast zombies from World War Z, able to scale walls in their pursuit of prey? Now imagine this. A zombie in a skin-tight costume standing right in front of you. Its decaying skin could withstand the direct impact of a Hellfire missile. Its warped fingers could crush steel plates with ease. And as its hand settles heavy on your shoulder, you hear its reeking mouth murmur softly near your ear. Just one bite, won't you? The regular zombies I just described, pit them against a modern, well-equipped army, and while there might be casualties, humanity would, on the whole, prevail. After all, flesh and bone don't stand a chance against an arsenal of guns and explosives. As long as ammunition holds out, most movie monsters wouldn't last long against people. Online, Bai had seen countless posts mocking zombies for their utter hopelessness once firearms enter the fray. It never made sense to him. How could a horde of slow, stumbling zombies push human civilization to the very brink? By any logic, surely they'd be wiped out in a matter of years, maybe even months, becoming the rarest of creatures on Earth. But what if, in this world, the zombies that emerge had superpowers? What if they were invulnerable, able to soar through the sky or burrow beneath the earth? Suddenly, the outcome became something else entirely. Stepping out of the narrow alley into the main street, I realized that in just a few paces, the torrential rain that had lashed down seconds before had abruptly ceased. Through a break in the thunderclouds, the sun filtered gently to the ground, shedding a faint, golden glow. Suddenly, Bayez's gaze was drawn to a sudden glint off to his left. He squinted, peering more closely. There, on the wall, hung a poster of Steve Rogers. Rogers was captured in that classic Uncle Sam recruitment pose, his right hand, clad in a bright red glove, pointing directly outward at the viewer. Unfortunately, most of the image had been obscured by strange, colorful graffiti, leaving only a single bold line in crimson letters. Colonel America wants you to follow the law. Beneath the slogan, a row of contact details for the Avengers house was still legible. Here, in this universe, Steve Rogers didn't hold the rank of captain, but rather that of colonel. People called him Colonel America, not Captain America. "Hey, you done staring? If you're, step aside. These posters are getting swapped out," came a voice from behind. At the same time, a cheap, stale whiff of secondhand cigarette smoke drifted over, prompting Bai Yi to wrinkle his nose. He turned to see a young white man, his face freckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips, eyeing Bai Yi with languid indifference. In the crook of his arm, he carried a thick roll of freshly printed posters. "Did you put these up yourself?" Bai Yi asked. "Me? Hardly. Avengers House pays us to stick them up. That's all. Whatever happens to them after that isn't my problem." The young man shrugged breezily. "See all that graffiti? Put these up yesterday. Look what they've turned into overnight." As he spoke, he swiftly replaced the old poster with a new one, then clutched the rest and dashed across the street, clearly still with plenty to do before his day was done. Bai Yi watched the young man hustling for his livelihood, and felt a sudden surge of empathy. He brushed lightly at the corner of his eye, then walked up to the poster and gave it a sharp tug. "Hey, what are you doing tearing up my poster? If you want one, I can give you a spare. No need to rip." Bai Yi ignored him, striding toward the corner of the street, shredding the poster into pieces as he walked. In the end, all he kept was a scrap bearing the Avengers' house phone number. The young man had just started after him when he caught sight of the handgun tucked at Bai Ye's waist. He stopped in his tracks at once, spat on the ground, and muttered a curse under his breath. Frustrated, he glared at Bai Ye's retreating back, then glanced helplessly at the scraps of paper littering the sidewalk. In this city, strange people and stranger happenings were nothing new. Wall crawlers, flyers, giants, but someone armed, tearing down posters on purpose? That was rare. Shaking his head, he picked up a fresh poster and carefully stuck it back where the old one had been, deciding not to dwell on it. From their exchange, it could be inferred the Quinjet that had flown past was indeed the very one from the original story, carrying a full team of Avengers bound for Times Square. It wouldn't take long to drive from here to Times Square, let alone to fly there. By now, it was probably too late to stop them. What on earth should I do? Bai Yi circled around the street corner, choosing not to go any further. Instead, he leaned against the wall, his gaze fixed on a newsstand across the street. The owner of the stand was chatting on the phone, idly scribbling something on a newspaper with a pen. As he tried to recall the original plot from the comic, Bai Yi's fingers unconsciously rubbed against the gun tucked at the small of his back. Earth 2149 is a comic book universe with a timeline near the very beginning. In this universe, the Avengers have only just formed and have yet to experience any major events. Their base is simply the old Stark family mansion, the place now known as Avengers Mansion. Many years later, after the Avengers disbanded, this house was abandoned and they moved into Avengers Tower. To put it simply, in Universe 2149, one day the Avengers receive a mission to go to Times Square and investigate an incident involving something crashing. None of them expected that after looking into the matter, almost all of them would end up infected by Sentry, now transformed into a zombie, and would themselves become intelligent zombies. After that, the virus spread across the entire world, and within mere weeks, humanity was consumed by these superpowered zombie heroes. It's worth mentioning that, in a Marvel zombie storyline, the virus only allows those with superhuman abilities to retain their intelligence after infection. But this rule is blurry. Some people who claim to be regular humans, like Kingpin or the Punisher, still manage to stay coherent after being turned. Whether it's death by cancer or being torn apart by zombies, the end is the same, a dead end either way. Yet compared to the former, the latter felt infinitely crueler and more hopeless. In theory, with the level of technology in this world, curing cancer might not be easy, but it certainly wouldn't be impossible. But now, with zombies on the verge of overrunning the whole world, what's the point in curing myself? With this thought, Bai Yi slammed his fist against the wall in frustration, startling passers-by, who quickened their pace and sent him glances filled with disdain, sympathy, and suspicion, as if they were watching someone lose his mind. Come on, you have to find a way. There's not much time left. Quick, that's at speed. Suddenly, Bai Yi drew his gun and fired 2 shots into the air. As screams erupted around him, he dashed toward the newsstand across the street, pressing the still-hot muzzle to the owner's forehead. Shut up. Hang up your phone, right now. Then, Bai Yi's eyes darted as he thought for a moment. Suddenly, he snatched the pen from the shopkeeper's hand, tore off half a sheet from the newspaper, and scribbled something down at lightning speed. He slapped the paper onto the shopkeeper's shiny forehead, then quickly wrote another note and tossed it in front of him. This is the number for the House of Avengers. Put the call on speaker and dial. Say exactly what's written on the note. If you don't make the call within 10 seconds, I'll kill you. 19. This isn't. When the newsstand owner saw what was written, his face scrunched up in knots of worry. Helplessness and terror filled his eyes as he looked pleadingly at Bai Yi. Thinking of crying? Go ahead, but that counts against your time. 5-4. I'll do it. Feeling the gun pressing colder and colder against his forehead, the shopkeeper's heart plummeted into an abyss of ice. He rushed to dial the number on the desk phone, his fingers trembling. Hello, you've reached the House of Avengers. How may I help you? I want to speak to Pietro Maximoff. Magneto sent me with a message for him. It's about Wanda. The voice on the other end abruptly cut off, as if someone had pressed the mute button. The shopkeeper immediately threw a nervous glance at Bai Yi, terrified he would run out of patience. A dozen seconds passed, each one dragging him lower into dread, until finally, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the long-awaited voice came through the receiver. This is Pietro. What is it? Make it quick. Wiping sweat off his brow with a shaky hand, the shopkeeper drew a deep breath, clung desperately to the receiver, and shouted, Then listen up. Wanda Maximoff is a woman who'll sleep with anyone. A flash of pale blue zipped through the streets and alleys of New York, threading at tremendous speed between cars and pedestrians, who, from his perspective, seemed almost frozen in place. The city blurred and streamed backward in his vision. In about 3 seconds, Pietro would arrive at his destination. Yet even in those fleeting moments, he had all the time in the world to replay what had just happened, and that very scene was the source of his seething rage now. A mere 12 seconds earlier, he had received a phone call. The caller claimed to be a messenger sent by his father, Magneto, and said he had urgent news about Wanda. To be honest, if it was only that introduction, Pietro would have dismissed the call as some prank from a bored troublemaker. But the instant Wanda's name was mentioned, Pietro summoned what little patience he had to hear the caller out. And then he heard the foulest, most venomous insult of his life. That person strung together every degrading animal slur and obscene word he could muster, using them all to defame and demean Pietro's sister, Wanda. The words were so vile, the sentences so filthy, it defied belief. He was even furious at the thought. How could anyone in this world possibly connect some bizarre fruit to those kinds of things? What sort of twisted mind could come up with an idea so absurd? A long, high-pitched screech split the air. Pietro spun sharply, grinding to a halt as the soles of his shoes shrieked against the asphalt. He quickly fixed his bearings and dashed straight towards the avenue mentioned in the phone call. Cursing that foul-mouthed lunatic under his breath, he couldn't believe the other man had the audacity not just to provoke him over the phone, but now seemed brazen enough to wait for him out in the open. If that man really had the nerve to hurl insults face to face, Quicksilver certainly wouldn't let him walk away unscathed. Moments later, he arrived at his destination. Glancing around, he instantly spotted the middle-aged, balding man speaking inside a phone booth. Pietro's first instinct was to charge forward and deck him right then and there to teach him a lesson about respect. But as he drew closer, his movements suddenly froze. Narrowing his eyes, Pietro noticed a slip of paper stuck to the kiosk owner's forehead, as if it bore some kind of message. Wanda is in danger. Do you remember the Romani woman Natalia? Pietro's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Natalia. She was the mother of Pietro and his sister Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. She had vanished shortly after their birth, a detail almost no one could possibly know. Could it really be that this inconspicuous, balding man before him possessed information about Magneto's whereabouts? That possibility gave Pietro pause. Hesitation flickered across his face, and the tightly clenched fist he'd raised moments before now lowered slowly. Instead, he seized the kiosk owner by the collar and roared, voice shaking with anger. What danger is Wanda in? You get one chance. Tell me now. The kiosk owner shrieked, panic-stricken, nearly losing his footing as Pietro manhandled him. But his collar remained tightly gripped in Pietro's iron fist. Spit it out, or I can't promise what'll happen next. Pietro's voice turned cold and threatening. But at that moment, a searing pain erupted in his thigh. Before his quick reflexes could kick in, a series of gunshots rang out. New waves of agony rippled through his lower body. Instinctively, he let go, collapsing hard to the ground. Across the street, Bailly watched as the silver-haired youth toppled in front of the kiosk, blood pooling beneath him. After a brief moment's thought, Bailly raised his gun again and fired a finishing shot. A guttural cry tore from Pietro's lips. Nodding in satisfaction, Bailly strolled toward the terrified kiosk owner. Imagine, for someone who thinks at lightning speed, daily life might feel as if it's always playing in slow motion, like drinking a glass of water where each drop trickles down so slowly it takes several minutes to finish, or like playing a video game with extreme lag. That's why speedsters like Quicksilver must consciously slow their thoughts and actions down to something resembling a normal pace, just to have a conversation or interact smoothly with others. Otherwise, they'd have to endure information arriving at an unbearably sluggish pace. In their perception, every word spoken by others would become discernible only every few dozen seconds. No one could withstand such boredom and torment, and that's precisely the greatest flaw of their power. You just killed an Avenger. Bailly, having just holstered his gun, rolled his eyes dismissively when he heard this, then headed toward the newsstand. Don't make such a fuss. Quicksilver's not dead. Can't you still hear him groaning? I just wounded him, that's all. The newsstand owner poked half his body out, and, seeing Quicksilver on the ground still moaning in pain, finally let out a breath of relief. But soon after, worry overtook him once more, and he called anxiously to Quicksilver. Oh my God, thank goodness you're still alive. He threatened my family just now. I swear, I never intended for any of this to happen. He's in too much pain to hear you right now. Besides, you really ought to be thanking me. If I were you, I'd sell off everything I own, buy enough water and food to last, and hide out in a secure basement for as long as possible. Decades, if you're lucky. Or, to put it simply, You might want to figure out a way to end it all now. It's probably better than what's about to happen to you. What are you talking about? Staring at Baye's earnest expression, the newsstand owner suddenly felt a chill of fear. Was this man one of those end-of-the-world fanatics, convinced a dark god would destroy the world? He instinctively took a few steps back, only to bump into the wall of his little kiosk, realizing there was nowhere left to retreat. Baye cast a thoughtful glance at the owner, whose forehead now glistened with sweat, then leaned down to examine Quicksilver's wounds. He had fired 9 shots in total, and 6 had struck this incredibly fast man, all aimed at his legs. Judging from the bleeding, it didn't look like any major arteries had been hit. Quicksilver could count himself lucky for that. Looking closely at Pietro's injuries, some wounds had been caused by bullets that passed right through, while others still had fragments embedded in the muscle. Yet even so, his wounds were already beginning to close and stem the bleeding. Thanks to his mutant physiology, he was healing fast. Toss me the rope and tape you use for bundling newspapers. Then turn on the TV behind you and switch it to the news channel. Baye looked up and instructed the still-stunned owner in an offhand manner. For a few seconds, the TV flickered with static. Then, a female reporter in a beige trench coat appeared on the screen. She stood in Times Square, where chaos reigned behind her. Only the distant billboard screens still played as if nothing had happened. The reporter's voice trembled with unmistakable tension. Viewers, I am reporting live from Times Square. A bizarre incident has just occurred here. A humanoid figure has fallen in the very center of the square. At this moment, police have cordoned off the area. Nearly the entire NYPD force is evacuating civilians from the site, while the Avengers are en route to handle this unexpected situation. Turn up the volume. I want to hear this clearly. The shop owner offered an embarrassed grin, rubbed his head, and then twisted the dial next to the TV, raising the volume. Now the reporter's voice rang out even clearer, laced with surprise. I can see it more clearly now. The strange humanoid is wearing a golden suit. He looks like either a superhero or perhaps a villain. At the moment, we're still unable to confirm his identity or origin, but I'm sure the Avengers will arrive soon to ensure everyone's safety. At that moment, the cameraman adjusted the lens, drawing the audience's focus to the scenes in the distance. Through the screen, one could just make out a golden figure lying face down on the ground some 50 yards behind the reporter, their body trembling faintly. Behind him trailed a tattered blue cape, fluttering in the wind. In this universe, the being known as the Sentry, rumored to possess the power of 1,000,000 suns, was now nothing more than an addict, overdosed and broken. To most people, the word Sentry brought to mind the robotic sentinels built to hunt mutants, not a fallen superhuman. No one could begin to imagine the disaster that would follow if this mentally unstable, extremely dangerous man ever became a zombie. Baye glanced down and nudged the man at his feet, the one bound tightly with duct tape and string. Baye knew very well what the presence of this unconscious, bloodied Pietro Maximoff meant. It was this incredibly fast young man who, once infected, had spread the zombie virus worldwide in just a matter of hours. The TV image froze on the slow descent of a Quinjet. A moment later, the screen lurched violently as screams and explosions erupted from speakers. Then, the signal was gone. The old TV displayed nothing but static. You can go, call the police, head home, or do as I say. Your choice, Baye said casually. Thank you. The newsstand owner, relieved, hurried out of the kiosk and quickly disappeared around the street corner. Perhaps he would soon be killed and devoured by those infected superheroes. Or perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might become one of the very few survivors. But for Baye, none of that was his concern right now. In the original story, Captain Steve, Ms. Marvel, and Black Widow had already been infected, transformed into zombies, and at this very moment were ruthlessly preying on the same ordinary citizens they once swore to protect with their lives. Fortunately, Baye had laid out a plan, luring Quicksilver into his trap and preventing him from joining the Avengers' defense effort, which would have led to his infection. Perhaps, by changing this one detail, the spread of the virus could be slowed, sparing humanity from being wiped out by zombie heroes in just a few short days, as it had been at first. Now, it was time for the next phase of the plan. Baye glanced around, quickly spotting a glass window in one of the walls. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and smashed his elbow forcefully through the pane. A piercing crash shattered the air as the glass broke, shards scattering in every direction. Baye selected a larger piece, carefully picking it up, and slowly brought it closer to Quicksilver's closed eyes. But instead of advancing further, he rotated his wrist, angling the glass shard just so, letting the last rays of the setting sun pour through. The fractured edge caught the light, sending a dazzling beam right into Quicksilver's face. With a cold, detached expression, Baye adjusted the glass again and again, until the golden afterglow landed precisely into Quicksilver's eyes. All right, he said, wake up. We need to talk. Quicksilver's hands, feet, and every joint were bound fast with broad silver tape. Cords overlapped and interwove, forming a tight, impenetrable net that held him still. Blood still oozed from a wound on his leg, the crimson sticky and uncoagulated. Gradually, Quicksilver began to stir from unconsciousness. A dull, persistent ache from his injured leg radiated through his body as his senses cleared. He forced his eyes open, only for an intense glare to make him squint in pain. Thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to piece together what had just happened. Who was it? Who had attacked him? As a rookie hero, he mostly served as backup for Captain America and the others, dealing with small-time troublemakers. He'd never made any personal enemies. Almost no one would intentionally single him out. He tried to struggle, but found his limbs held immovably tight, and even his mouth sealed over with tape. Calling for help was impossible. He could faintly recall the searing pain that struck him, then the darkness of unconsciousness. Memories slowly reassembled, and a few seconds later, his eyes flew wide in sudden realization. He finally understood. A mere ordinary human had shot him, and a surge of anger rushed through his veins. Frustrated to the point of thrashing, he let out a muffled cry, his indignation echoing beneath the tape. Seeing Quicksilver so agitated, Bai shrugged. I'm going to pull the tape from your mouth now. Don't tell me you're planning to bite me. Soon after, the sharp piece of glass crept slowly toward Pietro's eye, only to halt a few centimeters short when Bai finally stopped his hand. When he saw a true unease flicker across Quicksilver's eyes at last, Bai nodded in satisfaction, then swiftly tore off the duct tape with his other hand. Do you even know what you just did? You'd better tell me, right now. Of course I do, Bai cut him off. I shot an Avenger, keeping him from rushing to his teammates' aid in that battle. And at the same time, I saved his life, or at least kept him from getting turned into a zombie. Now, whether you believe it or not, those Avengers who took the Quinjet to Times Square a moment ago are all dead. Every last one of them is now a zombie, just like in the movies and TV shows. What? Gazing at Bai, who was so sure of himself, words tumbling out without pausing, Pietro couldn't help but doubt. The corners of his mouth twitched as a thought surfaced. Could this guy be some kind of extreme fantasist? Zombies? Weren't they just products of fiction? How could they exist in the real world? He probably plays too many video games, Pietro grumbled inwardly. Then another thought struck him. As the fastest man alive, he actually got bested by an unknown thief, a blow to his pride that left him feeling both ashamed and dejected. Hey, are you even listening to me? You're the one tied up now, not me. Bai noticed Quicksilver drifting off in thought and snapped his fingers twice, sharp and clear. I'm listening. But why don't you just kill me? Instead, you tie me up. Who put you up to this? Hydra? The Brotherhood of Mutants? Aim. Quicksilver wriggled like a caterpillar, quickly realizing he couldn't break free. Out of options, he could only ask resignedly. Do you know how to contact Nick Fury? I mean emergency contact, something like that. No, I barely know the guy. If you're some S.H.I.E.L.D. fanboy, you should look for Captain America. He's the one closest to those people. Bai looked at him seriously. Already told you. Captain America is now a zombie. You need to think of another way, fast. Pietro cursed inwardly, eyes screwing shut in frustration. Talking with someone this delusional was giving him a splitting headache. Just then, a deafening boom erupted from afar. The ensuing shockwave shook the entire street. As the explosion echoed, a column of thick black smoke spiraled upward, swirling faster and faster into a vortex in the sky. Everything on the street was caught in the blast wake. Trash cans, trees, even the cars along the curb began to shake violently. Right after that, the piercing wail of an ambulance siren swept past. Out of the corner of his eye, Pietro saw the vehicle speeding toward Times Square. Let me go now. Wait a moment. Bai's expression turned grave. He stood up, his gaze fixed on the rising plume of black smoke in the distance. Bound fast, Quicksilver's eyes widened in fury as he shouted at Bai. What are you waiting for? Let me go. There are civilians over there who need me. If you don't let me help them, people will die. Do you understand? He yelled, fighting desperately against his restraints, but every forceful movement made his wounds bleed afresh. In the end, all he could do was fall back in exhaustion. Bai glanced coolly at the surveillance camera on the corner, its red light flickering, then replied with calm deliberation. I'm waiting for someone smart enough to contact me. He has to know just how dangerous you'd be if you turned into a zombie. Oh God. Quicksilver rolled his eyes, fed up with this lunatic. He could already imagine Steve making fun of him once this was all over. Quicksilver, brought low by an unhinged stranger. And that was before factoring in his sister, or Hawkeye, who never missed a chance to poke fun. Just then, nearly every phone on the block started to ring at once. The one in the supermarket across the way, the one in the newspaper stand right before them. The chorus of ringing filled the empty street, loud and chaotic. Pietro stared at Bailly in disbelief, only to see him calmly pick up the handset, as if he were answering a call from an old friend. Hello. This is Nick Fury. Who are you? Hello, are you still there? My, how polite. I cough, cough, cough. Bailly had barely begun to speak when a sudden fit of coughing racked his body. He doubled over, coughing hard, the taste of blood and iron rising in his mouth, each hack ringing a sharp, bitter pain from deep inside. The fit grew rougher, until several dark, blood-flecked clots were spat out. I've had enough of pointless bureaucracy, so let's cut to the chase. I believe you're up to speed on what's happening in Times Square. I've got all the intel you need, right here. Send a Quinjet, pick me up and take me to the helicarrier. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as though the directness of Bailly's demand had come as a surprise, or perhaps there was a careful weighing of his request. Bailly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, cast a glance at Quicksilver, whose face was still twisted with anger, and waited calmly for a reply on the other end of the line. Though he continued to cough up blood, unlike in his previous world, his body, strengthened by that mysterious system, didn't feel the faintest bit of exhaustion. A moment later, a response finally came through the phone. All right, how badly is Pietro hurt? Is his life in danger? Bailly let out a sigh and nudged the fallen Quicksilver with his foot. Wounds like these won't kill him. He can definitely hold on until we reach the helicarrier. There was another brief silence from the other end of the line, but this time it lasted only a few seconds. Soon, Fury's voice returned. Perhaps you could take care of him for us? No, that's not part of my plan. Bailly interrupted him without hesitation. He knew exactly what Fury was thinking. Better to deal with this unstable factor now, rather than risk complications later. But Bailly had his own agenda. For now, he still needed Quicksilver's cooperation, so killing him wasn't an option. All I need is for you to help convince Pietro not to oppose my decisions on the way. I'll make sure he gets safely aboard the helicarrier. All right, give him the phone. This time, Fury agreed almost instantly, hardly hesitating, which took Bailly by surprise. Bailly bent down, hauled Quicksilver to his feet, and pressed the phone to his ear. Someone wants to talk to you. Quicksilver's hands were bound, so he couldn't take the phone himself. All he could do was clamp the receiver between his shoulder and ear, glaring furiously at Bailly as he listened. Fury? Is it you? You're the one who sent this maniac? Tell him to let me go. Whatever message came through the line next, it struck Quicksilver like a lightning bolt. His eyes flew wide, his pupils contracted, and a bone-deep chill seized his heart, nearly robbing him of breath. Colonel America, Hawkeye, Captain Marvel, Luke Cage, and all the others. Had they all perished? No, more precisely, they had turned into zombies, just as Bailly had described. Judging from what he heard, these zombies seemed to have retained their former intelligence, and now they were spilling out from Times Square, ravenously devouring everyone in their path. As for the first explosion, it turned out to be the last act of Jack of Hearts, a third-rate superhero who tried to take an unknown creature down with him in a suicidal blast before he died. But judging from what happened next, he hadn't harmed the creature in the slightest. Pietro's expression grew increasingly tense. His brows knit deeply and sweat beaded on his temple. For the first time, he realized just how grave this crisis was, far beyond what he had imagined. If Earth's mightiest heroes could be wiped out in just a matter of minutes, who was left to stop this catastrophe? No, that couldn't be. He tried hard to reassure himself. Maybe this was just another Skrull or Chitauri attack. S.H.I.E.L.D. would strike back soon enough. And after all, the Avengers hadn't been wiped out. There were still other teams of heroes, like the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. But before he could sort out his thoughts, Fury's words shattered his last illusions. After a preliminary assessment, we've decided to give up on New York City. From now on, our primary focus will be on rescuing the survivors. I need you to cooperate fully with the person beside you, and the voice on the other end dropped to barely a whisper, almost lost to static. And keep a close eye on him. Quicksilver took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He understood. Now was the time to set aside personal fears and concerns, and to make the right choices for the sake of the world. Under Bailly's watchful gaze, he nodded silently to show his agreement with the request from the other end of the line. Though uneasy, he knew this was their only way forward. After all, no matter what happened, he was a superhero. In the face of disaster, to save as many lives as possible, he had to stand his ground. A soft click sounded as Bailly hung up, the corner of his mouth curving with a faint hint of a smile as he looked at Quicksilver. Looks like we're on the same page. You're not going to hold a grudge over a few shots I fired earlier, are you? This isn't over, Pietro replied. But get me out of here first. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already sent nearly every Quinjet to intercept those. He hesitated, his expression troubled, then continued. Those zombified heroes. They just managed to spare one jet to come for us, but the pickup point is still some distance from here. It'll take at least 20 minutes to get there on foot. Just then, a surge of people burst from around the corner, flooding into the street. They looked terrified, faces twisted in panic, as if fleeing from some unimaginable horror. They ran desperately, oblivious to those behind them, focused solely on survival. Bai halted in surprise, eyes glued to the tide of fleeing people. "Run! What are you standing around for?" Someone called out to Bai, a note of warning in their voice. But the next second, they too were swept away by the churning crowd. The escape soon turned into a chaotic stampede right before Bai and Quicksilver. There were men and women, young and old, all shoving past each other in a frantic, instinctive scramble to stay alive. Some were in disarray, clothes rumpled and streaked with dust, clear signs they'd just escaped a disaster. Even in their blind flight, people instinctively veered away from Bai and Quicksilver, keeping as much distance as they could from the two men whose presence radiated a quiet, unmistakable danger. In the distance, black smoke billowed toward the sky, quickly staining the horizon with a somber shade of crimson. The thick smoke spread rapidly, mingling with the heavy gray clouds that hung overhead. That shroud of darkness seemed to carry the scent of destruction, casting an imposing shadow that stretched across the entire city. Muffled screams wove through the smoke, echoing in the air like the howls of monsters from a nightmare. These cries were laced with pain, confusion, and despair, cutting into everyone's heart like a sharpened blade. "Where did you say Fury wanted us to go? Again?" "Right over there." Quicksilver glanced at the fleeing crowd. "It's where all those people are running from." Bai drew in a deep breath, then bent down and hoisted Quicksilver onto his back. "We can't waste any more time. Let's move." They rounded the corner and pressed on for several hundred meters before Bai finally realized why those people had been so desperate to escape. At that moment, the massive head of the Statue of Liberty was wedged into a Starbucks cafe, its shattered underside facing their direction. Exposed wires and metal beams jutted out in tangled disarray, creating a scene of utter devastation. Her eyes, once bright and resolute, now gazed blankly, the left one shattered into fragments, wordlessly telling of the statue's silent agony. The corners of her mouth were also badly damaged, twisted into a strange and foreboding grin. Looking closely, it was clear that the statue's head had endured a violent fall, its once smooth bronze surface scorched and battered, now dull and covered in wounds. It was the Starbucks itself that had taken the brunt of the impact. The second floor had collapsed completely. The once spacious glass storefront was smashed in a myriad razor-sharp shards, each glinting coldly in the sunlight. The calamity had struck without warning, plunging the cafe into chaos. Tables and chairs were overturned, porcelain shattered across the floor, and the coffee machine hissed insistently. Though the air was still tinged with the aroma of coffee, it was now tainted by the acrid stench of dust and shattered materials, forming a strange, chaotic blend. What on earth happened here? Bai scanned the room, kicking aside a broken billboard. The original mermaid design was gone, leaving behind only a fragment of her crown. This must be Jack of Hearts' handiwork. Fury told me, just now, Jack died fighting that creature as it fell. Quicksilver's voice was heavy from Bai's shoulder. He'd scarcely known Jack of Hearts, but standing where an Avenger had fallen filled him with a sadness he couldn't shake. He's gone, yes, but maybe he hasn't disappeared for good. Bai's attention was caught by a familiar figure deep within the ruins, a figure that drew his gaze irresistibly. It was Jack of Hearts, who had once, however reluctantly, counted as an irreplaceable member of the Avengers. But now he had lost everything below the waist in the explosion, leaving only his upper body buried beneath the wreckage. Just as Bai tried to approach for a closer look, a chill swept through the air, a bone-deep, dreadful aura. Jack of Hearts had already been infected and become a zombie. All traces of reason were gone from his eyes, replaced by ravenous madness. "Flesh! Give me flesh!" Bai ese bro furuit. He quickly stepped back, careful not to get any closer to that mangled, monstrous corpse. From what Quicksilver had said, Jack of Hearts was likely infected during the battle against the Sentry. He had tried to end it all with a self-detonation, but in the end, only half his body remained, and against all odds, somehow he had survived. "I am starving. Just a bite? Give me a bite." With grim determination, Jack of Hearts wrenched his upper body free from the rubble, broken mechanical parts scraping against each other and filling the air with a shrill screech. He let out a guttural snarl, eyes wild with hunger, baring sharp teeth as he lunged at Bai. Yet, with only a ruined half of his body, Jack's movements were painfully slow and clumsy. He quickly lost his balance, crashing to the ground with a heavy, lifeless thud. Even so, he clawed his way forward, heedless of his wounds or agony. The scrap metal of his cybernetics clanked and rattled as he dragged himself along, desperate to get closer to Bai. Calm and composed, Bai raised his pistol and aimed at the zombified Jack of Hearts, not a flicker of hesitation in his eyes as he squeezed the trigger. A single gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet cut through the air, streaking toward Jack's head with unerring precision. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The next moment, the bullet struck home, exploding Jack's skull. Fragments of bone and flesh splattered in every direction, filling the air with a nauseating, metallic stench. Bits of shattered brain matter spilled out, shards of bone scattering the remains far and wide. Jack's own powers had always been volatile, impossible for him to control fully, only kept in check by specialized equipment designed to suppress his internal energy. Now, Bai's shot was the definitive spark, the final detonator. In that brief instant, a flicker of pain and despair crossed Jack's gaze. Then his body collapsed, robbed of the last vestige of life. Blood and broken brain matter oozed slowly across the ground, painting a scene that was as chilling as a nightmare made real. His corpse grew even more twisted and grotesque, a phantasm of horror given the shape of a man. And still, his body would not rest. Among the shattered remains of his skull, tiny explosions continued to erupt one after another. Small as they were, each blast set his corpse shuddering ever so slightly. All at once, a series of faint, crackling bursts sounded deep within his chest. Amid shattered ribs and decaying tissue, faint glimmers of light flickered in the darkness, like sparks leaping in an instant. Bai took another 2 steps back. These small explosions were triggered by the remnants of energy within Red Jack's body. In life, that energy had granted him superpowers. Now, in death, it lingered only to torment what was left of him. Each subtle detonation released a slight surge of energy, making the corpse shudder violently, as if the fading strength within him had not yet fully dissipated. Assailed by the impact of the explosions, Red Jack's body twisted and convulsed uncontrollably, as though driven by instinct to fight for survival even now. Is this what happens after you're infected and become a zombie? Pietro dangled over Bai's shoulder, looking down from above at Red Jack's corpse and the string of miniature explosions. His heart raced with shock and dread, eyes wide and disbelieving at the horror unfolding before him. He could feel the faint pulses of energy emanating from Red Jack's remains, an unsettling shiver spreading from deep within his own body. Yet what truly terrified him was what these tiny explosions implied. This was the residue of a superhero's power lingering in the body even after death. The realization struck him with intense shock and anxiety. Quicksilver's face had turned ghostly pale, his body trembling despite himself. He stared, nearly immobilized by disbelief, at Red Jack's stiff, contorted limbs, unable to accept what he saw. Suddenly, it dawned on him that danger of this nature had once hovered close to himself, and that one day he too could become such a monster. The world seemed to be slipping unstoppably toward ruin, a fate from which not even the mightiest heroes could escape. Just as someone once said, this world is taking step after step toward its end. I remember you once said, you attacked me to keep me from turning into a zombie, didn't you? That's right. I believe you now. 7. On the deserted streets of this abandoned city, the scorched wreckage of a Quinjet had crashed beside a crumbling building. The aircraft's hull was barely recognizable, the metal frame torn apart, twisted debris scattered all around. Black smoke still curled up from the wreckage, and the air reeked of acrid, burnt flesh. All around the crash site were the ruined bodies of the dead. They had suffered the brunt of the jet's impact, their bodies mangled and broken, limbs sprawled in disarray upon the ground. The scent of decay and death thickened the air, mingling with the debris to paint a scene that sent a chill through the soul. It was obvious a fierce and desperate battle had taken place here. In this apocalyptic scene, the American colonel, now turned into a zombie, was hunched over, gnawing on a slab of flesh. Blood smeared his face as he ate with obvious satisfaction. Still chewing, he turned to Hawkeye and said, "Marvelous, Spartan. In this city, there's no end to fresh meat if you know where to look." He opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of savage, razor-sharp teeth, with blood-smeared scraps still clinging to the corners. A deep, gaping wound sliced across Hawkeye's shoulder, blood endlessly streaming forth. The skin around it was ripped and torn, exposing the mangled tissue below. The blood dripped steadily, staining his once purple uniform a grim, saturated red. The edges of the injury had begun to swell, radiating a relentless, throbbing pain. Hawkeye's breathing grew ragged and heavy, every breath filled with the certainty that the infection was spreading through his veins. He knew, with chilling clarity, that the colonel's bite had already sealed his fate. Racked with agony, he twisted his body, his consciousness eroding as hunger clawed at his mind. Yet, deep within, The final threads of reason struggled to hold on, fighting against the darkness that beckoned him. His voice was faint, quivering, as he managed to struggle out a response. No, it shouldn't be this way. I won't become like you, Colonel. Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. One day they'll find a way to cure all of us. The American colonel let out a dry, scornful laugh, his eyes alight with derision. He lifted the chunk of flesh in his hand and tore it apart, blood splattering in ruthless, careless motions. Swallowing hungrily, he rasped, "You're just wasting your time, Hawkeye. There is no escape. We'll share the thrill this gospel brings together." His laughter no longer resembled the warmth of an old friend. It was shot through with madness and cruelty. His eyes glimmered with manic delight, as if the taste of flesh was now the only hunger worth pursuing. With a twitching smile, chewing relentlessly, everything in his demeanor spoke of bottomless hunger and a dangerous obsession with power. Hawkeye bit his lip hard, trying desperately to focus elsewhere, but his body trembled, and the hunger slashed at his resolve like a relentless blade. He refused to let himself be broken by temptation. He forced himself to stay awake, to cling to the last scraps of humanity. Yet as the minutes crawled by, resistance became a losing battle. Flames of pain burned in his abdomen, and the rumbling in his stomach echoed in his ears, fraying his nerves. Second by second, hunger battered away at what was left of his reason. His hands shook, almost beyond his control, and he fought to remember faces and moments. The laughter of his family, the camaraderie of friends and comrades in arms. Those memories became his only fragile barrier against the darkness rising inside him. Suddenly, a chunk of torn flesh landed right in front of him. "Come on, Clint, stop torturing yourself," the colonel taunted. "Take a bite." The chunk of meat radiated an irresistible warmth, its surface glistening with tender, succulent juices. Hawkeye battled fiercely to suppress the flood of saliva in his mouth and the growing hunger gnawing at him. But the rich aroma seeped into every fiber of his being, making his self-control falter, teetering on the edge. At last, he couldn't resist the demands of his body any longer. His gaze grew unfocused, his breathing labored. Gritting his teeth, he reached out with trembling hands, grabbed the meat, and shoved it into his mouth. What harm could one bite do, after all? Mobius, the mysterious vampire from the Ravager Squad, still lived off blood and remained a unique kind of hero, didn't he? He was even the darling of countless Gothic girls. Maybe I can be like him too, Clint Barton tried to comfort himself silently, closed his eyes, and sank his teeth in. A metallic tang of blood spread across Hawkeye's tongue, but instead of revulsion, he felt a strange sense of relief, as if energy surged back into his limbs, like he'd returned to his old days under the circus tent. The burdens and pressures of the past seemed to melt away, and reality grew weightless, almost dreamlike. Even though a desperate voice deep within him thrashed and screamed, Hawkeye found it harder and harder to resist the allure of the meat. Its scent was overwhelming and enchanting, holding him fast with no means of escape. He tried to stop chewing, willed himself to fight against the primal urge to feast, but each swallow only dragged him deeper into this wicked delight, binding him to it even tighter. A reluctant thought surfaced. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. His eyes glinted with a feverish obsession as he savored every bite. He knew he couldn't withstand this darkness much longer. At last, he surrendered completely, letting the evil pleasure fill his heart. He stammered through half-choked words. How can this be? It's so delicious, Steve. I can't resist." The zombie clad in the star-spangled uniform slowly wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze hollow, but a chilling grin crawling across his face. He rose to his feet and picked up the nearby shield, the metal battered and scarred. A manic wild laugh burst out. "I told you, no one could turn down a gift like this." Hawkeye didn't respond. All he could do was crouch there and devour the meat hungrily. "Move out," the zombie commanded in a raspy, guttural voice, his whole body swaying unsteadily. "Return to the Avengers base. We have a mission, to bring the gospel of hunger to every corner of the world." The newly infected Hawkeye struggled to stand, stumbled after the colonel in stars and stripes. His eyes were as empty as a void, and the resolve he once wore on his face was nowhere to be found. Hawkeye suddenly turned his head, his gaze falling upon a battered, beige trench coat. The coat hung limply from the shattered windshield of the Quinjet, swaying gently in the breeze. Though the trench coat still retained its original color, it was marred by countless tears and coated in dust. The cuffs were frayed, and dark streaks of blood stained the collar. Hawkeye stared at the coat, and for a brief instant, a suffocating wave of pain and guilt washed over him. He tried to recall the days gone by, the honor and duty he once cherished, but those memories had grown hazy and distant, as if they belonged to another life entirely. In the end, he abandoned the effort to remember. Stumbling, he struggled to catch up with Colonel America, gradually moving farther and farther away. A biting wind swept through, tearing the battered trench coat from the Quinjet's windshield. It spun and fluttered through the air, as if resisting its inevitable fate. Yet gravity prevailed. The coat tumbled downward, landing heavily in a pool of bright red blood. The fabric slowly soaked up the stain, turning a dark, somber crimson, making it look even more worn and forlorn. In the bloody puddle, the coat trembled ever so slightly, as if silently confessing all the pain and sorrow it had witnessed. Now, it simply lay there, absorbing everything in mute resignation, powerless to respond to the turmoil around it. No matter how the coat quivered, however, nothing could undo what had been done. All it could do was lie quietly in the blood, becoming one more fragment of this shattered world. Meanwhile, high above on a shield helicarrier, sunlight poured through immense glass windows, bathing the room in soft, golden light that glimmered across the silver consoles and the enormous projection screens. Agents in black uniforms manned the command deck, their faces marked by focus and resolve as they worked urgently at their stations, operating controls and typing commands with swift precision. Despite the command center's formidable construction, its walls forged from dense alloys and some areas even reinforced with a near-unbreakable vibranium, rendering them nearly impervious to missile strikes. None of this could offer true security in this moment. Everyone was all too aware that the present threat surpassed all reason. The zombie virus ran rampant now, infecting even the ranks of the superheroes, turning them into monstrous abominations. On the vast central screen, a holographic projection displayed the nightmarish figures of superheroes who had already succumbed to the virus. Heroes who had once stood for justice and hope were now twisted by madness, their eyes burning with insatiable hunger and wild frenzy. In the footage, Hawkeye pursued civilians as if they were prey, loosing lethal arrows without a hint of mercy. Captain America mindlessly gorged on bloody flesh. So lost to bloodlust, he ripped people apart with his bare hands. While Luke Cage, relying on brute strength and his unbreakable skin, smashed through a police station, gunfire ringing out as every window was splashed red with fresh blood. In the hall, aside from the occasional faint sounds of work, there were also a few low, muffled sobs. No one dared to imagine whether the family left behind on the ground would survive this disaster. Amidst this heavy and oppressive silence, a sudden rush of firm, urgent footsteps shattered the stillness. Director Fury strode decisively into the command center, leading a team behind him. Trailing close were Coulson, Hill, and others, each of them bearing grim and weighty expressions. Fury halted before the command console, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire room. His lone eye seemed to pierce into the depths of every soul present. He spoke in a calm, yet unwavering tone. The current situation is extremely grave, as I'm sure you're all aware. An unknown virus is spreading with alarming speed, and every single person it infects, without exception, has turned into a zombie. He paused, letting the gravity of his words settle, then continued in a slow, measured voice. Yes, just as you all are thinking. Those same monsters from the movies, driven by an endless hunger for human flesh. Worse still, those with superpowers, once infected, retain their intelligence. Is there any chance we could persuade them not to harm humans? The way we once convinced some of the Skrulls to surrender. No sooner had the question left the agent's lips than those around him sent pointed, dissatisfied glances his way. How could you interrupt the director before he'd finished speaking? Realizing his own blunder, the agent shrank back, choosing silence over further embarrassment. Fury waved a hand, dismissing the awkward interruption with a low, even tone. For now, that method is nearly impossible. Even the strongest-willed, the most noble among us, Steve, couldn't withstand the virus. A heavy sense of loss and sorrow rippled through the crowd. In every past crisis that threatened humanity's very existence, they had always found a way to prevail, with Captain America serving as the heart and soul of the team, the unshakable linchpin in times of peril. No matter the adversity, he would always rise again, like a resolute stone weathering the storm, falling, but standing up each time, never ceasing until victory was finally won. Yet in this calamity, no one could have predicted that he would be the very first to fall. Fury looked around, meeting the eyes of each agent. He drew a deep breath, then pressed on, his voice carrying determinately across the room. What we face now is a struggle tougher than any before. But it is precisely in the darkest hour that our true courage and resolve are revealed. We are S.H.I.E.L.D., the last line of defense for all humanity. He swept his one good eye across the room, his voice firm and filled with power. We have all borne witness to the incredible feats of the superheroes. They have always been our inspiration. Now, It is our turn, as ordinary men and women, to step forward. We must show everyone that we, too, possess a boundless courage and steadfast resolve. Raising his right hand, he pointed at the strategic map looming on the wall of the command center. Every Quinjet that takes to the skies represents our hope, and every life that persists makes us comrades in arms. We still have the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Thor. United as one, we will drive back those monsters. We must protect humanity. We will never forsake the world we love. A heavy silence settled over the command center, a palpable weight pressing down on everyone, a sense of helplessness and despair that words could not describe. Yet, in the midst of that stifling stillness, a single, crisp applause rang out. That sharp clap was like a spark, instantly igniting the air. One agent rose to his feet, applauding and cheering, and then another joined in, followed by a third and a fourth. Soon, the entire command center stood as one, agents rising in a wave to clap and shout, "Yes!" Tears welled up in the corners of many eyes. The surge of emotion was so intense, it brought unchecked tears streaming down many faces. Amid the thunderous applause, agents wiped away their tears and turned back to their posts. Fresh hope filled every heart, and a renewed confidence in the future lent them strength as they returned to their duties with unshakable resolve. The command center buzzed with the familiar rhythm of activity once more, everyone energized and fully engaged in their tasks. The shift in atmosphere swept away the earlier gloom, and Fury, watching this scene, gave a slight nod. In times of crisis, morale matters more than ever. If hope is lost, every effort is sure to come to nothing. With a wave of his hand, a shimmering force field flickered into being, enclosing him, Agent Hill, and Coulson within its boundaries. To anyone watching from outside, they would see only a distorted, hazy image, and no sound could escape. His two colleagues looked at him with expectation, but Fury did not speak at once. Instead, he walked to his desk, sat down, and turned his back to them. He threaded his fingers through his brown hair, a gesture betraying his unease, and fell silent in thought. Within the world of comics, Fury is usually drawn as a middle-aged white man with brown hair, a stark contrast to the darker-skinned, bald figure from the films. Yet one thing remains the same. They are both one-eyed men, masked by the same inky black eye patch. Another subtle difference stands out. In the comics, Fury, as self-proclaimed guardian of humanity, exudes greater authority and forcefulness, while his on-screen counterpart comes across as far more gentle. After a long silence, Fury finally turned around, facing the two of them squarely, and spoke slowly and resolutely. "I've been considering giving up on New York, maybe even the whole world." Both of them were stunned by what he said. Coulson, in disbelief, burst out loudly, "What did you just say?" Fury looked up, locking eyes with Coulson. His expression was heavy and resolute, weighted with both helplessness and pain. He took a deep breath and continued, "Coulson, I know this is hard to accept, but the virus is spreading too quickly, and those infected can still think and move like normal people. In just 10 minutes, we lost both Captain America and Hawkeye." Coulson stared at Fury in shock, disappointment flickering across his face. He had always looked up to Fury as a leader and role model, never imagining that he would ever make such a decision. "But, Fury, we can't just abandon everything. We're S.H.I.E.L.D. It's our duty to protect humanity, to safeguard this world." His voice was thick with defiance. Fury met coolschonschgeish. He understood how Coulson felt, but his own resolve did not waver. According to the initial data models, this virus will sweep through all of New York within a few hours, and within a day, it'll spread across the globe. As Fury spoke, he gestured, and a holographic image appeared in front of them. Quicksilver, already infected and turned into a zombie, was running desperately, the scenery changing rapidly beneath his feet, from endless oceans to towering mountains. Someone, for reasons unknown, injured Quicksilver and temporarily slowed the virus's spread. That's the only break we've caught so far. The hologram turned hazy, now showing by Yi carrying Quicksilver on his back, weaving through the ruined streets of New York. As for a cure, our scientists have confirmed there's nothing we can do. Even when we experimented with tissue samples left from Wolverine, the virus tore through them without effort. Not even Logan could withstand it. To make matters worse, the healing factor he was so proud of only made the infection progress faster. The image shifted again, revealing a vision of an enraged Canadian man, unmistakably ferocious. Coulson listened, saying nothing, as a wave of helplessness and despair washed over him. He felt all strength drained from his body. He collapsed into the nearest chair, exhausted. Leaning back, he pressed his fingers to his forehead, the pressure of the situation overwhelming him with frustration and confusion. He scrubbed a hand through his hair in irritation. Then a sudden idea struck him. Jumping to his feet, he demanded, "Director, you said someone helped us and slowed down the virus. Where's that person now? We need to find them." Fury fell silent for a moment, not giving an immediate answer. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke slowly. "Our manpower is extremely limited right now. Most of the Quinjet units are out on assignments, but I've already dispatched one to pick them up. You can relax." Hearing this, Coulson finally felt a bit of relief. He sank back in his seat and closed his eyes. Drawing in a deep breath, he suddenly felt as if everything around him were somehow surreal. Could it be that, this time, the person saving the world contributed more than the entire shield, and it was a total stranger? But thinking about it, it seemed that every time a great crisis hit, it was always the superheroes who stepped forward to save the world, with S.H.I.E.L.D. left to pick up the pieces afterward. Bai gripped his pistol tightly, aiming it squarely at the approaching zombie. Without a flicker of distraction, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet ripped through the air, heading straight for the zombie's skull. Time seemed to freeze for a second before a dull thud shattered the stillness. The bullet hit its mark, dropping the zombie instantly, its fall unleashing a wave of destruction like a percussive blast. For an instant, the air was thick with the reek of blood. The zombie crumpled, blood and brain matter splattering across the pavement, staining everything a dark crimson. Its howls stopped abruptly, the street falling into silence. All that was left was the sharp clatter of shell casings bouncing to the ground and echoing in the hush. The rest of the zombies appeared startled, unsettled by this sudden turn of events, and halted their advance for a moment. No sooner had that first zombie hit the ground than Quicksilver, perched on Bai's shoulder, cried out in warning. "On your right, there's more coming." Bai spun swiftly to his right, catching sight of several zombies charging at him, their faces twisted with savagery and hunger. They let out guttural snarls, desperate to lunge at him. Yet, Bai expertly dodged their attacks, darting agilely through the narrow space, firing as he moved. His movements were coordinated and nimble, his body as sleek and fluid as a hunting predator. A bullet struck one zombie in the head, sending it crashing to the ground. Another zombie was swept off its feet with a powerful kick, rendered helpless the moment it hit the floor. Without missing a beat, another bullet finished it off for good. With each gunshot, the number of zombies thinned, until nothing remained but lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. As the last zombie collapsed and the noise of battle died away, the street slowly regained its peace. Bai steadied his breath, sweat beading on his brow and rolling down his cheek to drip onto the ground. We've only gone a few kilometers, and already, it's hard to believe we've run into so many zombies. Slung over Bai's shoulder, Pietro's expression grew grim. The situation looked much worse than he'd anticipated. Bai's shoulder dipped as he let Quicksilver drop to the ground. "Ouch, what was that for?" Quicksilver protested, a note of annoyance in his voice. Bai ignored him, stepping silently towards the fallen zombies, studying their bodies with careful attention. He noticed far more details than Quicksilver ever could. Judging from their clothes, these zombies had once been ordinary citizens, with no special powers of their own. Each bore the marks of bites and scratches, yet none of them showed signs of severe bodily destruction. This suggested that the zombies who infected them weren't simply driven by hunger. They were purposefully spreading the virus. This was anything but good news. Bai furrowed his brows in deep concern. He had previously assumed that those zombified superheroes would at least be consumed with feeding for a few hours, sating their hunger before turning to other matters. But less than an hour had passed, and already someone out there was deliberately spreading the infection. So now, how many superheroes in New York hadn't been turned into zombies yet? The thought sent a jolt of anxiety through Bai. He scanned his surroundings quickly, tension coiling inside him. Thankfully, everything around him remained silent, disturbances absent among the bodies lying on the ground. Steeling himself for anything, Bai prepared to move on, only to halt abruptly as he lifted his head. "Pietro, hold on. Is that woman in red up ahead your sister?" Bai asked in a low voice. "Huh, Wanda, I'm here." Pietro froze for a heartbeat, then, in a surge of excitement, called out loudly to the distant figure. The woman in the red cloak seemed to hear Pietro shout. She began to approach them slowly, her cloak billowing in the wind, a bold slash of crimson against the wreckage. Bai tilted his head slightly, doubt and caution flickering through his eyes as unease crept into his heart. He scrutinized the Scarlet Witch approaching them, searching for the source of his disquiet. Her face, her movements, the energy she gave off, something was off, but what? Bai racked his memory, recalling plot lines from comic books he'd seen before he transmigrated. Suddenly, a realization shot through his mind. His eyes widened. He had found it. In the original storyline, the Scarlet Witch was never alone. Why was she by herself now? And if this really was Wanda, wouldn't she at least show some distress upon seeing her brother being restrained? Instead, she seemed unnervingly calm, utterly unfazed. Irritated instantly. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and leveled it at the Scarlet Witch. Almost simultaneously, the figure ahead suddenly moved with uncanny speed, her motions startlingly agile. She let out a guttural, spine-chilling growl that vibrated through the air. Ah, so you found me out. So what if you have a gun? Meat is meat. I'll eat you all the same. No, cried a woman's voice, familiar yet unbearably harsh. Pietro's heart plummeted to its lowest depth. Agony and grief crashed over him, his eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill over. Yet Bailly became even more alert, for he saw the red dress peel away with unnatural speed, revealing a dark and disturbing true form beneath. The woman's skin had turned a sickly shade of blue, and her straw-colored hair danced wildly in the wind. As she ran, ripples of blue shimmered across her skin, which, for a fleeting moment, appeared as a layer of rotting, bluish flesh. So, she was Mystique. Now everything made sense. In the original story, it was Mystique who disguised herself as Wanda and infected Quicksilver, allowing the virus to spread rapidly across the globe. Bailly had failed to realize it just now, almost succumbing to her trickery. His gaze grew steely. Without hesitation, he aimed at Mystique and squeezed the trigger. 2 bullets shot out with lightning speed. But Mystique was unnaturally agile, darting aside and evading the deadly volley with chilling grace. The bullets grazed her side, slicing through the air before embedding themselves in the distant wall. Bailly glanced down at Quicksilver, who was still racked with pain, and kept his eyes tightly shut. Crouching swiftly, Bailly clenched his fist and reached toward him. Look up, she's not Wanda. That's Mystique in disguise. Get away from here now. Leave her to me. What? She's not Wanda. Pietro, still bound and struggling, opened his eyes. Only then did he see the blue-skinned creature charging at him. He wasted no time. With all his strength, he wriggled free and rolled desperately toward the curb. Bailly pivoted, swiftly adjusting his aim as he leveled his gun at Mystique once more. Calm and decisive, he pulled the trigger. Bullets tore through the air with a piercing shriek, racing straight for their target. Mystique howled, her form twisting and warping in a desperate bid to avoid the incoming shots. But this time, luck deserted her. The bullet struck home. With a heavy thud, the bullet pierced through Mystique's body. Blue skin split open, unveiling decaying muscle and exposed bone. She let out a sharp, piercing scream, her transformation faltering as she lost control, unable to keep up the disguise. Arg, this thing even bites. Even wounded, Mystique refused to relent. Still snarling in pain, she lunged at Bailly, jaws stretched wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, intent on tearing out his throat. At the crucial moment, Bailly drew a deep breath and hurled a handful of dirt he had prepared straight into her face. The soil scattered like a sudden downpour, splattering across Mystique's skin and eyes, shrouding her vision. Mystique's sight swam and clouded. The more she tried to wipe the dirt away, the worse it got, until her world dissolved into confusion. She raged, howling blindly, her arms flailing as she tried in vain to clear her face. Seizing this fleeting chance, Bailly sprang back a few steps, aimed at her head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the trigger was pulled, a muffled gunshot ripped through the air, and the bullet lodged deep in the shapeshifter's skull. She let out a piercing, agonized scream. Her body wavered, nearly collapsing, but with dogged determination, she fought to remain upright. One claw, charged with tremendous force, tore through the air as she lunged at Bailly. Not good. Bailly's eyes widened, and he darted backward. The lethal claw just barely missed his cheek. A gust of wind from it left a thin, stinging cut along his skin. A chill instantly surged through his body. Bailly's heart pounded wildly, cold sweat beading on his brow. A few centimeters closer, and he would have ended up like the creature before him. Perhaps even worse. He possessed no superpowers. If infected, he would lose even the most basic grip on himself, reduced to nothing more than a hollow shell, a soulless wanderer. Unable to restrain his fury, he roared, "Damn it!" Rapidly retreating, he unleashed a storm of gunfire, his weapon blazing as he aimed shot after shot at the shapeshifter's head. Despite being a level 3 mutant, her skin able to withstand some small-caliber rounds and her body capable of shifting her organs to avoid shots, she could never relocate her brain. Shouts and gunfire echoed up and down the street. Bailly retreated, never ceasing his barrage. Bullets poured down on the shapeshifter's head like a relentless storm, ripping apart her skull and face. Round after round struck home, blood and brain matter spattered everywhere. Her twisted features became even more hideous. At last, the shapeshifter, headless, collapsed in jerking spasms to the ground and then lay still. He stood there, gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his brow. He took a moment to steady himself, sweat hitting the pavement. Then his gaze shifted toward Quicksilver, who had tumbled to the far end of the street. A faint smile appeared on Baiye's lips. "Are you all right?" Quicksilver asked, still somewhat dazed. Baiye shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, just a little shaken. We need to keep moving. We can't afford to stop now." Just then, a distant, buzzing noise began to rise. The drone grew steadily louder, soon merging with the growing roar and rumble overhead. A cluster of helicopters appeared at the edge of the sky. Their rotors carved through the air, filling the city with a dense, insect-like hum, as though a swarm of gigantic creatures had come flying. "The National Guard is here," Baiye said, squinting up at the sky. "But I'm afraid." Before he could finish, a blinding red laser suddenly lanced from afar, striking one of the helicopters dead on. The helicopter lost control in an instant, spiraling to the ground in a dizzying plummet. The remaining helicopters, caught off guard by the sudden attack, were thrown into chaos, scattering in all directions as if mindlessly fleeing. In their frantic escape, a few more were shot down. Baiye shrugged, then went over and hoisted Quicksilver onto his back. Faced with all of this, there was nothing more he could do. From the instant that helicopter was shot down, it was as if the entire world had been set into motion. An eruption of explosions quickly swept through New York City. The skies above New York turned chaotic in an instant, billowing black smoke flooding the air. Flames licked at the sides of the buildings, casting whole districts beneath a shroud of thick, choking haze. The blaring of alarms, mingled with the panic cries of people, fused together into a symphony of fear. The thunder of explosions echoed ceaselessly through the city streets, like endless rolls of thunder reverberating in people's ears. With each detonation, fire and smoke billowed ever higher, painting the sky in shades of crimson. Dense smoke swallowed the city, blotting out the sun. Daylight dimmed to a gloomy dusk. "Oh my God, I've never seen New York like this. Not even when the Skrulls invaded." Pietro, slung over someone's shoulder, cast a mournful glance toward an office building collapsing 100 meters away. Amid the chaos, he could still faintly make out the screams from inside. Under normal circumstances, he'd already have rushed in to save whoever he could. But today was different, not just because his leg was too injured to run, but also because he was filled with a deep sense of confusion and doubt. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. Back when they fought villains, it always started the same. Heroes won, villains went to prison, then broke out, and everyone stretched and prepared for the next round. But today was unlike anything before. Now, those infected by the virus had become flesh-eating maniacs. To be honest, Pietro and Mystique were never particularly close. But seeing what she turned into, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shared sorrow and kinship for a fellow outcast lost. "Do you think we can make it through this?" Quicksilver couldn't help but ask the person carrying him, the mysterious Asian man who, to Pietro's eyes, clearly possessed some kind of foresight. "Hard to say." Baiye shook his head. Even though he'd managed to stop Quicksilver from turning into a zombie, who could say how much good that would really do? And the main goal wasn't even to put a complete stop to the spread of the virus. It was just to slow it to buy time. As far as Baiye was concerned, as long as the world didn't end before he found a way to leave, that was enough. But as for me, at that moment, Baiye was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming pressure from outside, as if some invisible force was relentlessly crushing his mind. An unbearable, stabbing pain seized his head, as though his skull might burst at any second. Unable to hold it back, a tremulous, agonized groan escaped his lips. Baiye's eyes began to flush with blood, red veins spiderwebbing rapidly around his pupils. With the pain intensifying, crimson threads continued to spread across his eyes, streaking his vision red as they twisted and multiplied. With trembling hands, Baiye tried pressing down on his eyelids, hoping to relieve some of the pressure. But it was a futile effort. He realized now. This suffocating force was coming from an external power surrounding him. Only by finding a way to resist, could he hope for release. Who is it? At the same time, Baiye gradually noticed that even the breath he exhaled had turned red. This left him both shocked and bewildered. Fixing his gaze on the misty stream leaving his lips, he watched as the crimson vapor slowly dissipated, a surge of questions stirring within him. He began to ponder the meaning behind this red breath. Was it some sort of reaction, a manifestation of supernatural power, or was something abnormal happening to his body? These questions tangled in Baiye's mind, churning relentlessly. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. With all his strength, he bellowed, "Wanda, I know it's you. If you don't want Pietro to die, stop crushing my head." No sooner had Baye's voice faded than the stifling pressure receded like a swiftly retreating tide. Instantly, the weight in his skull vanished, as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. Tiny beads of sweat covered his brow. Hot droplets ran down from his temples. He realized his entire body was drenched, his clammy clothes clinging to his skin. Exhaustion crashed over him, as if he'd just survived a fierce battle. He bent double and spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva, the bitter, metallic tang filling his mouth. Wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, Bayi acknowledged the physical toll that psychic pressure had wreaked on his body, even forcing blood into his mouth. "Put Pietro down, you filthy—" "Oh, you're not a zombie after all." The Scarlet Witch stepped out in surprise from the corner across the street, suddenly startled to see that Bayi wasn't a zombie. The realization of her mistake flashed across her face, and she hurried over to apologize. Her voice shook with guilt. "I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. I just sensed Pietro was close by, and he was tied up. I had no idea. I thought you were another zombie, trying to haul Pietro away." Bayi let out a wry laugh. He hadn't expected that his earlier decision to bind Quicksilver for easy transport had nearly cost him his own head. A near miss, indeed. "Wanda, you're all right, thank goodness. I thought you'd been infected," Pietro shouted in delight from where he was slung over by Ye's shoulder. "What happened to your leg and those ropes?" Wanda turned to Pietro with concern, eyes flicking up and hands beginning to rise, ready to use her powers to remove the bindings and the newspaper. "No, don't help me, listen." Very soon, Pietro explained everything to Wanda in detail, from how he injured his leg at the very beginning to what had just happened with Mystique. Then he asked her urgently, "Wanda, what about the others? We need to get in touch with the other Avengers immediately." Hearing Pietro inquire about the Avengers, Wanda couldn't help but feel her eyes grow moist. She bit her lower lip gently, struggling to suppress the wave of emotion rising in her chest. But in the end, tears traced silently down her cheeks. Colonel America sent out an SOS through the Avengers private line, calling for everyone on the roster to assemble at Avengers Mansion. But no one ever expected he'd become one of the first to be infected and turn into a zombie. By the time we realized what was happening, almost everyone on that list had already been infected. I only managed to escape because of a lucky break. Oh God, She-Hulk, Hercules, Iron Fist, they're all. She broke down, unable to finish her sentence, her sobs choking off her words. Pietro opened his mouth, searching for something to say to comfort his sister. From the very beginning of the crisis, he'd been protected by Bayi, so he'd never witnessed what happened to Colonel America and the others when they became zombies. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it was like to see those once-close teammates turned into monsters. In the end, he said nothing at all, just fell into silent reflection. Hey, why the tears and gloomy faces? With me, Ash the hero, here, there's no crisis that can't be handled. A mechanical were sliced through the air as a brown-haired man in overalls stepped out from where Wanda was standing. He was gripping a freshly powered-up chainsaw in one hand. Bayi narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly who this man was. Ash Williams, the protagonist from Evil Dead, a man who traveled between parallel universes, and, in the original Zombies vs. Army of Darkness storyline, the hero at the heart of the mayhem. He was also an absolute magnet for trouble. What's this? Why is everyone looking so glum? And hey, why is this guy all tied up? Don't tell me, did he get bitten? With a grin, Ash Williams raised his humming chainsaw, the metal buttons on his overalls rattling noisily, looking for all the world as though he was about to slice Quicksilver in half. Don't make the mistake of thinking he won't actually go through with it, or that he's just putting on an act. Back on the day he first crossed from the Evil Dead universe into the Marvel universe, he tried to take a swing at Daredevil with that chainsaw of his. Whether or not he succeeded is another story entirely. Don't move. Ash, that's my brother. He hasn't been infected. A surge of crimson energy instantly wrapped itself around the chainsaw, locking its blade with a click, click, click. Bayi turned to look. Wanda's elegant brows had knit together, one hand lifted into the air in warning, the displeasure clear. What the heck? Was he really about to cut me in half just now? Pietro stared in stunned disbelief at Ash, who looked utterly baffled and was still fumbling with the chainsaw. Could this guy really not bother to ask a single question? He didn't seem like the shy, socially awkward type either. Just then, a high-pitched and eerie shriek pierced the air. Wah wah wah. Howard, tonight I shall feast. Bang. The shriek was abruptly cut short by a gunshot from Bayi, his hand steady as he fired without hesitation. Immediately after came the loud, frantic flapping of wings slapping against the floor. The group jerked in surprise and turned toward the noise. There, behind Ash, a gigantic duck clad in a blue suit was struggling pathetically, dragging itself along the ground toward them. Its feathers had lost all brightness. Now faded and ragged, the the sheen of life completely drained from them. Its eyes, which dominated nearly a third of its face, were dull and lifeless. Bai scratched his head, studying the half-dead zombie duck sprawled out before him. To be honest, the thing looked like it had waddled over straight from the next-door mouse's cartoon. Well, minus the zombie part, of course. Howard the Duck, real name Howard T. Duck, was once a resident of the Duck universe. After a strange accident stranded him on Earth, he had no choice but to scrape by as a detective. In the toughest times, he even tried his luck at a zoo, putting on a cute act for scraps of food. But that was then. Now, his once adorable beak was grotesquely warped, the skin peeling away into patches of gray and black rot. Teeth, who knew how a duck got them, jutted out, sharp and jagged, pieces of decaying flesh and blood lodged between their uneven gaps. When he opened his mouth, the rotting interior was as foul as a nightmare. Bits of rotten food clung between his teeth, and his tongue, bloody and crawling like a slab of spoiled meat, restlessly writhed. A stench so vile it seemed to hang in the air, making everyone's stomach twist. Howard the Duck? I remember this guy. Wasn't he sort of a half-baked superhero? Came Pietro's curious voice from Baye's shoulder. After all, it's not every day you see a duck turn zombie in this world, let alone one that's as big as a person. If you're looking for a superhero who can handle a mean cab or investigate shady affairs, yep, this is your guy, Baye replied, stepping forward. With another squeeze of the trigger, he put the miserable, infected bird out of its misery. So, William, you're still messing with that busted chainsaw? Baye turned around, ready to say something, but the words caught in his throat. Huh, of course. Without this chainsaw, how else can the great Ash carve a path through this world? And maybe, perhaps, find that book of death and deliver the world from chaos and ruin. Come on, woman. Look at what you've done. These chains are jammed. How am I supposed to use it now? He twisted the chainsaw with all his strength, trying to free the jammed chain, but it stubbornly refused to budge. Ash frowned in frustration and gave the chainsaw 2 sharp kicks, searching his mind for a solution. For the sake of all I've done for this planet, could you cut me some slack here? Ash muttered, grumbling at the stubborn tool. At last, after another vigorous shake, the chain loosened just enough. Ash spotted hope and attacked the problem with new determination. He pulled and tugged at the chainsaw until the chain finally slid into motion, and the machine buzzed to life with a piercing, grating whir. Satisfied, Ash grinned, gripping the chainsaw firmly in his hands, ready for the impending battle. He fixed his eyes on Wanda, determination flashing within them. All right, ma'am. Looks like I'm cleaning up the mess you ladies made. Again. Ready? So where's that squawking zombie from earlier? Let's give him a real show. Ash bared his teeth in a mischievous, almost wicked smile. Wanda eyed Ash's cocky expression, twitching her lips in wry amusement, and then pointed silently at the corpse of Howard the Duck on the ground with her index finger. Before Ash had the chance to brag again, Wanda quickly changed the subject. She addressed Ash, her voice edged with urgency and anxiety. Ash, do you know anything about the Book of the Dead, its origins, and how to use it? Time was running short. If this Book of the Dead could help the world survive this calamity, then all the better. So even though the odds were slim, she still held onto a sliver of hope, wishing that the chainsaw-wielding maniac before her might have something useful to offer. Just minutes earlier, Ash had blasted the lock off the Avengers Mansion's main door with a shotgun and stormed in, shouting about doomsday, demonic possession, and an army of the dead. And when a zombie outbreak broke loose, he happened to cross paths with Wanda, and the two decided to join forces for the time being. Some of those things he'd yelled seemed to match the chaos around them now. Maybe there really was something to what he said. Of course I know. This is the rise of the army of the dead. We just need to find the Book of the Dead and use it to deal with these zombies, right? Ash declared. I'm saying stop. Just stop. I've heard enough. That's all nonsense. Baye stepped forward, his voice tinged with exhaustion and irritation. He had expected Ash Williams, hero of the Evil Dead, to stand before the two armies and deliver some profound insight. Instead, it was all empty bluster. Granted, Ash wasn't completely wrong. There was an army of the dead on the rise, though not these zombified heroes, but rather some walking corpses conjured by black magic, utterly feeble in comparison. As for how the two disasters had arrived together, that was nothing more than pure coincidence. Wanda, would you mind tossing him and his chainsaw anywhere outside the city? Baye's face was stone cold. He pointed at Ash, whose face was flushed red with frustration, looking like he wanted to shout something more, but in the end, not a sound came out. Of course, Wanda didn't hesitate for even a second. Raising her hands, she began casting a spell. With a wave of red, chaotic magical energy swirling around Ash, the air itself twisted and warped. In the blink of an eye, both Ash and his chainsaw vanished without a trace. As the crimson glow faded, A profound silence settled over the place. Wanda let out a quiet sigh of relief. Watching Ash disappear into the distance, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a sense of ease and liberation. She had just obeyed Baye's command, in part because, based on her earlier conversation with Pietro, she'd learned Ash wasn't a bad person after all. He'd not only saved Pietro, but had also reached an understanding with the cunning Fury. But on the other hand, Ash Williams was simply too insufferable. Now that his noisy boasts and wild nonsense were gone from her ears, Wanda finally enjoyed a moment of peace. The Book of the Dead? She'd never heard of it, and it sounded more like something you'd use to scare children. So, where to next? Are we heading straight for the Quinjet? Wanda stepped up to Bayi and asked the question with deliberate seriousness. Oh, we're going after the Book of the Dead. Bayi, busy reloading his weapon, looked up and gave her a playful smile. Wanda and Bayi walked side by side down the street in silence, her mind still preoccupied with Ash and everything he'd said. She couldn't help but doubt whether there was any truth to the Book of the Dead at all. After a while, she decided to gently bring it up with Bayi. About the Book of the Dead, are you sure Ash didn't just make it up? Wanda asked, her tone cautious. I said Ash talks a lot of nonsense, but I never said he was lying. Bayi replied with a smile, then added thoughtfully, there really is something like a Book of the Dead in this world, but I'm guessing it's nothing like what Ash, or any of you, imagine. Wanda nodded, considering his words and accepting his explanation. By the way, I just realized I never asked your name. Suddenly, it struck her, and she smiled as she asked him. My name's Bayi, and since we were at it, Pietro hasn't said a word ever since this started. Was it your doing? As he spoke, Bayi glanced back at the man floating behind them, rubbing his own shoulder. He'd handed Quicksilver over to the Scarlet Witch a while ago. After all, carrying someone with telekinesis was a lot less taxing than hauling him on his own shoulder. Wanda nodded. Pietro lost quite a bit of blood. He needs rest, and he wouldn't be of much help to us for the time being. I thought letting him sleep a while would be best. It was as if, to confirm Wanda's words, and to prove that he was still alive, a thunderous snore erupted behind them, rumbling like the roar of a tractor engine springing to life. By the way, I haven't properly thanked you yet, Wanda began. Thank you for saving Pietro's life. He's always so reckless. If we'd left him alone in this apocalypse, he might have ended up as zombie food long ago. As she spoke, Wanda lowered her head slightly, her gesture revealing the deep gratitude that ran through her heart. Well, to be precise, it was probably others who'd have ended up as his food, Bayi thought to himself, then shook his head slightly and grinned. You really don't have to be so formal. Saving him was like saving myself. You really are too modest. Wanda met Bayi's gaze, a gentle smile curling on her lips. She had relied on Pietro ever since they were children. No amount of gratitude would ever quite be enough for the person who'd saved her brother. Bayi waved a hand dismissively, about to say something more, when he looked up and exclaimed, Oh, we're here. Number 177A, Bleecker Street. The grand Victorian double doors exuded a solemn, ancient aura. Intricate carvings adorned the doorframe, each detail whispering stories of a storied past. The golden handles, etched with ornate patterns, spoke of a quiet elegance and refinement. However, as Bayi and Wanda approached the entrance, their eyes were inexorably drawn to the bloodstains upon the white steps. The stains spread out from the handle, trailing all the way down, dyeing the staircase crimson, a sinister streak upon innocence. That Scarlet stood in stark, terrifying contrast against the pristine white steps. The bloody traces, dripping down like petals of red roses, radiated a chilling, disquieting energy. Both Bayi and Wanda's expressions shifted subtly. For someone, or something dead, to have breached Dr. Strange's sanctum was unbelievable. Ordinarily, powerful arcane wards should have protected this place. They exchanged a glance in silence, communicating a wordless understanding, a readiness, a shared sense of caution. Whether the intruder was human or undead, they had to possess at least a basic knowledge of magic. Do you know any protective spells? Like a seraphim shield, or something? Bayi asked, rubbing his chin as he racked his memory for anything he'd seen in old comic books. Wanda smiled. Of course. She formed a series of hand signs, whispering incantations to trigger her magic. A pale golden light shimmered around the both of them. This was the seraphim shield, the guardian angel's ward. To cast such a spell, any mage must allow themselves to imagine a feeling of true safety. Maybe it's a cozy room, maybe it's a trusted weapon. Whatever it is, as long as it evokes a sense of security, it works. It varies from person to person. Recalling what he'd learned and feeling the gentle warmth of protection wrap around him, Bayi nodded in satisfaction. Watching Bayi standing so calmly before her, Wanda felt a flicker of surprise within. She hadn't expected Bayi to possess so much knowledge of magic. It truly caught her off guard. Let's go inside. It sounds like something's happening in there. With a gentle press on the shield, Bai Yi stepped forward and pushed open the blood-stained doors. Almost at that very moment, a torrent of sounds that had been muffled by the door surged into his ears. I'm begging you, please don't fight back, Your Majesty. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm just so hungry. The more I eat, the hungrier I become, and the hungrier I get, the more I want to eat. The druid master, now turned into a zombie, shrieked wildly. With a slap of his hands, several fireballs, each the size of a tire, shot out before him. His voice was filled with despair and agony. The once majestic blue cloak he wore was now stained with blood, stripped of its former glory and sanctity. The blood had formed vivid red splotches against the cape, making a stark contrast with its original hue. His already thinning hair, shaped into a sad remnant of a once proud crown, was now completely disheveled, a tangled mess hanging over his forehead and cheeks, utterly devoid of life. Blood seeped steadily through the strands, trickling down in crimson streams. Looking to the side, they could see a man with a gleaming bald head, so bare he could only be called glossy, swiftly weaving intricate gestures with his one remaining hand. At his touch, mysterious energy surged and swirled through the air. These enchanted forces coiled around Wong, forming a barrier etched with countless runes, glowing with an otherworldly blue light. In the blink of an eye, the fireballs crashed against this magical shield, erupting into a thunderous blast and a roaring pillar of flame. In an instant, the runes scattered like shattered glass, and the entire barrier started to tremble and falter. Sweat beaded on Wong's brow, veins standing out on his forehead as his strength and willpower ebbed away. Yet, even so, he stood his ground within the defensive array, fighting back the Druid Master's onslaught with every ounce of energy he had left. He closed his eyes, whispering a silent prayer in his heart. Dr. Strange, I know you can hear me. Please come quickly. We need you. I can't hold out much longer. The sanctum needs your guidance. All Wong could hope for was that Dr. Strange would sense his call and appear before him soon, for only Strange's mastery of magic and wisdom could turn the tide of this desperate struggle. If not, Wong feared he would become nothing more than another meal for his old friend. Still, clinging to what little strength remained, he upheld the flickering defense, his prayers growing ever more fervent, longing for reinforcements to arrive. He knew that as soon as Dr. Strange appeared, hope would return, and they could turn this disaster around. At that moment, another surge of flames gathered in the Druid Master's hands. This fire was even larger and fiercer than before. If he unleashed it again, Wong's already crumbling barrier would surely be unable to withstand it. Just at this crucial moment, a powerful shout echoed throughout the sanctuary. Stop, Master Druid. I have found the cure for the zombie affliction. You can be freed from that tormenting hunger. Bai Ye's voice shattered the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. Everyone turned to look at him. Even Wanda stared at Bai Yi in astonishment, unable to believe he actually had a cure. The Druid Master heard Bai Ye's call. A faint, pained confusion crossed his face. With great effort, he reined in his wild assault and fixed his gaze on Bai Yi. In those blood-red eyes, a flicker of hope seemed to appear. Bai Yi met his eyes briefly, then produced a small vial. The potion inside shimmered with a soft blue glow, as if a force of salvation rippled through it. Cautiously, he placed the vial on the ground and took half a step back, his voice overflowing with deep compassion. This is the antidote, Master Druid. It can free you from the zombie curse, restore your sanity and your humanity. Is what you say true? Came the uncertain reply. Of course. I went through the same ordeal myself. Turning his face slightly, Bai Yi revealed the bloodstains on his cheek to the Druid Master. All you need to do is pick up that potion and drink it. You'll be able to rid yourself of the zombie virus. His tone was wholly sincere, his gaze filled with hope for the Druid Master. Yet a trace of doubt flickered in the Master's eyes. This wasn't easy for him. He didn't know if he could trust Bai Ye's words. The agony of the hunger had been unbearable, and yet the twisted pleasure of consuming flesh was difficult to leave behind. Wanda stood quietly at the side, watching all of this unfold in utter silence. The bald zombie drew a deep breath, then, with trembling hands, gently picked up the vial. He stared at the potion, the blue light reflecting eerily in the whites of his eyes. If this is real, then I have no reason not to try. The Druid Master's voice was barely above a whisper, raspy and weak. His full name was Anthony Ludgate Druid. He once trained in the Himalayas alongside the Lamas, focusing especially on the mastery of his own mind. Perhaps that's why, in the original comics, he could sometimes resist the hunger even in his zombie form. Recalling those stories, Bai Yi nodded slightly, then smiled in encouragement and said, Trust me, Master Druid. This is your chance to regain your freedom and hope. You can still be a hero. Strange will be proud of you. Hearing these words, the druid master tightened his grip on the vial, his resolve hardening. He raised the bottle to his lips. At that moment, Wanda suddenly noticed that Bai Yi was watching her, the hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He gave her a subtle wink, wordlessly exchanging a silent understanding through his gaze. He knew Wanda could grasp his intention, and that she had the power to respond in just the right way. She understood perfectly. Wanda focused, summoning a formidable wave of psychic energy. With her mind, she wrested control of the surrounding air, compressing and twisting it until a spinning blade of wind took shape. This wind blade shimmered with a crimson light, exuding an aura that could chill anyone to the bone. With calm determination, Wanda set her sights on the druid master, her eyes radiating both decisiveness and composure. Without a moment's hesitation, she swept her arm through the air, unleashing the razor-sharp wind blade. It howled across the room, a streak of lightning flashing through the air, headed straight for the druid master's throat. A glimmer of terror flickered in the druid master's eyes. In a panic, he hurled aside the vial, scrambling to form the mystical gestures required to cast a spell. But everything happened so quickly. The hand that had just let go of the bottle barely had time to move before the wind blade was already upon him, its razor edge slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The spinning blade cut straight into the druid master's neck, severing the bond between his head and his body. His head toppled from his shoulders, a crimson arc of blood trailing through the air, splattering in every direction. His hands, meanwhile, had only just lifted into position, poised to ignite the fire of the Nameless. Wanda swiftly used her telekinetic power to catch the head in a transparent energy field, deftly avoiding the spray of blood. Her brow furrowed in concentration, maintaining control over the severed head. Guiding it cautiously away from her, she certainly didn't want her clothes stained with that mess. "You deceived me!" The druid master's roar echoed through the air, rife with despair and fury. "You liar! I should have eaten you the moment I had the chance." His mouth snapped open and shut in a frenzy, struggling against Wanda's psychic grip as though hoping to bite someone, baring his bloodied teeth. Sure. Why don't you go call the police?" Bai Yi replied with a gentle smile, waving casually to Wanda. To be honest, it was shameless of him to even suggest it. Only a zombie like the druid master, wavering on the edge and still wishing to be human, would ever believe Bai Yi's talk of an antidote. If it had been Mr. Fantastic who'd been infected and standing there instead, he'd have smacked them with a rubbery hand and gone straight for a bite. Wanda got the message. Channeling her psychic force, she gripped the druid master's head and flung it through the door with a powerful toss. After that, a terrifying, bone-crushing sound echoed from behind the door. Just hearing it, one could imagine Master Druid's head being squeezed like a fragile cherry tomato, bursting open with a gruesome spray of blood and flesh. Bai Yi stepped lightly over the headless body of the druid master lying on the floor, then casually kicked away a small vial by his hand. Wanda watched the bottle roll across the floor, her curiosity piqued. "What was that?" she asked. At her question, Bai Yi shrugged nonchalantly, answering in a breezy tone, "Oh, that's some herbal remedy I bought yesterday. Lost the label when I was fiddling with it just now." Wanda couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, but she quickly caught up with Bai Yi. Once past the druid's body, Bai Yi called out warmly to King, who'd lost his hand. "How are you holding up, old friend?" King looked utterly exhausted, but managed to lift his head as he tried to stem the bleeding from his arm. With gratitude shining in his eyes, he said, "Thank you, Scarlet Witch. And you too?" He paused for a moment, looking up at Bai Yi, who came walking over. Wanda smiled and introduced, "This is Bai Yi. We ran into each other on the way here. He helped me rescue Pietro." King nodded gently to Bai Yi, his expression sincere. "You have my deepest thanks, Mr. Bai Yi. Your timing was nothing short of miraculous. 10 seconds later, and the druid surely would have killed me." "Is your hand going to be all right?" Bai Yi asked, concerned. Despite the blood streaming from his wound, King forced a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I don't need both hands to cast spells." Bai Yi nodded in appreciation for King's resilience and optimism. After all, losing all 5 fingers in one blow would have broken most people's spirits, but King kept his with admirable composure. King's curiosity soon got the better of him. "What brings you to the sanctum, Bai Yi?" A faint smile crossed Bai Yi's lips. "I came here to find the Book of the Dead." The 2 solitary tufts of hair on King's otherwise bald head seemed to bristle with surprise at this revelation. "The Book of the Dead? That tome contains knowledge of the darkest magic and forbidden arts. Why are you seeking it?" Bai Yi drew a deep breath and met King's gaze without flinching. "The Book of the Dead holds immense dark power, yes, but it can also be a weapon against the zombies. I believe that only by mastering it can we hope to stop the virus from spreading. I'll take full responsibility, and I promise to use the book only for the good." King fell silent. He knew the Book of the Dead's dreadful reputation, how easily it tempted people into the abyss, much like that other infamous Book of Shadows. He understood better than most the peril of even touching such evil. He weighed the risks in his heart, but memories of Baye's courage during the recent battle surfaced. The way Baye's decisive actions had saved his life when death seemed certain. No matter what, this man standing before me had just saved my life in the heat of battle. And since even the Scarlet Witch placed such trust in him, perhaps he truly was worthy of it? At last, Wang fixed his gaze upon Bai Yi and nodded. "Bai Yi, I will take you to find that forbidden tome. But I hope you understand, this is a dangerous path. When it comes to dabbling in black magic, we must remain vigilant at every moment. I don't want to see you lose yourself to its allure." Bai Yi gave a light chuckle. "Of course, Wang." Wang nodded in return. "Let's go. The Book of Death should be on the second floor. Follow me." With a forceful twist of his only remaining hand, the heavy door of the sanctuary swung shut behind them, filling the hall with a deep, echoing rumble. They climbed the winding wooden staircase to the second floor, their footsteps ringing out in the empty corridor. As the echoes drew closer, a breathtaking sight unfolded before Baye's eyes. Rows upon rows of 10-meter-tall bookshelves towered above them, standing like giants amidst the gloom. Every shelf was packed tight with books of all shapes and sizes. The rich scent of ink and parchment filled the air. Baye's eyes widened in surprise, and a gasp of amazement escaped him. The hall felt like a labyrinth, endless corridors weaving together in a confusing maze that threatened to snare the unwary. Dim light flickered between the shelves, its source uncertain, casting strange, shifting shadows all around. The bookshelves stretched on, arranged in what seemed a never-ending succession. The covers of the books displayed a dazzling array of colors and patterns, each hinting at a different realm of knowledge and priceless wisdom. Bai gazed at them in awe, almost feeling the power and stories hidden within. He stepped forward with care, reaching out to gently trace his fingers across the spines, savoring the rough texture beneath his touch. Just then, Wang broke the silence with a sudden cough, snapping Bai Yi from his reverie. "Bai Yi, the knowledge contained in these books possesses its own kind of energy, so potent it can awaken a burning desire in anyone who comes near, a curiosity so fierce that it could drive a person to read until they wither away before these shelves. You must stay alert. Do not let yourself be drawn in, lest you lose your way forever in this place." Bai Yi shook his head resolutely, banishing the surge of curiosity from his mind. So that's what it was. No wonder he'd felt compelled to tear through every book the moment he stepped onto the second floor. He almost thought he'd finally become fond of reading. Now, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Once he'd quieted his mind, he spoke. "I understand, Wang. Take us to the Book of Death. After we've found it, you can come with us, leave this sanctuary behind, and join us on SHLD's helicarrier. It'll be safer there." Wang was silent for a moment, then, instead of giving a direct answer, said, "Well, just follow me. Let's go look for the Book of Death." Bai Yi and Wanda followed Wang, weaving their way among the towering bookshelves. They moved cautiously, dodging jutting corners and piles of books strewn across their path. Every volume exuded an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if each one possessed a life of its own. Their eyes constantly scanned the shelves, searching for any clue that might point to the whereabouts of the Book of Death. The rows of shelves formed a complex labyrinth, while Wang, intimately familiar with every twist and turn, led them onward like a seasoned guide. Bai Yi and Wanda would sometimes duck down, sometimes squeeze sideways past sharp corners of the shelves, their movements quick and nimble. At moments, their gaze was lured by the captivating spines of certain volumes, but they reminded themselves that their current mission was far too important to lose focus now. After traversing dozens of paces, Wang finally stopped in front of a particular bookshelf. He began to comb through the books methodically, searching for any sign of the Book of Death. His hands worked quickly, flipping through the covers, hoping that the elusive tome would reveal itself at last. But as time ticked by, Wang's expression gradually tightened with anxiety. He shook his head again and again, brows furrowed in deepening worry. At last, no longer able to contain his disbelief, he cried out, "It's gone. The Book of Death is gone." The unexpected announcement took both Bai Yi and Wanda by surprise. Their eyes turned instinctively to the shelf Wang had indicated. Though the first row was jam-packed with volumes, there was indeed a conspicuous gap where a book should have been. A heavy silence settled around them, broken only by the faint, restless rustle of paper drifting through the air. Wang's cry echoed endlessly through the maze of bookshelves, his voice drawn out and distorted, as though fate itself were mocking their efforts. Bai Yi fell silent, thinking. In truth, He already knew that the Book of Death was not here. It lay far away in Ladovilia, within Dr. Doom's fortress. But coming here hadn't really been about finding the Book of Death anyway. It was never meant to save this world by itself. The real purpose was to see if he could convince Wong to join them. And then, suddenly, a wild wind whipped through the aisles, bringing with it a mysterious energy. In the next instant, a figure appeared before them, floating in midair, a nearly transparent spectral form. Bai narrowed his eyes, studying the apparition. Wisps of silver hair streamed through the specter's locks, betraying the passage of years. A carefully groomed, rakish mustache adorned his upper lip. It was not enough to be certain of the spirit's identity, but the bright red cloak draped around him gave it away, a vivid slash of color like starlight streaking through the void. Beneath the cloak, though the figure remained insubstantial, he radiated an aura that was utterly extraordinary, untouched by the mundane world. The voice of that soul echoed through the wind, carrying an otherworldly power. Wong, hold on. I'm here to help you defeat the Druid Master. At the sound of the voice, Wong cried out in astonishment. Stephen, weren't you performing a ritual in the sky? He hadn't really believed his desperate call for help would be answered. The soul burst into hearty laughter and replied, I sensed danger within the sanctum, so I used astral projection to rush back and save you. All right, Wong, let's... Wait a second, where's the Druid? And Wanda, what are you doing here and who are you? Why are all of you on the second floor? And Wong, what happened to your hand? Dr. Strange's voice was filled with confusion and curiosity as his eyes swept over the room and its occupants. He noticed the absence of the Druid Master, as well as the presence of Wanda and Bai Yi, which puzzled him greatly. Bai Yi stepped forward to explain to Dr. Strange. The Druid Master has already been defeated by us. As for me, I'm Bai Yi, and Wanda came here with me to look for the Book of the Dead. And you're too late. You missed the action by at least 5 minutes. Dr. Strange's soul furrowed his brows slightly, his cloak flicking about as if lost in thought over by Ye's words. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, The Book of the Dead. Do we even have such a thing, Wong? Hearing Dr. Strange's question, Wong couldn't help but feel exasperated. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he replied, Stephen, come on. We put that book in the archives 4 years ago, and I reorganized it onto this very shelf 7 months back. Don't you ever visit the library? And as for my hand, don't worry about it. It's nothing important. Dr. Strange listened to Wong's explanation, surprise briefly flickering across his face before he awkwardly tugged at his mustache. It was true that the day-to-day business of organizing the library was usually handled by his housekeeper and servant, Wong. All he needed to do was take care of his hero duties out in the world. Wong managed nearly all the other tedious affairs. Ahem, really? Dr. Strange muttered, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Maybe all these out-of-body experiences have warped my memory. I must have completely forgotten about that. Wong rolled his eyes. In any case, Bai Yi, is it? Since you're all looking for the Book of the Dead, let me help you divine its hidden location. Dr. Strange began to chant ancient and mysterious incantations, his voice low and commanding. As he spoke, the air around him drew together, forming a shimmering golden glow. The light swirled around him, shaping itself into an intricate runic circle. His fingers trembled slightly as his consciousness delved into the depths of divination. Images flickered before his mind's eye, scenes representing fragments of the past, present, and possible futures. He could sense the signature of every book upon the shelves, feeling their energy and the flow of information swirling around them. But suddenly, his whole body shuddered violently, and the magic circle dissolved in an instant. Dr. Strange slowly opened his eyes, a hint of wariness crossing his face. He took several deep breaths, striving to steady the turbulence within his heart. Someone is using magic to interfere with my visions, he said, his voice low and composed. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help you any further. Wong was just about to speak when Dr. Strange continued. The structure of this interfering spell isn't complicated, but unraveling it would take several days. And I think what we need most right now is time. He turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, I may not know why you're searching for that book, but I believe there must be an important reason behind it. I regret that I couldn't be of more help. And more than that, I must thank you for saving Wong's life. He is my best friend, and so I'd like you to accept this. He extended his palm, and magical energy gathered once more, coalescing into a gleaming golden pendant. The pendant was circular, with 4 golden curves interwoven upon its surface, the symbol of Kamartaj. The emblem struck Bai Yi as especially familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. It had appeared in Dr. Strange's movie before, set into the circular window of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Don't underestimate it. It not only marks you as someone who has aided the Sorcerer Supreme and won the friendship of Kamartaj, but can also store all sorts of spells within it. Right now, it contains one charge of the Unseen Flame and one of Astral Projection. With that, Dr. Strange gave a gentle push, and the pendant floated gracefully toward Bai Yi. "Thank you. I'll gladly accept it," Bai Yi replied with a smile. He caught the pendant and slipped it around his neck, a wave of warmth surging through him at that very moment. Instantly, he understood how to use it. This artifact was practically foolproof. No magical training was needed, as simple to use as a one-button remote control. It even had verification. Only the recipient could activate its powers. There were, in fact, many such treasures in the Marvel Universe, powerful relics that even the uninitiated could wield. The blade of bone from Agamotto could heal the wounded, while the hand of the Vishanti, once equipped, allowed its wearer to traverse outer dimensions. Honestly, it was an unexpected pleasure. When he'd saved Wong, it was only because he wanted a reliable companion for the journey, a little more safety along the way. He'd never expected to run into Doctor Strange, who now returned the favor like a clever fox. Good deeds do not go unrewarded. Indeed, what a delightful turn of events. Trying to restrain the wide grin threatening to bloom across his face under Wanda's curious gaze, Bai Yi cleared his throat. "Ahem, by the way, Doctor, I think I overheard Wong mention something about a ritual." The spectral figure furrowed his brow ever so slightly, letting out a quiet sigh. 20 minutes ago, I visited the SHIELD helicarrier to investigate. Their scientists were at a complete loss against this virus. If technology can't help us, what about magic? That's why I'm planning to cast a spell in the sky, just to see if it can cure the zombie virus. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi suddenly spoke. "Doctor, I understand your determination, but I'm afraid this crisis isn't something that a single spell can fix." Doctor Strange's face shifted upon hearing Bai Yi's words. He let out a long sigh and managed a wry smile. "You're right, but I have no choice. I can only try." Bai Yi nodded silently, falling once again into deep thought. The method Stephen Strange suggested was not simply a desperate gamble. It was, in fact, utterly impossible. In the Marvel Universe, there are three most notorious zombie viruses: the Voodoo virus, the cannibal virus from the Punisher's war with the Marvel zombies, and the hunger virus they now faced. The truth is, there is a cure for the hunger virus. But in this universe, Earth 2149, the superheroes were wiped out at the very start of the outbreak, so naturally, no one ever developed the antidote. SHIELD does have a few mystical consultants like Dr. Voodoo, whose expertise in magic is considerable. If he couldn't solve the issue, then Doctor Strange wouldn't have had a chance either. The antidote wouldn't be invented until decades into the future in the main 616 universe. But by then, it would already be far too late for this reality. Noticing Bai Yi's silence and skepticism, Doctor Strange shook his head helplessly. As he'd said before, he no longer had any options. Luck was all he had left. "All right, I imagine you're not planning to stay holed up in the Sanctum Sanctorum forever, are you?" The barrier at the door was just broken by Master Druid. "It won't be long before those zombies discover this place." "That's right. We're planning to make for the SHIELD helicarrier and take shelter there for now, then see what to do next," Bai Yi answered. Then, he turned to Wong, who was staring silently at the bookshelf, and asked, "Wong, why don't you come with us? You heard what the doctor said. The Sanctum is no longer safe." Before Wong could reply, Doctor Strange interjected. "That's exactly what I was hoping for. Wong, go with them to the helicarrier. That's an order from the Sorcerer Supreme." As soon as he finished, his nearly transparent figure began to fade away, dissolving into the air as he ended his astral projection. "As you wish, Sorcerer Supreme," Wong replied with a reluctant sigh. Bai Yi stepped closer to Wong and spoke in a gentle voice. "Wong, I know this is a hard decision for you, but the Sanctum isn't safe anymore. We have to leave." Wong kept silent, his eyes flickering with inner struggle and doubt. His loyalty and sense of belonging to the Sanctum Sanctorum ran deep, but he also understood the duty and mission that came with being the Supreme Sorcerer Servant. At last, he let out a sigh and forced a bitter smile. "Very well, since the Sorcerer Supreme has given this order, I cannot refuse. I'll go with you to the Sky Carrier." Doctor Strange's voice echoed once more, as if carried gently by the wind. "You have made a wise choice, Wong." Wong nodded. He was ready to leave the Sanctum, even though parting filled him with unspeakable reluctance and resignation. "So where do we go next? Do you have a way to get us to the Sky Carrier?" In the comic universe, there weren't conveniently accessible sling ring portals like in the MCU. There were some substitutes, but they usually required some preparation beforehand. Bai Yi nodded. "A Quinjet is on its way to pick us up. Come on, we haven't got much time." With their resolve steadied, the group stepped out of the Sanctum, pointedly ignoring the remains of Master Druid's shattered head by the door, and slipped into a nearby alleyway. The alley was narrow and winding. They walked close together, tense and on guard, scanning their surroundings and bracing for any sudden danger. Though the sounds of battle in the city were fading, the eerie quiet left a stifling sense of unease pressing on them. However, in the 10 minutes or so it took to reach their destination, they encountered no attacks from the undead, just an occasional distant howl and the restless whisper of the wind skimming over the deserted streets. "We're almost there. Just 2 more turns ahead, and we'll reach our rendezvous point." At last, they arrived at a basketball court, where a massive Quinjet awaited, its metallic hull gleaming and emanating sheer power. All around, zombie corpses lay scattered across the ground. Judging by their clothing, these had once been ordinary people, now claimed by the infection. Standing guard beside the Quinjet, several armed soldiers watched their approach with wary eyes. The moment they recognized Baye's group, the soldiers signaled for them to hurry over. Clad in robust combat gear, every movement of these soldiers radiated vigilance and readiness. Baye and his companions quickly drew near. One of the soldiers, looking every bit a commanding officer, stepped forward, his gaze sharp and assessing. "Welcome," he said in a grave tone. "You must be Baye. We received orders from the director to get you safely aboard the sky carrier. Time is short. We need to be airborne as soon as possible." Baye nodded in thanks, turning to Wang and Wanda with a subtle gesture for them to follow. With the soldiers on alert, the group swiftly moved toward the Quinjet. The boarding ramp slowly descended with a deep, resonant rumble, and the cabin doors swung open. At the very moment when Baye and the others were about to board the Quinjet, a sudden shout tore through the air, freezing everyone in place. "Wait!" Swinging in on strands of web, the newcomer wore a red and blue suit with a faded, peeling spider emblem stretched across his chest, its lines broken, the colors worn away. No sooner had he landed than a number of guns were immediately trained on him. He quickly pulled off his mask to reveal his face, eager to prove he wasn't one of the undead. The youthful brown-haired figure was, unmistakably, New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. "This is a Quinjet, right? I know you're heading to the helicarrier. Please, please, take Aunt May and Mary Jane with you." Spider-Man's plea brimmed with desperation. Anxieties for his loved ones had drowned out all concern for his secret identity. All he wanted was to ensure Aunt May and Mary Jane's escape from the city, gripped by death. Scars from battle marred his suit, slashes and scorch marks testifying to the fierce fights he had endured. Baye's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. His gaze lingered on a small wound on Spider-Man's shoulder. That didn't look like it came from a bullet or shrapnel. The soldiers kept their weapons trained on him, unmoved by New York's good neighbor's request. Their eyes stayed cold and wary as they leveled their guns at Spider-Man, issuing a stern warning. "Step back immediately, or we'll open fire," barked one of the soldiers, his tone edged with deadly threat. They remained resolute, having received strict orders. Only Baye and his team, including Quicksilver, were permitted aboard. Clearly, this Spider-Man was not among them. "Listen, there are plenty of seats on the jet. Just 2 more is all I'm asking." Peter begged once more, his voice growing more urgent. But the soldiers' expressions didn't soften. Their fingers hovered tensely on the triggers. The sound of guns being cocked echoed sharply, ratcheting up the tension in the air. In this dangerously fraught moment, Baye stepped forward, wearing a calm smile as he asked, "And where are Aunt May and Mary Jane?" At his words, the soldiers exchanged glances and slowly lowered their weapons. Catching Baye's question, Spider-Man's eyes lit up with hope. "Thank you, really. They're in my apartment, not far from here. Give me 15 minutes, no 10. I'll get them here." Before anyone could react, he spun around and fired a strand of web, swinging away at full speed. As the thread of webbing disappeared into the distance, Baye watched after him, a touch of helplessness in his eyes. "Let's go," he said at last. "We're boarding." Wong frowned, unable to help himself. What about Spider-Man and his family? Are we just going to stand by and... Wong and Peter had worked together on several missions before, and they had even exchanged phone numbers, barely enough to call them friends. To give him hope only to destroy it now felt unbearably cruel. Baye was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "I'm afraid Spider-Man has already been infected. As for his family, their best hope is that he turns into a zombie before he makes it home. How he, too, wished he could save just one more person along the way." But just like in the original story, Peter was bitten on the shoulder by the zombified American colonel and infected by misfortune. In the best-case scenario, he might have 10 minutes left. In the worst, a single heartbeat. At any moment now, New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man would be no more. A mindless monster, stripped of kindness and morality, consumed only by hunger for flesh. Within days, this city would be scoured bare by the horde of undead, and now, or ever, there would be no one left to rescue Peter's family. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Wang fell silent. The group climbed aboard the Quinjet, its engines roaring in their ears. The subtle tremor of the aircraft traveled through their seats as Bai Yi and his companions found their places inside, buckled up, and braced themselves for takeoff. As the jet slowly lifted from the ground and soared into the sky, the city below grew ever smaller, shrinking into a wasteland of ruin and flame as far as the eye could see. Seated, Bai Yi drupet. He couldn't take the risk of gambling on how Peter might react to the news of his impending transformation. If Peter could end it himself, that would be best. But what if he couldn't? What if, in that moment, Peter's spirit simply collapsed? Whether he lashed out at his friends or begged desperately for a chance to see his family one last time, both outcomes would spell disaster. A drowning man does not politely ask if the straw he clings to can bear his weight. He grasps at it with everything he has, desperate to survive. Bai Yi let out a weary sigh. After all, wasn't he just another soul thrown into deep water? If there was blame, it lay with this world teetering on the edge of the abyss. "Oh, Peter, hang in there, buddy. Keep going. You're almost home." He murmured the words under his breath, his voice saturated with exhaustion. Though the pain from his wound was excruciating, Spider-Man pressed on unwavering. He thought of his family's smiling faces, of their safety and happiness. They gave him the strength to withstand the agony and fatigue clawing at his body. Swinging between the towers, he shot web after web, moving at breakneck speed. Each strand pulled him nearer to his family, fueling the last flicker of hope left in his heart. He was almost home. Propelled by his webs, drawing ever closer to his apartment, his anxiety reached its peak. With no time for hesitation, he crashed straight through the window, tumbling into the room in a whirlwind of desperation. The crash of shattered glass alarmed Aunt May and Mary Jane inside the house. They spun around in terror toward the source of the noise. But as soon as they saw Spider-Man, their fear swiftly morphed into concern. "Oh my God, Peter, are you all right? Look at that wound on your shoulder. What kind of animal bit you?" Aunt May hurried over to Spider-Man, her eyes brimming with worry as she watched him closely. Mary Jane joined her, both their faces etched with anxiety and care. Spider-Man managed a faint smile in response, feeling deeply the care and affection radiating from Aunt May and Mary Jane. Despite his tattered costume and the grime covering him, in that moment, the three of them held each other tightly, finding solace in their embrace. "I'm all right, Aunt May, Mary Jane. Quickly, we need to get out of here," Spider-Man said, his voice steady and resolute. Aunt May, her heart aching for Peter, gently touched the wound on his shoulder. "Let me get some hydrogen peroxide. I'll clean your wound," she said urgently before hurrying off into another room. Mary Jane's gaze never left Peter. Worry was written all over her face as she softly asked, "What happened, Peter? How did you get hurt?" Peter sighed, his brow heavy with tension. "I don't know, MJ. I tried to get close to the colonel, hoping to figure out what was going on, but then they attacked me out of nowhere. I had to fight my way free, and they chased me for a while. After that, I rushed home as fast as I could. Honestly, I might know even less than you do right now." "All right, hurry and get him, eh?" Suddenly, a violent wave of nausea swept over him. Something churned in his stomach, and the memory of the sandwich he'd eaten at lunch made him gag. Sweat broke out across his skin, as if he were trapped inside a furnace, and his body writhed in agony. It felt as though something was burning him up from inside, while a ravenous hunger began gnawing at his core. He struggled helplessly for a moment before finally letting out a desperate, piercing howl. "I'm starving." "Peter, what's wrong with you?" Mary Jane, halfway to the next room, whipped around at the sound. Before she could react, a monstrous maw clamped down on her neck, and blood sprayed everywhere. After boarding the jet, the group was finally able to catch their breath, if only for a moment. High above the city, the Quinjet soared over New York, gazing down at what was once a thriving metropolis. From this vantage, the whole city resembled a painting torn to shreds. The streets crisscrossed between looming skyscrapers, but now everything looked desolate and abandoned. Not a single soul wandered the streets, and countless wrecked cars had been carelessly abandoned by the roadside. From high above, smoke and raging flames coiled around the shattered remains of buildings, casting a sinister pall over the ruins. Debris and fragments littered the streets, the city scarred everywhere with tragedy. Amid this desolate tableau, the occasional figure of a survivor could still be seen, struggling through the wreckage in search of shelter. Their presence brought a pitiful glimpse of life to what remained of the city. In just a few more hours, not a single living soul would be left in New York. The zombie heroes, meanwhile, were still enthralled by the delicious torment of insatiable hunger. Their appetites were monstrous, and not once did they hesitate. Anything alive became their next meal. Little did they know that, if this continued, before long there would be no fresh flesh left anywhere on the planet. A weary sigh escaped Wong. He seemed unsettled, unable to shake the frustration that Spider-Man hadn't made it onto the plane. Just then, Bai moved quietly toward a soldier and murmured, "Turn on the television. Let's see the latest news." The soldier obeyed at once, powering up the aircraft's TV screen. An emergency news alert flashed, and the broadcast switched to a live report. Jonah Jameson stood in a battered newsroom, a microphone in his left hand and a pistol clenched in his right. Behind him were chaotic cameras, partially burned files, and several zombie corpses sprawled in the corners. Looking utterly exhausted, Jameson's voice was heavy as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the final news report from the Daily Bugle. The world has plunged into endless panic and chaos. At the brink of this apocalypse, we once hoped for a hero, a savior who could deliver us. And yet, where's that wall-crawling freak? Why hasn't he appeared? Maybe he was a false hero all along, swinging between the skyscrapers, but never facing the real threat. What we need is a true hero, not some monster calling himself Spider-Man." Suddenly, a deafening crash tore through the studio. The glass window shattered as Spider-Man burst into the room. His suit was tattered, blood and rotting flesh exposed for all to see. He twisted his body as he lunged toward Jameson, his mouth gaping wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. "Ah, Jameson, did you miss your old friend?" he hissed. "You damned crawler. I always knew you were nothing but trouble." Jameson shouted, stumbling back, brandishing his gun in terror. But Spider-Man's speed and strength were far beyond anything Jameson had imagined. He dodged the flying bullets with ease. "There's no escape, Jameson. My hunger is uncontrollable now, and you're the delicacy I crave most," Spider-Man rasped. At the end of the footage, James stared in desperation as Spider-Man drew closer, sweat soaking his forehead. Suddenly, the camera tumbled to the ground, and the image became a chaotic blur. All that remained on the television were the sounds of chewing, the dreadful and chilling crunch echoing through the speakers. White Knight and his companions could no longer see anything. Only those horrifying gulping noises haunted their ears. "All right, turn it off. We've seen enough." White Knight waved his hand, signaling the soldier to switch off the TV. As the screen faded to black, he turned to the ashen-faced Wong and said, "Now do you understand why I didn't wait for Spider-Man to bring his family here? I'm afraid his family has already perished at his hands." Wong managed a bitter smile and nodded, falling silent once more. Unconsciously, White Knight reached for the pendant around his neck. The moment he touched it, a gentle warmth flowed from the charm, seeping into his body through his fingertips. Stored within the pendant was a single casting of Ashanti's Nameless Fire and Astral Projection. Those simple spells, neither was weak, and both were about to play an essential role in his upcoming plans. The Nameless Fire wielded incredible power, easily rivaling several thermite grenades, and as a spell, it could naturally harm spiritual entities. As for Astral Projection, it was akin to a soul leaving the body, though with limited range. Just then, the Quinjet's intercom crackled to life, broadcasting Fury's voice throughout the cabin. "Once we've arrived at the helicarrier, I'd like a word with White Knight in private." "That is all." White Knight glanced up, narrowing his eyes. Wanda and Wong both turned to look at him. In a hushed voice, Wong remarked, "Looks like Fury has something important to discuss with you, White Knight." White Knight cast a glance at Quicksilver, who was fast asleep nearby, then turned to Wanda and asked, "What's your impression of Fury?" Wanda frowned, thinking for a moment before replying, "He's a capable leader, but he keeps secrets from us, always working behind scenes." With a soft chuckle, White Knight replied, "Fury's heart is darker than a lump of coal." "Oh, and what makes you say that?" "Pietro's speed should have made him the prime vector for the virus at the outbreak start, but I broke his legs ahead of time and stopped that from coming past." "Do you think Fury would have shown the same kindness?" It might sound like sowing discord, but it wasn't baseless. As an old hand who'd survived through decades of struggle, Fury's moral bottom line wasn't exactly lofty. To him, killing Quicksilver to halt the spread of the virus would have been nothing more than an easy decision. Wanda's elegant brows knit even tighter. What Bai said wasn't without reason. Just think how many surveillance and listening devices Fury had planted in the homes of various superheroes. The number was probably beyond counting. And as for using superheroes' blood samples to do cloning and similar experiments, those incidents were simply too numerous to list. There was no way that man would ever care about the life of Wanda's brother. The more she thought about it, the more convincing it seemed. The Scarlet which made up her mind and said to Bai Yi, "When we go up, I'll take Pietro with me to find Fury with you. I absolutely cannot let him get away with this." "Of course, no problem." Bai Yi nodded with a satisfied smile. He'd never said Fury would actually do anything to Quicksilver. It was all Wanda's own speculation. Would Fury kill Quicksilver at the outset of a crisis? He might. When it came to protecting the planet, there was nothing Fury wouldn't dare do. But would he kill Quicksilver right now? The answer was, he could, but there was no need. The zombie virus had already spread to the cities surrounding New York. This was far beyond the point where killing a few people would solve anything. Besides, even if Quicksilver were to get infected again in the future, all he'd do is leave one more barely noticeable scar on this already battered world. But Bai Yi wasn't the same as Quicksilver now. He'd already proven his worth enough that, in these extraordinary times, Fury might resort to some pretty extreme measures with him. Still, Bai Yi believed that one-eyed man knew how to look at the bigger picture. At a time like this, Fury probably wouldn't go too far. Bringing Wanda along was mainly to see how Fury reacted, and as a last measure of insurance. We're here. The Quinjet touched down steadily on a helipad. As soon as Bai Yi and the others stepped out, the jet flared its afterburners and took off immediately, likely heading off for another mission elsewhere. Hey, excuse me, buddy. How do I get to the director's office? Bai Yi seized the moment, grabbing a passing agent, and then, seeing the man's look, half confused, half convinced he was mad, let go, a little embarrassed. That Fury, honestly, he said he wanted to talk, yet hadn't even sent anyone to receive them. The helicarrier was huge. Who on earth was supposed to know where to find him? He lifted his head, glancing around. The entire platform was a flurry of activity. At least 20 Quinjets were taking off and landing at the same time. As for the people, most wore expressions of sorrow and hurried purpose. They must have realized that the chances of their families surviving were close to none. He heard labored breaths behind him and turned. Puffing and panting, a middle-aged man with the look of a portly office worker scrambled over, arms piled high with stacks of papers. Mr. Bai Yi, is that you? Director Fury has requested your presence. Before Bai Yi could say anything, the man chuckled awkwardly and apologized. I'm terribly sorry. The situation on the ground is so chaotic right now. SHLD's dispatchers are completely overwhelmed. That's why we were a few minutes late in realizing that you had arrived. This way, please. Let's go, Wanda said, her face expressionless. But the director asked for Mr. Bai Yi alone for a private conversation, the chubby man replied, blinking in surprise at the unexpected situation. I think Fury's office is big enough to hold this many people, Bai Yi replied, running his fingers across the amulet. But, no more buts, Wanda cut him off. I'm an Avenger, after all. Is there something wrong with me meeting Fury? At that moment, the chubby man suddenly pressed a finger to his earpiece, speaking in a hushed tone. Yes. Understood, director, no problem. It was only then that Bai Yi noticed the earpiece hooked around the man's ear. He must have been using it to communicate securely with Fury the whole time. The director has agreed that you can all go together. Oh, and the bald master is welcome as well, if he wishes to join, the man added. Wang glanced at Bai Yi, who nodded in response. You're wasting too much time. Just hurry up and take us there, said Bai Yi. Hearing this, the chubby man's mouth twitched briefly, but he quickly returned to his courteous smile. Of course. This way, please. Following the man into an elevator, they ascended smoothly. In no time, they arrived at the SHIELD Command Center, located midship aboard the helicarrier. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of clamorous voices greeted them. Dozens of dispatchers were anxiously shouting at various holographic displays. Registered hero Hermes from New Jersey has been infected. He's heading toward Florida at triple the speed of sound. There's no way for our missiles to catch him. The military units we sent were completely wiped out. Do we have anyone left? Can we borrow a couple of people from the X-Men? No good. 2 minutes ago, the X-Men signaled back. They can't spare any support. Wait. Sasquatch and Puck signals are heading straight for Hermes' path. Get them back immediately. That's a suicide mission. Calling Colonel Rhodes. We've detected infection in Eastern Maine. Please respond urgently. Daredevil's signal just went dead. That makes him the 93rd missing superhero in New York City. Mark him as missing for now. If he doesn't respond in 20 minutes, assume infected or deceased. Thor is battling more than 10 zombie heroes at the Empire State Building. The nearest support is Nova and Ares. Send them immediately. Also, dispatch a Quinjet to bring them back if possible. Begin tightening the defensive lines. The infection has now spread to every state bordering New York. We need to regroup our forces. Bai Yi stood quietly at the entrance to the command center. The air was filled with a jumble of orders being barked, frantic communication, and people exchanging urgent information. It all blended together into a roar of activity. Inevitably, the noise grated on his nerves, stirring a hint of irritation within him. But he kept his silence, uttering not a single word. Wanda and Wong stood by his side, listening to the incoming reports. Gradually, their faces turned ghostly pale. Each message was weighed down by disaster. making it impossible for them to remain detached. Helplessness and pain flickered in Wanda's eyes, while the lines on Wong's face grew deeper, his brow knit tightly in concern. You just go straight past the elevators, turn right, go to the end of the corridor, then left, second room on your left. That's where the director's waiting. The chubby man relayed this with a cheery grin as he hurried off, quickly disappearing into the throng of dispatchers below. Glancing back at the chaos of the command center one last time, Bai Yi sighed. Let's go. Their efforts turned out to be in vain. Apart from Quicksilver, New York had other speedsters, at least 5, all known by name, not to mention the heroes who had never reported themselves to the authorities. These others might not be quite as fast as Quicksilver, but at several times the speed of sound, they could still weave effortlessly between skyscrapers, evading any pursuit and ultimately spreading the virus across the globe. Without Quicksilver, the worldwide outbreak might be delayed a little, but that moment was destined to come. Following the directions given by the chubby dispatcher, the group made their way down the corridor until they stood before a tightly sealed metal door. To be honest, from the outside, it looked nothing like a conference room, more like the entrance to a prison. Wanda noticed too and frowned. A sharp electronic clack echoed, and before anyone could share their thoughts, the door swung open on its own. From within, a man's voice called out, "Come in." Meeting Bai Yi's gaze, Wanda squared her shoulders and went in first, carrying the still unconscious Pietro. Bai Yi and Wong followed close behind. Stepping inside, Bai Yi let out a slow breath of relief. The room, after all, was no torture chamber. The floor was a deep, polished brown. Abstract art pieces hung on the walls. Indecipherable, but clearly expensive, and at its center stood a massive rosewood desk. This could only be one of Fury's many offices. In front of the desk, 3 chairs awaited them, no more, no less. Behind the desk sat a broad-shouldered man with bronze hair and a single, piercing eye, his whole presence as unyielding as cast iron. He held a half-smoked cigar between his fingers, watching Bai Yi as he squinted through the haze. Drawing a deep breath, he flicked off some ash and then spoke. "Have a seat, all of you." "All right," Bai Yi replied, giving his amulet an absent-minded twirl as he walked to his chair. Wong and Wanda soon joined him, sitting down together. The amulet sparkled under the overhead lights. Its 4 winding lines shimmered, making Fury frown. Not clear whether it was because the light was glaring in his eyes, or because the twisting lines themselves formed some sort of disturbing pattern. "If you want to talk, then let's talk," Bai Yi said, running his fingers over the amulet. Fury watched Bai Yi in silence for a few seconds, then turned to Wanda. "Let's start with you, Wanda. What brings you here? You even brought Pietro along. Why not take care of his injuries first? Let's not beat around the bush. Are you planning to use Pietro for something?" Wanda stared at the one-eyed man in front of her, her expression unreadable. Fury gave a helpless laugh and stubbed out his cigar. Under the table, he pressed a hidden button. Instantly, a pale, blue holographic image flickered to life above the tabletop. It was a world map, but there were countless tiny red dots scattered across it, slowly radiating outward from what was now the blackened state of New York. The surrounding states, too, were gradually darkening. To be honest, if you'd come to me even half a day ago, I absolutely would have considered it. And I believe Pietro would have understood that it was for his own good. But I think by now you've seen it for yourself. The virus is completely out of control. It's moved past the stage where we can contain it early on. Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to him. Take Pietro to the medical bay, quick. His leg is bleeding all over the place. With that, he made a shooing gesture at Wanda, signaling that the Scarlet Witch was free to go. But Wanda remained seated. She glanced once at Bai Yi, who sat there calm as ever, then locked eyes with Fury, saying nothing. She owed Bai Yi a considerable debt of gratitude, and she knew all too well that Fury liked to tie up anyone unfamiliar and pressure them into doing his dirty work. There was no way, by any measure, that she would let that happen to Bai Yi. Fury looked at the 3 before him, King, Wanda, and Bai Yi. He fell silent for a moment, as though weighing something deeply, but at last he only sighed, the weary, resigned sigh of a man carrying too much. He lit another cigar and spoke again. "If I want to hurt Mr. Bai Yi here, I could have done it back on the Quinjet. There are more people joining us for this meeting soon. You can rest assured, his personal safety isn't in any danger." Before Bai Yi could respond, Wanda looked up sharply, fixing Fury with a stare that brimmed with both dissatisfaction and suspicion. "Who else is coming? And why wasn't I invited? I am an Avenger, after all. Thor and Iron Man. Thor's still on his way here, aboard the Quinjet. Stark is already on the helicarrier. He'll be here in this office before long. If you're worried, you can stay and wait till they arrive." Wanda turned her head to glance at Pietro. Quicksilver's face twitched ever so slightly from the pain, tightening her heart with worry. Then, she shifted her searching gaze toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi mulled it over in silence for a moment. Although Thor and Tony Stark like to throw wild parties and play the role of charming rogues, never minding their language in the slightest, they were, at their core, good people, their moral baseline soaring high above that of the agent in charge before him. Wanda, too, could no longer use her powers to stop Pietro's bleeding. If anyone tried to guilt her into staying, it would only backfire in the end. Sometimes, it was best to let go and see exactly what Fury intended to do. As for Wong, he was an honest man. How could anyone bully a pure-hearted soul? With these thoughts settled, he made up his mind and spoke up. Pietro has suffered more than enough. We need to get him treated right away. Go now. At these words, Wanda shot Bai Yi a look brimming with gratitude, then hurriedly used her powers to guide Quicksilver out the door. Wong, you go too. I'm sure your arm could use a doctor's care. Wong bowed with one hand in respect to Bai Yi, then followed after Wanda and the others. A metallic thud rang through the room as the heavy door sealed itself behind them. As it shut, the air seemed to grow colder and the light dimmer, casting deepened shadows across the space. Bai Yi turned his gaze on Fury, tilting his head ever so slightly. Fury, with his one good eye, regarded the unremarkable young man before him. The kid didn't seem to have any powers. How had he managed to survive all of this? Both men waited in silence, each expecting the other to speak first, a wordless clash of wills hanging in the charged air. At last, after another inch of Fury's cigar had burned away, someone broke the impasse. First off, as the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, I want to thank you for your courageous actions. You managed to slow the spread of the virus, buying us precious time to react. Though the words sounded thankful enough, Fury's tone was flat, utterly devoid of real interest or admiration, as if he were droning through the ingredients on a bottle of shampoo. But I have to ask, how did you manage to come up with the idea of containing Quicksilver to slow the virus down, and all in such a short time? And based on our surveillance logs, you fired at Quicksilver almost at the exact moment Colonel and the others were infected. That timing is interesting. Fury's gaze sharpened, his tone just as cold and unyielding as always, betraying little emotion under its scrutiny. Suddenly, Bai Yi let out a heavy sigh. The unexpected sound made Fury twitch, his cigar trembling between his fingers. A faint shimmer of tears seemed to flicker at the corner of Bai Yi's eye. In a gentle voice, he began, "When I was a child, I went to the theater with my parents to see a marvelous performance. After the show, we decided to take a shortcut and slipped into a narrow alley." His voice quivered ever so slightly, as if recalling that memory still brought him heartache. Halfway through, all of a sudden, a mugger jumped out for our money, and my parents were cruelly shot and killed. I remember the sound of my mother's pearl necklace falling to the ground, each bead scattering against the pavement, piercingly clear in the night air. In that moment, as I felt the last trace of my mother's warmth slip away, I looked up at the sky and saw a swarm of bats flying overhead. And right then, some mysterious power awakened within me. I gained the ability to foretell the future. With that, tears in his eyes, he tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, as if he could see that pitiful couple waving to him from above. Though in truth, it looked as if they were only extending one long finger, perhaps just a trick of grief and longing. Fury listened to this harrowing and tragic tale, and nodded sympathetically before asking, "Oh, so Mr. Bai Yi, what was your father's name?" Bai Yi hesitated briefly, then answered, "Thomas Wayne." Fury raised an eyebrow. "So your mother must have the surname Bai?" Bai Yi shook his head. "Her name was Martha Wayne. Her maiden name was Kane." The hand holding Fury's cigar trembled, scattering ash outside the tray. "So your father's surname is Wayne, your mother's maiden name is Kane, and your surname is Bai." Bai Yi let out a soft sigh and waved his hand. What can I do? If they didn't want to take my surname, I couldn't exactly force them to change it, could I? You're probably still young. You wouldn't understand. These things, you'll get it when you're my age." For a split second, Fury had the urge to smash something, namely the ashtray, on his head. "I really hope you'll start cooperating, Mr. Bai Yi. This story is just a bit too far-fetched, don't you think?" "Oh, is it unbelievable?" Bai Yi leaned back in surprise. "In that case, let me try another one. In the second year of the Yuanhe era, a wandering gambler arrived at the Wayne household." "Enough." Fury slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. The stories just kept getting more and more outrageous. Not long ago, at least they were supposedly set in modern times, and now suddenly, it's the Yuanhe era? As if things from all those centuries ago could have anything to do with you. Even tall tales should have some sense to them. All right, I won't bother asking where you actually came from. Didn't you say you could predict or see the future? Tell me about that. What have you seen happening next? Taking a deep breath, Fury decided to pretend that nothing he'd just heard had ever taken place. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start? Bai Yi wriggled comfortably in the chair, stretching and shifting around. If nothing else, he had to admit, these shield chairs were really quite comfortable. They were probably made of genuine leather. Under Fury's murderous glare, Bai gave his own shoulders a little squeeze and finally spoke, his words deliberate and heavy. I saw the helicarrier eventually falling out of the sky. Fury flicked the ash off his cigarette, saying nothing. It all started with the Fantastic Four. Or more precisely, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. That genius of a scientist turned into a zombie. At that, Fury's brows knitted tightly. That's impossible. We ran full screenings on everyone before boarding. No one was infected. You're right, Bai conceded. But Reed is a mad scientist and a total shut-in. Not to mention, he lost both his kids. His mind probably isn't in the best shape. If he discovered that these zombies could achieve eternal life without needing to eat at all, there's a very real chance he'd choose to infect the Fantastic Four, to bring about some new kind of evolution. Oh, but I suppose you'd have figured that out yourself, and wouldn't send him to work on a cure, putting him in contact with the virus, right? Bai added, squeezing his eyes shut in exaggerated sarcasm. Fury didn't lash out at Bai's biting remark. Instead, he fell silent, lost in thought. What Bai had said was not without reason. Reed was relentlessly curious about anything unusual, always chasing after the strangest experiments. His intellect ranked among the brightest minds on the planet, but that was precisely the problem. His genius made him prone to obsessive fixation, slipping deep into rabbit holes that were hard to escape. Back in college, for example, he once lost 3 straight nights of sleep trying to solve a single problem, only to collapse onto his workbench, a tale Dr. Doom liked to mock him for. If that were the case, all of a sudden, Fury looked up, fixing his gaze on Bai. Wait, did you just say those zombies can live forever without food or water? How do you know that? I'm a prophet, aren't I? Bai shrugged, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. After all, in the original comic, it was that very rubber man who lost his grip and injected the Fantastic Four with the zombie virus, turning the helicarrier into a fortress breached from within. Computer, pull up surveillance from Mr. Fantastic's lab, and downgrade the priority of the underground shelter plan from A to B. In an instant, the holographic projection shifted, revealing the inside and outside of a laboratory. Mr. Fantastic was there, clad in a white lab coat, fully engrossed in his work. His arms stretched a dozen meters with ease as he retrieved a beaker from the highest shelf. At the same time, his neck elongated several meters, his head crowned with a magnifying lens as he scrutinized a zombie corpse with unwavering focus. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that 2 people were watching him through the monitors right now. All he did was bring over various tools and manipulate the corpse methodically, every movement calm and routine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. To me, he looks perfectly normal. Fury spoke calmly, observing that Reed before him showed no signs of abnormality or inappropriate behavior. In fact, he was doing exactly what any respectable scientist would do. A scientist, that is, of the Frankenstein variety. Bai shifted slightly, pointing at the harmless-looking rubber band man on the screen, and remarked, why not go and shut the door, then test him again? I trust that Mr. Richards, as a kind-hearted superhero, won't mind people misunderstanding him over something so trivial. This course of action only brings benefits without any downsides. Just do it. Fury nodded slowly. He tapped the screen twice, and the laboratory doors swiftly closed and locked. Startled by the sudden movement, Mr. Fantastic spun around, looking about with nervous confusion. Is someone there? Sui? Is it you? Mr. Fantastic muttered to himself, trying to make sense of the situation. His voice carried a note of bewilderment. The atmosphere inside the lab turned still and isolated. Fury watched Mr. Fantastic's reaction on the monitor, merely observing him without a hint of emotion. Standing alone in the laboratory, Mr. Fantastic glanced about, patting the door in an attempt to communicate with the outside world. There was an uneasiness in his gaze, perhaps as he wondered whether something unexpected had occurred. Sue, if that's you, come out and explain, will you? What's going on here? He called out, hoping for a reasonable explanation to settle his doubts. Fury glanced at the smiling Bai once more before finally speaking. It's me, Reed. There was just an intruder infected with something aboard the helicarrier. We locked all the doors to ensure no one else was exposed. But there's no need to worry. You haven't left, and you're on the safe list. Fury's voice echoed throughout the laboratory, impossible to pinpoint from any single direction. Oh, I see. Wait, Sue and the others, are they all right? Reed, now slightly reassured, hurriedly inquired, fully in the role of the responsible husband and caring brother. They're fine. In fact, Susan is headed your way now, so I'll leave you to it, Fury said, cutting the communication immediately after. Upon hearing this, Bai frowned, for there was no one outside the laboratory door. The corridor was empty, devoid of even a shadow. Ignoring Baye's doubts, Fury continued. Computer, send an LMD to level 30, appearance to match the invisible woman. Once everything is in place, open the Gamma 16 zone security gate. That's all. LMD, Life Model Decoy, Fury's favorite synthetic androids. They could perfectly imitate the original's appearance, voice, and even many carbon-based biological functions. Sometimes these advanced creations even developed self-awareness and did things unexpectedly, biting back at Fury himself. Wait a minute, could this thing in front of me be another android too? Bai felt a chill wash over him. Don't be too surprised, Fury said. What I used just now was a biological simulation decoy. It's quite expensive, sure, but compared to Reed's trust, it's a small price to pay. To be honest, I'm conflicted. On one hand, I hope your prophecy is right, that you can remove a potential threat for me. On the other, I don't want to lose another friend. I've lost enough already today. Fury shook his head and let out a heavy sigh, his eyes filled with bitterness. After a long drag on his cigarette, he glanced at the security feed. Out in the hallway beyond the lab, the air seemed to silently split apart, and a stunning blonde woman stepped through the rift, dressed in a blue uniform. Please enter your command. The Susan spoke in a stiff, mechanical tone. Simulate the personality of Susan Storm. Find out Reed Richards' attitude toward the zombie virus. Understood. The android's eyes rolled back, her body twitching with a sudden, jerky motion. Gone was the icy beauty from a moment ago. Her head jerked erratically, and she convulsed as the transformation took hold. Moments later, her neck twisted with a mechanical click. Sorrow crept across her face. The furrowed brow, the downturned lips. She was ready to play the part of a mother who had just lost 2 children. The sealed lab doors slowly slid open, the heavy machinery groaning through the air. As the doors parted, Susan walked inside and made her way to Reed's side. I'm just glad you're all right, Sue. Reed's words were kind, but his attention never left the corpse of the zombie before him. He carefully sliced off a tiny piece of its heart, slipping it under the microscope for a closer look. His eyes fixed on the lens. He seemed to be communicating directly with the zombie's cells. Susan leaned closer, undisturbed by Reed's cool demeanor, and asked with genuine concern, Why are you staying here alone? I thought you were working with Banner and Tony. They're busy with other projects. We're splitting up so we can pursue different lines of research. That way, if one of us makes a breakthrough, the rest can immediately lend a hand. That was Tony's idea, but I agree with it. Susan nodded in understanding. But honestly, I'm not sure how things are going on their end. Over here, though, I think I'm making some progress. Oh, Reed's eyes sparkled with excitement. These organisms are truly astonishing. They're human, yet not. The viral infection has turned them into such incredibly efficient creatures. Can you even imagine it? An adult man needs to consume at least 15,000 calories and 20 liters of water in a week, but these creatures need only 1,000th or even a 10,000th of that. Hearing Reed's explanation, Susan's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, These zombies are monsters. They aren't some new form of life. Don't forget what they did to our children. Reed still hadn't turned around. He studied the zombie's corpse from top to bottom, his tone detached as he replied, Of course I haven't forgotten. But what I can't deny is that these zombies seem to have evolved certain traits within our own biological structure. This evolution has, in its own way, made them more suited to surviving in this merciless world. With that, Reed removed one of the zombie's eyeballs and brought it closer for examination, marveling quietly at what he saw. Hearing his words, Susan's grief and anger surged. She couldn't accept his rationalization of the zombie's changes. How could such absurdity come from the mouth of Mr. Fantastic himself? Evolution? A merciless world. The world is only this cruel because of them. They destroyed our homes. They took the people we loved. And now you expect us to appreciate their so-called evolution? Her voice quivered with emotion, her eyes burning bright with rage and helplessness. She couldn't comprehend why Reed would speak so coldly of the zombies, as if he'd forgotten entirely who was to blame for all of this. She turned on her heel and stalked out of the lab. No longer willing to exchange another word with this man, she now considered mad. Most of their organs have ceased to function, rendered useless and discarded. Yet, even in such a state, they retain mobility and intelligence. Oddly, though, their minds seem to serve little purpose. Are you still there, Sue? Reed remained lost in his study of the zombies' organs, seemingly unbothered by Susan's departure. Intent on understanding their evolutionary leap, he analyzed each piece of tissue, barely noticing as the door slammed behind her. Only for a fleeting moment did he glance back, before giving his full attention once more to his work. Well, is all of this proof enough for you? He even dares to call this virus a form of evolution. Whatever you might think, I refuse to believe a horde of flesh-eating fiends represent any kind of progress. As Susan stepped out of the laboratory, her rigid posture gave way. With the closing door behind her, she slipped into a crack in the wall and vanished. Bai spoke up at last. Just as he'd suspected, perhaps Reed had lost his mind after their child was taken. Or maybe he'd always been this way. One way or another, he was now fixated on zombies as humanity's destined future. To be honest, part of what he said was actually correct. Zombies do require very little energy to survive. However, Reed overlooked a crucial point. The human appetite, one of our 3 fundamental desires. Usually, when a person is full, the brain sends signals to the body to stop eating, preventing them from overeating themselves to death. But zombies are different. Even though they might still feel a sense of fullness, their undead nature means that even if their heads were severed, they wouldn't truly die. As long as there's even a morsel of flesh before them, these creatures will stuff it into their mouths, even if it means their guts burst and insides spill out. They know they can't really die anyway. Still, among the zombie heroes, there were indeed a few that could resist this relentless hunger. But that's a story for 40 years in the future. During those 4 decades, they managed to almost consume everything in the universe. Fury watched Reed circling around the zombie corpse on the screen, his expression uncharacteristically hesitant. Afraid that this hardened agent might be swayed by compassion and spare Mr. Fantastic, Bai hurriedly stood up, fanning the flames. Do you remember what you said before? I have the power of prophecy. If it weren't for me injuring Quicksilver, you wouldn't have had those precious seconds to react. If that's still not enough to prove the accuracy of my predictions, I just told you these zombies can survive endlessly without food or water, something Reed's own experiments confirmed. Fury, still lowering his gaze in silent deliberation, said nothing, so Bai slammed his hand on the table in frustration. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill Reed. Or do you really want all of us to end up as bite-sized snacks for these monsters? Fury was silent for a few more seconds, then, all of a sudden, burst into laughter. The sound was filled with relief and newfound joy as he reached out his large hand toward the prophet before him. You've proven your worth and your loyalty. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. The abrupt change caught Bai by surprise, but he soon smiled, reaching out to clasp Fury's hand in a firm shake. Happy to work together. Returning to his seat, Fury lit a fresh cigar and handed it to Bai, who accepted with a smile. With a swift flick of his left hand across the holographic display, the image zoomed in on Mr. Fantastic, capturing every one of his movements in full detail. Computer, initiate cleansing procedure in Gamma 16, level 30. Target area contains a registered hero, ID 00042. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Safety protocol engaged. Area cannot be cleansed. Fury took a slow draw on his cigar, tapped off the ash, and replied calmly. Override with level 10 authorization. Ensure the target is fully neutralized. Override successful. Beginning cleansing process. As a mechanical voice faded from the holographic projection, Bai clearly saw that Mr. Fantastic, who had been crouched intently by the corpse all this while, finally stirred. He took off his head-mounted magnifier, walked over to a distant desk to wipe the sweat from his brow, then shrugged off his lab coat and hung it over the back of a chair, casting a puzzled glance around the room. Was it just his imagination? Why did it suddenly feel warmer in the lab, which just a moment ago had felt a bit chilly? Inside the laboratory, Reed sat in his chair, stretching his hand wide until it fanned out like a giant palm leaf fan. With long, sweeping motions, he tried to stir the air in hopes of bringing himself a hint of coolness. Why is it so hot in here? He muttered, fanning himself faster and faster, desperate to generate even the faintest breeze. His hand moved rapidly, slicing through the stifling air around him. No matter how hard he tried, the temperature in the lab only seemed to climb. Soon, sweat began to trace paths down his forehead, the burning sensation making him increasingly uneasy. Was the climate control malfunctioning? No, that couldn't be right. S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. The heat inside the laboratory pressed on relentlessly, heavy waves distorting the air until the very oxygen seemed to thin. Reed felt his clothes clinging to his skin, damp and sticky, the heat rising off them like steam. It was as if invisible flames seared every inch of exposed skin, making each breath harder and sharper. Thirst scratched at his throat, as though a fire had taken root there. By now, the temperature had soared far beyond anything normal, as if the lab itself had been thrown into a blazing furnace. The equipment and instruments began to emit anxious whimpers, straining under the relentless assault of heat. What's going on? Fury? Sue? If this is your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Really, it isn't. Frantic, Reed lunged for the main door, slamming his palm against the open button, desperate to escape the suffocating heat. Open the door. I'm Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Open it now, he shouted, willing the security system to recognize his voice and release the lock. But the system only responded with two cold, flat beeps, displaying a warning: identity not recognized. No record found in the database. This is impossible. I'm a registered hero. S.H.I.E.L.D. has my records, he roared, slamming his fist furiously into the door. Still, no answer. The laboratory doors remained tightly sealed. Gritting out a curse under his breath, Reed's eyes narrowed with determination. In a flash, his body compressed like a spring and shot up toward the ventilation shaft near the ceiling in the far corner of the room. But when he reached for the grill, his hand simply slid uselessly over the slick metal. Despair welled up inside him, and rage threatened to boil over. Just as Reed hit the ground in utter despair, he realized that things were about to get even worse. Strange noises were coming from the wall nearby. His eyes widened in terror as he saw a gun barrel protruding from within the wall. Right before his eyes, fire and fuel burst forth from the barrel, forming a dreadful tongue of flame that lunged toward him. Damn it, who's trying to kill me? Reed's body began to soften and grow elastic. He stretched and contracted like rubber, bouncing rapidly through the spots of fire, relying on his unique abilities. His body compressed like a spring, then shot outward, launching him out of the fire's reach. With every bounce, he moved like an agile projectile, hurtling over the blazing inferno. What the hell is going on? Fury, are you watching the cameras? Get me out of here now. There was no answer from Fury. The only response Reed got was more gun barrels emerging from the walls, spewing fresh streams of fire at the target he was desperately dodging. Fire rampaged through the lab. Reed kept dodging the deadly flames, but the barrels in the wall kept unleashing torrents of crimson fire, turning the room into a sea of flames. Almost the entire chamber was engulfed, choking the air with thick, acrid smoke. Lab coats, chairs, instruments, every item was burning in the flames, cracking and sizzling in the fierce heat. The lab coat draped over a chair was devoured by fire, collapsing to ashes, scattering glowing embers in the air. The lab's equipment stood no chance either. Bottles of chemicals shattered, bursting with furious explosions and unleashing waves of destructive fire and smoke. The intense flames scorched the walls until they blackened and began to melt, sending down streams of molten liquid. Chaos consumed the entire scene, the fury of the blaze transforming the laboratory into a vision of hell. Reed was battered by searing waves of heat, his skin burning, feeling his clothes begin to melt away. Why? Why? Reed collapsed beside the experiment table at the center of the room, looking on in despair as the flames lunged at him. Suddenly, Reed noticed that the skin of the corpse on the table was beginning to melt under the scorching fire, exposing splintered bone. His gaze locked onto the sight, and a sudden realization electrified his mind. He understood something in that moment. He threw his head back and stared up at the ceiling, a wild, manic grin spreading across his face. A furious roar tore from his lips. Fury, you blind bastard. I know what you're afraid of. You're terrified of the future. His voice echoed through the blazing laboratory like the furious, wounded cry of a wild beast. Madness and desperation seeped from his laughter. How can you not see with that one good eye? Our resistance is hopeless. Why not join those evolved beings? Don't you see the beauty of immortality? Feeling the searing heat of the flames, his body began to irreversibly succumb to the effects of melting. The burning fire gnawed away at his once supple muscles and soft skin. His rubbery physique gradually lost all resilience. His skin started to liquefy, pooling into a scalding, quivering mass and releasing a pungent scent of charred flesh. The flames licked hungrily at his body, filling him with a pain beyond all imagining. His body became like melting rubber, its surface collapsing into deep hollows and streaks of dissolution. Whatever elasticity he once possessed faded, leaving only softness and fragility behind. It hurts. God damn it, it hurts so much. Just a few more minutes, and I can evolve Susan and the others into a new breed of humanity. We will. Reed's limbs began to warp and twist, collapsing to the ground in a shapeless heap. His nose slithered down to where his mouth had been. One of his eyes sagged into a gelatinous puddle, while the other jutted out of its socket like a stick. His ears slid down to his legs until all human form was lost, and he became an unrecognizable mass of grotesque matter. No one, upon seeing this wretched form, would ever believe it once belonged to a living human being. Yet he still howled and roared, cries of agony and fury. Do you really think that killing me will let you escape the jaws of the zombies? That's impossible. It's only a matter of time before you're devoured. Yeah, my hand. At last, Reed's entire body was engulfed by a wall of fire. His voice weakened, then finally faded, swallowed by the raging inferno. His final, broken words echoed in the air. "I won't accept this." As time crept by, the flames subsided, their fury dispersing into the air. Peace, slow and heavy, settled over the room. Char and ash covered everything, a silent testament to what had occurred. At that moment, the gun turrets embedded in the walls slowly slid back into their hiding places, vanishing as if they'd never been there at all. All had been consumed by fire, leaving only a blackened clump at the center of the room. Even through the charred remains, one could barely make out the outline that had once been part of Reed's body. Though now stripped of all its former resilience and vitality, rigid and brittle, it still preserved, in its scorched silhouette, a remnant of its original shape. In the final moment before death, the remains seemed to reach out, or perhaps some part of its body strained desperately toward another cluster of cinders atop a nearby platform. Everything that happened under surveillance was clearly witnessed by Bai Yi, who watched as the blackened remains cracked and fell apart with a sharp snap. A satisfied smile spread across his lips. "Your wife is in SHILD's protection. You have nothing to worry about. You were right all along. Reed truly betrayed us, and he wanted to turn the rest of the Fantastic Four into zombies. Good thing you warned us." With a single gaze fixed intently on Bai Yi, Fury spoke in a low, somber tone. With the last manic words from Reed, it was clear his mind had completely unraveled. He actually believed zombies were the next step in human evolution. Not even Deadpool, drunk on 10 bottles of bootleg whiskey, could have managed such lunacy. Bai Yi smiled softly and said nothing. Compared to the numerous versions of Reed within the Marvel Universe, this so-called Mr. Fantastic didn't even come close to the truly deranged. He merely seemed mad because of his foolishness. Zombies might truly be immortal, but once infected, they completely lost the self-healing ability of ordinary living beings. In other words, if a healthy person had a cut a few centimeters long on their hand, with proper treatment, they might heal within weeks, leaving behind only a faint scar. A zombie, however, would not. All that would remain for them was a permanent open wound, a gash likely to widen further under the wind and sun. The only solution was a rough stitch-up, something just for show. "So how exactly did you prophesy this? Some mutant ability? Inhuman? Or maybe a bit of black magic?" I am kidding. I have no intention of prying into your private affairs. No words of gratitude could ever truly repay what you've done for all humanity. If there's anything you need, just let us know. S.H.I.E.L.D. will do everything in its power to help you. Letting out another contented cloud of smoke, Fury offered Bai Yi a gentle, crooked smile. Bai Yi nodded. "Could you cure cancer? Late-stage lung cancer, specifically." "Cancer?" Fury froze, the cigar halfway to his lips, and gave the young man before him a long, searching look. This kid appeared the very picture of health, vital, with a ruddy complexion. According to the conversations Fury had eavesdropped on from Wanda in the infirmary, Bai Yi had killed plenty of zombies on the way here. Late-stage cancer patients had cancer cells multiplying relentlessly, draining every ounce of energy from their bodies. Even ordinary tasks could become Herculean, let alone trekking across half of New York, fighting and leaping as he went. Was it someone in his family, perhaps? "You the one with cancer?" "That's right." Bai Yi nodded, answering without hesitation. This was nothing to hide. It was better to be upfront with Fury. Maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. had a way to help him. Fury regarded Bai Yi for a while longer before crushing his cigar out in the ashtray, his voice grave. "If you'd like, I can have someone take you for chemotherapy right away. We have a full set of medical equipment here. I promise you'll receive the best possible care." "So you're saying, you can't cure cancer?" "Not even S.H.I.E.L.D. can." Bai Yi said, "Bro, follow it tightly." "I'm sorry we can't. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't omnipotent." There was a brief silence. Bai Yi's gaze dimmed ever so slightly. He stood up and said, "I'll go check on Wong, Wanda, and the others. Pietro should be waking up soon." "Wait, take this." Fury pulled open the drawer of his desk and took out a vial of pale green liquid, about the size of a pinky finger. It looked clear and not at all viscous. Hearing this, Bai Yi turned back and took the vial from Fury's hand. "What is this?" he asked. "It's a semi-finished regenerative serum made from Logan's genetic sample, infused with a few nanobots. This is the only vial we have. It won't cure cancer, of course. Regenerative factors aren't a cure-all, but it should slow the spread of your cancer. It ought to give you a few extra months." "Thank you." "No, we should be the ones thanking you. This is the least we can do." As he spoke, Fury produced a silver needleless injector and set it on the table. Bai Yi gently picked up the pale green serum, fitted it into the injector, and examined it closely. Inside, the liquid shimmered as if it were alive. He tightened his grip on the air injector, aiming the tip at his arm. With a soft press, the serum began to flow, slowly entering his body. As the medicine was administered, Bai Yi felt a cool sensation. Beneath his skin, the serum formed a faint green sheath. The scent drifted into the air, fresh and earthy, like the aroma of spring grass and trees. He watched his arm quietly, observing the effects unfold. He could feel the power of the serum at work, a gentle warmth radiating from the injection site, easing his muscles and gradually dissolving his fatigue. At the same time, his face began to itch slightly, and the bloodied scratches from earlier started to heal themselves. Go get some rest for now, Fury said. Thor's Quinjet was shot down along the way, so he'll need a bit more time to fly here himself. Tony says he can't get away at the moment either, so we'll hold the meeting later. Of course, if you want to explore the ship, you're welcome to. I've already added your personal details to the system. You have free run of the place. Whatever equipment you need, just grab it from the arsenal. Anything that's not nailed down, it's yours. Watching Bai Ye's retreating figure as he walked out the door, Fury stroked his chin, then suddenly spoke into the air. Hill, do we have any leads on his background? A clear female voice responded instantly, echoing around the room. Nothing at all, Director. He might as well have fallen from the sky. He just appeared in an alley a few hours ago. There were no cameras in that alley. All we caught was his first appearance on the main street. Fury let out a long sigh. Fate is cruel to talent, he thought. His predictions are so dead on. Maybe this cancer is just the price he pays. Then he recalled all the so-called prophets that had popped up in New York before. The Riddler, who left cryptic word puzzles, and those who insisted any prophecy that missed the mark was simply misunderstood, never wrong, ranting incoherently and never making any real sense at all. So after all this time, a real prophet finally appears, and now he's about to die from illness? Heavens really don't favor our Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau. Naturally, as Bai Yi stepped outside, he had no idea that Fury was currently tormented by the web of lies he'd spun about the so-called prophet. Right now, his thoughts were on visiting the infirmary to check on Wanda and the others. As for the matter of his cancer being temporarily incurable, Bai Yi wasn't too upset. After all, this was the marvelous Marvel Universe. Nothing is truly impossible here. If this universe can't cure him, perhaps the next one can. There's always a way if you keep searching. Strolling down the corridor, Bai Yi casually grabbed a passing agent and asked, "Where's the infirmary? I need to go there." The agent froze for an instant, but within half a second, a transmission flickered across his retinas, clearly verifying Bai Yi's credentials. Instantly, surprise and awe showed on his face. He replied respectfully, "The infirmary is on level 20. Take a right down this hallway, then the elevator. Once you exit, it'll be just ahead." "Mr. Bai, and the armory?" 10th floor, right in front once you leave the elevator. "Should I escort you?" "No need," Bai Yi replied. "You go on with your work." He released the agent's arm and gave a small, grateful smile. Watching the agent hurry off, Bai Yi turned a corner and stepped into the elevator. He offers thanks to Luo Yun Tian for the 500-point tip. Bai Yi made his way swiftly through the corridors of the helicarrier, weaving through twists and turns. Arriving at the infirmary's main hall, he looked around. Except for the shield emblem emblazoned on the walls, it felt like any ordinary hospital, shelves lined with medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. "Where's Quicksilver?" Bai Yi asked. "Room 4, bed 2. Watch out, move your foot." After answering, the nurse he'd stopped pushed her cart on briskly down the hall. Following her directions, Bai Yi entered the specified room. He immediately noticed Quicksilver lying on a hospital bed, his wounds stitched up, eyes closed, feigning sleep. Still, manacles were clamped around his wrists, ankles, and neck. These were special restraints designed to suppress a mutant's powers, specifically Quicksilver's lightning-fast abilities, to keep him from escaping or causing trouble. Although there was no longer any real need to kill Quicksilver, it was clear S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't taking chances. They'd added an extra layer of insurance. Bai Yi approached and gently patted Quicksilver's shoulder, showing concern. Quicksilver opened his eyes, glanced at the restraints on his wrist, and sighed heavily, a look of frustration covering his face. He looked up at Bai Yi, a touch of bitterness in his voice as he said, "These things really get tiresome. I get that you have to take precautions, but these cuffs, they use them in mutant internment camps, you know?" Quicksilver looked a bit upset, but there was also an understanding in his expression. He had woken up over 10 minutes ago. In his conversation with Wanda, he learned that he might have unwittingly become an accomplice in spreading the virus, and that S.H.I.E.L.D. had even considered taking drastic measures to stop him. Compared to turning into a zombie or being shot dead, the situation now wasn't so bad after all. Bai Yi held Quicksilver's gaze for a moment, then said, "I know this feels unfair to you, but we have to ensure the safety of the helicarrier. This is only a temporary measure. Once we resolve this crisis, you'll be free of these restraints." "I hope you're right." Pietro managed a strained smile. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Both of them turned to look, and the door slowly opened, admitting two more people. The first was, of course, Wanda. The second wore a suit of armor, shining with a radiant blend of red and gold, the metallic exterior reflecting the lights and dazzling everyone in the room. His faceplate was lifted, revealing his unmistakable features. On his chest, a glowing circle marked the arc reactor, a faint light pulsing within. The armor on his arms and legs was etched with intricate details and spiral patterns, exuding a powerful aura of advanced technology. With each confident, heavy step, he crossed the room. The righteous glint in his eyes, his bold grin, his relaxed and flamboyant manner, all unmistakably marked him as that legendary playboy and superstar among superheroes, Iron Man. Tony nodded to Pietro, a gesture of greeting, then turned toward Bailly standing beside the hospital bed. With a warm and enthusiastic smile, he extended his hand. So you're the great hero and benefactor spoken of by Scarlet, Witch, and Fury. Bailly, right? They might be exaggerating a little, but for the most part, yes, I'm the one you're talking about. Bailly smiled as he took the ironclad hand and gave it a gentle shake before quickly letting go. Who in their right mind would want to squeeze a piece of iron for fun, after all? Noticing Bailly's curiosity about the suit, Tony stroked his goatee and added with a laugh, "No need to be afraid. My suit has precise strength control. I could even hold a block of tofu without breaking it." Wanda approached, watching as Bailly and Iron Man shook hands. She quietly stepped to Bailly's side, her gaze warm and full of gratitude, and spoke softly. "Bailly, I need to thank you again. You saved Pietro's life. He's my little brother. I can't imagine what it would be like to lose him. My family will never forget what you've done." "Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much." Noticing Wanda's narrowed eyes turned his way, Pietro chimed in hurriedly. Although he felt that men thanking each other back and forth was a bit effeminate, since even his sister had already expressed her thanks, he figured he might as well go along and say it too. Bailly offered a small smile, accepting their gratitude, then promptly asked, "Where's Wong? Where did he go?" "Oh, his wounds are quite complicated. Earlier, magic was used to quickly seal and tighten his blood vessels, but now he's in surgery. They've also sent someone to find a prosthetic hand for him." "Well, let's wish him luck. By the way, Stark, do you know what Fury wanted to discuss with us at that meeting? What's on the agenda?" With the pleasantries out of the way, it was time to get back to business. Boarding the helicarrier had given them a brief respite, but those zombies below would soon remember there was something floating right above their heads. After all, it was this helicarrier that kept giving out orders, stopping them from gorging themselves on flesh and blood. Once the zombie heroes realized this, it was only a matter of time before they launched an assault here. Upon hearing Bailly's question, Tony's expression turned serious, all traces of playfulness gone. He nodded slowly and snapped his helmet into place. "Follow me." The two of them bid farewell to Wanda and Quicksilver, then took the elevator to a secret room hidden within a restroom on the 40th floor of the helicarrier. Honestly, when Bailly first arrived there, he'd assumed it was just someone desperately needing the bathroom. It wasn't until Tony strode straight through the wall that Bailly realized it was actually a holographic projection. No wonder the bathroom door was half a meter thick and made of alloy. Once inside, Bailly was hit with a sudden sense of spaciousness. The secret room was much larger than he'd expected, almost half the size of a football field. The walls were smooth and solid, and the whole area was bathed in bright, even light from some unseen source. His gaze was almost compulsively drawn to a metallic object at the very center of the chamber. It resembled a half-finished archway, made of gleaming metal, its surface meticulously crafted with clear signs of expert workmanship. Stepping closer with Tony, he noticed a line of tiny text engraved on it. When Bailly made it out, he couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth, made by Stark. "This is the project I've been working on ever since the crisis hit," Tony said, striding over to the machine and giving a proud pat that sent a deep metallic clang echoing through the room. He then leaned against it, a gleam in his eye. "It's a device that combines energy conversion with space distortion. Construction's still ongoing, but I believe it holds incredible potential." "What's it for?" The truth was, Bailly already knew. In the original storyline, even before this dimensional travel machine was completed, the zombified Reed Richards discovered it, which eventually forced Fury, on the verge of death, to order Thor to destroy it, preventing the zombie virus from spreading to other universes. But seeing how smug Stark looked, perhaps it was best to let him explain it himself. "A dimension hopper, a portal, call it whatever you want. The point is, this thing can take us to other realities, somewhere far away from all these zombies. It's only halfway built, though." Banner said he was too tired, and if he doesn't get some sleep, Hulk's going to smash everything apart, so he can't help right now. Reed's off working on a cure. At least that's what he claims. But I think we all know what he's really up to. He wants to turn us all into zombies. "I knew it." When I suggested we split up, he agreed way too quickly. Iron Man flipped up his faceplate again, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he launched into his story. Honestly, I was never close with Reed. Geniuses always have a way of getting jealous of each other. Oh wait, that doesn't matter now. He's dead. Can't compete with me anymore. And he's done a pretty good job proving he was a complete moron too. At last, Tony walked over and winked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi gazed back at Tony without a hint of expression. Up close, he could even make out the crumbs clinging to the other man's little mustache. Was that for his lunch sandwich? Or maybe a burger? You can see the future, can't you? Fury told me about it. So, tell me, do any of us make it out alive in the end? Bai Ye's eyes flickered as he replied in a vague murmur. The future is never set in stone, and at best, I only get shattered glimpses of what's to come, so I can't give you a definite answer. Oh, come on, that's... All right, how much longer until the portal's ready? Tony's expression instantly turned serious, leaving behind his earlier antics. If the three of us could stick to the original schedule and work efficiently together, it would take about 5 hours to finish. But you already know how things stand with Banner and Reed. Just hitting the minimum requirements for the portal. Even if Banner helps me as soon as he wakes up, it'll still take us 4 days. If I have to do it alone, it's a week. At these words, Bai Ye's brow furrowed for a moment, before he quickly collected himself. Whether it was 4 days or a week, he didn't have that kind of time. Judging for what he'd heard earlier in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, the heroes that had been sent out were about to return in defeat soon. 4 days was out of the question. They were lucky if they even had 24 hours. This was the best-case scenario, even accounting for the butterfly effect Bai Yi had already set into motion. And as for why the build was taking so long, well, one look at Iron Man standing before him spoke volumes. The golden red battle armor he wore, if compared to technology in the MCU, would be about equivalent to the Mark 7 or Mark 8 models. Tony's helmet still had that welded, utilitarian look, reminiscent of a welder's mask. This made sense, given how early it was in the 2149 universe's timeline. At this point, the Avengers' enemies were mostly just gangs of street-level thugs, so there really wasn't much need for bleeding-edge tech. It was also no surprise that building a portal would take such a long time. But understanding the situation didn't make him any more patient. At this rate, the portal wouldn't be even halfway done before the zombie heroes clambered aboard for a feast. Because make no mistake, there were plenty of clever people among the zombies. Take Hank Pym, for example. That guy had the brains to stash supplies for his future zombie self, while he was still conscious and unturned. Still, there was hope. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the only organization on Earth capable of building a portal. Too slow. I have another idea, Bai Yi declared, waving his hand dismissively as he prepared to elaborate, only to be cut off by Tony's raised hand. Hang on. Save it for later. Fury wants us in the meeting. The two of them headed into the meeting room, where a long table made of heavy, solid wood commanded the center of the space, large enough for a dozen or more. It might have been the original conference room on the Avengers helicarrier. Fury sat at one end of the table. When they entered, he nodded in greeting and gestured for them to take a seat. At the opposite end sat a towering, broad-shouldered blond man, who had carelessly set his thunderous hammer on the tabletop. The image of a god seemed not to weigh on him at all. He drank deeply from a beer bottle, with a growing pile of empties at his feet. Thor let out a hearty belch, squinted at Bai Yi, and with a hint of amusement, called out, "Fury? Hick, is this Hick the wizard who can see the future you mentioned?" Bai Yi sighed. Just how many times had he heard that comment today? Yes, that's me, he replied flatly. He dropped into one of the high-backed leather chairs, sturdy and comfortable in equal measure. With everyone assembled, Fury wasted no time on pleasantries. His expression was grim as he got straight to the point. The S.H.I.E.L.D. field teams have suffered tremendous losses during the mission. We've lost nearly half our operatives. But the good news is they accomplished the objective. We rescued as many combat-capable superhumans as possible, including Wolverine, U.S. Agent, Tigra, Ghost Rider, and nearly 100 other superheroes. But it's still not enough. The ever-familiar holographic display materialized. Already, most of the map of the United States had been swallowed up by a deathly shade of black, with the rest glowing sickly red as infection spread rapidly outward. That's why I've gathered you all here. I want to hear your thoughts. Ahem, well then. Thor cleared his throat, set down his beer, and stood up. His red cloak rustled grandly behind him. At last, he looked a bit like the Norse god he was supposed to be. Brave warriors, why not unite our strength, hearts as one, to drive back this scourge of the undead? Only in this way can we blunt their fangs and prove the righteousness of our cause. He always liked to speak in archaic English, preferring its gravity in conversation. It wasn't that the son of Odin couldn't speak modern language. He simply thought using the old tongue better suited a god's image. He got that from his father. Loki, however, was nothing like him. That sly, cunning fellow could switch his words to suit anyone and anything, always knowing exactly what to say and to whom. Stand shoulder to shoulder and charge together? Those zombies are hardly short of sharp teeth and nasty bites. If we're infected, it won't take a minute, and even if you sacrifice yourself, you won't gain entry to Valhalla. There's no honor in it. You'll only look foolish and ignorant. Bai shook his head, mocking undertones in his voice. Thor's face darkened, ready to explode with anger, but his alcohol-soaked mind wavered just enough for him to recognize a grain of truth in Bai's words. The world was simply too vast, and these few remaining superheroes were at a loss for where to begin. The helicarrier was no floating Noah's Ark. It couldn't rescue people endlessly. In the face of this calamity, his plans seemed painfully childish. Sulking, he slumped back in his seat, cracked open a fresh beer, and took a long drink. Better to leave the planning to clever folk. His job was to swing the hammer, nothing more. Tony shot Bai an approving look, then spoke up. Maybe we ought to consider other options. For example, escape this world, head into space, or even another universe. Fury shook his head. Space isn't on the table. If we tried, they'd catch up with us before we were even out of the solar system. As for parallel universes, how much longer until your dimensional transporter is finished? A week if Banner can. Dr. Banner can't help you. The stress of the apocalypse has frayed him beyond limits. His heart rate's dangerously high. Just keeping the Hulk in check is already more than enough. We got enough troubles. I don't want a green monster smashing on my ship on top of it all. And besides, a week, that's just too long. Here, on this point, Fury and Bai agreed. A week was simply too long to wait. They didn't have that kind of time to waste. Nothing worked, every proposal shot down. Thor tipped another swig of beer down his throat. With a slap, he crushed the empty can on the table. Then what about going back in time? S.H.I.E.L.D. must have relics of such power, or I could seek my father's wisdom for a way. So much for the vow of silence that had lasted only a few seconds. Thor was fired up again, golden hair gleaming. At this moment, Fury's eyes lit up and he shot to his feet, looking at Thor in amazement. He hadn't expected this big oaf to actually come up with an idea that sounded useful. Yes, our future may be lost to us, but we still have our past. If only we could go back to where it all began and stop this crisis before it started. Maybe that was their only chance. Well done, Thor. But before the words had fully settled, Bai dashed cold water on the notion. Sorry, it can't be done. Why do you say that? A bead of cold sweat slid down Fury's forehead, not because he was afraid, but because he knew in his heart that Bai had no reason to lie. If Bai said so, it was probably the truth. Their previous operations had already proven Bai's steadfastness and the accuracy of his predictions. It seemed this time was no exception. Why did you say that just now? He hurriedly repeated the question. Right now, Fury felt like a drowning man who had just grasped a straw, only to find out it was just an illusion before he sank beneath the surface. And the words Bai spoke next slowly, mercilessly, ground away at what little hope Fury had left. Let me make it clearer. Even if you possess advanced time travel technology, you still won't be able to achieve your goal. Let's set aside the fact that each universe's timeline had a life of its own. Constantly traveling back to change the past is like cutting out a disease from a patient by tearing them to pieces and stitching them back together. The illness might be gone, sure, but the person couldn't possibly survive. Of course, the timeline isn't quite that fragile, but it too has its limits. Fury blinked. He had never heard it put that way before, but when you thought about it, it made sense. If traveling through time came with no cost, the universe, no matter how vast, will be filled with time travelers from every possible era. How could anything remain orderly? What Fury didn't know was that Bai's words were grounded in reality. During the Age of Ultron incident in Universe 616, time travel had indeed been used to try and save the world. Although they'd succeeded in the end, the timeline had been left scarred and battered. The Secret War and the multiversal reset that followed were, in part, the result of that damage, but those were events that lay far ahead in the future. Seeing that Fury was beginning to believe him, and with Thor and Tony both listening intently, Bai nodded and went on, the damage to the timeline is just a side issue. What really matters is this. Right now, we simply cannot change the past. Why not? Even with the power of the All-Father, is it truly impossible? Thor couldn't help blurting out. He'd finally come up with an idea, and now it was being shot down. He was more anxious than anyone. Don't worry, hear me out first. Bai took a deep breath, accepted a glass of water that the ever-perceptive Tony handed him, and drank a few sips before continuing. The origin of this crisis doesn't lie within our own universe, but comes from another universe entirely. What? Tony, in shock, nearly dropped the glass he was holding. With a sudden crunch, he crushed the glass in his hand, not even bothering about the shards falling into the seams of his suit. He shot to his feet, and sat down next to Bai Yi. If it's parallel universes that are really behind the end of our world, then what's the point of building a time machine? Calm down. Honestly, why is everyone always in such a rush? Can't you just let me finish my thought? With a sigh, Bai Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation at everyone present, waiting for them to settle down again. But he couldn't really blame them. As he'd mentioned before, this universe wasn't particularly advanced in technology. They knew very little about parallel universes and had never actually visited one. He picked up 2 shards of glass, setting them a few centimeters apart on the table. Then, dipping a finger in water, he drew a line between them. Pointing at his impromptu diagram, he explained, "These shards represent our universe and the invader's universe. The line of water between them is the invader and the virus." As for time travel, Bai Yi gently twisted the left shard of glass, careful not to move it away from the stripe of water, then looked up at the group. Turning this shard represents traveling through time. See? No matter which part of the shard I put in contact with the water, the contact is inevitable. You can't change it. In other words, even if you go back to the past, what's coming will still come. I get why you'd say there's no point going to the future. If the world's already ended by then, there's nothing left to save. But what about the past? Mr. Bai, could we go back, rally the Avengers, and prepare to fight the invaders, especially considering there's only one? At some point, Fury had quietly seated himself on Bai Yi's left. When Bai Yi glanced around, he saw Thor standing behind him, entirely focused, 2 cans of beer in hand. Of course, whether Thor could actually follow the conversation was another matter altogether. "I'm afraid it's still impossible." Bai Yi gave a shrug. The 3 of them looked ready to object, so he quickly added, "Because you simply can't defeat that person." At this point in time, Thor was just a hammer-wielding warrior. Hulk had yet to travel to Sakaar. Scarlet, which could only manage basic spells and telekinesis, not reality-warping magic. And Iron Man, well, by standards of other universes, his armor was barely more advanced than stone tools. No matter how many you assemble, no matter the numbers, even the gathering of all your so-called heroes would be helpless. Against a sentinel boasting the power of 1,000,000 stars, he, or it, as one might say, could bring down the entire world alone as a single corpse. But there's no need to lose hope. There's one place in this world where a near-completed time machine still exists. Where? The 3 of them asked in unison. A knowing smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips. Latveria. Boom! The doors to the conference room suddenly burst open, slammed wide by an immense force. The violent impact shook the entire room, making the walls and floor tremble. The door crashed hard into the wall with an explosive bang. Under the blow, it splintered apart, showering the ground with fragments that landed with a harsh, crackling clatter. The 3 of them were first startled, but quickly sprang into action. In less than half a second, the beer mug in Thor's hand was replaced by his mighty hammer. Bai Yi's fingers instinctively found the amulet on his chest, while Fury rolled swiftly behind the table, gun drawn and ready. They looked to the doorway, but all they saw was a swirling cloud of dust, no trace of an intruder in sight. Just as confusion set in, the air before them rippled and shimmered. From within the distortion, a hulking figure, body composed entirely of yellowish stone blocks, burst into the conference room. And right behind him, emerging from invisibility, was Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, with Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, blazing beside her. The thing's stone-carved features were drawn tight, his brow dark and furrowed, his silence fiercely intentional. Beside him, the Human Torch mirrored his tension, flames smoldering on his skin but voicing nothing. But Sue Storm's eyes were red and swollen, tear stains still lingering on her cheeks. The wrinkles at her brow and the set of her jaw betrayed her fury. She shouted, her voice crackling with rage. "What did you do to Reed? What did you do to my husband?" Bai Yi silently cursed. Just perfect. The wronged wife had come to their doorstep. Why now of all times? And for Fury to have burned her husband to ash without even offering a word to her. How utterly lacking in basic courtesy. Fury stepped forward, unwavering, and said quietly, "Susan, I don't expect your forgiveness, but I ask that you listen. We had no other choice. Reed betrayed us. Killing him was the only way." At these words, her anger surged and exploded. "Calm down. Calm down. You killed my husband. You killed the man I loved most in this world. And you want me to be calm." The table was shoved aside with brutal force, scattering papers and files into the air. They whirled about before being hurled every which way, thudding dully against the walls and floor. All sorts of strange electronic equipment vibrated, filling the room with a cacophony. The screen displays flickered and warped from the tumult. "This is bad." Before Bai Yi could even react, he was lifted and flung violently by Susan's psychic force, crashing into the wall with bone-jarring pain that left him clenching his teeth. Thankfully, this wild woman hadn't completely lost her mind. She hadn't aimed to kill. That alone put her a notch above Wanda. Since she hadn't gone for the kill, Bai figured he could afford a measure of restraint too. Climbing up from the corner, he glanced at Thor, who was spinning his hammer but hadn't let it fly. Clearly, Thor had reached the same conclusion. Judging by how steady he stood, it seemed Susan's powers hadn't even tried to move him. Or perhaps she'd chosen not to target him at all. Listen to me, Susan. I understand the pain you're feeling inside, but Reed truly has betrayed us. Please, give me a chance to explain. Fury holstered his pistol and reached out, trying to calm the agitated, invisible woman. As Fury moved, the holographic projection in the conference room shifted swiftly, revealing the scene of a laboratory. In the hologram, Reed sat at a lab bench, his face marked by intense focus and gravity. Susan's gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Reed. Her anger gradually faded, giving way to a deep and overwhelming sorrow. She stared at Reed within the projection, speechless. Reed, unaware, was busy at work in the lab. He manipulated the instruments with singular concentration, as if engaged in some crucial research. This was recorded 3 hours ago. Let's fast forward a bit. The image blurred briefly, then transformed. Now Reed was seen struggling amidst a blazing inferno. For a moment, Susan's pupils contracted sharply, and in her eyes, the figure of Reed could be seen, his body writhing and twisting into a grotesque shape. Susan's body trembled slightly, just as Bai braced himself, expecting another psionic storm to sweep through the conference room. Reed's piercing scream left the invisible woman stunned. Fury, you blind bastard. I know what you're afraid of. You're terrified of the future. Can't you see anything, even with that one eye of yours? Our resistance is nothing short of futile. Why not join those evolved beings? Don't you comprehend the beauty of immortality? Just a few more minutes, and I can evolve Susan and the others into new humans. We will. Reed's desperate cries in his final moments reverberated through the conference room, and a heavy silence descended over everyone. As the seconds ticked by, the image of Reed on the screen was finally reduced to a charred husk. Do you see? Fury looked helplessly at Susan, a trace of sympathy in his voice. I'm sorry, Susan, but Reed is no longer the man you used to know. Slowly, Susan turned her head, tears streaming down her sorrowful cheeks. Her golden hair swayed softly with the movement, casting a gentle sheen, and the blue uniform she wore stood in somber contrast to her tears, reminding one of foam upon a wave. Why couldn't you give him a swift and merciful death? In that instant, it felt as if her heart were being cleaved in two, torn between conflicting emotions and pain. Rage at Reed's betrayal was knotted with the agony of losing him. Fury lowered his gaze. If he had to be honest, this was indeed his failing. Most methods to give Reed a painless death, like bullets or poison, were simply too unreliable. Burning, though inhumane, was the surest way. In these circumstances, he couldn't afford to take chances. Only when Reed was utterly gone could Fury finally rest easy. Before Fury could respond, Susan shook her head with a bitter, broken laugh. I've been such a fool. Truly I have. All this time, I only knew Reed lacked emotional intelligence, that he never could process things on his own and would easily get stuck in a downward spiral. But I never imagined he would. She choked, overcome by sobs, unable to finish the sentence, then turned abruptly and ran out of the room. Johnny, the human torch, whose flames had just sputtered out, hurried after her, terrified his sister might do something rash. The thing was less rushed, pausing as he left to offer Bai an apologetic smile. Bai, speechless, righted an overturned chair and sat down again. The meeting room was in utter chaos. Not a single item had escaped harm. Well, where were we before all that? You were saying there's another transporter in Latveria. Thor dragged a chair forward and sat facing Bai. Technically, it's a dimensional shuttle, but it's pretty much the same thing. SHELD's version is going to take a lot longer to build, while his is probably nearly finished already. Bai. This detail was even confirmed in the original story. SHLD's teleportation device on the helicarrier never got fixed until the very last moment, while Doom's worked from start. I doubt Dr. Doom is the sharing type. I really don't see him opening up his teleporter to us, Fury replied, shaking his head and voicing his reservations about Bai's plan. As a world-renowned supervillain and schemer, Doom was the last man anyone wanted to negotiate with. Going to him with a request would only earn a spectacular dressing down. Besides, Doom cared nothing for anyone outside of Latveria. He was only ever concerned with his own turf. Cruel, brilliant, and utterly arrogant. That was Fury's assessment. But I think we might have something, or someone, Doom wants. Oh, and what makes you say that? Victor Von Doom once received an acceptance letter and scholarship to Empire State University, thanks to his outstanding achievements. That's also where he met both his greatest rival and the love of his life. There was a shadow in Baye's voice. His lifelong rival is Reed Richards. And the love of his life, well, she just ran out of this room in tears moments ago. We removed Reed Richards, his nemesis, and saved the woman he loves. That's no small favor, don't you think? In truth, Doom's hatred for Reed wasn't just about a stolen romance. The real sting was how Reed always managed to be just a little smarter, and that infuriated Doom no end. Now Reed was dead, and at the hands of someone nowhere near as intelligent. That alone proved that Mr. Fantastic was far from Dr. Doom's equal. Bringing Doom this good news, and offering him Susan Storm as well, would surely be a double blessing, a cause for celebration indeed. After hearing Baye's suggestion, Fury's eye lit up. This approach might just work. Rather than placing all their hopes on a half-finished teleportation device, it was wiser to split their options, to not put all their eggs in one basket. No sooner said than done. The one-eyed commander jumped excitedly to his feet, grabbing Baye's hand in a firm shake. Looking into Baye's bewildered eyes, he said enthusiastically, "Mr. Bai, your insight is invaluable. Without you, I don't know what we'd do. Please, don't delay a moment longer. This is no time for hesitation." With that, he practically dragged Baye toward the door. As they stepped into the corridor, a piercing alarm suddenly blared, reverberating through the entire ship. Red warning lights flashed rapidly along the passageway, filling the air with a sense of crisis. At the same time, Hill's anxious voice rang out over the nearby intercom. "Director, unknown signals and high-energy readings detected on the deck." Fury's expression tightened. Thoughts raced through Baye's mind. This hadn't happened in the original storyline. Could it be that the butterfly effect he'd brought had finally turned for the worse, causing the zombie hero assault to begin ahead of schedule? Everyone moved quickly toward the deck. Along the way, Baye saw squads of heavily armed soldiers hurrying by in quick formation. Yet, none of them seemed panicked. Perplexed, Baye reached the deck. The sight that greeted him sent a chill through his heart. A ring of soldiers surrounded someone at gunpoint, exchanging tense glances, but none dared open fire. When Baye and Fury's group approached, the crowd parted swiftly, allowing them to see the person at the center. The figure's injuries were truly harrowing. His left arm, left leg, and half his face had been utterly destroyed, exposing raw, bloodied muscle and shattered bone. Blood streamed from his wounds, tracing a crimson path that spoke of unspeakable agony. Half of his face was twisted and shattered beyond recognition. The skin was charred, torn, and corroded, revealing patches of bare bone and shredded tissue. His eyes were gone, replaced by a gaping black void that seemed to swallow the very light around it. Yet, with the tattered red cloak on his back and the remnants of his face, those present finally recognized who he was. "Strange, what happened to you?" Thor stared at Dr. Strange in shock, unable to comprehend how such a powerful sorcerer could have ended up like this. Dr. Strange let out a low sigh, speaking through what was left of his ravaged face. "I bargained with a demon god. Earlier, I cast a healing spell. I meant to cleanse the virus in New York City, but I made a terrible mistake. The demon was playing word games. Not only did that spell fail to cure the zombie virus, but it even helped some zombies mend their wounds. What disgrace that was." His voice was laden with guilt and regret. A blunder like this was beneath the dignity of a sorcerer supreme. Yet today's crisis had struck so swiftly, and in his haste, such a grave oversight had occurred. Fury frowned. "You need medical help right now, but..." He scanned Dr. Strange from head to toe, concern etched on his face. Just then, several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed over, wielding a kind of scanner, and began carefully inspecting Strange's injuries. It was clear that Strange's open wounds were far too many, and after what happened with Mr. Fantastic, Fury couldn't risk any possible sources of infection on board the helicarrier. Fortunately, as soon as the scanner lit up green, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The soldiers lowered their weapons, and the medical team, already on standby, quickly arrived with a stretcher to take Dr. Strange away. Watching the Sorcerer Supreme recede on the stretcher, Fury's face remained expressionless as he commanded, "Computer, delete all plans involving using magic to wipe out the zombies." Then he turned to Baye. "We can't afford to waste any more time. Let's get ready to head for Latveria, Mr. Baye. We're out of options. You're our only hope now." "All right, but before we leave, I'll need some gear. Get me to the armory right away." "Of course. Take whatever you need." Just like before, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came hustling up to guide Baye, leading him through the vast, maze-like corridors of the helicarrier until they finally reached the armory. The moment Baye stepped in, he was struck by the sight before him. The space was spacious and immaculate, filled floor to ceiling with a dazzling arsenal of weapons, protective gear, and cutting-edge tech, all neatly arranged on towering metal racks. On the walls, soft blue screens displayed the latest breakthroughs in technology and real-time tactical updates. The bright, even lighting filled the room with a sense of energetic purpose. At the center of the armory, a large operations console was arrayed with an array of terminals and monitoring equipment, providing live feeds of the battlefield and up-to-the-minute inventory reports. Standing beside the console was a young Asian female agent, dressed smartly in a black tactical uniform. She held an electronic device, reviewing Baye's credentials with care. Once satisfied, she turned to him with a warm smile. "Welcome to the armory, Mr. Baye. I'm Agent Sky, in charge of equipment allocation and management here. Per Director Fury's orders, I'll do everything I can to meet your needs." Sky. He paused when he heard the name. Then, he studied the female agent in front of him more carefully. In the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., there was an Inhuman whose real name was Sky, a superpowered individual. But was this Sky simply someone with the same name, or could she be some interdimensional counterpart from the MCU? If so, did this world's version of her also have Inhuman heritage? Perhaps, after joining S.H.I.E.L.D., she simply never encountered the Terrigen crystals and thus never awakened her abilities? If, Mr. Bai, the female agent noticed that Bai was staring at her, lost in thought, and couldn't help but prompt him. "Oh, nothing. I just have a long list of things I need. Why don't I make a list for you?" He smiled, then took the pen and paper Sky handed over and began jotting things down. Watching Bai write quickly, line after line, Agent Sky suddenly shivered as if a chill ran down her spine. Through Sky's stunned gaze, Bai hauled up a bag nearly as tall as himself, ready to leave the equipment department. When he looked up, he noticed, in the corner of the equipment room, a powerfully built man sitting alone. The man wore a black t-shirt emblazoned with a stark white skull. Bai recognized him instantly. That was the Punisher, Frank Castle. The man sat silently, expertly assembling a firearm in his hands. His posture was upright, muscles corded and sturdy, exuding an air of relentless resolve. Countless scars marked his body, each one like a badge of honor. Drawn by the Punisher's cool, intimidating aura, Bai walked closer. He observed the weapon the Punisher was working on. In Castle's hands, the gun was no longer just cold steel. It seemed to be an extension of his very being. In the silence, Bai could feel the Punisher's gaze sweep across him. According to how things should have unfolded, by now the Punisher would have been betrayed by that troublesome teammate Ash Williams, infected and turned into a zombie, and then forced to pursue all the way to Latveria. But this time, because of his own interference, he'd thrown Ash out of the city from the very beginning. As a result, the Punisher hadn't died. Instead, he was now alive and well aboard SHIELD's helicarrier. The kid in front of him said nothing, until finally, the Punisher broke the silence, his voice deep and rough, the very image of an American Western antihero. "What do you want?" Fury agreed. "I can take whatever I want from the armory." And then, Bai reached out and pointed at the Punisher. Then he saw the big man lower his head, muttering under his breath, words that sounded suspiciously like two choice letters from the English alphabet put together. The Punisher's reaction wasn't exactly surprising. Bai wasn't offended. He just chuckled and said, "You're coming with me. And why would I do that? Because I'm about to offer you a deal you simply can't refuse." "A deal I can't refuse?" Frank's first reaction to those words was to curse the man in front of him once more, silently for now, and then teach this brat a lesson in manners with a solid blow from his gun stock. No matter whose acquaintance this guy claimed to be, even Nick Fury himself, that kind of talk was out of line in Frank's presence. As a former anti-hero who had sent countless villains to their graves, Frank was all too familiar with the scene. Wicked men, dropping to their knees in their final moments, begging for their lives, promising fortunes so vast they were beyond counting, if only to buy themselves another day of existence. But Frank had never once accepted those desperate offers. Just a few hours earlier, Wilson Fisk, known as the Kingpin, the so-called Emperor of New York's underworld, had nearly gone down on his knees before the Punisher, begging for his life. To be honest, Frank knew all too well, a crime lord like Kingpin, for whom dignity was everything, would sooner die than bow to anyone. That plea hadn't been for prolonging his own life. No, it was for his wife, Vanessa. Once Kingpin died, Vanessa, just an ordinary woman, battling depression and possessing no superhuman abilities, would stand no chance of surviving this apocalypse. So Kingpin had been willing to trade away his pride, sacrificing himself in the hope of securing a future for the woman he loved. Faced with such a tragic scene, a pair of lovers facing doom together, even a creature nowhere near human would have shed a tear, quietly dabbing at its eyes with its green tendrils before letting those poor souls go free. Frank, however, simply smiled, pulled the trigger, ended Kingpin's life, and walked away without a backward glance. Heart-wrenching pleas and bribes worthy of Croesus. The Punisher was a man forged from iron and stone. Such things could never sway him. But when Bai finally revealed his offer, Frank's heart skipped a beat. Without a hint of hesitation, he agreed to the deal with this confident stranger, even going so far as to help him carry his bags with an eagerness that took even himself by surprise. It wasn't any trick or threat that moved Frank. It was simply this: the man offered too much to refuse. For Bai promised him a world where his wife and children were still alive. On the deck, a Quinjet already stood ready, engines roaring and tail fins fluttering ever so slightly. Fury waited on the helipad, eyes scanning for his team. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a figure striding across the deck as if he owned the place, blatant, unruffled, drawing the gaze of everyone around him. It was Bai, moving forward with energy and conviction, each step radiating confidence. And just behind him, the Punisher followed, quietly lugging a heavy bundle, all but invisible as he played the role of bodyguard. Fury's iconic eye patch slipped askew in his surprise, and for a moment he rubbed his eyes to make sure they weren't deceiving him. The sight before him was so bizarre, so utterly improbable, that he struggled to believe what he was seeing. However, when he opened his eyes once more and was sure he hadn't made a mistake, Fury was struck by a shock and surprise that were hard to put into words. The sight of White Knight and the Punisher, two people with such contrasting temperaments, walking together was beyond anything he could have imagined. Fury widened his single eye, staring intently as the Punisher carried his package toward the Quinjet. Unable to contain his curiosity, he lowered his voice and asked White Knight, "Can you tell me how you managed to get him to listen to you? Damn it. How could he not have given me a heads up about something like this? They're poaching talent right under SHLD's nose, and I'm the last to find out." Judging by the look on the Punisher's face, he wasn't overcome by a sudden bloodlust, eager to cross swords with that infamous villain Doom in order to rid the world of a menace before its end. No, it looked more like he genuinely wanted to work for White Knight. White Knight didn't say much. He just smiled and patted Fury on the shoulder. Then, seeing the bewilderment in Fury's eye, walked up the ramp into the Quinjet himself. Stepping into the cabin, he saw Quicksilver and Wanda already seated in a row, while Thor had simply pulled up 2 crates of beer to keep himself company. Frank sat alone in a distant corner, silent and apart from the others, perfectly in character for him. Finally, Susan entered behind White Knight, her eyes rimmed with red. She brought along the thing and picked a seat that was neither at the front nor at the back. As the hatch began to close, White Knight nodded to himself. So these are the people Fury wanted him to bring along. What? One member of the Fantastic Trio is missing? Where's Johnny Storm, the Human Torch? Well, that's hardly surprising. Fury, the old schemer, would never place all his trust in anyone. As the saying goes, even husband and wife are birds flying in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they each take to their own wings. But in this case, it wasn't just to prevent White Knight from running off. The truth is, no matter how menacing Dr. Doom may be, he remains a supervillain, restrained by few moral boundaries. Doom would absolutely be capable of abandoning an entire world the moment his teleportation device was complete, whisking away the people of Latveria to safety and leaving everyone else behind. By keeping Johnny as a hostage, Fury was making sure Susan, the Invisible Woman, would have something to worry about, and when the time came, perhaps coax a favor out of Doom, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. a slim chance to use that teleportation after all. The Quinjet lifted off slowly, its engines pushing it away from the ground. With a deep rumble, it carried White Knight and his companions steadily into the sky. Inside, White Knight stood and watched as the airborne helicarrier below grew smaller and smaller, shaking his head. If Fury thought this plan would be enough to keep Dr. Doom in check, he was gravely mistaken. Brilliant sunlight poured through the window, illuminating the interior of the Quinjet. White Knight stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery beyond. Dark clouds gradually closed in, casting a shadow over the sky and swallowing the light bit by bit. The clouds churned like thick smoke, curling and seething, as if they held an endless hidden power. The Quinjet trembled as it pierced into the cloud layer, and in just a matter of breaths, the cockpit was plunged into darkness. Almost immediately, the cabin was filled with a muted glow of amber lights. The sound of a beer can being opened rang out clearly in the quiet of the cabin. Bai turned around, meeting Thor's gaze, a relaxed smile playing at the corners of Thor's mouth. "Bai, care for a drink?" Thor grinned as he extended a large, furry hand, holding out a beer can to Bai. Bai frowned slightly, but then let his expression soften. He took the offered can, gently popping the tab. The scent of beer drifted into the air. He lifted his can, clinking it against Thor's. "Cheers." There was a hint of resolve in Baye's voice, a fighting spirit just beneath the surface. Thor took a hearty drink, smacking his lips with satisfaction and nodding approvingly. There was a spark of excitement in his eyes, the kind found only in those who revel in battle. They raised their cans again in unison. Thor's deep, guttural drinking resonated through the cabin, while Bayi narrowed his eyes, letting the liquor linger on the tip of his tongue, leaving behind a subtle burn. Damn, this stuff isn't even beer. It must be one of those custom, high-proof brew Shield makes for Thor. If a normal person drank too much of this, it could be lethal. After several rounds, even the stone man couldn't resist shuffling over, eager for a can of his own, and the atmosphere slowly warmed as the group grew more animated. At last, Bayi found the moment he'd been waiting for. He leaned in, and as Thor, mouth full of beer and crushing another can in his grip, wiped his lips, Bayi asked, "Son of Odin, blessed with an ocean's capacity for drink, haven't you ever asked your father how to solve this crisis? Monthly ticket, please. Recommendation ticket, please. Why don't you just sit and watch, Odin?" As he watched the golden-haired warrior down another mouthful, Bayi quietly asked himself this question. Odin, protector of the 9 realms, why had the old man not intervened in this crisis? This remains one of the greatest mysteries of the original story. Even if, for argument's sake, Odin had become jaded and lost interest in battle, when his own son and loyal companions were being hunted down by zombies, the least he could have done was order Heimdall to open the Bifrost and bring the people of Asgard back from Midgard. Yet he did nothing. Hogun, Volstagg, and Fandral, the 3 noble warriors who embodied the goodness and honor of Asgard in the hearts of their people, had, of course, leapt into battle the moment disaster struck. But in the story, not once, not even at the hour of their deaths, did they receive help from Asgard. And then there's Thor, the future king of Asgard, transformed into a flesh-hungry zombie. It's a humiliation beyond imagining. The Avengers just kept eating and eating, feasting away as countless aliens cried out in shock. Damn, are we up against zombies here? Even when Thor lost his head, literally, burned away by a burst of cosmic energy from a misfiring Steve, Odin still did nothing. You see, Odin in the comics is also an old rascal, but he's nothing like the film version who's glued to his golden throne all day, every day. His beard may be white, but he's hardly frail. He can shoulder heavy burdens, he still packs quite a punch, and, let's just say his nighttime vigor remains legendary. How could a man like that cower before the end of the world? Thor spread his lips into a wide grin, his eyebrows quirking up slightly. He shook his beer can and said cheerfully, I don't know. No idea at all. His goofy smile radiated innocence and carefree joy, as infectious as a child's laughter. The whole cabin seemed to grow lighter, the mood instantly more festive. Seeing Thor's silly grin, Bayi couldn't help but laugh along. Thor's happiness was contagious, and for the first time since growing up, Bayi felt a fleeting hint of childlike wonder. Oh, who was he kidding? Bayi's own lips began to twitch uncontrollably as he looked at Thor, fighting hard to keep a straight face, forcing himself into a wobbly smile. Suddenly, he understood why almost every Loki looked at Thor as if he were hopelessly simple-minded. By the way, where's Loki? He asked. At this, Thor managed to be a little more serious. He took a long swig of beer, scratched his head, and replied, I haven't seen Loki in a long time, at least a year or 2. But my brother's clever, and his illusions are second to none. He'll slip out of any trouble, you bet. Bayi shook his head, realizing he wasn't likely to get much useful out of Thor right now. At this stage, Thor's mind had room for only 3 things: his hammer, women, and beer. Still, not much was not the same as nothing. Loki was gone. Now that was worth pondering. Not every version of Loki gets to be the god of stories at the end of time. Most are just self-preserving tricksters. But Loki isn't a prophet. How did he know it was time to disappear? Bayi's thoughts flashed to that fear itself crisis, when a main universe's Odin seriously considered blowing up Earth and absconding with Asgard, all to keep Thor safe from the Serpent's wrath. Odin in Universe 616 was undoubtedly a good father, who truly cared for his son. But what if Odin, in this universe, didn't care as deeply for his son and valued Asgard above all else? Lost in this line of thought, Bayi looked at Thor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. If this speculation is correct, then it seems Odin may have treated Thor as a pawn to be sacrificed all along. Much like a lizard discarding its tail to escape, casting off what was no longer useful in order to save itself. Though this meant losing a son who could both fight and revel, Asgardians live for eons, and perhaps they plan to hide away in some mysterious dimension, waiting until every living thing in the universe, including the zombies, was wiped out. Then they could return to the material universe and seize power anew. By then, Galactus would be long dead, the Avengers nothing but a faded memory, and every great interstellar empire would have crumbled under the invasion of zombie heroes. Newborn life would still be churning in bubbling primordial soup, leaving the universe a vast, barren expanse, pure and silent. Only then would Asgard, having preserved its strength for centuries, reappear in the cosmos, sowing the seeds of faith wherever primitive life began to stir, and in one stroke, becoming the mightiest power in existence. The more Bai thought about it, the more it made sense, and he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. How could anyone hope to stir up this universe when partnering with such a cowardly, no, such a cautious god? As Bai was lost in his thoughts, a pilot's announcement jolted him back to the present. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived in Latveria. At those words, Bai sprang from his seat, and the others crowded eagerly to the windows, exclaiming in amazement. Yet, the view before them was not at all what they had expected. The streets of Latveria were deserted. There wasn't a single zombie in sight, as if they stared out over a silent, forsaken wasteland. No bloodthirsty monsters, no marauding demons, only tranquil streets and flourishing greenery. And that could only mean one thing. Something far more dangerous than even superpowered zombies was here. Catching the shifting expressions of those around him, Bai knew they sensed it too. Even without a single zombie in sight, a vague unease lingered in the air. Suddenly, a sharp, mechanical static filled the communication system. This is Latverian Capital Tower. Please give your aircraft identification, or else you'll be shot down. Abruptly, a voice broke through the static, identifying itself as Latveria's control tower. They demanded the agents aboard the Quinjet immediately identify themselves. The sudden transmission sent a wave of tension and caution rippling through everyone on board. Bai stepped forward, grabbed the comm, and replied, "We are agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Please advise us on landing procedure or provide any other necessary instructions." A heavy silence followed from the other end of the line. After a moment, another voice answered, tinged with barely restrained displeasure. "Latveria responds to all unauthorized aircraft in its airspace with the utmost severity. You have 30 seconds to alter your course and leave our territory at once." His eyes darted around, and Bai replied, "Control Tower, we are agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., tasked with escorting Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, to Latveria for a critical operation. Our objective is to establish contact with the local leader and carry out a cooperation plan." With those words, he dropped the radio and, looking perfectly at ease, gazed out into the distance at the faint outline of Castle Doom. What a breathtaking sight. Meanwhile, the pilot stared fixedly at the digits ticking away on the timer, nerves and anxiety twisting in his chest. His palm, slick with sweat, squeezed the control stick while cold sweat trickled steadily down his forehead. Every second dragged by, feeling like a torturous eternity. As the 30-second mark approached, time itself seemed to slow and grow unbearably heavy. He pressed his face close to the window, searching the view outside for any sign, afraid that when the countdown ended, the missiles would be set loose on them. His heartbeat thundered, his breathing quick and shallow. He swallowed repeatedly, trying to calm his nerves, but nothing could shake the dread rooting deep inside him. Just then, a voice crackled over the channel. A hoarse tone, tinged with a faint electronic distortion. "Proceed to land. Doom grants you permission. Please vote for recommendations. Please support with monthly tickets. Hurry and follow me, Chala. We're not far from my lab. Hang in there, just a little further." Ant-Man gathered his strength, and within a few heartbeats, his body swelled from its usual size into a towering giant nearly 10 meters tall. With his enormous hand, he carefully pinched the edge of a burnt-out sedan, nudged it aside, and cleared a path to the alleyway. When Ant-Man worked out the tension from his neck and reverted to normal size, he turned to Black Panther with a smile. Chala was gasping for breath, his clothes shredded and torn, yet his tight, pitch-black mask remained intact, the only thing left unscathed. Fortunately, he hadn't been hurt by any of those creatures. With some effort, Black Panther lifted his head. "Hank, do we get separated from the main group?" But Hank Pym seemed not to have heard. He kept peering cautiously around the corner, checking for any infected lurking in the shadows. "My God, Chala, did you see what happened after the Colonel got bitten by that creature? In just a few seconds, he turned into a rabid monster and devoured that reporter. Right in front of us. I saw it myself, but I still can't accept it. The most upright man in the world, turning on the very people he swore to protect." Hearing this, sorrow clouded Chalia's face. The whole affair was deeply unsettling, but there was nothing he could do now. All he could manage was a silent prayer, that the virus would never reach Wakanda. In this way, the scientists in Wakanda would have enough time to develop an antidote. With their unparalleled technological might, They would surely triumph over this crisis. Suddenly, Chalia's eyes were drawn to Ant-Man's abdomen. To his shock, he noticed that Hank was clutching at something and faint streaks of blood seeped from between his fingers. He cried out in alarm, "Hank, what's going on with your stomach? Were you bitten by those zombies?" "No, that's not a bite. It's just a scratch from a steel bar." "Why would you even think that, my friend?" "I haven't been infected. There's no need to worry. Let's keep moving. We're very close to the lab now. Once we get there, we can rest and then set out to save the others." There was a faint note of displeasure in Hank's voice. The left half of his face was obscured in shadow, concealing his expression. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Black Panther's reaction. He strode alone into the pitch-black alleyway. Hearing these words, and seeing Hank rush ahead so fearlessly, eased some of Chalia's doubts. After all, it was Hank who had appeared out of nowhere when he himself was out of ammunition, surrounded by a horde of zombies. It was Hank who grew giant, hurled debris, crushed the undead, and rescued him, later insisting on guiding him to a safe house. Besides, if Hank had really been infected, he would be desperately searching for a cure, not risking his life to rescue others in the streets. If Hank were truly infected, how could he possibly still be at Chalia's side? It made no sense, not in any way. Thinking this, Chalia nearly wanted to slap himself for speaking so rashly. He had misjudged an Avenger, an old comrade who had saved his life. How shameful. Truly, he was getting old. Once this crisis ended, he would marry Storm and retire to Wakanda. The world was becoming ever harder to understand. Just as he stepped into the lightless alley where not even an outstretched hand could be seen, Chalia realized that Ant-Man, who'd entered just ahead, was now nowhere to be found. A wave of foreboding washed over him. Black Panther's pulse quickened, his muscles tensed. Had Hank been attacked? Or had he stormed off in anger? Instinctively, Chalia thought to turn back. Yet the moment he spun around, a massive hand came crashing toward him, his pupils suddenly dilating. With a thunderous impact, his body was hurled against the alley wall. Brick and mortar shattered, a cloud of dust billowing. Helpless as a rag doll, his body collapsed to the ground, motionless. The enormous hand then quickly shrank in size, making for Black Panther's ankle as he slipped into unconsciousness. "Forgive me, old friend." Hank removed his mask, his face as cold as ice, and hefted Chalia onto his shoulder. Instead of heading into the alley, however, he crossed the street toward a shop. With his free hand, he tapped lightly on the wall. At his touch, the bricks shifted with a mechanical clatter, sliding back to reveal a hidden door. Dragging the Black Panther inside, Hank spoke, perhaps to himself, perhaps to an old friend from the past. "I've already seen what happens after the infection takes hold. I don't want to end up like the Colonel and the others, with nothing to eat when that time comes. I don't expect you to understand. Not really. Once these viruses infect living beings, their hunger becomes insatiable. There are no limits. Within weeks, the infected superpowered individuals could devour every living person left in this world. If only I could turn back time, avoid that damn virus. But it's too late now. In just a few minutes, I'll be one of them." As he spoke, Ant-Man hauled the unconscious Black Panther into a hidden chamber. At the center sat a surgical table of cold metal, its smooth surface catching the faintest of light. With deliberate care, Ant-Man secured Chalia, binding him to the table to keep him safe and motionless. Standing over him, Hank watched Chalia's still form. He reached for a bone saw, his fingers brushing lightly along its blade. "And you, my friend, will soon be a little midnight snack for me." The cold steel gently kissed Chalia's skin, leaving a shallow cut on his left arm, only for the blade to halt abruptly and be put away. I can already feel that hunger blazing up inside me, burning in my gut, crawling its way up my throat. But it's not yet time. I can't eat you, not so soon. A sickly pallor colored Hank Pym's face as he tossed the bone saw into a metal bin. He rifled through drawers until he found several vials of tranquilizer, injecting every last drop into Chalia's body. "Rest, your majesty. When you wake again, there'll be no reason left to worry about your people." With that, Ant-Man pulled up his hood and locked the chamber door behind him. In an instant, his body swelled to the size of a building. With giant strides, he set off into the distance. His mind drifted to the two messages he'd just received. One, a summons from the American colonel, calling all the zombie heroes back to Avengers Mansion for an emergency council. The other? From that damn brat Janet, the one who'd taken a chunk out of his flesh. She actually had the nerve to invite him to dinner. Still, he decided to forgive her, if only because she'd brought meat. As Hank thundered forward, he suddenly paused, stooping down to grab a vaguely familiar figure, a man from a demolition crew, the one in the yellow suit always swinging the wrecking ball. "Please, I swear I'll change. I'll never rob again. I'm begging you, please don't eat me." Hank's fingers clamped down on the body of the Thunderball with the force of iron. Thunderball struggled fiercely, letting out a desperate wail. With Hank's crushing strength, there was simply no way for him to escape this giant's grip. Once, Thunderball boasted to Piledriver that he could match strength with the god of thunder himself. Now, regret suddenly prickled at that boast, and that became his very last thought. The towering giant flashed a savage grin, then mercilessly hurled the hunk of flesh into his locomotive-sized mouth. The sound of chewing echoed through the air. It tasted exquisite, a thanks to the oceanographer for the reward of 500 Chidian coins. All along the way, Hank found nothing but charred corpses, zombies, and ruins. Regret crept into his heart. He shouldn't have devoured that demolition crew guy in just 2 bites, especially while using his giant form. It was his first time as a zombie, no experience at all. Anything that had been dead longer than 10 minutes tasted like a mouthful of mud, and chomping down on an actual zombie was even worse, like chewing filth. Right now, all these zombie heroes were gorging themselves with a mindless, destructive frenzy, draining the pond to catch fish, as the saying goes. They'd grab someone, take only a couple bites, then toss them aside and lunge at another. At this rate, they'd chew through a dozen people and not even half fill their bellies. Damn it, he had been right all along. Keep this up, and soon there'd be nothing left in the world to eat. Then his thoughts turned to Black Panther, still locked away in the basement. Blood smeared around Hank's lips, twisted into a sly smile. Thank goodness he was clever enough to stash some food for himself from the start. When these fools ran out of things to eat, he could sneak down to the basement and feast in secret. Better yet, he could shrink down to ant size, turning that little bit of meat on chala into rations that would last even longer. The very idea sent a shiver of excitement through him. Keeping everything for himself was the ultimate satisfaction, both mental and physical. Still, for now, he had to put on a convincing act. No one could suspect he was hiding a snack away. Not even Janet. Arriving at Avengers Mansion, Ant-Man returned to normal size and pushed the doors open in one swift motion. Had there been a mirror before him, he would have seen his own shriveled, hollow face. "Is anyone here? Jarvis?" He shouted the name, but there was no hiding that strange, uneasy timbre in his voice. Unlike the movie universe, in many comic book realities, Tony Stark truly had a human butler named Jarvis, much like Batman's Alfred next door, though Jarvis was far less popular, rarely appearing in person. And right now, Hank was ravenous for a feast of Jarvis. He noticed traces of blood on the floor, as if beckoning him onward, a primal instinct urging him to follow their trail. He moved forward, steps odd but quick. The grand hall of the Avengers Mansion had lost all of its former splendor in his eyes. Now, it had become a nightmarish stage strewn with mutilated limbs and gruesome remains. Trails of blood guided Ant-Man through corridors, rooms, and up flights of stairs. He bit down hard on his lower lip, struggling to contain a rising, uncontrollable excitement. His purpose grew clearer with each step. He knew someone was here. Fresh meat was waiting for him. His movements grew more frantic and urgent as he dashed ahead, barely able to restrain himself. At last, the bloodstained trail led him to a room with its door half open. He stared at the crack in the doorway, thick ropes of foul-smelling saliva dripping steadily from his mouth. A manic laugh escaped him. "Ha ha, doesn't matter if I couldn't get enough outside. I'll be satisfied now, all the same." With a wild burst of laughter, he kicked the door open, eager to enjoy this exquisite feast. Only, the scene inside fell short of his expectations. Colonel America, Luke Cage, and several others were already gathered together, feasting merrily. Colonel America turned around, his eyes glittering with excitement and hunger. His rotting arm shot forward, grabbing a chunk of flesh and shoving it greedily into his mouth. His voice was hoarse, drenched in desire, as he practically roared, "Pim, come on in. You might be a little late, but there's still plenty of fresh meat. Join our revel. There's enough for you too." Nearby, the wasp looked over her shoulder, calling out with surprising delight, "Welcome home, darling. The moment that juicy, tender piece of meat spun between my teeth, I just knew you'd come around and join us." And yet, Hank hesitated at the threshold. He scratched at his matted, blood-streaked hair with a filthy hand and couldn't help but ask, "So, what now? Shouldn't we come up with some sort of Avenger plan? Look at what we just did in no time at all. We've killed so many already. Can't say I believe there's any way to atone for what we've done." Hawkeye's face grew briefly somber, sadness darkening his expression. But in the next moment, the look of ravenous hunger returned. "What? You're not hungry anymore?" Hank quickly waved both hands in protest, signaling he didn't mean that at all. "Not at all. I'm starving, just about to dig in myself. Honestly, I kind of like things the way they are now." "Agreed." A chorus of zombie voices echoed around the room. Before long, these few undead heroes had eaten their fill. They leaned back, swollen-bellied, settling onto the floor to digest and to chat idly. Of course, their conversation no longer turned to how many good deeds they'd done that day or how many lives they'd saved. Instead, it was all about which part of their prey to bite into for the softest, most tender meat. "You just burp?" asked for Plan Pim. "Well, turns out I do have one," Colonel America said, lurching to his feet, giving his bulging stomach a hearty pat. Hank was picking at his teeth when he heard those words. He turned his head to look at the leader of the Avengers, wondering if the guy was still dreaming of finding a cure and turning back into a human. Seriously? After all that's happened, he still has the nerve to play the hero? Does he have no shame at all? The zombie draped in the stars and stripes let out a twisted grin, his mouth contorted into a starving gash lined with jagged, broken teeth and reeking of blood and rot. "We haven't seen Fury yet, have we? S.H.I.E.L.D. just keeps sending people to stand in our way, trying to halt the spread of this gospel. As if they could really stop us. Other than shipping me a little more fresh meat to chew, what good have they done?" Luke Cage bared his fangs, thumping his chest with a laugh. He wasn't wrong. Fury had sent 3 squads, armed to the teeth, hoping to take down the superheroes. Too bad for them. Their bullets and explosives left barely a mark on Luke's skin. True enough. They haven't caused us any real trouble, but they're a pain all the same. No one likes being interrupted by a rocket in the middle of a meal, right? Colonel America gave a cold grin, waited until the zombies shaking their heads around him seemed satisfied, and continued. "They may not be able to beat us now, but what if they realize there are no more civilians left in the city? Who among you is confident you'd survive if they started dropping nukes?" That shut Luke Cage up. His skin could stop bullets, and even missiles. But a nuclear bomb? Holy steak, he'd never tried that. And he wasn't eager to find out how it would feel to have a nuke land right on top of him. That sounded downright unpleasant. "All right, Colonel, what's your plan? We're all ears." Hawkeye tossed aside a bone, stripped clean of meat, and stood with a fist raised, shouting. Even as zombies, the hierarchy among the Avengers hadn't really changed. The Colonel was still the leader. Whatever the crisis, they'd follow his lead. "Go find Nightcrawler. I saw him feeding in Central Park not long ago. And get everyone who can fly, everyone who can really fight, bring them all here. Tell them, the time has come." Colonel America slowly bent down and seized a shield with a decaying hand. The red, white, and blue paint was mostly worn away now, exposing the shining metal beneath. As he picked it up, there was a heavy scrape, a metallic groan cutting through the silence, a last echo of resistance. Avengers, assemble. If you enjoyed this, please consider voting and supporting with recommendation tickets and monthly votes. The Quinjet came down slowly onto a patch of land that had been hastily cleared. Its powerful turbines stirred up clouds of dust and scattered scraps of paper. As the hatch opened, Bai Yi and his team stepped out from the aircraft. Susan's eyes were still red, the heartache of her husband's death clearly lingering. The Thing stood nearby, scratching his head, awkward and uncertain. He wanted to comfort her, but the words just wouldn't come. After all, he'd never lost a husband himself. He truly had no idea what to say. Ever since Ben Grimm transformed into the Thing, not much had really changed apart from his skin, now an impenetrable, earthen yellow stone. Beneath it all, he was still the same, warm-hearted and always quick with a joke. But this stony shell had made him a superhero, while at the same time turning his life upside down. Unlike Colossus or Sandman, those guys could shift back into normal shape whenever they pleased. Ben was stuck like this forever, whether eating, showering, or doing anything at all. Back in college, when the Fantastic Four were still together, Ben had carried a quiet fondness for Susan. After his transformation, though, how could he ever confess it? He couldn't even allow himself to think about it anymore. On Reed and Susan's wedding day, Ben, usually the most easygoing guy, lost his temper for once and smashed up the lab. It wasn't what people might think. As an honest man, he never harbored feelings for his friend's wife. It was just hard to watch everyone accept himself in their little quartet, moving on to bright, happy futures. Susan, beautiful, able to turn invisible, and gifted with telekinesis. Johnny had always been a natural with the ladies. Now, as a superhero, his charm was simply unstoppable. And Reed? Let's just say his stretching powers had uses in every aspect of married life. Their relationship was practically seamless. As for Ben, the neighbors he'd grown up with now viewed him as some kind of monster. He couldn't really blame them, not with his appearance. He looked far too strange for anyone to feel comfortable. Sometimes Ben even found himself laughing bitterly inside. This team really wasn't the Fantastic Four anymore. It was more like the Fantastic Three and their giant rock enforcer. Now, with Reed gone, Ben felt more emptiness than real grief. Shockingly, he even sensed a fleeting, shameful thought. Maybe it's just as well he's gone? The moment that crossed his mind, Ben thumped his own rocky forehead. How could he think that? Reed had been a teammate for years. He didn't deserve such disrespect. But as he watched Susan drowning in her sadness, Ben just couldn't hold back the resentment. Seriously, Reed? After all those years of brilliance, how could you mess up now of all times? Did you even think about Franklin and Valeria before you went and got yourself killed? Just hours ago, the infected She-Hulk had burst into the Baxter Building's sealed chamber. And in a flash, with that monstrous, gaping maw, finally, the thing reached out and patted Susan gently on the shoulder. "Don't dwell on it, Sue," he said softly. "What's done is done. We have to keep moving forward." Invisible Woman didn't respond. She just stared blankly into space, lost in thought. Bayou stood on the ground, surrounded by desolation. The earth was cracked, the grass and trees had withered. This place seemed untouched by human presence for a very long time. In the distance, it looked as if a tumbleweed was rolling by, its dry rustle drifting through the air. "Hey, are you sure this is where we're supposed to land?" he asked, his neck stiff as he turned to look at the equally bewildered pilot on his right. There wasn't even the faintest sign of Doomstadt here. Was this really their destination? The pilot replied hurriedly, "Yes, Mr. Bai. These are the exact coordinates that Dr. Doom personally gave me. There's absolutely no mistake." Seeing the pilot's innocent expression, Bai looked around again. The barren land stretched out ahead, devoid of any traces of life or buildings. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head. "Wanda, call everyone over to me." Soon, the team of 7 had gathered by Baye's side, quietly awaiting his command. "For a defensive formation with me at the center. I need to figure out what's actually going on here." With that, Baye gently touched the pendant around his neck. Something about this place just wasn't right. Earlier, when the plane flew over, there had been plenty of buildings in the European style down on the ground. But now they'd all vanished without a trace. Something was off. A warm, gentle energy radiated from the amulet against his neck, and his soul began to slowly drift free from his body. At first, he felt a light, floating sensation, as though he were being lifted by a gentle breeze. He looked down to see his own unmoving body, locked in a pensive stillness, as though deep in contemplation. This was the astral projection stored within the pendant. Most mages use this kind of spell to wander through outer planes, to deepen their understanding of the arcane world. Using it for a simple out-of-body excursion like this was almost overkill, but it was the perfect tool for investigating the situation. After all, you don't hoard astral projections just to let them sit unused. Baye's soul hovered silently in the air, looking down at his petrified body. His face was frozen with a daydreaming expression, his eyes hollow and unfocused. If his nostrils weren't still faintly twitching, he might have thought his body was already a corpse. Meanwhile, Thor and the others had taken up their respective stances, forming a protective circle with his body at the center. With a gentle swing of his arm, Baye picked a direction and floated away. The farther his soul drifted from his physical body, the more an icy chill crept in, an unmistakable sign that his connection to the living world was fading. The further he glided, the more intensely he felt that cold, a feeling that constantly reminded him to stay alert and cautious. Baye's soul, chilled to the core, struggled to drift several hundred meters away. His gaze pierced the void as he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover with a jolt that the desolate stretch he had seen moments ago had vanished completely, replaced by an expanse of utter darkness. In this boundless gloom, a figure cloaked in green with a hood and a metallic mask cocked its head, its eerie gaze fixed squarely on Baye's disembodied soul. At that instant, though Baye had no sweat glands in this form, he instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. He felt as if his soul had been locked upon by some terrifying beast, a chill so fierce it made the sensation of soul separation seem trivial by comparison, slicing straight to his bones. With a thump to his chest, Baye's soul transformed into a silver stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, snapped back into his body. He jolted awake, his real body soaked in cold sweat. Beads of sweat trickled from his brow and lined his cheek in a translucent trail. He clenched his fists and felt the dampness seeping into his palms. 10 o'clock. Throw your hammer, but take it easy. Huh, what does that mean? Thor looked at the sweat-drenched Baye, scratching his head in confusion. Take it easy? When does fighting ever call for gentleness? Baye wiped his brow, and after a brief hesitation, quickly added, Don't use too much force. Just throw it the way you do when you're arguing with Tony. Do it exactly like you do then. Ah, now I get it. Thor broke into a hearty laugh, then flicked his wrist with a casual toss. The hammer spun out erratically, wobbling and weaving like a drunken bird flitting uncertainly through the air. It swayed left and right, bounced up and down, then zigzagged from side to side in fits and starts. Along its surface, tiny sparks still glimmered feebly, but the familiar crackle and ferocity seemed drained away. The flashes slowed to a gentle rhythm, softened as if tiny dancers were tiptoeing across the metal. Apparently, this was the sort of strength he usually used when sparring with Iron Man. Please vote for this story. Your recommendations and monthly votes make a difference. The softly tumbling hammer drifted through the sky for a while. Then, several hundred meters away from Thor, it collided with a deafening boom, as though it had struck a wall of solid stone. With a resounding crash, a thick cloud of dust billowed upward, quickly blanketing the area in a swirling haze. There was no visible impact crater. Instead, the entire stretch seemed instantly lost within a suffocating mist. Where once there had been open wasteland, now only aimless dust filled the air, concealing everything in a shroud of uncertainty. Thor furrowed his brow, clearly unsettled by this sudden turn of events. He peered through the dust, trying in vain to make sense of what lay hidden. No matter how he strained his eyes, all he could see were countless blurred particles drifting in the gloom. Well, it started to get a bit heated, he muttered. Bai calmly took a sip of the water handed to him by the pilot. He wasn't particularly surprised, given what he had just witnessed. This place was unlikely to be any kind of Latvian airstrip or wasteland. Rather, it seemed more like some kind of X-Men-style danger room. Suddenly, a strange buzzing echoed from all directions, and the ground beneath their feet began to blur and fade, as though everything around them was cast in a dreamlike haze. The world before their eyes started to warp, shifting swiftly into a metallic surface. The metallic ground shimmered with a faint light, reflecting a dazzling metallic brilliance. It appeared to be made of countless small blocks pieced seamlessly together, forming the structure of the entire floor. The sight left everyone in utter shock, staring slack-jawed at the unfolding changes around them. What is this place? Am I supposed to move? Oh wait, I'm still wearing this inhibitor, damn fury. Pietro was the first to cry out, but after tugging nervously at the metal collar around his neck, his exclamations faded into muttered complaints. Those with psychic powers readied their minds. Those with fists clenched them tight, weapons clicked into place. Clearly, the rest of the seasoned superheroes were already prepared for battle. But the changes continued. The metallic ground seemed to dance under the spell of an unseen force, rolling and morphing like a gigantic living painting. Sandstorms from the desert, icy mountain winds, neon flickers of a megacity, stormy ocean waves. All these elements surged towards them, brought to life with each transformation. Finally, the buzzing faded. The ground solidified into a smooth, mirror-like expanse of silvery metal, reflecting fierce rays of light that nearly blinded them. The pilot, squinting against the glare, had just lifted his head when he let out a startled shout. "Look up! Quick! Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, what is that?" High above, countless metallic robots descended from the sky, as black and dense as storm clouds. Each wore a green-hooded cloak, their bodies glinting with silver light. Upon landing, the robots formed neat ranks, marching forward in unison. With every synchronized step, their metal feet struck the ground with a solid, resonant clang that seemed to shake the entire arena. The energy cannons in their palms glowed with a sinister green light, emitting a deep, ominous hum like a mechanical war cry. Power surged within, radiating an aura of destruction that sent chills down everyone's spine. Their cold, unfeeling eyes locked onto the group, and the whirring of their arm cannons was a chilling warning, the shadow of death drawing near. It felt as if a fierce battle was about to erupt at any moment. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, more than ready. He was just waiting for Bayez's signal. The moment he gave the word, Thor would smash these Doom-forged destroyer bots straight into cyber hell, to pay their respects to the Cyber Buddha himself. "Son of Odin, if you dare make a move, Doom will show you no mercy." Just as tensions were about to erupt, a low, menacing voice echoed from within the crowd. Then, rising above the sea of identical robots, a figure appeared, taller, stronger, his armor more imposing than the rest. As he floated upwards, the other robots immediately drew back, parting silently, as if paving a path for him alone. He hovered forward through the air, approaching with an aura of command, until he was close enough to survey the crowd. His gaze swept across everyone present, lingering a little longer on Bai. At last, Dr. Doom spoke in a slow, measured tone. "You stand now on Doom's land. State your business." The Punisher couldn't help muttering a curse under his breath when he heard this. "Damtin fei batsta." Frank's hand tightened around his gun. It was clear what he meant to do. He intended to raise his weapon and attack Dr. Doom. In a world gone mad, he figured every evildoer put down was a victory, and two would be even better. But just as Frank was about to squeeze the trigger, Bai moved swiftly, reaching out to grasp the barrel of Frank's gun and push it firmly downward. "Now's not the time. Hold on." Reluctantly, The Punisher released his grip and holstered his weapon. The anger in his eyes hadn't faded, but he chose to heed Bai Ye's advice, setting aside personal grievances out of consideration for the group. Clearing his throat, Bai Ye took half a step forward. Ahem, we're here on a mission to save Latveria. Save it. Doom scoffed. Latveria is immune to the virus. Doom requires no help from S.H.I.E.L.D., nor from any of you. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes. Of course, Doom wasn't talking about a cure for the zombie virus. He simply meant that, with his own power, he could survive the apocalypse unscathed. But that was nonsense. No matter how impregnable Castle Doom might be, it was no match for the onslaught of zombified heroes. Besides, Latveria was constantly targeted by heroes in peacetime. So where did all this blind confidence come from? There was no point in challenging someone this arrogant directly. Admittedly, Doom was no match for their group in a fair fight, but if they went in guns blazing, he'd probably sabotage the teleportation device before they could overpower him. They'd have to take a softer approach. I take back what I said. Dr. Doom may not need S.H.I.E.L.D., but perhaps we can talk. And why should I? Glancing at the silent, invisible woman, Bai Ye looked up at the iron-masked monarch and smiled. Because I killed Reed Richards. Susan's face registered a flicker of shock at those words. She glanced quickly at Bai Ye, yet she said nothing, neither angered nor accusatory. She simply bowed her head again in silent contemplation. She had already regained her composure by now. There was no doubt that Reed deserved his fate. He was meant to die, and now he was dead. Yet, although she did not wish to face this truth, she found herself unable to lay blame on anyone else. All the blame fell on herself. After living with Reed for so many years, she could hardly believe she had failed to see the beast lurking within him. In the end, she was still an old-guard superhero, incapable of defending someone simply because of personal ties against what was morally right. Only Doom has the right to kill Doom's enemies. When Doom uttered these words, everyone was taken aback. Not so much because his arrogance surprised them, but because by speaking in this way, it was clear he intended to end the conversation. However, Doom's steely gaze, visible even through his iron mask, softened as he looked at the grief-stricken, self-reproaching Susan. But Doom can hear how that fool Reed met his end. Mean. Doom will grant you his hospitality. As soon as he finished, the robots parted once again, making way. With the group exchanging hesitant glances, Bai Ye merely shrugged and strode ahead. Author's note: please support with monthly votes and recommendations. Dr. Doom led the group into Castle Doom, striding before them with commanding presence. The castle's interior felt shadowy and solemn, but the scattered candle flames provided a weak, flickering glow, barely illuminating their surroundings. The sturdy stone walls, their rough texture laid bare by time, were the marks of countless years. Each block added to the sense of ancient strength, as though these stones carried the weight of untold histories. Under the candlelight, every groove and ripple in the rock stood out, sketching intricate patterns upon the surface. The air within Castle Doom was thick with history. A mysterious and ancient atmosphere seemed to seep from every wall. Carvings and sculptures adorned the stone, showing off exquisite workmanship and an artistry bordering on the divine. Bai Ye caught a fleeting flicker of green light cast across the wall, and couldn't help but think that the reliefs and stone statues within Castle Doom likely held more than mere aesthetic value. Hey Vic, what are you doing dragging us around like this? Ben finally called out, exasperated. After fighting zombies all afternoon and being transported to the helicarrier with nothing to eat, hunger was gnawing at him. Doom remained silent, leading his guests through various winding corridors until they entered a grand, spacious hall. The feeling there stood apart from the previous gloom. A sense of solemnity and grandeur filled the room. Overhead, a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, a radiant jewel casting shimmering light. The glass was flawless, every delicate pattern intertwined with soft, warm illumination, bathing the room in gentle brilliance. At the center of the room stood an enormous, narrow wooden dining table, so wide that it nearly took up half the space. A splendid tablecloth covered its surface, its golden patterns reflecting and mingling with the glow from the room's lights. Set atop the table, metal trays cradled candles whose gentle flames cast a soft, warm light, illuminating the contours of everyone's faces. Seat. With a dramatic flourish of his cloak, Doom seated himself in the large chair at the head of the table. The moment he sat down, the atmosphere seemed to grow even colder and more forbidding. The others exchanged glances, then found their places and sat in silence. With a delicate shake of the small bell in his hand, he sent out the faintest chime. Yet, this seemingly simple gesture was a proclamation, a clear declaration of Doom's power and his absolute command over all. The waiting attendants, standing by, instantly understood and sprang smoothly into action. Soon, servers dressed immaculately in black tailcoats approached Doom's seat, moving nimbly while carrying silver trays. Their every gesture was dignified and graceful, their silence and movements as elegant as if they were performing a captivating pantomime on stage. Golden, crisp roast suckling pig, a rich, creamy mushroom soup garnished with a sprinkle of crunchy breadcrumbs, tender steak, juicy roast chicken, and succulent fillets of fish, all were placed one after another before their master. Only once Doom had received his dishes did the attendants withdraw from the room and return to serve the guests. A massive hand gripped the front of a yellow school bus, effortlessly crushing it into a twisted ball of scrap metal with a shrieking crunch. The terrified screams inside the vehicle pierced the air and refused to stop. It's more efficient to eat when I shrink things down, but nothing beats the thrill of this. With eyes as round as tires, Ant-Man stared intently through the wreck's opening, his laughter erupting in deep, harsh bursts. His enormous arm reached inside. Bayaki picked up several fresh red berries between his fingers and, without hesitation, popped them into his mouth. His teeth sank lightly into the flesh, releasing a rush of intense, sweet fragrance across his tongue. Every berry seemed like a tiny world, bursting apart into countless delicate beads within his mouth. A few drops of bright red juice slipped from the corner of his lips, beating there like glistening crimson gems. I have to ask, Doom, at a time like this you're still eating? Don't you have even the slightest concern for the end of the world? Pietro sat at the table, gazing at the feast before him, yet unable to take a single bite. His voice was tinged with puzzlement as he stared at Doom, who continued with his meal undisturbed. Dr. Doom set down his fork, his gaze cold and imperious. Slowly, he raised his head and replied, "To dine with composure is not merely to satisfy one's hunger. It is a mark of dignity. In these final hours, it is precisely now that Doom most truly stands as a king." Quicksilver furrowed his brow, clearly confused and dissatisfied with Dr. Doom's attitude. He muttered softly, "But we're facing tens of thousands of superpowered zombies. Don't you feel nervous or anxious at all?" Dr. Doom let out a cold, dismissive laugh, his gaze sweeping over the others as he replied in a calm, measured voice, "Since you've come here, there must be a reason. Tell me, are you here to seek Doom's assistance, or have you come to challenge Doom?" Quicksilver fell silent, lost in thought as he considered how to respond. The food on the table remained perfectly arranged, untouched by the tension in the room. Apparently unbothered by Quicksilver's doubts, Dr. Doom resumed his meal with practiced elegance. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Bai looked towards Doom and asked softly, "Would you like to know how Reed died?" Dr. Doom glanced up, his deep-set eyes meeting Bai's gaze. Though he didn't answer aloud, in that instant, Doom's meaning was unmistakably clear. "Go on." Meeting Doom's eyes, Bai drew in a steadying breath and began to recount the cause of Reed's death. Doom listened in silence, his eyes growing darker and more profound. He eventually set down his fork, the movement betraying a faint tremor in his hands. When the tale was finished, Doom could no longer conceal the exhilaration and contempt rising within him. Suddenly, he threw back his head and unleashed a wild, distorted laugh, a sound hoarse and twisted, like the roar of some infernal beast from the depths of hell. Who would have thought Richards could be so utterly foolish? After some moments, Doom reined in his laughter, the smile beneath his mask freezing before twisting into a cold, scornful sneer. "To think I spent all these years battling someone so witless. It's laughable, truly." For once, Doom abandoned his usual habit of referring to himself in the third person, speaking as any ordinary man might. Susan shot Doom a furious glare at his words, but after only a few seconds, she dropped her gaze in silence. She knew all too well that Doom was right. Reed had used his life to prove the limits of his own intellect. "What is your name?" Richards may have been a fool, but Doom believes that anyone bold enough to kill him deserves to be known. No one so formidable should remain nameless in Latveria. "Bai. Excelente, Bai. You've presented Doom with a most amusing tale. You are now a guest of Latveria. Speak. What would you like to discuss?" Bai spared a glance at Thor, who was busy feasting and drinking with abandon. With a faint smile, he suggested, "Why don't we talk elsewhere?" Thor lifted his goblet, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he tried to work out Bai's meaning. Setting down his cup, he replied with some uncertainty, "Elsewhere? But where? I haven't had my fill yet." A trace of helplessness flickered in Bai's eyes. He wasn't surprised by Thor's attitude. After all, at this stage, Thor was someone devoted to the pleasures of life, and business certainly ranked below eating for him. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation elsewhere. It's far too noisy here," Bai calmly repeated. Dr. Doom cast a long, penetrating look at Bai, then swept his cloak aside and strode out of the room. Please vote for me. Support me with recommendation tickets and monthly votes. Just ahead is Doom's study. We can talk there, he said. Following behind Doom, Bai took in the corridors they walked through. They seemed somewhat similar to those they'd passed when first entering Doom's castle, yet there was a sense of unfamiliarity mingled with déjà vu. Observing more closely, he noticed that some 30 meters behind them, the floor and walls seemed to ripple and shift, and a corner they had just turned was now gone. It appeared that Dr. Doom had used magic to transform the place into a kind of shifting labyrinth. With a resonant creak, Dr. Doom pushed open a wooden door and entered his study. Bai followed close behind. A massive oak desk dominated the center of the space, adorned with lavish stationery and an ancient, well-used book of magic. Bookshelves lined the walls, brimming with hefty scrolls and tomes, likely chronicles of Dr. Doom's decades of research, whether in science or sorcery. In one corner stood an ornate tea table set with exquisite porcelain and a selection of rare teas. A comfortable leather sofa and several elegant chairs were scattered about, offering a welcoming spot for guests to relax. Though Dr. Doom was undeniably a world-famous supervillain, he was also the ruler of Latveria, and, naturally, he needed a place to receive visitors of considerable stature. A well-appointed study fit the bill perfectly. Doom advanced unhurriedly to the desk, seated himself, and gazed at Bai, who was taking in every detail of the office. A glimmer of satisfaction and pride played beneath Doom's iron mask. He never spoke of it, but he thoroughly enjoyed that moment when others were awed by his wealth and status. When he'd had his fill of Bai's silent tour, Doom spoke at last. "Say what you came to say," he intoned. "Let's cut to the chase," Bai said, dropping unceremoniously into a guest chair and rolling his neck. "Your firepower isn't enough to withstand the oncoming horde of superpowered zombies. You need our help." "What? How dare you insult Doom like this?" Doom thundered, slamming his massive metal hand on the desk. The whole room trembled from the impact, and for half a heartbeat, the sunlight outside seemed to flicker and fade. Bai was not frightened by all the commotion. He watched as the darkness spreading toward the chandelier faded away, then spoke again before Doom could flare up. "You could drop your disguise anytime, Dr. Doom. I think we're both well aware that it's only a matter of time before Latveria falls to those monsters. If that's not the case, then where are your people? All we've seen on our way here, apart from a few servants, is empty halls. Where are the men, women, the elderly, and children of Latveria?" The metal-clad figure before him fell silent, merely staring at Bai with a cold, unwavering gaze, as if weighing what would spill from his mouth next. Doom waited, deciding whether he would let Bai finish, or tear this impudent interloper apart. "I know you're building a teleporter," Bai continued, "but it still needs time before it's finished." The moment those words escaped his lips, Bai felt an immense pressure bear down on his shoulders, as if the weight of the entire world had tilted toward him, or as if the edge of a razor pressed against his back. His heart hammered in his chest, but outwardly, he remained steady. Dr. Doom sat behind his desk, watching Bai with a chilling, inscrutable gaze. No expression could be read on that iron mask, but it was clear the thought of violence crossed his mind. "You know one of Doom's secrets. Give Doom a reason to let you live. Because I know you're not as foolish as Reed Richards. That's why I came to talk cooperation." The crushing pressure dissipated instantly, just as swiftly as it had arrived, Bai's words having struck a chord, at least enough to spark Doom's curiosity. Dr. Doom studied Bai in silence, his eyes deep and unfeeling, meeting Bai's gaze without yielding. After a tense pause, he spoke, impassive, "Continue. Your teleporter isn't quite finished, or you'd have already led the Latverian civilians through to another universe. The heroes from S.H.I.E.L.D. can help you complete it and defend Doomstad at your side. But in return, you'll need to give us a few tickets for your Arkansas." When Bai finished, Doom rose from his seat and, with a sweeping gesture, conjured a burst of green light. A holographic projection sprang up above the desk. Bai squinted, focusing on the scene inside the projection. In that image, Captain Britain was raging inside a quintessentially British office, smashing objects left and right. Echoing around the room was a fit of shouting. "If the Corps launches an attack, everything will turn out fine." Bai stroked his chin. The Corps, Captain Britain referred to as likely the Captain Britain Corps, those who always prided themselves on being number one, the brightest among legions. Yet, even as the multiverse converged, these so-called protectors were still plodding along, sifting through the remnants of worlds that had already perished long ago. If we have to wait in another line for centuries, perhaps the Legion will finally come to the aid of Universe 2149. Doom stared at the projection of Captain Britain, sneering with contempt. "So this is your so-called hero, begging for help that will never come. Tell me, why should Doom ever expect salvation from the likes of you?" Johnny Storm is still at S.H.I.E.L.D., someone interjected. So what? Doom replied, his tone dismissive. Susan Storm is with you, came the calm response. Bai Yishuru. If you truly don't care about Susan, you're free to simply feed her to the zombies. Why put her through the agony of watching her children and brother perish, only to wither away in despair? Seeing the faint hesitation flicker across Doom's face, Bai let out a heavy sigh, his brows knitted with deep sorrow. He spoke slowly. Mrs. Storm's life is truly tragic. In one night, she became a widow, lost her children, and watched her world collapse. Doom, have you ever considered that leaving her to mourn in solitude for the rest of her days is an act of cruelty beyond measure? And when she finds out you let Johnny be devoured by those zombies, how do you intend to face her then? Dr. Doom's expression darkened at Baiye's words, his demeanor growing icy with irritation. She is an insignificant mortal. I feel nothing for her. You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself, Victor Von Doom. Baiye shook his head, as if disappointed. He thought, look at that. Even the usual catchphrase slipped his mind. Victor Von Doom not in love with Susan? That's the biggest joke in the multiverse. One of Doom's primary motivations for tearing apart the Fantastic Four has always been to drive a wedge between Susan and Reed. As for the Thing, nobody cares much about him anyway. What could be sweeter than winning the affection of a first love you once only dreamed of? In another universe, the famous 616, Doom regarded Valeria and Franklin, children carrying Susan's very blood, as his own, shielding them from even a hint of harm. This universe 2149 might be distant and rougher, but surely he couldn't have strayed that far from himself. No, in fact, this Doom's prospects were even brighter than his 616 counterparts. Reed, the greatest obstacle, was gone, and not even at Doom's own hand, so Susan would not blame him. If he could save her brother as well, Susan would owe him everything. Baiye sighed again, deeply, feeling as if there was no way to guide Doom onto the obvious path. A beautiful widow practically handed to him, and this Doom still insisted on acting aloof? That coy, tsundere attitude was out of fashion. Nowadays, people admired those who wore their hearts on their sleeves. Susan is just so unbearably annoying. You idiot. It's not like I wanted you to march into Doom's castle, just for me or anything. Suddenly, Baiye's mind ran away with itself, conjuring a scene of Doom, cheeks flushed beneath his iron mask, shyly turning away as he tried to talk to the invisible woman. The thought alone sent a chill down Baiye's spine. That was just too grotesque to imagine. But in the end, Doom did not go that far. After listening to Baiye, Dr. Doom raised a finger and tapped lightly on the tabletop. Doom cannot lie to himself. From this moment, Latveria will enter into a temporary partnership with you. His voice was low, edged with a hint of menace. However, when he pronounced it, he deliberately stressed the word, making it clear that his priority was to work with Baiye himself, not with S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, Doom rose to his feet and extended his hand toward Baiye. Baiye gazed at Dr. Doom's armored hand, its metallic surface glimmering faintly with green light. He smiled, stepped forward, and gripped Doom's hand in a firm handshake. To a fruitful partnership, he said softly. With their deal struck, escape from this world, destined soon for oblivion, was now all but certain. There's one more thing Doom wishes to know. Why did S.H.I.E.L.D. send you? I just reviewed information for every S.H.I.E.L.D. member from the janitors to Nick Fury, and yet, your name doesn't appear anywhere. Who are you really? I am, Baiye began, but before he could finish, Dr. Doom suddenly raised his hand. From his fingertips, a faint green glow spilled forth, wrapping Baiye in an instant. The mystical energy descended from the top of his head, slowly cloaking his entire body in a translucent veil. And yet Baiye didn't feel any pain or discomfort. He merely furrowed his brow, pupils narrowed, silently watching Dr. Doom. He sought to read Doom's true intentions. What did that green light actually mean? Just a spell to strip away disguises. It appears you're not Loki, Doom said, shaking his head before adding, Loki hasn't been sighted anywhere in the 9 realms for years. I thought. In most universes, Doom and Loki have been known collaborators, serving as secret advisors to Norman Osborn in the Dark Reign, or exchanging knowledge in the dark arts as fellow sorcerers. Now, faced with someone of uncertain identity with some sway inside S.H.I.E.L.D., it was hard for Doom not to wonder if this was another of Loki's tricks. But it seemed that wasn't the case. Fury sent me and my team to negotiate with you because he owes me a fair number of favors. Also, I suspect he's not eager to put himself in harm's way. Considering you two have spent decades plotting against each other, it makes sense. Openly or in secret, your confrontations are legendary. Does he really think Doom is so petty? Doom snorted. But you absolutely are, Baiye thought to himself. He still remembered, not too long ago, when Namor was practically on his knees begging Doom for help, only to be cruelly refused. You have to understand what kind of person Namor is. Temperamental, unpredictable, a man who takes pleasure in obsessing over other men's wives, and, when he has nothing better to do, lurking at the bottom of the sea to quietly plot schemes harmful to humankind. As the king of a nation, asking anyone for help is simply something he has never done before. But this time, he still chose to beg Doom. And the only reason Dr. Doom turned Namor away was this. Namor wasn't the first one to ask Doom for help. He had gone to someone else before coming to Doom. Do you happen to have a book in your collection called The Book of Death? Doom glanced at Bai Yi, letting out a single word after a moment's pause. Yes. Then he strode over to the bookshelf. With apparent ease, he found what he was looking for, sliding a gray tome from the second shelf and placing it, ever so gently, in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, for at that moment, he felt as if some kind of vibrant energy pulsed within the book, as if it were a living being, full of flesh, blood, and secrets. When he ran his fingers lightly over the cover, he could sense an almost imperceptible shiver beneath his touch, as though something alive was flowing within its pages. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, inspecting the book closely. The surface felt eerily like some kind of creature's skin, an uneven texture that carried a subtle warmth and a faint, steady pulse, as if its own life force thrummed beneath his hand. It might have been a trick of the light or his own imagination, yet he thought he saw two thin slits slowly opening on the cover, reminiscent of closed human eyes beginning to part. "This is the book you sought," Doom intoned, catching sight of Bai Yi's fingertips tracing the cover. "I have never used it. Within lies a formidable black magic." Hearing this, Bai Yi could only shake his head in disbelief. Did Doom mean that just because it's black magic, he wouldn't go near it? What kind of joke was this? After all, Dr. Doom was infamous for his dealings in hell and bartering with demons. Could the likes of him really be frightened of a little book bound in human skin? Yet from the way he spoke, it sounded almost like a warning, to urge Bai Yi to tread carefully with the kinds of black magic contained within. For as powerful as such spells were, their prices were often dark and cunning, bordering on the macabre. Sacrificing your own heart, offering up your tongue along with your lungs, grotesque demands by the dozen. And the memory of Strange losing half his body was still fresh in Bai Yi's mind. "I will remember that, Doctor. Thank you for your generous gift." Bai Yi rose, tucked the book beneath his arm, and gave a courteous nod. "Good." Doom gave a faint nod in return and raised his hand, signaling that Bai Yi was free to take his leave. Aboard the airborne carrier, out on the landing pad, a janitor everyone called Old Jack was rinsing down a Quinjets that had only returned half an hour ago. Humming a cheerful tune to himself, Old Jack looked perfectly content. This was his 13th year in the business, and he knew this job like the back of his hand. He was nearly 60 years old and had neither son nor daughter, when the entire aerospace carrier was drowning in grief over the loss of their families. Though the atmosphere did affect him, and he shed a few tears before long, he had recovered, cheerful again as if nothing had happened. After all, he really didn't have many people at home. His wife had passed away a few years ago from a heart attack, his parents had been gone for almost 20 years, and his friends consisted mostly of colleagues, all of whom were also stationed on the carrier. Water surged from the hosepipe as Old Jack deftly worked, scrubbing the fighter jet's exterior until it gleamed like new. He moved slowly along the body of the jet, occasionally pausing to check for any missed spots of grime. When he reached the hatch of the Quinjet, he found it firmly shut. Old Jack wasn't surprised. He pressed a button, and the hatch slid open smoothly. Filled with curiosity, he stepped inside to check the interior. Sometimes he'd stumble upon little things carelessly forgotten by those superhero types who use the aircraft, like a hat or a pair of glasses. Objects like these could fetch a good price online, and the heroes themselves hardly noticed their losses. In fact, they probably never realized what they'd left behind. Though it was now the end of the world, he hadn't lost that old habit. Those trinkets were still his daily ticket to a bottle or two. Those good days are gone forever, Old Jack thought to himself. Who would have thought all those big heroes who could soar the skies and tunnel the ground couldn't dodge the apocalypse, while an old codger like him survived? What kind of world is this, really? But just as he stepped inside the hatch, a sudden sting shot through his neck. He cried out, "Ow! What was that?" Then he remembered it was the season when flying ants were breeding. Given the time of year, he figured it must have been a bite from one of those little pests. It wasn't all that unusual. Every year, plenty of people ended up getting bitten a time or two. The sting on his neck made Old Jack feel as if ants were crawling all over him. He quickly brushed a hand across the spot, trying to shoo them off. He decided to leave the hatch and head below deck, intent on finding some soapy water or something to ease the irritation. After all, what could possibly go wrong? Any recommendations? And I'll take a monthly vote, too. 39. A strange ceiling. Wong slowly awoke in his hospital bed, his gaze landing first on the spotless, white ceiling. Instinctively, he turned his head to either side, only to be shocked at the sight of Dr. Strange lying in the next bed. He shouted in disbelief, "Strange, what happened to you? How did you get hurt?" Wong's voice trembled with fear and concern. He couldn't ignore the severity of Dr. Strange's wounds. The entire left side of Strange's face was tightly wrapped in bandages, contorted in pain. But what unnerved Wong even more was the horrific reality that the Sorcerer Supreme's left arm and leg were simply gone. Confronted with such a cruel sight, a wave of helplessness and fear surged within Wong. He couldn't comprehend how Strange had suffered wounds so grave. What kind of foe could possibly injure the mighty Sorcerer Supreme to such an extent? Hearing Wong's words, Dr. Strange felt a twinge of embarrassment, his composure suddenly uneasy. He fumbled for words, reluctant to speak. It was one thing to confess his mistakes to others, but to admit them to Wong, his dearest friend and most loyal companion, was another matter entirely. Earlier, Strange began, his voice strained with remorse and guilt. He paused, searching for the right words. Under Wong's concerned gaze, Dr. Strange knew he couldn't turn away from the truth, no matter how hard it was to say aloud. At length, Strange confessed the whole story. Looking at Wong, silent, expression unreadable, he reached up and touched the bandages on his left cheek, sighing, "That's how it happened. I can barely face myself, let alone anyone else." Wong shook his head, trying to comfort him. "Stephen, you don't need to be so hard on yourself." Suddenly, a thunderous crash shattered the quiet of the hospital room, as if something heavy had slammed into the door. Both Wong and Strange snapped to attention, heads whipping toward the source of the sound. Again, the door shook violently, trembling under the force of another impact. Someone or something was trying to break in. "Wong, how did you find the nursing staff on the previous SHIELD helicarrier? Were they this aggressive when waking patients?" "They were excellent. Definitely didn't rouse patients out of bed like this." Exchanging a swift glance, both men sprang into action. Wong landed lightly on the floor, while Strange hovered above it, his lost limb denying him a stable landing. Strange raised his right hand, fingers weaving a quick incantation. A swirl of violet energy spun into existence, pulsing with intense magical power. He called out toward the door, voice firm and commanding, "Whoever you are, stop right there and declare yourself." His words rang out in the room. For half a second, silence. Then, all at once, the pounding on the door grew more frenzied, the entire frame shaking beneath the assault. Dr. Strange's eyes narrowed, the violet energy coiling more fiercely in his palm. But in the end, he flicked his wrist. The violet glow erupted, transmuting in an instant to a blazing red. He raised his voice and invoked, "By the name of the eternal Vishanti, release the crimson bands of Sidorak." Invoking the name of the Vishanti with each casting, like a rap lyric landing perfectly on the beat, always drew out a little more power. At the sound of his shout, that swirling mass of energy twisted into a crimson ribbon, unleashing a power and speed that was truly astounding. Like a bolt of lightning, it lashed out toward the doorway. The door was shattered in an instant, splinters spraying in every direction. Meanwhile, the intruder who had charged the door was ensnared by the red ribbon of energy and hung, suspended in midair. Dr. Strange and Wong stared in stunned disbelief at the figure now tightly bound. Only then did they realize why the intruder had made no sound on impact. The person they discovered had once been a nurse, or rather, had once resembled one. Now, her lower jaw was missing, ripped away and bleeding profusely, a grotesque wound painting a scene of horror. Her eyes were clouded over, staring blindly into oblivion. Even as she hung in the air, she writhed and snapped, still trying to bite. With a clenched jaw, Wong cried out, "How is this happening? Is nowhere safe, not even the helicarrier." Dr. Strange could only let out a weary sigh as the crimson bands wrapped around the nurse's head. There was the sickening sound of bones twisting and snapping. With a sudden, sharp crack, her skull was crushed. The floor was splattered with a dreadful mixture of blood and brain matter. "We need to get out of here, Wong," Dr. Strange said quietly. He drifted swiftly through the doorway, and Wong leaped over the corpse to follow close behind. They made their way to the nurse's station, only to find nothing there but smears and pools of blood. Wong glanced warily around, the eerie quiet of the deserted nurse's station setting him on edge. Dr. Strange frowned slightly, scanning the room until his eyes caught the security camera on the wall. He raised a hand and waved it in front of the lens, and, astonishingly, the camera seemed to wave back at him, as if alive. A moment later, Maria Hill's voice crackled through the speaker in the camera. "Dr. Strange, please hold your position. Our medical cleanup team is on its way to your location." Wong's eyes widened. He hadn't expected to hear Hill's voice. Within seconds, a squad of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. They wore thick body armor and carried an assortment of weapons, moving with somber precision. The squad leader held a scanner, which he swiftly aimed at Dr. Strange and Wong, running a check over them. The scanner buzzed softly, its screen flashing streams of data. The soldiers studied the results intently, then nodded to confirm that neither of them was infected. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad broke into teams, each armed with shotguns. They kicked open doors one by one, methodically clearing each room in tense silence as they searched for any sign of the undead. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, not making a sound. The door was kicked open, and the soldiers stormed it at once, scanning every corner of the room with calm precision and swift efficiency. Their eyes swept across the bed, the wardrobe, and each shadowed nook, ensuring no lurking threats remained. Within minutes, the entire infirmary had been thoroughly cleared. The soldiers exchanged quick, clipped words, confirming that there were no further signs of zombies. Once the search was complete, the squad leader strode over to Dr. Strange and Wong, snapped to attention, and saluted sharply. "Mr. Strange, the infirmary is secure. Please come with us. The director is gathering all the survivors." Wong was anxious for answers and spoke up before Strange could. "What happened on the helicarrier? Why are there zombies?" The soldier hesitated for a brief moment. "We'll explain as we go. Time is of the essence. Please stay close to us for your own safety." The two nodded their understanding and followed the soldiers quickly, heading towards where Fury was assembling the survivors. Along the way, they passed countless bodies fallen where they stood, each with a fatal head wound. Blood stained the floors, and somewhere in the distance, faint gunfire echoed, adding to the growing sense of dread. Suddenly, as they turned a corner, the squad leader called out, "We're here. The director is inside." Without delay, the soldiers broke off in another direction, leaving Strange and Wong facing a heavy metal door, sealed tight. The Sorcerer Supreme took a deep breath, his hand clenching the door handle before resolutely giving it a turn. The handle groaned softly, and the door slowly swung open. Recommendations appreciated, and please vote for this story if you enjoyed it. Dr. Strange pushed open the metal door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. The room was packed with people, each one wearing an expression weighed down by grim concern, yet not one appeared to be wounded or bear the marks of battle. Tension filled the room. It was heavy, hushed, and every eye turned to Dr. Strange, searching for guidance, perhaps answers. This struck him as odd. He had expected that the helicarrier would already be overrun by the virus, but the scene before him contradicted every assumption. He stepped into the room, glancing around at the assembled faces. Among them were doctors, scientists, soldiers, and other superheroes, all standing in silence, the fear of the unknown flickering in their eyes. Strange. Lost in thought, Dr. Strange felt Wong tap him gently on the shoulder, signaling him to look ahead. Lifting his gaze, Strange saw Nick Fury making his way through the crowd, his face grim and unyielding. Fury moved to the center, scanning the room with sharp eyes. Then he snapped his fingers, a sharp, decisive sound, and above his head, a holographic image flickered into view. A holographic projection displayed a scene from inside the skyborne carrier. In the image, a janitor was doubled over the sink, retching in agony. Just then, a soldier entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene, the soldier hurriedly set his rifle on the countertop and gave the janitor a gentle pat on the back. "What's wrong, old man? Too much to drink last night." But in the next instant, the janitor whipped around and sank his teeth into the soldier's throat. Nick Fury's voice boomed through the hall. "Just minutes ago, an infection incident broke out on the skyborne carrier. Soon after, multiple infection cases erupted in different locations. And, as we were investigating, the source of the outbreak revealed itself." He gestured, and the holographic image shifted, now showing the corpse of an agent lying on the ground. Standing over the body was a short-haired woman with chestnut hair, her back spread wide with a pair of translucent wings. When the crowd saw her clearly, they recognized the zombie's identity, the Wasp. The Wasp chewed on a chunk of raw flesh, threw her head back, and roared with fury. "I've had enough. What's with biting but no eating? Why don't you shrink down to ant size and try clinging to a jet a few thousand meters up? Damn it, Pym." She gulped down the meat, blood smearing her lips, and licked them with feverish delight. Her gaze was wild, brimming with a primal, joyous hunger. "Feed me 10 first. Then we can talk about schemes," she snarled, her translucent wings beating softly as she prepared to burst out of the room. But just as the Wasp was about to bolt, an intense red laser flared from the bathroom doorway, slamming her against the wall. In an instant, fire roared. A raging inferno incinerated her body in seconds, reducing her to nothing but a scorched black mark upon the floor. A man rubbed the corner of his eye and strode in. He wore the X-Men combat suit, and the distinctive ruby visor left no doubt as to who he was, Cyclops. This tall, wiry figure, nearly 2 meters in height, surveyed the chaotic bathroom with a helpless sigh and pressed his earpiece. Fury, where's the nearest bathroom to me now? Wait a minute. I don't understand. Dr. Strange broke in suddenly. If the source of the infection was eliminated, you should have had enough time in these past several minutes to clear out the remaining infected. So why are there still zombies in the infirmary? Fury listened to Stephen Strange in silence, not uttering a word. Instead, the holographic projection shifted once more, this time revealing a live feed from the flight deck of the Skyborne carrier. This is a real-time view. It seems the earlier infection inside the Skyborne carrier was only a smokescreen, a distraction to divert our attention. On the projection, clouds of blue and red smoke flickered in and out on the deck. Each time the colored fog appeared, it heralded the arrival of a zombified hero. At the very edge of the sky carrier, an angel infected and transformed into a zombie suddenly appeared. His wings were rotting, reeking of decay, and his body was smeared with blackened flesh and bloody stains. In his left hand, he dragged the infected American colonel, and in his right, the zombified Luke Cage. With a swift fling of both arms, he hurled the two zombies hard onto the deck, then dove downward again, clearly heading back to bring more of his grounded undead companions. And this grotesque act was far from rare. There were plenty more like him. The Falcon, Ms. Marvel, and others were ceaselessly ferrying different zombie heroes up to the carrier. The deck was rapidly filling with zombies, emerging in wave after wave by every imaginable means, converging into a terrifying surge. Hundreds of soldiers rushed out from all corners, hefting heavy weaponry and bravely fighting to hold back the zombie assault. The barrage from the machine guns became a dense storm of lead across the skies, the staccato thunder of gunfire merging with the ceaseless hail of bullets. Soldiers gripped their weapons tight, steeling themselves as they stood unflinching before the horde, firing with every last ounce of strength. Flamethrowers unleashed searing jets of fire, reducing swaths of zombies to charred earth. The blazing flames formed temporary barricades, halting the zombies' advance for a fleeting moment. Fire! Fire! Drive them back! Don't let them! A squad leader shouted, clutching his rifle as he fired fearlessly at the oncoming dead. But then, a shield sliced through the air with lightning speed, cutting him and several nearby soldiers in half at the waist. The soldiers scarcely had time to react. Their bodies split in two, their screams momentarily overpowering even the relentless gunfire of their allies. The squad leader, now reduced to little more than his upper body, struggled desperately. His hands reached, trembling in agony, for the weapon just out of reach on the ground. Every inch he crawled sent waves of piercing pain through him. Summoning his remaining strength, he stretched out, fingertips brushing the cold steel. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot through the air. The arrowheads struck true, piercing the skulls of the fallen soldiers and ending their suffering for good. TSK, Colonel Shield is hardly sanitary. If you lot come back as zombies, the stench will be unbearable, Hawkeye quipped, shooting a mischievous glance at the lifeless bodies before knocking another arrow to his bow and letting fly. Damn it, are we just supposed to stand here and watch those people die? Is that what heroes do? Wolverine spat out the words, fury evident as his glistening adamantium claws sprung out, their cold gleam matching his seething voice. He chafed at the idea of doing nothing, of just letting it all unfold. No, Logan, if you go, you'll only make things worse. Times have changed. Your old way of fighting, hurting the enemy but wrecking yourself, will only get you killed even faster. Fury spoke in a low voice. Besides, every Quinjet capable of taking off directly is already on the deck. If we want to reach the aircraft, we'll have to get through those zombies first. Hearing this, Logan's spirits took a dive. He retracted his adamantium claws, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. So we're just going to sit here and wait to die? Shouldn't we at least get moving? Make our meat a little tougher for them? No, absolutely not. Fury's eyes flashed with determination. We may not have enough time to develop a cure for the virus, but I have found a handful of individuals strong enough to stand against the zombie plague. Each one is exceptional in their own right, masters of unique abilities, with grit and tenacity that astonish even the best of us. There are secret weapons. Let's see if they can give those zombies a little unexpected surprise. The American colonel crouched to pick up his shield, running his tongue over the streaks of fresh blood on its surface. He closed his eyes in satisfaction and gave a shudder of delight. Hank really was clever, sending his own wife onto the ship to stir up trouble. Something about letting her have the first taste, so the remaining zombies could get a shot at boarding the helicarrier. Too bad Janet still hadn't shown up by now, she was probably dead. What a pity. Might as well eat a bit more on her behalf. Pay some respect to her spirit. Hey, you brat. Look over here, your old man. All of a sudden, a rough, furious roar thundered from afar, making the ship's railings tremble. The American colonel's heart skipped a beat. Uncertain, he turned his head toward the source of the shout. The shield-licking ghoul looked back and saw a towering giant, nearly 10 feet tall, with black hair and burning red skin, charging at him with a roar. The giant's body was massive, muscle-bound, like a living, moving mountain. Each step shook the deck, as if the very ground might crack beneath his weight. The colonel cocked his head. In his experience, the zombie virus made everyone fear him. People should be desperate to keep their distance. Why was this guy not afraid? Why was he charging right toward him? He didn't waste any time pondering. Flexing his stiff jaw, he leaped up and lunged at Red Hulk. Whether devouring Red Hulk or infecting him with the virus, either way, it would be a feast. As the American colonel hurled himself toward Red Hulk let out a thunderous roar, his form swelling even larger with fury. He bellowed, "Get lost!" With a tremendous crash, Red Hulk slapped the colonel away with his massive palm. The force was so great, the colonel shot through the air like a cannonball, smashing into the bulkhead with an earth-shaking impact, leaving a gaping crater. The wall buckled under the force of the blow, debris and dust exploding everywhere. Half buried in the rubble, blood streaming from his body, the colonel still showed no sign of stopping. Even though the superhuman soldier who had been turned into a zombie had just suffered a brutal blow from Red Hulk, he managed to writhe up off the ground, his shattered body still moving. His famished gaze locked onto Red Hulk, and then, to everyone's horror, he grinned. With a sudden burst, a plume of blue smoke rapidly swirled and solidified behind Red Hulk. Within the haze, the zombie-infected Nightcrawler materialized, having teleported right onto Red Hulk's back. Nightcrawler's razor-sharp tail plunged mercilessly into Red Hulk's spine, sending a spray of crimson blood through the air. The spike drove deep into flesh and muscle, eliciting an agonized roar of pain and fury from Red Hulk. "Damn it, get the hell off me." Red Hulk strained against the attack, convulsing as he tried to hurl Nightcrawler away. But Nightcrawler seized the moment, clamping onto Red Hulk's back, his fangs sinking in for another vicious bite. In that critical instant, a chain blazing with black and crimson fire cracked through the air. It struck Nightcrawler dead on, whipping around him and binding him tight. Nightcrawler shrieked, frantically attempting to teleport free of the fiery constraint. What's happening? To his disbelief, his ability seemed to abandon him. All he managed was a brief puff of fading smoke at his feet. The black-red fire danced along the chain, hissing and crackling ominously as the grip tightened evermore. Nightcrawler struggled helplessly, his strength ebbing under the relentless constriction. Ghost Rider emerged slowly from the shadows, the infernal flames flickering atop his skull, glowing black and red, like a herald of hell itself. Oh wait, that's exactly what he was. With savage force, Ghost Rider stretched out his arm, iron fingers clamping down on Nightcrawler's head like a steel trap. Nightcrawler's whole body quivered, his eyes rolling white with terror and a dawning sense of utter helplessness. Wait! A jet of rage, black and scarlet, blasted from the flaming skull, erupting like a tempest and engulfing Nightcrawler's head. His desperate scream was swallowed whole by the roar of flames, ending in sudden, chilling silence. Ghost Rider released his grip, indifferent. Nightcrawler's remains, now reduced to ash, scattered on the wind, dissolving into countless tiny fragments. Then, the blazing skull turned to Red Hulk, who was pressing a massive hand to his own wounded back. "General Ross, you are infected." "That's right. But as long as I stay angry enough, I can." Red Hulk clenched his fists, his entire body blazing with fierce red light. His yellow eyes burned with wrath, as if twin infernos raged within. Anger fueled Red Hulk's strength, each surge making him more powerful. He could feel the fury raging inside, threatening to tear the entire world apart. As his wrath blazed higher, the metal decking around him began to hiss and sizzle. The temperature soared, metal starting to melt and flow like lava. His rage transformed steel into searing liquid, devouring everything in its path. Ghost Rider's flaming skull silently took 2 steps back. He wasn't worried about the heat itself, but the molten metal was about to lick at his boots. Just melt them down. Best way to deal with an infection is to burn it out, especially when you can turn up the heat to gamma ray levels. Red Hulk let out a booming laugh and clapped his back, right where a wound had been. The injury was now fully healed, not a trace left behind. "All right, Steve, where's that sneaky bastard gone?" Turning around, he realized that the American colonel, who'd been watching the whole scene unfold moments ago, had slipped away without a sound. Let's get Fury's potted plant out here. You can only do this a handful of times. Remember, we're supposed to clear a path for the main force, Ghost Rider said, retracting his chain and giving Red Hulk a pat on the shoulder. He was right. Red Hulk could elevate his body temperature enough to incinerate the zombie virus, but his stamina was limited. There was no way he could keep it up all day. As for Ghost Rider, in his Spirit of Vengeance form, he wasn't even technically alive. There was no risk of infection, but going non-stop was out of the question for him too. Let's do it. Red Hulk's fist clenched tight. Then he leaped with explosive power. The ground quaked, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he crashed down onto a shipping container 100 meters away, like a meteor falling from the sky. The metal shell shattered instantly, fragments scattering in a wild arc. A great clump of fresh earth tore open under his force. The air suddenly filled with the scent of damp soil. Fine grains of dirt drifted through the air, and as the earth was overturned, slender plant roots were exposed, reaching for sunlight and water. Rise and shine, buddy. Time for you to step in, Red Hulk said, nudging the mound of earth with his foot. For an instant, the soil went utterly still, as if something within was gathering strength. Then, without warning, it erupted, chunks of dirt flying everywhere. Tiny plant roots within the earth shot out, quickly weaving into long, sinuous tendrils. In mere seconds, those roots converged and swelled into something roughly humanoid. The tangled stems emerged from the earth, twisting and expanding into powerful limbs and a massive body. In a matter of heartbeats, the transformation was complete. A towering, plant-based creature stood where only dirt and roots had been before. Is the zombie virus truly unbeatable? That might not necessarily be the case. In this world, there are superhuman beings capable of resisting such infections. Icemen who can transform their entire bodies, Ghost Riders and synthezoids who are hardly human, midnight werewolves, or even androids like Vision. But the problem is, while they may be immune to infection, those zombie heroes are hardly weaklings themselves. For that one bite of flesh, what's sacrificing a couple of body parts? Just like in the comics, headless corpses or wasps reduced to only a head will still desperately work their jaw muscles, trying with all their might to grab one more taste of delicious, fresh meat. When facing tens of thousands of superpowered zombies, a mere handful of immune superheroes, 10 or 20 at most, can't save the world. They might not even save themselves. The creature made of vines rose slowly from the earth, tall and commanding, exuding a quiet majesty. His muscular frame, woven from tangled vines, radiated powerful strength. Red Hulk locked eyes with this figure, an uncanny energy flickering between them. Red Hulk gazed intently, noticing the crimson glow simmering in the creature's eyes. Within that red light, he sensed something unusual, a force brimming with the desire to obey his command. Head over there. You take the lead on the east side. The massive red giant let out a roar. With those mighty hands, he seized several nearby freight containers, hefting them effortlessly, hurling them one after another into the distant swarms of zombies. Each container smashed with a thunderous crash, spilling earth in every direction. Splinters of containers scattered across the ground, and clods of dirt poured out, surging like crashing waves of earth. Then, he grabbed the Vine Man's arm. Lifting him easily, as though raising a handful of soil, Red Hulk swung his arm with force, throwing the creature toward a far-off mound of dirt. The vine body streaked through the air like a bolt of green lightning. Chunks of earth exploded outward. For a moment, dust whirled and waves of mud rippled across the mound. The vine creature landed atop the mound, merging seamlessly with the earth, as if he truly was a part of it. Unharmed, he rose smoothly out of the soil, turned to face Red Hulk, and gave a subtle shake of those tendrils that resembled eyebrows. Meanwhile, the zombified beast was greedily stuffing a hunk of meat into his mouth, crunching down with vigorous, slurping bites. The blue fur atop his ears, now dulled in color, twitched constantly. Ever since he devoured Xavier a few hours ago, Beast hadn't eaten another thing. Then, out of the blue, an American colonel dispatched someone to find him, saying there was a chance for an all-you-can-eat feast, and asked if he wanted in. Is there even a need to ask? Of course. There are barely any living people left in New York City now. If you want meat, you have to go out of state, but with those stubby blue-furred little legs, how could he ever outrun those speedsters? And so the beast agreed on the spot, and the colonel kept his promise. Aboard the Sky Carrier, there was indeed an endless supply of fresh meat, enough for anyone's heart's desire. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound reached his ears. He spun around, only to see a towering, red-eyed vine monster looming behind him. Before Professor McCoy could even begin to figure out what this thing was, with his 3 PhDs and 18 honorary professorships, those vines sprang to life. They lashed around the beast's flesh, binding him in a grotesque, and terrifying embrace. The vines were covered in thorns and barbs that pierced deep into his flesh, holding him fast like shackles of a living nightmare. "Wait, I know who you are. You're that creature from the swamp. You're a man-thing," the beast cried out, suddenly remembering. If you ever let fear take hold when touched by the man-thing, you'd be burnt to ashes by its fearful embrace. But in that moment, the beast was trapped in a loop of his own making, just like telling yourself not to think of an elephant. The more he understood about the man-thing, the more impossible it was not to be afraid. He would never see the sun again, never let his mind wander free, never again taste a bite of juicy meat. Countless worries and anxieties whirled through his rotting, fetid mind. Every thought was like a cruel hook, digging deep into his being, all of it finally turning into sheer terror. As the beast's fear reached its zenith, flames began to rise from his body. At first, it was just a few faint sparks, twinkling around him like distant stars in the darkness, hardly noticeable. But those sparks gathered and merged. And then, in the blink of an eye, the flames exploded outward like a star going supernova. Fire filled the space around him, swallowing him whole in a wave of scorching light. In those final moments, he let out a piercing cry. "Forgive me, Xavier." His voice faded into the roar of the flames, leaving only embers and black smoke drifting through the air. The man-thing turned away calmly, its gaze sweeping across the crowd of zombies. There was nothing but emptiness in those red eyes. Step by heavy step, it walked toward the other corpses, each stride unwavering and full of dreadful purpose. As he moved forward, clumps of earth crumbled away behind him. His vines stretched out like the tentacles of a demon, latching onto any nearby zombies and setting them ablaze without mercy. The zombies let out piercing, guttural shrieks as their bodies were consumed by flames, turning to ash in mere moments. "This way, that's the team sent by the director." A large group of soldiers shouted as they charged toward the humanoid mutants. Moments before, they had received Fury's orders over the comms, instructing them to launch the Quinjet under the guidance of these heroes and begin the evacuation. Sensing the soldiers' approach, the humanoid's red eyes flashed with wild intensity. He lunged forward without hesitation, his vines shooting out and knitting themselves into an iron-hard fist that smashed an on-rushing angel aside. Red Hulk clenched his own massive fists, crushing a zombie's skull in an explosion of blood and bone fragments. A thunderous explosion rang out behind him. A colossal, weighty object had slammed down hard on the vacant ground. The earth shook violently, debris flying in all directions and bouncing off his broad back. "What the hell is that?" The Crimson Giant grumbled as he spun around. The instant he laid eyes on the newcomer, his pupils narrowed to sharp pinpricks. The intruder was clad in formidable red armor, his head encased in an enormous helmet that showed only his mouth and eyes, almost like a scarlet iron pot overturned on his face. Even standing before the nearly 3-meter-tall Red Hulk, this figure's stature was alarmingly immense. "I've fought Banner before, but never tangled with a Hulk in your shade." The newcomer panted with a chilling, animalistic rasp, but there was no fatigue in his voice, only hunger. His maw split wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth and a blood-red mouth, with occasional rivulets of blood trickling from his lips, drawing vivid crimson streaks down his chin. That was certainly not the Juggernaut's own blood. If you enjoy the story, please support with your recommendations and votes. Juggernaut's skin had already begun to rot and blacken, with dark red blood thickening into grotesque clots on his body, emanating a stench of decay so foul it overwhelmed the senses. Still, compared to all the others, your flesh looks like it's got some real bite to it. With those words, Juggernaut swung a fist at Red Hulk, the force and fury behind the blow truly staggering. "Hulk smash!" Red Hulk didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, fists tensing so tightly that veins bulged across his arms like winding rivers. Their fists collided with a deafening crash, a shockwave of raw power bursting out in all directions, a visible force that rippled through the air. The shockwave whipped up a ravenous blast of wind. Sheets of metal on the deck were shredded instantly. Fragments of debris cascaded down like a storm. Swirling gales carried remnants and sparks, surging outward around the giant flying carrier. The soldiers in mid-run were thrown violently to the ground by the shockwave, their terrified expressions frozen on their faces. The aerospace carrier began to tremble, bearing an immense strain, as if it could shatter at any moment. Meanwhile, the rest of the zombies had also taken notice of the battlefield here, their attention gradually shifting. Amidst the explosion of the shockwave, Red Hulk and the Red Tank paused for a split second before retracting their fists. Muscles bulged across Red Hulk's frame as he used his mighty physique to resist the force. The Red Tank, however, stood firm as a mountain. He only took half a step back, the surface of his red armor flickering ever so slightly, a fortress seemingly impervious to all. His body absorbed the impact of the shockwave, yet he remained completely steady, unwavering. On one side, a monstrous giant born from gamma rays. On the other, a zombie powered in the most unnatural way by a dimensional demon. The soldiers watched the brutal clash, doing their best to train their weapons on the red tank, trying desperately to intervene. Streams of bullets and beams of energy crisscrossed the air, but the red tank's armor was almost invincible, turning aside every attack without flinching. One soldier watched as the two monsters hurled themselves at each other once again, swallowing hard. Should we maybe get out of here first? Looks like General Ross doesn't need any help from us. I'm in. He's right. General Ross is truly unbeatable. Without another word, they turned and ran. Amid the chaos and smoke, a section of the floor suddenly rose up, revealing a hidden door. It swung open, and a large group burst through. It was Fury and his team, rushing straight toward the Quinjet as they caught sight of the fierce battle between Red Hulk and the Red Tank. Fury shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone fall back! Red Hulk and the others can hold them off." His team scrambled across the battlefield, dodging flying debris and the aftershocks of explosions. Fury's face was grave, his eyes shadowed with worry. This battle was already far beyond their ability to control. Standing out in the retreat was a man strapped down on a stretcher, his body tightly secured. 4 or 5 bags hung around him, medication steadily flowing through clear tubes into his veins. The patient's face was pallid and gaunt, sweat beading on his forehead, eyelids twitching faintly, as if something powerful within him was stirring just beneath the surface. Every so often, a strange green light would flash across his eyes. Medical personnel clustered closely around him, monitoring every sign, their expressions intense and focused, working hard to keep his vital signs stable. Clearly, this was no ordinary patient. He was someone who required special care, someone whose body demanded constant vigilance. In a corner of the tarmac, Ghost Rider was astride a motorcycle. No one knew where he'd gotten it from, swirling around the Quinjet like a black whirlwind. The iron chain in his hand whipped through the air with practiced ease. Whenever he caught sight of a zombie drawing near, the chain would crack like a fierce whip, lashing out with deadly force. The zombies struck lightly by the chain staggered and fell flat on their backs in a daze, while the less fortunate ones were hurled aside or incinerated into piles of ash. Meanwhile, the clash of strength between Red Hulk and Red Juggernaut escalated with every passing second. Their fists collided in bone-shaking blows, each impact unleashing waves of destruction that swept across the helicarrier's deck like a raging hurricane. Steel beams and metal girders groaned under the crushing strain, emitting a nerve-wracking screech, as if the very structure itself was crying out in agony. The chorus of twisting metal echoed across the battlefield, a mournful symphony of chaos. The helicarrier's framework was wrenched and bent, sturdy steel torn and warped, as jagged shards rained in every direction. Red Juggernaut, his rage burning, swung his fists furiously and roared at Red Hulk. "Ross, you should give up. All it takes is one little bite, and you can join us for the feast." Red Hulk's black hair whipped wildly in a maelstrom of battle, tossed by the wind into a tangled frenzy. It danced like flames around him, flaring with each powerful punch he threw, unleashing a primal, untamed energy. Yet a cunning light shone in Red Hulk's yellow eyes, so unlike his son-in-law, Banner. After his transformation, General Ross was able to retain his full intellect, and, freed from the burden of age, he was perhaps shrewder than ever. He smiled, a hint of mischief flickering in his gaze, and replied, "Go ahead, then." Red Hulk's answer caught Red Juggernaut off guard mid-swing. Juggernaut blinked in disbelief and stammered out, "Wait, are you serious? You really want me to bite you?" Ross sneered coldly. "Idiot. Ted, grab him for me." Instantly, the ground trembled violently. Huge cracks tore open in the earth, and thick, sinewy vines erupted from below, lashing themselves around Red Juggernaut. These vines looked deceptively ordinary, but they radiated a fearsome strength, coiling around him like giant serpents and lifting him bodily into the air. "Who the hell do you think you're messing with? I'm the Red Juggernaut. No one can stop the Red Juggernaut." Bellowing, Red Juggernaut flexed every muscle, straining to break free from the humanoid vines that bound him. His body twisted with tremendous force at every attempt. The vines tore and split under his strength, fissures running along their length. But the plant creature was undeterred, hurling up even more vines to try and pin Red Juggernaut once again. However, the rate at which the Red Tank was being destroyed far outpaced the creation of new humanoids. He swung his arms with tremendous force, each motion whipping up a fierce gust of wind. The vines shattered under his strength, torn apart into slender threads as if ripped by an invisible force. Of course I know who you are, Marco. Red Hulk sneered, slowly rolling his right arm. His fingers clenched tight into a fist, knuckles bulging, skin stretched taut. And I also know you weigh exactly 862 kilograms, and I know damn well that I could flatten a mountain with a single punch. He hurled his enormous fist with blinding speed, aiming at the red tank suspended midair. With a single blow, the red tank was sent flying, and the humanoid vines clinging to him were shattered as well, scattered in all directions by Red Hulk's overwhelming power. That massive form traced a crimson arc through the sky, soaring off the deck of the airborne carrier, whipping up violent winds and explosive roars, a blazing meteor shooting across the horizon, soon vanishing from sight. Your support means everything. Please vote for us, and don't forget those monthly tickets. Standing atop the Quinjet, Fury cut a striking figure in his sleek black uniform, his gaze unwavering as he looked out into the distance. The cabin doors were flung wide open, letting in the biting wind that tugged wildly at his hair. He stood rock still by the window, peering out through the glass. From where he stood, Fury could see the Quinjets, already airborne, forming a spectacular flight formation. Their engines thundered, afterburners blazing as they soared, leaving brilliant streaks in their wake across the sky. He pressed lightly on his earpiece. We're preparing to pull out, General Ross. What's your location? Here. Make some room for us. A loud shout echoed in from outside, and Red Hulk vaulted into the Quinjet's cabin. Slung over his shoulder was Ghost Rider, now returned to his human form, and the humanoid dangled from his leg. The red giant seemed to take up nearly all the space inside. You're overweight. No kidding. It's pretty cramped in here, yeah. Red Hulk let out a groan as his towering, powerful form began to shrink, muscles receding. The immense sense of strength faded away, his skin loosening, wrinkles creasing his brow, his hair turning from black to streaked with gray. If not for the elastic bodysuit the old man now wore, no one would have guessed he was once the world-shaking Red Hulk. As the Quinjet lifted off, the cabin door began to slide closed. Fury kept his eyes trained on the airborne command carrier, where dozens of automated cannons were rising into position along its deck. The autocannons swiftly unfolded, their cold metallic gleam flashing in the dim light. Their barrels spun relentlessly, unleashing their full firepower. As the shooting began, bullets rained down in torrents, forming a dense curtain of death. Each bullet carried a deadly force, shrieking through the air, zeroing in on its target, knocking down one zombie after another. But that was all. They were merely knocked down. Drawn by the barrage, the zombies converged toward the center of the deck, while the colossal aerial battleship began to break apart, explosions blooming across its surface. Flames and debris erupted in every direction. The vessel's structure gave way. The tremendous shockwave from the blast twisted and warped the steel hull, the cacophony of rending metal filling the entire space. Fire and thick smoke gushed furiously from the ruptured hull, shrouding the battleship in a terrifying inferno. A man with only one eye stood silently at the threshold, watching the shattered aerial battleship vanish behind the closing door. He said nothing. Hard to bear, isn't it? Hill approached, coming to stand beside Fury. Fury took a deep breath, then turned to look at Hill. He wiped the corner of his eye, bowed his head, and managed a rueful smile. Feels like losing a wife, he said, his voice thin with irony. Maybe this is what they mean by a midlife crisis. Hill quietly reached out and gave his shoulder a gentle pat. She understood what all of this meant to him. The aerial battleship had once stood as a symbol of their conviction and hope. The Skrull invasion hadn't destroyed it, nor the Kree, nor the incident with the Dark Phoenix. Until today. All right, Fury said, regaining his composure and returning to his familiar calm. Calm, Mr. Bai. Let's hope he and Doom have come to an agreement. Hello. Yes, it's me. I've crashed. How many survivors do you have on your end? Bai sat at the dining table, holding the phone between his ear and shoulder while his hand stirred a cup of coffee. The spoon clinked softly against the porcelain. That many? I thought. No, it's nothing. You can come over whenever you're ready. I've already spoken with Doom, and he'll let you in. He gently set the phone down and picked up the white porcelain cup. The rich aroma of coffee drifted around him as he took a small sip. As the taste of the coffee blossomed on his tongue, Baye's expression eased. He felt a warmth rising from within. Coffee offered not just flavor, but a precious moment of peace and comfort. Thinking back, since coming to Universe 2149, he'd been on the run almost without pause, barely getting a chance to catch his breath. Now that everything was finally settled, he could at last enjoy a rare moment of rest. Doom had arranged rooms for everyone on short notice. The castle was enormous, after all. The arrangements on Doom's side had long since been settled. The sovereign of Latveria had just taken Susan to the rooftop, saying they needed some air, perhaps following in the footsteps of that infamous leader from the past. No one quite knew his true intentions. Meanwhile, on Fury's end, the number of survivors he managed to bring out was surprisingly high. Nearly 100 people packed into a dozen Quinjet fighters. But of course, that was no bad thing. The more who survived, the better. He let out a contented sigh, closed his eyes, and basked in this rare moment of calm. Hello. Just as Bai was resting with his eyes closed, a voice startled him awake, shattering the peaceful silence. He opened his eyes in resignation to find Susan, the invisible woman, walking over. But hadn't she gone to the rooftop with Dr. Doom? Seeing Bai Ovake, Susan spoke hurriedly. Bai, right. Were you just talking to Fury? My brother Johnny, is he? He's perfectly fine. He's on his way here with Fury as we speak. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he looked at Susan, who visibly relaxed with relief at the news, and then asked, Weren't you just getting some air with Doom? Susan quickly replied, Yes, that's right. I actually came over to tell you. There might be zombies inside Doom's castle. I just happened to overhear you talking to Fury. I was on the rooftop for a bit, but when I came back inside to use the restroom, I suddenly saw a trail of blood on the floor. Ba yifronit. Zombies? Bloodstains? That didn't add up. Doom surely wouldn't be so careless as to let zombies slip past his defenses. Would he? Wait, Susan was right. There actually was a zombie inside this castle. He slapped his forehead, abruptly set down his porcelain cup, and stood up. Quick, we need to find Doom. At this, Susan blinked in surprise. Shouldn't we take out that zombie first? There's a kind of illusion spell within the castle. The positions of rooms shift constantly, making things seem closer or farther than they really are. The blood trail you saw could actually be miles away. Only Doom knows where that zombie is. Doom knows? But why wait? Could he have been infected already? Susan clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief. Had she really just spent all that time with a zombie? Bai shook his head and stepped out of the room. It's not that serious. Our lord of the castle probably just has too much faith in his own prison. Prison? What do you mean? Invisible Woman quickly caught up, using her telekinesis to rap on the doors of a few nearby rooms as she went. Oh, nothing. Bai glanced over his shoulder at the groggy Thing and the eager Thor and Punisher. Their keen sense of trouble told them something big was about to happen, judging by Susan's anxious expression. Quicksilver and the Scarlet, which weren't around. They said they were going to check on the state of the common folk in Latveria. According to Doom, he'd locked those people in the basement. It's our dear Doom who's locked up the Enchantress Amora. On its own, that's nothing remarkable. But Amora's already turned into a zombie. Even so, that's not much of a problem either. Maybe Doom has some peculiar tastes. We should respect and wish him well. The real trouble now is that some fool might be trying to set that zombie free. Monthly ticket, recommendation ticket, please. Doom, come out. Bai strode ahead, leading the group, with Susan, Thor, and the Punisher following close behind. The Thing brought up the rear, yawning as he walked. As they moved along, Bai silently recalled everything he knew about the Enchantress Amora. The Enchantress, an Asgardian, 3 times stronger than the average human. Setting aside the usual Marvel-level close combat skills and her arsenal of spells, her true specialty was bewitching men. But none of that was the real issue. Bai knew the Enchantress's character all too well. If they ran into her, he'd just have Sue snap her neck and be done with it. As for Doom, being the true, iron-willed man he was, he'd never fall for her little tricks. The real wild card was Ash Williams. During their earlier encounter on New York Street, he'd simply tossed Ash away rather than finishing him off. To complicate things further, there was a point in time when 2 Ashes existed simultaneously in New York, which only doubled his chances of survival. If the rest of the superheroes hadn't altered their own destinies due to the butterfly effect he'd caused, would Ash still end up meeting Boom Boom, getting her help to fly to Latveria, just like in the original story? Of course, Dr. Doom would never let a stranger waltz into Castle Doom without cause. Yet, Doom could be something of a gentleman. If Boom Boom insisted on bringing Ash inside, Doom would probably just couldn't be bothered to object. And when that happened, love-struck, Ash had no sense of decorum as a guest and just let Amora loose straight away. It didn't hurt him, but it got Boom Boom killed trying to save him. Yet, thinking back, what was Doom even keeping Amora around for? Was he trying to learn English from her or something? A sudden explosion of green mist erupted before them, and through it emerged Dr. Doom's iconic metal mask. As the fog cleared, he materialized fully, looming over the group. You come to seek Doom with such urgency, whatever for. Could you not observe the decencies of courtesy? Before Bai could respond, Susan stepped forward and shouted, Did you lock up Amora? Doom's masked face lingered in silence for half a second beneath his hood before he calmly answered, It's not as you imagine, Sue. Please, let me explain. Then tell me, she shot back. What exactly do you think I'm imagining? Stop, Bai called out, quickly stepping in as things began to spiral in a strange direction. He pulled the agitated invisible woman behind him and signaled the thing to keep an eye on her. Only when he saw the thing restrain her did Bai Yi turn back around. We already know that you've locked Amora up. A cold laugh slipped from Doom. Oh, even on the eve of the world's end, you can't stop playing the hero? So sentimental you'd risk it all to save even a villain? You're hardly innocent yourself, Bai Yi thought silently, though he held back from saying it aloud. Instead, he added, and what's more, we also know she's already been infected. What? The word exploded from Doom, stunned beyond measure. Only he was privy to that secret. No one else in the entirety of Castle Doom knew. How could these outsiders, who'd arrived just moments ago, possibly have discovered it? This one must not be allowed to live. Clearly, he's on the path to his own demise. Beneath the mask, Doom's eyelid twitched, thoughts racing at breakneck speed. Before we arrived, did you also take in Xianine and a man who was traveling with her? That left Doom completely speechless, frozen in place. Seeing Doom had been thoroughly startled, Bai Yi drew a steadying breath and pressed on. I forgot to mention earlier, but I should tell you now, I am, in fact, a prophet. That's exactly why Fury trusts me so much. He personally assigned me to negotiate with you. Dr. Doom said nothing for a long moment, simply fixing Bai Yi with a hard stare. At last, he replied, so you're saying you haven't been entirely honest with Doom up until now. Just then, a sudden gale swept through, setting his cloak snapping wildly. But there shouldn't have been any wind inside the castle. Doom's anger had flared again, nothing more. As the sovereign of Latveria, Doom's greatest hatred was reserved for liars and those who dared disrespect him. Most often, these two things went hand in hand. Esteemed ruler of Latveria, I assure you I meant no disrespect. Bai Yi met Doom's wrathful gaze calmly. On the contrary, it's precisely out of respect that I came to warn you. Someone is about to set your prisoner free. You mean that coward tagging along with Xianine? Precisely. Oomph. After a brief pause, Dr. Doom turned toward the depths of the corridor and strode forward with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, Bai Yi followed. He had faith that Doom had made his decision. The others looked at each other in confusion, but trailed after them in perfect unison. They might not have understood Doom's intentions, but they trusted Bai Yi's judgment implicitly. Bai Yi asked in passing, don't you have surveillance here? Can't you just check where Ash is? Dr. Doom paused for a moment, then answered, all the electricity is being used to power the portal, including the energy in the magical circuits. The reason I could hear you talking earlier was because I left an imprint here. There's one at Amora's place as well, Doom continued, but it's been quiet over there, so either you were lying or the person hasn't arrived yet. Bai Yi feigned surprise. Are you saying you've been listening in on us? This time, Doom said nothing. He simply continued forward, neither denying nor confirming it. The group wandered through a labyrinth of twisting corridors before finally reaching a long hallway. At the end of this hall, a cage took shape from several columns of pink energy descending from the ceiling. Inside, the silhouette of a blonde-haired figure could be seen thrashing about. Everyone paused, their eyes fixed intently on the golden-haired figure inside the cage. The person seemed to struggle desperately, but the cage's grip was unyielding, inescapable. The pink energy beams pulsed with a mysterious light, filling the air with an aura of formidable power. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor outside the cage, a figure stood whose silhouette bore a passing resemblance to Dr. Doom. But it was only a first impression. This person was a full head shorter than Doom and hunched over, making it clear this was certainly not the ruler of Latveria. Doom gazed at the figure, his expression cold and serious. Slowly, he raised his hand, blue energy crackling and flashing across his palm, sizzly and electric. This was not magic, but something akin to Iron Man's repulsor blast, a practical and efficient tool, perfect for travel and trouble alike in the Marvel Universe. Bai Yi cleared his throat, letting his voice echo through the corridor. Ash Williams, are you looking for the Necronomicon? The figure spun around immediately at these words. Huh, who are you? But before he could finish, a bolt of blue energy shot out, expanding in his vision, and struck both his and the blonde figure's heads. A searing surge of heat swept over them, followed by flames that roared up in an instant. Their heads were all but incinerated, reduced almost immediately to smoldering ash, leaving behind only the traces of fire. Bai Yi applauded, his laughter echoing as he strode toward the still smoking remnants. Congratulations. Truly, congratulations, Dr. Doom. 2 major headaches eliminated in one fell swoop. Seeking votes and monthly tickets thanks to reader Fungxio for the 100 coin tip. The Enchantress is one thing, Doom scoffed, folding his arms. But calling that little sneak who stole my clothes a major headache is a bit much, isn't it? Anyone who gets under your skin counts as a real headache, if you ask me. Bai Yi spoke absent-mindedly, then leaned in for a closer look. The heads of the Enchantress and Ash had completely disintegrated into ash. They were beyond saving, dead with utter finality. But someone like Ash, half-comedy protagonist, was never doomed to such a complete demise. Just as Ash perished in this universe, somewhere else in the Evil Dead multiverse, he might very well pop up again. That's exactly why earlier, there were two Ash Williams seen at the same time in New York City. While Bai Yi watched Ash turn to dust, someone suddenly burst out from behind the group, her shocked cry splitting the stillness. "What did you do?" "You killed him." Her blonde hair tumbled over her shoulders, shimmering in the light. She wore a tightly fitted white bodysuit, every seam perfectly aligned, and her face was masked by a blue visor reminiscent of a carnival prince. Dr. Doom turned around, coolly eyeing the impassioned Dazzler. "This clown you brought not only tried to free Doom's prisoners, he brazenly impersonated Doom himself. Such insolence is both a grave disrespect and an insult. Death was the punishment he deserved. Do you object?" Dazzler's face went pale, then flushed as she opened her mouth to protest. Before she could get a word out, Susan hurried forward, gently pulling her aside and resting both hands on her shoulders in a calming gesture, trying to soothe the impetuous young woman. Dazzler was a mutant. She could transform her enchanting voice into bursts of intense light. That was it. For a minor character like her, Doom could crush her as easily as squashing a bug, if he chose. Invisible Woman's intervention was a clear act of protection. Though Doom acted with a gentleman's courtesy toward women, when necessary, he never hesitated. He might not kill Dazzler outright, but locking her up or banishing her from Castle Doom would be effortless for him. Come to think of it, the latter might be a more merciless fate than the former. Useless. Fury and the others have arrived in Latveria. Let's go. Seeing Dazzler bow her head, too intimidated to argue further, Doom snorted and strode away, leading the group out. At that moment, Fury was standing beside the window of the Quinjet, gazing out at the imposing silhouette of Castle Doom drawing steadily closer, his composure undisturbed. "Tower control in Latveria has cleared us for landing. Should we send a few jets ahead to check things out first?" Hill quietly asked as she joined Fury's side. "No need. Dr. Doom doesn't play games with these things. If he meant us harm, he wouldn't wait until we landed." "And are the items ready?" "They're right here." Hill nodded, taking a suitcase from a nearby agent and passing it to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The case was sleek, sturdy, crafted from premium, black leather, its surface unadorned save for a single, small shield emblem gleaming at the center. Taking the case, Fury gazed down below, where the wide expanse of the airport lay open. Parked on the tarmac was a Quinjet he instantly recognized. It was the very one Bai Yi and his companions had used previously. As his own Quinjet descended slowly, Fury felt the weight pulling at his body with the drop. The hatch gradually slid open, flooding the cabin with a brilliant shaft of light. A fierce gust of wind whistled in, whipping the hem of his coat with a wild, snapping sound. The tarmac was a hive of activity, bustling with people. Some stood ready to greet them as they disembarked. "Welcome to Latveria." Catching the sharp wind stirred up by the descending jet, Bayez's lips curled into a smile. Arms wide open, he greeted Fury and his entourage as they stepped out of the aircraft. All around, a dozen more Quinjets descended in unison. Many who exited the planes collapsed into each other's arms, weeping openly. The horrors from the crash of the airborne carrier were still fresh. The memory of facing those zombies, nearly being devoured alive, haunted them all. For those stepping off the jets now, they were among fate's luckiest. Not only had they survived the initial viral outbreak, but they'd also escaped the disaster of the carrier's fall. Hearing this, Fury gave a wry twitch of his lips. He went up and embraced Bai Yi before teasing. "It's only been a few hours, and you're already one of Latveria's own?" "I never said that. That's just your assumption," Bai Yi replied with a careless shrug. Before their banter finished, Dr. Doom appeared before them, his presence unmistakable. The green cloak billowed gently around him, while the iron mask hid his face, making his expression impossible to read. Doom glanced first at Johnny, Susan, and the Thing, watching as the last of the Fantastic Three clung to one another. They were now each other's final ties to a world lost. Then, turning to the one-eyed Fury, Latveria's lord quipped with a cold edge, "So, Colonel of America, where are the rest of your Avengers? From what I've heard, they seem to be busy avenging themselves on the remaining civilians." Fury's face darkened at that. He turned and muttered, "Mr. Bai, your new friend is not exactly the friendliest." Before Bai Yi could reply, Fury pressed on, "Doom, regardless of what's happened, the Avengers who turned into zombies are not to blame. It's not their fault. And that gives you no right to insult the heroes who once fought for this world." "Heroes?" The word dripped with Dr. Doom's contempt. Wasn't Reed your beloved leader of the Fantastic Four? Wasn't it his brilliant idea to turn himself into a zombie for the sake of some ridiculous idea of evolution? If you ask me, your Avengers are nothing. They're worthless. I, Doom, will become the savior of humanity. I will be the greatest hero in human history. Mother! Fury's teeth ground together audibly, the veins on his forehead throbbing with fury. As a top-level agent who had survived World War II and fought through the storms of the Cold War, it was rare for him to let his anger show so openly. All right, let's everyone hold our tongues and calm down. Bai stepped forward with a sigh, forced to play the mediator. How could the two of them be bickering like children when it was practically doomsday? Dr. Doom, perhaps you could show the magnanimity and kindness befitting the master of Latveria. These people have just come through a great battle and are in desperate need of rest. I believe their gratitude will turn them into fierce defenders of Doomstadt. In fury, let the past stay in the past. What matters now is taking care of those who are still alive. Fury stared at Doom's iron mask for a long moment before finally lowering his head and letting out a long, deep breath. He hated to give in, but Baye's words made sense. No matter how much he argued for the old days, when the starving undead, once American colonels themselves, came clawing at the door, any friendship from the past would count for nothing. The living still had to find their own ways to survive, shame or no shame. Seeing Fury's anger gradually fade and Doom making no move to reignite hostilities, Baye nodded with quiet relief. A single, united front was all that mattered in the face of such overwhelming danger. The tangled web of old grudges and alliances between superheroes and supervillains needed to be put aside, at least for now. Whatever else they may be, they were all human, and that meant standing together. He turned and prepared to head back into the castle for a brief rest. But just as he did, Fury's voice sounded out. Mr. Bai, wait a moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a gift for you. Only a few steps away, Bai paused, glancing back at Fury with a lifted eyebrow. The gift. Vote for the monthly ticket. Vote for the recommendation ticket. Seated at his desk, Bai distractedly nudged his now-cold half-cup of coffee toward the edge, obviously uninterested in it any longer. In its place, he set down a suitcase with deliberate care. The small desk was immediately dominated by the suitcase, its surface wrapped in understated black leather, both discreet and dignified. At the center gleamed a metallic emblem unmistakably marking it as from S.H.I.E.L.D. This was the gift Fury had just mentioned. With a gentle press of the handle, a section of the case clicked open, revealing a small electronic screen. An input panel appeared on the display. Bai showed no surprise. He quickly entered a long and complex password. With a crisp mechanical sound, mechanisms within the case whirred to life, and the lid sprang open on its own. Inside, nearly every inch was padded with shock-absorbing black material, soft to the touch, yet undeniably tough, ensuring whatever was inside would stay perfectly safe. Nestled in that expanse of black was a single, eye-catching vial, securely fixed in place. It brimmed with a pale blue liquid. The liquid possessed a texture reminiscent of glass, yet it flowed with the grace of water. As it streamed through the container, elegant curves and ripples formed in its wake. Each drop shimmered with a purity that seemed to contain boundless energy. And indeed, it was closely related to infinity itself. Within it was the very serum once injected by Nick Fury in his quest for longevity. But that was only part of its secret. This was also the last, perfectly refined vial of hybrid super soldier serum left in the world, distilled and bottled 27 years ago. Not long after, in accordance with the enigmatic ancestral rules of the Marvel Universe, it was lost, while the scientist responsible for its creation met a tragic end on the very same day. Since then, Fury had guarded the serum in secret, waiting for the day when human technology might advance enough to recreate it. But clearly, that day would never come. So, in the end, Fury gifted the vial to him, as a token of gratitude for helping S.H.I.E.L.D., though, as Fury himself admitted, such a thing was nowhere near adequate to repay Baye's kindness. No matter what, I should thank you. This is, after all, something truly precious. A smile flickered across Baye's lips as he picked up the vial with extreme care, studying the mechanism attached to it. He soon noticed a small button at the top, clearly designed to control the air injection. Pointing the nozzle at his own neck, he pressed the button with a gentle touch. The serum began to flow slowly, accompanied by a faint, whispering rush of air. He could feel the instant the liquid entered his bloodstream, carrying a gentle warmth. But almost immediately, that pleasant warmth transformed into a scorching heat, as if a blaze had ignited within his veins. This fiery force surged along his circulatory system, hurtling toward his heart with unstoppable momentum. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Bai Yi sprang from his chair like lightning, as flashes of memory blazed in his mind with intense clarity, carrying him back to fragments of the past. Tuesday's breakfast from 4 weeks ago, the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes his instructor pulled out in the driving school 2 years back. Beyond these trivial recollections, countless scenes from the comics he'd once read burst forth, vivid as ever. Yet as his memories surged forth, an overwhelming pain blossomed in his mind, like a blade driving straight through his skull. Instinctively, he gripped the edge of the table, desperate to steady himself. But as the fiery energy spread through his body, his strength became almost too great to control. Without meaning to, he squeezed too hard, and the table's edge splintered in his grasp, showering the floor with shattered wood. Gradually, the agony began to ebb, as if energy and memory were settling into a newfound equilibrium. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, a profound sense of relief washing through him. He exhaled, long and slow. He quickly touched the back of his head, then let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved. Good thing I didn't turn into Reed from the Ultimate Universe. Otherwise, I'd have to wear an enormous helmet every time I left the house. In Universe 1610, also known as the Ultimate Universe, Mr. Fantastic is, well, quite an odd character. From his looks to his mind, he stands out in the most peculiar ways. After a minor disagreement resulted in his teammates abandoning him in the negative zone, Reed miraculously came back from the dead. He then created something called the Dome, a spherical construct in which he spent 1,000 years playing God. Over that millennium, his intellect expanded endlessly. But wisdom never comes without a price. The cost of becoming the smartest person on Earth was that his brain physically grew larger as his intelligence increased. In the end, the back of his head bulged to nearly double its original size, and it was mostly bald, a grotesque sight indeed. Thank goodness I didn't end up like that. Otherwise, I'd never dare look anyone in the eye for the rest of my life. Shaking his head, he put on the well-fitted clothes that the servants at Castle Doom had set out in the wardrobe. Bai Yi opened the door and stepped out. The castle was buzzing with excitement. The hall and dining area were packed with people. On every face, there was a look of relief and joy. These were the survivors from the airborne carrier, having just escaped disaster. Waiters in black uniforms weaved through the crowd, deftly tending to the guests. Trays in hand, they served a dazzling array of dishes and drinks, meeting every request with polished grace. With practiced ease, they listened carefully to orders, responding with warm smiles and impeccable service. Even at the end of the world, the Latvian waitstaff maintained their poise, serving guests several times their number without missing a beat. Bai Yi scanned the crowd and spotted many familiar faces, Hill and Coulson, Tony, and even Quicksilver among them. Tony was still clad in his golden red armor, though he had removed his helmet. Given the version of armor in this universe, he probably hadn't taken it off because it was too complicated to remove, not because he was trying to show off, probably. Just then, Tony caught sight of Bai Yi, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Holding a glass of champagne, he spoke briefly with a passing server, exchanged his empty glass for a fresh one, and hurried over to Bai Yi to offer it. "Hey, Bai Yi, here for the party too," Tony called out, his voice brimming with enthusiasm and his eyes sparkling with happiness. "Party?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow as he accepted the champagne. "That's right. Doom made a few comments at the airport about welcoming friends from afar, and said he'd throw us a reception. Oh, by the way, I've got an idea." He threw an arm around Bai Yi's shoulder, the jets beneath his feet flaring with searing heat. Amid startled exclamations, Tony and Bai Yi soared together into the air. Everyone in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain what this flamboyant fellow was up to now, especially since he'd brought someone else along for the ride. Tony pressed the amplifier on his armor, cleared his throat, and sudden silence fell over the hall. All eyes fixed on him, waiting quietly for him to speak. "My friends, I have something to say." Tony's voice rang out through the great hall. "I want to introduce our savior, Bai Yi, a great prophet who can foresee the future. It was his visions that saved us, spared us from becoming a post-apocalyptic dessert for those zombies, and gave us hope for tomorrow." For a brief moment, the room fell silent as if holding its breath. Then, all at once, the crowd raised their glasses high and burst into a passionate cheer. "To Bai Yi, to the future." The shout swept through Doom Castle like a tempest, echoing within its high walls. Glasses collided in joyful celebration, ringing out together in a rousing hymn of praise. The two of them drifted gently back down to the ground. Surrounded by the throng gathering close, Bai Yi smiled, savoring the moment, and drained his glass of champagne with satisfaction. "Please vote for us. Send your votes," a small plea calling out in the background. Inside the spacious training room, Bai Yi stood bare-chested to one side, eyes fixed on the imposing Doom robot before him. Its hulking frame radiated metallic strength, giving it an aura of absolute invulnerability. The robot's green eyes blazed coldly, as if issuing a direct challenge to Bai Yi. In the next instant, it raised a massive fist and lunged forward. Bai Yi twisted his body with lightning speed, then lashed out with a kick like a whip, striking the robot's chest. The sharp screech of rending metal rang through the air. Crack! A jagged fissure split the robot's armor beneath the force of the blow, like a sheet of brittle glass shattered by impact. The metallic crack fractured the silence, each vibration running through the robot's frame, a visceral response to the devastating hit. Shards of metal scattered through the air, gleaming cold in the harsh light. The machine's inner structure descended into chaos, as if it had suffered an irreparable wound. Staggered by the blow, the robot swayed unsteadily, its circuits sputtering with the erratic hum of electricity. Though its casing was battered, it seemed unwilling to concede defeat, still straining to charge Bai Yi once again. But at the very moment it lurched forward, Bai Yi had already slipped behind it with ghostly swiftness. Bai Yi seized the robot's shoulders, locking in a martial artist's rear chokehold. His arms, solid as steel, cinched tightly around the robot's neck, holding it fast, rendering it completely helpless. The robot clawed desperately at his arms, struggling to break free. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling the machine's fierce resistance. Every muscle in his body tensed as, with a thunderous shout, he gathered all his strength and tightened his hold, driving his arm forward with relentless force. The robot's neck gave out a terrible, grinding screech of metal. Its outer shell began to twist and deform, and the strained metal let out a fragile, splintering crack. After one violent snap, the robot's head came completely loose from its neck. Bai Yi released his grip, and the bot's remains crashed to the floor, never to move again. It had been choked to death. Bai Yi gazed at the mechanical head on the ground, its artificial eyes flickering as their gleam faded away. He let out a quiet breath, then lifted his head to take in the room around him, where the wreckage of more than a dozen robots was scattered. Each robot had collapsed in a different pose. Some were broken into several pieces, with tangled wiring strewn everywhere. Some had caved-in chests with cracks running along their metal plating. Others had their heads twisted into grotesque, unrecognizable shapes. After a brief appearance at the banquet, Bai Yi had quickly pulled aside a server to ask if there was a training room somewhere. To his surprise, the server actually knew, and after leading Bai Yi to the room, returned to attend to the guests. A crisp applause echoed from the doorway. Fury stepped into the room, clapping with a smile, and handed Bai Yi a form. "Congratulations, Mr. Bai. You've done justice to the gift I gave you." "What's this?" Bai Yi took the form, curiosity in his voice. Dr. Doom's training room is fitted with monitoring equipment. It maps out your physical stats based on your movement while you're inside. Estimated bench press, 550 kilograms. Clean and jerk, 370 kilograms. Maximum running speed, 97 kilometers per hour. Muttering the lines he could decipher from the jumble of numbers and symbols on the sheet, Bai Yi read softly to himself. "Your stats are actually a tick higher than Steve's back in the day. I have no doubt that if the two of you faced off now, wouldn't be able to beat me." Bai Yi's lips curled in a mischievous smirk as he folded up the form and tucked it into his pocket. Fury, unimpressed by this brief burst of pride, finished his thought in a flat tone. Would still have a 60% chance of winning. Steve Rogers wasn't just one of the world's greatest hand-to-hand fighters, but also a master tactician and an exceptional battlefield commander. Not to mention that indestructible shield of his. With these advantages, he could knock out the Hulk with his bare hands, or battle Thanos in full armor for more than a dozen rounds. Truly, a fair match for anyone. And I doubt Steve would bother trying to choke out a robot. You do realize they don't need to breathe. Fury added dryly. Halfway through putting his clothes back on, Bai Yi let out a sheepish chuckle. He thought, "You blind bat, you actually called out my inspiration dead on. This was just my little homage, that's all. Right now, the Avengers are locked in battle with Ultron's army. Care to guess who's itching to strangle a robot?" The two of them left the room, leaving the mess inside the training chamber for the surviving Doombots to take care of. As they walked, Bai Yi turned and asked, "How's the portal coming along?" According to Doom, it still needs some time to fully charge. We're also still discussing certain technical details. Oh, it takes an astronomical amount of energy to send just one person through, and pinpointing a safe, precise destination in a parallel universe is incredibly difficult. Remember, this zombie crisis was triggered by an incursion from another universe. If we cut corners on energy to rush the transport, we might land right in the heart of the zombies' homeland, or somewhere equally dangerous. In that case, it'd all be for nothing. We'd never live to see the dawn. Bai Yi's expression shifted subtly. He rubbed his chin and nodded slowly. Fury's reasoning made sense. The Earth they were on, Earth 2149, and the home of the zombie century, Earth 91126, formed a closed loop. Simply put, the zombie century from Universe 91126 brought the virus to Universe 2149, infecting the superheroes here, and then the newly turned zombie heroes passed the virus right back to the uninfected century in 91126, creating an endless cycle. Their actions were, in effect, breaking this repetitive loop. If they were unlucky enough to land on Earth 91126, they would not find a world of silence where zombie Spider-Man had wiped out all the zombies. Instead, they drop into yet another universe at the very dawn of the apocalypse. And that universe was in the middle of a catastrophic event, World War Hulk, complete with the terrifying Worldbreaker Hulk in the century. Ash Williams himself hadn't been so lucky in the original storyline. After trying just a few portal jumps between parallel universes, he ended up stranded in a zombie reality where everyone had turned into werewolves. With this in mind, Bai grew serious. Let's go. We need to find Doom and see just how much longer this will take. Judging by the timeline, those zombie heroes may already have set their sights on Latveria. Dr. Doom stood at the entrance to the laboratory, his gaze fixed on a large metallic platform at its center. Broad and sturdy, the platform looked as if it could easily hold 5 or 6 people. It shimmered with a silvery glow, exuding the aura of advanced technology. Around the platform bustled a team of lab technicians. Clad in white coats and wielding various instruments, they moved about, making adjustments and running diagnostics. Back and forth they hurried, focused and methodical in their work. Yet under the chill of Doom's stare, none of them could help but feel uneasy, nervously afraid a single misstep might incur their monarch's wrath. Even on the brink of the world's end, Doom never forgot to shelter his people. But that didn't mean he was a lenient ruler. Far from it. One reason for the exceptional discipline among his attendants was simple. Their mortality rate was exceptionally high. Crack! The laboratory fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of shattered glass echoing through the air. Time itself seemed to stand still as every eye turned toward the technician whose feet were now surrounded by shards. Dr. Doom's gaze followed, cold and piercing, emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression. The technician felt a chill run down his spine, his muscles tensed, his whole body trembling like a startled little animal. The door creaked open. Bai suddenly stepped into the room, noticing Dr. Doom standing there. With a light-hearted chuckle, he said, "The banquet was quite impressive, Victor. Requesting monthly votes and recommendations. Hospitality at Castle Doom is second to none. Any guest fortunate enough to visit can't help but sing its praises." Dr. Doom turned, greeting Bai with a boisterous laugh. With Latveria's ruler distracted, the technician quickly scooped the glass fragments into a waste bin, then shot Bai a grateful glance before hastily returning to his station. Bai nodded. Absolutely. It's a far cry from the bland fast food on the SHIELD helicarrier. Dr. Doom burst into hearty laughter, but his mirth faded as abruptly as it had come. He resumed his icy demeanor. Let's leave the flattery aside. What brings you here? I heard the teleportation needs more prep time, Bai asked, just as Fury entered behind him. That's right. Dr. Doom nodded and led them to the metallic platform, explaining, there are 200 Latverians selected for the transfer, while you've brought about 150 people. That's a heavy burden to manage. The computer's still calculating safe coordinates, making sure we put a good distance between ourselves and the undead. There are final checks underway. You wouldn't want to arrive in a new universe only to have the zombies on your heels, would you? Bai shook his head and pressed. Just give it to me straight. How long until we're ready? And when can we expect the zombies to reach us? 1 hour. In 1 hour, everyone will be sent to a world absolutely free of the undead. After a moment's thought, Bai nodded. The time advantage he'd gained by injuring Quicksilver was slipping away, but 1 hour would line up with the original timeline. In addition, the Latverians have to go first. Fury looked like he wanted to protest, but Bai gave him a subtle shake of the head. Then he replied, "That's not a problem. Then let's get started. Doom Castle must not fall within the hour. The zombie heroes are already gathering en route." With that, Doom raised a hand, conjuring a holographic projection that shimmered in the air, revealing the familiar silhouette of the Eiffel Tower. The Iron Tower was draped with ordinary people who had been infected and turned into zombies. They struggled mindlessly, guttural snarls rumbling from their throats, and each bore the marks of bites upon their bodies. Beneath the tower stood the American colonel, slamming his shield into the ground in a fury. Before him, a dense horde of zombie heroes gathered in a brooding mass. Damn it, you idiots! Why you always stop after this one bite? Don't you realize that the slightest bit of body fluid is enough to infect them? Or are you so oblivious to how disgusting our flesh actually tastes? And who was the half-wit that decided to contaminate the tap water? Now, there's nothing left for us to eat. No need to even bite anyone anymore. His voice rang with anger and contempt, his eyes brimming with disappointment and disgust as he looked upon the zombie heroes. Utterly foolish. Utterly useless. How could he ever hope to savor fresh meat with such a worthless gang in tow? The other zombie heroes hung their heads in silence. Under the sway of the zombie virus, their wits had dulled, leaving behind only an insatiable hunger and the urge to attack. They retained a shadow of rational thought, but were now little more than bloodthirsty fiends. So it was nearly impossible for them to show any restraint. Confronted with a dozen pieces of fresh meat, none of them managed to finish one before snatching for the next. Maybe it was the liquid man's doing? I saw him sloshing around in the water back then. In the midst of the crowd, Daredevil lifted his left hand, 3 fingers missing, and spoke up quietly. What? That's slander. I was only after that wall-phasing mutant woman hiding in the water. Besides, didn't you get a share of her flesh yourself in the end? At this, the liquid man, standing not far from Daredevil, jolted in surprise and defended himself loudly. Yet the eyes of the other zombie heroes turned ever more hostile as they fixed on him. Liquid Man cursed under his breath, then blasted water from his legs, propelling himself at breakneck speed toward a nearby pool. If only he could reach the water, he could escape safely through the pipes. Don't run. Just then, a powerful sonic wave tore through the air, slamming straight into Liquid Man's body. He twisted violently, dissolving into countless small droplets before evaporating away. The force of that sound had shattered his form, obliterating him completely. The focus shifted slowly back, revealing Black Bolt's eyes, empty yet savage, the tuning fork on his forehead emitting a faint, ominous glow. He turned to the American colonel and said, "Now that there's one traitor less, perhaps you'll finally tell us why you've gathered us here. Otherwise, I'll take tetanus and find fresh meat somewhere else. Believe me, we could track down fresh meat far quicker than you ever could." This zombie virus had inadvertently granted Black Bolt the ability to speak normally. Beside him, the giant zombie bulldog barked twice, as if to show its agreement with its master. Don't be impatient, Your Majesty the King. I was just about to get to that, said the U.S. colonel with a sinister laugh, flashing his blood-stained teeth. I assume you all know that by now. Most survivors have either died or been infected. The few who are left are scattered and hard to find. But as it happens, I know a place teeming with fresh, living people. Black Bolt's pupil-less eyes narrowed, and he cut straight to the point, unmasking what the colonel had left unsaid. If that's really the case, wouldn't you have gone there on your own already? Why bother inviting us along? You're absolutely right. In your position, I doubt you'd have extended the invitation either, the colonel admitted readily, then continued. But the reason I called you here is simple. That place is heavily fortified. There's no way my small group could break through those defenses all by ourselves. Enough stalling. Where's this place? Storm shouted from the crowd, her voice booming with authority. In that instant, the sky darkened, and thunderclouds rolled and churned overhead. The U.S. colonel answered, Latveria. Doomstadt. That place is still untouched by us. According to Intel Hawkeye, pulled from the crash shield helicarrier computers, Fury and a group were last seen heading there as well. As long as they're inside, we'll never have free reign. And you know what's the most exciting part? A horde of zombie heroes exchanged restless glances. After a moment's silence, they erupted impatiently. For hell's sake, just spit it out already. The colonel picked up his shield, declaring they have a fully operational teleportation device, a gateway out of this world. With it, we could reach a world brimming with fresh meat. Upon hearing the colonel's explanation, a surge of uncontrollable excitement flashed in Black Bolt's eyes. Unable to contain his wild joy, he let out a deafening roar. A mighty shockwave erupted, sweeping outwards like a monstrous gale. The Eiffel Tower began to tremble violently under the force of Black Bolt's voice. The massive steel structure shuddered, groaning under the punishing pressure, until finally, it could bear no more. Its frame shivered, teetered, and started to collapse. As the tower shook, the zombies clinging to its ironwork were flung into chaos, helpless beneath the violent tremors. One by one, they were torn apart by the sheer force, bursting into clouds of red mist. Blood and flesh spattered everywhere, painting the scene in a grisly crimson. At last, the mighty tower gave in completely to Black Bolt's cataclysmic howl and came crashing down in a thunderous collapse, debris scattering in all directions and dust billowing in thick clouds. Tetanus, activate the teleporter. Take us to Latveria. Requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes. 50. On the outskirts of Doomfort, A shimmering green energy shield suddenly arose, enveloping everything within several kilometers. As the shield formed, fine ripples of energy flowed across its surface like a layer of transparent film. When this energy swept over the vegetation below, the plants gave a faint shiver, as if they could sense the overwhelming power at play. Leaves trembled gently, blossoms wavered, and the blades of grass in the undergrowth quivered restlessly. These subtle changes carried an air of mystery, stirring a shiver among every living creature nearby. Something was about to happen. Then, 100 meters beyond the shield, a brilliant white light pierced the darkness, scattering swirling motes of energy that flickered like spectral flames. A massive zombie bulldog slowly emerged from the heart of the radiance. Its body was huge and bloated, filthy fur hanging in tatters, wounds festering and seeping putrid blood. Its eyes glowed with an unhealthy, feverish red, burning with endless hunger. The monstrous creature opened its jaws wide, revealing crooked fangs still stained a fresh, vivid red. Each drop of blood clung to the corners of its mouth, trailing into crimson marks. In the hollow blackness deep in its throat, the pale bones of a human hand could be glimpsed. Be patient, tetanus. Soon, we'll have more flesh than we can ever dream of. A skeletal pale hand reached out, gently stroking the head of the zombie dog. Sensing the touch, the monster swallowed the bone in its mouth with a single gulp. It nuzzled against the outstretched hand, releasing a deep, guttural sound, heavy with emotion and a strange joy, as if the dog held a special fondness for this hand. Though this dog had become one of the undead, a peculiar bond remained, something beyond life and death, an emotional tether connecting it to that hand. Seeing his pet settle down, the Black Bat King lifted his head and addressed the hundreds of zombies behind him. Tetanus can only bring us this far. Inside Doomfort, there's some kind of anti-teleportation device. What if we destroy it? Luke Cage asked. The Black Bat King looked down and patted Tetanus, the great dog now licking his arm enthusiastically. Then, you won't need Tetanus anymore. Don't waste time with stupid questions, Cage. The American colonel spoke, raising his shield and pressing it hard against the shield's surface, scraping it fiercely. The sound of metal grating on energy filled the air, showers of sparks flying at his every move. You know, the Black Bat King suddenly intoned, the tuning fork atop his brow quivering slightly. The beautiful blue districts of Adelan, hidden on the far side of the moon, were destroyed in a battle between my queen and myself. She was first infected during combat on Earth. Afterward, she bit Tetanus and returned to the moon along with him, trying to invite me to join their feast. But at that moment, I resisted such a blessing, and my voice shattered her to pieces. In my moment of carelessness, Tetanus softly bit me on the arm. The American colonel lowered his shield and looked at the endlessly talkative king of the Inhumans. Your Highness. But Black Bolt seemed not to hear him, continuing, after that incident, the majority of my inhuman brethren fell either to the aftershocks of battle or to the fangs of kin. Hunger tormented the pitiful souls who survived. Faced with such devastation, I could do nothing to help, because Your Highness, if you would please be quiet for a moment. I know the virus has allowed you to speak again, and that's wonderful, but right now we need to figure out how to get rid of this thing, the American colonel shouted. My apologies. Black Bolt walked to the very edge of the energy dome. He drew a deep breath, his chest swelling rapidly, before unleashing a furious roar. A shockwave of immense power erupted from him in an instant. The surge of visible energy rippled outward, slamming into the barrier, cracking the ground beneath, and hurling rocks aside. Even the zombies, cowed by this overwhelming force, scattered and reeled away in terror. The energy dome shuddered violently, trembling on the brink of collapse as if it could fall apart at any moment. Black Bolt's sonic blast hammered the barrier again and again, producing a deafening roar. Energy coursed through the shield, flickering with unstable light. As Black Bolt's furious cry began to fade and the barrier verged on recovering its stability, from within the zombie horde, Red Tank, Meatball, and Luke Cage burst out, charging with all their might at the spot where Black Bolt had roared. A tremendous crash followed their impact. As they struck the shield, an immense shock wave echoed outward. The barrier vibrated, struggling under pressure it had never known. Under Red Tank's assault, a small crack appeared. Meatball and Luke Cage slammed into it behind him, widening the break. The mounting force made the fracture grow, until finally, the energy dome shattered completely. With a savage gesture, the American colonel pointed toward the castle and bellowed, Go! There's fresh meat inside, and if you miss this chance, you won't get another. Iron Fist and Sabretooth surged to the front. Without the slightest hesitation, they leapt straight across the line where the energy dome had been only moments before. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion. Landmines detonated. Iron Fist was blasted to pieces, and Sabretooth, luckier by a hair, managed to keep his head though the rest of his body was lost. His head rolled wildly across the ground, howling in agony. "Hurry! Somebody find my body. I can still regenerate." The surrounding zombies glanced at one another uncertainly. Death Lady idly traced her inch-long nails, shook her head ever so slightly, and said with a touch of resignation, "Stop dreaming, Victor. Our self-healing ability stopped working long ago." She wasn't wrong. With this virus raging, even those with the strongest regenerative powers, like Wolverine or Deadpool, wouldn't last for long. From afar, atop the castle, White Knight set aside his binoculars, having just taken in the entire scene unfolding below. "Thor, do you see over there? Time to do what the God of Thunder does best," he called. Thor flashed a confident grin. Gladly. In his hand, the mighty hammer spun with a fierce whoosh, arcs of lightning crackling across its surface. A blinding thunderbolt split the stormy sky, crashing down into the horde of zombies with unrelenting force. Damn it, my legs," someone screamed. Daredevil crumpled to the ground. The lower half of his body suddenly vanished. "No, my hand. My hand's gone." Another zombie howled in despair, his arm shattered by lightning. Now nothing but a bloody, ruined stump. "Quit your whining. So you're missing an arm or a leg. No big deal. Look at Sabretooth. He's just ahead and still going strong." Colonel America bellowed, raising his shield in anger. "To be honest, I'm not doing so well," came a feeble protest. "Shut it, Juggernaut. You and the others up front, clear the path and make sure nothing blows up under our feet. Flyers, take to the skies and distract them. The rest, charge with me." Colonel America snapped. With that, Colossus, Juggernaut, Luke Cage, and the other tough-as-nails powerhouses surged forward towards Doomfort, explosions rippling beneath their feet, but failing to harm them in the slightest. The remaining zombies charged in right behind, led by Colonel America himself. "Please give us your votes. Please recommend this story." Meanwhile, the flying zombies, Angel, Falcon, and the like, began to close in on Doomfort. They soared through the air, their tattered wings beating, releasing guttural, menacing screeches. "Let's go. There aren't any landmines in the sky. Let those ground pounders set off the traps first. We'll get first pickings." Several rockets sliced through the night sky, their blazing trails painting streaks of fire above. They zeroed in mercilessly on Angel, Falcon, and the rest of the flying zombies. A series of titanic explosions lit up the darkness, flames leaping, smoke billowing everywhere. The missiles found their targets, obliterating Angel, Falcon, and their companions. Body parts and shredded flesh hurled through the air, raining down on the ground below. More fiery detonations and scorching shockwaves swept across the sky, instantly engulfing Vulture and the other flying zombies in a storm of flames. Their screams of agony echoed in the night as they were incinerated. By now, Thor had descended the tower, joining the others, bracing to hold back the zombie onslaught. Watching the chaos unfolding in the sky, Bayez's face remained utterly impassive as he drew out the Book of Death. His gaze lingered for a moment on the burning fireplace beside him, where flames danced and flickered in soft crimson hues. He gently stroked the book's rough, gray cover and said, "Open your eyes. I know you can hear me." Suddenly, a chill emanated from the Book of Death. Two cracks split open on the cover with a faint, leathery creak, revealing a pair of sightless, blood-red eyes. Beneath those fissures, a mouth bristling with fangs stretched wide in a malicious grin. "What's this?" Williams didn't dare face me himself, so he sent a nameless nobody in his place. "Ash Williams is dead," Bayi replied calmly, his gaze unwavering, locked onto those crimson, malevolent eyes. This book was a thing with its own will and mind, delighting above all else in the suffering of others. Its cover was made from human skin, every page within scrawled with curses meant to do harm, a true tome of evil in every sense. The Book of Death let out a wild, manic laugh. The mouth on its cover yawned wider still, nearly brushing Bayez's fingertips. "Oh, ha ha. Well, dead suits him. Pity it won't keep him that way. So, what do you want then, HM? Did Williams tell you before he died that I could save this world? You pitiful creature, I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed. The origin of the plague lies far beyond this earth, with not the slightest connection to magic. But if you were to get down on your knees and beg, I might just—" A wrinkled little nose somehow sprang up between the crazy book's crimson eyes, twitching amidst the cracks. "Beg you," Bayi scoffed, a grim smile twisting his lips. He strode even closer to the fire, feeling the heat against his skin as he barked, "You should be begging me instead." Without hesitation, he tore out several pages from the Book of Death. Each page was thick with writing and dried, human blood. One by one, he tossed them into the fireplace. The flames roared higher, hungrily devouring those cursed pages. Every time a sheet fell to the fire, the Book of Death shrieked in agony, cries of pain echoing through the room. "You lunatic! Stop this at once! Do you have any idea what I am in the world of dark magic? How many have longed for me, yet never had a chance to possess me?" But Bai Yi ignored the screams, continuing to rip out pages with a relentless tearing sound, mumbling to himself, "Did you think being a book made you untouchable? Look at you. You're as alive as any creature. Your cover is made from human skin, every line within written in blood. As for your pages, I can only guess, but I doubt they're made of anything better. In the end, after the starving undead break into the castle and devour everything with a heartbeat, you'll look no different than a sweet, tempting dessert to them." As more pages were thrown into the fire, the Book of Death's anguished cries grew ever more frequent, until at last it could bear it no longer, and shrieked, "Enough! Enough! I believe you all right. Stop tearing me apart. Ha. You could have saved us both some trouble if you'd given in sooner," Bai Yi replied with a twisted grin, ceasing his motion but moving even closer to the fireplace. Stop. That's close enough." The pair of blood-red eyes fixed unwaveringly on the fireplace, now only a hair's breadth away. "Look, those zombies out there want to devour me, and they'd happily have you for dessert afterward. Our interests align. We both need to escape this world. There's a teleporter downstairs. When I leave, I could take you too. You really think I'd trust a human's empty promises? You are fragile, deceitful creatures who do absolutely anything for a few extra moments of life." Bai Yi stroked his chin. This thing wasn't going to be easy to fool. He thought it over, then snatched up the pendant from his neck and held it out for the Book of Death to see. "Never mind the past or the future. Today, I swear by Vishanti's name that I will not lie to anyone." The Book of Death narrowed its crimson eyes, swiftly sizing up the man before it. It noticed the sanctuary's emblem hanging from his neck, marking him as a sorcerer. Everyone knew that sorcerers held their oaths sacred. If this man dared to swear by Vishanti. If you dare to swear by Vishanti, that means you probably aren't lying, the Book of Death rasped, its voice low and rough. "Tell me, what's your plan?" Just then, as the remaining zombie heroes barreled toward Doomfort, a heavy black cloud descended from the heavens like some haunting apparition, swallowing them whole and trapping them within. The cloud was thick and dense, exuding an eerie and malevolent aura. "What is that? Is it your doing, Storm?" Black Bolt asked in a daze. He halted mid-step, watching the roiling dark mass with renewed caution. Storm was equally bewildered. She shook her head. "I have no idea. That cloud appeared out of nowhere, and I can't control it at all." From within the black cloud came guttural, snarling, and agonized groans, as if a multitude of vengeful spirits wailed and howled in torment. Shadowy forms began to coalesce in the murk, gradually revealing countless indistinct silhouettes. Colonel America gave a disdainful snort, his gaze sweeping over the shadows within the cloud. "It must be another of Strange's or Doom's desperate ploys. They're running out of tricks. Keep charging. Let's see who dares to shrink back." Colonel America commanded, undaunted. Rallying the zombie heroes, he led the charge forward once more. However, as soon as his words faded, the shadows within the black clouds began to take shape before their eyes. They bore the outlines of human figures, yet their faces were twisted and grotesque, exuding a deeply unsettling presence. Suddenly, dozens of pallid, decaying arms burst forth from the swirling darkness, latching onto Daredevil as he crawled on the ground like vengeful specters. These rotting limbs writhed spasmodically, like tentacles bound by shadow, fighting to drag Daredevil deeper into the heart of the darkness. Lifeless and ghastly, their decomposed skin released a stench so foul that it made one's stomach turn. "What the hell is this thing?" Daredevil, caught in their grip, let out a piercing scream. "Steve, help me, please." In an instant, the rotten hands pulled him into the black mist. Blood erupted inside the swirling fog, splattering across the ground. "Votes! Please vote to support us." The dark fog seemed almost alive, surging out from beneath the castle and uncoiling toward the distant mountains. Where once the silhouette of the peaks was clear, they now lay shrouded and dreamlike in a shifting haze. This was exactly as Ash Williams had heard foretold in the prophecy, a dark legion on the rise. "Matt, what's wrong?" Colonel America, startled by Daredevil's cry, whipped around, only to find a pool of filthy blood on the ground, and those ghastly arms shrinking back into the mist. Storm, who had witnessed everything, stammered out, her voice trembling. Those hands dragged him away. "I saw it. Everyone, form up around me. Defensive formation." Clad in a flag-draped uniform, The zombie captain once more raised a shield with a shout. The shadows, however, would not remain dormant. From out of the mist, their true forms emerged, countless undead, shambling upright. These revenants held no trace of humanity in their faces, which stared pallid and blank, eyes flickering with an icy red gleam. An endless hatred burned in them, driving them on with one single urge: vengeance against the zombie heroes. Their bodies were battered and incomplete, limbs missing and torsos torn. Their tattered robes looked as if they'd rotted for centuries, nothing but scraps fluttering in the fetid air. It must be some monster conjured up by Strange. Kill them! With a fierce glare at the mass of undead before him, Colonel America hurled his shield with all his might. The shield sliced through the air, whistling as it crashed through 7 or 8 undead at once, shattering to pieces, their bodies scattering across the ground. The sudden, overwhelming force caught Colonel America off guard. He'd only intended a probing strike, as usual, never expecting the undead to be so easily destroyed. For a moment, his fearsome visage betrayed surprise. Then, a triumphant smile broke across his face. "These things are no match for us," he exclaimed, his tone brimming with renewed confidence and fighting spirit. He realized that the enemy before them was not nearly as formidable as he'd feared. Indeed, they seemed almost pitifully fragile. However, just as he was basking in his triumph, countless spirits surged from within the black mist like an unstoppable tide, instantly shattering the zombies' formation. The undead poured forward in overwhelming numbers, exuding a fierce, menacing aura. Even the zombie heroes couldn't help but feel a flicker of anxiety in the face of this onslaught. The American colonel threw his head back and let out a thunderous shout, rallying the zombies at his side. "Don't hold back, everyone! We won't be brought down by these feeble corpses. Charge! Endless fresh meat awaits us inside the castle." A shadowy figure, claws gleaming with deadly precision, moved through the horde with unhurried ease. Sticky black tendrils wrapped around the undead as he tore them apart, one after another. It was venom, relentless and efficient. The card Emperor hurled, playing cards without pause, each toss triggering explosive blasts that sent the undead flying. Yet, judging from the dwindling deck in his hand, it seemed he wouldn't be able to keep this up much longer. Sunspot roared, his entire body ablaze, scorching nearby spirits to ash. Meaty, not bothered with finesse, simply rolled through the ranks, flattening everything in his path. All manner of superpowered zombies unleashed their abilities, slaughtering the undead in a spectacular array of ways. They cut down enemies at a blistering pace, but the hundreds of thousands of spirits still managed to slow their advance. Atop the castle, the Book of Death grinned wide at Bai, eager for recognition. "Well, if it weren't for those zombies devouring so many people, I'd never have been able to summon such a vast army of spirits. I invested everything I've got, so later, you won't leave me behind, right? It's just SOSO. Bai didn't answer the book directly. Instead, as he looked down at the zombies fighting in the swirling black mist and the endless sea of undead, he spoke offhandedly. These magical constructs were abundant and quick to deploy, but their strength was barely on par with ordinary humans. Despite being undead, they were far from truly unkillable. 2 good slaps would be enough to finish them off. They might buy some time, keeping the zombie heroes occupied, but to actually defeat them with this lot? That's pure fantasy. After speaking, he looked down at the base of the castle. At some point, several figures had arrived at the main gate. Clearly, they were moving faster than even the advancing black mist. Thinking for a moment, Bai turned, hugged the Book of Death, and headed back into the castle. Red Tank lumbered closer to Doomed Fortress, each step echoing heavily. He then lifted a massive foot and kicked the metal gate with all his might. A thunderous boom shook the skies. The gate blasted away as if struck by artillery, piercing the air like a shooting star before crashing into the far wall. Bricks shattered, dust billowing everywhere. "Come out, Ross. You tricked us before, and this time, not only am I going to take you down, I'll eat you alive." Without breaking stride, he marched into the heart of Doomed Fortress, apparently unaware that hardly anyone was left behind him. Only Steel Colossus and Luke Cage followed in his wake. "Where's the Colonel, and what on earth is all that outside?" Cage glanced back in confusion, finding nothing but utter darkness beyond the gate. "Who cares? I've never had any patience for those clowns in the Avengers. If they don't show up, it's their loss. Let's just enjoy our meal." Colossus spoke in his gravelly, resonant voice, reaching out to seize the long wooden table in the center of the grand hall, checking underneath to see if anyone was hiding there. Luke Cage's face darkened instantly. "I'm an Avenger too, you know. You can still quit while you have the chance. Us X-Men, we're not strictly for mutants only. I'll pass." With that, they made their way toward the area behind the throne, only to find 3 pathways ahead, each one deep, mysterious, and stretching far out of sight. After exchanging a few glances, Juggernaut was the first to speak. Let's split up. That way, our chances of finding fresh meat triple, and we won't be fighting each other for it. It's all down to luck. Agreed. Colossus nodded at his old rival before stepping into the entrance on the left. Juggernaut and Luke Cage each chose the center and right tunnels respectively, leaving the throne hall silent once more, apart from the faint green light sliding along the walls. Colossus moved through the dark hallway, grumbling under his breath. I'm starving. My stomach's as empty as a drum. Good thing I raided that school before coming here. The memory of the lavish feast he'd enjoyed back at that school brought a wicked smile to Colossus' lips. He recalled the terror and despair on the students' faces as he hunted. That feeling sparked a strange pleasure deep inside him. Some of them even tried to fight him off with desks and chairs, utterly adorable. He would never forget the texture and savor of that meal for the rest of his life. Yet dwelling on it made him restless. The living were growing scarcer by the day, while the undead multiplied relentlessly. Before long, they'd all end up fighting over the very last scraps. He couldn't help but wonder if the story about the teleporter was true, or just another excuse cooked up by that colonel from the U.S. to lure them all to Latveria. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Colossus' gaze suddenly fixed on the far end of the corridor. He narrowed his eyes, making out the vague silhouette of a person. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, he confirmed it. Someone was there, clutching a gray book. The person seemed startled upon seeing Colossus and immediately turned to flee. Don't run, Colossus bellowed, his heavy footsteps pounding the floor as he gave chase, laughter rumbling from his throat, low and bloodthirsty. If I could just get one more bite, hell, it'd be worth dying for. Please support the author with votes and recommendations. The figure with the book sprinted away at a staggering speed, surprising Colossus. He didn't let himself think too hard, just chased after the mysterious form with all his might. But no matter how fast he ran, the stranger managed to maintain just enough distance. The longer the chase lasts, Colossus thought, the more delicious it'll be when I finally catch up. At last, the mysterious figure darted into a room and slammed the door tightly behind them. Colossus let out a furious roar and slammed his fist hard against the door. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, and he burst into the room in an instant. Yet what greeted him was a surprisingly vast and empty space, so spacious that it left him momentarily bewildered. The size of the room was far beyond what Colossus had imagined. There were no walls, no furniture, only a smooth metal floor beneath his feet. The scene reminded him of the X-Men's Danger Room, a virtual simulation environment, though this space felt even more tangible, even more real. At that moment, a bullet struck Colossus squarely on his metal forehead, ringing out with a sharp, clear clang. To Colossus, however, it was nothing more than a gentle tap, utterly harmless. Who's there? From one corner of the room, a silhouette slowly emerged from thin air. At his feet was a gray book. In his left hand, he held a pistol, while an oversized black backpack hung from his shoulders. The man flashed Colossus a casual smile. Colossus burst out laughing, saliva trickling from his mouth. Buddy, you really think bullets can hurt me? You've practically delivered yourself straight to my jaws. Stretching out his massive metal hands, he lunged at the stranger. Bai Yi watched the advancing Colossus with icy detachment, then coolly raised his gun and began to fire relentlessly. The heavy-caliber bullets hammered into Colossus' body, but each one ricocheted harmlessly off his impenetrable shell. The more bullets Bai Yi fired, the more crazed and triumphant Colossus' laughter became. You stupid fool. Is this supposed to make me laugh to death? Don't bother resisting. These little toys can't even tickle me. I'll do you a favor and kill you quickly. But just as Colossus closed the distance to less than 10 meters, a section of the metal floor in front of Bai Yi suddenly rose up. The metal slab floated steadily in midair, forming a broad, sturdy foothold. Sliding his gun away, Bai Yi stepped nimbly onto the floating platform, leaping several meters into the air. Colossus, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, found himself caught off guard and crashed straight into the wall. At the same time, Bai Yi tapped his pistol lightly, then tossed it aside with a swift motion. Before the pure metal giant could react, the gun detonated in a deafening explosion, engulfing Colossus in a ruthless burst of fire. In his transformed state, Colossus was actually a little slower than he was as a human, a rare shortcoming of his metallic form. That pistol wasn't one of the system's gifts, of course, but a little gadget he'd picked up from SFLD's armory aboard the helicarrier. Over there, practically everything was designed to explode. Moving farther away, Bai Yi reached into his enormous pack and drew a huge rifle. The barrel was as clear as crystal, and inside, A mysterious red fluid swirled and hissed, alive with an ominous sizzle. Damn it! Shaking his head, Colossus wrenched himself free from the wall, panting heavily. His silver eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the figure standing in the distance. Come here, then. I'll tear you apart. I'll kill you. Colossus let out a wild, guttural roar, his presence growing even more imposing as he charged madly toward Bai Yi. Bai Yi gripped his rifle tightly, his gaze locked on the zombie lumbering ever closer. In a calm, steady voice, he said, I've always been pondering one thing. He squeezed the trigger. The rifle emitted a low hum as a dark red laser sprang from the muzzle, darting straight at Colossus's eye. In the instant before that iron giant could even blink, the laser pierced his eye, mercilessly destroying the brain within. A raw gasp escaped him. Deprived of brain function, Colossus's body collapsed limply to the ground and slid forward, coming to rest near Bai Yi, painting a gory smear of blood trailing from his lifeless form. Bai Yi lifted his foot slightly, allowing the heavy metal mass to slip past. If your eyeballs are metal too, then how would you even see? He holstered his rifle and glanced off into the distance, giving a subtle nod. At that very moment, Invisible Woman emerged from thin air, managing a weary smile in his direction. Just now, she had quietly raised part of the floor, giving Bai Yi a platform to brace against. They hadn't discussed it beforehand, but she possessed more than enough tactical sense to act on instinct. This was the same spot where Bai Yi had once tested his physical limits. All the debris had long since been cleared by the Doom bots. When the three zombies had breached Doom Fortress just moments ago, Doom himself had detected them instantly. He activated a spell, long inscribed upon the walls, that left the three undead spellblind and hopelessly lost. Once Bai Yi received the alert, he volunteered to take down Colossus. Invisible Woman just happened to be nearby, so she joined in to lend assistance. How did you know his eyes were so vulnerable? Not even Logan seems to be aware of that, Susan asked, giving Colossus's corpse a sidelong glance before picking up the Book of Death and handing it to Bai Yi. He smiled in return, saying nothing. He certainly couldn't reveal to her that in Universe 1610, Colossus had been subdued for precisely the same reason. As one of the most renowned mutants on Earth, it was more than a little embarrassing that the Falcon had once made him cower with nothing but a pistol. In nearly every universe, Colossus's eyes remained his weakest spot, though the silver sheen made that vulnerability easy to overlook. As for why Bai Yi had chosen the issue laser rifle instead of a handgun, it wasn't because he doubted his aim. In this ultimate universe, Colossus would never risk betting his life on the toughness of his metallized eyes, nor would Bai Yi gamble on whether a pistol had enough stopping power. Any word from Doom? Did he say how much longer until the teleportation starts? As they walked out of the training room, Bai Yi asked along the way. He said it'll be sooner than expected, just over 30 more minutes before the first wave of teleportation can begin. Of course, he kept stressing that the people of Latveria have to leave first. Honestly, we're supposed to be the superheroes here, and he's acting like he's afraid we'll run away at any moment. Susan shook her head in exasperation. Did Doom really not trust even her? Look on the bright side. At least he's not treating lives carelessly, Bai Yi replied with a slight shrug. The Invisible Woman pressed her earpiece, then turned to Bai Yi and said, Luke Cage and Juggernaut have been dealt with too. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, curiosity in his eyes. Oh, how do they manage that? The Invisible Woman frowned slightly. Cage was completely incinerated by one of the zombies, reduced to ashes. As for Juggernaut, Scarlet, which sent him all the way to California. Though I heard Wanda was so exhausted she passed out. There's no telling when she'll wake up. Please vote for us with your monthly recommendation tickets. The castle basement was a damp and shadowy place. The stone bricks lining the walls were blemished by the wear and tear of time. Cracks and water stains etched all over. The ground was coated in a thick layer of dust that puffed up with every footstep, sending swirls into the air. Overhead, the ceiling groaned and trembled. Flecks of dust and tiny pebbles sifted through cracks, like relics from the castle's weighty past. The zombie heroes seemed to be closing in on the castle now, but no one knew exactly what was happening outside. In the center of the basement stood a massive teleportation device, a complex construction of metal, ringed by tangled cables and intricate equipment. A faint blue glow pulsed across its surface, giving off an air of mystery. Standing with arms crossed beside the device was a figure in a green cloak and metallic armor. How did the teleport end up down here? Susan was the first to ask. On their way in, Doom had abruptly summoned them to the basement and mentioned he'd notified the others too. Dr. Doom raised his arm slowly, and the heavy brick wall on the room's left side gave a deep, grinding groan before collapsing. Dust burst out, swirling and shrouding the entire room in a hazy cloud. As the dust slowly settled, They saw an old laboratory revealed behind the wall, the very one Bai Yi had visited before. Its worn-out walls, outdated machinery, and scattered documents all seemed frozen in time. Dr. Doom's voice drifted out, composed and self-assured. The teleporter never changed location. It was a simple illusion. Doom needed your misperception to synchronize with the runes here. That way, when the zombies storm in, they'll be thrown off by the interference. Bai Yi shrugged and said, "All right then. What about the others? Where are the Latverians you wanted to send away in the first batch? We're all here, but they haven't shown up yet." Doom raised his hand and snapped his metal fingers, the sound ringing out crisp and clear. From the depths of the room, a number of civilians emerged. Though their clothes were tattered and their faces drawn with exhaustion, each one shouldered a heavy pack. Apart from this, there seemed to be nothing particularly wrong with them. I isolated them here within an hour of the crisis breaking out. Just as I told you, Latveria is immune to this kind of plague. Casting a glance around, the invisible woman frowned and said, "But why are there only the castle's attendants here? Are you planning to leave the rest behind to be devoured?" By Doom standards, they do not meet the bare minimum requirement for preserving civilization. Still, I would never abandon them to those monsters. Doom has his own mercy, Sue. In the dining hall, as the last chair was pushed neatly into place and the final greasy plate washed and stored on the drying rack, the attendants in black each pulled a small white tablet from their coat pockets. Without hesitation, they placed them in their mouths. After a few seconds, a quiet cough ran through them, their lips subtly curling upward. White foam began to seep from the corners of their mouths, the trace of a final smile. Their eyes grew calm and peaceful, pupils slowly widening, pushing aside the iris. Their bodies trembled gently, moving in rhythm as if guided by a soft melody. Silently, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, the faint smile still playing on their lips. A profound silence settled over the dining hall. The attendants lay peacefully on the floor, every trace of pain washed away. Susan's eyes widened in shock. She opened her mouth, searching for words, but in the end fell silent. She had lost all reason to blame anyone anymore. As the conversation lingered, a crowd surged at the basement entrance. SHLD survivors. Fury walked over to Bai Yi and the invisible woman, exchanged a glance with them, then approached the teleportation device alone. Iron Man followed, just behind. "How's the teleporter? The undead horde you summoned is almost spent, and right now, those zombies are gathering to breach your final shield." He spoke in a low voice as he came to Doom's side. Doom, as ever, remained cold and composed. "It's fully charged and ready to activate. You can rest easy, Fury. Doom's word is ironclad. What I have promised, I will deliver." In the center of the room, the teleporter began to emit a deep, resonant hum. Doom strode over and tapped the control panel a few times. Then he waved his hand at the crowd behind him, shouting, "Why are you still standing there? Do you dare to keep Doom waiting?" His voice echoed through the room, rolling with a thunderous authority. The civilians looked at one another uncertainly. After a moment, a few of them stepped forward, hurrying onto the teleporter. They stared in wonder as a dazzling blue light flared from the machine, swirling around them like a dance of ethereal sprites. Next, the energy coalesced into a vast vortex, completely encasing them. A cloud of tiny lights drifted through the air like a sprinkle of stars. "Stand still and don't move." The blue vortex spun faster and faster, and at its peak, it vanished with a faint pop. Those within the vortex disappeared as well, as if pulled into another dimension. The room settled into quiet once more, with only a faint echo lingering behind. Watching as the group vanished, Doom turned to Bai Yi and the others. In order to maximize humanity's chances of survival, each teleport is limited in number and will reset its destination. According to the computer's calculations, the arrival points are always guaranteed to be free of zombies. You might think Doom is trying to scatter your group on purpose, but that's not the case. The citizens of Latveria follow the same rule. Each of them carries, at minimum, basic supplies and knowledge to survive, even in the harshest wilderness. Then he pointed at the invisible woman. "Sue, come with me. I will protect you and your family." Susan was momentarily stunned, then looked over to Fury for guidance. Fury let out a sigh and gave a silent nod. "To be honest, I have one more request." Bai Yi suddenly stepped forward and said. "Oh." Dr. Doom looked at him quizzically. "It's like this." Bai Yi leaned in and whispered quietly in his ear. After hearing him out, Doom fell into thoughtful silence, then slowly nodded. He turned and moved toward the adjacent laboratory, picked up several stacks of documents, and handed them to the eager Bai Yi, pausing to give him a long, searching look. Bai Yi accepted the files, flipped through them quickly, then passed them to the approaching Punisher, who packed them into the large backpack he'd been carrying all the way from the helicarrier. Wanda and Quicksilver broke away from the SHIELD group, stepping up next to Bai Yi to await his instructions. Blue vortices continued to appear and vanish, their numbers dwindling alongside the Latvian civilians. Soon, only the SHIELD team remained in the room. Dr. Doom stood before the control panel, speaking without turning around. "All right, you'd better hurry up." Suddenly, the ceiling began to shudder violently, accompanied by a thunderous rumble. The entire room lurched as if rocked by a terrible force, the walls trembling as though they might collapse at any moment. As the shaking intensified, a few ceiling panels came loose and crashed down with heavy thuds. Fragments and dust rained from above, thickening the air. Cracks began to snake across the ground, spreading like a web with alarming speed. Requesting your support with recommendation tickets and monthly votes. That last jolt was a bit frightening, but no zombies made it in. Bai Yi stood before the teleporter, narrowing his eyes slightly as he watched agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. being transported away one after another. Fury stood beside him, holding his last cigar between his fingers. A trace of weariness flickered in his gaze as he quietly puffed, letting lazy swirls of smoke drift around him, bringing with them an odd sense of calm. Can you believe it? Just a day ago, I was arguing with the president over next year's budget, and Steve was talking about training a new team of Avengers before retiring to become a farmer. Xavier was planning another speech to show the world that mutants could live in harmony with everyone else, and I. Cyclops furrowed his brow slightly. He felt troubled by it all, but there was nothing he could do. They stood there in silence, watching as one by one, people vanished into the blue radiance. Each time someone disappeared, the teleporter let out a faint hum, almost as if it was saying farewell. A few minutes later, only Banner, still unconscious on a stretcher, Thor, Fury, and Iron Man remained in the room. The Fantastic Three stood side by side with Doom. Honestly, despite nearly killing each other on several occasions, their relationship could best be described as frenemies. Meanwhile, Bai Yi positioned himself on the opposite side, with Quicksilver, Punisher, and Scarlet Witch at his back. This was the final group preparing to depart. Why not take more superpowered people with them? Well, most of the other supers weren't close to Bai Yi. Compared to him, they'd rather follow Fury's orders or simply find a new world to continue playing at hero. Just like Hyperion and his knockoff Justice League. Doom, is everything ready for that little surprise you promised them? Of course. Doom has also programmed the sequence so that, after we leave, the portal will automatically self-destruct, and then the Doom bots will dismantle it completely. Bai Yi nodded and stepped into the swirling blue vortex. The others follow behind. He clutched the Book of Death and flashed it a mysterious smile, an enigmatic light dancing in his eyes. "Now, everyone can leave this world in safety," Bai Yi murmured. The Book of Death replied, its tone full of mockery and mischief. "Absolutely. Those monsters will never catch up with us now." Bai Yi frowned, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. "Wait us. That's right. Aren't we about to leave this world right now? Or do you still have unfinished business?" The Book of Death blinked its red eyes, as if it found Bai Yi's question rather amusing. How terribly careless this man is. With a sudden slap to his thigh, Bai Yi exclaimed in realization to the Book of Death. "Oh, I do have one more thing to do. Thanks for reminding me. Otherwise, I'd regret it for the rest of my life." The Book of Death stretched its lips into a wide, ingratiating smile. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Such a clever person as yourself would have remembered even without my help." Bai Yi, satisfied, ran his hand along the spine of the Book of Death, feeling its chill. Then, without warning, he spun around and hurled it at the wall. It hit with a dull, heavy thud. The Book of Death trembled where it landed, its voice shrill with terror. "Ah, what are you doing? Didn't you swear to Vishanti that you'd get me out of this world?" Its red eyes were filled with disbelief and utter despair. Bai Yi smiled faintly, rubbing his chin with a hint of mischief. "Ah, yes, I do remember something like that." Just as hope reignited in the crimson eyes of the Book of Death, Bai Yi continued, "But I don't trust Vishanti. There are oceans of people ringing him up with prayers every single day. Besides," he cast a look of feigned sympathy at the Book of Death, now half buried in the wall from the force of his throw. "I haven't lied to anyone today. After all, you're just an old, useless book." The Book of Death quaked, its voice thick with fear and despair. "No, you can't abandon me. I can grant you endless power, help you rule this world. Thanks, maybe next time." Standing within a swirling blue vortex, Bai Yi glanced over at the Book of Death and threw it a playful wink. Then he waved farewell and let the transporter whisk him away. Still wedged in the wall, the Book of Death cried out in utter desperation, "No. Wait, Doom, you can take me with you, can't you?" It cast about wildly, looking for help for Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom answered with a sneer, never even glancing back. "Take you? How arrogant and childish. Doom commands magic in countless forms. You are worthless to me." Turning to Fury, the Book of Death pleaded with rising hope. Come on, buddy. Take me with you. I can restore your lost eye better than it ever was before. Nick Fury fixed it with a single eye. After a long silence, he spat out a single word. No. The Book of Death quivered, despairing. Hey, you with the golden hair. Fancy adding a handy new hammer to your collection? You Yellowstone monster. I can make the rocks on your body 10 times harder, 10 times larger. Don't you roll your eyes at me. And that one. Hey, you asleep? A zombie towering more than 10 meters tall, his skin as dark as night, clad in a blue and white skin-tight suit, was throwing mighty punches at the shield that shrouded the castle. Around him, hundreds of zombies in all sorts of grotesque forms had gathered. At their feet lay countless pale, white severed limbs and bits of corpses, the last remains of the undead army. Now even the remnants of the black mist were beginning to fade away. The American colonel raised his shield and shouted, "Come on, Bill. Smash it. That shield won't hold much longer." This giant of a man was called Goliath, his name an echo of the Titans from old myths, a being who could make himself enormous at will. Without an ounce of hesitation, he battered the shield with both his fists. Each strike landed with such force that it seemed capable of shaking the castle off its foundations. His blows brought forth thunderous crashes, and every impact sent dirt and stone flying as the shield flickered, its strength rapidly waning. Tell me, are you sure we'll even get a taste meat here? We've been following you this whole time and haven't had a single bite. Suddenly, the King of Cards stepped out, face twisted in anger, and slammed his staff hard against the ground. To this point, we've lost 15, 20 people, and we haven't seen a single living soul. Shut up, the American colonel snapped, and with a sudden motion, he hurled his shield, a silver arc ripping through the air. Like a flash of lightning, the spinning shield cleaved the King of Cards' head clean in two. The restless horde instantly went silent, every dead eye turning to stare at the American colonel. With another earth-shaking punch, the towering zombie hammered the shield. In that instant, the energy field shattered. The giant zombie's fist crashed into the castle wall, sending tremors through the entire structure. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone, and debris pelted the ground. What are you standing around for? Go in and feast. With a rousing cry, the American colonel snatched up his shield and charged toward the castle's wide-open gate, already smashed in by the red tank. A special thank you to reader 20230619191846443 for the reward of 100 points. This should be the way, damn. How many times have we walked this broken road? Leading the throng of zombies, the American colonel stormed into the basement with an intimidating swagger. But the scene that greeted them froze everyone in their tracks. Inside, a dozen robots were rampaging among piles of metal scraps, creating a deafening cacophony of clanging and crashing. Where are they? I'm asking you, where are the people? Hercules, stunned for a moment, suddenly seized the American colonel by the collar and roared in his face. They had struggled so hard and fought all the way here just for a chance to bite into some meat. But now, let alone meat, there wasn't a single hair to be seen. No matter how much he respected Steve on ordinary days, even he couldn't tolerate such an inept leader under these circumstances. The American colonel hesitated for half a second, then shoved the Greek zombie aside and cursed. Didn't I already say it? They must have teleported everything away before we got here. Quick, stop those robots. The enraged zombies pounced without hesitation, tearing into the robots with their claws, gnashing their teeth on the metal shells, grinding away in desperate frustration as they tried to satisfy their hunger. In no time, the dozen or so Doom robots were torn to pieces, scorched wires filling the room with a pungent scent of burnt circuitry. But the parts for the teleportation device had been thoroughly ruined once the last transfer was completed. The Doom robots' recent actions had only served to tidy up the final remains. So what now? Is this thing still usable? Hercules picked up a metal part from the floor, rubbing his head as he muttered. Are you blind? Look at the wall, what's that? Just as the American colonel reached toward the Book of the Dead embedded in the wall, a panel rose abruptly from the floor in the center of the room. A green hologram flickered to life above it, and Dr. Doom's figure materialized. In the projection, Doom sneered coldly at the room before him, his voice filled with mocking disdain. Foolish zombies, you are too late. The fresh meat you crave has already been safely teleported away by Doom, and the portal device destroyed. Despite not being physically present, Doom held his head high and his chest out, clearly savoring the sight of the wretched zombies failing in the depths of his laboratory. The American colonel could contain himself no longer. His fangs ground together with fury. Then he unleashed a thunderous howl that shook the room. Don't! With that roar, he lifted his shield and hurled it at the floor beneath the projection with all his might. The shield collided sharply with the tiles, producing a crisp, ringing crash. The tiles shattered and the holographic image began to fade. The infuriating visage of his enemy grew faint, dispersing into the air until at last it was gone. Oomph. And what are you supposed to be? He turned and tore the gray book from the wall. Just then, the thing seemed to blink at him. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me. The Book of the Dead, its wrinkled face scrunched even tighter, pleaded frantically. Sizing it up and down, the American colonel sneered. Broken old book. The taste of the dead is worse than garbage. Why would I want to chew on your dried-up hide after who knows how many years? The book fell silent. For a long moment, it said nothing, and then finally, with great effort, it managed to speak. Are you saying you're not going to eat me? We could still give it a try. What? Suddenly, there came the rasp of tearing paper. The zombie draped in the stars and stripes grabbed half a page and shoved it into his mouth. As the paper entered his mouth, it crackled and hissed between his teeth. He chewed with exaggerated force, then spat it out with all his might. The wad of chewed paper, slick with spit, landed unceremoniously on the floor. Goddamn, that tastes awful. The American colonel's attention remained fixed on the book in his hand. But then, all at once, he sensed another section of flooring rising behind him. Turning, he caught the faint sound of beeping coming from beneath the floorboards. Hercules, standing nearby, scratched his head in confusion. Hey, what's that thing? He moved closer to the strange platform, bending down for a closer look. As he peered into the gap, his eyes widened at the sight. Below him, a green device, some kind of countdown timer, blinked steadily. Muttering to himself in a daze, he said, Hey, Steve, what's this thing? All around Doom Castle, silence reigned. And the earth began to buckle and split apart. Stones and soil warped and heaved under the pulse of a tremendous shockwave, sending jagged cracks racing in every direction. In the next instant, a roar of fire erupted skyward, engulfing the entire castle in a blazing inferno. Roof tiles were flung into the air, turning to ash almost instantly, while marble statues, masterpieces crafted by the world's finest sculptors, melted into viscous liquid and were hurled away by the blast. Where Doom Castle once stood, a mushroom cloud soared up into the sky. At that moment, Hank sat at a dining table, still clad in his grimy Ant-Man suit, its red, dulled, and stained with use. A lively tune whistled from his lips, sounding cheerful and carefree as he used a knife and fork to elegantly cut up a piece of raw meat. He bit down gently on the fresh flesh, the sound of tiny shreds tearing coming with each deliberate chew. The tender morsel, newly sliced, was gradually ground to pulp between his teeth, its savory essence slowly released, flooding his mouth. Juices dripped from the corner of his lips, moistening his chin. With a sly grin, Hank mumbled to himself. Latveria. Did those idiots really think they could get something out of that place? They should have figured out on the helicarrier already that those folks aren't easy targets. Good thing I stayed away both times. There are plenty of survivors to hunt down on the ground. Why bother gnawing on dry bones with barely any meat left? Actually, this works out. No one to fight me for the good stuff. But just then, Hank was completely unaware that several screws behind him had begun to slowly rise into the air, floating further and further from the ground. At first, they trembled ever so slightly, as if tugged by some invisible and mysterious force. As this force grew stronger, the screws gently lifted free from their moorings, hanging suspended midway in the air. Faint arcs of light sparked and danced across their surfaces, glimmering like miniature bolts of lightning. Moved by some supernatural power, the screws hovered quietly, eerily, just behind Hank's oblivious back. Nevertheless, Hank was still lost in the delicious taste of fresh meat, completely oblivious to everything happening behind him. He continued relishing the satisfaction that each bite brought. With a sudden, piercing whoosh, several screws shot forward like arrows, moving so fast it took your breath away. They struck Ant-Man's head, punching straight through and leaving a gaping hole, splattering red and white matter in all directions. Yet the tiny assailants didn't stop there. They circled back, relentlessly smashing and spinning through what remained of Hank's head, as if carrying out some cold, calculated order. A few seconds later, the screws came to a halt. One veered off and embedded itself in the wall, quivering there as droplets of blood slowly dripped down. A silver-haired man entered, clad in a deep purple bodysuit, cape, and helmet. Tall and imposing, he glanced at Ant-Man's corpse before stepping further into the room, his tone composed but edged with sorrow. What a miserable sight. How could a king end up like this? Those monsters have left our city, and I took the chance to search for any survivors. I never expected to find this pervert had tied you up and hidden you here. Are you still alive? I've never said anything like this before. Never even wanted to, but it's up to us to save the world now. In the dim room, a one-legged black man was tied to a metal operating table, his face pale and haggard. Yet at the sound of the newcomer's voice, his eyelids twitched ever so slightly. "Support the book with votes, please." A small group walked through the canyon, sunlight filtering in thin, jagged beams between the narrow cliffs, stretching their shadows long across the ground, as if they were treading a road paved with gold. Towering cliffs rose on both sides, the rugged granite glowing with heat beneath the sun, making the place feel almost unbearably harsh. Nothing but bare rock, not even a trace of grass. Just a few dozen meters from the canyon's exit, Bai suddenly raised his empty hand, while the Punisher at the rear of the group dropped his heavy pack and drew his pistol, scanning their surroundings warily. "What's going on?" Pietro asked, bewildered, as he glanced around. Aside from the steep cliffs, there wasn't so much as a bird in sight. Only half a minute ago, they'd been teleported inside the canyon by Dr. Doom's machine. They hadn't the faintest idea where they actually were. Could the zombies really have caught up with them already? "Take off his collar, Wanda." "Of course." Wanda stepped forward and gently pressed her finger on the collar a few times. The mutant inhibitor made a couple of beeping sounds, then dropped to the ground. Before leaving, Fury had already told them the password for this device. Forcing it off would only make it explode. "Beep, beep, nobody move. Move an inch, and I'll shoot." A sudden, piercing whistle rang out, followed by a hoarse voice echoing through the canyon. At the canyon's exit, a crowd surged forth. When Bai Yi and his companions caught sight of the people emerging from the front of the canyon, their expressions stiffened ever so slightly. These individuals looked uncannily alike. Their faces, their clothing, even their hairstyles matched exactly, as though a set of identical twins had multiplied into a dozen or more. It was only as the group drew nearer, weapons in hand, that Bai Yi realized the true extent of their similarity. Their features looked as if they'd been stamped from the same mold. Eyes, noses, mouths, all precisely the same, even down to the slight upward curve of their smiles. Their outfits left no room for uniqueness, either. Each wore a green jacket over a black vest adorned with 6 golden sequins, every crease and stain positioned identically. Even their mutton chop whiskers were the same shade of straw yellow. The only thing that differentiated one from another was the bandanas tied around their foreheads. That, and nothing else, set them apart, each with a different pattern, color, or the occasional watercolor doodle scrawled across the fabric. "Why do I feel like they look kind of familiar?" Pietro muttered to himself, frowning. He was sure he'd seen this person somewhere before, but no, something's off. That's way too old couldn't be. Lost in thought, Pietro barely noticed that the group had already surrounded them, fanning out in a loose circle. "What's wrong? Cat out your tongues? Scared stiff, are you?" The man with the purple headband and matching mutton chop beard arched an eyebrow, clearly amused that this ragtag bunch had no idea who they were dealing with. He hadn't expected, in this day and age, that anyone would be wandering the wasteland who didn't know who ran the Tenenbaum Canyon. It was almost funny. Hand over everything you've got, and the Madrox gang might let you die easy. Hand over everything you've got, and the Madrox gang might let you die easy. Hand over everything you've got, and the Madrox gang might let you die easy. The whole group suddenly barked the same threat in chorus, voices merging as they raised their weapons in unison and aimed straight at Bai Yi and his friends. Only now, up close, did the subtle differences begin to show. Out of the dozen or so, only 5 carried hunting rifles, and even those looked battered and rusted, relics from another era. The rest brandished nothing more than axes or wooden clubs, looking almost laughably impoverished. But Quicksilver hadn't noticed the details. Eyes wide, he blurted out, "Jamie, is that you?" Bai Yi stroked his chin, a dawning realization flickering in his eyes. He was starting to suspect which world he'd been transported into. Still, he needed a bit more confirmation. Perhaps not wanting to waste words, the man with the purple band stretched his mouth in a crooked grin and spat out, "We've been done with that old man for a long time now. Last warning, hand it over." "What do you have in that bag on your back?" "Food, water." He gestured towards Frank, who stood behind Bai Yi, aiming his shotgun as he questioned. "Things that will end your life." The Punisher raised his weapon without a hint of hesitation and aimed straight at the head of the man with the purple armband. He squeezed the trigger, sending a burst of flame from the muzzle, and the purple armband dropped dead to the ground. "Kill them all." The rest of the Madrox gang roared in unison. At that moment, Quicksilver sprang into action. Perhaps his leg injury hadn't fully healed, for he was moving unusually slowly, leaving nothing but a hazy blur as he dashed toward the identical enemies. In the blink of an eye, those men were violently knocked off their feet, landing hard and falling silent. Blood pooled beneath their motionless bodies. Jamie needs more Jamies." One of them struggled to his feet. Desperately, he hurled himself toward a rock. His head struck hard with a dull, sickening thud. The heavy sound echoed through the air. In the next instant, To everyone's bewilderment, that member of the Madrox gang began to twist and contort, as if torn apart by invisible hands, dividing into two people. The process was so abrupt and so bizarre, it felt as though the laws of reality had been broken. Both new figures gradually shook off the impact, each standing up, facing one another for a fleeting moment, before turning their eyes to Bai Yi and his companions. Bai Yi pressed a finger to his temple, frowning. I forgot just how prolific the multiple man could be. We only need a single survivor as a mouthpiece, so let's hold off for now. Watching the blur of Quicksilver return to his side, Bai Yi stooped to pick up a mutant suppressor from the ground, then strode toward the two newly split men. More. That's quite enough, thanks. Bai Yi, expressionless, lifted his weapon and fired a single shot, cutting down the one who tried to throw himself at the rock. The other quickly raised his hands in surrender, making it clear he wouldn't do anything rash. James Arthur Jamie Madrox, the multiple man of the X-Men. His ability was every bit as exasperating as his long-winded, ridiculous name. He can duplicate himself. Whenever he receives a significant physical impact, he produces a perfect copy of himself. That's what makes him such a headache. Every one of his duplicates can further copy themselves, using the same method. Each clone possesses an individual mind, yet they're all mentally linked to some degree, explaining why they always speak in chorus. The Punisher followed in by Ye's wake, putting a bullet in the head of each Jamie sprawled on the ground, making sure none would rise and multiply again. You can't kill me. There are far more Madroxes than you could possibly imagine. They'll come for you. A single shot rang out. Bai Yi raised his hand and slapped the protesting clone hard across the face, then snapped a mutant inhibitor around his neck. A sharp electronic beep sounded from the inhibitor, and the Jamie's face drained of color. Bai Yi followed up with a punch to his head, then watched with satisfaction as the man failed to split again. Bai Yi nodded approvingly and said, I ask, you answer. Deal. Yes, yes. Who is the current president? His Excellency Red Skull. Please vote for this book, and don't forget to recommend it. Special thanks to reader 20190719135932651 for the reward of 100 points, and to reader 20230619191846443 for the reward of 400 points. By the way, reading up to here, maybe some of you already have a guess at what the next world will be. 40 years ago, it was a clear day in New York City, with the highest temperature reaching 26 degrees and a southwestern breeze. Perfect weather for a day outdoors. The Thunderbolts were a team handpicked from among superpowered criminals. They agreed to use their abilities for some of the world's most dangerous missions, something like DC's Suicide Squad. There was Atlas, a giant with even less moral restraint than most. Mockingbird, who, like Sonic Boom, used her voice as a weapon, but she was even more formidable, able to create solid sound energy to attack her enemies. Moonstone, nicknamed the Mini Ms. Marvel, she could fly and shoot blasts of energy. Tech-suited X-Man, formerly known as Beetle. Citizen V, his face always hidden behind a metallic mask shaped like a letter V, a codename passed through 3 generations of the Watkins family. That day was their first joint operation with the Avengers in Las Vegas, a chance to prove their worth and show they'd truly turned over a new leaf. At the intersection of Broadway and 7th Avenue, the usual bustle of city folk gathered before the iconic Times Square screen. People stood before the landmark, eyes fixed as fresh breaking news flashed across the television towering above. A moment later, amidst flickering light and shadow, Thor and the Absorbing Man crashed into battle, their epic clash spilling out from the screen. The spectacle felt like stepping inside a living legend. Yet, after a glance or two, most bystanders turned away, hurrying back to their busy lives. After all, there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. Thanos, Galactus, aliens of every shade had come and gone, and none had claimed the lives of these heroes. Today looked to be no different. That is, until the attack came at dusk. The first to fall was a helicarrier, plummeting from the clouds at dizzying speed, rolling, shattering in midair, exploding and breaking apart as it crashed down. The armor shattered instantly under the extreme heat and pressure, fragments scattering through the air, transforming into clusters of blazing fire. In its wake, the air was sucked away in a flash, creating a vast vacuum zone. At last, it crashed directly onto Times Square, where the powerful impact brought down several nearby skyscrapers in an instant. Half the city was swallowed up at once by a thick shroud of dust and smoke. The sun was already beginning to set, its gentle afterglow falling on the city, now slipping into darkness. On the silent streets, the surviving citizens had yet to recover from their shock. What had happened? Where are our heroes? Why hadn't they managed to stop all of this? It was only after a long while that reality returned to them, and they began to wail and shriek. For so many times before, such cries had drawn the superheroes flying out like always, rushing to save the world. When the distant roar of engines finally echoed forth, they raised their eyes to the sky. A squadron of warplanes hovered on the far edge of the horizon, their black silhouettes flickering in and out of view in the light of the setting sun. At first, the jets appeared only as shadowy figures, distant and small. The citizens speculated about their identity, hearts brimming with hope, as cheers swept through the streets. But as the planes drew nearer, the joy in their eyes faded into gloom. Glimpsing the blood-red Hydra insignias emblazoned on the warplane sides, a cold fear rapidly took hold of their hearts. The cheers were cut short, swallowed by absolute silence. The sun's final rays glimmered through the gaps between the dark wings of the warplanes, like the world's last faint sliver of hope. But as those planes blocked the light, it grew dimmer and dimmer, until at last it faded away completely. Red Skull gathered every villain he could enlist, the Sinister Six, the Brotherhood, the Wrecking Crew. With numbers and inside information, they overwhelmed the superheroes. The Thunderbolts betrayed the Avengers. They let Baron Zemo, disguised as Citizen V, infiltrate the Avengers' computer systems, and then killed several Avengers with their own hands, just to save their own skins. I think War Machine was killed after that system got hacked, wasn't he? It's been so long, I can barely remember. Thor was beaten to death by the absorbing man Captain America was strangled by Red Skull on the steps of the Capitol. In the end, on that day, the villains killed every hero left on Earth, sliced up the world amongst themselves, and turned it into a wasteland. The man with the collar exhaled deeply, glancing up at the figure in front of him, trying to please. So, how did I do on my history? Bai smiled as he pressed the barrel of his gun against Jamie's forehead. Full marks. But let's see about an extra question. Do you guys have a current map? Yes. Jamie with the purple armband has it, he shouted in a hurry. The Punisher had already put a bullet into every duplicate lying on the ground. With a cold, detached glance at the last Jamie, he then turned to rifle through Purple Band's belongings, pulling out that fabled map. He inspected it carefully, turning it over in his hands. Frank gave Bai a slight nod to indicate that the item checked out. Nothing seemed to miss. Still, a few of the locations specially marked on the map left him with a nasty feeling. Osborn City, Hammerfall, and what on earth was the Land of Hulk? Buddy, I've told you everything I know, Jamie said with a bitter laugh. Sitting atop a boulder, he cast a glance at the wreckage of his other self sprawled nearby, then at Bai. But where the hell did you even crawl out from, not knowing any of this? The days when superheroes strode the earth seemed as distant as myth, but how the world ended up this way wasn't exactly a secret. Today, Madrox's gang had set out to do what they always did. Kill a few for profit, score a stash, then head off for a night at the bar. They pulled jobs like this for years. Who could have guessed that today they'd run into something they couldn't handle? Still, in this world, nothing was all that rare anymore. Back in the day, Magneto had killed his own children, joined forces with the Red Skull, and declared he'd make mutants great again. The result? These days, there probably weren't more than 50 mutants left in the entire world, maybe even fewer. Now that he thought about it, that silver-haired man and the red-haired woman seemed strangely familiar. Just as this drifted through the duplicate's mind, a sudden pain shot through his head, forcing him to clutch at his forehead. Over the last 40 years, the Madrox gang had survived by endlessly making copies of themselves, carving out their territory in the wasteland. But this reckless overuse of their mutant ability had slowly torn their minds and memories apart. But the greatest curse of all was Jamie Madrox, the X-Man from 40 years ago. Back then, he'd pushed his powers to the brink to save his friends, forcing even the unwilling copies to split and fight Hydra. In the end, there were more bad Jamies than good, so it was no surprise that most ended up joining Hydra. Lord Skull had planned to wipe them out once victory was within reach, but killing one just brought out 10 more. And with Magneto around to look after the mutants, and the gang lacking any real ambition, he eventually let them be. Thus, the Madrox gang persisted as it did today. Bai gave a non-committal by way of response, taking the map and poring over in silence. When Dr. Doom had teleported them to this world, he certainly hadn't left them with a functioning portal machine. Was this a blessing? Hardly. This was Earth, 807128, a world of wastelands where Bai and his companions now found themselves. Its timeline, while slightly further ahead than the zombie-infested 2149 universe of 40 years past, was not separated by much. The Wasteland universe is by no means a place suitable for peaceful living and honest work. Most people here live like characters out of Mad Max, lacking food and clothing, never sure if they'll survive another day, and having to fight tooth and nail just for a sip of clean water. Magneto, Dr. Doom, and even the Lizard, those who exerted great effort on the day the heroes fell. Each received a piece of territory from Red Skull. Of course, there were exceptions, like the Hulk. In this universe, Banner gained his territory in a rather unique way. Thanks to reader 20210703174725178 for the generous reward of 500 coins, and to reader 20230619191846443 for the 100 coin tip. I heard that Red Skull, right from the start, didn't hesitate to throw a massively powerful nuclear bomb at the Hulk. Pity he couldn't kill him, just couldn't get the job done. Jamie trembled as if he were recalling some chilling memory, unable to keep his eyes open. A flash of fear crossed his face. Wanda walked over, frowning as she asked, "Why do you say that?" After all, Dr. Banner was once a member of the Avengers. Surviving the first round of attacks should have been a great thing, at least in her mind. Was it because this man in front of her was a villain that he wanted Banner dead? But he was being interrogated at the moment. It didn't make sense for him to let those emotions slip so openly. She couldn't quite figure it out. Because Banner survived that day, but he was grievously wounded. Some say the radiation fried his brain. After that, he became a full-blown beast. Nothing left of the man. I think you're already enough of a beast yourself. From an X-Man to a thief and a thug, Pietro scoffed. You've never tangled with the Hulk gang, have you, man? The clone's lips trembled. He opened his eyes and cast a bitter look at Quicksilver, taking a deep breath before continuing. After crawling out of that nuclear inferno, Hulk hurried to save his cousin, She-Hulk. Pietro nodded in approval, rescuing a comrade. Now, that was heroic. And then he laid with her. According to Banner, She-Hulk was the only one in this world who could handle him, physically and otherwise. In the decades that followed, the two became a wild breeding pair, churning out a Hulk gang 1,000 strong. Every one of them inherited their old man's powers and, frankly, his rotten personality too. Eventually, all those kids started having kids of their own, multiplying like crazy. It got to the point where even President Skull got scared. He ended up giving Banner all the westernmost states, letting him play landlord and collect rent. And that's how it's been ever since. A while back, a few dozen Jamies tried to head out that way and expand our operation, but every last one of them got devoured by the Hulk gang. After listening to the doppelganger's explanation, everyone except Bai was left somewhat bewildered. What Jamie described sounded so unbelievable, almost impossible to accept. But then again, considering they'd just escaped from a universe teeming with superpowered zombies, this story suddenly seemed perfectly reasonable, even oddly comforting. No one's in a position to mock anyone else. Ahem. Anyway, if you still have questions, just ask. Old Jamie will tell you everything. Won't keep a single secret. Seeing the group lose interest in him, the doppelganger quickly spoke up. Back when he used to rob travelers in this area, he never left any witnesses behind. Only on rare occasions, very rare, did he spare an interesting soul. Now he desperately wanted to be one of those interesting people. After a long silence, Frank finally looked up and asked, "So, how did the Punisher die? And what about Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch?" Pietro raised his hand from the back. The Punisher? Well, rumor has it that he was struck down in a single blow by Kraven the Hunter that very day. But others say he survived, though that's probably nonsense, the doppelganger replied, stroking his small mustache as though searching his memories. As for those siblings, one was killed by Magneto. The other had her legs broken by Sandman, then got stomped to death by Atlas. A heavy silence fell over the group at these words. After a long pause, Quicksilver forced himself to smile. Look on the bright side. It's better than being eaten by zombies, or worse, becoming one of them. One of us. The doppelganger's heart skipped a beat, dread washing over him as if his blood had turned to ice. He looked up, eyes widening as he took in the people before him. The man in a blue and silver bodysuit with silver hair, the muscular man with a skull on his chest, the red-robed, red-haired woman, and a final person he truly couldn't place. He realized, with growing horror, that he knew things he absolutely shouldn't know. Could it be that the Avengers hadn't really died back then? Or, even more chilling, had they returned once again, as they always seemed to? His lips trembled as he forced the words out. I remember it all now. Quicksilver, Punisher, Scarlet Witch. Anything else you want to ask? Bai suddenly stepped forward, pressing the barrel of a gun against the doppelganger's forehead. Frank hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, signaling he had nothing left to ask. Wanda and Quicksilver followed suit. Feeling the icy cold steel against his skin, the doppelganger shrieked in terror. Wait, I won't tell Red Skull, I swear. But his plea never echoed through the canyon. Bai pulled the trigger without hesitation. A gunshot ripped through the air, a tongue of flame leaping from the muzzle. In the next instant, blood splattered everywhere, shards of bone and torn flesh spinning through the air. The doppelgangers staggered back several steps before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly still, no sign of life remaining. Bai cast a brief glance at the corpse at his feet, then looked at the gun in his hand, which still radiated a faint heat. He thought to himself, as I suspected, big caliber guns really do the trick. Even the blood spray looks better than before. He slid the gun back in his belt, turned his gaze to the three who still said nothing, and asked, "Now, in this world, do any of you have thoughts? Any plans?" Frank spoke up first, and his answer was exactly what Bai had expected. Wipe out every lowlife in this wasteland. A different world? Both the look and the sound of this place are awful, Pietro muttered under his breath. Wanda glanced at the two of them, paused in thought for a moment, and said, "We failed to protect the people of our own universe. I don't want to watch the same fate befall this world." Seeing the conflicting views in front of him, Bai nodded and smiled. "Well said. In that case, let's go to Canada." The others exchanged puzzled glances, clearly confused. They couldn't see why Bai would pick Canada. Until now, all their operations had been within America. They knew next to nothing about the North. The Punisher's brow furrowed, the corners of his mouth tugging down, his face a picture of confusion and doubt. He lifted a hand and rubbed at the bridge of his nose with one finger. After a moment's thought, he couldn't hold back his question. Why Canada? It simply made no sense to him. There were plenty of villains left here to punish. Why go so far, leaving these criminals behind? Bai picked up the map and spread it out gently, gesturing for the others to come closer as he explained. "We do have the teleportation device blueprints. Doom gave them to us before. But to escape this universe, we need huge amounts of materials, energy, and tech. Most of those are tightly controlled by the warlords out here. Building the machine means facing them head-on. And if the four of us make any move even resembling Avengers business, Red Skull will almost certainly rally all his old friends to hunt us down. Even facing the Hulk's gang alone would be more than we can handle. And let's be honest, none of us want to spend what's left of our lives hiding, do we? Not that they'd ever let us go, anyway. Just look at Logan. He's barely scraped by these last few decades. Wait, the Wolverine of this universe is still alive." Pietro blinked in surprise. "That's right, but that's not the point. The point is, I already have a full plan." With that, Bai tapped a finger on the area marked Hulkland on the map, then traced northward until he stopped at a particular spot in the Canadian Rockies. Two small purple characters were marked there, Zemo. Who is Baron Zemo? The first of the line, Heinrich Zemo, was active during World War II. He was a firm favorite of that infamous mustachioed leader, basking in the glory of a hereditary title passed down through 12 generations, which gained him deep trust for both Hydra and the Third Reich. To be honest, in the beginning, Old Man Zemo wasn't all that interested in fighting comrade Steve Rogers. He was a scientist, by training and by blood, a nobleman through and through. Getting personally involved in hand-to-hand combat? That would have been a disgrace to his family's tricolor banner. But things changed in the 1940s when Nick Fury led his Howling Commandos right into Zemo's home, storming the secret lab and blowing up the massive doomsday Canon Heinrich was developing. In the chaos, Zemo was forced to go on the run with his wife and child, branded a fugitive by the entire world. To hide his identity, Zemo donned a distinctive purple mask, etched with special patterns that, truth be told, gave him something of Thanos' chin. A few years later, Captain America burst into the lab where Zemo was working on the infamous Adhesive X. During the ensuing brawl, Heinrich accidentally came into contact with the adhesive, fusing the mask to his face and leaving him horribly disfigured. From that day forward, an unbreakable hatred burned between the Zemo lineage and the Star-Spangled Man. Yet fate, with its quirks, saw Captain America vanish into Arctic slumber soon after. Unaware of his enemy's fate, Zemo brooded for years, haunted by the unfinished business. After the collapse of the Third Reich, he retreated to South America and carved out a tiny kingdom for his own amusement. Against all odds, he managed to survive into the modern era. The moment he heard that Captain America had thawed out from his icy sleep, he rallied his men for a final showdown, only to perish at the hands of yet another doomsday weapon of his own creation. The second of the line, and by far the most accomplished and infamous Zemo in the family, was Helmut Zemo. In this universe, he and the Red Skull masterminded the day of the fallen heroes. They realized that every hero had a handful of unique arch-nemeses, so they brought the villains together and orchestrated a grand exchange. Everyone drew a new adversary. The curious part? The method to defeat the heroes had actually been found in the Avengers Mansion's computer files. A certain brilliant Avenger, plagued by deep mistrust of his own teammates, had quietly compiled every superhero's weaknesses in the system. This led directly to a devastating and successful Babel incident against Earth's mightiest heroes. As for the spoils, Zemo wanted little for himself, just a small piece of Canadian territory to claim as his own. This modesty greatly pleased Red Skull, especially compared to the insatiable Magneto and Osborn, who each demanded half a dozen states for themselves. Amid the endless wasteland, a battered jeep tore over the sands, leaving deep ruts in the rough terrain. The scorching sunlight glared off the metal chassis, shimmering blindingly as it sped through the desert. Frank was at the wheel, while White Knight sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, resting quietly. At this moment, they were in the northern part of South Dakota, heading toward North Dakota. This jeep was one of the vehicles the Madrox gang had left outside the canyon, a ride for getting around. Besides this one, only 2 modified short school buses remained, their interiors so pungent that anyone would wrinkle their nose and hold their breath. After the jeep rumbled through the desolate desert, a breathtaking sight suddenly unfolded on the western slope of a mountain. There, for colossal faces were carved into the stone side, their lifelike expressions as though whispering ancient legends to the travelers below. Bai kept his eyes closed throughout, as if all of this was utterly familiar and held no wonder for him. Meanwhile, from the back seat, Quicksilver craned his neck out, taking a keen and curious look at the massive faces. But as the jeep moved on, the group noticed something strange. Next to the fourth head, a skull had been freshly carved into the rock, taller, newer, and ominous compared to the other statues. He turned toward the Scarlet Witch, whose gaze also lingered on that sinister skull. Neither of them spoke a word. The silence spoke volumes. Did anyone else hear a motorcycle just now? From the passenger seat, Bai suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively going for his gun as he scanned their surroundings with sharp vigilance. Amidst the roar of the engine, his enhanced hearing seemed to pick up on a sound that didn't belong. Frank, at the wheel, shot a quick glance at Bai and immediately understood. Without hesitation, he floored the gas. The jeep's engine roared with fury, shooting the vehicle toward Mount Rushmore. They couldn't risk exposure. They had to find a position with the upper hand, somewhere hidden, to avoid being trapped between enemies. At last, the jeep ground to a halt on the mountain's flank, tucked within the shadow of a slope. The group piled out, springing into action, their senses on high alert. Soon enough, a swarm of bikers burst into view from behind a distant hill. They were clad in tattered leather, faces painted with white skulls, like demons risen from the bones of the wasteland. But most shocking of all, the wheels of their motorcycles blazed with fire. Flames raged around each tire, swirling together in red and gold hues, dazzling and fierce. Blasts of colored fire shot out from the exhaust, creating burning trails that streaked across the barren ground, as if wildfire itself marched in their wake. The marauders sped toward the jeep, closing in fast. Iron chains whipped and spun through the air, whistling sharply, their spiked ends glinting like the claws of some infernal beast. What on earth are they up to? What's the word for it? Cosplaying Ghost Rider. Pietro eyed the bizarre crew drawing ever closer, an odd look on his face. It was the third peculiar sight he'd witnessed today. First the duplicates, then the Red Skull Monument, and now this. Looks like they forgot to light their own heads on fire. The Punisher snatched up a rifle and chuckled dryly, ready for whatever came next. Bai shrugged and said, even though their outfits look ridiculous, the Spectre Gang is actually one of the major factions on these wastelands. There are also others like the Hulk Gang and the Punisher Gang, right? The Duplicators Gang should count as well. They never seem to run out of people to kill. The mobsters howled and charged at Bai's group. Frank raised his gun and opened fire. With deadly accuracy, his bullet struck several thugs down. Their bodies hit the ground, blood staining the barren earth. The rest of the gang grew even more enraged. Uncaring of their fallen comrades, they drove their motorcycles forward with reckless fury. But once again, Bai's marksmanship was cool and decisive. He targeted the vital spots of several attackers, and they collapsed instantly, their motorcycles spinning out of control and crashing hard into the sand. Now, only 2 crazed riders remained. Wanda lifted her hand, and a formless force yanked both bikes clean off the ground. Their riders struggled in terror, suspended helplessly. In the next breath, the motorcycles were hurled forcefully down, smashing into the earth with a terrifying crash. Shattered metal and debris sprayed outward, and the impact left deep craters gouged into the sand. A cloud of dust rolled through the air as the surviving thugs groaned in pain. What a magnificent gang, Quicksilver muttered through gritted teeth, unable to hide his sarcasm. One of the mobsters forced himself upright, spitting out a few teeth and blood before speaking in a hoarse, resentful voice. How much did the Madrox gang pay you to do this? Please vote for this book. If you enjoy it, your support with monthly or recommendation votes is much appreciated. Special thanks to reader Victor Von Doom for the 100-point tip and reader 20260619 191846443 for the generous 300-point donation. Maldruksgong. Bai raised an eyebrow, then seemed to understand. After all, they had driven halfway across South Dakota in a jeep stolen from the duplicators, and now they'd run into enemies of the duplicators, eager for revenge. This wasn't a convertible. They couldn't possibly recognize who was inside. They must have mistaken the group for duplicators operating separately. The mobster immediately noticed Baye's look of confusion and screamed, "It's a misunderstanding. We were only chasing the jeep. We thought you were those damned duplicators." He'd survived years of bloodshed on the wastelands. If he couldn't read a situation like this, he wouldn't have lasted so long. Not in gang wars, nor against some hot-tempered boss. "Oh well, let bygones be bygones," Baye said with a grin, coolly raising his gun and aiming at the thug on the ground. A cold chill shot down the thug's spine, sweat streaming from his brow. These people were definitely not to be trifled with. Two sharpshooters, a woman with telekinetic power, and another who hadn't even joined the fight. Surely, just as lethal. He'd never heard of a crew this formidable before, but anyone this ruthless wasn't here for small-time scores. They were bound to shake things up in a big way. His mind was racing wildly. No matter what these people planned to do, the most important thing for him right now was to stay alive. He had to come up with a way to spit out some valuable information. Maybe that was the only way to win himself a slim chance of survival. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Just as Baye's finger inched closer to the trigger, he shouted, "Are you guys trying to head for North Dakota? Or maybe Canada? You can't go there." "Oh." Seeing Baye's finger leave the trigger, the thug gasped for air, almost frantically. He knew he just caught this man's attention. A few more moments to live. He licked his lips, tasting the rusty tang of blood. Years ago, there was a major battle out that way. They say over a dozen sorcerers ganged up on another sorcerer, conjuring thousands of demons. They tore open a rift straight across the border, nearly 1,000 kilometers long and several hundred meters wide. That rift became some kind of gateway, a bridge between hell and our world. No one who went in ever made it back alive. The safest route is to circle around from Drop Hammer City, cut through Magneto's territory, and then make your way out through the land of the Hulks. You got a better shot over there. The land of the Hulks is safe? You gotta be kidding me. Pietro was clearly skeptical. What Jamie had just said wasn't anything like this. According to that clone, the Hulks and their gang were monsters, cannibals through and through. Baye rubbed his chin and, after thinking it through for a moment, raised his hand to stop Quicksilver from pressing further. What this Ghost Gang lackey was saying might not be completely off. In the original Logan, the Lone Wolf's journey, North Dakota was barely described at all. Maybe this really was how things stood. And as for the Hulk Gang, well, he couldn't say the man was entirely wrong. At the end of Logan, the Lone Wolf's journey, Wolverine snapped after losing his entire family and slaughtered the Hulk Gang almost to the last member. But after that, the Punishers, those cosplay-loving maniacs, showed up. They didn't bother collecting rent, only killing, stealing, and wreaking havoc for the thrill of it. For folks hoping to make rent every month, things were simple. As long as you paid on time, the Hulks would usually let you live. But it wasn't like that with the Punishers. To them, the land of the Hulks was free for the taking, and they had no qualms about destroying everything in their path. With the Hulk Gang wiped out, almost every settlement met the same fate. The men slaughtered, children snatched, every scrap of supplies looted. Even Logan, who swore to wipe every villain from the earth, had to admit that, unfair and brutal as the Hulks were, they'd still managed to impose some twisted sort of order on the land. "You're not lying to us. Would I dare? You got a gun to my head." "All right." A gunshot cracked through the air, splattering blood in all directions. Watching the unmoving thugs on the ground, Baye waved his hand and said, "Search them for cash. Let's head back, find a town, swap our car for another, and gather information. There's no rush." A few seconds later, Quicksilver came back with a fistful of cash and several gold bars gleaming in his hands, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. He quickly returned to Baye's side and handed over the spoils. Baye gave a nod and passed the money to Frank, watching as Frank sighed, stuffed it into his bag, and then, one by one, put a bullet through the head of each thug still gasping for breath. Suddenly, the jeep screeched to a halt, tires squealing as it ground to a stop on the sandy ground. Baye pushed open the door and jumped out, his gaze locked on a small town several kilometers ahead. A yellow sandstorm raged, howling winds whipping countless grains of sand into the air and nearly blotting out all visibility. He furrowed his brow, shielding his eyes with the back of his hand as he peered through the storm, struggling to focus on his destination. "We'll just abandon the car here," Baye said offhandedly, touching the pistol at his waist as he strode toward the town. "We've driven hundreds of miles already, and the backup gas is just about spent." The other three quickly followed. To conceal their identities, Frank and the others had changed into clothes bought off wastelanders along the route. Except for looking well-fed and a full set of teeth, they now blended in seamlessly with other denizens of the wasteland. The town rose from the ruins of an old city, littered with broken walls and collapsed buildings. They walked several hundred meters from the outskirts before spotting anything newly built. It turned out to be a market. Bai scanned the bustling scene and quickly noticed all sorts of merchandise inspired by superheroes. Rows of lifelike statues towered above the stalls, each capturing a hero's proud stance and striking attire. Iron Man's armor gleaming here, Spider-Man's red and blue suit displayed there. Tables overflowed with superhero toys of every shape and size. There were fully articulated action figures that could be posed and mixed at will, letting buyers recreate their favorite heroic moments. To be honest, at first glance, it almost felt as if they'd stumbled into some American comic book convention. How come there's so much superhero stuff? Don't the villains ever hold a grudge? Muttered Pietro under his breath. A peddler, idly picking his teeth nearby, perked up at the comment. Oh, it's good business. Pays the taxes, too. Hammerfall's the liveliest tourist spot in America these days. Magneto himself is rather generous. He lets us sell whatever we want. He eyed Pietro's silvery hair, and a crafty grin appeared. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Hey, kid, your hair looks a lot like that speedy fellow. What's his name? Care to buy a figure? We've got one that perfectly captures how he died back in the day. As he spoke, the vendor raised his hand, holding up a Quicksilver action figure for Pietro to see. The toy was impressively lifelike, faithfully capturing Quicksilver's signature blue and white bodysuit. He twisted the toy's legs back and forth, showing off their flexibility, a disturbingly precise mimicry of what a pair of forcibly broken legs might look like. Pietro watched as the vendor began demonstrating the removable joints in various parts of the toy. Pietro's face paled a bit, but he still waved his hand and said, Thank you, but no. Please support with monthly and recommendation votes. You say Hammerfall is the biggest tourist attraction in the country, but are these people really here just to buy superhero toys? Wanda stood in front of the stall, her gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of toys, a note of confusion on her face. She picked up a toy, examined it closely for a moment, then shook her head and tossed it back onto the pile. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of buying a souvenir, the vendor's whole expression fell, his face drooping with disappointment as he muttered, Just keep walking. The sight's up ahead. If you're not buying, don't touch. They continued on, weaving through the bustling crowd of shoppers. Baye's attention was drawn to a large group of people in rags, denizens of the wasteland. They knelt on the ground, like countless souls crushed by the weight of the world, men, women, children, and elders alike. Their frail bodies were bent, their haggard faces etched with the scars left by the wastelands. Hands pressed together, they muttered prayers with solemn devotion, but their voices were swallowed by the dust-laden wind, vanishing without a trace. There was no spark of hope in their eyes, only the cold ashes of despair and apathy. Each kneeling figure looked like a forgotten gravestone. Their prayers were not appeals to the heavens. They were more like endless cries of anguish against life itself. After a few more steps, they finally saw what these wastelanders were worshipping. Frank, silent until now, moved his lips. My God! There, lying on the ground, was a hammer, its head square and solid, the handle wrapped in faded leather, and at the end of the strap, faint spots of blood still lingered. Glancing at the crowd still praying and bowing, Bayi spoke quietly, Let's go. Leaving the Hammerfall site behind, it wasn't long before the group came upon a neighborhood auto repair shop. Bayi led the way in, greeted at once by the drone of machinery and the thick, greasy smell of engine oil. In the dim lighting of the shop, their eyes were drawn to a corner, where a tall Ultron robot was busily repairing a car engine, the twin antennae on its head twitching slightly. In the comics, Ultron had no mouth. Where mouth would be was just a large cavity glowing with red light. The Punisher instinctively reached for his gun, but his gaze was quickly drawn to the peculiar attire worn by the Ultron robot. To his astonishment, this Ultron was dressed in a checkered shirt and jeans, looking every bit like your average tech guy. The Ultron robot noticed the commotion at the door, immediately turned its head, a faint tremor running through its frame, and the red lights on its mouth flickered. With a mechanical tone, it spoke in a processed male voice. Welcome to Tanya's Auto Repair. How can I help you today? Staring at the Ultron before him, Frank's face twisted as he struggled to get the words out. What the hell is this, Ultron? In the comics, Ultron's first appearance dates back to the early days of the Avengers, before most of the major events, making him a classic adversary that's hounded the Avengers ever since their initial assembly. Naturally, Frank held a vivid memory of this mechanical monstrosity obsessed with destroying humanity. But this? A mechanic's shop hand? What kind of joke was that? Bai stepped up beside the Punisher and whispered, "Take it easy. The multiverse is full of weird stories. Would you believe in this world, Hawkeye and Spider-Man's daughter have a daughter together? In this universe, Peter, before dying, fathered a daughter named Tanya with an unnamed black woman. She didn't inherit a single superpower. And when Hawkeye joined the Avengers, Peter Parker was probably still in school. Even in the best scenario, there was at least a 6 or 7 year age difference. No matter how soon Peter started a family, by the time his daughter Tanya married Hawkeye and had a child, the age gap would still be over 20 years. As for this Ultron, well, it went by the full name Ultron 8, or at least that's what it called itself. Apparently, it was an oddball iteration, a version with a faulty brain that had zero interest in wiping out humanity. All it wanted was to run its small business on the wastelands. After Hawkeye divorced Tanya, Ultron 8 and Tanya teamed up to share their lives and raise the daughter Hawkeye and Tanya had together. Oddly enough, it even became good friends with Hawkeye. Truly, I'll raise your wife and child, leave your worries behind, taken to its logical extreme. Ignoring the still stunned Punisher, Bai strode up to the counter, pressed the bell atop it, and was rewarded with a faint, dying ring. Smiling, he looked at Ultron 8 and asked, "Do you guys sell used cars here? That bell's about to give out. Please don't use it," Ultron replied, stepping over and gently gripping Bai by the wrist. Instantly, it registered a slew of abnormal readings. Ultron backed away a few paces, its voice sharp with a hint of caution. "Your strength far exceeds human limits." Bai frowned slightly. He hadn't expected this robot to take such initiative in scanning his vitals. Clearly, local wastelanders had absolutely no sense of manners. He gave a faint shake of the head, dismissed this minor episode, and gestured to the 3 people behind him. Pulling out a bundle of cash from his pocket, he handed it over. "As I said before, I'm here to buy a car, and I need a small favor from you." "What is it?" Ultron took the money, but didn't slip it into his jacket immediately, instead eyeing Bai with caution. "Is Tanya's ex-husband here? We'd like to see him." "Oh, heaven help me, not again." Ultron suddenly smacked his metallic forehead, producing a sharp, ringing sound. It seemed there was always some punk coming around to stir up trouble, all because of Clint Barton, Hawkeye, whose misadventures out in the wasteland tended to draw all sorts of headaches like this. It was nearly impossible for troublemakers to find Hawkeye himself as he roamed the ruins, but tracking down Barton's ex-wife's home was far less complicated. "We were sent by his friend Logan," Bai explained. "Just wanted to ask if he's interested in finally settling the score from 40 years ago with the Avengers." Ultron tapped his metal skull, generating a low, hollow thud, while red light flickered in his mechanical eyes. "I've just scanned my database 6 times. If you're referring to the day of Heroes' Fall, that was 43 years ago by now. Your information is off." 43 years? Bai's brows twitched at that, a detail he hadn't anticipated. Then again, given the state of these brain-damaged clones, it made sense they might misremember dates. Still, it hardly mattered. "Don't worry about the details." Ultron fell into a thoughtful silence, its circuits whirred and calculated, red optics pulsing with the rhythm of its processing. As a high-functioning artificial intelligence, it excelled at analyzing intelligence and weighing risks. In the past, those who'd come to settle old scores were rarely so polite, and they never thought to pay in advance. Besides, Hawkeye had been granted mercy by the villains years ago, so why show up only now? So perhaps these people really were friends of Clint's. After a moment, Ultron slid the cash into his pocket. "All right, I'll get in touch with him for you." Bai signaled to Quicksilver and the others, leading them across the street to find a place to stay. To keep a low profile, they picked a nondescript, everyday motel. As they walked inside, Bai noticed a girl loitering near the auto shop's entrance, furtively watching their group. She lurked in the shadows at the street corner, eyes blazing with suspicion. Bai narrowed his eyes, but continued into the motel. Meanwhile, Baron Zemo was hiding out at a former Weapon X facility in Canada, the very place where Wolverine received his adamantium skeleton, in the midst of his own work on the super soldier serum. Judging by the time, it should be about right. But after all, the original story wouldn't have latitude and longitude coordinates, and on the clone's map, they went as far as to draw a box around a quarter of Canada and label it Zemo, which made finding the exact spot impossible. To find that place, they'd have to rely on a local to show the way. A striking older man with shoulder-length hair strolled into town. He carried a satchel and wore plain clothes, yet there was something unique about his demeanor. His long hair fluttered in the breeze, radiating a wild and free-spirited air. The compound bow slung across his back marked him as a skilled archer, and his quiver brimmed with arrows that glinted menacingly in the sun. As he passed through the town streets, pedestrians instinctively stepped aside, quietly making way for him. There was no mistaking the sense of respect, and perhaps a little fear. He commanded, The townsfolk seemed quite familiar with this man. The old man moved steadily through the bustling market and squeezed down the crowded, clanging street until he stopped in front of an auto repair shop. He paused, taking a careful look around, his gaze drifting over the shop's sign and the arrangement of items as if he was searching for some particular target. Just then, Ultron emerged to greet him, his unique mechanical voice buzzing with enthusiasm. "Hawkeye, you finally made it. That group's been hanging around for 2 days. They're dead set on seeing you." "That group? I recall you told me on the phone it was some guy." The old man, Hawkeye himself, raised an eyebrow, heading inside the shop. "Wait, you might not want to go in just now. Ashley's been in a mood these days. She's not thrilled about you bringing more dangerous types to the house." Ultron's electronic brow knit with concern as he quickly tried to stop Hawkeye's bold entrance. "That just means my daughter's smart." Peeking through the crack in his daughter's door, Hawkeye spotted a poster on the wall from his Avengers days and felt a surge of excitement. He opened the door, grinning. "Wow, you still have Dad's poster up on your wall?" But as the door swung open, his delight faded into silence. The poster was filled with darts, all embedded squarely in his printed face. It seemed his daughter didn't hold him in such high regard after all. Hawkeye stepped quietly into his daughter's room, taking in the rebellious energy filling the place. Rock band posters plastered the walls. The desk was strewn with magazines and black graffiti notebooks. Perched on the bed was a black-haired girl, dressed in a black tank top and cut-off denim shorts, her gaze sharp and coolly indifferent as she stared him down. Her lips barely moved. "You here to get rid of those people you brought with you?" Clint Barton opened his mouth. For a moment, speaking now felt harder than facing down Thanos himself. After a long pause, he managed a single word. "Yeah." Then he turned around and closed the door, managing a strained smile at Ultron number 8, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew this would happen." Without another word, he headed straight toward the inn across the street. All his life, the frequency at which he saw his daughter could practically be measured in years, so he wasn't the least bit surprised by how things had turned out. Hawkeye pushed open the inn's door and stepped into the dimly lit lobby. He approached the front desk, where a lethargic receptionist barely looked up from her newspaper as he asked, "I heard someone's been looking for me these past couple of days?" The woman lazily replied while rifling through her paper. "Third room on the second floor. And you still owe me money. Pay up now, or I'll just ask your ex-wife to settle the score." "For heaven's sake, you remember things from 2 years ago that clearly?" Clint rolled his eyes, pulled some crumpled bills from his pocket, and tossed them onto the counter without ceremony. Then he made his way toward the stairs leading up to the second floor. The moment his foot hit the first step, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand. Ultron had said those people might mean no harm, but that was just a possibility. No one was entirely trustworthy in times like these. And Wolverine, seeking revenge for something that happened 40 years ago? What a joke. Logan had long since resigned himself to being a battered old farmer. Every time the Hulk gang came to collect rent, they'd beat him bloody in front of his family, and not once had he fought back. Reaching the second floor, Hawkeye quickly found the room he was looking for and knocked on the door. It creaked open, casting a sliver of weak light into the hallway. He saw a figure standing in the doorway, a cascade of jet black hair gleaming under the faint bulb. "Are you the one who's been looking for me?" Hawkeye asked, his gaze sharp, assessing the stranger before him. The person hesitated for just a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes, I have been searching for you. There's something important we need to discuss." With a slight raise of his eyebrows, the seasoned archer gestured for the stranger to continue. He stepped into the room, the door closing softly behind them, shutting out the noise of the world. The instant the door clicked shut, Hawkeye moved to press his blade against the stranger's throat, but before he could, he found the stranger faster and stronger than he was. In a flash, the stranger seized Hawkeye's wrist, sending a jolt of pain shooting up his arm. The dagger clattered to the floor, completely beyond his control. "Who are you? Did Red Skull send you?" The old archer hissed through his teeth. Reflexes like these were far beyond what any wasteland thug could dream of. For a split second, Hawkeye was certain his time had run out. As his life seemed ready to flash before his eyes, the stranger unexpectedly released his grip. Startled but wary, Hawkeye didn't lower his guard for a moment. The stranger turned slightly, a glint of amusement in their eyes. "I think you'll recognize some old friends." Clint turned his head in confusion, and then he saw their faces. In that instant, the floodgates of memory burst open. How is this possible? I saw you both die right in front of me." Hawkeye's voice was trembling, disbelief etched into every word as tears welled up in his eyes. He sank to his knees involuntarily, gazing at Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch in front of him, his eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. Years ago, he had witnessed Wanda pierced through the chest by Magneto's steel rods, a scene that continued to leave deep scars on his heart. Tears slid silently down his face as he trembled and sobbed, the words spilling out. "Are you Are you really not just a figment of my imagination? Quicksilver and Scarlet, which exchanged a glance, seeing pity mirrored in each other's eyes. They understood the pain twisting Hawkeye's heart. All too well, for just days before, they themselves had endured the agony of loss and parting. Slowly, Scarlet, which stepped closer, gently reaching out to rest her hand on the old man's shoulder with a comforting touch. No, Clint, we're not just a dream, Wanda answered softly, her voice warm, but we're not the same people you remember, either. The weeping old man wiped his face, bewilderment filling his gaze as he looked at her. Better let him explain, Wanda replied, letting her hand fall and turning her attention to Bai Yi at her side. Bai Yi stepped forward, nudging the blade on the ground away with his foot, just in time, as the old man had nearly dropped to his knees right on the knife. Then he looked to Hawkeye and gave him a brilliant, genuine smile. You ready to do something big, Clint Barton? Please support with your votes and recommendations. After much explanation, the old man before them finally calmed. No longer weeping, he retrieved the short knife from the ground, sheathed it, and after a long exhale, lowered his voice to address Bai Yi and the others. So you're not from this world? You came here from some other timeline. Actually, it's a different parallel universe, but you're right in the general sense, Bai Yi answered with a shrug. Think of parallel universes as a table full of billiard balls. Each one is a different universe, while a timeline is simply observing the same ball from different angles. The grizzled Hawkeye looked around at the four people in the room, his gaze finally settling on Frank. Is he the Punisher? That's right. Frank nodded. Clint fell silent for a moment. When he'd first entered the room, he had mistaken his revived comrades for a miracle and wept with joy. Now he was being told they were doppelgangers from another universe. It felt like plummeting from heaven to hell. But for these inter-universe travelers standing before him, perhaps it was the opposite, a climb straight out of hell and into a new paradise. A universe where nearly everyone had turned into flesh-eating monsters. The thought alone was enough to bring despair. So, you're not here to save my world after all? Just passing by? Or looking for somewhere to hide? Hawkeye sat on the ground, pulling out a cloth from who knows where, and began to wipe his brow. Before Wanda could respond, Bai Yi shook his head and answered first. No. As he watched the old man's eyes grow dim and his head sink even lower, Bai Yi added. But in the end, I suppose you could say we are. Clint suddenly looked up, the lights slowly returning to his eyes. Before we get into what we're here for, how about you tell us about yourself? A man of your years. Why not settle down and enjoy your twilight days like Logan? Why keep running around out here, leaving your daughter behind? Bai Yi pointed at the old man. Me? Hawkeye sighed. Like you said, I haven't got many years left. In fact, I developed glaucoma these past couple years, so I'll lose my vision completely before I die. I've long saved up enough money for my daughter Ashley. There are plenty of dangerous but lucrative jobs here in the wasteland, and I know quite a few. But he reached out, ran his hand along the bowstring, drew it back as if knocking an arrow at Bai Yi, then gently let it go. But every night when I close my eyes, I see Natasha right in front of me, killed by Zemo's blade. Then Tiger Lady, then Falcon. I fail them all. Why do you say that? Wanda asked, frowning, her hands unconsciously tightening. She really didn't want to hear Hawkeye admit that he'd betrayed his teammates in order to survive all those years ago. I should have known back then. Melissa, she tried to warn me, but I didn't listen. Hawkeye's voice trembled, and tears welled up at the corners of his eyes, leaving tracks deep in his worn face. Melissa Joan Gold, the mockingbird of the old Thunderbolts, the one with pink hair and a voice that could stop hearts. Before we boarded that plane to Las Vegas, she said she had something important to tell me. I told her it could wait, that there was plenty of time. And then, just like that, 40 years had gone by. All I want now is to take revenge for my friends. I owe them that much. He wiped away his tears, and Bai Yi stepped forward to help him up, speaking softly. That's why I had Ultron, call you here, to give you a chance, not just for revenge, but to set things right. A chance? What sort of chance? Here, take a look. Bai Yi brought the somewhat bewildered old man to the table, unfolded a map, and pointed to where, in the Canada region, the name Zemo was written. At the very moment he saw that name, Hawkeye's teeth clenched with an audible click. That was the bastard who had stabbed Black Widow in the back, right in front of him, robbing him of the woman he loved most. I want you to take us to Zemo. We'll breach his defenses, and after that, he's all yours. And what about you? What's the prize for your help? You can't possibly be doing this out of the goodness of your hearts, can you? Having seen everything from murder to mayhem on the wasteland, the old man's instincts were razor sharp. Hawkeye was all too aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch. These people might be superheroes from another universe, but who could say for sure they were on his side? Bai Yi nodded, then added, everything Zemo has, all of it. And not just Zemo. After this, I'll help you wipe out every villain on this wasteland. They have something I need. It was year 43 of the Wasteland. By year 45, Hawkeye's worsening glaucoma would drive him toward one last crusade against the Thunderbolts, the squad who'd betrayed the Avengers years before. Bullseye, as ever, trailed him, the path marked by relentless conflict, his own life preserved by mechanical implants. Hawkeye sought vengeance before death, while Bullseye, who had spent decades as Red Skull's ruthless enforcer, wanted nothing more than to kill one last superhero before the end. In the end, Bullseye, a single misstep behind, would fall to the aging Hawkeye and his young protege, Kate Bishop. Yet, Clint Barton's journey would not end there. By the 50th year on the Wasteland, carrying 99 vials of super soldier serum stolen from Zemo himself, he connected with a so-called rebel faction seeking to overthrow Red Skull and restore order. With just $500, he hired Logan as his bodyguard to meet them. But the rebel faction was merely a cover, a nest of Red Skull's secret agents. From the very beginning, Clint had been led into a trap. In the end, defiant to his last breath, he was shot dead. This, in turn, inadvertently led to the brutal murder of Logan's wife and children at the hands of the Hulk gang. All because Banner, itching for some gruesome amusement, decided to slaughter a few more superheroes, attacking Logan's home to draw him into a fight. And the outcome? Old Banner was gutted by Old Man Logan, and the Hulk gang was blasted sky-high by the overloaded Fantasticar. Though, truth be told, Banner wasn't completely finished, nor was the Hulk gang wiped out. But that's a story for another time. He glanced at Clint, who was still visibly hesitant, and cracked his neck. What really mattered here was that Baron Zemo had either already developed, or was on the verge of creating, the super soldier serum. True, it was unstable, its genetic risks very real. But on the Wasteland, nobody could afford to be picky. You took what worked. Their small group could theoretically hunt down and destroy the warlords of the Wasteland one by one. It wasn't impossible. But if saving the Wasteland were really so easy, things wouldn't be as they are. Even Punisher, in this universe, was still alive after Doomsday, constantly clashing with bandits wherever he went. However, after he killed those bandits and freed the imprisoned civilians, he forbade them from picking up the bandits' weapons to defend themselves. He knew that people in this world had been fundamentally changed. If those civilians armed themselves, they would soon become another band of marauders. Clint gritted his teeth and glanced at Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch, who both nodded at him. Then he reached out to Bai Yi. All right, it's not like I have many good years left anyway. Worst case, I die out there. His hand trembled. This decision was anything but easy for him. The path of revenge was treacherous and perilous. But he no longer felt fear because he knew he was no longer alone. Many thanks to Reader 20230619191846443 for the gift of 100 points. To Reader, I am Dada for 500 points. And to Reader, Rock Rhythm Oolong for another 500 points. I'm off now. Tanya, take care of Ashley for me, you hear? Inside the garage, Clint slipped off his messenger bag and handed it to a slightly overweight black woman. Tanya didn't say a word. She took the bag, her expression wary. But as she opened it, her eyes grew wide with shock. Inside were bundle after bundle of old banknotes, maybe 100,000 in total. In a wasteland world, ordinary people could hardly imagine anyone possessing so much money. Where'd you get all this cash? What are you planning? Tanya's words caught in her throat. Your ex-husband was an Avenger once, you know. Hawkeye slipped on a pair of sunglasses, waved his hand, and strode over to a red convertible Jeep. With a heavy thump, he shut the car door and called out to his companions. Do you know what this is? It's a spider mobile, just like Peter Parker's, can drive up walls. I won this off the Mandarin so many years ago. The Punisher, Quicksilver, and the Scarlet Witch were already seated in the back, though thankfully the spacious car fit the three of them comfortably. Pietro squirmed in his seat, looking visibly uneasy. He said, puzzled, I know. Parker and Human Torch built the original ages ago, but you're not half-blind? So why are you in the driver's seat? Old Hawkeye lowered his sunglasses, glancing over his shoulder at Quicksilver with surprise. Aren't I your guide? Of course I'm driving. As they talked, Ultron sauntered up to the car, red energy flickering in its mouth. Fixing its gaze on Hawkeye, it spoke. Mr. Barton, according to my calculations, if you take this revenge trip, your odds of returning alive are less than 10%. Clint was about to retort when Ultron reached into its pocket and handed him something. A charm for your protection. It was a small metallic letter, a pendant, rusted and worn, clearly something with many years behind it. He fell silent. Then after a long while, slowly nodded and hung it from the rearview mirror. Then, a smile returned to his face as he pointed to the passengers in the back seat, saying, didn't account for the variables, fellas. The metal-headed one tilted its head in confusion, not quite following. With a press on the gas, the engine roared. filling the air with a deep, thunderous growl. Hawkeye twisted the steering wheel, and the red SUV shot out of the garage like a bolt of lightning, weaving down the streets and sending startled pedestrians scrambling out of the way. As they left the city of Drop Hammer behind, Bai Yi, riding shotgun, glanced back at the Jeep abandoned by the Madrox gang on the city outskirts. By now, the thing had been picked apart by wasteland scavengers, leaving little more than a bare skeleton. Even so, someone was still hard at work with a cutter, sparks flying. Whether they planned to sell the scraps or for some other purpose, no one could say. He turned to the beaming Hawkeye and said, "Head east to Hulk's land, cross straight through, and finally north to Canada to find Zemo. Remember the route?" "Of course," Clint replied. "I've been up and down this road chasing Logan, that old rascal, dozens of times just trying to get him to lend a hand. Guess what happened?" Clint flicked his sunglasses, then continued. "He told me he's just a plain old tenant farmer now, pays his dues, and doesn't play the superhero anymore. The fearless Wolverine, tough enough to shrug off nukes and falls from 10,000 meters. What on earth happened to him 40 years ago?" Baye's eyes remained fixed on the flock of pseudo-raptors sprinting after the car in the distance. Creatures brought in from the wilds as novelties by restless folk, only to be released when their owners found out how hard they were to keep. They broke him. A ramshackle little farm stood alone in the wasteland, an island amid endless dry earth. The soil was cracked, deep fissures slicing through what little remained. No sign of life anywhere. The distant mountains rose tall and jagged, their slopes covered in wild grasses and scattered stones. Next to what barely counted as a house stood a small pig pen, home to more than a dozen pigs. Beside the pig pen, an elderly man with silver hair stood silently. He wore a time-worn trench coat, eyes unreadable as he watched over his herd, a bucket of feed in his hand that he tipped slowly into the trough. A boy in a worn-out cap crept up beside him, visibly anxious. In a low voice, he murmured, "Dad, those brutes are coming. Go back inside with your mother and sister, Scott. Don't look out the window, and don't ever let them hear you talk like that. They're all Banner's kin, and not a one of them's got a gentle temper." The old man set down the feed bucket as he spoke, reaching out to gently touch his son's head. Then he turned his gaze westward, as if he were expecting something. He'd named his son after his departed friend, Scott. But now, he could no longer tell if he'd done this to keep his friend's memory alive, or to help himself forget who Scott had truly been. Perhaps it was because he was afraid to remember, and yet just as afraid to forget. The boy, still looking back at every step, finally made his way into the house. Just then, a battered four-seater aircraft drifted in from a distance, its shell worn down by time, etched with rust and scars. The large number for painted on the hull had faded beyond recognition, replaced by bold green letters spelling Banner. This craft exuded an air of exhaustion. Its engines sputtered and hissed, and at last, it landed just 2 meters from where the old man stood. 2 men leapt down from the aircraft, each nearly 2.5 meters tall, their green skin stretched over thick, knotted muscles. One of them wore his hair in a wild style and had a collar of metal spikes around his neck. He leaned down so close that his mismatched eyes were level with the old man's face, his lips peeling back to reveal rows of yellow, rotting teeth. "Wolverine," he sneered. "Just call me Logan," the old man replied, his head bowed, careful not to meet his gaze. "The rent was due 3 days ago. Care to explain what's going on?" "The Abers still haven't paid me for the pigs," Logan answered. "I don't have the money right now. I'll pay everything together next month." The man with the spiked collar narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp and deliberate. "So, you're saying there's no rent for this month?" "That's right," Logan answered quietly, still avoiding eye contact. The enforcer looked past Logan into the house, then leaned in, his voice low and sly. "Is it your family inside?" Logan didn't turn, but he knew. His wife and children were peering out from behind the window, worried, watching everything. They ought to be listening to him right now. At last, he lifted his head and met those green, predatory eyes. "I'll pay next month. Leave my wife and kids out of this." Hearing his answer, the thug chuckled. "Fina, you know what happens if you don't pay this month's rent, right?" The words dripped with mockery. Expressionless, Logan simply replied, "I know." His gaze remained steady, watching as the giant green fist was lifted before him. "Go ahead if you must. Do your worst." With a heavy thud, the green fist crashed into Logan's face. Veins bulged along the attacker's arm from the force of the blow as blood instantly spattered from Logan's nose. Please vote for this story. Monthly and recommendation votes are much appreciated. Logan lay on a crude wooden bed, his head wrapped in bandages, his face battered and bruised, cuts and welts marking his entire body. Every shallow breath sent fresh waves of pain slicing through his wounds. A threadbare blanket just barely covered his body, but it could no longer conceal his pain and exhaustion. He lay there with his eyes closed, a trace of weariness etched on his face. Those bastards from the Banner family had been brutal. If it were anyone else, there'd be nothing left but a heap of mangled flesh by now. It wasn't like the old days. Back then, these minor wounds would have healed in less than a minute. Still, though his healing factor was as aged as he was, it could at least do something. In a day or so, he'd be fine. On the bedside table sat a cup of warm water and a simple plate of food. It wasn't anything fancy, but both were prepared by his eldest son, Scott, and his youngest daughter, Xiaoyu, with their own hands. A gentle warmth filled his heart. His children's care made every struggle feel worthwhile. The door creaked open, and Logan's wife, Marlene, entered the room. She held a washcloth soaked in clean water, gently dabbing at the old man's wounds. Her touch was soft and tender, unwilling to bring him any more pain. The cloth brushed lightly over the injuries, carefully wiping away the oozing blood. Her brow was furrowed tight, her heartache plain to see. Feeling the cool dampness on his face, Logan murmured, "Don't worry. They promised us. In a few days, we'll harvest together." Marlene silently squeezed Logan's hand, saying nothing. "Dad, Uncle Barton's here, and he's brought someone I don't know." Scott's voice called in from outside the door. From afar, there came the low rumble of a car engine, backing up his words. Logan let out a weary sigh. Let them in. He couldn't recall just when it started, but it seemed like every so often, old Hawkeye would show up for a chat. It didn't take long, though, before the conversation would drift back to the Avengers, the X-Men, and the stories of days gone by. Those were the memories Logan least wanted to revisit. He knew exactly what Clint was after. He wanted Wolverine back in the fight, slaughtering the villains that plagued these wastelands, righting old wrongs for their fallen friends. But Logan felt his new life had begun long ago. Now, all he wanted was to stay by his wife and children until the end, leaving those superhero troubles in the past. Still, he listened to that old man ramble on every time, perhaps because there were so few left who'd survived the day of the fall, who remembered the world as it once was. If he could give Clint something to hold on to, so be it. In a world like this, a person needed something to cling to just to carry on. The door crashed open with a bang, and in strode a long-haired old man, brimming with energy, a cheerful grin on his face as he looked at the other old-timer still in bed, cradling a paper bag in his arms. Beside him was an unfamiliar Asian man, eyes full of curiosity as he took in the room's meager contents. Logan's nose twitched, but still, the scent was unfamiliar. "What do you want with me? Here to spout more of your usual crap? I'm not in the mood." Logan's gaze shifted back to Hawkeye, who was still grinning, his expression dark and annoyed. "Want something from you? Not anymore." Clint chuckled, giving a friendly pat to Bai Yi, who stood by his side. Logan turned his head, his eyes landing on Bai Yi. He looked straight at Hawkeye and asked, "Is this the poor kid you're dragging along to get himself killed?" But before Clint could answer, Logan addressed Bai Yi with a rare gentleness. "Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. Walk out of this room right now, go home, get a good night's sleep, and forget all of this ever happened. Don't get mixed up in this mess with that old geezer. Don't let a hot head get you caught up in fights that'll only hurt yourself and others." "Listen to this old coot." Clint raised an eyebrow, clearly ready to trade jabs with Logan, but Bai Yi stretched out a hand and stopped him. Meeting Logan's gray-blue eyes, he said, "I'm the one taking him there." A hush fell over the room. After a long silence, the man lying on the bed dropped his head and muttered, "Do you two need anything else?" It was clear he was telling them to leave. Hawkeye sighed and took out a small bag he'd been carrying close to his chest, handing it to Logan. Seeing the confusion in Logan's eyes, he explained softly, "A gift for Scott. The latest box, or, well, the latest back when they still made them. I picked it up at a second-hand market, guaranteed good as new." Logan accepted the bag, carelessly tore it open, and looked at the slightly faded box inside. He looked up at Hawkeye and said, "Thank you, Clint. Hang on to it. There are more heroes in those games than out here in the real world." The two of them closed the door and stepped outside. From indoors came the joyful shouts of the kids. As they walked away, Bai Yi said quietly, "Don't force it. He's got his own reasons." "Truth be told, I envy Logan a bit," Clint remarked out of the blue, making Bai Yi glance over in surprise. But the older man didn't elaborate. He simply climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Bai Yi, meanwhile, didn't get in the car right away. Instead, he walked around to the back and knocked on the door, rousing Pietro from his half-asleep days. As Pietro blinked himself awake, Bai Yi said, "Got a job for you. Plus, let's see if your legs are back in working order." Pietro yawned, rubbed his face, and smacked his lips. "Sure, what's up?" He hopped down from the car, giving his legs a few vigorous slaps. It had been almost a week since Bai Yi accidentally shot him, and the wound was already almost healed. Nodding, Bai Yi pulled a wad of cash from his pocket, emergency funds he'd gotten from Frank earlier. Sneak into Logan's house and wedge this under the third floorboard in front of his bedroom cabinet. "That plank is loose, so go ahead and pry a bit more. That way, when he gets up in the morning, he'll step on it and discover the money. Taking the money, Pietro scratched his silver hair and asked doubtfully, "What if I get caught?" Spider-Man has a spider sense, and sometimes he can predict or detect Quicksilver's high-speed movements. Maybe Logan has some sort of canine intuition too? We'll deal with it if you get caught. He's old now. He doesn't even bother showing his claws. Hurry up and don't dawdle, Bai said, his expression blank. At the same time, Wanda shot Pietro an urging look, making him take a deep breath as all his muscles tensed in an instant. The next moment, he dashed into Logan's house at incredible speed and reappeared almost immediately. All anyone could see was Pietro's blurred silhouette wavering slightly, like a fleeting afterimage. Sitting in the driver's seat, Hawkeye, with his hair now gray, witnessed this, and his eyes lit up. He shouted excitedly. I knew there was still hope for this world. Pietro flashed a triumphant grin at Clint, then frowned and turned to Bai. Logan's family is dirt poor. The clothes on his kid are all a size too small. Why don't we give them more money? Bai shook his head, then patted Quicksilver on the shoulder. We're only giving them this much to make sure Logan has rent ready next month when the Hulk's crew shows up. If we give too much, someone might notice, and that could spell trouble. It's not like this is our last chance. We'll be coming back anyway. Besides, seeing you made it through undetected, I have another job for you. I want you to deliver a message for me. With narrowed eyes, he pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Thank you to reader 20170811174702196 for the 100-point reward, and to reader Wunidada for another 100-point reward. A message, Pietro muttered as he took the note, stuffing it into his pocket without a glance. That's right, Bai nodded. I need you to go to the Himalayas and look for a monastery called the Wall of Chastity. Inside, seek out a man called the Stick Elder. And you can actually read that note if you like. You're being awfully vague. Quicksilver's lips twitched as he pulled out the note for a look, and his eyes widened in surprise. Bai was hardly surprised by this reaction. Stick Elder. In most universes, he's the master of Daredevil and Elektra, a blind man who leads the ninja organization known as the Chaste. He taught young Matthew Murdock the art of combat, unlocking his heightened senses. During a battle with their rival faction, the Hand, the Chaste was completely outmatched and on the verge of defeat, but on that day, Stick Elder used a forbidden art to repel the Hand's attack. When the battle was over, he perished from the exertion. Of course, Bai wasn't looking for that guy who had been lying dead for who knows how long. He was searching for Daredevil, who had survived the Day of the Fallen Heroes by sheer luck in the Twilight Wolf universe and had inherited the title of Stick. For years after the supervillains took over America, Bullseye defeated and wounded Daredevil. Just as Bullseye was about to gut Matt alive, Matt threw himself off a waterfall, leading Bullseye to believe he was dead. After that, he abandoned the identity of Daredevil, retreating to a hermit's life by the Wall of Chastity, biding his time. He waited there for more than 40 years, until one day in the distant future when a blind and desperate Hawkeye came seeking the help of the old Stick. Only then did their paths finally cross. By then, the aged Daredevil had a handful of well-trained fighters at his side and even managed to keep a vehicle running, something akin to a Quinjet. The message delivered by Quicksilver was meant to reveal his identity and propose an alliance. I'm off. Quicksilver gave a nod to the people in the car, then turned and bolted north. In just a few seconds, he had crossed the mountains ahead, disappearing into the distance. Bai looked up at the sky, then slid into the front passenger seat. He glanced at Hawkeye, whose head was bobbing in time with the music on the radio, and snapped his fingers with a grin. Let's hit the road. The trip to Canada is a long one. Cool. Hawkeye twisted his neck, floored the gas pedal, and the off-road tires roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust behind them. Their group sped through the desert, the vehicle bounding over dunes and rough terrain. Suddenly, Clint pulled out his binoculars, narrowing his focus on something ahead. Through the lenses, he saw a group of hulking Hulks furiously smashing a truck. The truck bore Magneto's emblem, and the Hulks were clearly intent on destroying anything carrying that mark. What were they doing? Bai squinted into the distance. Unlike the aged Hawkeye, Bai's enhanced eyesight made everything ahead crystal clear. The Hulks weren't in their direct path. Letting his white hair flutter in the breeze, Clint put down the binoculars and replied offhandedly, robbing Magneto, making a statement. Suddenly, the truck exploded in a blinding blast, the shockwave rocking the desert. The Hulks were hurled through the air, their roars of agony echoing as they tumbled, only to fall hard to the ground. Most of them lay still, nothing more than torn and broken flesh. Only one unlucky Hulk kept rolling on the earth, howling in agony. It was clear now, there was nothing valuable in that truck, just a bomb. Serves them right. Hawkeye let out a cold chuckle. Magneto may be old, But that bastard isn't useless yet. Let him and that Hulk next door tear each other apart like dogs fighting over scraps. These bastard Hulks are nothing like their old man Banner. Sure, they might be a match for She-Hulk in raw strength, but when it comes to defense or healing, they're nowhere near his league. The group drove on in silence, passing the scattered remains and severed limbs of the Hulks. Just as the tail end of their vehicle cleared the debris, the last of the Hulks finally breathed his last. As the corpses faded into the horizon behind them, Hawkeye couldn't hold back a quiet question. Why don't we just deal with the Hulks and those warlords, once and for all? Bai gazed quietly at the sunset, its final golden rays slowly vanishing beneath the edge of the wasteland. If we give Frank enough weapons and intel, he said, I truly believe a man of his skills could wipe out every lowlife in the wasteland single-handed. Frank, sitting in the back seat with his eyes closed, gave a subtle nod, silently affirming Bai's words. The people out here have become nothing more than savage, mindless beasts. They've forgotten what it means to be human, justice, kindness, compassion. All that's left is fighting and plundering, and that's the law they live by now. The sun had slipped away completely now. Beneath the soft, rising crescent moon, Bai continued, his tone tinged with helplessness. Killing off the Hulks might bring the wasteland a brief, uneasy calm, but those left behind will simply become the next bandits. It would plunge the land into darkness all over again. Truth be told, in Eagle returns at dusk, when Clint sets out for vengeance, bringing the justice he longs for to the wasteland. He cuts down villain after villain, but for every criminal he kills, 10 innocent lives are lost in the crossfire. Wolf at dusk fared little better. After taking down Banner, he roamed the wasteland for years on his white horse, and before long, the scattered survivors were kneeling before him, begging him to stop bringing justice. Of course, none of this is the fault of those two old Avengers. The blame lies squarely with the world itself. It's not like the old days when a handful of superheroes could rise up and set everything right through sheer force of will. Hawkeye fell silent, clearly understanding. His daughter, Ashley, had inherited nearly all of her grandfather Peter Parker's powers, everything but the signature spider sense. But that very power was a curse. Ashley had grown more violent as the years passed. Tanya had mentioned she'd even started shaking down people in the streets for protection money. Clint's greatest fear was that his own daughter would become exactly the kind of person he despised, the type he most wanted to wipe out. He turned to Bai. So what do you think we should do? Bai considered for a moment before replying in a low, steady voice. What this wasteland needs isn't a team of superheroes. It needs an army, strong enough to overthrow those warlords, to quell the violence, and rebuild order from the ruins. A superhero can save individuals, but he can never save the entire wasteland. He squinted, eyes fixed on a distant sign growing steadily closer, the words upon it clear and sharp. 2,000 kilometers to Canada. Once Zemo is dead, we'll have the basic raw materials to build an army. The off-road vehicle sped swiftly over the vast wasteland, its tires churning up dust and leaving behind a faint, winding trail. Wanda, seated in the back, hunched her shoulders and pressed her lips together. 2 days had passed, and they were now closing in on the Canadian border. Yet the temperature was dropping with an unnatural swiftness. Canada, situated in the high latitudes, saw snow cover for over 100 days a year, much longer in some regions. A little cold was only to be expected, but this kind of cold wasn't a bit too much. As if he sensed Wanda's thoughts, Clint turned his head halfway into the wind and shouted, It's been getting colder here for the past 20 years. They say someone set off some sort of weather weapon back then, though who knows if it's true. His voice was quickly swallowed up by the wind. Only those inside the vehicle could make out his words. The off-roader pressed on relentlessly. The yellow sand and parched earth gradually gave way to a grimy-looking blanket of snow. The tires bit into the snow, grinding over the earth below with a low, heavy crunch. Wanda nodded, then suddenly clasped a hand over her mouth and cried out, Look ahead! There's a cliff. Leaning lazily against the front passenger seat, Bai lifted his head and peered forward. His gaze landed on the cliff, but he said nothing. Hawkeye heard Wanda's shout. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Rather than slowing or swerving, he pressed down on the gas, sending the vehicle hurtling faster toward the edge. Shit, Frank blurted, as the cliff's rim raced toward them. Instinctively, he tightened his seatbelt. At the very instant the vehicle soared off the cliff, it was as if gravity itself had let go. The car drew a graceful arc through the air, like a hunting eagle breaking free and taking flight. For a moment, time seemed suspended. The world stilled, and only the rush of wind brushing past the car's body filled their ears. Everyone stared downward, holding their breath for the moment they'd touch ground. With a mighty thud, the vehicle crashed down below the cliff, sending stones and dirt scattering, but emerging utterly unscathed. Ah, Spider car, kid. Clint laughed heartily. The off-roader jolted, then rumbled on, and after they'd threaded through a snowy, pine-laden forest, they veered onto a battered stretch of blacktop. Bai looked up and saw a rusted signboard, worn down by years of neglect, its words barely legible. On the sign, faded black letters announced, "Checkpoint ahead, 2 kilometers, marking the route for travelers." "We're almost in Canada. Still some way before the Rockies," he remarked offhandedly. At that moment, Baron Zemo was at the abandoned Weapon X factory deep within the Rocky Mountains. There, he was tasked with developing the super soldier serum for Red Skull, with only the mutant Avalanche and a handful of inconsequential Hydra grunts assigned as his protection. Both sides of the highway stretched into a desolate scene, dilapidated houses and crumbling walls standing in mute testimony to a forgotten past. "We need a different ride. This spider car is way too conspicuous," Clint said, steering the vehicle into the maze of ruins. The group disembarked. Within minutes, Hawkeye had rustled up a battered old sedan and called for everyone to pile in. "All right, when we get to the checkpoint, just keep your hands to yourselves. This old man's been here before. I know how to get us through," Hawkeye advised, giving a quick glance at the passengers in the back seat through the rearview mirror. It was only after Frank shot a disgruntled look at Bai and reluctantly nodded that they set off again with the engine rumbling to life. At the checkpoint, 2 bored-looking soldiers sat inside the guard booth, stretching their hands toward a small stove for warmth. As the jeep rolled closer, one of the soldiers jumped up, shouting, "Stop! This land belongs to the master of the world, the destroyer of Alpha Flight, the king of the North." "Master of the world?" Wanda arched an eyebrow in confusion at the title. Bai stroked his chin and replied, "Some caveman who's managed to survive since 40,000 years ago. But he's not our concern. No need to mind him. The master of the world. His tale is almost the Marvel counterpart of Vandal Savage from DC. Ancient, empowered by mysterious happenstance, meddling in the world ever since." With a sharp click, the car door opened and Hawkeye hopped out, a wide grin plastered across his face. He called out to the soldiers, "George, Jim, didn't expect you 2 on duty today." The soldiers, upon recognizing Clint's voice, exchanged a glance, then let their rifles drop just a little lower. Bai watched from the car as Hawkeye chatted with the guards, good-natured banter lighting up the checkpoint. At last, the old man fished out some cash from his pocket, handing a bit to each soldier. The barricade was drawn aside, clearing the way. "See, life on the road isn't always about fighting and shooting," Clint chuckled, snapping his fingers at the Punisher and gripping the wheel with satisfaction as they rolled out. Catching sight of the 2 soldiers in the rear view, Bai commented, "Seems like you know them pretty well." "That's right. 2 years ago, when I was running smuggling jobs, I came through here. Not much turnover in these parts." As the car engine revved to life, Hawkeye's chatterbox was once again open for business. "If we kill them now, whether or not the bodies are discovered during shift change, those folks will still alert the master of the world or Zemo, or someone like that." The car continued down the road. Bai narrowed his eyes, and at the side of the distant road, spotted a woman trudging through the snowy wasteland, her head covered in grotesque tumors. He shouted at once, "Stop the car." Up close, her skin was ashen, and the contorted, swollen lumps on her head seemed to writhe grotesquely. As the car stopped, Clint took off his glasses, looking puzzled. "What's up? We don't have time to mess with some poor soul who looks like she's been cooked by radiation. We got bigger problems." "This is the problem," Bai replied, already stepping out and striding straight for her. He kicked the woman to the ground, snatching a pistol hidden in her arms before she could scream, then delivered another swift kick. "Is he always this violent?" the old guy in the driver's seat asked, clearly shocked, but when he saw the calm on the faces of the 2 passengers in the back, he kept his doubts to himself. Without missing a beat, Bai trained the pistol on the woman's tumor-riddled head and continued to search her. In moments, he pulled out a crumpled map. Finally realizing what was happening, the woman wailed, "The Mother of the Moon will punish you in this hell on Earth. Only the Mother of the Moon can save us." "Huh?" At the mention of Mother of the Moon, Clint's eyes lit up. Grabbing his bow, he leapt out, aiming it directly at the stricken woman. "Where's the Moonstone? It's the Mother of the Moon. You wretches aren't worthy to speak her name." The woman, her weapon gone, pressed her forehead solemnly against the barrel, speaking with unwavering conviction. Wanda and Frank exited the car as well, coming over to see what was happening. "Mother of the Moon, Father of the Moon, or Grandfather of the damn Moon, just talk. Where is Carla Sofin, that treacherous witch?" Clint exploded, his snowy white mustache bristling with rage. Carla Sofin, once known as Moonstone of the Thunderbolts, had, on the day the heroes fell, killed Falcon right in front of Hawkeye, her fatal blast almost turning him to ash. Over the years, all Clint had found were rumors of her hiding somewhere in Canada. Never had he imagined that Moonstone would use her psychology degree to lure the wasteland survivors into worshipping her, running her own twisted cult. The tumors on this woman's head were proof enough. The gemstone embedded in Moonstone's chest radiated a slow, lethal poison, poisoning any who wore it or lingered too close, day after day. Don't you dare insult our goddess. The tumor-faced woman, who had a gun pointed at her, suddenly went wild. Her eyes reddened furiously as she lunged toward Hawkeye. But just as she moved, Bai Yi lashed out with a vicious kick. The force of the blow sent her flying more than 5 meters, crashing violently into a large tree. A shrill, heart-wrenching scream escaped the woman. Her body twisted in pain, and the tumor on her head burst open, oozing a foul-smelling brown pus that filled the air with its stench. Absolutely disgusting, just like your so-called goddess. Hawkeye spat on the ground, his expression twisted in revulsion. Cough, cough. Don't you. The woman's mouth twisted as she coughed up mouthfuls of filthy blood, yet she stubbornly tried to defend her mistress even as her strength faded. Bai Yi's face was expressionless. With the strength he'd just used, Bai Yi could shatter the armored shell of a Doombot. Even though he'd held back a bit, no ordinary person could survive such a blow. The woman's ribs were likely smashed, piercing her organs. She was as good as dead. Anything else you want to ask? Bai Yi turned to Hawkeye, who was still glowering. The only thing of value on this female cultist, the map, had already been taken. No, you can't get a word of sense out of a lunatic like her. Clint shook his head. His fingers relaxed, and the readied arrow shot straight through the cultist's head. As if nothing had happened, he turned and started walking toward the car. Wait, don't get in the car. Bai Yi looked up from the map in his hand and called out, gesturing towards the tall trees nearby. According to the route, we'll have to walk from here. Those people built their village out in the wilderness. There's no way to drive closer. I thought we were after Zemo. The Punisher, carrying a hefty pack, stepped in front of Bai Yi and cast a wary glance around the forest as he asked in a low voice. Bai Yi folded up the map and nodded. That's right. But unless something goes very wrong, Moonstone should have the coordinates for the X-Weapon factory where Zemo's hiding. Years ago, a botched deal led Moonstone to make an attempt on Baron Zemo's life. In response, Zemo unleashed a squad of sentry robots programmed to kill her, but she bested them all. These Sentinels resembled the early models designed by that short scientist, Bolivar Trask, in X-Men, Days of Future Past. Only, these ones were far larger, towering the height of a 7- or 8-story building. And hidden inside their black boxes, you could usually find the coordinates of their departure point, that is, Zemo's location. After hearing Bai Yi's explanation, Frank gave a silent nod and followed him into the woods. Perhaps because the intellect of those cultists was rather limited, the map laid out every turn and intersection with absolute clarity. The group walked for less than an hour before they glimpsed, at the end of the dirt road, the vague outline of a village. But to call it a village would be generous. It was more aptly described as a ruin. As they drew closer, they could make out the village in full through the snowy cedars. Dozens of wooden shacks, with makeshift wooden walls scattered among the remnants of collapsed buildings. Years ago, this must have been quite a decent little town. There's some kind of movement inside, Clint said, straining his ears. People often say that when you lose something, something else sharpens. Lately, he had the feeling that his hearing had improved considerably. Still, it was better to rely on sight when you could. At his words, the group quickly changed course, detouring up a hillside to use the vantage point to get a clear view into the heart of the village. In the very center stood a hastily constructed wooden tower, the only tall structure in this desolate place. Perched atop the tower was an elderly woman wearing an oddly loose-fitting bodysuit. Normally, those words had no business appearing together, but here they were. Her face was a map of wrinkles, and a tumor bulged from her forehead. Most striking was the glowing, oval jewel bound tightly to her chest with layers of bandages, as if she feared it might fall off. Gadalas Sofen. Clint ground his teeth as he drew an arrow and knocked it, though he didn't shoot right away. He wanted to see what this former Thunderbolts member was up to. Before the Moonstone, a man with tumors all over his scalp knelt, his whole body trembling as though crushed by fear and unbearable pressure. Below the wooden tower, nearly 100 tumor-ridden figures knelt in worship, encircling the structure. Something was off. Hawkeye frowned, peering closer. The man's expression was not one of terror, but of overwhelming excitement. Just as confusion set in, a hidden loudspeaker somewhere in the village crackled to life, dispelling his doubts. The man trembled with elation. He knew he was on the verge of receiving the Moonstone Village's reward, a chance he had dreamed of for so long. Only a rare few were granted the goddess's favor, and it was an honor beyond compare. White light flickered in the old woman's eyes as she slowly spoke, bearing a mouthful of rotten teeth. You are our captive, but you also have a chance to be forgiven. You will embrace the light forged by my holy grace, and truly become one of us. The man's eyes brimmed with ecstatic hope as he reached out a trembling hand toward the figure before him, quickly pulling it back, awestruck. Thank you, thank you. I knew that killing those travelers for you would earn your blessing. My mercy will grant you true belonging in this earthly hell. Moonstone beamed with delight, her hands pressed tightly against the tumor on the man's head. A brilliant light surged from her palms, flooding the entire village with its radiance. The light carried an intense, searing heat, so fierce that even the air around began to shimmer and distort. Return, return, return. A shriek of joy rang out, and the scorching air swept through the crowd, bringing with it a sharp, stinging odor of burning flesh. As the light gradually faded, the man's body had been reduced to a charred husk, a blackened figure, barely recognizable, still frozen in a kneeling posture. The elderly woman gathered the light back into herself, then leapt gracefully off the wooden tower, landing gently on the ground. All around her, the other worshippers reached out with their frostbitten, swollen hands, desperate to touch the lingering warmth before it faded away. What a menace these cultists are! Bai Yi sighed, shaking his head, then turned to pat the old archer at his side. Got any explosive arrows? Let's send one straight into that glittering jewel on her chest. Please vote for me. Please recommend this story. No problem. Just take a deep breath, and you'll shoot as true as ever. Hawkeye muttered from where he lay, bowstring drawn, an arrow nocked, eyes locked on Moonstone below. He whispered encouragement to himself under his breath. You're Hawkeye, after all. Clint forced himself to focus. The bow he held wasn't the one he'd used in his days with the Avengers, and his eyes were no longer as sharp as they once were. Right then, the old woman, her body still aglow with radioactive energy, was reaching out to caress those lucky enough to receive her warmth, making the tumors on their heads swell and gleam even more. Her followers, meanwhile, were beside themselves with joy. Some burst into tears as they prostrated again and again, thumping their heads feverishly against the ground, their tumors oozing pus and blood, pooling around them. For Sam. Clint gritted his teeth and released the bowstring, his thumb letting go as his index and middle fingers slipped away from the nock. The arrow whistled through the air, tail feathers cutting a wicked gust, and under so many astonished gazes, it struck home, not Moonstone herself, but the waist of a male follower 10 meters away, in the midst of a fervent bow. Aff! The man cried out, springing to his feet, inhaling sharply in pain as he glanced down to see the arrow lodged in his side. What the hell? Boom! A fireball erupted in the middle of the throng, shredding him to pieces and blasting several others off their feet. At the center, Moonstone and her followers recoiled in shock, turning toward the explosion. Damn it! Hawkeye cursed, smacking his own head, his face twisted with regret. He had failed again. Was his long-awaited chance at vengeance really going to slip from his grasp just like that? Why was it always him, always letting people down? 43 years ago, it had been the same. And now, nothing had changed. Sigh, at least I have a backup plan. Bai Yi shook his head. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would have much preferred Clint to carry out this revenge himself. After all, Clint had suffered for so many years and deserved this moment. But give the old man a chance, and he just can't get the job done. Only the backup plan could take the stage now. Bai Yi pursed his lips and said, Do it. Frank, who had already set up his sniper rifle and was waiting for the signal, immediately understood. He gently squeezed the trigger. In the village square, under the moonlight, Moonglowstone swept back her withered white hair, doing her best to maintain her radiant image in front of the faithful. As she stepped backward, she shouted, My children, evil ones are shamelessly trying to ambush your Mother of the Moon. Go find them and Moonglowstone had barely escaped catastrophe and was about to command her fanatical followers when a 12.7mm bullet struck the gleaming gemstone on her chest, shattering it into pieces. No, 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 no. Moonglowstone screamed, her face wrinkling so much it looked as if her features had collapsed in on themselves. Paired with the grotesque tumors, she cut a truly ghastly figure. But at this point, she couldn't care less about appearances. She desperately tried to piece together the fragments of the gemstone with her claw-like fingers, but the bandages that once served to hold it in place now only hindered her, leaving her helpless. The fragments gave off a vicious crackle as countless threads of sickly yellow energy gushed out, wildly writhing across the old woman's body. Tumors that would normally take years to develop now sprang up unchecked all over her head, and her white hair fell in drifts to the ground. The Mother of the Moon is in danger. Go help her. We are one with her. It was unclear which followers shouted first, but those who had been frozen in shock moments before now rushed forward, wailing and scrambling. In the chaos, several were trampled to death. Clint, having already put away his bow to enjoy the spectacle, wore a rather peculiar expression. Stroking his white beard, he muttered, "I never imagined my revenge would look like this." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then what did you picture? An epic showdown on top of Stark Tower, 300 rounds of battle, and in the end, a single arrow as your old enemy pleads for mercy as you walk away in style, leaving only your dashing silhouette behind." Hey, Clint's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh. "You really get me. Get out of here, you fools. You're ruining my concentration." Moon Glowstone, embarrassed and enraged, yelled and flung out a blast of energy, instantly incinerating the two followers closest to her in an attempt to drive them away. But the noise from the shards was growing louder, drowning out even her furious screams. Seeing their Mother of the Moon bestow what they believed to be the rarest of blessings, a gift usually reserved for only a select few, the followers grew even more frenzied, convinced that their goddess was thoroughly pleased with them. They couldn't help but reach out, their hands wandering to the moonstone glowing with flames on their bodies, as the chill from their scant attire faded away. The goddess had once said, when she made the cold vanish, it was the moment to ascend to paradise. Idiots, a bunch of hopeless fools. The moonstone let out a piercing scream. The gem fragment in her chest flared with dazzling light, merging swiftly into her body. Then, as if pulled by an invisible force, she shot up into the sky, trailing a brilliant ribbon of light behind. Witnessing this, terror seized the followers. Panic-stricken yells erupted as they clung to each other, desperately pressing in toward the moonstone, all hoping to keep her from leaving. Their voices rose in chorus. "Don't leave us. Please stay with us. Let's go with you. You are the only warmth in this frozen hell." The followers, driven by despair, collapsed into a human pile, finally managing to seize hold of Moonstone's leg. With all their strength, they tried to hold her back, unwilling to let her depart. Yet at the very instant they made contact with her, her body suddenly contorted in a violent, unnatural twist. A thunderous boom ripped through the air, followed in an instant by a blinding, searing explosion. Flames, shrapnel, and energy erupted outward, spreading rapidly in all directions. All the followers were instantly swallowed by the blast, their forms vanishing in the blazing light. The force of the explosion was extraordinary. Earth and sky shuddered, trees toppled, the ground heaved. In a heartbeat, what had been a quiet village was reduced to a wasteland of wreckage and debris. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a scene of horror was revealed. A great heap of charred corpses lay tangled together, twisted in grotesque and pitiful poses. Their bodies were warped, limbs frozen in the act of reaching upward. But most striking of all was the corpse perched at the top of the pile, almost untouched, blackened as coal. Even in death, she was pushing away the devoted followers who had tried to hold on to her. Bai Yi clicked his tongue, eyeing the still smoldering heap at the center of Moonstone Village. "TSK, there's a real sense of artistry in the way they died. Come on, let's head down and see if we can find the sentry robot's head. If I remember right, it should be around here somewhere. That thing's pretty tough. It might have survived the blast." Clint, bow slung over his back and preparing to slide down the hillside, scratched his head, looking confused. "What do you mean, if you remember right?" "Huh, didn't you know? I'm a prophet, after all," Bai Yi called back in surprise, turning his head as he strode on. Behind him, Frank and Wanda nodded solemnly, playing along. Special thanks to reader 20221015112634975 for the reward of 100 points. "That's because you never told me," Hawkeye muttered, face expressionless. "Don't bother with those little details." Bai Yi waved a dismissive hand and took the lead, gliding down the slope ahead of the others. The hillside here wasn't particularly high. The other three quickly followed, and together they made their way toward the village of Moonstone, or what was left of it. As soon as Bai Yi stepped across the boundary into the village, he sensed that it wasn't as cold here as it was outside. Whether it was because of that explosion, or the power of the Moonstone itself having long since altered this place, he couldn't be sure. He kicked aside a charboard that was still smoldering, then caught Clint by the arm just as he was striding forward. Bai Yi glanced at the pile of corpses in the distance and said, "The radiation levels over there can't be low. You'll need to make it back alive to take care of Ashley. That girl's a handful." Eagle Eye, driven by vengeance, shrank his neck at those words and retreated behind Bai Yi. He didn't have many years left, but if he died now, there wouldn't be anyone to guide his troublesome daughter. Even though, in the original story, Hawkeye and his young apprentice Bishop had clung to the remains of the Moonstone after death and didn't get radiation sickness, a little extra caution never hurt. No one deserved to end up looking like one of those poor, tumor-covered souls. Bai Yi reached out and gave Wanda a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and she instantly understood. Wanda drew a deep breath, brilliant red light blossomed from her hands. With her telekinesis, she wrapped the charred corpses in a glowing crimson sphere. Changing her gesture slightly, she made the massive red orb slowly rise and float in midair. The next moment, the corpses were hurled away, swept up at tremendous speed, flung clear over the ridgeline, vanishing from sight. Before Wanda could catch her breath, Bai patted Frank on the shoulder and said, "There should be a few small green vials in the bag I gave you. They're anti-radiation meds." Frank immediately set down his bulging backpack, a pack nearly as tall as himself, and bent to rummage inside. He pulled out 2 small green bottles, each with no manufacturer's mark. Just a tiny eagle insignia. S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed determined to plaster that logo on everything, right down to their toilet seats. Wanda dry swallowed a tablet and pulled a face. "Ugh, I think I'd prefer the radiation. Let's move." Once everyone had taken their pills, Bai nodded, swallowed his own, and strode out ahead. Skirting the spot where the corpses had been, the group soon reached the far side of the village, where they finally found what they'd been looking for. Crushed within the ruins of a brick house was a purple sentinel head, nearly as large as a freight truck, utterly hidden from view by the angle of the slope until now. Clint drew his bow and took aim at the sentinel's head, yelling sharply, "Speak up! Where is Zemo?" At that moment, a piece of stone clattered down and struck the ruined sentinel's head with a crisp, ringing blow, then tumbled and rolled with a dull rumble to land at their feet. "I think it's dead." After saying this, Frank circled around to the neck of the large head, his face expressionless as he studied the tangled circuits thoughtfully, even reaching out to tug on them. "Some sense of humor you have," Hawkeye muttered gloomily as he put away his bow, deliberately turning his head to dodge Wanda's caring gaze. "There's a black box inside, probably about the size of your palm." Standing on higher ground, Bai pointed out the details. He could see things more clearly from there. Frank didn't hesitate any longer upon hearing this. He plunged in up to his waist and began rummaging, the effort producing a string of clattering and scraping sounds. After a few minutes, Frank finally found what he was looking for and wriggled back out, his clothes streaked with machine oil and dust. Clutched in his hand was an elongated piece of metal, gleaming faintly under the light. "This thing?" he asked, looking toward Bai. "Looks like it," Bai replied, raising his brows as he took it, weighing it briefly in his palm before handing it over to Hawkeye. "You have a decoder on you, I'm sure. Try to read the coordinates inside." "No problem." Hawkeye fished out a smaller touchscreen device from his gear. After all, for a seasoned wasteland scavenger like him, such tools were always close at hand. You'd never want extra trouble looting from the dead. Connecting the cable, strings of characters instantly scrolled across the touchscreen, and after a dozen seconds or so, 2 sharp beeps sounded, revealing a set of coordinates. Clint studied the screen for a moment, his face hardening. "Zemo's close. Less than 100 kilometers east, and we'll hit the Weapon X base." He clenched his half-numbed hands, his heart hammering in his chest. 43 years, for 43 years, the image of Zemo killing Black Widow had played over and over in his mind, each time stoking the flames of his hatred, intensifying it further. And Zemo's prideful words echoed from that day he'd let Clint live. They had already wiped out all the true heroes. Hawkeye had waited for so long, for the chance to finally shatter Zemo's arrogance and make him feel the agony and terror he so deserved. Today was the day for vengeance. Understanding Clint's state of mind, Bai walked over and offered reassurance. "Trust me, I promise you, Baron Zemo will be yours to deal with, personally." Clint's lashes trembled. He managed a strained smile for Bai. "All right." With that, he turned and headed off toward the more intact end of the ruined village. Back in her day, Moonstone had been a woman driven by vanity and a taste for comfort. There's no way she wouldn't have left a few getaway cars behind at her old base. Bai watched him go, saying nothing. Sure enough, soon the roar of an engine echoed from amid the wreckage, and a dust-caked, high-end red sports car emerged, completely out of place amid the harsh desolation of the village. "Get in. Let's go finish off that bastard Zemo." The old man in the driver's seat seemed invigorated, waving with a grin to those outside, then honked the horn for good measure. Once everyone climbed aboard, the sports car swerved in the opposite direction from where they'd arrived. There, a broad dirt path stretched ahead, clearly leading towards the main road. After all, no matter how isolated Moonstone Village appeared, they couldn't supply themselves forever. They weren't cavemen. As the car sped down the road, wind whipped in through the open windows, making Hawkeye's silver-streaked hair flutter like a banner of shining threads trailing behind him. A fire of fury gleamed in his eyes, feeding off a burning hatred for those traitors. They had stolen the lives of those he cherished, shattering their vows and ruining sacred bonds of trust. The Avengers had once trusted those members of the Thunderbolts as deeply as they trusted their own. Outside the window, the the scenery flashed by, the landscape on either side vanishing like a river slipping away behind them. Hawkeye clenched his teeth and stamped the accelerator. The engine roared, a bone-shaking snarl, wild and unfettered like a beast unleashed. Instantly, the car surged forward, the needle on the speedometer vaulting rightward, pushing them to the limit. Zemo, I'm coming for you. Please vote for me. If you're enjoying this, don't forget to recommend it. Deep within the cedar forest, a lone deer grazed quietly amidst the snow. Suddenly, its ears shot up, alert. A faint rustle echoed from the distant undergrowth. The deer immediately stopped eating, lifting its head, eyes locked in that direction. A single arrow, swift as the wind, burst from the brush, piercing the deer's skull. In an instant, it collapsed, neck twisted and limbs rigid beneath the cold snow. Pushing past the branches and brushing off the snow, Bai clicked his tongue as he glanced back at the thicket behind him. Didn't expect you'd still be in the mood for hunting. Got to make sure my aim's sharp. When it's Zemo's turn, I don't plan on missing, Hawkeye muttered, emerging from the trees with his bow in hand. Wanda and Frank followed close behind, single file. Retrieving the arrow lodged in the deer's head, Clint returned it to his quiver. A quick glance at his touchscreen, then he pointed forward. It's just a few more kilometers. The Weapon X facility is almost dead ahead. Bai checked the pistol at his hip and turned to Frank. Wanda, Clint, stick with me. Frank, you stay back to set up the signal jammer. And keep an eye out so no one slips away. We can't let word of Zemo reach Red Skull. The Punisher simply nodded, hefted his heavy pack, and silently set off to handle his task. The remaining three quickly arrived at a relatively low-sloping snowbank. About 100 meters below, in a clearing, stood a massive silver metal factory, its rooftop adorned with several slowly rotating radar dishes. From the outside, the factory's defenses did not appear particularly tight. There were no machine gun nests, no armored vehicles, only 2 Hydra soldiers in heavy coats standing guard at the main gate. How much longer until our shift's over? I'm bored out of my mind, just standing here staring at snow all day, complained the younger guard, stifling a yawn as he listlessly glanced at his companion. The other guard, older and sporting a neatly trimmed mustache, turned to him in evident annoyance. Keep your mouth shut, Jenkins. With your attitude, you wouldn't even know how you died if an enemy showed up. Oh, come on. We've been on gate duty here for what, 6 years? Ever seen an attack? There's nothing in this dump but snow. Jenkins retorted, clearly unimpressed, shaking his head with a sneer. The older soldier was about to retort when he suddenly pressed a hand to his earpiece, frowning. What? Yes, understood. He looked over at Jenkins as he let go of the earpiece. Get ready to open the gate. Inside says they've lost the external signal. Could be that blizzard last night. They're sending out a tech team to check. Jenkins let out an exasperated sigh, rolling his eyes as if he'd heard it all before. Again? Didn't they fix it just last month? Still, he reached out and pressed the switch. The heavy gate began to slowly rise with a deep, metallic hum. A single gunshot cut through the air. A bullet tore mercilessly through the guard's skull. Even as the shot rang out, blood and brain matter erupted in a grisly spray. The victim never had a chance to cry out. His expression, caught mid-grumble, froze for a heartbeat before his body slumped backward, hitting the ground with a heavy, final thud. The spatter of blood on Jenkins' face caught him completely off guard, but he had no time to react. Trembling, he clutched his gun, eyes wide and frantic as he scanned desperately for the unseen assailant. Who's there? Another gunshot. The second Hydra guard crumpled lifelessly beside his comrade, the snow at their feet rapidly staining red. Bai stepped from the shadows, his pistol barrel still faintly smoking. He gave one of the corpses a kick, and when it didn't move, raised his hand to point at the rooftop. Blow the radars and antennas up there. We're storming in through the front door. His words had barely faded when a cluster of arrows shot out from beneath the eaves, arcing upward before whipping around toward the roof in a whirlwind of explosions. These are my last few smart arrows. I've held on to them ever since back then, Hawkeye said as he walked from the corner, sounding a little pained. After all, nobody on the wasteland was capable of making anything like these. Once one's used, there's one less. Wanda followed behind Hawkeye as the two caught up. But he didn't respond right away. Instead, he placed his hand gently on the factory wall, feeling its surface. The material wasn't something you'd find in ordinary construction. It was exceptionally sturdy. A heavy metallic thud echoed out. The steel door had fully risen, revealing nothing but pitch darkness within. It seemed every light inside had been shut off. Staring into the wide hallway, a textbook spot for an ambush, Bai shrugged and stepped in. If Red Skull dared let Zemo work on the super soldier serum here, it was certain he wouldn't let Zemo be guarded by any real heavy hitters. Sure, they both traced their lineage back to the Third Reich, But even within Hydra, the different heads were constantly turning on one another, squabbling and snapping at each other's heels. Right now, Baron Zemo only had a single mutant on his side, Avalanche, master of shockwaves, along with a ragtag band of Hydra soldiers. If the original story was anything to go by, this very lot was wiped out by two middle-aged archers, using nothing but their bows. As they moved into the pitch-dark heart of the factory, Clint took an illumination arrow from his quiver, gripping it for its light like a makeshift flashlight. If need be, he even had arrows for eating, so he claimed something to cover every situation. The corridor was wide enough that, just inside the entry, a military truck could park and still leave room for several people to walk abreast. After advancing several hundred steps, Bai Yi pricked up his ears. There was a faint, furtive rustling coming from the bend ahead. Wanda put up a telekinetic barrier. The two exchanged a wordless glance, moving in front of the old archer to shield him behind them. As they rounded the corner, a sudden spot lamp burst to life in their faces, the glare blinding and merciless. Hail Hydra! A storm of gunfire erupted almost at once, a hail of bullets engulfing the three of them. But after a furious bout of shooting, the Hydra soldiers realized in shock. Their bullets were being stopped by an invisible telekinetic shield. The rounds fell harmlessly to the floor, clattering in a metallic chorus. Had enough. Bai Yi tilted his head, grinning at the baffled Hydra soldiers. In their world, wielding telekinesis like this was unheard of. They knew nothing of true psychic power. One of the soldiers, standing to the side, nodded dully. Yes. Glad to hear it. Bai Yi nodded and, in one fluid motion, raised his weapon and dispatched every last soldier with a few precise shots. His enhanced physical abilities, combined with the marksmanship skills he'd been drilled in, meant he now never missed his mark. Gazing at the several bodies on the ground, blood still pooling around them, the group prepared to press on. But before they could move, a thunderous shout echoed from afar, rippling through the air and causing the ground to tremble slightly. I thought all the Avengers were wiped out decades ago. A towering man stepped forward, his head encased in a silver metal helmet. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes, searching his memory for information about this formidable figure. Avalanche, once a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants, now serving under Baron Zemo. His real name was Dominic Sillard Arnold Petros. Compared to that name, which was as long-winded as an old woman's tale, his abilities were remarkably straightforward. Avalanche could unleash a type of shockwave from his hands, powerful enough to trigger earthquakes, though the force never seemed quite so overwhelming in close combat. In the 616 universe, he managed to keep his mutant powers after the M-Day event. Not long after, though, Red Skull captured and experimented on him, eventually disposing of him once he'd served his purpose. But in this Wolf's Dusk universe, where time still flowed near the beginning of those legendary events, the catastrophe of M-Day had never struck. Avalanche had, by sheer luck, survived and managed to carve out a minor position for himself over the decades. Beyond that, he was essentially the most formidable force within the Weapon X facility. Avengers, I've no idea where you crawled out from, but I know exactly how you got in here. Avalanche eyed the three warily, raising his hands before his chest. Swirls of tawny, distorted energy gathered around them. The defenses here are pitiful. Management is chaos at best. If Red Skull had made me the leader of this place, I'd have done a better job than Zemo by far. With a furious roar, Avalanche hurled his great hands forward. The oscillating shockwave that wreathed his fists surged forth, streaking straight for Bai Yi. If these intruders died here, and he later seized the chance to rat out Baron Zemo's incompetence to President Skull, who knew? Perhaps soon he'd be ruling this place himself. The thought filled him with smug satisfaction. A deafening blast rang out as the shockwave barreled forward, slamming into the trio with immense force. The sound shook the very air, cracking the walls and floor around them. Yet the gruesome spectacle Avalanche had expected, bodies torn apart and blood spraying, did not occur. His attack was met and completely nullified by a different, far stronger shield of crimson energy. What? Avalanche blinked and stepped back. Suddenly, he realized something was very wrong. He hadn't been present when the Hydra soldiers first opened fire, and he'd missed the crucial detail. The woman beside Bai Yi was none other than the Scarlet Witch, and she had already used her telekinesis to deflect every bullet fired their way. Wanda had already changed into ordinary clothes when she arrived at Hammer City, blending in perfectly with the crowd. There was not a trace of a superhero about her. As for her face, well, Avalanche had barely interacted with her in the past. 43 years had passed, and he couldn't for the life of him recall what the Scarlet Witch looked like. He might not recognize the telekinetic standing before him, but he certainly knew the old man carrying the bow. Clint Barton, known as Hawkeye? It must be that old bastard, Avalanche cursed inwardly, who had somehow managed to gather a few gifted folks to help him carry out his grand scheme of revenge. Warily, he stepped back several more paces. "Commander Avalanche, Baron Zemo orders you to return to the defensive line at once. Our captain has just been successfully created. He's on his way to rendezvous with you right now." Suddenly, a frantic voice burst from the radio at his waist. Avalanche's face lit up with relief, and he began retreating swiftly. Before leaving, he couldn't help but shout, his mouth wide, spitting venom, "Barton, 40 years ago you were a useless nobody. You think rounding up a few supers today is going to change anything? You're nothing but a failure," Clint murmured, eyes half-lidded as he knocked an arrow and drew his bow. The arrow shot forth with blinding speed, slicing through the night like lightning. Avalanche's eyes widened in shock. The final half of his sentence never left his lips. The arrow drove straight through his gaping mouth. In an instant, the arrowhead burst from the back of his neck, a torrent of blood spattering across the floor. At that moment, his hand jerked up as if to seize the arrow, but it was too late. His fingers only flailed weakly in the air before dropping limply to his side. Physically, he was no different from any ordinary man. Unless he consciously summoned his vibration ability to quicken his movements, he had no extra protection. Clearly, he hadn't expected, or even tried, to react in time just now. Avalanche lost his balance and collapsed onto the floor, his breath coming in ragged, desperate bursts. In a final spasm of fading strength, he reached out a trembling hand toward the wall, his words slurred. "You killed me. I want you all to die with me." The moment his hand brushed the wall, Bai whipped up his pistol and fired. The bullet streaked down the corridor, fast and bright as meteors, hitting Avalanche's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. A cluster of shots shredded the muscles and sinews of Avalanche's wrist, blood splattering in all directions. The pale bone burst through the torn flesh, a horrific sight. Avalanche let out a savage, agonized scream, writhing in pain as he tried to escape Bai's relentless attack. But Bai's aim was unerring. He quickly targeted the other wrist and fired again in rapid succession. More bullets tore through Avalanche's hand, splintering bone and rending flesh. His howls of agony echoed down the hallway. At last, Avalanche collapsed against the wall, his face pale as a sheet. What was once his wrist was now barely held together by a shred of tendon and bone. A long breath escaped from Bai as he blew away the faint trail of smoke rising from his gun barrel. He strode over to the whimpering Avalanche, who was still racked with pain. The way this guy unleashed his powers was just like Kimiko's brother in The Boys. Once his hands were out of commission, he was done for. Behind him, Wanda turned her head halfway aside. She didn't have much of a taboo about killing, but this guy's pitiful appearance was almost too much, even for her. As for Hawkeye, he was all smiles as he hurried over, planting a foot on Avalanche's chest and starting to retrieve his arrows. He'd witnessed way messier scenes than this out in the wasteland. With a gut-wrenching scream, Clint finished collecting his arrows. Bai lifted his gun and put a bullet in the teetering Avalanche, granting him a swift release from his misery. Suddenly, the speaker fixed to the wall crackled with static, then sprang to life. A raspy, male voice oozed through, laced with mockery and ice-cold indifference. "I've been watching you, Clint Barton. Ever since we let you walk away in Las Vegas, I haven't taken my eyes off you. And I've reached a conclusion since then. Letting you go was the right choice." Clint lowered his bow, jaw clenched and eyes fixed on the speaker hanging from the wall. The voice paused, as if waiting for Hawkeye to truly absorb his words. Seconds later, the speaker buzzed again. "Every one of your ex-wives thinks you're a piece of trash. Your own daughter hates you like a rat because you abandoned her to go push drugs when she was barely 3 months old." A harsh, jagged laugh spat out. "God, you could have told me all this before the big showdown. I swear, every dealer in San Francisco would have." The gloating voice cut off in an instant as an arrow, fresh from Avalanche's own throat, shredded the speaker into a spray of useless pieces. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Hawkeye ground out, "Is hiding behind a broadcast all you're good for? Why don't you show yourself, Zemo?" Without waiting for a response, he stormed off, fury leading the way. Bai could only shrug helplessly at this spectacle, turning to Wanda, who danced around trying not to step in the spreading pool of blood. "Did Avalanche's radio mention something about a captain just now? Please consider voting for us and giving us your monthly tickets." They pressed on through the pitch-black corridor, eyes alert. The silence here was eerie. No Hydra soldiers leapt out. No more taunts spilled from Zemo. For a moment, Clint allowed himself to exhale. If he could help it, he never wanted to hear Zemo dredge up his past again. Along the base of the walls, the emergency lights sputtered in and out, casting a flicker of pale illumination that only made the passage seem even more sinister. No one could say how long they wandered, but eventually a change came over the inky tunnel. Overhead, the lights snapped on with a harsh glare that stung the eyes, forcing everyone to squint and readjust. The entire corridor was suddenly flooded with brilliant light, instantly putting Wanda and Hawkeye on high alert as they prepared for battle. Bai narrowed his eyes just a little and said softly, "Look ahead." On the wall at the bend ahead, a cluster of indicator lights the size of glass marbles flickered on. They gradually formed a string of flashing red arrows, as if guiding the group forward. Exchanging wary glances, they walked on. Clack, 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 clack. As they turned the corner, the metallic sound of locks shifting echoed through the air. A thick metal door was slowly opening. As the gap widened, Bai caught a glimpse inside. It looked to be a vast space beyond, perhaps some kind of arena. Yet just as the door began to open, a cascade of blood suddenly surged out from the widening crack. It spread swiftly across the floor, filling the corridor with a heavy, metallic tang, the stifling atmosphere becoming even more suffocating. A sense of unease pressed down on Wanda all at once, leaving her unsettled and anxious. "What is this?" she whispered, raising her hand, and, with a flick of her telekinesis, swept the fresh blood backward. Soon, only a thin, slowly congealing layer remained beneath their feet. By now, the door stood fully open, and at the far side of the room beyond, a massive figure waited. Bai regarded the figure with a curious expression. Is that you, Bane?" It wasn't that he'd suddenly lost his mind and forgotten whether he was in the DC or Marvel universe. But the figure before him wore only tight black pants, his bare torso rippling with muscles. 2 vats of green serum were plugged into his back, and he nearly reached 3 meters in height, every bit a living, breathing reference image. Hearing Bai's words, the giant slurred out a retort. "Hail Hydra forever and ever. Hydra Captain." Thick veins pulsed across his face, and as if to prove his declaration, he raised an arm to display the Hydra emblazoned shield for all to see. "I take it back. Bane is much smarter than you are," Bai replied expressionlessly, stepping through the now open doorway, eyes flickering about the chamber. It was a cavernous laboratory, though a portion had clearly been set aside as an arena. In the corners, experimental equipment still hummed, and above them, several lab-coated technicians peered down in observation. The floor was crowded with nearly 100 corpses, a gruesome tableau. A dozen or so appeared to have been killed by violence, but the rest had died in far stranger ways. Most had swollen tumors sprouting from their skulls, pus seeping from ruptured skin. Worst of all, one body looked like a half-melted ice sculpture, its upper half almost perfectly preserved, while everything below the waist had dissolved into a blood-soaked puddle spreading across the ground. This scene was like something straight out of those bizarre laboratories where genetic experiments had gone catastrophically wrong. Bai looked at those grotesque things with a mix of fascination and revulsion, uttering a low whistle of astonishment. Judging by the state of the corpses, they could not have survived for more than half an hour. It seemed all too likely that these poor wretches had been injected with experimental drugs in a desperate hurry. Right after Bai's group entered the Weapon X factory. Suddenly, a blue holographic projection flickered to life at the very center of the area, instantly drawing all eyes. As the image grew clearer, a man in a purple mask appeared. It was none other than Baron Zemo. The moment Clint caught sight of him, fury flashed across his face. He raised his bow, arrow ready in his grip. Baron Zemo's hologram stood silently in the center. Draped in a lavish fur coat, he slowly turned towards Bai. The mask hid Zemo's features, leaving his expression a mystery to everyone. "I've never seen you before. Are you just another one of the countless would-be heroes who've surfaced in recent years? I must admit, you've already done far better than any of those fools who put on tights and promptly forget who they are. And you, Barton," Zemo continued, his interest in Bai now spent. The projection fixed its attention on the brooding old archer. "I've never bothered to look at you properly. To me, you've always been nothing more than a circus clown." Clint's face darkened further, but he said nothing. He had, after all, started his career in the circus. Finally, Zemo turned his gaze to Wanda. For the first time, his perpetually cold tones softened, laced with curiosity. "Are you a descendant of the Maximoff family? Forgive me, I can't seem to recall what she looked like." Before Wanda could respond, the hologram abruptly vanished. Zemo's voice echoed ominously from every direction. "Enough with the pleasantries. My captain, finish them." The HYDRA captain let out a guttural, animalistic roar and charged straight toward Bai, muscles bulging as though he'd transformed into a furious lion. His intent was clear. He meant to tear Bai apart. But with a swift step to the side, Bai dodged the attack with ease. The monster's momentum sent him crashing heavily to the ground instead. A sharp arrow whistled through the air toward the Hydra captain, but its tip left only a tiny scratch on the thick hide. Seemingly unharmed, the captain whipped his head around, glaring at Hawkeye with murderous rage. Clint inhaled sharply, retreating 2 steps as he gripped his bow a little tighter. "Are you mocking me?" The captain can't be taken down by a few pathetic arrows. His eyes grew even redder, now shining with a fierce crimson light. Raging heat rippled off his body, the air around him shimmering with his furious energy. Something isn't right here. Baye's eyes narrowed in concern. He seized the older man, who was still lamenting his ineffective arrows, and quickly drew back behind Wanda. He shouted, "Wanda, shield up!" Wanda, who was about to join the fight, heard this and instantly conjured a brilliant scarlet energy shield, enveloping all 3 of them within its protective glow. The Hydra captain let out a piercing, agonizing scream, his eyes blazing with radiant red lasers that shot straight at Wanda's shield. Wanda felt the impact pulse through her barrier and furrowed her brow, not out of concern for the laser's power, but for another reason entirely. She turned to Bayi and murmured, "Why do his lasers remind me so much of Cyclops?" She lifted a finger, and, as the Hydra captain continued to howl, a drop of blood floated up from the spot where Hawkeye's arrow had struck his shoulder, so at least that shot hadn't been for nothing. The blood droplet rose a few more centimeters, then burst with a sharp pop, dissolving into a complex magical sigil that faded into the air. Sensing the results of her magical probe, Wanda exclaimed in surprise, "He's a mutant?" The Hydra captain was still howling, firing streak after streak of red laser from his eyes, but now his cries were changing, deepening into tortured, guttural wails. As the lasers flared, his eyes began to twist and deform. The lenses themselves started to melt, trickling out of his sockets. With each new scream, the power of his lasers dwindled. His body trembled, unable to withstand the overwhelming force inside him. Blood and tissue welled from his eyes and ran down his face, painting it a gruesome red. "I doubt it. Or if he is, not entirely," Bayi remarked, chin lifting as he took in the Hydra captain's increasingly horrific state. His gaze shifted to the 2 canisters strapped to the captain's back, the contraption that gave him a strange resemblance to Bane. But Bayi suspected the substance inside wasn't Titan venom, but rather mutant growth hormone, Bayi added, stroking his chin. He hadn't expected Zemo to have his hands on something like that. This stuff dates back to the 1960s, to the days when Professor McCoy, Beast of the X-Men, still looked just like any other man. Back then, he worked at a lab on Long Island, studying mutant genetics. By some stroke of luck, he managed to create the very first batch of mutant growth hormone. Fearing it would fall into the wrong hands, he downed the formula himself. The result was instantaneous and drastic. A curse took hold, covering his body in blue fur. Years later, a mysterious drug began circulating on the black market. It granted users all sorts of superpowers: laser vision, super strength, teleportation. The list went on. It sounded almost exactly like Compound V from The Boys, except the hormone's only real flaw was its addictive nature. Because this power comes entirely from mutant genes, Sentinels would identify the user as a mutant. At the same time, after the infamous House of M event, nearly all mutant growth hormones lost their effectiveness. They became no more potent than a vial of glucose. Having recalled everything about the hormone, Bayi glanced at the Hydra captain, now collapsed on the ground, whose eyes had been cruelly burned away by his own hand. The side effects of the hormone probably didn't include scorching your own eyeballs. When Zemo went all in to create his own captain, it seems he added something extra to the mix, besides just the hormone and the super soldier serum. It's reminiscent of how the US military once cobbled together a monkey version Godzilla, using gamma radiation, Dr. Connor's lizard formula, PIM particles, and mutant growth hormone. One has to admit, the human body in the Marvel Universe is truly something marvelous. A gunshot rang out. A single bullet found its mark in the Hydra captain's empty eye socket. His body gave a final shudder, then went entirely still. Bayi holstered his gun and looked up at the fleeing scientists scattering like startled birds. He strode forward, with Clint and Wanda close behind. For the glory of High. Another shot cut through the air. A Hydra soldier tried to shout an oath in charge, but before he could finish, Bayi, almost weary of the routine, raised his pistol and put him down. "Are you all parrots? Can you say nothing else? Cut off one head, 2 more SH. Gunfire erupted, sharp and relentless. "My mistake. I shouldn't have even asked." Bayi, expressionless, lifted his pistol again. This time, after the first shot, the rest of the bullets landed mercilessly below the belt of the second soldier. "I surrender." The last Hydra soldier, glancing at his fallen comrades, wasted no time, He dropped his weapon, flung his hands high above his head, and surrendered on the spot. Bai stepped forward, picked up the discarded gun, crushed it with an easy grin, and then looked straight at the remaining Hydra soldier. "Where's Baron Zemo?" The soldier stared at the twisted scrap of metal on the ground, as if imagining his own skull in its place. Trembling, he answered, He's in the underground base. The central control room. Good. Lead the way, Bai said with satisfaction. He gave the man a push to the front and pressed the gun to the back of his head. Their new guide proved dedicated, hurrying the trio toward the central control room at top speed. Occasionally, a stray soldier would leap out in their path, but each was swiftly dealt with. At the entrance to the control room, the guide hesitated in front of the heavy, locked doors, shooting a nervous glance at Bai and swallowing hard. "I don't kill those who surrender," Bai said quietly. He stepped a few paces aside, careful to keep his distance from the Hydra soldier. "Oh my God, thank you. I swear, once I get out of here, I will become a good." Seeing that Bai didn't make a move, the Hydra soldier finally breathed a sigh of relief and let out a grateful smile. An arrow suddenly shot through the Hydra soldier's head, blood and brain matter spurting everywhere. His body collapsed limply to the ground, utterly still. It was a lethal shot from Hawkeye. The soldier's face remained frozen in his smile of survival, as if he hadn't even had time to comprehend what had happened before all life had left him. Wanda turned to glance at Hawkeye, a look of speechless exasperation in her eyes. Hawkeye lowered his longbow, his face unreadable. He was one of Hydra. Stepping over the body, the group was about to enter the next room, when suddenly a shout rang out nearby. "Wait, are you the Avengers?" Turning to look, they saw a middle-aged scientist with a bald head and glasses, clutching a box as he hurried toward them. Sharing a quick glance with the others, Bai responded, "You could say that." The scientist, out of breath, wiped sweat from his forehead, his tone anxious. "I'm a scientist in this lab. I know all about Hydra's plans, but I don't want to help them. I've put everything important in this box. I need your help to get my team out of here." "You can't leave." Hearing this, Bai immediately raised a hand to stop him. What a joke. Letting a team capable of developing super soldier serum just walk away would be an incredible waste. Besides, things here soon won't be so dangerous. What? At Bai's words, the brilliant scientist seemed completely at a loss. He'd grown up in the wasteland, his father, who had survived Doomsday, repeatedly telling him that the Avengers were the world's greatest heroes. Kindness, justice, and courage, their inherent virtues. How could they refuse help when a civilian was in need? Sensing his confusion, Wanda spoke softly, her voice gentle. "We still have some things to take care of here." "She's right. I'm not leaving until Zemo is dead," Hawkeye said, pressing a button. The door to the control room slid slowly open, revealing only darkness within. No lights were on. Clint knocked an arrow to his bow, using the dim light from the corridor to barely make out a figure seated in the center of the room. He aimed at the shadow without hesitation. The man in the chair didn't flinch from the threat of death. The metallic ring securing his purple mask gleamed on his forehead. "Get up, Zemo. Do you think you could just sit there and mock me?" The old man bellowed in fury, his grizzled beard quivering with anger. "Please support with your votes and monthly tickets." Hearing the words of Hawkeye, a soft whirring sound like a small electric motor filled the air, and the figure in the chair slowly moved into the light. At that moment, everyone was finally able to get a good look at Baron Zemo up close, and what they saw left them somewhat astonished. This can't be." Clint cried out involuntarily, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. The man before them was nothing like the holographic projection they'd seen earlier, no longer proud and inviolate, striding with confidence. Instead, Zemo's head lolled helplessly to one side, his paralyzed body slumped in a wheelchair. A breathing tube pierced through the lower half of his purple mask and disappeared into his mouth, reaching straight into his windpipe. The only part of him that still seemed alive were a few fingers on each hand, and with his left hand, he was tapping lightly on a custom keyboard. "You shouldn't have seen me like this." Zemo's voice echoed from all around them, probably because, while he was still able, he had recorded his speech into the computer, allowing him to speak after he lost his ability. "This isn't what I imagined," Clint muttered, gripping his bow, vision blurred as he slumped against the wall. He hadn't come all the way from Las Vegas, traveling thousands of miles to the Weapon X factory, just to take revenge on an old man paralyzed in a wheelchair. In the past 10 years, he'd abandoned his family, neglected raising his daughter, all for vengeance. He was supposed to kill Zemo, the criminal mastermind of Hydra, the very man responsible for the day the heroes fell. "No, you don't have to pity me," Zemo's voice rang out again. "I am Helmut Zemo, the 13th heir of noble blood, scientist of the Third Reich, son of Heinrich Zemo." The sound of fingers tapping the keyboard continued, but Hawkeye was already growing impatient. He waved his hand dismissively. Get to the point. I don't need your resume. A brief pause. Then Zemo's computer-generated voice resounded. You, a mongrel raised by the circus, humiliated me and usurped the thunderbolts I built with my own hands. But in the end, you won. The thunderbolts are yours now. They betrayed us in Las Vegas. Clint replied coolly from his seat against the wall. No, damn it, you won. Maybe it's because of my noble blood that I had a stroke. Because of that, I'm the one who needs a machine to breathe. Now, there was unmistakable anger woven into that synthesized voice. All these years, I dreamed of revenge, but it seems time has beaten me to it. Clint sighed, shaking his head as he stood up. He had no interest left in this broken, utterly diminished man. No, I'm still Baron Zemo. Even the Red Skull knows nothing of my condition. Zemo protested desperately, as if sensing that Hawkeye was about to leave. Those remaining fingers began hammering frantically at the keyboard. And what are you? Ever since we let you crawl out of Las Vegas alive, I've been watching you. You're a failed husband, a failed father, a failed hero. You've recently been diagnosed with glaucoma. Soon, you'll be blind. So before you leave this world, I forbid you from using what's left of your sight to look down on Zemo. I've never looked at you like that. Hawkeye roared, his voice sharp as thunder. He spun, aiming at Baron Zemo, and his arrow flashed through the air like lightning. With swift, practiced motions, he drew and loosed one arrow after another. The exhilaration was so intense, for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he was 20 again. Mere seconds later, Zemo's body bristled with dozens of arrows, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet none struck a fatal spot. The breathing tube still struggled on, forcing the last wisps of oxygen into his dying form. Clint reached for the final arrow in his quiver and walked to Zemo's side. Listening to the desperate, ragged inhale of air through the tube, he bent down, his voice gravelly. But now, this is how I see you, you filthy, miserable bastard. He didn't say another word. With a swift motion, he severed Zemo's breathing tube with the arrow, watching as this noble heir of the Third Reich perished, drowning in blood and suffocation. Everyone stood in silence, eyes fixed on Baron Zemo's corpse. Not a single soul pitied him. Although his death wouldn't fix all the world's problems for the wasteland, which had been mired in chaos for decades, it was undeniably a good beginning. You got revenge for them. White Knight spoke with serenity, stepping forward to offer Hawkeye a comforting pat on the shoulder. Clint remained where he was, watching Zemo, life fading fast from the wheelchair-bound man. His thoughts drifted across time and space, remembering the Avengers who had fallen before his eyes. A tumult of emotion welled up inside him. After a long silence, he said quietly, "Yeah, but it isn't over yet, is it? We need to hunt down every last villain still breathing in this world." Hearing this, White Knight nodded and, guiding Hawkeye out of the room, added, "We will. But right now, I need you and Wanda to clear every last Hydra agent out of the base. Then we'll make our next move." Clint took a deep breath and, together with Wanda, strode into the depths of the corridor. Watching them go, White Knight turned, a smile crossing his lips as he beckoned the bald scientist in the distance to come closer. "What's your name?" "Walter, sir. My name is Walter." Startled by the sudden question, the scientist hurriedly replied. Hugging a box to his chest, he carefully entered the control room, taking exaggerated steps to avoid stepping in Zemo's blood. "Walter?" White Knight repeated, eyeing the bald man with the transparent spectacles, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. He took the case from the other man and then asked, "Did you win the Nobel Prize in chemistry?" "Nobel Prize." Walter shook his head when he heard the name, which made Bailly breathe a sigh of relief. But then Walter's next words made Bailly's mouth twitch uncontrollably. "That was decades ago, ancient history. But I did win the Red Skull Award for Technological Chemistry, awarded by the Capital Wasteland. They say it carries even more weight than the Nobel Prize did back in the day." Bailly replied with a stiff and perfunctory, "Oh, really?" In a sense, Walter wasn't entirely wrong. To have taught himself so much amid the chaos of the wasteland, and to be qualified to help develop something as dangerous as super soldier serum, meant he truly was an exceptional scientist. But that wasn't the point. What caught Bailly's attention was an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Was Walter some alternate universe counterpart of a legendary criminal chemist? He couldn't help but ask, "Do you have cancer?" "No, I'm in excellent health," Walter answered with crisp confidence. Bailly sighed at his blunt reply. All right, that little detail wasn't important. What really mattered was what lay inside those cases. Bailly placed them on the table, unfastened the clasps, and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, 99 vials of emerald green solution rested in neat rows. "This is it?" he asked, glancing at Walter, who watched with barely contained pride, clearly pleased with his handiwork. Walter lifted his chin with confidence. The glare off his bald head almost dazzled under the lights as he announced, the Super Soldier Serum. This is the semi-finished product. Semi-finished. Bai picked up one of the vials and gently swirled it, watching the thick liquid shift and flow. You mean it's not complete? That's right. When you arrived today, Zemo, Walter gestured at the motionless body in the wheelchair, insisted we immediately inject every test subject with the most promising formula. He said it was the perfect opportunity for Red Skull to prove his abilities. But only one subject survived the first round of injection. Even then, he's right on the edge of genetic collapse. We used various mutant growth hormones to prolong his life, just to see what would happen. Walter pointed a finger toward the entrance. That would be the Hydra captain you just killed. I see. After listening to Walter's explanation, Bai Yi fell silent. This, at least, wasn't a surprise. In the original timeline, even by year 45 of the Wasteland, Zemo's Super Soldier Serum had only a 3% success rate, with survival rates even lower. With odds like these, you needed a frightening number of test subjects. Bai Yi simply couldn't afford to waste the few driven individuals he could find. And there was no way he'd turn to the ruthless Wasteland mercenaries and risk creating super soldiers with no moral boundaries. Seeing that Bai Yi remained silent, Walter thought he might be dissatisfied. He quickly continued to explain, actually, the capabilities of my team are far from limited to what you've seen. Our real problem is the lack of proper samples. Oh, Bai Yi's eyes lit up as he said, go on. It's like this. I can't speak for the past, but over the years I've worked here, we've never once had healthy, fresh blood samples for decomposition testing. Everything Red Skull has sent from the X Factory either came from subjects already irradiated or people whose veins were full of chemical agents, or, quite bluntly, from the dead. If we could just get our hands on a sample that hasn't been exposed to radiation or injected with special chemicals, I'm confident that in half a year, no, even just a few months, we could produce a genuine serum. Walter's voice brimmed with confidence. In the field of serum synthesis, his team had ample expertise. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yi finally looked up. Let's head to the laboratory. In the original story, Walter was a scientist who, despite everything, still had a conscience. He had admired the Avengers since he was a child, someone trustworthy. The two of them left the control room and stepped over the scattered bodies of Hydra soldiers on the floor, soon arriving at another laboratory. Inside, several figures in white coats were busily weaving about. The sight of Bai Yi, armed, with bloodstains still on his pant leg, startled everyone. Instantly, the room devolved into chaos. They thought Hydra had sent someone to silence them. Walter hurried forward, trying to calm the frightened crowd. Please, everyone, keep calm. He's with the Avengers. He's here to help us. And Zemo is dead. The other Avengers are inside the X-Weapon factory right now, clearing out the last of the Hydra soldiers. A hush fell over the room. Then, an outpouring of joyous shouts. The scientists leapt, hugged one another, barely able to contain tears and elation. None of them had worked on Hydra's serum willingly. Zemo had threatened their lives and the lives of their families to force them into service. Half a minute crawled by before everyone managed to regain a semblance of composure. At last, an older scientist nervously stepped forward and asked, "Are you really one of the Avengers? I thought they all died 40 years ago." "I am. And if you ask me, your news is sorely outdated. The Avengers are very much alive," Bai Yi replied, shaking his head. Someone else interjected, "Will Red Skull find out about this? If he does, won't he send people to destroy us?" The moment the question was asked, the crowd's anxiety flared anew. "He won't know. Before we entered, we destroyed all communication devices and set up signal jammers." The scientists exchanged hurried whispers, their voices weaving through the tense silence. Finally, the eldest among them voiced the question that weighed on everyone's hearts, drawing all eyes to Bai Yi with anxious anticipation. "Will you let us leave so we can see our families?" Bai Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully before replying, "No, at least not for now." "All right then." Before the group could react, he clapped his hands decisively. "That's the end of the interview. I need you to take a short break now, and then get ready for the next round of serum research." With that, he asked Walter for a blood collection device, inserted the needle into his own vein, and filled the tube with bright red blood. Under the light, the color glowed with striking intensity. Once the blood was drawn, Bai Yi turned to the lab bench. He set the collector down and looked at everyone present. "I won't force you to do research the way Hydra did, nor will I threaten your lives. But until the serum is developed, the Avengers won't be able to defeat those criminals, and you'll still be living under the shadow of the Red Skull. In that case, even if Zemo dies, nothing will have truly changed for you or your families. I trust you understand what I mean." Having finished, Bai Yi observed the wary, uncertain looks the scientists exchanged. Nodding to Walter, He made his way out of the laboratory. Would they rather flee the factory and wander the frozen wasteland for days, only to be found and executed by Hydra? Or stay here, working on the serum under the Avengers' watch, in hopes of saving this ruined land? These scientists were no fools. They could see what made sense. Wait! Walter hurried after him, grabbing his arm. It's hard to bring this up, but the bald scientist hesitated, struggling with his words. Even with a clean sample, we'll still need to conduct some human trials. Bai arched an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. Most of the previous test subjects, those who died, they were innocent civilians captured by Zemo and his men. It was Avalanche and Zemo who forced me to use them. Now, I don't want to experiment on innocents anymore. I can't. Bai stroked his chin, considering. Walter had a point. What use was achieving greatness if you had to lose your humanity along the way? I'll find you suitable test subjects. You have my word, they won't be civilians. You have nothing to worry about. He glanced at the relieved scientist, then turned and moved forward again. Following the trail of fresh corpses, Bai soon caught sight of Hawkeye and Wanda walking side by side. Striding up to them, he clapped both on the shoulders and asked, "How's the cleanup of Hydra troops inside the factory going?" "It's basically done." Zemo didn't have time to warn those little brats about what happened here. As he spoke, Clint ran his hand over his bow. Everything still felt a little unreal to him. His bitter enemy was finally avenged, and he'd glimpsed a new hope for the world. It was as if he were dreaming. And if it were a dream, then maybe it was better if he never woke up at all. Thanks to Reader Pysher for the generous reward of 100 coins, and to Reader 20221222084442317 for gifting 100 coins as well. Clint, seeing the older man looking a bit spaced out, Bai snapped his fingers twice. This was no time for daydreaming. They still had work to do. Zemo was dead, but the X-Weapon factory needed to keep running. This wasn't something the few of them, or even all the scientists, could handle alone. "Yeah, I'm here." Clint shook himself out of his thoughts, pulling himself back to reality. Hawk-eyed, he and Wanda followed by Yi as he headed forward. After a brief exchange, the three quickly arrived at the entrance to a warehouse. Standing guard at the door were 2 Hydra soldiers. Without hesitation, Bai raised his hand and fired twice, taking them out. The bodies slumped to the ground, and blood pooled, staining the floor. Inside the warehouse, a crowd of maintenance workers and cleaning staff were huddled in a corner. Likely after the outbreak of violence, they'd been herded together here for safekeeping. Seeing the newcomers and the bodies on the ground, they exchanged bewildered glances, startled and tense at the sudden arrival of these strangers. They didn't seem to have a clue about what had just transpired. These people were usually responsible for the factory's daily upkeep, as well as serving as spare test subjects. Ahem, no need to be scared, everyone. Have you heard of the Avengers? That's us, and we just took care of those Hydra goons. Clint, his bow in hand, coughed twice and stepped forward to speak. He'd been waiting to say something like this for a long time. One man, looking like a foreman, edged out of the group, his voice uncertain. "So, what should we do now?" Whether or not these people were really Avengers was beside the point. Up until now, no Avalanche or other Hydra soldiers had shown up. At least, for now, these newcomers were the ones in charge of the factory. Honestly, things like this were nothing unusual in the Wastelands. Today's boss was the Punishment Gang. Tomorrow it might be the Ghost Riders or someone else entirely. There was nothing remarkable about it, except that this time, the boss who died happened to be Hydra. "Everything continues as before," Bai replied calmly. "Keep the base running as usual." One of the cleaning staff hesitated. "But Hydra's gone. Is there even any point to our work now?" Bai smiled and explained, "Of course there is. The base doesn't belong to Hydra anymore, but it still has value. Our work may be under Hydra's orders, but we're just trying to make a living." The foreman, suddenly recalling something, hurried to explain himself. He had no desire to be mistaken for a Hydra sympathizer by this group. "I understand," Bai replied with a shrug. "There's no need for you to feel uneasy. Just keep working as you did before. I'll see to it that you're all safe. And I'm not sure what your wages used to be, but from now on, you'll each get double." After offering a few more words of reassurance to calm the workers, Bai watched as they whispered nervously among themselves before leading his 2 companions out of the warehouse. As soon as they stepped outside, he turned to Wanda and spoke quietly. "When I leave in a bit, I'd like you to scan the minds of everyone in the factory. No need to delve into their private lives. Just get a sense of where their loyalties lie. If you find any Hydra supporters among them." He paused, then looked over at Clint for emphasis. "Show no mercy." Wanda nodded thoughtfully. What Bai said made sense. The X-Weapon factory couldn't function with just a handful of people. It required a small army of hands to keep everything running. But whether there were covert Hydra sympathizers within the ranks of these workers remained to be seen, a risk that couldn't be ignored. She then looked at Bai with a trace of confusion. You're leaving? By yourself? Bai shook his head. Frank and I are heading back to look in on Drophammer. Pietro should have finished the errand I assigned him, and we agreed to meet up there. You and Clint stay here to oversee the workers. Once they've repaired the comm systems, have them shut down Frank's jamming device. And another thing, Zemo's control room has a piece of holotech he used to pretend he wasn't paralyzed. You can use that to keep Red Skull fooled. After all, that's how Zemo's pulled it off before. With everything settled, Bai made his way back down the corridor alone. The same one they'd walked before, but now it was no longer pitch black and nothing blocked his path. Ignoring the bodies along the way, their blood turning cold in the winter air, he left the factory behind. Before him, the world had become a vast kingdom of ice and snow. He glanced around. Without Hydra's presence, the huge factory complex felt almost eerily peaceful. Snowflakes drifted down in silence, and the distant mountains, cloaked in whiteness, seemed grander than ever. Bai rolled his shoulders, then strode energetically toward the woods in the distance. He cleared his throat and called out, his shout echoing on the crisp winter air, "Frank!" The quiet of the forest was shattered by his voice, but the woods remained hushed and still. A faint rustle followed. Then a tall figure emerged from the depths of the trees. It was Frank. He wore a heavy leather coat, a rifle cradled in his arms, and a black duffel strapped to his back. All taken care of inside. The Punisher spoke, a wisp of white breath curling from his lips. Even for him, bundled in a heavy coat, the cold here was biting. No wonder the original Weapon X factory chose this remote spot. No sane person would come searching here, no matter the season. Bai nodded and led the way back the trail they had come. During their time inside the factory, their footprints had been buried by fresh snow. But after receiving the serum, his memory had become prodigiously sharp. Simply by the shapes and placement of the trees, he could easily find their way. Zemo is dead. The factory is now entirely under our control. Those two remain behind. So what do we do next? Aren't we supposed to build an army? Frank rolled his neck, working out the stiffness. He had just spent the whole time perched at the top of the tallest tree, watching the area like a monkey. The result was he'd spent half the day staring at endless snow, itching for action, not getting to take down a single Hydra. We're still missing some ingredients for the super soldier serum. We'll need to head in the wasteland to pick up some supplies, Bai replied, his boots crunching across the snow with each step. Wanda could resolve problems Clint couldn't handle. Clint could do what Wanda couldn't bear to do. With the two of them here, things will be fine. But before that, we make a stop at Hammerdown. After hearing this, Frank merely gave a silent nod. He had always been a man of few words. Maybe it was because he saw himself as a soldier. Execution, not conversation, was his duty. The two men trudged away through the deep snow, gradually leaving the factory behind, becoming nothing more than a tiny black speck on the winter plain. A special thanks to reader XYZ Xiaoyu for the generous 100-point reward. A red off-road vehicle thundered down the street, its engine roaring as it raced against the wind. On each side of the hood, a web-like pattern caught the attention of passers-by, drawing curious glances. At last, the vehicle slowed and stopped at the door of an auto repair shop. Two men stepped out, their faces expressionless. I must have heard that engine roar 1,000 times by now. Clint, Hawkeye's ex-wife, Tanya, walked out of the garage in her work coveralls, wiping her hands clean with an old rag as she spoke. But when she reached the vehicle, only the two companions she recognized were there. In a split second, remembering the look of finality on Clint's face before he'd left and seeing the grave expression on the two men now, she understood what had happened. No. A cry of despair burst from Tanya. Her vision blurred as the world around her began to distort. Ultron Unit 8, hearing her wail, immediately rushed from the garage, catching her in its arms before she could fall, shielding her from harm. "Tanya, are you all right?" Ultron number 8 asked anxiously, its electronic voice laced with worry and concern. Although all of its sensors indicated that the woman before it was not in any immediate danger, its humanity module urged it to speak words of comfort. Tanya's mind was still clouded, but she could feel someone nearby calling her name. She struggled to open her eyes, and through the blur, she glimpsed the metallic head of a machine. Wiping away her tears, she spoke in between sobs, her breath uneven. "How could you be so foolish? At your age, going out to seek revenge. It's come to this, hasn't it? Dying out there. Not even a body left to bring home." She choked up, unable to contain her grief any longer. Her cries came out raw and real. "Tanya." Ultron's electronic brows knitted together, an air of sorrow about it as well. Clint was only pursuing his beliefs. Technically, Clint was Ultron's ex-brother-in-law. By all logic, there was no love lost between them. At best, they ought to be mere acquaintances, barely more than strangers. Yet in recent years, Ashley had caused quite a stir, starting fights, setting fires, all of which left Ultron's central processor in a constant state of distress. Time after time, it was Hawkeye who stepped in with money or connections to set things right. After a while, ex-husband and new partner had laid down their swords, and to everyone's surprise, had become pretty good friends. Now that Clint had gone for revenge and didn't return, Ultron felt the loss deeply. What's going on here? Frank, hefting a large pack, scratched his head as he took in the sight of a woman and a machine caught up in their shared grief in the middle of the garage. He was completely at a loss. Bai rolled his eyes, then stepped up to Tanya and Ultron. That old man isn't dead yet. Before the two could even react, he slapped a wad of cash and a car key down on the counter. He won't be back for a couple of days. Take a look at the car for us and fill up the tank. Both Tanya and Ultron gazed at Bai in astonishment. Tanya stood up, took the money and key, and dabbed her eyes, her tone full of confusion. Are you sure he's all right? She could hardly be blamed for her mistake. Clint had always treasured his prized spider car, spending more time with it than with his own daughter. This was the first time she'd seen man and car apart. It had rattled her nerves, and she feared the worst. Yeah, Bai replied simply. With that, he walked to the front of the motel across from the garage, raising his gaze to the third window on the second floor. Suddenly, a breeze swept through, causing his clothes to ripple softly. As he lowered his head, he realized a slip of paper had somehow appeared in his hand. He unfolded it. Scrawled on it were two brief words. All clear. A faint smile flickered across his face, and with Frank in tow, he pushed open the door to the motel. He paid no mind to the woman at the front desk, who was engrossed in her newspaper and seemed equally uninterested in them. The two made their way past the counter and headed straight for the stairs. Bai stopped in front of the third door. He didn't bother to knock, simply turned the handle, and the door swung open with a click. At the very first glance inside, he saw a silver-haired man leaning against the wall, fiddling with a Rubik's Cube. Astonishingly, the cube spun so quickly in his hands that it left swirling afterimages in the air. The man looked up and flashed a quick smile at the two standing in the doorway. Then, without missing a beat, he launched into his grievances. That place you mentioned was way too remote, you know? What does the Himalaya region even mean? And the convent of the Wall of Chastity? My goodness. All the complaints pouring from Pietro's lips were automatically tuned out by Bai, who turned his attention to an elderly man dressed in a brown robe, seated at the edge of the bed with his back to the door. Stick elder? Bai asked tentatively. The old man turned around slowly. He wore a pair of red-lensed glasses for the blind, clearly sightless, and yet a gentle smile broke out on his face. No need to be so formal, Bai. Just call me Matt. When he smiled, the wrinkles on his face grew deeper, but the kindness and warmth in that smile instantly put people at ease. This was none other than the lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock, the very man who escaped the fall of the heroes 43 years ago, and once more evaded Bullseye's deadly pursuit 39 years back. Of course, more people knew him by a different identity and name, Daredevil. I've already spoken with Quicksilver, he said. He told me a lot, including how you escaped from another universe, and your intentions to set things right in this one. So I'd like to know. His glasses slid halfway down his nose, and though his eyes were clouded by blindness, they seemed to gaze directly at Bai. Are you truly here to save my world, or is this just a stepping stone for you to move on to the next universe? Hearing this, Bai raised an eyebrow. It wasn't a question he had expected, but coming from the Stick Elder, it somehow felt natural. Yes, the Stick Elder, not Daredevil. Although Matt still wore a Daredevil undershirt beneath his monk's robe, the traces of the hero he once was had faded year by year, replaced by the bearing of a reclusive monk detached from worldly affairs. Even when, in the original story, Hawkeye sought him out in hopes of bringing Daredevil back into the fight, the Stick Elder only taught him how to perceive the world through sound, hoping Clint would learn to let go. But had Matt truly let go himself? If he were truly intent on forgetting the past, why, then, did he still wear the uniform marked with Daredevil's emblem beneath his robe? The Stick Elder had simply reached a sobering understanding. Even if they slew every evildoer, people like them, with one foot already in the grave, could never truly save the world. Bai stroked his chin in thought. Still, if the old stick had come all this way to see him, it was certainly not to teach him how to let go. If that were the case, the old monk might as well have stayed cooped up in a monastery. What the old stick needed was proof that they, this little band, truly had both the ability and the will to change the world. After considering for a moment, Bai glanced at Pietro, then walked over to the elderly man with snow-white hair. He looked straight into the old man's eyes and said, "Do you remember Magneto? 43 years ago, a man named Max Eisenhardt, who once called himself Eric Lyncher, teamed up with the Red Skull and other powerful villains to slaughter nearly all the superheroes. To achieve his goals, Eric Lyncher even steeled himself to personally kill his own beloved daughter. After the day the heroes fell, he staked his claim as a warlord over several states. But people usually prefer to call him by the other name that had grown infamous over the years. Magneto. For 50 long years in the wastelands, until the beginning of the Old Wolf's quest for home storyline, the aged Magneto, who had lost the power to defend himself, finally met his end at the hands of a black man who styled himself the Kingpin. Yet for now, though it's unclear whether he's become too old to wield those mutant powers at this very moment in time, he is still alive. Of course I remember. Half the Avengers fell at his hand, and those he led, replied the old stick as he sat on the edge of the bed, producing a silver medal cane seemingly from thin air. Running his fingers over the bandages wrapped around the cane for a better grip, Matt let out a gentle sigh. The memory of that day would forever stay with him. The Avengers were ambushed first, followed by the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, and every other team of heroes. The mightiest champions, like Thor and Iron Man, were all overwhelmed and brought down right at the outset. As a hero of lesser renown, fighting mostly in the shadows of the streets, Matt was never singled out. In his element, amid the alleyways and backstreets, he managed to carve himself a bloody path to survival. He'd survived by sheer luck, making it all the way to this day. If Bai hadn't sent Quicksilver to find him out of the blue, he'd honestly planned to spend the rest of his life in meditation, within the cloistered walls of the Cloister of Chastity. And truthfully, he'd already done so for nearly 40 years, ever since Bullseye had struck him down 3 years after the hero's fall. All right, show me what you're really capable of, Matt said softly, adjusting his sunglasses and pulling his Daredevil Under Armour more snugly. With that, the group set off, speeding towards Salt Lake City, over 600 kilometers from Drophammer City, which was once Las Vegas, a journey that would normally take 7 or 8 hours by road. But their heavily modified Spider-Mobile was astoundingly fast, its uncanny ability to survive sheer drops and cliffside hazards shaving hours off their trip. They drove up crags and cliffs as if they were smooth city streets. By the time they neared the outskirts of Salt Lake City, dusk had fallen, and a gentle rain began to patter from the sky. The car gradually slowed down, giving everyone a chance to observe their surroundings. Unlike the desolate, post-apocalyptic wasteland of Hammerfall, this place felt strikingly different. Many of the pre-war buildings still stood untouched. The high-rises along the street looked as though they had been dusted with powdery gray, their walls pocked with the small scars left by years of wind and rain. Here and there, lights flickered in the windows. At street level, a good number of people hurried about, preoccupied with their own affairs. I can't shake the feeling that something's not right, Pietro mumbled from the back seat, his gaze fixed on the pedestrians outside, Matt sitting silently beside him. Frank drove, as usual, with White Knight in the front passenger seat. Salt Lake City did retain some traces of its former self from before the war, yet every passerby avoided meeting anyone's eyes, moving with slow, defeated steps as if they hadn't eaten a proper meal in ages. At the sound of the spider car's engine roaring through the streets, people barely dared to spare it a sidelong glance, quickly picking up their pace, darting off the main avenue, and slipping away into the narrow alleys. This is Magneto's territory, Matt said softly, shaking his head. Though he had spent years in secluded retreat in the Himalayas, he still kept a close watch on the world's affairs. Whether the Red Skull still held power, whether Banner, that green-skinned creature, had perished in his cave, all of it concerned him. Most of all, he kept track of how Magneto had ruled these states over the past decades. Even Dr. Doom, his ruthless neighbor, sometimes found him excessively cruel. The spider car crept through gaunt, malnourished crowds, its tires pressing lightly over the grimy streets. The vehicle turned onto a main thoroughfare, but the quiet persisted, with only a handful of figures drifting along the sidewalk. Within the car, a tense silence hung in the air, everyone's eyes darting to every shadow, wary of hidden threats. As the spider car reached the far end of the avenue, Frank slammed on the brakes without warning. All eyes except Matt's snapped up, focusing on the tall, shadowed skyscraper looming at the street's end. On the dark surface of that skyscraper, countless slender iron spikes jutted out, icy and sharp. Hundreds of ordinary people had been impaled through their palms, pinned to the cold, unyielding wall. Their faces were twisted in agony. Cries and wails mingled into a single, shattering chorus, echoing across the empty blocks, though no one could hear their desperate pleas for release. Their hands, pierced and fixed to the wall, clutched futilely at the very stakes that tortured them. Below, their feet balanced precariously on rusted iron rods, the only things keeping them from falling. The blood of these hapless souls wept from their wounds, each drop a silent, mourning hymn. The dark red beads gathered and shimmered, rising slowly up into the air. On a gloomy, rain-soaked night, if anyone dared to get close enough, they would see beads of blood intertwining with tiny shards of iron drifting in the air, together painting a bizarre and gruesome tableau. The large characters originally scrawled in blood across the wall had begun to lose their color, as if worn by the passage of time, becoming faded and dim. Yet, as fresh blood and iron dust were smeared across their surface, those words once more shone with a ghastly, pallid brilliance. Boldly renewed, the blood-red character stood out before everyone's eyes. Mutants. The future. It seems Magneto truly has lost his mind, Bai said as he stepped out of the car, frowning and pulling open the door. By now, the streets were abandoned. No pedestrians, no lights. Only the top floor of the skyscraper standing vigil with a single, lonely lamp glowing faintly in the night. No wonder that, after Black King killed Magneto in the future and found himself a stadium where he fed people to dinosaurs on the grass each day, there were still crowds who flocked to support him. Magneto, after all, had stopped acting human decades ago. It's not hard to see what led him to this path. 43 years ago, in pursuit of a future for mutants, he killed his own daughter by his own hand and watched his son die before his eyes. He paid the steepest price and finally won a homeland for the mutants, only to see their numbers dwindle ever further, now barely numbering 100. So much for the prideful claim that mutants embodied the next step in human evolution. Now, it was little more than a cruel joke. Even in the film Logan, a spark of inspiration had been drawn from this. With so few mutants remaining, perhaps it was the Red Skull of this universe who had tainted their food and water supply with some agent, steadily suppressing mutant births. As Bai got out of the car, the Punisher was the first to jump down after him, gripping a gun tightly in his hand. He looked up at the people nailed to the walls of the skyscraper, his eyes burning with fury, teeth clenched so hard it sounded like bones grinding together. No one gets to kill him. Leave Magneto to me, he declared. With that, he shed his jacket and tossed it onto the driver's seat, exposing the stark white skull emblazoned across his chest. 81. Silent corridors stretched ahead, with rain tapping softly against the window panes, filling the air with a faint, delicate rhythm. On the gray walls, the pale glow of a dim lamp cast gentle halos of light. Beneath this gloomy illumination, the door at the far end of the hallway hung ajar, a faint sliver of light spilling from within. It was a patient's room. Under the lamp's glow, you could just make out the outlines of furnishings and a narrow hospital bed. The only sound was the soft, rhythmic drip of the rain outside. A gentle gust of wind pushed the slightly open door wider. An elderly man with silver hair lay in the bed, his face wizened with age. His hands rested peacefully atop the covers, his eyes closed, as if lost in thought or quietly drifting in sleep. A line of black numerals was tattooed on his arm, looking like some kind of serial number. On the bedside table rested a purple metallic helmet. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. His bloodshot blue irises reflected 4 unexpected figures. This abrupt vision briefly stalled his already overworked mind, and he struggled to make sense of what was happening before him. Today's hallucinations had come too soon. Usually, the ghosts clawing their way out of his memory only found him as he drifted off to sleep, not when he was administering punishment to those lesser creatures. Still, he composed himself and started to analyze each of these hallucinations in turn, treating them as a distraction to pass the time. The old man on the far left, holding a metal staff, he could snuff out his life with a mere twitch of his finger. The 2 figures in the middle were harder to read, though that skull face seemed strangely familiar. The feeling slipped away almost as soon as it brushed his thoughts. And then the 4th one, laid up in his hospital bed, the old man stared at the final phantom. A familiar face, with the same silver hair as his own, appeared before his eyes. His gaze widened in shock, and for a moment he was completely at a loss. His thoughts grew muddled, as if some crucial memory had been jolted awake. His features twisted in anguish, and he broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Outside, the nails driven through the unlucky soles loosened and fell away. Their weak legs could no longer support their weight between the iron stakes, and one by one they began to fall. But before their faces could meet the ground, each one managed a final smile of deliverance. Tears welled up in his eyes, overwhelming emotion sending the old man spiraling out of control. His sobs echoed through the hospital room. "I'm sorry. Truly, I'm so sorry to all of you." The Punisher watched the crying old man lying in bed, his own face utterly unmoved, cold to the core. He drew a pistol from his belt. The transparent parts of its frame glimmered faintly. He'd long carried this gun and its bullets, crafted entirely without metal, just for a moment like this. I always thought the Magneto I killed would never wind up a madman in a hospital bed. There was a trace of anger in his voice, his gaze locked sharply onto the old man's forehead, the barrel tilting upward to match. A gunshot tore through the silence of the sick room. Blood splattered the pristine sheets. At the same moment, the lights winked out, plunging the whole building into utter darkness. Outside, the rain kept falling, relentless as ever. Seconds later, the four figures appeared on the empty street below. There was still not a single light or living soul. The only difference now was the countless mangled corpses scattered near the foot of the tower. So, Magneto's dead. What comes next? The elderly man with the staff spoke slowly, thumping his back as he finished. He was really starting to feel his age. Quicksilver's mad dashes with the group had become quite a strain on his old bones. Yet compared to the discomfort in his back, what truly occupied his mind was what Bai intended to do next. Frank's reaction was perfectly human, but it wasn't at all what the old stick wanted. This world has never lacked for revenge and bloodshed. Tomorrow morning, this rain will stop, and the citizens of Salt Lake City will discover those bodies on the ground. Bai brushed the rain from his forehead, the icy droplets seeping into his skin. At first, they'll assume it's just another of their master's outbursts of brutality. Soon enough, though, one of Magneto's loyal servants will realize that he's truly dead, and those who have long positioned themselves to take his place will make their move. Matt nodded, reaching up to wipe the water from his sunglasses. Even though he had no need for them, having lost his sight, this habit of his hadn't changed, much like any ordinary person. This doesn't sound all that different from when Magneto was alive, does it? The old stick asked. Bai waved Frank and Pietro toward the car, then turned back to the old man beside him, both standing quietly in the rain. His reply was calm. There's a difference. To win people's loyalty, they'll have to treat their own followers a bit better for a while. And frankly, not many can measure up to Magneto's level of control. Besides, this is only temporary. We'll be coming back here again before long. Is that so? Matt shrugged, clearly skeptical of Bai's words. What's next for you, then? Planning to kill Hulk? If that's the case, spare these old bones of mine, he added dryly. Across these vast wastelands, there were four supervillains who ruled their own dominions. From left to right, they were Hulk, Magneto, Dr. Doom, and Red Skull. Now, with Magneto dead, the closest domain geographically was the one ruled by the Hulk. Bai listened quietly as the old stick made his jibes. He said nothing, only lifted the purple metal helmet in his hand and examined it carefully. After Frank had finished Magneto off with a single bullet to the head, Bai hadn't rushed to leave. He'd first secured the very prize he wanted. This helmet offered its wearer protection from all manner of psychic attacks and mind intrusion. Wanda might choose not to read another's mind, guided by her own conscience, but out here in the wasteland, not everyone played by such moral codes, good or bad. And for something this valuable, it would be a waste to let just one person use it. No, we're not going after the Hulk. Let those green-skinned brutes enjoy their time for now. As Bai spoke, he donned the helmet. Before putting it on, he'd thoroughly checked it. There were no traps, nothing suspicious, the thing was perfectly clean. He rolled his neck to loosen up and, after getting used to the extra weight on his head, opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Looking at the old daredevil who was still standing outside, he said, "First, we'll go find an old friend from the X-Men. After that, you'll have to admit I'm right." After a brief hesitation, Matt let out a sigh. "All right, then." He got into the car. At the edge of a canyon in the desert, a group of men who looked exactly the same stood together. Their hairstyles, the band around their foreheads, every feature was identical, as if they were all copies of a single person. These identical figures were struggling to carry several corpses. The bodies were already beginning to decompose, though it was still easy to see the resemblance they shared with the living man. They carried the corpses toward a large pit they had dug with shovels, muttering curses and quiet words under their breath. But the harsh, lonely wind and the rushing air around the bodies made their speech little more than muffled fragments. Suddenly, as one, they stopped what they were doing and raised their heads, all eyes fixed on the distant yellow sand. Somewhere in the distance, the rumble of an engine drifted on the wind. Thank you to the reader, Gongin Mingyue Shuang, for the 100 coin reward, and to the reader, Paisher, for the 200 coin reward. Please support with your recommendations and monthly votes. The spider car weaved nimbly between the snow-laden cedars, its engine rumbling low, the friction of tires on the ground a clear undertone. Kicking up dust as it braked, it slid to a stop in a wide clearing in front of the factory. The sudden noise startled the birds in the forest, sending them fluttering and chattering away to find new perches. Clang! Bai opened the door and jumped out, glancing back at the cargo he'd brought back this time, along with his most important former X-Men ally. A stout towing rope was tied to the car's rear bumper, connecting it firmly to another, somewhat rusty storage cabin. "Time to unload," he shouted, waving toward the spider car. then strode over to the Weapon X facility's metal gates, rapping his knuckles against the electronic doorbell on the touchpad. Who on earth designed this place? Now, none of the scars from last time's explosive arrows could be seen. Even the rooftop antennae and radar had been completely restored, thanks to the diligent repairman. Hearing Baillet's call, Frank twisted the key and shut off the engine, exchanging a glance with Pietro before heading to the bulky trailer at the back. With a nod of understanding, Frank took a half-step back, gun in hand, allowing Quicksilver to step up and unlock the iron lock on the storage compartment. Meanwhile, Frank cocked his weapon, aiming the barrel at the slowly opening door. MMMM. The door had only just cracked open when a blast of cold wind rushed inside, carrying with it a chorus of muffled moans from within. The sounds differed in pitch, some pleading, others furious, but all were muffled, as if each mouth had been stuffed with a rag. Shut up. The next one who makes a sound, I swear I'll blow their brains out, Frank snapped, his brow furrowed in irritation. This crew of punks, boldly wearing his insignia with not a hint of originality, had already pushed him to the edge. And now, to top it off, Baillet had insisted he couldn't kill anyone. That only made his mood worse, mounting frustration bubbling inside him. After his threat, the inside of the train car finally fell silent. Frank holstered his gun and strode forward, yanking out a young man sporting a bright red mohawk. The punk's hands and feet were firmly bound with coarse rope, his face a patchwork of bruises and swelling, nose twisted at an odd angle. But the most striking feature was the white skull emblazoned across his t-shirt, splattered with dried blood. Paired with the lopsided nose, it was clear this Punisher gang member hadn't had an easy time. Baillet had forbidden killing, but that didn't mean Frank couldn't dish out a beating. Seeing the sorry state of the Punisher gang brought him a flicker of satisfaction. Without missing a beat, he turned back to the car and hauled out several more, one after another. Each looked different, but they all reeked of punk, ragtag rabble, no mistake. Once off the train, the prisoners quickly formed a line. Not all hailed from the Punisher gang. Among them were members of the Ghost Gang, cosplaying as Ghost Rider, the Daredevil-besotted Knight Demon Gang, and other such imitators. When Frank finally stopped dragging cargo from the car, a man with a metallic collar around his neck descended on his own. He was a weary-looking, bearded, middle-aged man, a green headband tied across his brow, clad in a jacket over a flashy sequin shirt. It was Jamie Madrox, the Multiple Man. Jamie squinted up at the X-Weapon factory before him, a forbidding sight, and instinctively hunched his shoulders with a sigh. His mouth was unblocked, but his arms and legs were tied, and the mutant inhibitor at his throat left him weak and powerless. Just a day before, Jamie and his own Madrox gang, a crew fashioned from his own duplicates, had set out to rendezvous with another Madrox gang in Tenenbaum Canyon, only to find every last duplicate there already dead. Out of a sense of pity for themselves, Jamie's surviving men decided to dig a gigantic grave, burying all the fallen Jamies together. Then they hit the wastelands to seek answers. Who on earth had dared kill members of the Madrox gang? To make an enemy of one Jamie is to make an enemy of every Jamie, all at once. After struggling to dig a massive pit with their shovels, large enough to bury more than a dozen bodies, the group braced themselves against the nauseating stench, hoisting the corpses over their shoulders, preparing to toss them in. But just as they were about to finish the task, an off-road vehicle burst through the desert sands. Before the Jamies could even react, the people on the vehicle opened fire, shooting until only one Jamie was left alive. Without a word, the group strapped a restraining collar onto the sole surviving Jamie, tied him up, and, with a rough shove, kicked him into the pitch-dark interior of the car. Throughout the rest of the day, more captives, each bound just like him, were thrown inside. But why did these people massacre so many Jamies, only to capture one alive? What did they want? Was it possible that, at some point, a Jamie had accidentally offended someone powerful? No, that couldn't be it. If it was just about vengeance, why capture so many others from different gangs, too? As Jamie's mind churned with confusion, tangled in wild speculation, Baillet appeared at his side, almost out of nowhere. Grinning, Baillet slung an arm around Jamie's neck and greeted him warmly. "Jamie, my good brother, how have things been lately?" The sudden friendly greeting startled the clone, making him shudder. He stammered back, I'm doing okay. Not bad." He remembered clearly. It was this very man who had killed the Jamie, carrying the corpse. "Oh really? Have you felt any discomfort the last time you split? Or, any clone constipation?" "Oh, no." Jamie's eyes darted about, finally deciding honesty was safest. "Well, you'd better pray you can still clone yourself properly today." It was then that Jamie noticed Baillet removing the purple helmet from his head. Baillet reached out, fiddling with the mutation collar around Jamie's neck. With a crisp click, the locks on the collar sprang open. Without missing a beat, Baillet slammed the purple helmet down onto Jamie's head, then delivered a heavy punch straight to his face. With a desperate yelp of pain, Jamie's body convulsed, splitting from the torso upwards into two separate figures. Their bound hands tangled awkwardly in the air, each trying to grab the other, but neither could halt the process. Within seconds, two identical Jamies collapsed onto the ground, side by side. Gasping for breath, Jamie stared at his duplicate. They were so alike, like perfect reflections in a mirror, but in their eyes, different emotions flickered, one full of rage, the other racked with agony. But Bai Yi was unconcerned with these details. What caught his attention was this. Both Jamies now wore deep purple metal helmets on their heads. All right, what are the rest of you little punks waiting for? Frank, noticing Bai Yi's mission was a success, fired a shot into the air and herded the scruffy wasteland misfits toward the factory doors, now swinging open. Meanwhile, Bai Yi watched the weakened clones with a cheerful smile, picking up one of the helmets from atop a clone's head and tucking it under his arm. He observed as a few factory workers came running out, holding mutant inhibitors in their hands, swiftly putting them on both Jamies and leading them away. With a thoughtful touch to his chin, Bai Yi then put the helmet back on his head. He was by no means the first to exploit a clone's power in manufacturing a new product. In the Ultimate Universe, Earth 1610, Quicksilver once used the multiple man's clones to mass-produce Magneto's helmet, selling them for an exorbitant price during the height of anti-mutant hysteria, and made a hefty fortune. Still worried that your mutant daughter hears your every thought and senses your secret resentment toward her, day after day? Still afraid that Jean Grey might slip into your mind at any moment, searching for signs of plots against your own child? With a perfect replica of Magneto's helmet now available, you too can block out every filthy little thing trying to eavesdrop on your soul, just like Magneto. And when you creep up to your daughter's door at 2 in the morning, pistol in hand and loaded, ready to point it at her head, she will remain completely unaware of your intentions. This product received overwhelming praise the moment it hit the market. Even people with no mutants in their families bought a few to keep at home. After all, who would want someone peering into their deepest thoughts? I don't understand. You've duplicated Magneto's helmet and rounded up some thugs? What exactly are you trying to do? It was only now that Stick finally stepped out of the car, approaching Bai Yi with a look of confusion. Unlike Frank, who burned with fury toward anyone daring to impersonate him, Stick felt no such rage or bloodthirsty hatred. In his mind, the wasteland could only benefit from being rid of a few low-life thugs. But Bai Yi's every move seemed hard to read. In the end, he couldn't help but speak up. Let's talk inside. Hearing Matt's question, Bai Yi nodded and led him into the heart of the Weapon X factory, where the corridors now gleamed spotless after a thorough cleaning in their wake. The two soon traversed a long hallway and passed the lab that had once served as an arena before finally arriving at the new laboratory where Walter and the others were waiting. Bai Yi ushered Stick into Walter's lab, and instantly, an odd atmosphere washed over them. Dim lighting cast long shadows, while machines filled the space with their low, relentless drone and the faint static of electrical currents. In the center of the hall, several members of the Punisher gang sat stripped and shackled to workbenches. Terror washed across their faces as they struggled helplessly against their restraints. Other lab staff bustled about them, wholly detached, preparing for another round of experiments with utter indifference. They had done this countless times before under Hydra's command, long since numbed by using innocent civilians as test subjects. Now, dealing with a band of criminals elicited little more than routine efficiency. On one side of the laboratory, a group of people were examining a complex piece of machinery. On the other side, someone was working at a computer terminal. It was immediately clear that this was a state-of-the-art lab, with advanced devices and monitoring instruments occupying every corner. When Walter saw Bai Yi and the old man with the cane enter, a flash of excitement sparked in his eyes. He strode over quickly, his face beaming with a broad smile. "Mr. Bai, you're finally back. This new helmet looks fantastic. And this gentleman is—" His gaze paused as it shifted to Matt. "Call me the Cane Sage." Matt replied calmly, as if those two words meant nothing at all. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cane Sage." Walter nodded respectfully to the elder, adjusted his glasses, and looked back at Bai Yi. "The samples you provided have been separated successfully. We're about to begin testing how these thugs respond to the procedure. And Miss Maximoff is here assisting with our experiments," he added, gesturing to the side. In a corner, Wanda waved to Bai Yi in greeting. She'd been assigned here to keep things under control, just in case any of those thugs actually turned into super soldiers. Beside her, Quicksilver was animatedly recounting their journey to the Himalayas and all the wild tales regarding this universe's Magneto, much to Wanda's visible irritation. Was this world's father really such a scoundrel? She'd known from the moment they reunited years ago that he wasn't exactly a good man, but seeing how far he'd truly fallen was another matter entirely. She wondered, not for the first time, what had become of her father, the Magneto of her original reality. Ever since the outbreak of the zombie virus, they'd lost all contact. At that thought, Wanda's eyes grew a little dim. Bai offered her a slight nod and left the siblings to their conversation, turning his attention back to Walter. When can we start the experiment? And where's Clint? I haven't seen him since I came in. As soon as the factory's owner asked, Walter replied in a hurry. We can start now. Hawkeye went to get some rest a few hours ago. He's not as young as he used to be. Barton is with you as well. The old daredevil, his keen hearing catching the name, couldn't help but ask. He'd known Hawkeye survived. After the day of the Avengers' downfall, Zemo had gone out of his way to humiliate Clint, widely distributing footage of himself, sparing Barton's life. Tens of thousands of copies broadcast around the world, all to let people mock a fallen Avenger. There was even a copy of that tape in Matt's monastery at the Wall of Chastity. All he could do at the time was sigh in frustration, unable to help while years slipped by and the world, himself included, gradually forgot both the scandal and Hawkeye. He never expected to hear news of Clint Barton here, of all places. It was genuinely surprising. News really did travel slowly in the Cane Sage's circles. Begin recording. Subject number 1, 24 years old, male, member of the Punisher's gang. The technician carefully injected a pale blue solution into one of the captured Punishers. The instant the drug entered his system, his eyes bulged wide, and his anguished howls echoed through the laboratory. Immediately after, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, muscles swelling, bones creaking audibly in subtle, unnerving cracks. Bai frowned ever so slightly, his eyes fixed intently on the drastic changes overtaking the gang member. The technicians exchanged quiet remarks, diligently recording every detail of the subject's reaction to the injection. Walter's eyes sparkled with anticipation, brimming with excitement. He had once read tales in old books, Dr. Abraham Erskine and the First Captain America, and how an era of heroes had dawned in the wake of that experiment. Now it felt just like that historical moment, replayed. It hurts! It hurts! The test subject, gripped by agony, suddenly erupted with veins bulging from his skin. In a display of terrifying strength, crack, he snapped the heavy leather straps binding him, his massive hand lunging straight for the nearest technician's head. The technician caught off guard, eyes widened in terror. But in that perilous instant, a thread of scarlet energy snaked silently around the subject's thick arm, then wrapped him from head to toe. He let out a furious roar, but found himself utterly unable to move a muscle. Wanda, who had been observing all along and long since tuned out Pietro's complaints, made her move at last. The technician, narrowly escaped, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He threw a grateful look at the scarlet, which before hastily retreating, clipboard clutched tightly to his chest. Things had never been like this before. Avalanche might care about the lives of top scientists like Walter, but a low-level technician's fate would never have drawn such attention. Then, a new transformation overtook the subject. A moment later, his agonized screams rang out again, his face swelling into an even more grotesque mask of pain. His body ballooned, unnaturally inflated by invisible forces. The veins beneath his skin writhed like serpents. Meanwhile, the numbers on the nearby monitors spiked dramatically. His blood pressure was skyrocketing out of control, reaching astonishing new heights. The relentless pressure made his facial muscles contort in a nightmarish grimace. With a deafening, wet pop, his head burst open, like a watermelon crushed beneath a truck, showering the room in blood, bone, and gore. At once, the overhead ventilation fan thudded alive, whirring steadily as it drew out the heavy, metallic stench of blood from the air. Clean up this mess, and then bring in subject number 2, Walter said calmly, pushing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose with a practiced flick. Such a result was hardly surprising. Over the past decade, he had witnessed countless people die in all manner of ways from that tiny injection of serum. There were plenty of folks who had died in ways far worse than this. He had seen so many that he'd long grown accustomed to it. And besides, for the sake of science, for the sake of the world, he was sure those little thugs would feel honored to be part of something greater. A group of cleaners in blue uniforms quickly entered the lab, methodically scrubbing every trace of blood and scattered remains from the floor with their cleaning tools. Meanwhile, the pleas and whimpering of the second Punisher gang member went entirely ignored as the lab assistant steered him to the center of the laboratory. The stick just watched everything unfold without the slightest sign of anger or sorrow toward these experiments. Let's go see somewhere else. After nodding a brief farewell to Walter in the lab, Bai spoke quietly to Matt. There was no need for him to linger here, researching just how many pieces a human skull could shatter into. That was best left to the specialists. In the corridor, Bai and Stick walked side by side. The elongated overhead lights flooded the hallway, so brightly it almost gave off heat, but neither seemed to care. They simply walked on in silence. Experimenting on humans, treating clones as mere resources. That's hardly the work of a hero, Stick remarked, his voice light and airy, almost like a passing breeze. Then, abruptly, his tone shifted, and I'm glad you are one. Superheroes are so often chained by ideals and principles, yet the world's problems are always more complicated than they imagine. Maybe they can beat monsters or villains, maybe save a few innocent bystanders. He didn't finish his thought. The old daredevil simply let out a soft sigh and shook his head. In truth, even in the last 43 years, there were still a few superheroes, old and new, continuing their battles against the villains. But they either met a swift and brutal end, or, forced by circumstance, had no choice but to go into hiding. Those who lay low could only scrape by, biding their time, waiting for the villains to grow old and obsolete as the years trickled past. But, in reality, were the heroes themselves not growing old as well? Each time he pondered this, Matt couldn't help but sigh in frustration, feeling the passage of time etch itself ever deeper into his bones, a sense of uselessness gnawing away at him. Stick, lost in these countless thoughts, glanced at Bai Yi walking silently beside him. Just when he had resolved to fully give up, to waste away his days meditating in a monastery, waiting for the end, this man had suddenly emerged, as if from nowhere. He'd even sent for Matt, saying he had something big in mind. To be honest, when Stick saw Bai Yi have the Punisher kill Magneto, he did feel a flicker of disappointment. Deep down, it felt little different from what he himself might have done so many years ago. After that, thinking, well, since I'm here already, he followed him to the X-Weapon factory, never expecting a pleasant surprise awaited. So, from what you're saying, you're with us now? Why not? I've been cooped up in the Himalayas so long I'm about to grow moss. The old Stick shrugged when Bai Yi questioned him, as if it was hardly worth mentioning. After another walk down the corridor, they arrived at the entrance to the base's internal prison, where a few mechanics armed with guns were standing guard. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the makeshift guards hastily put down what they were doing and threw a crooked salute, looking tense and uneasy. Bai Yi waved his hand, signaling them to relax. No need to be so formal. Where's the mutant I brought in today? Take me to him. His gentle, forgiving tone eased the men's nerves, and they seemed to relax a little as they lowered their hands and let their expressions settle back into something more natural. One of them stepped forward to lead the way. This way, Mr. Bai. Inside, the prison was stark and forbidding. Thick, reinforced concrete walls radiated a cold, metallic chill. The lighting was dim, and the few sputtering incandescent bulbs cast hazy shadows against the walls. Iron bars loomed high, separating the cells from the outside world. Each cell contained a threadbare iron bed, draped with tattered sheets that gave off an air of hopeless decay. By the wall, beside a battered toilet, an old tap dripped ceaselessly, running with a faint, irritating patter. Everything inside the cells was bare and identical. Over the faces, Jamie's clones, faces swollen and flushed, each one with a restrictor clamped around their neck, lay resting on the narrow beds. Since Baron Zemo's warehouse stocked mutant growth hormones, it was only natural he'd also have a supply of mutant restrictor collars. The guard led Bai Yi and the old Stick up to one of the cell doors, and, drawing a hefty iron rod from his belt, banged it hard against the bars. All of you on your feet. Filthy mutant trash. There'll be plenty of sleep when you're dead. The guard's shout echoed fiercely down the cramped hallway. Inside the cells, the duplicate Jamies jolted upright in fright, some wide-eyed with fear, others glaring in defiant anger. Bai Yi and the old Stick stood off to the side, their gazes calm and cold, saying nothing as they quietly watched the scene unfold. The guard continued to hammer the iron bars, the harsh clang of metal filling the corridor, making no attempt to hide his contempt for the mutants. When satisfied he'd roused all the prisoners, he turned and flashed a sycophantic smile at Bai Yi. Well, all the mutants are secured here, sir. After they were brought in, we made several copies of the helmet design, just as you instructed. As he spoke, he pointed towards a wooden table at the end of the corridor. On the tabletop, an array of Magneto helmets was neatly arranged, each one matching exactly the number of duplicates present. The physical strength of the duplicates was no different from that of an ordinary person. With just 4 or 5 strong men, he could be firmly pinned down from head to toe after splitting, making it easy to secure him with a limiter. Bai Yi walked over to the table and gently ran his hand over one of the helmets. Its design and texture were identical to the one currently sitting atop his own head. Give us a moment of privacy, Bai Yi said, turning to address the guard. Seeing the guard tuck away his baton and step aside to stand at attention, Bai Yi picked up one of the helmets and handed it to Matt, who was standing next to him. Just as he'd mentioned before, It really would be too much of a waste to hoard such a good thing for himself. Old Daredevil didn't stand on ceremony. He accepted the helmet and put it on right away. But after shaking his head a little, he took it off and placed it back on the table with a frown. For someone so intensely reliant on his sense of hearing, the construction of this helmet left much to be desired. Hold on to it anyway. We're going to need these later, Bai Yi reminded him, then strolled over to the cell that housed the duplicate man, Jamie. Peering through the bars, he flashed a wide grin. Getting used to living here, Jamie? Jamie shrank back a bit, seemingly afraid to meet Bai Yi's gaze. However, this was hardly surprising. One minute he was out raiding and killing in the wastelands, making mischief every day, and the next he'd been tied up and hauled in by this guy. Also, his knockoff helmet could be copied. The thought of spending the rest of his days as a glorified item printer made Jamie shudder. What kind of darkness must lurk in someone's heart to pull off something like this? For his part, Jamie prided himself on a bit of mercy. He made sure to end things quickly for the unlucky travelers he robbed, never bothering to torment them. If that Ghost Rider gang had been called in, they'd have dragged their victims behind them for miles with iron chains. He couldn't help but wonder, after living so charitably, why had he ended up in such a sorry state? Naturally, Bai Yi had no idea what Jamie was thinking. Noticing the absent-minded look on Jamie's face, he snapped his fingers sharply to catch his attention. Used to it. I'm really used to it. Jamie stammered, jolted back to reality. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping block, utterly at his mercy. A single misstep could spell disaster. Seeing the duplicate man's attitude, Bai Yi nodded with satisfaction. When Jamie Madrox duplicated himself, he could copy his clothing and small personal items as well, though there was of course a limit to this ability. Otherwise, what would stop him from simply duplicating himself wearing a fully gem-encrusted infinity gauntlet in his left hand, Thor's Mjolnir in his right, with the 10 rings, the ultimate nullifier, and the cloak of levitation draped around his neck as a scarf? Wouldn't it be splendid to go up there now, give him a solid slap, and watch all his precious treasures scatter across the floor? It seemed that Magneto's helmet was conveniently recognized by his mutant powers as clothing, and was thus replicated along with the rest. But it made one wonder, could things like pendants made of precious metals, or even false teeth, also be copied by the doppelganger's ability? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Yi's gaze toward the doppelganger grew increasingly unfriendly. He lifted his hand and beckoned the guard over, then whispered, "Go check Zemo's warehouse for any vibranium or similar materials. Let's try them on this guy. When there are just too many doppelgangers, you know what to do, right?" His voice dropped even lower as he spoke. "No problem," the guard replied with a crisp salute, far sharper than before, his excitement barely contained. Watching the guard dash off, Jamie swallowed hard, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Bai Yi quietly stepped into the lounge, approaching Hawkeye's bedside. He bent down and gently shook his shoulder. "Clint, wake up." Clint rubbed his eyes and sat up, still groggy from sleep. He was about to voice his annoyance, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the old Daredevil. He blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes more vigorously, and exclaimed, "Matt? Matt Murdock, you're alive." Matt just smiled faintly, as if he had expected Hawkeye's reaction all along. "Yes, I'm still alive. Save the catching up for later. Put on this helmet, and come with us." Bai Yi interrupted before they could say more, pulling a helmet from behind his back and handing it over. "Magneto's helmet? This is top-notch. Where did you get it? And more than one, even?" Hawkeye's eyes widened in astonishment as he jumped from the bed, marveling as he placed the violet helmet on his head. He had been sound asleep moments earlier, completely unaware of the doppelganger incident and what Bai Yi's group had done in Salt Lake City. "I told you. We'll chat about all this later." After rounding up Punisher and Quicksilver and handing them each a helmet, Bai Yi led the 4 of them out the front gates of the Weapon X factory, stepping into a world still beneath a perfectly serene, cloudless sky. A deep blue canvas stretched out to the horizon, unmarred by a single cloud, like a flawless painting revealed before his eyes. No wind whispered, no bird sang, only pure, peaceful silence. The sun hung high above, its warm light blanketing the land, casting everything in bright, vivid clarity. Yet, despite the breathtaking beauty of the scene, Bai Yi felt no poetic urge. Instead, he simply turned and, exasperated, asked Matt beside him, "So, where's the thing I asked for?" He had written down everything clearly on the note he sent with Quicksilver earlier. Surely the old man hasn't forgotten about it? The stick elder smiled faintly, took out a metal staff, and pointed it toward the sky, speaking softly, "Look up." Everyone followed his lead and tilted their heads, gazing up at the sky. Suddenly, a powerful rush of wind swept through, accompanied by a faint mechanical whirring, drawing everyone's attention upward. Above their heads, a massive and utterly unique aircraft materialized out of thin air. It resembled a crescent moon lying flat, adorned with intricate metal patterns that shimmered with a gentle blue glow. At the heart of the crescent was a long, metallic cabin, its top capped with a pane of transparent glass for the cockpit, a vantage point for the pilot. Its appearance was so unconventional that for a moment, no one could relate it to any traditional aircraft. Even the recognizable wings of a Quinjet were absent. The aircraft descended slowly, settling down not far from the group. The force of its landing swept the snow aside, revealing patches of earth long hidden beneath the frost. Well, what are you waiting for? Climb aboard. This will get us there a lot faster than the spider cycle, Bai called out, glancing at the still astonished group. Everyone except the stick elder, of course, before striding confidently into the cabin ahead of them. This helicopter was a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, privately built by the Moon Knight himself, hence the crescent shape. After the day of the fall, no one quite knew how it ended up in the hands of the stick elder. Once everyone had boarded, the aircraft soared skyward, racing straight toward the clouds beyond the horizon. Its surface shimmered with crackling energy, forming a thin protective shield that kept the winds and rain at bay, ensuring the cabin remained peaceful and comfortable. Where exactly are we headed? Pietro, clearly intrigued, wandered around inside the cabin, curiously inspecting every corner before turning to Bai for an answer. Without pausing or looking back as he walked toward the cockpit, Bai replied, "Chicago, the Mutants' Sanctuary." Thank you to reader Dao Wu Huaxia for the generous 1,500-point reward. The Moon Knight's aircraft pierced through the night, streaking like a silver crescent mounted in the depths of darkness. Around it, clouds pressed close, rolling thunder raging above them like the dance of ancient gods, so loud it shook the soul. Bolts of lightning crisscrossed the sky, cleaving through the blackness to reveal the aircraft's sleek silhouette. Hours had passed since their departure, and they were now blazing a rapid trail from Canada toward Chicago. So, you've been living in seclusion in the Himalayas ever since the day of the fall. After listening to the stick elder's account, Hawkeye absently scratched his own salt and pepper hair, the helmet resting in his hand. He was surprised, though not entirely dumbfounded. Ever since witnessing the group led by Bai escape from another zombie-ravaged universe, he'd come to realize that his capacity for accepting the impossible had grown by leaps and bounds. It was 39 years ago, Matt interjected, correcting him before turning his gaze to Bai, who stood at the cockpit door. Heading to the mutant forbidden zone. As you've just seen, it'll still be some time before the super soldier serum is fully developed. In the meantime, we have enough time to seek out every faction on the wasteland that might be willing to join forces, Bai replied, resting his hand on the back of the pilot's seat. At the controls was one of hundreds of disciples belonging to the old monk, who, over these past decades, had hardly been idle. These disciples were absolutely loyal to the monastery. So loyal, in fact, that even if the old monk sent them on a suicide mission, not a single one would utter a word of protest. Their partnership with the old monk wasn't only for the Moon Knight's aircraft in his arsenal. While such advanced technology was exceedingly rare on the wasteland, it wasn't entirely unique. What truly made Bai value this alliance was the band of seasoned warriors before him. They would be the ideal candidates for the very first round of serum injections. "Gentlemen, we're about to arrive," the pilot announced to everyone in the cabin over the intercom. Almost immediately, the craft jolted as it began its descent through the clouds. As they lost altitude, rain streaked down the cockpit glass, blurring the view beyond. Yet, despite the downpour, the aircraft landed smoothly on the ground below. The moment they touched down, raindrops splashed outward in all directions, water arcing and spraying over the field. When the craft finally came to a complete stop, they could see the rain still pouring down in sheets, cascading across the landscape outside the window. Stepping out of the cockpit, Bai was greeted by the damp, refreshing air. He raised his hand to the rim of his helmet, feeling the rain slide down his fingers and soak his palm. He turned toward the edge of the horizon, where a city of futuristic design shimmered, its outlines blurred and distant behind the curtain of rain. Modern buildings of deep gray steel and cold blue light defined its unique appearance, while swathes of black smoke drifting low over the city cast everything in somber shadow. This was Illinois, in the American Midwest, one of the domains ruled by Dr. Doom in this universe. And that city in the distance? It was the newly forged New Chicago, transformed by his hand. The rest of their party disembarked as well, each already wearing a Magneto helmet. On their journey, they'd learned who held sway over this land. It was the White Queen herself, Emma Grace Frost, a mutant telepath who had once bested Professor X in a battle of minds. She could encase her entire body in flawless diamond, or manipulate someone's thoughts with ineffable precision. In this world, there couldn't be more than a handful who rivaled her in such power. A single, resonant chime rang out. After giving a flick to the helmet perched atop his head, Bai strode off purposefully toward a small cluster of buildings beside the city. Back in that fateful war, most mutants, aside from the X-Men, chose to remain on the sidelines, or even went so far as to join Red Skull's faction. Emma found herself somewhere in between. Rumor had it that she secured her survival by forging a marriage alliance with Dr. Doom. Judging by the fact that the last major mutant enclave, the Mutant Forbidden Zone, lay at the very heart of Doom's territory in America, the rumor seemed more truth than fiction. Once Bai Yi and his group had moved on, the pilot swiftly pressed a sequence of buttons and switches on the console before him. Under his skilled hands, the vehicle began to emit a faint hum, blending seamlessly with the wall of falling rain until it vanished from sight. "Someone is coming," old Daredevil suddenly said as they walked. His super hearing, under ordinary circumstances, could paint a three-dimensional image of the world in his mind, as vivid as reality itself. But with the helmet dulling his senses and the relentless rain interfering, he found himself unable to see the newcomers clearly. Through the curtain of rain, two figures in emerald green cloaks appeared in the distance, as if stepping out of a dream. The deluge blurred their outlines and hid their faces, cloaking them in an air of unfathomable mystery. The group halted, watching the two figures with wary eyes. Bai Yi, however, said nothing. He merely stood and waited as the cloaked pair approached. When they reached him, the two bowed with effortless grace and gestured politely behind them. "White Queen invites you," they announced. Following their outstretched hands, one could see a towering, gray-domed building rising above the low-slung rooftops, reaching up into the sky. Adjusting his helmet, Bai Yi gazed at the figures, their faces concealed beneath deeply shadowed hoods. Even at close range, nothing could be made out of their features. "Lead the way," he replied. According to the story, Emma's telepathy was just as formidable 50 years into the desolate future during Old Man Logan's search for home. She could read the minds of both Hawkeye and Logan, all while concealing from them the ravages of time upon her own appearance. All the more so, then, would her powers be potent now, 43 years into the Wasteland era. Bai Yi thought to himself that getting his hands on Magneto's helmet had truly been a bargain. Unlike Professor X, who would honor boundaries and not intrude upon your thoughts, the White Queen had no such qualms when it came to reading or manipulating the minds of others. Upon hearing his reply, the two cloaked figures promptly turned, leading the group through the rain toward the domed building. They strode across the slick, wet ground, weaving their way through the narrow, rain-soaked streets. Rain poured endlessly from the sky, shrouding everything in a veil of water. The buildings lining the streets stood blurred behind this curtain, their shapes barely discernible, with only the cold blue lights of New Chicago struggling to pierce the deluge, tracing faint outlines against the night. At the entrance of a tall building, a glass awning shielded the space from the downpour, and within the lobby, a lavish sofa sat quietly in place. Upon the sofa sat a mysterious woman, golden-haired and dressed in white. A mask concealed her face, revealing only a pair of blue eyes that glinted beneath the lobby lights. Standing beside the sofa was an elderly man, tall and gaunt, dressed immaculately in a black leather coat. His head was completely bald, not a strand of hair in sight, and the years had etched deep, furrowed lines onto his face. His lips were pressed tightly together, giving the impression that he had little interest in conversation. Their gazes met in silence, until Bai Yi took the initiative and stepped forward into the room. "Good evening, gentlemen. I apologize for failing to greet you at the door," the blonde woman said, her voice languid as she crossed one long leg over the other, her gloved hand waving lazily in Bai Yi's direction. Though her words conveyed regret, her relaxed posture showed not the slightest hint of change. Bai Yi seemed unbothered. Glancing at the old man in black, whose composure remained unshaken, he smiled at the woman and replied, "Not at all. To call on you at such an hour and make you receive us personally, clearly, we are the ones at fault." The masked, golden-haired woman gave a slight nod, as if accepting his apology, then gestured with her hand toward the old man in black. "Forgive Black Bolt here if he seems brusque. He's a man of few words." The old man in black slowly lifted a finger to his lips, the gesture graceful and assured. The gentle contact left a faint impression upon his weathered mouth. "Black Bolt?" Clint blinked, surprised at the revelation of the elder's identity. For decades, the Inhumans seemed to have vanished from the world, their presence erased like footprints in rain. Yet here, within the forbidden lands of mutants, one stood before him, no less than royalty among his people. Why, then, did a figure of such stature take orders in another's house? The aged Black Bolt caught the question in Clint's eyes and offered him a subtle, knowing smile. "My name is Emma Frost, and I welcome you to the Mutant Sanctuary," the woman announced, flicking her golden hair aside. With a snap of her fingers, several attendants in green cloaks immediately appeared, bringing forth more sofas for their guests. Still, none of those present chose to sit. They stood exactly where they were, unmoving. Not taking a seat, Hawkeye? If not, why don't you tell me why you've brought so many people to my domain at this hour? Seeing everyone remain standing, the White Queen sighed in mild exasperation, then turned her gaze towards Clint, who was still eyeing Black Bolt. She couldn't help but wonder what two grown men found so fascinating about staring at each other. And where did you even get so many Magneto helmets? I'm not here to hurt you. Is all this really necessary? With that, she gently pressed a hand to her chest, striking a pose of wounded sorrow. Oh, that does sound pitiful, Clint retorted, adjusting the helmet he'd been grumbling about on the way over. His lips pulled down in a cold sneer. If you hadn't betrayed us back then, maybe, just maybe, I'd have shed a tear or two for you. Emma didn't answer him directly. Instead, she shifted into a more comfortable position and replied, That's just the law of the jungle, Mr. Barton, survival of the fittest. If not for my husband, there'd have been no saving so many mutants. Is that so? Save so many mutants? Then why don't you call them in now? Do you think all the mutants left in this world could even fill half this hall? Let's see exactly what you've saved, shall we? Clint's cold laugh rang out, completely dismissive of Emma's defense. For decades, there'd been no news of new mutants appearing anywhere. Paired with the fact that mutant numbers were surging right before the heroes fell, anyone could guess who was to blame for the mutants' fate. What a poisonous tongue you have, Hawkeye. Emma leapt to her feet, golden hair tumbling wild behind her. Her fists were balled and trembling. Clint's words struck the raw nerve she could never ignore. Decades without a single new mutant. People constantly mocking that mutants were just a genetic fluke, gone as quickly as they came. A people who'd once thrived, dazzling in their prime, would soon exist only as a chapter in the history books, fading away as the last of them grew old and died. For someone who'd always carried pride in being a mutant, it was almost unbearable. Enough talk. Get to the point. Why did you bring these people here? If you have nothing to say, then get out. She spat the words through gritted teeth at Clint, who was still showing off his helmet. Black Bolt, meanwhile, maintained his usual unshakable calm. Seeing the White Queen's anger at her wound laid bare, Clint just shrugged, entirely unbothered. He jerked his thumb at Bai Yi. He's the one in charge. I've got better things to do than seek you out. Hearing Clint's words, Emma finally turned slowly. The light caught Bai Yi, and for the first time, she really looked at the Asian man wearing a similar purple helmet. She drew a long breath and sat back down, forced to rely on close observation of Bai Yi's expression and posture. She couldn't use telepathy here. As the bickering grew quiet, Bai Yi stepped forward and took a seat among the guests. The purple helmet concealed most of his face, so Emma could only read the shape of his mouth. Pleased to meet you, White Queen. His voice was calm and indifferent, carrying a faint tone of asking a question he already knew the answer to. I wonder, why do you hide your true face from us? Everyone has their privacy and secrets. Whether I wear a mask or not is none of your concern besides. Emma's voice wavered slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I don't recall ever meeting you. What exactly do you want? Her mutation did not include agelessness or immortality. For years, her greatest telepathic achievement had been making others believe she was still as young as she appeared. Today, however, Bai Yi and his group arrived wearing Magneto helmets, devices that shielded the mind from telepathy. Forced into a corner, she had to don her mask and cover every part of herself that might betray any sign of aging. Bai Yi's words unsettled her, but she knew better than to let her irritation show. Swallowing her indignation, she shifted the conversation elsewhere. You may not remember me, but I surely remember you. Bai Yi spoke as he crossed his legs, mimicking the White Queen's posture as he too settled into the sofa. The sofa's luxurious comfort was immediately apparent. No wonder she insisted on sitting here. She truly knew how to enjoy life. And I believe you'll recognize him. Come here, Pietro. With that, he gestured with a slight wave of his hand. At his signal, Pietro stepped forward from behind Frank and the old stick, silvery strands of hair slipping out from the seams of his helmet and collar. The helmet, which looked ill-fitting on others, suited Pietro with flawless ease. Emma frowned at first, uncertain of Bai Yi's intentions. But the moment she saw Pietro's face, her icy blue eyes widened behind the mask, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Quicksilver? I thought you died 40 years ago. The servant in charge of surveillance had previously identified only Hawkeye. The rest of the group had been dismissed as nameless companions. Pietro shrugged. He'd heard this question countless times. He was almost tired of it. Yet he replied, all the same, well, you could say I didn't die completely. Beside them, Black Bolt, who had until then shown no reaction, parted his lips slightly in astonishment as he looked at Pietro. Though so many years had passed, these familiar faces once fought alongside the Avengers. There was no chance they could mistake one another now. Regaining her composure, Emma traced the edge of her mask with her fingertip and asked in a low voice, "What on earth is happening here?" She had not fought in any of the bloody battles that took place 43 years ago, when nearly every member of the X-Men perished at the school. The once-renowned White Queen of the mutant world hid away alone in her Latverian castle, silently bearing witness to it all. Black Bolt was with her then too, never taking part in the fight. A few old friends from the Hellfire Club did roll up their sleeves and join in, but the results weren't exactly promising. One of the reasons she hadn't denied what Clint said earlier was because, back in those days, she really had betrayed the superheroes. And now, with Quicksilver suddenly appearing right in front of her, she couldn't help but feel startled. After all, the downfall of Quicksilver's Avengers team had been broadcast live on television for everyone to see. Afterwards, countless people had flocked to Las Vegas to confirm whether it was true, and, in the end, they found solid evidence in the hammer lying on the ground. Pietro didn't answer immediately. He blinked, glancing at Emma, then at Black Bolt, and finally rested an inquiring look on Bai Yi, clearly asking, "Should I tell them?" Bai Yi gave him a reassuring nod. Taking a deep breath, Pietro began to recount everything, weaving calmly through the events, starting with the arc of lightning that tore across the sky of the zombie universe, all the way to Magneto's death in the Wasteland universe. He felt no emotional attachment to this universe's father of his. Dying was simply dying. Even in their original universe, their relationship had been nothing remarkable. When he and Wanda had first joined the Brotherhood of Mutants, it was hardly by choice. Back when the siblings were still teenagers, Wanda had lost control of her powers and accidentally set a house on fire. The frightened, superstitious villagers were ready to beat the witch to death with pitchforks and sticks right there. At first, Pietro had tried to shield his sister with his abilities, but he was still young and inexperienced and was quickly overpowered by the villagers. Just as things turned dire, Magneto suddenly appeared, saving them both, and then, with the leverage of his life-saving intervention, forced them into joining the Brotherhood. So that's how it was. Sitting on the sofa, Emma stroked her chin, her voice as composed as ever, though inwardly she was shaken to her core. She composed herself and looked across at Bai Yi. Judging from a story of this universe's Quicksilver, it was this very man before her who had led them through narrow escapes from zombies, while felling no small number of wasteland villains along the way. "So tell me, what is it you want? Mr. Bai Yi, have you come all this way into mutant territory just for some idle chat with me?" Emma accepted a glass of champagne from the attendant beside the sofa. She traced her fingers gently around the rim, watching the endless stream of bubbles rising within, as if momentarily transported back to another time. "Or is it that you plan to do to us what you did to Eric?" she continued quietly, her voice now low, edged with a hint of menace. The atmosphere at once became tense. Baye's eyes flicked about the room. His enhanced vision didn't miss Black Bolt drawing a slow, silent breath through his nose. Behind him, Quicksilver's leg muscles grew taut, and everyone else, too, seemed poised and ready for a fight. "Of course not. We're not some savages who kill everyone on sight." He waved his hand as he spoke, and with those words, the tense, sword-drawn atmosphere instantly dissipated. Everyone present let out a breath of relief. Just then, the server approached once more, carrying a silver tray and presenting each person with a glass of champagne. Taking his glass and setting it down on the glass coffee table, Bai looked Emma straight in the eye. "Before I reveal our true intentions, perhaps you could tell us first, why did you betray the heroes all those years ago?" "That's important," he added. Listening to Bai Yi, a complex glimmer danced in Emma's blue eyes, as if she was weighing whether or not to reveal her true thoughts. Her lips parted ever so slightly. She seemed on the verge of speaking, yet didn't know how to begin. Silence fell over the hall. The only sound was the faint fizz of champagne bubbles rising gently to the surface. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "They had Dr. Doom, Loki, Red Skull, Dormammu. Almost every villain you've ever met or heard of had joined the assault. We stood no chance whatsoever. My marriage to Doom was a matter of necessity." She was not offering these words to excuse her past, but simply to let everyone understand. For her own survival, and for the future of her people, she had been forced to make some painful decisions. "That's your reason?" said Clint, shaking his head in disappointment. He would have preferred to hear the White Queen had truly fallen, to the point of siding with Red Skull, rather than surrender before the fight even began. Hearing this, Bai lightly tapped his fingers on his thigh, his expression inscrutable. He neither agreed nor disagreed. After a moment's thought, he stopped tapping and asked, "If you could betray the heroes for your own survival and your people's future, could you betray Dr. Doom for the same reason?" What are you getting at? The White Queen's blue eyes narrowed in suspicion, scrutinizing the man before her. Exactly what I said. Judging by the way you and your husband are living apart, things don't seem that harmonious. Bai glanced around the hall, a hint of amusement in his voice. This place had once been a lavish banquet hall, elegantly appointed and dazzling in its beauty. Chandeliers hung from a lofty ceiling, bathing the space in gentle light. Opulent murals and sculptures adorned the walls, steeping the room in an air of artistry. Underfoot, luxurious carpets offered a plush, comforting tread. Yet, upon closer inspection, there were clear signs of decline. The murals had faded. The sculptures bore marks of neglect. The attendants lacked the means to restore this grand edifice, once so splendid, but now serving as a makeshift palace. The old and weary face beneath Emma's mask flickered with shifting emotions. Deep down, she knew that what Bai said was true. The former glory of this place had long since faded away. Though her marriage to Doom was never about love, it was a matter of politics and mutual benefit. Dr. Doom had once made her generous promises, the kind of honeyed words any man in the throes of passion might utter. But as time went by and her beauty faded, they barely interacted anymore. Doom had become immune to her telepathic influence. It would only be a few more years before she would have to manipulate everyone's mind to make them believe this place was still gleaming and splendid, just as she made them think she herself was still young. Bai lifted his head and glanced at Emma. His eyes met hers, his gaze cutting through the shadow of his helmet to lock with her pale blue eyes. He raised his wrist so she could see the blue-green veins beneath his skin and said, "I can give you what every woman fears to lose." Emma responded as if on cue. "And what's that?" "The infinity formula." Back in World War II, a scientist named Berthold Sternberg developed the infinity formula, a serum that could dramatically extend human lifespan. When Nick Fury, wounded and barely clinging to life during a mission in France, received a dose of Sternberg's serum, not only did he spring back to life, but he also began to age much slower than an ordinary man. In the decades that followed, however, Sternberg continued to blackmail Fury, demanding enormous sums for continued access to the serum. Seeing the White Queen's resolve waver, Bai smiled quietly, waiting for her next move. What? He didn't actually have the infinity formula yet? No matter. Promises are easy to make. If all else failed, he could just hook her up to a tube and transfuse the formula directly to Emma. After all, that was exactly how the Patriot of the Young Avengers truly gained his powers. The super soldier serum he himself injected had been blended with the infinity formula, and those who had received the serum would periodically secrete its magical components. His own blood carried traces of it as a result. "Do you really have the infinity formula?" Emma's interest was piqued. Now that her looks had faded, she dreaded every morning, afraid of what awaited her in the mirror. She constantly feared discovering a new wrinkle or spotting another strand of hair turn gray. Her golden hair, in fact, was carefully dyed. Doom was just a few dozen kilometers away, yet had not checked on her for years. If the old bastard had turned his back on her, then why shouldn't she do the same? With that thought in mind, she gritted her teeth, looked straight at Bai, and removed her mask. The aircraft descended slowly, dust and wind swirling in the air. Where they landed, one could still barely discern the remnants of a once prosperous city. Now, it had become nothing more than a wasteland. The land was cracked and exposed, with no shelter in sight. Dust and gravel covered the ground, leaving no trace of green. The few remaining trees seemed dry and weary, as if they had endured endless winds, sandstorms, and the relentless passage of years. Scattered around a landing zone were some abandoned buildings, now reduced to little more than shattered walls and broken corners. In the distance stood a tall building, once mighty, but now a collapsed ruin. Its structure was mangled, the roof and walls swallowed by the earth, leaving only heaps of rubble and debris behind. "We're here. This is the place, the remains of the Baxter Building. Back in the day, when I hauled cargo across the east and west, I'd pass by here all the time," said Hawkeye, standing at the hatch. He gazed at the fallen building, still mostly intact thanks to its original materials, inside with a mix of memory and regret. This place saw a massive battle once. Rhino, Red Tank, and the rest tore the surrounding city to pieces. At least 100,000 civilians met their end here. White Knight was the first to step off the plane. He rolled his neck as he looked toward the spot Clint had mentioned. As he expected, the White Queen simply couldn't resist such temptation. In this moment, she cared far more about the chance to regain her youth than about rebuilding the mutant race. Mutants on these wastelands were now teetering at the edge of extinction. The past was best left behind. Once she had given her clear answer, the group set off again, heading for America's Midwest, toward a place now called Electronic City. On the way, he turned to Clint and spoke quietly. "You still remember your Avenger codes and whatnot, right?" This trip wasn't about catching up with any old acquaintances who might still be alive. There was plenty worth grabbing inside the Baxter building. For example, there was a fully preserved anti-Hulk armor stashed away down there. Who could say why Tony left one of his creations in the Fantastic Four's old headquarters? It certainly couldn't have been little Franklin's Children's Day present. Of course I do, Clint replied confidently. I may be old, but my mind's as sharp as ever. Look up ahead. That's what's really worth seeing here. Excitement crackled in Clint's voice as he pointed forward. By now, the group had reached the far side of the collapsed tower. There, lying in the dust, was the faded symbol of a giant number 4, casting an air of desolation that was hard to ignore. But that wasn't what caught their attention. Beneath the rubble of the building, pinned down by its weight, lay an enormous skeleton, so huge its height nearly matched that of the ruined tower itself. The skeleton was imposing, a clear testimony to the power and majesty it had once possessed. Its bones glimmered with a faint, ghostly sheen, lending the figure a mysterious and awe-inspiring presence amid the devastation. On the skull's head sat an enormous golden helmet adorned with antler-like horns. The helmet, decorated with lavish patterns and intricate engravings, shimmered with a golden glow, a style unmistakably reminiscent of Norse legends. Back when Reed and Susan disappeared, they blew up the Baxter building. Wow, you can't imagine how spectacular that was. Hawkeye stroked his chin as he approached the gigantic skeleton. Just one of its finger bones towered over him. Trailing behind, Frank, who had said little along the way, came closer and brushed his hand over the bone. He turned and asked, "And then?" "Well, I heard, just a rumor. Mind you," Clint cleared his throat, coming up to the skeleton as well. He simply leaned on the massive bone and continued. Thor's brother, Loki, was pounding his fists furiously against the Baxter building's energy shield. The next instant, he was blasted sky high, and then buried beneath the ruins. Old-timers around here say he wasn't killed right away. He screamed and wailed for weeks before finally dying under the rubble. They say that right up to the end, he was sobbing and apologizing to Thor. He clicked his tongue and straightened from the skeleton. Loki's death was utterly disgraceful, hardly befitting the dignity of a god. Still, maybe it was only right. This was exactly how such people deserved to go. After their tour of the ruined Baxter building, the group made their way to a small opening amid the debris. Inside, it was pitch black. The darkness was so dense it felt almost tangible, endless like a curtain of midnight shrouding the mouth of the cave. "Are we supposed to go in there?" muttered Pietro, scratching his head uncertainly. A low, humming sound echoed out. Suddenly, a holographic image of an elderly man materialized at the entrance. He wore a blue postal uniform, gold-rimmed round spectacles, and radiated the air of a scholarly gentleman. "You're thinking of going in, aren't you?" The projection pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "I wouldn't advise it. No one who's entered has ever come back out." "And just who are you?" Clint raised a brow, giving the figure a skeptical look. "I'm a part of the Baxter building's automated system, still going strong after 43 years of storm and sunlight. Thanks to Dr. Richard's genius." The old man's projection stuck out his chest with pride and gestured grandly at the distant number 4 insignia. Programmed with a powerful sense of duty, his purpose was to discourage any wastelanders foolish enough to venture into the ruins. Not that he'd ever actually succeeded in stopping anyone. Thanks to reader Fei Xinyu for the generous 100-point tip. Bai Yi reached out and waved his hand for the hologram. His palm passed straight through, scattering blue particles in its wake. "I don't possess any physical interface abilities." The projection tried to continue his warning, but the sentence was cut short. He watched, helpless, as each member of the group walked past and entered the darkness. Then, with a wistful shrug, he vanished in a silent flicker. It's truly hard to persuade those destined for disaster. Why is there never anyone willing to heed his advice? The group pressed on, and soon the sunlight that had streamed in from the cave entrance disappeared entirely, leaving them enveloped in darkness. The ground here was soft and loose, with twisted steel bars jutting out at odd angles. The air was thick with a damp, chilly scent, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed all around. Clearly, the Baxter building, which had collapsed 43 years ago, had long since lost any drainage ability. All the winding, twisted passages beneath had become perfect reservoirs, collecting water at every turn. "Watch your step. The ground is slippery." Wrinkling his nose at the sour, musty odor, Clint pulled a handful of flare arrows from his quiver and handed them out to the others. Though their light wasn't strong, these arrows served as small beacons, just enough to illuminate their way through the darkness of the tunnels. "That hologram guy outside said loads of people used to come here, right?" After walking in silence for a while, Pietro finally couldn't hold back his question. By the light of the flare arrows, he couldn't make out much further into the descending cave, but at least he could see where he was stepping. There wasn't the slightest trace of any bodies here. No bones, no tattered clothing. That steady drip of water gave him a serious case of the creeps. At the front, Bai overheard and replied offhandedly. Maybe they all ended up as meals for the Morlocks. Morlocks were a species of communal, underground humanoids. They emerged not long after the Celestials had left Earth, twisted beings created when humans were altered by the Celestials' experiments. Their skin was as yellow as Pikachu's, and the only thing they wore was a ragged cloth tied around their waists. It looked like they always wore heavy welding goggles, and they were all terribly afraid of bright light. Their habits were rather like a dark, twisted version of the minions, obedient to the orders of the Mole Man, without question. After the Mole Man in this universe either died of old age or was killed in battle, the Morlocks scattered beneath every continent, burrowing endlessly and dragging city after city into the abyss. It looks a bit wider up ahead, Bai said, narrowing his eyes and taking a few more steps, then stopped short all at once. Just a few paces ahead gaped a hole, nearly 20 meters across, its walls covered in jagged cracks and grooves. On the far edge of the pit, a pile of bones lay scattered, their surfaces picked completely clean, each marked with the shape of sharp teeth. Bai accepted another flare arrow from Hawkeye, then sent it sailing into the darkness below. It fell through the air, its tiny light dwindling, until a few seconds later a soft thud echoed up from the pit. Doesn't sound very deep, and nothing's moving down there, Matt commented, listening carefully, metal cane in hand. Sound location was his specialty, after all. I'll go take a look first. Clint volunteered to step forward, drew an arrow tipped with a steel cable, and shot it straight into the wall. He gave it a few vigorous tugs to make sure it was secure, then, without hesitation, leaped into the cavern below. A few seconds later, Hawkeye's voice echoed up from within the cave. All clear. Come on down. There's something great down here. On my way. White Knight deftly slid down the rope, surveying his surroundings. He landed in what had once been a laboratory, long since abandoned. Dust hung thick in the air, as if time itself had frozen here. The LCD screens on the walls were dark and lifeless, and the machinery, clearly old control panels, was falling apart under the relentless hand of time. Turning his head, White Knight saw Clint standing in a corner, where before him rested a massive Hulkbuster armor. The Hulkbuster looked starkly out of place in the decrepit laboratory, its armor still gleaming crimson and gold, a vivid contrast to the worn-down equipment surrounding it. The suit stood more than 3 meters tall, the metallic sheen of its surface glimmering softly in the light from Clint's arrow. Despite everything, it looked as sturdy as the day it was built. At the opposite end of the lab, an enormous hole gaped in the wall, this one even deeper and darker than the one they had used to enter. Clint ran his hand over the dusty shell of the suit, his excitement barely contained. What incredible material! It holds so much astonishing technology. Just imagine what we could do with this. A Hulkbuster, my God. Suddenly, as they were examining the armor, a clatter of falling stones erupted behind them, grabbing everyone's attention. They turned to see a robot, blocky of head and round of body, struggling to its feet amidst the debris. Clearly not built for combat, this robot exuded an endearing charm. Its round, plump form was plated in gleaming silver-white metal, with a square head sporting a screen for a face, and bright yellow pixelated eyes shining out. A soft mechanical whir filled the air as it started up, its voice steady and rhythmic. Activation protocol complete. Voice recognition. Clint Barton, Avenger Hawkeye, ally of the Fantastic Four. The robot cocked its head to one side as it regarded them all. Vision system online, scanning, unidentified target. Punisher, Quicksilver, Daredevil. A note of confusion crept into its tone as it passed over the last person. What in the world are you? Clint, standing beside the Hulkbuster, scratched his neck and walked over to lean on what looked to be a plain, unremarkable control console. As he did, the robot sprang into the air and issued a sharp, warning buzz. Please, do not interfere with the multiversal time barrier oscillator. Clint quickly froze, raising both hands to show he had no intention of messing with the console any further. He gazed at the robot with curiosity, his brows furrowing in confusion as he asked, "A multiversal temporal barrier oscillator? That sounds rather advanced. Can you explain what it is? And why are you here to warn us?" "That's HERBIE," Bai replied, nudging a stray bone on the ground aside before striding over to look at the little robot. "It's something Mr. Fantastic designed. HERBIE stands for Highly Engineered Robot Built for Interdimensional Exploration, a robot crafted with intricate engineering, specifically for crossing dimensions. It was originally created to search for Galactus, but later became an assistant to Valeria and Franklin." HERBIE swiveled its square head, emitting an electronic drone, as if proudly confirming both its name and its inventor. That's right. And the multiversal temporal barrier oscillator, it buzzed, can tear open the boundaries between dimensions and traverse the temporal flow. If mishandled, it could shred everything within several kilometers. As it finished speaking, its electronic display played a short, pixelated animation of a nuclear explosion. Yikes! Upon hearing that, Hawkeye's expression turned grim, and he quickly stepped back, keeping a cautious distance from the so-called multiversal temporal barrier oscillator. He wasn't ready to die just yet, let alone end up incinerated into ash, or worse, blasted back to the age of dinosaurs. How do we activate the anti-Hulk armor? Bai stepped forward and patted Herbi on its metal head, then casually pointed to the massive suit looming in the corner. Herbie's pixelated yellow eyes flickered in response to Clint's question, accompanied by a thoughtful hum, as if searching for the right answer. After a moment, it replied, "Activation requires authorization from Dr. Richards or Franklin. I cannot unlock it myself. But if you have another way to procure the authorization code, I can assist in starting up the armor." Hearing this, Bai smiled knowingly. Authorized users? Well, they had no shortage of those. He waved to Clint, who was now standing at the bottom of the crater. "It's time to use your head. Come over and report your Avenger identification code." Clint, prompted by Bai, walked over, cleared his throat, and recited a series of codes to Herb. Avenger identification code 1-7, command code Eagle, confirmation code Clint, authorization code Avengers, access level code Omega. Avenger identification code verified. Anti-Hulk armor activation authorized. Command confirmed, authorization confirmed, access level confirmed. Herbie's voice rang out across the laboratory as it pulled its spherical body over to the control panel by the wall. Two mechanical arms extended from its round form, linking up with the console. At the same time, a progress bar appeared on Herbie's display, showing the system startup sequence for the mech. The bar crept forward slowly, accompanied by a constant mechanical hum. In the abandoned laboratory, the backup lights, silent for 43 years, gradually flickered to life, casting a bright glow through the entire space. White Knight glanced at the steadily advancing progress bar, then shifted his gaze to the control console Herbie had just forbidden Clint to touch, the multiversal time barrier oscillator. That device was no trifling matter. If someone crossed the time rift it created without proper safeguards, they could age thousands of years in mere seconds. 55 years into the Wasteland era, the story of Remnants of Starlight officially began, telling of an aged Star-Lord and his imaginary friend arriving on Earth in search of the Ultimate Eraser, hoping to defeat Galactus, the planet devourer. The Ultimate Eraser was a little metallic gadget shaped much like a lighter, and its destructive power depended on the willpower of its user. Those with weak wills, daring to use it, would simply be reduced to nothingness themselves. If someone of great will wielded it, they could destroy beings as powerful as Galactus, or even obliterate an entire universe. Yet by the time Star-Lord reached Earth, the Ultimate Eraser had vanished 55 years prior, on the day the heroes fell. Driven to desperation by the Universal Truth Church, worshippers of Galactus, Star-Lord activated the oscillator, creating a time-space rift. With some outside assistance, he managed to travel back 55 years, attempting to recover the Ultimate Eraser, only to have Dr. Doom, who arrived to investigate, crush the eraser mere moments after Star-Lord's return with the Time Sled. The Time Sled's ability to pierce the ages relied on a sliver of the Time Stone embedded in its console. Quill would later fire that very fragment into Galactus's brain, killing him. In short, through the oscillator, one could obtain a shard of the Time Stone and the Ultimate Eraser, a considerable bounty indeed. But such high-energy activity would instantly draw Dr. Doom's attention, especially when it happened at the ruins of the Baxter Building, once home to the Fantastic Four. He would dispatch an army of Doombots at once, or even come himself, to see whether his old rivals, Reed and Susan, lost to the chaotic river of time, had perhaps returned to the world. With the cyborg army not yet fully established, a direct confrontation with Doom was best avoided. White Knight stroked his chin, deep in thought. A sharp series of beeps cut through the air. Herbie made the announcement, retracting its mechanical arms and glancing at the group. Startup complete. Meanwhile, the Hulkbuster armor began to reveal its gleaming golden red shell, its joints gradually glowing with a soft light. Dust and rubble, resting atop the machine, were shaken loose and scattered, exposing the smooth, gleaming surface beneath. As the light grew stronger, the full form of the armor was revealed, tall and imposing, radiating an unmistakable aura of strength. The metallic exterior glistened with golden and crimson highlights, leaving an impression of overwhelming power and ferocity. Before Bai and Clint The dome-shaped helmet of the armor slowly opened, unveiling a spacious cockpit within. The interior was dimly lit, with an array of control panels and display screens arranged around the seat. Hovering beside the hulking suit, the tiny robot continued to emit soft mechanical sounds, as if informing Bai Yi and Clint that the Hulkbuster was fully primed for battle. Clint shrugged, miming the motion of drawing a bow toward Bai Yi, and joked with a laugh, "I'm too old school for this kind of tech." The others reacted in their own ways. Pietro slapped his thigh with a grin, declaring he'd stick to running, while Frank simply shook his head in quiet refusal. As for Matt, he was blind, after all. Bai Yi vaulted into the cockpit, settling comfortably into the seat. His fingers traced the outlined shapes on the control panels, with parameter readouts and command prompts appearing on the main screens one after another, each confirmed by his touch. Inside, the cockpit was both comfortable and fully equipped. Extra displays lined the sides of his seat, offering live feeds of everything outside the armor. His heart began to race slightly, a faint thrill running through him. A metallic clunk echoed as the helmet closed in, sealing him away. Soon after, several blue holographic screens flared to life before his eyes, and a gentle, synthesized female voice sounded within the helmet. "Unauthorized visitor detected," alongside full Avenger authorization code. "Would you like to register a new identity?" Bai Yi paused only a moment before understanding what had happened. His entry just now had passed using Hawkeye's credentials, not his own. But it seemed the suit's computer chose not to eject him, instead treating him as some kind of Avenger ally, giving him the option to register his own identity. "Register. Name, Bai Yi," he replied calmly. A brief series of electronic beeps sounded, and the suit's systems fully unlocked for him. With a few trial motions, he found the armor moved precisely as if it were part of his own body. An arm would lift at his command, a leg would move exactly as he willed it. Hovering in midair, Herbie's yellow pixel eyes flickered in alarm, suddenly emitting a piercing shrill. "Warning, multiple life signals detected. Multiple life signals detected." Everyone instantly tensed, their attention fixed on Herbie, waiting anxiously for more details. At that very moment, a rustling came from within the gaping hole, a sound hinting at some creature drawing near. "Did you sense anything, Herbie?" Clint had already drawn his bow and aimed it at the mouth of the cave. He looked up and addressed the little hovering robot above. But Herbie didn't answer him directly. The square-shaped robot screen flickered for a moment, then a string of numbers poured across it, rolling upward. 1,450, 1,670, beep beep, a total of 2,235 life signals. "What else could it be?" Bai Yi replied as he deftly operated the massive anti-Hulk mech. The cockpit was spacious. Even while wearing Magneto's helmet, he felt perfectly at ease and not the least bit crowded. He strode forward in heavy steps until he reached the cave entrance. The helmet's white searchlights flickered on, cutting through the darkness and instantly illuminating every crevice inside. The scene within became crystal clear. Creatures had swarmed up the jagged cave walls, their bodies emitting a deep golden sheen that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding shadows. Their limbs were human-like, but with cruder, more twisted musculature, exuding a fierce wildness and strength. Around their waists hung scraps of cloth, likely their only attire, yet these rags were tattered beyond repair, disorderly and barely clinging to their figures. Yet it was their bulging, fish-like eyes that made them unique, protruding orbs that glowed a luminescent green, constantly roaming as if searching for something unseen. "Damn it!" Hawkeye, craning his head into the cavern, couldn't help but let out a startled curse. On instinct, he knocked an arrow and let fly into the darkness. The arrow struck the wall with a sharp, splitting crack, and in an instant, brilliant white light swallowed the entire cave. A heartbeat later, a chorus of shrill, monstrous cries erupted, a cacophony of beasts, all howling in furious agony at once. The Morloi weren't cowed by the blinding lights. If anything, the glare only drove them into a frenzied rush as they scrambled higher. Their enraged bellows roared through the cavern, seething like a wildfire that filled every inch of space. High-pitched screeching echoed through the air, brimming with fury and resentment, an outpouring of every grievance festering within those monstrous forms. All those raw, sharp wails fused together, casting a relentless, echoing roar throughout the cave. The place had become a chamber of maddening, infernal noise. This can't be right. Those tunnel dwellers are supposed to be terrified of light. Clint gulped and slowly edged away. Back in the Western Badlands, he'd faced similar creatures before. Just a few glow sticks and some loud shouting were usually enough to send them fleeing. So why aren't they backing off now? Have these things evolved just by living underground? Or, as those wasteland rumors claimed, Were they truly the white blood cells of Earth's ecosystem, created to purge humanity? This lot must have gone hungry for far too long. There's not much to eat in the depths beneath the Baxter building. Don't come any closer. Let me handle this. As Bai Yi spoke, he lifted his left hand and formed a tight fist, halting the few people who were about to step forward and help. On the left arm of the anti-Hulk armor, the twin energy cannons began to glow with a faint blue light. Energy gathered within the barrels, coalescing into a bright orb. At the same time, the holographic screen in front of him was flickering with various graphics and numbers, displaying the current charge state of the energy cannon. Charging complete. Ready to fire, announced the suit's onboard female AI, her voice crisp and electronic. More than a dozen Morloi had clawed their way to the surface by now. Their savage faces and feral movements revealed just how primal and terrifying they could be. Whether driven by starvation so great they'd lost all fear or simply ignorant of the anti-Hulk armor's power, they charged forward on all fours, howling as they came. But Bai Yi stood firm, unwavering. With a subtle gesture, the left arm of the anti-Hulk armor fired a surge of brilliant blue laser. The blast struck the oncoming Morloi with unerring accuracy. In an instant, they were reduced to charred husks, the air filling with a harsh, acrid stench. Ugh, that stinks. Worse than the sewers in New York. The foul odor, created by a mix of scorched flesh and the Morloi's own stench from years of living underground unwashed, was so overpowering that even those standing at a distance instinctively clutched their mouths and noses. 2,219 signals remain. The little robot floated up beside Bai Yi, reporting the count of enemies left. Its sensors told it that the person now wearing the anti-Hulk armor, dormant for 43 years, was the leader of this group. This was who it should follow. Only then could it hope to help avenge the Fantastic Four. Bai Yi stood at the rim of the massive opening in the ground, loose stones and dirt tumbling down into the darkness below. He raised his left hand, the armor's laser cannon gleaming brightly as it swept across the stream of Morloi swarming out from below. 2,174 remaining. Herbie's voice sounded in by Ye's ear, a calm reminder through the scanner of the current Morloi numbers. The suit continued to unleash its steady barrage of blue lasers, each shot driving back swathes of Morloi, but still they poured forth, unceasing. After every volley, Herbie counted down the enemy, 1,985 remaining. From within the pit, the sound of cries and roars grew ever more frenzied, the Morloi's guttural screams weaving into a terrifying cacophony. Yet the thunderous blasts of the laser cannon echoed right back, like relentless war drums. 1,870 remaining. Herbie continued to report as the chaos within the pit began to subside. Bai Yi maintained a rhythm of precise, calculated attacks, each shot forcing the Morloi to fall back again and again. His mech stood tall and imposing, guarding the cave entrance like a sentinel god. Beams from the laser cannon cut through the darkness, each streak a thread of death, sweeping across the opening and crushing the Morloi one after another. 1,530 remaining. Helby reported the numbers again, while the laser cannon showed no signs of stopping. At last, when the little robot's count fell to 1,006, the sounds of those burrowing creatures crawling inside the cave faded away. The simple-minded monsters had finally been scared off. Glancing at the energy cannon on his armored left arm, smoke faintly curling from its barrel, Bai Yi looked over at the display screen inside the cockpit and asked, "Report remaining energy levels." A clear, melodic female voice responded instantly. This battle lasted 9 minutes. Remaining energy at 98%. Approaching Clint, who was dozing off in the corner against a wall, Bai Yi raised his arm gently. Then, without warning, snapped the mech's metal fingers together with a sharp, resounding clang. "Huh? What's going on?" Clint opened his eyes at the ringing sound, rubbing his beard. Just a moment ago, he'd been lost in a wonderful dream. "Let's go. There's nothing left for us here." Without further ado, Bai Yi hoisted the still groggy Clint, settling him onto his shoulder. He did the same for the remaining 3 companions, lifting each onto the armor with practiced ease. They made their way to the vast pit where they had entered. The anti-Hulk armor's feet erupted with blue flame, propelling them skyward, with Helby following close behind. With a heavy thud, the armored suit landed on the surface, stamping out 2 shallow footprints in the ground. Years later, during the saga's main story, the old Star-Lord would revisit this very spot, forced to activate a vibranium gate to escape the brainwashed Shi'ar Imperial Guard. The group leapt down from the armor, and Bai Yi turned to Helby, who floated excitedly through the air, and said, "Scan for the location of the vibranium gate inside the Baxter Building's ruins." This little robot hadn't left its derelict underground lab for decades, having lain dormant ever since the joint attack on the Baxter Building by Red Tank, Rhino, and Loki. Today, it had finally seen daylight again and was absolutely ecstatic. Still, for all its elation, Helby remained dutiful. Several virtual screens flickered to life, streams of code and data rolling down in quick succession. Soon, the synthetic voice spoke up, "Scan complete. The vibranium gate inside the ruins of the Baxter building is located 60 meters underground, consistent with our current depth." Bai nodded in understanding. Immediately, Helby emitted a red scanning beam, which swept quickly across the area. The ruined debris looked all the more dilapidated under its glow. Finally, Helby turned the beam toward a patch of wreckage farther ahead. 50 meters straight ahead. The Hulkbuster armor immediately strode toward the ruins, the grinding of its bearings underscoring its immense power as it began to clear away the debris. Rubble, steel beams, shattered tiles, and other wreckage were effortlessly moved aside by the suit, uncovering discarded furniture, battered electronics, and scattered files. Some items were so ravaged by time that they were nearly unrecognizable, while others still glimmered faintly with a hint of their old luster. At that moment, Pietro couldn't help but raise his hand and ask, "What about Reed's children, Franklin and Valeria? What became of them back then?" He'd spotted a small, torn blue teddy bear tumbling out from the rubble that the armor had just cleared away. Herbie hovered silently in the air, seeming unsettled by Pietro's question, the light on his digital display dimming ever so slightly. Hawkeye stepped forward and gently picked up the battered teddy bear, brushing the dust from it with careful fingers. The bear's plastic eye had popped loose, its once bright blue fur now faded, and its fabric was stained and torn, looking fragile enough to fall apart at any moment. He too had once had a child. Hearing the question, White Knight paused the armor and thought for a moment before answering. 43 years ago, Johnny and Ben fell in battle. Reed and Susan were cast into the time stream and never resurfaced, and the Baxter building self-destructed soon after. But before the self-destruct protocol was triggered, Invisible Woman Susan created a miniature dimension, a pocket universe, to keep Franklin and Valeria safe from harm. With that, White Knight resumed piloting the Hulkbuster. The advanced sensors and control systems allowed him to precisely measure each move, keeping the ruins from collapsing further. A pocket dimension, if you prefer, you might call it a pocket universe, has an interior space reminiscent of the pocket universes at the end of the three-body problem. Of course, those are the small kind. The bigger pocket dimensions hardly deserve the name pocket at all. Dormammu's Dark Dimension or one of Asgard's 9 realms would fall into the latter category. So, you mean there's a chance they're still alive? Hawkeye, who had just tapped the dust from the teddy bear and tucked it into his pack, intent on giving it a proper resting place, looked up sharply. Back before the Great War, the Fantastic Four would often bring their children along on visits, so he'd met them before. Bright, sweet kids. If they could be found, it'd be something to show for Reed and Susan. Tossing aside a rotten plank, White Knight replied, "Yes, there's still a chance." A spark of hope lit Clint's eyes, but the odds of finding them are vanishingly slim. Without pausing for the elder man's expression to darken, White Knight continued clearing the debris. On the bright side, maybe Franklin and Valeria are just tucked away in a pocket dimensional storage device or some other small item. When the time comes, we'll dig up all the tens of thousands of tons of rubble and search through it 1 cubic meter at a time. Maybe that's how we'll find them. But on the other hand, if the connection point between that pocket dimension and our reality is completely destroyed, then they've either perished inside a collapsing dimension, or they're trapped somewhere in the cracks between different realities. After those words, an extended silence settled, lasting more than 10 minutes. At last, the mountain of debris was cleared away by the Hulkbuster armor under by Yez's control. The full might of the Stark family's technology was put spectacularly on display. In the center of the wreckage, the heavy metal door finally revealed itself. Even after 40 years, it shone with a silvery glow. Intricate patterns ran across its surface, evidence that it had been forged from some special material. Computer, scan the composition of this door and the surrounding walls. Bai instructed from within the cockpit. The suit's AI responded instantly. A series of charts and data immediately flickered onto the digital screen, beginning an analysis of the door and the nearby wall surfaces. The scan results are in. This door is constructed from high-strength vibranium, offering exceptional resistance to impact and destruction, the AI reported. The walls surrounding it are made of a specially formulated alloy, resistant to corrosion and relatively easier to breach, the female digital voice added, as the final data appeared on the display. "All right," Bai acknowledged, then switched the left-hand laser cannon on his holographic panel from particle beam to industrial cutting mode, aiming it at the door and the adjacent wall. To the naked eye, the wall looked impossibly solid, but to the Stark-manufactured industrial cutter mounted on the Hulkbuster, it was hardly a challenge. A gentle squeeze of the trigger, and a razor-thin blue laser shot forth, precisely targeting the wall. The beam traced a perfect line around the edge of the door, moving with surgical accuracy and silent purpose. As the cutting continued, tiny sparks sprayed from the incision, little bursts of light glimmering in the darkness like distant starlight. A faint molten odor began to seep from the wall, but Bai Yi maintained a steady hand, skillfully widening the breach. With a thunderous clang, the massive vibranium door finally broke free from the alloy wall, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust and scattered rubble. The armor, having already stepped safely back, stood firm as the door fell. Bai Yi gazed at the fallen vibranium, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Perhaps this is what people mean by the joy of a hard-earned harvest. Thank you to fellow reader, sovereign of the ancient heavenly court, for the generous reward of 1,500 points, and to Xyz Xiaoyu for the reward of 100 points. 94. A crescent-shaped aircraft descended slowly outside the edge of the canyon. Its surface, smooth as a mirror, reflected the surrounding landscape, causing the mountains and vegetation nearby to appear twisted and dreamlike. Some 100 meters away from the thrusters, next to a pit that had clearly been dug for some time, lay over a dozen identical corpses strewn across the ground. A few vultures feasted eagerly among the bodies, their talons sharp as sickles, tearing at the flesh. In this desert, it was rare indeed to come across such a lavish banquet. Stay right where you are. I'll be back soon. The hatch opened, and the Hulkbuster armor leaped out, spraying blue flames. Powerful jets roared beneath its feet, whipping up a whirlwind that sent the yellow sand spiraling into the air. The sudden noise startled the vultures. With a burst of wings, they lifted off the corpses and landed atop the canyon, keeping a wary eye on both the descending aircraft and the emerging armored figure. Bai Yi continued piloting the Hulkbuster above the canyon, gripping a metallic box in his hand. He spoke to the onboard computer. Computer, scan below for any substances that resemble the appearance of a waterhole but give off abnormal readings. The computer replied promptly, now analyzing. A matching target has been identified. Complex streams of data and charts flickered across the screen as it started breaking down the pool's composition and the surrounding terrain. From inside the cockpit, the view of the canyon was laid out in its entirety. Sheer cliffs rose on every side, awe-inspiring in their scale. By the tranquil pool, a handful of scrubby plants clung to life. The computer's analysis revealed faint traces of movement in the water, but no anomalous readings were detected. Keep scanning other areas. See if there are any other hidden spots, he ordered. At his words, the armor pivoted and continued flying deeper into the canyon. Meanwhile, the scavenging creatures, emboldened by the departure of the hulking golden-red machine and the lull from the aircraft, spread their wings and glided back down to the corpses, resuming their frenzied feast. Inside the cabin, Pietro, squeezed awkwardly into a corner by the massive vibranium gate lying on the floor, fell silent. After more than 10 minutes of flight, an agreeable female electronic voice rang out from the computer. A liquid with higher than average viscosity and density detected. Understood. Bai instantly tightened his control on the armor, focusing on the display as he made for the location highlighted on the screen. The Hulkbuster came in for a gentle landing within the canyon, touching down on a small stretch of open ground. A jagged piece of granite came into view, casting interlacing shadows of light and darkness over the surroundings. Beneath those shadows, there seemed to be a pool of black liquid, shifting uneasily. Around this puddle, there was not a single trace of vegetation to be seen. Drawing a little closer, the black liquid came into sharper focus. It was unlike water. There were no ripples, nor did it reflect any light. It seemed, instead, to be a viscous, dark substance, wavering and indistinct, radiating an eerie aura. Sonic cannon, Bai Yi said, raising his right hand and aiming directly at the water. At his command, a coil extended from the right arm of his battle armor. It gave a low, humming sound as it spun into action. With a sharp crack, the sonic cannon unleashed its power. The air shook violently, slicing through the silence with a piercing shrill. Waves of sound, visible to the naked eye, struck the black liquid, sending it into a frenzied dance, and from it rose a spine-chilling scream. It was clear the entity was hypersensitive to sound. In the face of the sonic waves, it began to withdraw, unwilling or unable to stand against such a forceful attack. Writhing hungrily against the sheer granite, it tried in vain to escape the relentless audio assault. With cold precision, Bai Yi adjusted the frequency even higher, his armor responding to his will. This time, the sound was sharper still, a blade splitting the canyon air. Under the intensified barrage, the black liquid only became more frantic, desperate to flee yet firmly trapped by the unyielding sound waves. It retreated, over and over, desperately seeking an opening, but the sonic cannon's onslaught never relented. Observing the creature's stubborn vigor, Bai calmly raised the sonic cannon's frequency yet again. Symbiote, a type of inorganic, amorphous, symbiotic alien life form crafted by an ancient lord of the abyss, the dark god Null. Creatures possessed by a symbiote often gained extraordinary strength and special abilities unique to each symbiote's evolution, such as the Sleeper, able to synthesize countless chemicals, or Serum, which could cure disease, and many more. The majority of symbiotes were fiercely afraid of sound and fire, with only a rare, extremely powerful few able to overcome this fatal weakness, so rare, in fact, that they were barely worth mentioning. In the words of Daredevil Matt Murdock, Hell's Kitchen's 5-star lawyer, a symbiote scent was described as a revolting blend of gasoline and stagnant sewer water. And the symbiote before them, now, was none other than this universe's Venom, the most famous and widely recognized member of the symbiote lineage. No one knew what became of its original host, Eddie Brock, after the so-called Fall of Heroes. All that was certain was that somewhere in the Midwest, a malevolent, flesh-hungry black symbiote, one that harbored a deep grudge against all things Spider-Man, had been seen roaming, hopping from animal to hunt down people. A deep, relentless hum filled the air. As time went by, the black symbiote finally curled itself into a trembling ball. It could no longer put up any resistance. Under the relentless sonic barrage, it grew weaker and more fragile by the second. Bai stopped the sonic cannon, and a profound silence fell over the canyon. The black symbiote shivered uncontrollably, its surface splitting open and mending again and again, as if it would fall apart at any moment. A metal box sliced through the air, landing with a crisp snap right in front of the symbiote. Bai stood with a frosty expression, his eyes locked onto the strange creature before him. Yet, what he didn't expect was this. Upon seeing the metal box, Venom flinched and then began to inch away, clearly still yearning to escape. "This is your last chance," Bai said, his voice cold. "Get in now, or I'll blast you with the sonic cannon for 10 hours straight, and then I'll feed you to the exomorphs. Your choice." As he spoke, the coils on the right arm of the anti-Hulk armor snapped out again, locking onto Venom. Sensing the renewed threat of the sonic cannon, the symbiote shrank into itself once more. At the same time, a pair of ghostly, pupilless white eyes emerged on its surface, fixed on Bai as if contemplating his words. It knew exactly what this man in metal armor meant by exomorph. Those creatures were creatures from the cosmos with heads shaped like the locusts on Earth, who roamed the galaxies feasting exclusively on symbiotes. Back in the 90s, both it and Eddie had run into serious trouble with them. These beings could change form at will, felt no pain whatsoever, and their saliva was both highly corrosive and paralyzing. Worse still, rumor had it that their saliva enhanced the flavor of symbiotes, pure evil incarnate. To make it worse, exomorphs believed that the longer a symbiote had bonded with a host, the more delectable it became. Symbiotes, like Venom, who'd hopped from one body to another ever since fleeing their home planet, were considered the rarest of delicacies. Weighing its options, Venom melted into a puddle of inky black liquid and slowly oozed into the metal box, filling every inch of space. A single black tendril reached out to gently close the lid behind it. Whether or not this human actually knew an exomorph didn't matter. The sonic cannon in his hands was all too real, and Venom had already had more than enough of its wrath. Best not to provoke him. Definitely not. Watching Venom finally yield, Bai snorted in disdain and manipulated the anti-Hulk armor to pick up the metal box, securing the lid tightly. Then, with a burst of blue flames, he shot upward toward the sky, which looked narrow and uneasy from the depths of the canyon. He hadn't caught this little alien mutt to keep as a pet, nor to let it bond with him. After all, the Venom of the mainstream 616 universe had already fused with just about everything, from aliens to humans, from Peter Parker to rats to Deadpool. There was practically nothing it wouldn't dare to possess. The Venom symbiote of the Wasteland universe is even more sinister. Over the past few decades, it may well have possessed anything from unbathing subterranean dwellers to other equally filthy creatures. This filth is not just on a physical level, but a spiritual one as well. Many scholars believe that the symbiote greatly amplifies the fury and malice harbored in the host's heart. But the truth runs both ways. Every negative emotion simmering within the host also affects the symbiote in turn, altering its outlook and sense of right and wrong. When the two are joined, they tumble into a vicious cycle, each making the other worse, spiraling ever deeper into darkness. Yet in urgent circumstances, Venom can serve as a last resort weapon against cancer. It is capable of devouring some of the cancer cells within a human body, thus delaying the onset of the disease. Venom once did just that, for the sake of its beloved human host, Eddie. But for now, He probably won't have to rely on venom to fight cancer. Not only because the regenerative serum injected during the zombie universe escapade has already bought him valuable time. Through the slit of his helmet, Bai squinted as the approaching aircraft grew ever closer. But also because he already knows how to cure cancer completely. At the gates of the Weapon X facility, the cold wind howled as a blizzard swept down, blanketing the world in white. Amid the biting wind and driving snow, 2 soldiers in heavy overcoats stood guard at the entrance. Not long ago, they had just been janitors in this base. But after Zemo's death, with all the Hydra soldiers wiped out, they had been drafted as emergency replacements and given some basic training. "How's it looking, Paul? Anything moving out there?" whispered the soldier, standing on the right. Paul pressed his lips together and squinted into the distance. "Nothing out of the ordinary. This snow's so thick, you can't see a thing." "Yeah, I can't wait to get off shift and warm up," the other grumbled. Truth be told, they hadn't wanted to be soldiers at all. But once that older man with the bow and arrow pulled out a fat roll of cash, his offer was simply too generous, more than triple what they'd earned cleaning floors, and he'd even promised not to treat them like Hydra's expendable lab rats. Just then, from deep within the storm, there came the faint thud of something hitting the ground. The sound was muffled by the swirling snow, but both men caught it, and their senses sharpened instantly as they turned to face the source of the noise. "You heard that, right?" Paul whispered, swallowing hard. He knew how to handle a gun now, had picked up a few basics of combat, but he'd never actually seen Real fighting. "I heard it. Maybe it's just the wind," his companion said uncertainly. However, in the next moment, a blur of blue light pierced through the swirling snow, catching the soldier's attention. Heavy footsteps followed, far too substantial to be mistaken for mere wind. The 2 soldiers exchanged nervous glances, gripping their weapons tighter. Under cover of the snowstorm, a massive creature of gold and crimson strode forward. One mechanical hand gripped an enormous metal door, seemingly heavy beyond belief. In the other hand, it held a metal box. The mech towered over 3 meters tall. Snowflakes that landed on its metal armor melted away from the warmth of its exhaust vents, dripping to the ground below. The 2 soldiers stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, at the gold and red machine before them. At first, shielded by the blizzard, they had only glimpsed its vague outline. But as it came fully into view, they felt its overwhelming power and presence. What is that?" One of the soldiers stammered, his voice weak and unsteady, the grip on his rifle loosening so much that he nearly dropped it without realizing. He had grown up in a small town on the border of Florida, a place under the influence of Dr. Lizard, where hardly any trace of so-called superhero culture lingered. For a young man raised in such a remote town, someone whose only goal was to earn a living, he naturally had no idea what an anti-Hulk mech was. Paul clenched his teeth, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he held his gun. Though he was just as afraid, he managed to step forward half a pace and raise the barrel slightly. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" His voice trembled, but he did his best to sound authoritative. At least, that's how he thought he sounded. Just as he felt his nerves about to snap, his heart thundering in his chest, something unexpected happened. From behind the enormous mech, a small robot with a round body and a square head suddenly shot out. Its yellow, pixelated eyes scrutinized the 2 men up and down. "Attention, soldiers." The mech's head section slowly lifted, revealing Baye's face beneath Magneto's iconic helmet. His expression was cold and unreadable as he regarded the soldiers. Paul and his companion were completely stunned, gaping in shock at the unfolding scene before them. "Why, you're Mr. Baye," one soldier blurted out, awe and disbelief lacing his trembling voice as he lowered his weapon completely. After Hawkeye's team left the base, Walter had printed hundreds of Baye's photos, distributing them to everyone on the base, so every last person would know exactly who was in charge. To be honest, he still had one of those photos tucked into his pocket, even now. "Do you need me to carry that for you?" Paul couldn't help but ask as he eyed the metal box gripped by the mech's left hand. "No need for that. Just open the main gate for me, then return to your posts," Baye said, casting him a glance before heading toward the gate. Helby circled the soldiers once, then followed behind him. The enormous vibranium door left deep grooves across the ground as the armored mech dragged it along its path. Slowly, the gate rose. Baye and Helby walked inside the factory. The passage was spacious, easily wide enough to accommodate the anti-Hulk mech and a massive vibranium door trailing behind it. One of the soldiers finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The tension and excitement from earlier began to subside, though he still found himself replaying the spectacle that had just unfolded. "Did you see that? I'll bet that metallic beast could smash this whole factory to rubble in a matter of minutes," he exclaimed, turning to Paul, his voice tinged with awe and excitement. Paul, hearing this, exhaled deeply. "Yeah, Good thing he's on our side. His gaze drifted to where Bai Yi had disappeared down the corridor, and then to the slowly closing gate. After a moment of thought, he frowned and added, with quiet sincerity, "No. Actually, it's good thing we're on his side." The anti-Hulk mech, still dragging the weighty vibranium door, stepped into the vast warehouse of Weapon X Factory. Inside, an intense industrial atmosphere filled the air. Hundreds of towering metal racks lined the space, stacked with wooden and iron crates of all shapes and sizes. With his helmet open, Bai Yi could see every detail before him. In the distance, a group of a dozen or so workers seemed to be tallying up goods. When they noticed the grand, gold-and-red mech, they froze, stunned into inaction by the sight. But once they spotted Bai Yi in the cockpit, a wave of relief swept through them. They quickly gathered around, eyes darting curiously to the piece of vibranium door Bai Yi held. "Mr. Bai, thank goodness you're all right," one worker blurted out excitedly. None of them, whether for personal or professional reasons, wanted to see Hydra return to this place. "For a moment, we all thought that metal giant was the enemy," another worker exclaimed in amazement. Behind Bai Yi, Helby the little robot drew curious glances as well. Their eyes went to this chubby, box-headed robot, marveling at its futuristic design. Helby looked nothing like anything they'd seen, like something straight out of tomorrow's world. True, Doombots patrolled the wastelands from time to time, but for those living outside Dr. Doom's domain, such advanced tech felt worlds away from their daily reality. "What is that? It looks so strange," one worker asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "That's Helby, my robotic assistant," Bai Yi replied. Bai Yi began to explain as Herbie rolled nimbly through the air, seemingly intrigued by the workers as well. The AI played a lively pixel animation, as if waving hello to everyone. "Make sure to store this gate carefully. We may need it later," he instructed. He gently set down the vibranium gate and signaled for the workers to carefully move it away with a forklift. The workers took Bai Yi's instructions very seriously. Working seamlessly together, they quickly transported the gate to an open area, then wrapped it meticulously in protective cloth. Glancing at the metal box containing the venom in his hand, Bai Yi offered a few more casual reminders. Once he saw the workers dispersing to attend to their duties, he left the warehouse and headed toward the prison where the clone was being held. Arriving at the prison entrance, he noticed that the corridor was still remarkably spacious, wide enough for 2 trucks to drive side by side. The Hulkbuster armor would have no trouble passing through. At the entrance, the guards immediately straightened up and saluted smartly when they saw the giant, gold and red armor turning the corner and stopping in front of them. The workers from earlier hadn't received the latest news yet, but these guards had. They knew that beneath this impressive armor stood the owner of the factory. The guard who had previously greeted Bai Yi came forward. His steps were light and swift, his manner crisp and efficient as he stopped in front of Bai Yi and reported, "The clone and everything he duplicated are all kept over here, sir." He carried himself with sharp alertness, and when Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement, he immediately turned to lead the way deeper into the cell block. As they walked, he snuck a curious glance at the towering armor beside him and ventured, "While you were away these past 2 days, we tried to have him copy a few more items. It wasn't quite as successful as we hoped." "Oh, why is that?" Bai Yi inweeded. "We started out by having him duplicate a dozen or so helmets, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. But when we found some of our stored vibranium in the warehouse and tried to get him to duplicate that, things got complicated," the guard said, lowering his voice and glancing away, uncertain. He had no idea Bai Yi had just brought back a trove of vibranium himself. "Go on, don't worry," Bai Yi answered softly, encouraging him. He wasn't about to blame him, even if he hadn't returned with that vibranium gate in tow. The limits of the clone's duplication ability were always ambiguous, so it wasn't the guard's fault. When the clone tried to copy vibranium by simply holding it, he couldn't manage it. "We even tried, other methods." The guard's expression turned awkward, as if remembering some embarrassing failed attempts, but he quickly collected himself and continued. "Afterwards, we asked Dr. Walter from the lab to help. He melted down a small piece of vibranium with his equipment and fashioned it into a crude earring. At this point, we can use that mutant to replicate, but the yield is not as good as we'd hoped. Every time he finishes, As they spoke, the 2 men reached the end of the corridor and stopped before a dilapidated cell. The dim light inside the room made it feel as if one were sinking into endless darkness. On a large table at the cell entrance, a dozen Magneto helmets were stacked neatly. Besides the helmets, there was also a box on the table. One of the guards stepped forward and opened it, revealing dozens of identical pairs of earrings inside. "The total weight is about 200 grams, he said, glancing at Bai Yi as he introduced the contents. A man with bandages wrapped around his head sat listlessly on the bed, thick dark circles under his eyes, obvious signs of long-term exhaustion and torment. But here, not a soul would show him any sympathy. The guard pulled out an iron rod and slammed it hard against the bars, producing a piercing and jarring clang that shattered the silence. The groggy replicant was abruptly jolted awake by the harsh noise. As he opened his eyes and recognized the familiar faces before him, sheer terror flashed across his gaze. His lips trembled as he shrank back into a corner, pressing his entire back against the wall, sweat pouring down in streams. Seeing this, Bai leaned in and whispered a few words to the guard. The guard's face instantly twisted with disbelief, glancing at the replicant in surprise and confusion. The two men turned to leave, and only then did the replicant finally let out a long breath, collapsing limply onto the bed and drawing in deep, desperate breaths. But before long, the sound of footsteps returned outside the bars, and the look on his face twisted as if he'd just donned a mask of pure agony. Ever since being captured and brought to this facility, his life had been a living hell. Not only was he forced to wear the mutant suppressor at almost all times, every time he was ordered to replicate something, the guards would seize the chance to beat him senseless under the pretense of activating his mutant abilities. A blow to the head would have sufficed. These brutes just enjoyed tormenting him. A guard approached, carrying a metal tray, his expression cold and unreadable. The replicant looked up at him with an expression that could only be described as utter exasperation. With a sharp hiss, the iron tray slid through the food passage, and without a word, the guard turned and walked away. Only after the footsteps faded into the distance did the replicant dare crawl off the bed to take a look. When he peered down at the tray, his eyes widened in disbelief. The tray was piled high with steaming hot hamburgers, fries, and other fast food delights. Not much under ordinary circumstances, but for someone who'd been eating gruel for days, this was pure ambrosia. But why the sudden kindness? Was this, perhaps, the proverbial last meal? In many ancient cultures, condemned prisoners were often granted a final feast before execution. Among the Aztecs of North America, sacrificial victims were even fattened and well-fed for a whole year before their doom. Even though we're living in the wasteland era now, and humanitarian ideals are practically extinct, you never know. Maybe this group has a fondness for retro values? Jamie's clone couldn't help but worry, but the sharp ache in his stomach soon chased away every other thought. He hadn't eaten in more than a day. He grabbed a burger and took a big bite. The tender meat and juicy vegetables wove together an exquisite flavor in his mouth. Tears welled up his eyes as he devoured it, barely pausing for breath. Delicious. Truly irresistible. 97. Bai walked down the hallway in his massive anti-Hulk armor, with a lab technician leading the way ahead of him. Every so often, the technician would glance back, eyeing this stunning technological marvel with a look that mingled awe and curiosity. He was genuinely overwhelmed by the sheer size and power of the anti-Hulk armor. Getting this close to such an advanced piece of technology was a first for him. The armor's golden red plating gleamed, casting a lavish golden sheen across the corridor. Towering and imposing, the suit looked every bit like a moving fortress. With every step, the weighty thuds rattled the floor beneath their feet. But what truly piqued the technician's curiosity was the metal box the armor held. He could only guess that this box meant something very important. Why else would Bai treat it with such care and insist on carrying it himself? Still, he didn't dare ask. After all, the man piloting this formidable suit was both the nominal and real master of the base. Questions about the box just weren't his place. "Oh, we've arrived, sir." The technician's gaze had just returned to the path ahead after lingering too long on the armor. Caught up in the spectacle, he'd nearly missed their destination. Ahead stood a deep green metal door, prominently marked with a red Hydra emblem. The technician approached the control console beside it, pressed a sequence of buttons, and in an instant, the heavy door began to rise, slow and deliberate. After Zemo's death, the base's security codes had all been reset by Hawkeye, who used his highest level of access. A fresh set of passwords had been set up, and some permissions redistributed. But beyond that daunting Hydra symbol on the door, the scene that greeted them was quite different. A wide-open space, about half the size of a football field, the ceiling rising 10 meters high. Around 5 meters up, a circular platform ran along the wall, presumably for monitoring activities below. The walls were dotted with cutting-edge devices and instruments. Towering racks hung with massive sensors suspended overhead, constantly scanning for any abnormal movements. Standing in the very center was a tall, transparent room, built entirely from reinforced glass. Its exterior was clean and minimalist, with nothing but those see-through glass walls, offering a clear view of everything inside. And yet, strangely, the glass room stood completely empty. There were no technological devices, no complex apparatus, not even a single chair, giving the place an unmistakably desolate and lonely air. Sensing that Bayi might not be clear about the purpose of this room, the lab technician explained, Baron Zemo set this cage up years ago in preparation for holding a super soldier. The original plan was to temporarily imprison the super soldier here after creation, then collect test data and send it to Red Skull. But as the years passed with no real progress, the room was left abandoned and unused. Understood. After listening, Bayi nodded slowly. He turned and said, "Go tell Walter to bring in a test subject and a vial of the formula." "No problem." The lab technician harbored no suspicion, immediately turning to run toward the indoor telephone by the metal doors. After all, a massive weapons factory like Facility X certainly wouldn't rely on shouting to transmit orders. Once he saw the technician had dialed the phone and started speaking, Bayi took the box, walked to the glass chamber, unlocked, and opened the glass door, then flipped open the box lid and tossed it inside. The moment the box hit the floor, he raised both hands. The helmet of his anti-Hulk armor slid into place, a sonic cannon coil unfolded on his right arm, and a small flamethrower nozzle jutted out from his left arm. Both weapons locked onto the shifting pool of black liquid inside the glass enclosure. At the moment that black liquid poured from the box, it became peculiarly docile, making no attempt to leap at Bayi, nor crawling around wildly. Instead, it simply gathered quietly into a clump beside the box. This wasn't only because it had lost its host. Even without a host, venom could easily extend itself into tendrils and move quickly across short distances. Its relatively docile behavior put Bayi at ease. It would spare him a great deal of needless trouble. Still, he kept his hands raised and called out, "Wake up, you tongue-twisting fiend. We need to talk." The black mass seemed to understand his intent. It trembled ever so slightly, as if contemplating his words. Then it began to flow and shift, forming a face with pure white eyes and a gaping, toothy mouth that appeared from nowhere. The mouth opened, and a clear yet oddly distorted voice, almost as if filtered through a voice changer, emerged. "Talk. Unfazit, Bayi inodit." He shook his right hand, displaying the coil. "This is called a sonic cannon." Then he motioned with his left. "And this, a flamethrower." A tiny tongue of flame flared at the tip of the nozzle, casting a soft crackle in the silence. The instant the flamethrower came to life, venom let out a guttural, instinctive hiss. It recoiled swiftly, shrinking back into the far corner of the glass chamber, doing its utmost to keep a safe distance from the fire. The symbiote's greatest weaknesses are flames and piercing sound waves. "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate, I won't do that to you for now," Bayi said, giving the symbiote a reassuring smile as he extinguished the flame on his left hand. But Venom didn't seem convinced. As soon as the fire vanished, it edged forward a little, uttering its own peculiar sound. "For now." Hearing those words, Bayi didn't respond directly. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "And your host? Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about some hapless wastelander you snatched or any animal you've attached to. You know who I mean." As he finished, he gave a conspiratorial wink. "No, not that name, Eddie." The mention of its host's name struck a nerve in Venom. In that instant, its entire body surged like black liquid flames, shooting upward and slamming into the ceiling with a heavy thud. A shrill, piercing cry filled the room, voicing its inner turmoil and pain, startling the researcher in the distance who had just finished his phone call. Yet, Venom retained some sense. Even as it whipped around the glass room, it made no attempt to escape, even though the door was wide open. "All right, I won't mention that name anymore," Bayi said, waving a hand in Venom's direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood all too well how deep and fraught Venom's feelings for Eddie truly were. Venom gradually calmed, its liquid form retracting into a compact, inky mass. But then Bayi's next words struck another raw nerve, fanning the flames of Venom's agitation. In an instant, it bunched up, ready to rocket out of the glass enclosure. I don't know if he was murdered or simply died of old age, but I can give you another chance to merge with him, to experience that rare and perfect union, something unique in this world. Venom paused at the door, using its simulated white eyes to quietly study the Hulkbuster armor standing before it. 98. The book goes live on August 1st. No need for tragic tales. There will be an explosive update tomorrow. With over 20,000 additive favorites, I'll set the initial subscription goal at 1,000. For every additional 200, I'll add another big update on top of the planned ones. When I released the book, I spent a week wrestling with the contract, then waited another 2 weeks to test the waters after updating my status. Here, I have to thank everyone who's supported me so far. Those who've given tips, voted for the book, or left comments and reviews since its release. Special thanks to my editor, Peng Lai. Without all of you, I couldn't have made it to this point. That's all for now. Please help with those first subscriptions to ease my nerves. By the way, I'm not the fastest typist at the moment, It takes me about an hour and a half to finish a chapter. Once I can finish one chapter an hour, updates will come 3 times a day. Good night, I'm off to write. See you with an update tomorrow afternoon. 99. Although the symbiote in front of him was commonly called Venom, and had even called itself Venom multiple times when it was without a host. But that isn't its true name. The symbiote only became known as Venom when it bonded with Eddie Brock, because Eddie was the first to come up with that name. Before Eddie, Venom had already bonded with 4 different hosts, 2 of them humans and 2 aliens. But during those times, the symbiote never called itself by that name. Instead, it quietly pretended to be an emotionless bioarmor, observing those beings and learning from them. Through the 2 alien hosts, it learned the meaning of slaughter and hatred. It even helped annihilate an entire planet's population. Though it vaguely understood these were terrible acts, it simply didn't care. What did it learn from Deadpool? Well, to be honest, nothing particularly good. Even Deadpool himself was so worried that his deranged brain would corrupt this poor extraterrestrial that, after wearing it for only a few minutes, he hurriedly tore it off and threw it aside. After that, the symbiote arrived on Earth, where, from Peter Parker, it learned about guilt, compassion, and betrayal. These rich, complicated emotions fascinated it deeply. But Peter didn't like it. The symbiote could sense his deep-seated aversion, the way Peter cursed it as a filthy monster and parasite. This hurt, yet only made the symbiote long all the more to fully merge with Peter, to make him understand. One day, after a battle with the vulture, Peter climbed to the rooftop of a church. Next to the great bell, he used the chiming to weaken the symbiote's hold, fighting it with all his will. With its strength fading, Venom used the last of its energy to drag Peter to safety, laying him down gently, before melting into a fluid form and slipping away through a crack. So it seemed, everything was the symbiote's fault. All it ever wanted was to help, but in the end, it was always the one to blame. Why not just take Mary Jane by force, instead of playing at love with all these silly games? Every time it saw her, its own chemicals and hormones raced off the charts. So why bother pretending to be so innocent? As for the Vulture and Dr. Octopus, why not just rip off their heads and eat them? That'd save Aunt May the trouble of cooking another meal at night. How hypocritical. These were its thoughts as it finally merged with its 5th host, Eddie Brock. Eddie was different. He taught the symbiote what it meant to love. If it could see Eddie just one more time, it would do anything. Walter and 2 other lab technicians carefully wheeled in a stretcher. Strapped to it was a member of the Punisher gang, clearly sedated and limp with weakness. They slowly brought the stretcher to a stop by the glass chamber in the center of the room. Walter and his team got to work, clad in heavy white protective suits and gloves, moving with deliberate care, as if handling some lifeless artifact. The man's body trembled slightly, as if he could sense the torment that awaited him. His eyes were half open, half closed, gazing at the ceiling without focus. Is that a symbiote? I remember reading about it in a book once. Walter couldn't help but steal another glance at the very docile mass of black liquid contained within the glass chamber. The white eye on the liquid's surface seemed to be watching him in return. It wasn't just the super soldier serum that the American military sought to create. Mechanical implants, symbiotes, magical constructs, all of these had once been within their scope of research. Yet, through their efforts, only the serum had proven itself perfect and, most importantly, the only project capable of reliably mass-producing stable super soldiers. Quite right. Bai nodded, gesturing for Walter and the others to step back and clear some space for Venom. The black liquid began to slide out slowly, taking care not to startle anyone. Back up a little more. Bai glanced at Walter and his colleagues, who had only retreated a few steps, evidently fascinated by the symbiote. Once they'd moved far enough away, Bai picked up a syringe filled with a pale green super soldier serum, which was resting on the stretcher. He gently aimed it at the dazed and disoriented test subject. Previously, most subjects perished from rapid genetic collapse or violent rejection after injection. But what if the symbiote's powerful regenerative abilities could help them survive that ordeal? Someone had once used Regenerin, a healing agent designed to mimic Wolverine's recovery, allowing a subject to succeed a single time. Now, Bai was attempting to replicate that process using the symbiote. The massive fingers of the anti-Hulk armor grasped the syringe with unerring precision, the mechanical hand moving with calculated calm. Without hesitation, the needle was pressed into the subject's skin. The serum flowed slowly into his veins, a pale green river winding beneath the flesh. The injection went smoothly, the plunger depressed with controlled steadiness until the last drop disappeared inside. We're ready. Setting the empty syringe aside, Bai turned to Venom. Venom formed a glossy black head and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the test subject's body was racked by violent spasms. His eyes bulged in shock, his face drained of color, and sweat streamed down his brow. He let out a strangled cry of agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. By reflex, his hands gripped the metal rail of the stretcher. The moment the rejection began, strength surged through him, so much so that the metal groaned and bent beneath his grip, nearly twisting out of shape in his hands. His eyes were wild with madness and pain, bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. Blood streamed from his nose, mouth, and ears, pooling into bright crimson rivulets. It's your turn now. Whether you survive, and whether you'll see Eddie again in the future, depends entirely on what you do next. The moment Baye's words landed, Venom sprang to life. In a flash, it lunged at the rampaging test subject, engulfing him completely in its inky black liquid form. As the viscous black matter wrapped around him, the test subject began to mutate. His body, which had been on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. Though he still bled and trembled, the trembling slowed as venom permeated him. It was as if the symbiote were slowly taking control, repairing and reinforcing his battered tissues. Under the influence of the symbiote, something strange happened to the subject's eyes. The original deep brown of his irises faded to pure black, until his entire eyes gleamed like two eerie black gems. No trace of white remained, only that unsettling obsidian gleam. Suddenly, black liquid oozed from his mouth and nose, helping him to break free from his restraints. He rose to his feet as the fluid coalesced across his skin, sculpting taut black muscle. An unnaturally pale spider symbol spread across his chest. His towering figure now stood only half a head shorter than the Hulkbuster armor, radiating overwhelming strength. Venom opened his monstrous maw wide, exposing row upon row of razor-sharp, gleaming white fangs. Green liquid dripped from between his jaws as he roared, a guttural, resonant sound that reverberated through the air. We are Venom. End of the chapter. More to come. Looking at the green fluid continuously dripping from the creature's fanged mouth, Bayi unconsciously took a step back. This liquid was the symbiote's waste. Whenever the symbiote dissolved foreign matter within its host, it expelled the residue as this green fluid. He lifted his right hand. The coils on the Hulkbuster armor hummed softly as he faced the towering black creature without a trace of fear. Venom, I know the one inside your body is evil and corrupt, he warned. But you need to keep it together. Don't let him take over. No, impossible. Venom bellowed, his voice violent and trembling. You imprisoned us, you experimented on us, and we hate you. Venom showed no sign of regaining composure. With another blood-curdling roar, he slashed at the Hulkbuster with his wickedly sharp left hand. The attack came swift and vicious, slicing through the air. In that split second, the armor's jets fired, sending a burst of blue flame from the thrusters. The Hulkbuster slid back several meters in an instant. Venom's claws tore the stretcher to shreds, sending hunks of twisted metal flying across the room. Venom. That's Venom. In the distance, standing at the doorway, Walter adjusted his glasses and murmured to himself. He had read about this formidable supervillain in books and seen him in old recordings, but this was his first time witnessing the real thing with his own eyes, seeing him battle the anti-Hulk mech no less. What a rare spectacle this was. If the gentle approach doesn't work, then it's time for something a bit more forceful, the anti-Hulk armor intoned, raising its massive arm. A powerful blast of sonic energy, clearly visible to the naked eye, erupted from the sonic cannon like a terrifying tidal wave, surging toward Venom. The force of the sound wave was tremendous. A monstrous, nearly 3-meter-tall figure was driven back several yards. Under the relentless assault, its anguished shrieks echoed in the air, black fluid rippling and churning across its surface in violent waves. Sharp sonic vibrations are one of the symbiote's greatest weaknesses. But this time, Venom's host was a genetically enhanced super soldier. Though the symbiote had to divert some strength to heal its host, it still provided a significant boost overall. With each passing second, the black monster began to withstand the sonic barrage. Its tongue lashed wildly from its mouth, making it appear all the more menacing. Writhing forward against the relentless force, it strained desperately to break free from the sound wave's hold. Bayi watched its reaction, face immobile, unfazed. This was all well within his expectations. He hadn't even dialed the sonic cannon up to full strength. With his right hand, he maintained the sonic attack on Venom. Meanwhile, with a quick motion, he retracted the flamethrower and produced a small glass vial from his palm. Condensation gently beaded on the outside of the bottle. It looked as though it had just been retrieved from a deep freeze. Through the misty droplets, a tiny mass of black liquid could be seen swirling slowly inside. The chronology of major cosmic events in this universe is strangely fluid. There was no royal family incident, nor a World War Hulk, and yet there were clear traces of the original sin event having taken place afterward. Eyeball Man, true to his name, was born with a grotesquely oversized eye for a head, complete with bloodshot sclera and streaked pupils, a grotesque sight. He possessed the uncanny ability to see things invisible to others, like knowing exactly when someone wanted to kill him. He could fire lasers from his eye, had physical strength just above average, but more uniquely, he could see through dreams, even peering into the secret base of the Watchers on the Moon. During the original Sin event in 2014, a Watcher's eye fused into his chest, multiplying Eyeball Man's vision abilities tenfold. All this matters because, in the original storyline, after 45 years of apocalypse, Hawkeye set out for vengeance and eventually found Eyeball Man, with a Watcher's eye embedded in his chest. According to Eyeball Man's own account, he'd already come into possession of this eye before the day the heroes fell. Though impressed, he never explained just how he acquired it. Since the eye of the observer appears ahead of the normal timeline, what about some other things, or perhaps people? In short, with the information above, Bai found what he was looking for in Zemo's warehouse. The Red Skull, anxious to develop his super soldier serum, dumped all the remnants of America's old projects on Baron Zemo without a second thought. There were things like the mechanically enhanced Necrolock, attempts to replicate Captain America's rebirth experiment, and even the Pegasus Project. Gazing at the glass vial in his hand, Bai silently increased the intensity of the sonic blast. The powerful waves rippled throughout the room. In the distance, Walter and the other technicians felt the crushing impact, instantly frowning, covering their ears, and fleeing outdoors. The venom creature howled in agony. The black liquid, writhing on its body, spun out of control like a furious storm, peeling away in thick, swirling currents and exposing the human body underneath. The subject inside was completely unclothed, but seemed otherwise stable. Though the pain on his face was unmistakable, at least his mind hadn't shattered. As he kept firing the sonic pulses, Bai approached Venom with calm determination, facing the dangerous creature without the slightest fear. Its gaping maw snapped and twisted, bristling with rows of razor-sharp fangs and a whipping, serpentine tongue glinting in the light. Seeing its opponent draw near, Venom tried to lash out with a massive hand. But the sonic assault suppressed its movement, slowing it to a crawl. The arm trembled in midair, never able to strike freely. Black, liquid matter churned inside it, as if battling furiously just to remain in control of its own body. Bai tossed the vial into that enormous mouth, and then, with the anti-Hulk armor, delivered a ferocious kick straight at Venom's chest. In an instant, the creature was sent flying. Like a living cannonball, it described a midnight arc before smashing into the wall with an earth-shaking crash. All at once, the wall caved in, debris scattering everywhere. Bai powered down the sonic cannon on his arm. Venom crawled out of the crater, wisps of smoke curling from its surface. Even after such a blow, it showed no sign of surrender. Its ghastly pale eyes burned with rage. It pointed a razor-thin claw at Bai. Just as it tried to spit its venomous words, it seized its own head and chest, convulsing with a blood-curdling scream. "What did you make us eat?" You see, the Pegasus team preserved quite a few biological samples, including a unique cell signature, a backup specimen, the only real achievement they'd managed in decades of mediocrity. Bai spoke calmly, watching Venom thrash and writhe in agony on the floor, unmoved by its suffering. Wee. Venom rolled on the ground for a while before slowly, shakily rising to its feet. Its face began to transform. The gaping mouth, fangs, and long tongue all vanished, replaced by something resembling a tight-fitting mask. Where once were ghostly pale eyes, now there were only white rings framing pitch-black pupils, exuding an eerie and enigmatic atmosphere. His body also seemed to be readjusting itself. Black, liquid-like matter flowed across the surface, shaping itself into a clutch of simulated clothing, a white belt, gun holsters, and other accessories, while dozens of tiny spikes emerged on his shoulders. After a shudder, Venom suddenly reached for his waist, just like a special agent about to draw two pistols, but came up empty-handed. The gesture was pure instinct, a lingering memory from the host, but there were simply no weapons to be found. Still, he mimed gripping them, pointing two phantom guns squarely at Bai in front of him, and bellowed, "Ross, take X-23 and go. Alert the Avengers, the X-Men, everyone you can reach. I'll hold them off." Second update of the day, more to come. He hadn't even finished speaking before the transformed Venom pretended to squeeze imaginary triggers, only to realize after several clicks of his finger that he held nothing at all, leaving him a little befuddled. He hesitated, the white-rimmed eyes shifting as he looked up, surveying the scene. The hulking golden-red anti-Hulk armor, a space the size of half a football field, the glass-walled chamber, all glazed into focus. This was no war-torn battlefield. He struggled to recall what had just happened, but only scraps of memory surfaced. 1 minute ago, as a part of the anti-hero squad, the Fantastic Four-ing, he had been ambushed. The female Ghost Rider was banished by magic right before his eyes, her fate unknown. Wolverine's daughter X, 23, had been all but blasted apart, left barely alive in a battered heap, saved only by her healing factor. Snapping to his senses, Flash immediately ordered General Ross, now transformed into Red Hulk, to take X, 23 in retreat, staying behind himself to cover their escape. But after that, what happened next? He couldn't help but clutch his head. Flash Thompson, Agent Venom, high school classmate to Peter Parker, better known as Spider-Man. He had been Midtown High's star quarterback, his speed on the field earning him the lifelong nickname Flash. The fame and respect had satisfied him, but he still couldn't help but envy Peter's brainy brilliance. What's so great about being a bookworm, anyhow? With that mindset, Flash bullied Peter throughout high school. Ironically, although public opinion detested Spider-Man, Flash became one of his most devoted fans. Back in high school, he even founded a Spider-Man fan club, inviting everyone except Peter Parker to join. When reporters from the Daily Bugle, led by Jameson, came to ask why Spider-Man was so universally disliked, Flash chased away the entire press team. Later, when Peter and Flash found themselves classmates again at Empire State University, Gwen helped them reconcile, and the two eventually became friends. After that, Flash enlisted in the army twice. During his service, Gwen was killed by the Green Goblin. Flash took time off to attend her funeral, offering Peter his condolences. He re-enlisted afterward but lost both legs in combat and ended up in a wheelchair. Following a long period of depression and rehabilitation, Flash was approached by the U.S. military, who saw potential in him for their symbiote super soldier program. Through this experiment, Flash became the one and only Agent Venom. Memories flooded his mind as Flash slowly stepped forward. Seeing that the massive anti-Hulk armor did not attack, he ventured a cautious question. Stark? He remembered several buildings around him collapsing, the streets ablaze, and countless screams echoing all around. Such a terrifying assault was far beyond their ability to handle. He wanted Red Hulk to warn the Avengers, but in the next second, his consciousness faded into chaos. Maybe Iron Man and the Avengers already had things under control and rescued everyone while he was unconscious? The thought drifted through Flash's mind, light and untethered. With a mechanical whir, the anti-Hulk armor's helmet slowly opened, revealing Baiye's face. Baiye gave the bewildered Agent Venom a friendly smile. "Hey there, Flash. Who are you?" Agent Venom's eye widened instantly. A swirl of black liquid rose on Agent Venom's shoulder, forming a blurry face. There was something mournful about it. The eyes, pale and sunken, drooped at the corners. Flash, the black face wavered, mouth slightly agape, as if at a loss for words. A flicker of complex emotions shone in its eyes, searching for just the right words to express itself. "Venom? What's up, buddy?" Flash eyed the black face before him with bafflement. It felt as if he had slipped into a strange dream. Venom seldom talked to him this way anymore. They usually communicated more efficiently through their neural link. And something felt even stranger. He couldn't sense his symbiote within his body at all. "You." The black, liquid-like figure had barely uttered a word when it turned to look at Baiye, clearly unable to bring itself to state the harsh truth. But Baiye shook his head gently, signaling for it to go ahead and say what had to be said. A faint ripple passed through the black liquid, as if a wave of sorrow was spreading inside it. It gazed up at Flesh and finally spoke. "You are already dead." Memories flooded back. Flesh's joys and sorrows, the web of relationships, the dreams and hopes once held close. In that moment, it was as if the lost fragments of self had returned, and the symbiote, far from being a mere host, became someone real, someone with blood still warm and life almost tangible. When Flesh heard the words from Venom, his lips parted slightly, but no sound came forth. "D dead? I'm dead," he stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief and fear. His hand, unsteady, reached up as if on its own, brushing his face and body, trying to assure himself that he was still alive. 40 years ago, there was a great war, came Venom's low, mournful reply, its tone carrying weary sadness as it recounted the whole truth. It spoke of the heroes who fell, of how it endured those endless 4 decades, and finally, of how Baiye found it in the canyon and brought it here. When the telling ended, Flesh slumped slowly into the corner, his body trembling. There, in the dimness by the wall, he sat quietly with his memories, replaying battles, friends and enemies alike, and those years of war that had left him broken, years he was loath to recall. But now what was he? Only a shadow, a lingering echo from a time long past. He closed his eyes, or what he thought of as eyes, trying to calm the storm within his heart. Memories and truth tangled together, leaving Flesh's mind adrift in confusion. He did not know how to face any of this, nor what path, if any, lay before him. In truth, the symbiotes shared something like a hive mind. In certain moments, each host's consciousness was uploaded to their vast network. For Flesh, his long bond with Venom allowed him to wander freely inside that shared realm, though he could never affect any symbiote, nor change anything in the world of the living. Only when a sample of his genetic material was once more absorbed by Venom could he briefly return to this world. So, all these 40 years you've been devouring people, or leaping from one monster to another? Flesh looked at the floating, inky visage of Venom before him, his words lined with disappointment. He had honestly thought he could make Venom a little kinder. Just a little, he told himself. Venom gave a slow nod. That black, shifting face showed no expression, only those ghastly pale eyes, flickering with complicated, unreadable emotion. Flesh's brief return imposed a heavy burden upon it, as those long-buried pangs of guilt from consuming humans surged up once again. After all these decades, it was forced to confront just how cruel its actions have been over the past 40 years. There's still another update. Cranking out more content. You died. Eddie died, too. When I wanted to go and find Parker, he was gone as well. There was a note of sorrow in Venom's voice, its pale eyes slanting downwards in grief. If it had tear ducts, it would have been crying by now. It wasn't just the old lessons of guilt and self-abasement bubbling up, emotions it had learned long ago, but also the pain that in all these 40 years, it had never found a true host it could call its own. The people and mutant animals of the wasteland it had possessed were nothing but vessels, mere means of transport. Their hearts were filled only with violence and slaughter. Their quality was far too poor. Flesh gently extended a hand, stroking Venom softly on the head. Venom swayed slightly, clearly savoring the sensation. Its eyes flickered with a hint of delight, not unlike a cherished puppy, rather than the menacing monster it had once been. Ahem. Bai quietly cleared his throat, and at some point had stepped to stand before Venom and Flesh. The crimson and gold Hulkbuster armor towered with authority and power over the now diminished pair, an iron giant in their presence. So, Bai winked at Venom, who was still luxuriating in the gentle touch. Consider this a little advance payment, something sweet to look forward to. The thing he'd tossed earlier was actually a sample of the symbiote Venom's former host, Flash Thompson, had left behind in Project Pegasus. That blob of black liquid lifted its head. As it gazed at Bai, it seemed to want to speak, but then silently lowered its gaze. Venom says you were the one who brought it back. An edge of suspicion crept into Flesh's narrowed, pitch-black eyes. Bai nodded slightly, understanding the emotion in Flesh's voice. Yes, I brought Venom back here, he said candidly, tapping the Hulkbuster's chest, which echoed with a deep metallic thud. But I didn't bring it here as an enemy or threat. Eddie, and you as well, are friends of a friend of my friends, which makes you friends of mine, in a sense. Do you remember the Avengers? Quite a few of them are actually on good terms with me. Venom even met some of them on the plane. As Bai explained, Flesh's brow gradually relaxed, though vigilance lingered in his eyes. And you intend to trust a symbiote? He asked. They're wild, untamable creatures. Almost no one has ever truly been able to control them. The man before him, clad in the anti-Hulk armor, was certainly no villain. Of that he'd just confirmed with Venom. But it was crucial for him to ensure this man truly understood what a symbiote was and wouldn't fuse with it for a mere taste of power. Bai looked at Flash and offered a gentle smile. A symbiote may be a life form completely different from humanity, but it isn't wholly evil. There was a time when it merged with you, with Eddie, and even with Peter. Through those bonds, it learned what love and kindness meant. Even now, I believe that somewhere in this black liquid, that heart still exists. Listening to Bai's words, Flash's apprehension began to ease, though a deep frown creased his brow. But it still eats people. Yes, it does still eat people, Bai acknowledged with a nod. But I have a way to keep it in check, to teach it the difference between right and wrong, just as you and Eddie once learned to control Venom. He made sure not to mention Peter's name here. Venom seemed to sense the undercurrent of their conversation. It hovered quietly nearby, its liquid face betraying a swirl of complicated emotions, as if it understood they were speaking about it. The truth was just as Bai had said. Once, it had known what it felt like to cherish and pity humans. But when its beloved host was killed by humans, those warm feelings vanished with that host's passing. That sample won't last much longer. I'll be gone soon, Flash said, rising to his feet to look Bai squarely in the eye, his tone shading into resignation. He truly wished he could stay, wished he could help Venom become something better. But he knew he couldn't. In the end, from a practical point of view, he was already dead. To return to the world, even for a fleeting visit to see his old partner, was already a gift beyond measure. With Bai's promise, Flash Thompson finally felt at ease. "No, Flash, don't go. Please." At these words, Venom let out a desperate cry. It whipped around Flash's neck, pressing its black liquid tighter against his head. "Don't leave, Flash. I'll stay with you. We'll fight together," it pleaded, undulating along his neck in a protest, both anxious and forlorn. Flash gently reached up to touch Venom, comforting the living being that had once been one with him, but said nothing in reply. Venom seemed to understand Flash's decision. It nuzzled softly against his neck, as if offering a silent farewell. "Are we friends forever?" He smiled and nodded. "Yes, we're friends forever." His hand swept gently across Venom's form, a final, tender parting. As the words left him, the spikes on the Agent Venom armor's shoulders slowly receded, its appearance smoothing to simple muscle lines. At the same time, the blackness that had clouded those once white eyes gradually faded away, like tears dissolving into the rain. The face, masked like a skin-tight suit, split open again with a gaping seam and swallowed the separated Venom head. Sharp fangs and a long tongue were plainly visible inside. But this time, there was neither a roar nor a shriek. Venom simply stood motionless, as if stupefied, silent and expressionless. "He's gone," Bai said calmly. "What are you waiting for? Kill him. We're so strong now. We can have any woman we want. The whole wasteland will be ours." A voice rumbled from Venom's slightly parted jaws, but it was not his own. The host's consciousness seemed to linger, unwilling to fade after their fusion. He'd spent far too long among gangs, arrogant and violent by nature, old instincts refusing to die. Those voices echoed with wild, feverish shouts, desperately trying to fan Venom's emotions. Bai sensed a two-way connection between his own mind and Venom's chaotic spirit. "I believe you can control yourself, Venom. Don't let anger and hatred rule you, and don't disappoint Flash and Eddie again," Bai said as he closed his helmet and strode over, giving the black monster a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "No, impossible. I'll never disappoint them." Stung by the mention of those two names, Venom suddenly tore open his own chest with razor claws. The white spider emblem split in two, revealing the snarling gangster still shrieking inside. Venom's huge hand shot through the crack in his chest, seized the host's arm, and, like tossing out garbage, hurled him ruthlessly into the distance. The thug spun wildly through the air, tumbling dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring impact, letting out a wail of pain. He struggled to get up, but after flailing twice, his strength failed him and he collapsed, gasping on the cold earth. Bai's eyes lingered on Venom, now melted into a puddle of black liquid on the ground. He smiled faintly and said softly, "It seems you're still worthy of redemption." Venom appeared to hear Bai's words. The black liquid quivered slightly, then coalesced into a face that hissed, "He is fine, can help you, but doesn't want to host like that again." Rejoined with lightning, Venom quickly reclaimed some fragment of its decades-old personality. But if it must bond again with a soul so dark and dirty. "Of course," Bai nodded, waving his hand. Herbie, who had been quietly waiting in the wings, flew over. A pixelated question mark bounced on its digital screen. "Call Quicksilver. Tell him to invite the White Queen." End of the 4th update. Many thanks to Reader GIF1 for the reward of 500 points and Reader EO for the reward of 100 points. Snow and wind raged through the frigid night as the crescent-shaped aircraft slowly descended at the factory gates, its engines humming with a deep, low thrum. Watching as the hatch of the aircraft opened, Paul and the other soldier stood numbly in place. Their exhaustion blurred their features in the swirling storm, but they still dutifully raised their guns. Pietro, wearing his distinctive purple helmet, leapt out from the craft's cabin. In a heartbeat, he was standing right before Paul and the other soldier. A gleam of amusement shone from beneath the purple helmet as he reached out, gently lowering the barrels of their guns. "It's me." Pietro's voice rang out from within the helmet, light and confident. The soldiers were startled by Pietro's sudden appearance and lightning-fast movements. They stared, mouths agape, at this extraordinary superhero. Next to Pietro's speed, their own actions seemed painfully slow and clumsy. Just as before, after Quicksilver's last visit to the base, Walter had made sure everyone memorized each superhero's distinctive features. Recognizing the hero who traveled beside Bay, the two soldiers immediately relaxed. They set down their weapons and turned their gaze to the next figure descending from the distant aircraft. A tall woman with flowing blonde hair was stepping out. The grace in her strides spoke of nobility, and the pristine white mask she wore only invited more speculation. "Open the gate." "I didn't travel all this way just to freeze out here," the White Queen called, folding her arms and tossing her head, sending her golden hair cascading behind her. To the two soldiers, the White Queen was the embodiment of unmatched beauty and allure in that instant. Tall and elegant, each step carried a charisma that was impossible to ignore. She was draped in a luxurious snowy robe, its silver embroidery glinting in the cold, lending her a regal and mysterious air. The hem of her gown floated lightly with her every move, as though she were dancing upon the snow and ice. Amidst the wind and snow, Emma's beauty shone all the more dazzling, a brilliance too radiant to overlook, carrying with it an irresistible charm. Both soldiers felt a tumult of emotion within, their breath caught in their chests. Their mission was momentarily forgotten, lost completely in the White Queen's presence. In her presence, they felt utterly insignificant, mortals before a goddess, willing in that moment to lay down their lives for her. "Hey, stop using your psychic powers on them. They're just innocent civilians." Pietro snapped his fingers several times in front of the soldiers to break the spell, then turned to the White Queen with a resigned sigh. That was careless of me. It's been so long since I walked among people, I almost forgot where I was." Emma's ice-blue gaze swept through her mask toward Paul and the other soldier, swiftly releasing them from their trance-like state. They gasped for breath, and when they looked at the White Queen again, fear had crept into their eyes. The admiration and infatuation they felt moments before were now shrouded in shadows. Almost instantly, Paul and another soldier broke out in a cold sweat. The shift in their hearts left behind no trace at all. If this woman standing before them told them to take their own lives, they would have shoved the barrel of their guns into their mouths and pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. With a half-hearted shrug toward the soldiers, Emma followed Quicksilver through the rising gates. She truly didn't mean for this to happen. In a mutant sanctuary, she always relied on this skill to make everyone think she was forever 18. Coming into the Weapon X facility, she'd slipped into old habits, unconsciously radiating her charisma once more. Inside, Pietro became a blur, whisking himself away to find the way. The next moment, he reappeared at her side, and, after many twists and turns, led the White Queen to where Bai Yi was waiting. The room was spacious, bright light streaming down and carving delicate shadows across the floor. "Oh, you got here quickly. Welcome, welcome." Bai Yi, who'd been studying an immobile thug on the ground with Walter, stood up as soon as he saw them and greeted them with a smile. He didn't worry about the White Queen secretly controlling his people. For one, Emma was a perceptive woman and a shrewd businesswoman. She wouldn't bother with such thankless antics. For another, Wanda still conducted regular mental checkups on everyone at the facility. If the White Queen tried to sneak anything in, she'd be caught in a heartbeat. And besides, Emma was getting on in years. She wasn't utterly spent yet. Not like she would be a decade from now, but remote puppeteering was beyond her powers at this point. No need for formalities. Just tell me what you need. I've been run ragged. First having that boy carry me at full speed, then hopping onto a plane. I am exhausted. As a lab tech pulled up a chair for her, Emma plopped down, grimacing while she massaged her shoulders. Bai just pursed his lips and said nothing in response. Earlier, after retrieving Venom, he had parted ways with Quicksilver and the others. They went to the Himalayas to recruit trained monks for the Weapon X project, while Bai Yi returned to the facility first. Still, now that they needed the White Queen's help, Pietro would just have to handle a bit more trouble. A symbiote? Is that the one they call Venom? Catching her breath, Emma turned and spotted the black liquid curled up inside a glass chamber. She asked with a puzzled look. Back on the wastelands, this creature had quite the reputation, almost an urban legend of terror. Parents familiar with its name often used it to frighten their children. For example, sayings like, "If you don't go to sleep, Venom will crawl out from under your bed and devour you." Or "If you don't get up early, Venom will come and snatch you away so you'll never see your parents again," became an entire generation's nightmares growing up in the wasteland. By the way, was that thing actually smiling at her? Looking at Venom, its entire body plastered against the glass wall and bearing a gigantic, toothy grin, Emma couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. There was something deeply unsettling about it. "Yes, exactly, it's him. I've already succeeded in taming him with the power of love," Bai Yi said, opening the helmet of his anti-Hulk armor with a bright smile. The White Queen waved her hands dismissively, acting as if she hadn't heard a word, as if someone had just passed gas nearby. Taming Venom with love? Was he dreaming? Still, this anti-Hulk armor was seriously impressive. Who knows where he got something this good? Actually, it was just as well. It made her even more certain that betraying Doom had been the right call, and now her odds of winning felt better than ever. Seeing the old woman's incredulous face, Bai rolled his eyes and dragged the unconscious thug over to the chair, pointing at his head. Can you turn him into a decent person, through and through? Is that within your power? Emma glanced down at the thug drooling on the floor in his sleep, then up at Baye's smiling face, looked down at the thug again, and narrowed her eyes inquisitively. And what exactly are you planning? Achievement unlocked. Damn, look at me go. Give me a minute to bask in my own awesomeness. And that's it for today. I'll add the extra chapter for the subscription tomorrow, after I see how the numbers look. Good night, everyone. Of course, I mean it literally. Bai reached out, grabbed the thug by the head, and lifted him up for a closer look. The guy was missing a front tooth and 2 molars, his nose was crooked, and overall, he looked quite the mess. Thanks to his body having been enhanced by serum earlier, even getting tossed dozens of meters by venom and smacking into the floor without the slightest cushion, he'd survived with nothing more than a nap. As it turned out, the symbiote's healing abilities were extremely useful. Normally, a subject injected with unstable super soldier serum would have died within seconds, his head blown apart. Yet this thug was here, sleeping soundly. There's a subtle difference, though, between Venom's healing and the likes of Wolverine's regeneration. For example, if Wolverine was run through with a blade, his supercharged healing factor would instantly kick in, cell division and blood production racing thousands of times faster than a normal person to seal up the wound. But for a symbiote like Venom, it has to first cover the host's wound with its own tissue, and only then will it amplify the host's natural regenerative abilities. At this moment, what was truly needed to create super soldiers was the latter, a substance similar in effect to the former, the regenerative serum, essentially a self-healing potion. There were small vials of it stashed away in Zemo's warehouse, but those concoctions were laced with toxins. Repeated use in a short period would cause the user to die from poisoning, even if their wounds healed. Hearing Baye's words, Emma didn't answer right away. Instead, she crossed one leg over the other and rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the gangster who dangled helplessly in the grip of the anti-Hulk armor. Beneath the soft, perfectly contoured mask, her blue eyes shimmered with unfathomable meaning. After a few heartbeats, Emma tilted her head and rolled her neck. The cascading waves of her golden hair swayed gently behind her. I've seen inside him. He's dark, malicious, selfish, a textbook product of the wastelands. You want someone like that to turn into a good person? She asked, lifting her chin a little so she could meet the towering anti-Hulk armor's gaze. Someone like Peter Parker? Or Steve Rogers? Is that even possible? Bai met the lake blue eyes behind the mask and asked softly. From the White Queen's tone, he could tell she hadn't directly refused, nor had she claimed it was beyond her power. Of course it's possible. I just need to be sure first. Emma snapped her fingers, the sound ringing clearly in the air. At the same moment, the gangster suspended aloft suddenly jerked awake. From the fluttering of his eyelids, it was obvious the process hadn't been comfortable. Unconsciousness, after all, was the body's self-defense mechanism. Now, he had only woken because the White Queen had reached into his mind. Venom, what happened? The gangster mumbled, his voice wreathed in confusion. As he blinked fully awake, his eyes darted uncertainly around the room, searching for any clue that might explain the scene before him. His brain was still tingling, struggling to remember, but everything was shrouded in a vague, dreamlike haze. As his gaze landed on the anti-Hulk armor, holding him captive, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Suddenly, the floodgates opened. All at once, the memories surged back. He remembered. Just a moment ago, he'd merged with Venom, and together they tried to tear apart the metal giant, causing them so much pain. Back then, he'd been driven by a forceful urge. Anger and hatred united him with Venom. For a moment, he believed they were invincible, but to his shock, Venom resisted, then violently expelled him. The next thing he knew, his mind went blank. Midway through these recollections, his eyes flew wide, lips trembling as he stammered, "Why will you?" 2 gun barrels as thick as bowls were staring straight at his forehead, their depths glowing with a ghostly blue light. Waves of heat radiated out, causing sweat to bead on his brow, perhaps from the fear as much as anything. The super soldier serum that once granted him physical prowess now brought no sense of safety, gave him not a shred of courage. Watching the trembling thug before him, who looked like he might wet himself at any moment, Bai simply gave a small smile. "Do you want to be a good person?" The thug was clearly bewildered by this question, momentarily forgetting his fear. But when he caught a glimpse of the increasingly intense blue glow of the laser cannon, he started nodding frantically, bobbing his head like a chicken pecking at grain, and replied against his will, "Yes, of course I do. I'd love to." Then, twisting his mouth, he began to sob and wail, snot and tears streaming down his face. In his desperate performance, he denounced every wrongdoing of the gang boss. From murder and arson to waylaying travelers, and even not washing his feet before bed, he cursed them all. In his tearful retelling, the gang boss was transformed into a villain fit for a throne of red skulls, a super evil nemesis of the worst order. It's all just an act. Emma watched the thug's earnest display and shook her head with a sigh of resignation. Outward appearances are easy enough to feign, but a person's true self is much harder to deceive. Even if he could fool himself, he could never deceive a master of the mind like the White Queen. Still, she had to admit, his performance was impressive. Those weren't fake tears. She thought back to the footmen who performed the theater plays in her mutant forbidding grounds, all stiff as puppets, either bursting into laughter when they were supposed to cry, or looking like the world had ended whenever they were meant to smile. Why not just use mind control to make them act, you ask? Where would be the fun in that? It's no different from stepping on stage yourself. Besides, the main pleasure came from watching others bow and scrape at her feet. Her Majesty the White Queen is absolutely right, Bai Yi said, his face emotionless as he gazed at the thug, who was still desperately begging for mercy. How can someone like you ever change, You won't change. Only death awaits you. The moment those words left his mouth, the thug went deathly pale, too terrified to utter another sound. The cold blue energy cannon, ready to fire, painted his face even grayer with fright. But I've decided to give you another chance, for perhaps you weren't born this way. Perhaps this cruel world made you what you are. The blue light faded, and the metallic hand unclenched, releasing the half-conscious thug who crumpled to the ground. He was too battered to stand, but having survived, he frantically knelt, banging his head on the floor as he sobbed and wailed. Thank you, kind sir, for sparing me. I swear I'll lead a good life from now on. I'll never rejoin the gang or hang out with that lot again. In this moment, his submission could not have been more sincere. The way he hammered his forehead to the ground, over and over, was so pitiful that even Pietro, watching from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort and clicked his tongue in sympathy. Emma just shrugged at the others, as if to say, still acting. All the while, the thug was already plotting. Once he got out of here, he'd use his enhanced physique to seize the position of boss, then head for the Liangma River area, the very place they never dared to tread, Dr. Doom's turf, so he could rob and plunder to his heart's content, killing all the adult men and capturing the local women and children. Women were simply used as outlets for their frustration. Children, once grown, were raised to serve as future pawns for punishment, and when their power became strong enough, they would be led back to exact vengeance on that man clad in gold and crimson high-tech armor. Bai Yi was right. Villains like these would never change. No amount of punishment could ever make them grasp the wrongness of their ways. No amount of instruction could awaken any shred of kindness within them, if there was ever the slightest bit of kindness to begin with in such a place. That's how they all were, doing whatever it took to survive, feigning, deceiving, acting, and betraying without a second thought. Emma touched her mask, a hint of weariness dimming her gaze. She gently lifted a finger to her temple. She was getting older. Now, every time she wanted to truly tap into her telepathy, that spot would throb with a dull ache. 105. What is the earliest memory a person can recall? For some, it might be lying in a warm, soft crib, or perhaps the first breath of crisp, cold air, or something else entirely. Some remember nothing before the age of 5. For others, the veil is drawn back to when they were 3. Yet, there are a rare few who can recall moments from before they even turn 1. Those lost memories, drifting ever farther away, become a kind of alternate reality. As time flows on, people, places, even the sounds and colors of those recollections, all may blur or shift. Yet the emotions, the wordless marks left behind by those moments, never truly fade. For Emma Frost, though, this was hardly a challenge. Even before her mutant abilities peaked at 20, she had been able to perfectly trace every memory, from the first cry after birth to which foot she placed on the floor when rising from bed that very morning. Such a torrent of memories could easily be a burden, but Emma, for she was one of only 5 telepaths in the world capable of perfectly reshaping another's thoughts, could unravel such weight with practiced ease. As for breaking through the mental defenses of a petty thug, that was hardly even worth mentioning. All right, let me see. Where is that moment etched deepest in your memory? Wearing her white mask, Emma stretched and settled her hand back down, turning to survey her surroundings. Everything around her appeared hollow and pale, devoid of anything she could touch or feel. Here, even time and space themselves seemed to lose their boundaries. The vast, endless nature of the space was overwhelming, inviting disorientation. Yet within this emptiness was a peculiar and intense sense of presence. In this place, every action, every drifting thought was amplified. Each step, each breath, felt like exploring an endless universe. For those just beginning to explore telepathy, many find themselves lost within the confines of their own minds. Some are so weak that they can't escape, while others, a bit stronger, become obsessed with conjuring everything they desire in their consciousness and end up ensnared by their own creations. But Emma was neither of these. With an ease that seemed almost casual, she removed the white mask concealing her face, revealing a youthful and striking countenance. Though her body continued to age, her spirit remained untouched by time. In the distance, a tiny glimmer of light flickered. With a gentle tilt of her head, Emma instantly appeared beside the floating light, reaching out to grasp it. In the blink of an eye, she found herself standing within a room clouded with dust and disarray. Cracks splintered across the walls. Clutter was piled haphazardly in the corners. The curtains over the window were faded, and a cool breeze drifted in, carrying a faint chill from outside. What unfolded before her was a scene preserved in time, a pivotal place drawn from the thug's fractured memories. Here, the world seemed frozen at a single, suspended moment. Time itself stood still. Slowly, Emma turned her head, her gaze settling on a woman lying in the bed, a woman whose body was withered, her skin pale and gaunt. A faint glow spilled into the darkened corner of the room, illuminating that shadowed space where a frail, sallow-skinned boy sat with his head bowed in silence. The boy's posture was hunched, as though burdened by an invisible weight that had sapped the strength from his young frame. His fingers curled gently, clutching either some intangible secret or a memory far too painful to release. On the bed, the woman stretched out a bony hand, trembling as she reached for a syringe on the nearby table. Tiny puncture marks dotted her dry, withered skin. After a moment's thought, Emma lifted her hand with a fluid motion. A stream of silvery light unfurled, wrapping the entire scene before dissolving into a cloud of shimmering particles. The room shifted, subtly different than before. The syringe still lay on the table, but now, the woman was reaching toward the boy in the corner. Emma walked over and gently lifted the boy's lowered head, guiding his gaze to meet the outstretched hand. In that instant, she sensed a subtle change within the thug's fragmented persona. Somewhere deep inside, a warmth began to flicker, one that had never existed there before. No longer did he view kindness and good deeds as hollow deceptions. Instead, a deep, aching jealousy took root. Still not enough, mused the White Queen, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She pinched the glowing mote of light floating beside her, and, in a rush as if the film of memory were fast-forwarding, the scene whirled and shifted until it settled on a narrow street. Towering buildings lined both sides of the street, and more than a dozen people were fleeing in terror, their faces distorted by fear as they searched desperately for a path to survival in their frantic haste. Behind them, a gang of thugs on motorcycles gave chase, engines rumbling in deep, menacing waves, like beasts howling on the hunt. A slightly older boy stood quietly behind a trash bin at the street corner. His gaze was calm and profound, as if scenes of chaos like this had long since ceased to surprise him. Not the slightest trace of panic showed on his face, only an inscrutable hint of envy, perhaps even a flash of satisfaction. Beside him, Emma crouched, eyebrows knit together as she followed the boy's gaze. A bigger, bald-headed boy was being struck across the face by a chain flung by one of the thugs, blood spattered in a crimson arc. That bald boy had once helped the gang snatch food when they were kids, enduring punishments along the way. Now today he was dying here. Emma tapped her cheek, lost in thought. The scene rippled, as shimmering light swept over the street again. The bald boy was still struck by the chain, but this time, the boy behind the bin was no longer the same. At some point, a thug appeared beside the trash bin. With a cruel sneer, he swung a red-hot chain at the boy, but it missed by a hair, scorching the air right before his nose. The searing brush with death seared itself into the boy's mind forever. He screamed, and after making peace in his heart with the bald boy, he fled desperately into the distance. He had learned what it meant to truly share in another's pain. Not enough yet. Light streamed once more, dissolving everything. That's enough. Emma opened her eyes, moving her hand away from her temple. She touched her mask first, then spoke with a trace of exhaustion. She could still completely rewrite a person's character if she wished, but the cost was impossible to ignore. It left her as drained as if she'd just run a cross-country race. Still, she'd accomplished her mission. She'd succeeded. One of the young thugs lying on the ground frowned faintly and opened his eyes, as if trying to adjust to the light and make sense of his surroundings. In his mind, fragmented memories flickered, slipping in and out of focus, plunging him into momentary confusion. Then a familiar surge of emotion flooded over him. He seemed to recall something important, and softly, almost inaudibly, he whispered a name, "Mom, I'm sorry." Tears welled in his eyes and finally fell, sliding down his cheeks as he lay there quietly, letting them dampen his face. Some may call this cruelty, but I see it as kindness, a form of hospice care for those like you, the walking dead. The Hulkbuster armor slowly opened. Bai stepped out, gazing at the thug curled up and sobbing on the ground, then gently reached out and patted him on the back. Can you feel it? You're a good person now. Many thanks to reader 202009201714214940 for the generous reward of 2,000 points. 106. An update on our progress. Here's a quick update on our performance. As of 3:30 this afternoon, our initial subscription count reached 1,857, which is much higher than I'd expected. According to our usual metrics, that means we'll be adding 4 more chapters. In addition, I'll tally up all the previous rewards received and factor those in for extra chapters as well. That's all for now. Starting tomorrow, you can expect more updates. Please consider subscribing and voting for us this month. I'm genuinely asking. Your support means a lot. I really mean it. Ors. 107. 19 seconds. That was all it took for her to turn a cunning, cold-blooded thug into a completely reformed man. Was a human mind truly so fragile? Walter looked down at the tough, streetwise young man lying on the ground, whose sobbing was slowly fading away. Rubbing his own gleaming bald head, Walter found himself somewhat lost in thought, seriously considering whether he should ask Bai Yi for a helmet next time. No wonder so many people once lived in fear of mutants, going so far as to create sentinel robots in a desperate bid to wipe them out. True, there were other ways to create telepaths, but mutants remained the most prolific superpowered beings in modern society, quite unlike the ever more obscure Inhumans. Especially since some mutants could experience a second awakening during adolescence, increasing the odds of producing telepaths even further. Walter, the call snapped the bald scientist back to the present. He looked at Bai Yi. What's up, Mr. Bai? Get a few people to prepare the rest of the test subjects. We need to run more trials, Bai Yi said, then turned to look at Emma, his tone gentle. Ms. Frost, do you think you can keep going? If you need to, we can always pick up where we left off tomorrow. He snapped his fingers twice, signaling an assistant nearby. Quick, bring her some water and food, and fetch a sofa. I'm holding up, Emma replied, drawing a deep breath. She dabbed away a bead of sweat from the back of her neck, then glanced at the departing assistant and Walter. But a little rest wouldn't hurt. Age was catching up with her. She had to concede that much. Still, she wasn't about to show any weakness in front of her partners. It was one thing to recognize your own limits. Letting others see them was something else entirely. He nodded in understanding. Then Bai stepped back into the Hulkbuster suit and gently gathered up the still-dazed young man, carrying him toward the glass enclosure. Venom, now reduced to a formless mass, silently watched the two with slitted eyes, sizing them up. What's your name? Bai asked through his helmet. Mr. Ronnie Byrne. The man named Ronnie, a petty thug, hung his head low in deep dejection. He was still tormented by regret over the things he'd done in the past. Oh God, how could he have committed such damnable acts? With this thought, he looked up at the Hulkbuster armor that held him, and a glimmer of gratitude flickered in his eyes. Thank goodness for this man, the one who had brought him a sudden revelation and prompted his repentance. Surely, he must have been possessed by a demon before. From now on, he swore silently to atone for his past with good deeds. Resolutely, he made up his mind to change. Having received this answer, Bai Yi did not press further. Turning a small-time crook like Ronnie into a good person, even if only in spirit, was merely an experiment, a test to see if Venom could be used as a stopgap solution to help create super soldiers. After all, Venom had now reawakened its inner goodness, and it wouldn't do to pollute the symbiote with hosts mired in filth and corruption. After all, only a tiny sample of the symbiote taken from Venom agent, Flash Thompson, remained. The next step was to use a few more gangsters to further test the stability of the process. Once the old daredevil delivered the monks to the Weapon X facility, the White Queen would no longer need to brainwash potential hosts. Those monks, who had spent decades devoted to spiritual practice, could hardly be counted as malicious or evil men. Come out, let's see how he compares with before. Bai opened the glass chamber, set Ronnie down, and addressed Venom. The black liquid paused momentarily, then rapidly flowed out, enveloping Ronnie completely. Within seconds, a monstrous figure stood tall, his entire body covered with bulging, jet-black muscles. A gaping maw bristling with razor-sharp teeth grinned at the Hulkbuster armor. There are still wicked memories, but he's kind. He keeps us calm, but... Venom flicked out its long, crimson tongue and licked its own eyes, scratching its head in confusion. Something felt off. This sensation was just like the counterfeit snacks Eddie had once mentioned, cheap and soulless. Truthfully, It felt as if it were fused to a hollow, living puppet. Well, seeing the symbiote so calm, Bai quietly retracted the flamethrower and sonic cannon mounted on his arms. Just moments ago, had Venom displayed even the faintest urge to attack, he would have opened fire. I remember you once telling me you needed to eat people. We absolutely can't do that anymore. Muffled words issued from the gaping maw, making Bai's position clear to Venom. All right, let him go. In a bit, you can help the next serum host through their ordeal. At Bai's gesture, Venom slowly withdrew from its current host, slithering back into the glass chamber and coalescing silently into a waiting mass, ready for the next trial subject who required its assistance. Ronnie stood still, examining his body that had just been healed by the symbiote. The tearing pain and swelling he had felt were both gone without a trace. You two keep making soldiers here. I'm going to look around elsewhere, he instructed Emma and Pietro. Then the massive anti-Hulk battle suit strode out, each step echoing with a heavy thud. A worker pressed the red button firmly on the wall. Accompanied by a low, resonant hum, the large door in front of him slowly rose, unleashing a gust of air laden with dust. The swirling particles danced in the light, making him cough repeatedly. Cough, cough. We're here, Mr. White. Covering his mouth as he spoke, the worker glanced at the towering golden-red metal giant beside him. He reached out and pressed a few more buttons, which illuminated the chamber beyond, revealing its layout. In the center of the room stood a colossal plasma reactor, its surface painted white. Looming like a vast black abyss, it seemed both tranquil and stifling, exuding a heavy, oppressive presence. Beside the reactor, a series of intricate control consoles were neatly arranged. Buttons, switches, and monitors crowded every inch of their surfaces. The worker approached, fumbling awkwardly as he tried to operate the controls. You could go now. Have a warehouse team bring over the gate I brought back. The anti-Hulk armor gestured to the worker, who quickly dashed out upon hearing the order. Herbie, can you connect to the computer here? Bai turned to the small, hovering robot at his side. He had just spotted several external ports on the control consoles and believed that this robot, crafted by Reed Richards, should be up to the task. A cheerful beep answered him. The boxy-headed little robot zipped over to the console, tilted its rotund body, and extended a connector, linking itself to the system. Immediately, panels throughout the room lit up. The console screens came alive with shifting patterns and symbols. The surface of the plasma reactor glowed, radiating a bright blue light. A special thanks to Reader Lihu for the generous reward of 1,500 points. The plasma reactor was vast, like the maw of a giant volcano, radiating blistering heat. The area surrounding its opening was awash with dazzling brilliance, resembling a portal poised to lead into the unknown. A few workers, clad in heavy protective suits, methodically operated forklifts, maneuvering the metal gate with precision and placing it in the designated storage area. Bai, encased in his anti-Hulk armor, stood in silent observation as they worked. The vibranium double door, retrieved from Baxter Building, was just the right width, each leaf a perfect fit for the reactor's gaping mouth. The workers moved methodically through their tasks, their faces hidden behind protective visors. Yet, by the practiced precision of their movements, it was clear this was routine work for them. The raw materials for the adamantium alloy that made up Logan's indestructible skeleton had been smelted right here in this Weapon X factory. He stood as the crowning achievement of the entire Weapon X program. Adamantium is an exceptionally tough synthetic steel alloy. Its recipe remains a closely guarded secret, and its density makes it nearly unbreakable. Not even repeated nuclear blasts or the mightiest blows from superhuman hands can damage its structure. Of course, not every universe's adamantium is quite so resilient. In Universe 1610, the so-called Ultimate Universe, its version is far more brittle. There, Wolverine, even after receiving the alloy, was literally torn in half by the Hulk. The scene was nearly identical to Deadpool's fate in Deadpool 2 when Juggernaut ripped him apart. Only, in Wolverine's case, there was no miraculous regeneration. Instead, he had to crawl several kilometers, searching for his missing lower half, and eventually pieced himself back together after finding hanging from a tree. Let me handle this, Bai said, waving the workers away as he noticed the temperature rising ever higher on the hollow display inside his helmet. He signaled that their work was done for now. There was little more the workers could do from here any longer, and they risked heat stroke just from being in the room. Once the workers exited, Bai maneuvered his Hulkbuster armor forward, scooping up a massive door and tossing it into the plasma furnace. The temperature required to smelt raw adamantium wasn't extraordinarily high. Just a few thousand degrees Celsius sufficed. Vibranium, on the other hand, demanded much greater heat, exceeding 10,000 degrees. Fortunately, The plasma furnace before him wasn't the same one once used for Logan in another world. Red Skull had spared no expense for creating his super soldiers. With a resounding clang, Bai Yi closed the furnace lid and turned toward Herbie in the distance. "Begin," he called out. Upon receiving the command, Herbie's hands flew across the control panel, activating the preset sequence. Indicators on the console lit up as power surged into the plasma furnace, coalescing into a searing core of energy. Temperatures soared. The vibranium door inside began to transform, special instruments sending vibrations through the metal, which swiftly softened, appearing to dance amid the shimmering heat waves. Droplets of molten metal formed on the surface, spreading and merging as the temperature steadily increased. Under Bai's calm gaze, the vibranium gate finally melted, flowing like a silver sea encircled by plasma. Its surface rippled with delicate waves, glimmering gently, as if countless stars were flickering within. Herbie was constantly fine-tuning the parameters on the console, maintaining the delicate energy balance inside the plasma furnace. The vibranium, now rendered into a molten state, flowed slowly within the chamber. Temperature and pressure were precisely controlled, keeping it at the optimal level for melting. The whole process looked like some sort of mystical alchemy, albeit in a thoroughly modern form. "Why is it so hot in here?" Wanda entered from outside the room, fanning herself with her small hand. A faint halo of red light encircled her, creating a cooling energy field, yet even that couldn't stop a thin sheen of sweat from beading on her forehead. Catching sight of the roiling metallic liquid, she raised an eyebrow and shifted her gaze to Bai Yi, who was clad in the anti-Hulk armor. "I heard you had the White Queen brainwash those prisoners." Her tone was filled with doubt. Bai Yi stood quietly, the armor shell reflecting the lights with a metallic sheen. He turned to look at Wanda. "That's not exactly accurate, Wanda. We're simply trying to help them turn over a new leaf to give them a second chance." Wanda narrowed her eyes, unconvinced by Bai's answer. Her crimson coat fluttered in the hot breeze. "Reform? From a moral standpoint, that's a bit." She didn't finish the sentence. Ever since the day her powers awakened, people had called her a witch, but, truth be told, Miss Maximoff's moral standards easily surpassed those of anyone who used that moniker for her. "Well, if you didn't count the times when she lost control and went mad. Forget it. Just don't involve me when you and Emma do things like that," she sighed, spreading her hands in resignation before Bai Yi could reply. She'd noticed that, ever since escaping the zombie universe, her ability to accept anything had grown tremendously. Was this what people called the broken windows effect? "But seriously, why did you call me here?" she asked, curiosity flitting across her face as she looked around the room. "I need your help with something." Bai Yi gestured to Herbie, and the little robot immediately understood the command. Its round body spun into motion, and inside the plasma furnace, the molten metal seemed guided by an invisible hand. A portion separated out, flowing slowly into a specially designed trough. The trough was clearly crafted with care, its inner walls glowing red-hot to prevent the hard-won metal from solidifying prematurely. The vibranium shimmered with a deep silvery luster, quietly twinkling. Pointing to the liquid in the trough, Bai Yi explained, "This is vibranium I salvaged from the wastelands. I'd like you to use your powers to coat the surface of the anti-Hulk armor with it." Without the right tools, this task could only be entrusted to someone with Wanda's deft telekinetic abilities. Piece of cake. Wanda licked her lips and slowly reached out a hand. Her slender fingers quivered ever so slightly, as if she were communing with some invisible force. Under her control, the metallic liquid responded to an unseen pull, gradually breaking free from the bonds of gravity and rising into the air. A surge of telekinetic power guided the flow of the metal with perfect precision. As she willed it, the liquid spread out in gentle streams, seamlessly coating the armor's surface, carefully skirting every nozzle and junction without missing a single detail. As time passed, the metal began to solidify, and the appearance of the mech was utterly transformed. Gone was Stark's iconic and ostentatious golden red. What stood now was something entirely new. "Excellent." Bai Yi inspected the silver coating, now sheathing his armor-clad arms, then lifted each foot in turn, applying another layer of vibranium. He had no desire to become the unlucky Achilles, the famed Greek hero who, after his mother dipped him in the river Styx, was rendered invulnerable everywhere except the heel she held him by. That single vulnerability allowed him to be slain on the battlefield by an arrow to the heel. Let's get today's update posted. The bonus content is still being written and will go up soon. The newly reborn Hulkbuster stood like a silver giant, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Flexing his armored hands with no sense of resistance at all, Bai Yi smiled in satisfaction. This top-grade material, capable of absorbing massive external impacts, was simply a joy to work with. As for weather coating the Hulkbuster with vibranium was a waste. The illustrious Ultron once offered his own review of humanity's use of vibranium, the world's most versatile metal, and you lot of dim-witted hashtag adding care $% actually decide to make a frisbee out of it. At least this approach was more economical than making shield. Mr. Bai, Elder Stick, and the others have arrived. Should we let them in? There was a crackle from the intercom on the wall, and then a clear but slightly anxious voice came through. Bai looked up, raised his hand toward the intercom, and replied, "Let them in." The voice returned with evident relief. "Understood, opening the doors now." The subtle change in tone made it clear they'd been waiting anxiously for his reply. "Keep the temperature above the melting point. Let's go," Bai said, turning his gaze to the little robot that was floating lazily nearby. The robot immediately gave a little spin, its indicator lights blinking on the console as it adjusted the temperature of the plasma furnace. Once the vibranium had settled into a gently floating liquid state, Bai, Wanda, and the robot left the foundry together and headed down the corridor toward Venom's holding room. They hadn't even fully stepped into the room when a sudden, thunderous shout shattered the quiet, splitting the air like a bolt of lightning flashes across a dark night. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." The cry, steeped in remorse and heartbreak, echoed through the empty corridor. Then came the sound of muffled sobbing, surging into their ears like an unstoppable river. "Do you hear that?" Bai lifted his helmet and glanced at the Scarlet Witch beside him, his smile cheerful. "Redemption, my friend. It's right in there." "Yeah, right," Wanda replied, her face twitching in feigned agreement. As they turned the corner and entered the room, they saw a man curled up on the floor, his body covered in bizarre tattoos. He was frantically slapping himself across the face. And these were no gentle slaps. The sharp cracks rang out in the air, making Wanda wince, as if each blow landed on her own cheek. Nearby, Ronnie, already purified earlier, crouched gently beside the man, patting his shoulder with comforting care. "It's all right, brother. We understand exactly how you feel." A little further off, 7 or 8 burly men stood in silence, their faces clouded with sorrow. Judging from their clothes, they must have been gang members too, once. "I deserve it. I'm worse than an animal." The tattooed man sobbed bitterly, staggering to his feet with Ronnie's steadying hand, then collapsing again into tears. "What a scene." "There are no words," came a voice from the right. Old Daredevils, drawing both Baez and Wanda's attention. They turned to see Daredevil standing alongside Punisher and Hawkeye, all three wearing expressions that defied easy description. Most of all, Frank's features shifted darkly as he stared at the trembling gang member, his hand drifting toward his sidearm, uncertain whether to draw it or leave it be. By habit, he showed no mercy to those who, no matter how repentant, had done evil in the past. But Walter had just explained that White Queen's brainwashing really did change people. Truth be told, that didn't usually stop him. Punisher judged only by what crimes you committed, not by tears. But for Baez's sake, he forced himself to wait. "My monastery's monks aren't about to get brainwashed too, are they?" Matt Murdock made his way over to Bai, his clouded eyes behind red-tinted lenses seeming to settle on the Hulkbuster armor. Although blind, he liked to make gestures like this, as if letting others guess what he could see. He finished by gesturing to the now-seated Venom, sealed behind glass, and then to the White Queen lounging on a sofa, enjoying a luxurious back massage. "Oh, they won't need any purification," Bai replied, lifting his Hulkbuster helmet and shaking his head at old Daredevil. As far as he was concerned, purification had a touch more dignity than brainwashing, and he much preferred it that way. He pointed once more to Venom, who looked a little gloomy. "But right now, the serum is still only a prototype. Every person injected needs a symbiote to heal their tissues and stave off rejection." A long sigh escaped him. Surveying Venom and the group of thugs, the elder Daredevil still couldn't bring himself to refuse. He had waited too long, decades that had cooled his once passionate blood, leaving him indifferent to almost everything. But today, with a glimmer of hope at last to take on those supervillains, his long-dormant heart stirred once more. It would never be calm again. "Bring them up," the old Daredevil commanded with a sweeping gesture. From the direction he had come, over 100 monks appeared. Their looks varied. Some were young, some old, but every pair of eyes shone with a transcendent light. Moving in perfect unison and with steady steps, the monks approached the elder Daredevil, forming a large circle around him before bowing together in a solemn salute. Matt turned toward Bai, a renewed seriousness in his eyes. "This is everyone we can muster from the Wall of Chastity Monastery," Daredevil said, his tone quiet yet steady. His words, though softly spoken, seemed to resonate in the air with a profound gravity. "They've all undergone rigorous combat training and possess extraordinary endurance and willpower. Now, they're fully prepared and await your command." And as he finished, even a note of formal respect crept into his voice. Bai looked deeply at Daredevil. At his core, the old stick fighter was still a true superhero. Then let's begin. After today, an army capable of ending everything will rise upon these wastes. Slowly, he turned aside, opening a path for the monks in their robes to march forward, advancing toward where Venom waited. One monk took the serum Walter handed him. Without a moment of hesitation, he drove the injector into his own skin. The instant the serum entered his body, his eyes bulged wide with shock, blood streaming from his nostrils. Clutching his head, he let out an agonized groan that welled up from deep within. At that very moment, Venom leapt toward the monk, quick as a streak of black lightning across the night sky. The creature's liquid darkness unfurled, gently enveloping the monk's body. Hawkeye silently watched the unfolding scene, his eyes a tumult of emotion. He had weathered too many battles, too many revolutions. He had witnessed countless farewells, fallen comrades, and heroes brought low. Yet what he saw before him now awakened a familiar surge of memories and reflections deep within. All of this, it seemed, was building towards something new, a story woven of uncertainty and hope. Clint stretched out his hand toward the massive anti-Hulk armor, his gaze unwavering. "Inject me too," he said gravely. A deep silvery metal mech burst through the storm clouds, blue flames erupting from its feet as it propelled itself forward. Crescent-shaped flyers trailed closely behind. "Computer, once we enter the reservation, scan the ground for any terrain matching the characteristics I input," Bai said, sweeping his eyes across the cockpit's displays. It was almost impossible to glean any usable information from the rapidly scrolling numbers and streaming data. Not only were the screens crowded with a torrent of technical jargon, but they also featured a host of cryptic abbreviations and notes left by the previous owners of the anti-Hulk armor, Tony Stark and Franklin. Most of it was indecipherable. "No problem," the AI responded, the voice reaching Baye's ear and soothing him a little. He relaxed, gazing down through his helmet at the ground below, an expanse of dusty yellow desert, occasionally dotted with clusters of unfamiliar green vegetation. The process of injecting all the monks with serum had gone smoothly. There hadn't been a single fatal case of rejection. Still, this first batch of enhanced individuals couldn't go directly into battle. They needed time to adapt to bodies now so different from ordinary humans. Old Daredevil stayed behind to guide them. When it came to helping people adjust and strengthen their minds, he was a true master. The serum extracted from Baye's blood surpassed the formula used on Captain America all those years ago in terms of physical enhancement. Speed, strength, reflexes, every aspect was a touch superior. "My bow, oh no." In the Moon Knight Flyer, Hawkeye stared mournfully at the composite bow snapped clean in his hands. After the strengthening procedure, he'd been eager to test whether his archery skills had returned to their former glory, but to his dismay, a single careless pull had broken the bow in two. He'd only brought this one bow with him. All his others were back at his safe house in Hammerfall. There was no way he could go fetch them now. Without his bow, Clint felt unbearably restless, as if ants were crawling all over him. To Hawkeye, losing his bow was like Captain America without his shield, Banner without the Hulk, or Tony without his armor. His whole life felt incomplete. "Look on the bright side. Once we find the maker, you'll have a brand new bow, better than anything you've had before," Bai replied casually through the comms, unbothered by Clint's grumbling. Right now, they were heading to what was once an Indian reservation, searching for Forge, the mutant maker and one-time X-Men member. After the day of fallen heroes in this universe, Forge had built a sanctuary here. No one knew his real name. Everyone just called him Forge. He was known as an Indian with a square jaw and a red band tied around his head. This individual's mutant ability was essentially to forge whatever he desired, but the process was exceedingly enigmatic. In fact, calling it enigmatic hardly did it justice. It was more reminiscent of the orcs from Warhammer 40k. Even geniuses like Tony Stark or Reed Richards needed to consciously work through the theoretical principles behind their inventions, carefully following a series of steps to bring them to life. For the craftsman, though, much of the logical process took place in his subconscious. All he had to do was imagine himself creating a neural amplifier, a device designed to boost the power of telepaths, and somehow, he would actually build it. Other contraptions like exoskeleton armor or high-powered weapons were hardly worth mentioning. They came just as easily. At one point, he even descended into madness. When someone once described his mind as a heavy-duty machine, he immediately tapped into his mutant power, repaired that machine, and, astonishingly, his mental illness faded away with his work. "We've entered the target area. Initiating full scan." Regional markers appeared on the screen, a vast desert valley encircled by steep cliffs. A ripple of excitement swept through Bai Ye's mind. He knew he had found his objective. Target locked. Preparing to land. The mech's onboard computer announced. Bai Ye nodded, adjusted the machine's posture, and began his descent into the canyon. The aircraft following him dropped toward the valley floor as well. The anti-Hulk mech and the crescent-shaped aircraft landed together. The weight of the aircraft caused the ground to tremble gently, while the mech touched down nimbly, its jets whispering as it melted into the darkness. A profound stillness hung over the place, so deep you couldn't see your own hand before your face. Bai Ye scanned his surroundings. In the gloom, he could just make out the wavy contours of distant sand dunes. This valley seemed utterly severed from the outside world. As he took in the scene, beams of light from several directions suddenly pinned the silver anti-Hulk mech in their glare. At the same time, tense shouts erupted from those quarters. Turn back immediately, or we'll have to open fire. The latter half of the command came out in a stammer, betraying how the speaker's confidence wavered at the sight of the massive mech. Activate infrared mode. Bai Ye paid no heed to the threats. He calmly issued the command to the mech's computer, and in response, the screen instantly filled with a thermal imaging overlay. Roughly 100 meters away, 7 or 8 people encased in large, bipedal mechs were training their weapons on him. The exoskeleton suits looked strikingly like crude versions of the Titan mechs from Titanfall. After a quick glance, Bai Ye could tell that even without a vibranium coating, the ordinary firepower mounted on those bipedal mechs wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. As the people piloting the two-legged machines watched the Hulkbuster stand motionless, their nerves grew increasingly taut. Suddenly, Bai Ye activated the mech's loudspeaker, his voice resounding through the stillness of the night. Go and fetch the craftsman. Tell him that Clint Barton from the Avengers has urgent business with him. His amplified words carried across the desolate canyon, echoing in the darkness. The soldiers inside their exoskeletons froze for a second, clearly bewildered by such an unexpected demand. But then, exchanging looks, they gathered together into a hushed huddle, evidently discussing how best to respond. Should we really go and get the craftsman? What if this is a trap? One of them murmured beneath the glare of the searchlights. Another furrowed his brow, answering hesitantly, It doesn't seem like it. That guy in the suit has kept his distance so far. He doesn't look like he's here to attack us. As they hesitated, a voice suddenly called out from behind. No need. I'm already here. A man dressed in a mechanic's uniform with a crimson band tied around his head stepped forward, emerging from the crowd. Everyone turned, their eyes settling on the craftsman. There was something calm and matter-of-fact about his gaze, as if this entire scene was nothing out of the ordinary. Both his attire and the way others interacted with him revealed the respect and authority he commanded on this land. Thank you to user 2023026191918464443 for the generous reward of 500 coins. 111. Seeing the craftsman approach, Bai Ye wasted no time. He piloted the Hulkbuster into the air with a burst of fire from the thrusters under his feet, drawing wide-eyed amazement from the men in the bipedal suits. Their own machines were nowhere near as advanced. Instinctively, they tightened their grip on their weapons, aiming at Bai Ye. But at a subtle gesture from the craftsman, they slowly lowered their guns. The Hulkbuster descended gently in front of the group, the metallic thud of its landing echoing heavily in the quiet night. The giant mech cast a formidable shadow, and as it touched down, the craftsman strode closer, eyes half closed against the bright reflections glimmering from the armor surface. His gaze moved over the mech, taking in every detail of the metal, as if silently conversing with this steel behemoth, exchanging information only they could understand. Is this vibranium? The craftsman suddenly asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow. His mutant powers included more than just technical skill. He could sense things, too. Through his eyes, he could read kinetic and potential energy within mechanical creations. This allowed the craftsman to instinctively grasp and comprehend any machine or technological device within his field of vision. So, the moment he glimpsed the Hulkbuster mech from afar, he already knew that the young men under his command would be no match for the intruder. It wasn't until the mech drew near that he saw it clearly. The already formidable Hulkbuster was now clad in a layer of vibranium, which instantly dashed any hope he had of driving away the invader by force. Besides, didn't that man just mention the Avengers and Clint Barton? That's right. It's just as you think, Bai Ye said, tapping his armored chest with a crisp metallic clang, as if to affirm the mech's invincibility. Then he waved to Hawkeye, who had just disembarked from the flyer and looked uncertain whether to approach. Over here. Hawkeye hesitated a moment before striding towards Bai Ye and the craftsman, while Wanda lingered at the hatch, craning her neck but making no move to step off. Coming closer, Clint furrowed his brow and worked his lips before forcing a wide, enthusiastic grin and calling out loudly, "Craftsman, my old friend," he made as if to embrace him. "That won't be necessary." The craftsman stopped him with an upraised hand, his face cool and remote, a steely glint in his eyes making it very clear he had no interest in feigning any deeper camaraderie. Seeing Clint scratch his head and halt in his tracks, the craftsman gave a curt nod. "Back then, we only knew of each other's existence. No need to pretend we were close friends. So let's get to the point. What do you want from my shelter? Judging by your gear, you hardly look like you need my protection." As he spoke, the craftsman glanced at the gleaming silver mech and at Moon Knight's flyer parked in the distance. With firepower like that, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could roam the wasteland unchallenged. Hearing this, Bai Yi chuckled, shaking his head as he released the helmet seal and lifted off the headpiece. "Protection? No, that's not what we're after." The craftsman narrowed his eyes, waiting for him to elaborate. Bai Yi's gaze swept over the surrounding landscape before returning to the old man in front of him, the man with a red band tied around his forehead. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "We're here seeking an alliance. You have the skills to build what we need, and we have people and intelligence. With our cooperation, taking down Red Skull and his lot will be well within reach." "Is that so?" Over the last 40 years, countless men have fancied themselves heroes and risen up, never with any happy ending. The craftsman said quietly, his hand absently tracing the red band at his brow as old memories surged back. After Doomsday, he'd heard of what happened between the X-Men and Wolverine, and so he'd once rallied a team, determined to hunt down Mysterio for revenge. He'd searched for years, suffering heavy losses, watching old friends who had barely escaped death fall one by one to gunfire. It was only then that he learned the mysterious guest had been killed by the Red Skull. President Skull didn't want such an unpredictable force by his side. After that, despair settled in, and he spent his days hiding away on the Indian reservation, tending quietly to his small piece of land. "Sorry, guys. Looks like you're more than capable of dealing with those villains yourselves. You don't need me." Before his words had fully left his mouth, the Tinkerer waved his hand and turned away, leading his people off into the distance. He had come here only to make sure the arrivals weren't a threat. Since they weren't enemies, he could leave in peace. "Talk is cheap. That's hardly convincing, is it, Wanda?" With a sigh, Bai Yi looked over at the Scarlet Witch in the distance, hope flickering in his eyes, wishing she could use her powers to provide the Tinkerer with an undeniable answer. "Wanda? I thought you died." Hearing Bai Yi call out her name, the Tinkerer turned his head in surprise. But before he could finish, his words abruptly stopped, for a crimson glow suddenly flared in his eyes. The same red radiance wasn't just in the Tinkerer's eyes, but began to spread through his followers as well. The glow thickened, forming an ethereal aura that gently wreathed them all. "Are you planning to purify them too?" Hawkeye glanced uncertainly at the nearby Hulkbuster armor, his voice tinged with surprise. "Of course not. Why would I do something like that?" Bai Yi shrugged with a helpless smile. "I just want to show him where we come from, and everything we've had to face along the way." Wanda would never agree to outright brainwashing like she did those hoodlums. But when it came to simply transmitting memories through telepathy, even Professor X himself gave his hearty approval, insisting it was perfectly ethical and remarkably effective. Moments later, the crimson aura faded. The Tinkerer and his companions returned fully to the real world, their gazes a bit unfocused, clearly still lost in the torrent of memories they had just relived. On another plane of reality, the agonies Earth had suffered in just a few short days dwarfed anything he'd seen in the last 40 years. He saw the flesh-eating zombies haunting city streets, devouring innocent lives at will. The howls of terror, screams for help, and helpless cries echoed among the ruins, painting a nightmarish canvas of chaos. Once the scenes of devastation passed, new memories surged up in the Tinkerer's mind, showing all that Bai Yi and his group had done since arriving in this world. Zemo, dead in his wheelchair. Magneto, shot down in his prime. And those super soldiers, rebuilt by Venom's healing touch. The Tinkerer felt a faint dizziness and rubbed his temple gently. "I saw what all of you have been through. Maybe this time we really can change everything." He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of subtle excitement. "Tell me, what is it you want me to build for you?" Hearing the answer he'd been waiting for, Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile. He raised a hand, his fingers tracing delicate patterns in the air. "Picture this. Something that lets its wearer dart across the battlefield like lightning, lift heavy objects with ease, and withstand attacks from any direction. Powered armor. It was late when I got home tonight. I'll pick up the extra chapters tomorrow." Powered armor. The craftsman was momentarily stunned by Yi's description, then patted the bipedal mech beside him, asking, "You mean like this? Swift movement, lifting heavy things, shrugging off blows?" It sounded exactly the same. Baye's smile grew shade wry. His gaze drifted to the craftsman's bipedal machine. The only protection it offered the pilot were iron bars stretching down from the shoulders, almost like the safety restraint on a roller coaster seat. That was miles away from the defense from every direction he had just described. We're going to have this conversation standing here. Baye didn't engage with the craftsman's question. Instead, he looked out toward the distant dunes, where the moon spilled silver-white light across the sand. The craftsman slapped his own forehead and chuckled. You're right, my oversight. Let's head over to my shelter. Around them, others in bipedal mechs switched off their powerful searchlights, adjusted their course, and made their way toward the darker recesses of the valley, where the craftsman's shelter waited. Shut down and rest for now. We're staying here for the night. Baye opened a channel, ordering the ship's pilot from his communicator. Then he motioned for everyone to follow as they set off. As they walked, more and more signs of human habitation appeared along the path. Wires and cameras were strung across the cliff faces, and piles of discarded tires and steel frames lay scattered at the rocky edges, covered with the dust of long neglect. After a while, the craftsman turned his head, the red headband on his forehead fluttering gently in the night breeze. He cautioned, keep it quiet once we're inside. Seeing some confusion on their faces, he explained further, my shelter is mostly filled with regular folks. A lot of them are elderly or children, not like the weapons factory you came through before. They need a safe, peaceful night's rest. Everyone nodded, a silent agreement passing among them. Yet as they drew near the camp, Baye and his group could see the tiny town built deep in the valley. Its lights twinkled in the darkness, faint glows spilling from behind window panes, and out on the streets, shadows seemed to drift to and fro. The craftsman furrowed his brows. At this hour, these people should already be deep in their dreams. Baye walked slowly down the town street, feeling the stares of the villagers all around him. Through the glass windows, he saw them secretly watching, eyes filled with wariness and fear. On one side of the street, a group of villagers had gathered, whispering among themselves. Some pointed at Baye, then at his mech, their hushed conversation betraying a wary curiosity. The children, unable to hide their wonder, stared wide-eyed at him, curiosity flickering in their gaze, mixed with a hint of apprehension. Seeing the villagers' anxious faces, the craftsman couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. He understood. The hurried, silent departure with an armed team was bound to be noticed by a few night owls, who would surely spread the word. Yet, thanks to his usual emphasis on safety, the townspeople were always prepared to flee at a moment's notice. This, too, filled the craftsman with a quiet pride. But pride aside, misunderstandings would have to be cleared up. Cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, the craftsman shouted, all clear, it was just a false alarm. His voice echoed along the town streets, reaching every villager's ear. As the guardian and leader of these people for decades, his words carried their own reassuring weight. Once they heard there was no danger, the mood in Sanctuary Town began to lighten. Villagers emerged from their houses, gathering curiously around Baye and the craftsman. Even the children, once hesitant, now raced over with excitement, wonder shining in their eyes. A little girl, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, crept timidly toward the gleaming silver anti-Hulk mech. Carefully, she reached out her tiny hand, wanting to touch the armor. The moment her fingers brushed the metal, she gave an excited squeal. Soon, the other children joined in, skipping around the mech, pointing and exclaiming, thrilled by the sight of the massive silver construct before them. Watching the eager crowd of children, the craftsman suddenly feigned outrage, bellowing, "Hey, you little rascals! Why aren't you in bed yet? Hurry back, or Venom is coming to snatch you away." Before the words had even left his mouth, he twisted his face into a fearsome monster mask, hands outstretched as if to grab them. The children erupted into peals of laughter and delighted screams. Some even covered their faces, pretending to be scared. Grinning widely, the craftsman seemed to find a bit of joy himself. After a round of merriment, the children and villagers gradually dispersed, returning to their homes. Their laughter faded into the distance, and peace settled over the little town once again. The craftsman stood in the street, taking in his surroundings, and a warm, comforting feeling washed over him. You've taken good care of your people here. Baye was also looking around the small town. Compared to the numb, lifeless people he had seen under Magneto's rule, or in the territories governed by Dr. Doom, the townsfolk here seemed much healthier, both in body and in spirit. Hearing Baye's praise, the craftsman only smiled, then led the group to a large cave at the edge of town. The enormous metal doors at its entrance loomed before them. The cave was positioned on the outskirts of the settlement, as if chosen deliberately for both concealment and practical access. Standing before the metal gate, the craftsman reached out and pressed a button hidden at the side. The doors opened slowly and silently, revealing a passageway within. "Welcome to my workshop," he announced to the group, his voice brimming with confidence and pride. "This is not only our secret base, but also the birthplace of every piece of technology and equipment I've ever created. Come in, let me show you around." Under the cave's bright lights, Baye's attention was drawn to a particular detail on the craftsman's body. He glanced down at the craftsman's leg and noticed that the right one was an alloy prosthesis, sturdy, with a smooth surface that gleamed coldly in the light. Sensing Baye's gaze, the craftsman turned and smiled faintly, the small mustache above his lips twitching as he spoke. "That was from the Vietnam War. Back then Just as the memory floated up, he swallowed the rest of the story, his face shadowed by sorrow. He shook his head and moved deeper into the cave, clearly unwilling to revisit the past. Even though he remained silent, Baye already knew what had happened. During the Vietnam War, the craftsman lost a leg and an arm to an explosion. In a desperate bid for survival, he unveiled a rarely seen magical gift, combining it with his mutant powers. Using the souls of 9 fallen comrades, he forged a portal and summoned an ancient demon to fight in their stead. Since the war ended, he had lived with deep regret for this act of sacrilege and had vowed never to touch magic again. You receive a tribute, a gift of 500 coins from reader Dao Huaxia. 113. We're here. This is my largest workbench. After walking through a well-lit corridor, the craftsman led the group into a room. By now, the militiamen in bipedal combat suits had dispersed, returning to their original posts. The room was impeccably organized. Tools and equipment lined the walls, while parts of all sizes were laid out methodically on the workbench itself. The workbench was massive and solid, its surface clad in a unique material that suggested durability. Around it stood several advanced computers and display screens, each one casting a soft bluish glow. The craftsman introduced with pride. "Here, I have created countless technological gadgets and weapons. This workbench is where I think, invent, and refine. Almost every project begins right here." "Sound great. What's that over there?" In the corner of the studio, something caught Hawkeye's attention, a room that looked rather unusual. This room was clearly different from the other workspaces. It resembled more of an isolated cell. The front wall was made of pale yellow, translucent glass, allowing a perfect view of the inside. Looking through the glass, they could see the walls of the room densely padded, each cushion placed with deliberate care, their purpose clearly to absorb any impact that might occur. Inside the cell, there was a bed, and lying on it was an elderly man with blonde hair, dressed in a blue bodysuit. As soon as he noticed people entering the studio, he became visibly excited, stood up, and pressed his hand gently against the glass. Soft yellow energy bubbles shimmered around him. "Speedball." Clint moved closer, his eyes widening in surprise. Baye did not approach. He just stood silently, watching. That was a low-tier hero, whose power was to absorb all kinetic energy in his surroundings and store it within himself. Aside from that, almost no form of attack could really harm him. His most famous act in the official storyline was leading a low-budget hero team that performed for reality television, chasing after a villain team of Nitro Men who could explode over and over again, all for the sake of TV ratings. Things went horribly wrong. This internet celebrity team, focused more on slapstick comedy and cute girls than real heroics, was completely unqualified to capture the Nitro Men. Instead, their taunts pushed the Nitro Men over the edge. Enraged, they blew themselves up, flattening everything for a kilometer around, including a crowded elementary school. Nearly 1,000 people were killed or injured. That disaster set off the famous Civil War storyline in the comics, pitting heroes led by Iron Man and Captain America against each other, one side supporting registration, the other fiercely resisting. A bitter, life-and-death struggle followed. But here, in this universe, it seems Speedball had been spared that tragedy. Thanks to the Day of Doom, he never experienced any of it, never had to bear the weight of hundreds of lost lives. As for evidence, Baye stared intently at the old blonde man with the faint bubbles still flickering around him. His costume was the pre-Civil War blue bodysuit, not the nail-studded suit he adopted later in his quest for redemption. "Yes, that's him," the craftsman said, picking up a damp towel to wipe his hands. Seeing Hawkeye still peering over curiously, he continued with his explanation. "That room was specially designed by me. When I first found Speedball out in the wastelands, he had been absorbing kinetic energy nonstop for over a decade. With just a minor tumble, he could." He shrugged and mimed an explosion with his hands. As if that demonstration wasn't enough, the tinkerer reached for a piece of broccoli from a glass bowl on the table, waving it around. It looked rather like a mushroom cloud. "Hey, don't take it personally, man." Hearing the tinkerer's words, Clint drew in a sharp breath. Under Speedball's crestfallen gaze, he shuffled several steps away from the cell, shooting frantic meaningful glances at the tinkerer. His expression said, "This guy is so dangerous, and you keep him so close? Relax. I told you, that room is custom-built." Noticing Hawkeye's lingering nervousness, the tinkerer tossed the broccoli into his mouth and continued chewing. "Those pads absorb kinetic energy, just like Speedball himself, and so do the glass panels. Plus, there's a motion sensor in the room. If Speedball falls, it'll instantly cut the gravity to keep us from getting blown to dust." That still doesn't sound entirely safe. Though complaining, Clint bared his teeth in an uneasy grin and took 2 hesitant steps forward, arriving at the yellow glass to catch up with Speedball. Truth be told, they didn't have much to reminisce about. Back in the day, they weren't particularly close, and after Hawkeye's recent display, the air between them was unmistakably awkward. Let them catch up. Meanwhile, let's have our own conversation. After a glance at Clint, Bai stepped to the workbench, standing across from the tinkerer. "Sure thing. Tell me about your plans. What do you want my help to build? Some kind of power armor?" The tinkerer slid the glass bowl aside, tightened his headband, and looked up at Bai. "Something like an anti-Hulk suit? That's no small order. Not easy to build." Bai simulated faintly. "Of course that's not what I'm asking. Iron Man's armor is tailored for individual combat." Taking in Bai's explanation, the tinkerer mused for a moment and replied, "So, you need something that's mass-producible, power armor meant to enhance ordinary people. Is that right? Like Dr. Doom's Dome bots?" he suggested, tapping a few keys on his computer. A holographic projection appeared before them, a metal-faced robot cloaked in green. Shaking his head, Bai stepped forward, adjusted the data, and clarified. "No. First, let's use the Mark II Iron Man suit as a base. It's simpler to manufacture. Forget the flight capability and the focus on low weight. What matters is defense and stability. Then, we attach a power pack to the back of the armor and swap out the lasers and repulsor tech for heavy-caliber firearms to cut production costs. Indeed, while repulsor weapons are powerful, their manufacturing and maintenance costs are extremely high. Large-caliber firearms are more versatile and economical." The artisan nodded in agreement. The two of them traded ideas, each offering new suggestions and improvements. Meanwhile, the image of the power armor in the hologram shifted and transformed, reflecting their ongoing discussion. As their conversation continued, the design of the power armor gradually became more elaborate. New features and equipment were added, layer by layer. At last, the fully formed image of the power armor materialized in the holographic projection before them. It stood tall and imposing, sheathed in a dazzling golden glow. The appearance differed greatly from the original 2 Malawian Quatch's blueprint. Now it looked even sturdier, bulkier, and radiated an aura of raw power. A massive power pack was mounted conspicuously on its back, while its legs were clad in reinforced metal plating, slightly thickened for added protection. "It's stunning. What should we call it?" The artisan gazed at the golden figure in the projection, muttering to himself. Bai thought for a moment, then replied, "Let's name it the Thunder Power Armor. Whoever wears it shall be called the Thunder Warrior." No need to wait. More chapters are being written and will be posted tomorrow morning. The artisan's talent for crafting was, after all, a kind of mutant ability, less tied to his intellect and more a product of his innate gifts. This meant that as he aged and his physical strength declined, his forging skills would gradually diminish as well. Fortunately, for now, it was sufficient. Standing inside his workshop, the artisan glanced around, his eyes glittering with excitement. He fixed his gaze on a colossal virtual screen, which displayed the schematics and technical specifications of the power armor. His fingers moved deftly across the virtual screen. The plans he and Bai had discussed earlier concerned just the outward design and general layout. Now, he needed to delve deeper and refine the intricate details. With each gesture, the images on the screen shifted rapidly as the shape of the power armor began to take form. "Initiate forging simulation." The artisan rolled his neck, then gestured at the screen, murmuring his command. He began with the framework, selecting high-strength alloy materials. Next, he integrated sophisticated actuators and joint structures into the design to ensure the flexibility and stability of the power armor. As the skeleton gradually took shape, the artisan installed a range of sensors and perceptive devices, carefully positioning each to guarantee the armor could reliably perceive its surroundings and environmental changes. For the power supply, the artisan opted for cost-effective energy storage units rather than a fusion core, ingeniously incorporating them into the power pack on the back. The production of the armor plates was another vital process. The artisan chose heavy, durable materials, cutting them into specific shapes and fastening each piece to the frame with precision-engineered connectors. Meanwhile, in the adjoining isolation room, Fastball was idly working on a crossword puzzle, surrounded by stacks of comic books. Unable to venture outside, He had filled the past several decades with such quiet pastimes. Bai Yi observed the entire process, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement sparkling in his eyes as he asked, "How long will it take to deliver the first batch?" The craftsman stroked his chin, pausing in deep thought before answering. "I'll do everything I can to speed things up, but we have to make sure that every set of armor goes through rigorous testing and fine-tuning to guarantee both safety and performance. If all goes well, it should take about a week. But I could whip up a sample for you right now." As he spoke, he picked up a datapad from the workbench and headed for the adjacent room. Everyone inside the craftsman's workshop waited patiently for several hours. Throughout the wait, the ringing and clanging of metalwork drifted from the other room. Gradually, those sounds grew more rhythmic, as though a precise symphony was unfolding behind closed doors. While the craftsman was busy forging the prototype, Bai Ye's mind raced with thoughts on how to swiftly eliminate those remaining wasteland warlords. Despite his title as the de facto overlord of the wasteland, Red Skull himself was the least pressing threat. In the comics, his physical abilities were hardly more than those of a highly trained, ordinary man. Sometimes, of course, he would swap bodies through cloning and consciousness transfer. His new hosts were usually engineered to rival his longtime adversary, Steve Rogers, in every physical aspect. But even so, that was nothing remarkable, a mere super soldier, after all. And ever since his victory on the Downfall Day, he'd done little besides haunt the White House, raving in Captain America's worn-out uniform, his mind slipping ever further from sanity. Next in line was Banner. This old, green-skinned brute seemed to be left with only a single fractured persona inside his hulking body. Judging by his emotional and intellectual state, it must be a deranged version of Banner. Unlike Banner, the Hulk wasn't so sly or inventive. Most of the time, the simple-minded Hulk just wanted to smash anyone he disliked. Could you blame him? Of course, I'm speaking only of the most common Hulk, the one who dominated Banner's psyche. The ones who had been to the gladiatorial arenas of Sakaar, or those with gray skin, didn't count here. As for Banner's thousands of green descendants spread across the wastelands, they posed no real threat. Conventional firepower would be more than enough to wipe them out. The greatest danger by far, though, came from Dr. Doom, the most formidable, least diminished supervillain left standing on the wasteland. Decades later, he still commanded a vast army of Doombots, power intact. As Bai Yi contemplated all this, he was abruptly snapped back to the present by the craftsman's call. The man emerged from the next room, pushing a metal cart loaded with tools and parts. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a clear testament to the effort and care he had poured into his work. "All right, let's see if this guy meets your expectations." "Well then, let me look forward to it." Bai Yi smiled faintly, reached out, and grabbed the corner of the cloth covering the object. With a swift motion, he pulled it away, revealing what lay beneath. A brand new sample of the Thunder Power Armor appeared before everyone's eyes. This suit of power armor closely resembled the prototype they had previously discussed. Its golden exterior and streamlined design exuded both strength and elegance. Every joint and component had been meticulously crafted, the result of merging advanced technology with masterful craftsmanship. Bai stepped closer, studying the suit with keen interest. His eyes moved from the helmet at the top to the power pack running along the back, then to the joints of the arms and legs. "This is incredible," he exclaimed with sincere admiration. "I'm just glad I could help." The craftsman, hearing Bai Ye's praise, broke into a relieved smile. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, a clear sign that a lingering worry had been set to rest in his heart. It had been a long time since he had created something of this caliber. The force needed to protect this shelter hadn't required much strength. Usually, the enemies they faced were little more than street gangs and hooligans. Bai Yi nodded to Hawkeye, signaling for him to try on the power armor and get a feel for it. Hawkeye stepped forward. With the craftsman's assistance, he donned the armor, adjusting it carefully to ensure every piece fit his body just right. To keep costs down, the armor lacked an automatic fitting feature, so outside help was necessary to quickly get into the exoskeleton and fasten the armor plates. "How does it feel, Clint?" Bai Yi asked with genuine concern. Hawkeye flexed his arms and legs a little, getting a sense of the suit's capabilities. A small smile crept onto his face as he raised an arm and stretched his fingers, as if testing the armor's agility. "Not bad at all. It takes some getting used to, but the strength and mobility it provides are genuinely exciting," Clint replied, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. After a series of tests, the Thunder Power Armor proved powerful. When supplied with energy, it could allow the wearer to lift over 10 tons and run at speeds close to 100 kilometers per hour. Its high-strength alloy shell shrugged off direct hits from regular firearms and, to some extent, withstood explosions. At most, Hawkeye's explosive arrows might scratch the paint. The weapons meant to be equipped hadn't been fabricated yet, but compared to building the armor, those would be simple tasks for the craftsman. Bai Yi watched Hawkeye with satisfaction and said, "Let the craftsman rest for a bit, then he can work on the remaining suits. For now, let's go track down your two old friends. They each have some pretty interesting things in their hands." "What? Isn't it just 8 in the morning?" "The regularly scheduled updates will come later. I'd also like to thank reader 20230619194846443 for the generous reward of 500 points. 115. So, where exactly are we going?" Clint stood by the porthole, habitually reaching up to scratch his head. Only now, clad in his power armor, he couldn't even touch his scalp. Instead, his gauntlet just knocked against his helmet, producing a couple of clunky metallic thuds. Dawn had already broken outside the cockpit window. The sun was slowly rising along the edge of the horizon, casting a gentle ribbon of morning light onto the aircraft as it slipped beneath the clouds. An hour earlier, they departed the Artificer's Sanctuary. Once they were on board, Bai Yi simply told the pilot to take off, saying nothing about their destination to anyone else. At this point, Hawkeye had already injected the serum, his willpower and endurance now far beyond ordinary limits. Even staying awake for days posed no problem. But Wanda, by contrast, was slumped in her seat, stifling yawn behind her small hand. "Josie's bar, the same place he used to frequent for free drinks, and somehow never paid," Bai Yi replied absent-mindedly, half absorbing conversation with the AI inside his anti-Hulk armor, while sifting through intel both from memory and the armor's database. "What? When superheroes do it, you can hardly call it freeloading," Clint sputtered, his face reddening as he yanked off his helmet to defend himself. He launched into a rambling diatribe about how borrowing wasn't stealing and that running a tab didn't count as not paying. The banter quickly filled the cabin with a cheerful energy. Bai Yi just smiled at the sounds behind him, then turned to gaze at the pale clouds outside and drifted once more into thought. Josie's bar, in Universe 616, was a humble hole-in-the-wall tucked away in Hell's Kitchen, where local riffraff and gang members mingled or hashed out shady deals. Its proprietor, a sharp-tongued, blonde-haired old woman named Josie. But in this Twilight Wolf universe, the bar's address had shifted from New York to the wilds of Wyoming, and its owner was now one of the bar's former regulars, Turk Barrett. Turk was an obscure, small-time black hustler who had tangled with Daredevil a few times. The high point of his life was a fleeting brush with the Soul Stone, before Dr. Strange promptly confiscated it. Not that Turk himself was the point. What really mattered was that his little nephew, Dwight Barrett, had something in his possession, the Ant-Man helmet. Years later, after Turk's death, Dwight refurbished the Ant-Man helmet and used it to control ants, setting up a blockade on a bridge to charge tolls, even killing everyone inside the bridge tunnel. In the comics, the Ant-Man helmet doesn't hold quite the same significance as in the MCU films. There, the helmet's primary function is to maintain the user's chemical balance, preventing the act of shrinking from instantly turning their brains to mush. However, in the comics, Pym particles, these subatomic particles, are nowhere near as dangerous as they are in the movies. You could pour a whole vial of Pym particles over your head and change size anytime, anywhere. After all, that's exactly how Hank Pym did it back in the day. In some emergencies, he could even transform on the spot without the help of his suit, marching around stark naked. What's more, in the comics, Scott Lang's daughter, Cassie, has been exposed to Pym particles for such a long time that she can transform into a giant at will, without any need for a suit. "Gentlemen, we've arrived." The pilot's shout from the cockpit snapped Bai Yi out of his thoughts. He shrugged and turned to Hawkeye, saying, "Let's go." The aircraft slowed to a gentle hover high above the ground. As the hatch slid open, a shaft of light spilled out, illuminating two figures suspended in the air, Bai Yi clad in his gleaming silver anti-Hulk armor, and Hawkeye beside him, ready in his Thunderstrike power armor, both standing at the edge of the hatch. They exchanged a glance, then jumped in perfect unison. The wind roared past their ears as they plummeted toward the earth. Below, the wild expanse stretched out in silence and grandeur, with only the distant speck of a roadside bar standing out, a lonely oasis in a sea of wilderness. A few moments later, the two figures slammed into the ground like cannonballs, gouging a deep crater on impact. Earth and stones scattered in every direction, a cloud of dust rolling outward. Just then, the bar's door creaked open and out stepped an elderly black man with salt and pepper hair. He carried a double-barreled shotgun in his hands, and, as he exited, he called back inside, "Damn it! Stop fiddling with that helmet, Dwight. Get somewhere safe and stay out of sight." From his tone, it was clear that Dwight was no stranger to odd behavior, and that the old man had grown rather used to it by now. At first, the old man didn't get a clear look at the scene through the swirling dust. But as the silhouettes of the massive armor suits became clearer, the anti-Hulk armor and the power armor, he couldn't help but start to tremble. His lips quivered, as if he wanted to say something, but fear got the better of him and the words caught in his throat. His eyes darted nervously between the two exosuits, searching desperately for an escape route. Don't wet yourself now, Turk, it's me, Hawkeye. Clint waved away the dust in front of him, calling out boisterously as he strode toward the shaking old man. The hydraulic joints in his suit whirred softly with each step. Hawkeye. Turk blinked, slightly lowering the barrel of his shotgun, although it was always clear he'd never planned on putting up a fight with it. That's right, Turk, it's me. Our boss wants to talk to you about something. Towering over Turk in his bulky power armor, Hawkeye stepped up to the bar's entrance, as if about to go in, before thinking better of it and stepping back, realizing he was far too big to fit through the door. Me? He wants to talk to me? Hearing this, Turk turned his head with a dazed look toward the approaching Hulkbuster armor. That towering figure nearly blotted out the rising sun in the distance, leaving only a growing shadow cast over him. For a moment, Turk had relaxed upon recognizing familiar faces, but now he swallowed hard again, his nerves building once more. After all, the regulars Hawkeye had befriended over the years were anything but upstanding citizens. Smuggling mutant growth hormone, strictly outlawed by the Skull President, was just the tip of the iceberg. Murder, arson, drug dealing, tying up loose ends, none of it fazed them. So what good could possibly come from the boss of those kinds of operations seeking him out? As the thought crossed his mind, Turk's legs nearly gave way beneath him again, and he almost crumpled to the ground. Let's keep this brief, said White Knight, his voice projecting through the armor speakers instead of opening the helmet. I'm not here to threaten you, and I'm not looking for trouble. I'm here to make a deal. Whatever you say, replied the elderly black man, his temples flecked with gray. He tucked away his gun, glancing nervously up at the metal giant before him. I'm offering $10,000 for the Ant-Man helmet your nephew's got, and I'll pay off Clint Barton's tab as well. How's that sound? What? No way. Old Hawkeye, who had been inching toward the bar hoping to slip inside unnoticed, spun around when he heard this. But the sight of the Hulkbuster's massive head swiveling his way, he ducked his own and kept silent. The old man slapped his forehead, and his expression shifted from fear to relief in an instant. He mustered a friendly, almost obsequious grin. Oh, I thought it was something serious. You could have just sent a word for a small thing like this. With that, he tossed aside his weapon and hurried off to the bar, giving the elderly guy in gold power armor a hearty shove along the way, nearly knocking the doorframe off its hinges. Honestly, that Ant-Man helmet was just some random black market trinket he'd picked up a couple of years back for his nephew to play with. Might as well get rid of it now. No use hanging on. And now that he had some real money, what couldn't he buy? Maybe he'd just get his nephew the new Dr. Doom and his 4 hapless henchmen. Building set he'd been hearing was all the rage over in Drophammer. Accepting the silver helmet from the old man, White Knight glanced at Clint and flashed a quick look. Grudgingly, Clint dug around a side pocket of his power armor and flung over a bundle of bills. A quick glance was all Turk needed to see that not only had they paid up, there was even some extra on top, a testament to the street smarts that had kept him afloat this long in Hell's Kitchen. He looked up at the two as they took off. Hawkeye was hoisted up, too, and, dabbing at the corner of his eye as though moved, he called out, "Take care. Safe travels." Back aboard the craft, Clint cast a glance at Wanda, who seemed to be dozing, and then turned to White Knight with a puzzled look. "You said you were looking for 2 of my old friends. Where's the other one?" Bai said casually, "You'll know soon enough. Take us to Arcadia Murder World in Nevada. Remember to activate the invisibility field when we cross into the state." The latter part was directed at the pilot. When Hawkeye, looking utterly bewildered, had walked away, Bai turned his attention to the silver helmet he held in his hands. It gleamed smoothly, almost perfectly round, with 2 transmitter antennae on the forehead that looked uncannily like the feelers of an ant. Of course, he hadn't gone through the trouble of acquiring this broken helmet just to repair it and make friends with ants. Not everyone shares Ant-Man's fondness for eating, living, and sleeping among tiny bugs. The helmet's true value lay in its ability to control PIM particles, and on certain models, it housed a miniature laboratory, a design entirely in keeping with Ant-Man's penchant for stashing things away in nooks and crannies. If he could bring this helmet back and hand it over to the craftsman for repair, with a stroke of luck, Bai might just inherit a portion of Hank Pym's legacy. But in case luck wasn't on his side, he would have to seek out a former member of the Thunderbolts, a man whose very blood held PIM particles. Sure, PIM particles might be found elsewhere, but who could say if those were genuine or just some wannabe scientist's homemade concoction? Beside the circus tent, on an open stretch of ground, there stood a lavishly decorated platform, atop which a stage was set, brimming with a comedic flair. Red and white drapes adorned the edges of the platform, while a cascade of neon lights shimmered under the night sky, casting dazzling patterns onto the crowd below. On the platform stood an MC, decked out in outlandishly whimsical attire and bathed in the spotlight. Clutching a sparkling microphone, He radiated boundless enthusiasm without restraint. With gusto in his voice, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the final, show-stopping act of the night. Feast your eyes on the tallest, strongest man in the world." There was a mocking exaggeration in his tone, expertly building anticipation for the act to follow. After all, this was the skill that put food on his table. His words quickly drew the crowd closer, everyone craning their necks in curiosity, eager to catch a glimpse of this tallest and strongest man about to make his entrance. Tallest man in the world? Who does he think he's kidding? High above, within the now fully cloaked Moon Knight's aircraft, Hawkeye clenched his teeth in irritation at the sounds drifting up from below. He already suspected who Baye's so-called old friend might be. Hank used to hit 70 meters tall without breaking a sweat. How big does this clown get? 50 meters? 60 at most? With a shrug, Baye comforted him. Ant-Man is, without a doubt, the tallest man in the world. There's no disputing that. But since we've come all this way, let's at least enjoy the show before anything else. Listening to Baye's words, Clint forced himself to tamp down his temper. He peered steadily through the observation slot. His enhanced vision and the telescope attached to his power armor allowed him to see everything clearly, even hundreds of meters away, including the man below his feet now. At once an enemy and an old friend, a former member of the Thunderbolts, Atlas. That guy used to be a smaller version of Luke Cage, but after a chance encounter with Pym particles, he gained the ability to grow to a massive size. It was Atlas who stomped this universe's Quicksilver to death in one single step. On stage, the host was waving his microphone with wild enthusiasm. Let's give him a big round of applause and some encouragement. The giant is about to make his grand entrance. He cried out excitedly, his voice bursting with passion that echoed into the night, sparking a chorus of cheers from the crowd. The audience instantly erupted, cheering and clapping with thunderous enthusiasm. Under the lights, faces shone with anticipation and curiosity, hungry to witness the arrival of this so-called giant and hoping for a show that would stir the senses. The curtain to the tent was swept aside, and out walked a bald old man who couldn't have stood much more than 5'7". He was striking, clothed in a somewhat faded red bodysuit that hugged his sturdy frame, emphasizing every ripple of muscle. Emblazoned across his chest was a huge letter that instantly captured everyone's attention. Yet, the moment the crowd realized that this bald old man was hardly the towering, imposing figure they'd imagined, scattered boos and dissatisfied shouts rippled through the tent. Someone even stood up and bellowed, "Bullshit! Give us our money back!" The sudden wave of disapproval turned the atmosphere awkward, as people started murmuring among themselves, their disappointment in this giant's appearance clear as day. After all, they'd paid for the promise of a real giant, only to be greeted by an old man who looked, at first glance, absolutely ordinary. Despite the jeers and taunts, the bald old man's face remained perfectly calm. After all, he'd been doing this act for over a decade, longer, in fact, than he'd ever spent as a hero, and he knew his performance would be worth every ticket sold. "Hey," he called, his voice sharp as he clenched his fists. Muscles surged beneath his skin, swelling in an instant. He shot up in height, shoulders broadening, chest expanding. His entire body seemed to be powered by an unstoppable force, his presence swelling, mutating, roaring with raw might. But perhaps most astonishing of all, his clothes seemed to change and grow along with him. The red bodysuit and trousers neither splitting nor tearing, instead stretching perfectly to match every new line of muscle, without a wrinkle in sight. The colors and patterns upon his suit held fast, undisturbed, harmonizing seamlessly with his new, colossal frame. His process of growing enormous seemed to slow down, as though time itself were stretching out. Every inch of his ascent delivered a powerful visual shock. At last, amidst the cries of wonder and screams from the crowd, he stopped growing, settling at an astonishing height of 40 meters. Standing there, he was a giant brought to life, majestic and magnificent. Across his deeply wrinkled face remained a look of calm and composure, as if untroubled by anything, taking in his surroundings with practiced ease. The raised platform before him now appeared utterly insignificant, and the cheers of the audience faded into irrelevance, reduced to a faint whisper carried away by the evening breeze. At that moment, the host stood atop the platform, his voice brimming with an almost frenzied excitement. Waving his microphone, his eyes burning with wild passion, he cried out, "Behold our giant! Behold Atlas, the destroyer and avenger." Yet as the host's shout rang out, the giant Atlas held onto his tranquil expression. After all, he'd always been just someone trying to get by, whether cast as villain or hero, or even as a circus clown put on display for the crowd. 117. Once the performance ended, Atlas retreated to the dressing room, draping a simple cloth over his shoulders to keep warm as he sat on a plain chair. In his hand, he held a glass of brown liquor, the liquid gently swirling, reflecting the loneliness etched on his face. The air in the dressing room was heavy and stifling, with an invisible loneliness weaving through the silence. His gaze fell to the old mirror in the corner. It was now so clouded that it looked as if no one had bothered to clean it for ages. The reflection within was nearly a blur, and suddenly he thought that this haziness was perhaps the truest likeness to his tangled life and history. He took a sip of his drink and let the liquid linger in his mouth. That familiar tang of bitterness spread across his tongue. For miles around, this was the only cheap alcohol you could get. Damn it, things hadn't always been like this decades ago. After gulping the drink down, Atlas turned his head slightly and addressed the visitor behind him. So, after all these years, you've finally come to kill me? As he spoke, his eyes drifted to a faded old photograph, hanging from the edge of the mirror. It showed a handful of people in tight suits, a group portrait of those who had once been comrades in arms, his friends, his past, and the years gone by. The gleam from a suit of golden armor shimmered softly, and from the shadows stepped Hawkeye, sharply defined and solemn. He fixed his stare on Atlas, avoiding that old photo with a visible effort. I treated you well. We've been through so much together. So why did you betray us? Oh, Clint, for God's sake. The world doesn't revolve around you. I just wanted to survive. The bald old man's voice held a note of self-mockery. He forced a bitter smile and glanced down at the drink that was slowly fading away in his glass, searching inside it for answers that he knew would never be spoken aloud. The villain saw him as the anti-hero of the Thunderbolts, while the heroes considered him one of the rogues from Baron Zemo's so-called Masters of Evil. You haven't exactly had it easy all these years either. With a wife and kids to take care of, you've never bowed for a mere pittance. Neither of us has. After quietly gazing at his glass for a while, Atlas picked up another glass from the table, slowly poured in some liquor, then raised it toward Hawkeye with a faint smile. One last drink? To our past. Hawkeye said nothing in response. He simply lifted his right hand and triggered the release on his auto crossbow. The quarrel gleamed coldly under the dim light. Before coming here, he'd had the tinkerer specially fit this auto-loading crossbow for him. Sure, Clint was an expert with guns and hand-to-hand combat, but to head out unarmed, without something he could shoot, just didn't feel right to him. Not drinking. The bald old man downed his own glass in a single gulp, then stood up with a heavy sigh, yanking off the cape hanging from his shoulders. On his chest was a giant letter, A emblazoned in bold. It was the first letter of Atlas, the emblem of the man he used to be. The cape drifted to the ground. With that gesture, it felt as if he were declaring he'd no longer hide, that both past and present would stand naked in that room, unfiltered. Then you'd better hope that toy of yours can take a beating, more than your ugly mug. Atlas bellowed, his voice booming like thunder through the room, and the glass in his hand shattered with a sharp crack. At that instant, his body began to swell rapidly, muscles surging, limbs thickening, until he burst straight through the tent canopy, tearing it apart with brute force as a swath of fabric surrendered to his might. The transformation was so sudden, so immense, that it was impossible not to gape in awe. In just a few pounding heartbeats, Atlas had grown to nearly 20 meters tall. Where only moments before the circus audience had been laughing and cheering, now a panic swept through the tent. They stared in horror as the titanic figure ripped open the roof and began stomping across the billowing canvas, swatting at anything that moved. Screams erupted all around the tent. A stampede broke out as people surged toward the exits, desperate to escape this sudden nightmare. Yet as each guest reached the circus entrance, a faint red halo flickered about their heads. Their faces grew briefly blank before they seemed to remember something and hurried on away from the chaos. What's wrong? Stunted growth? A few minutes ago, you were taller than that. Clint sneered, deftly rolling clear of the giant's crushing fist. Even without his suit, the years of enhancements had given him the speed to dodge and survive. At this moment, enhanced by the power armor, he truly felt unstoppable, like a tiger with wings. With ease, he dodged the clumsy swings of the hulking giant's fists, moving so nimbly that the enormous brute seemed utterly awkward by comparison, unable to match his agility or speed. Splinters and bits of stone flew up in the melee, striking his armored suit with a tinkling clatter, but they didn't leave so much as a scratch. Keep running your mouth. We should have finished you off back then, instead of letting you escape. Zemo really was a fool, spat Atlas, stung by the taunt. In his irritation, Atlas grabbed a nearby roller coaster car that had stopped on its track and hurled it at the golden armor. It was a pity the Ferris wheel was a bit too far away. Otherwise, he'd have loved to toss Hawkeye inside and watch him roll around like a hamster. With a howl, the roller coaster car splintered into 3 pieces as it sailed through the air, debris whistling past in the vortex. Calm and collected, Hawkeye slipped on his helmet, his visor flickering to life with a dense array of data and calculations. In the blink of an eye, the largest piece of wreckage was upon him. The engines of the power armor roared like thunder, poised for action. Muscles tensed, he let his fist fly. With a resounding crash, he smashed the chunk aside. In the next instant, a blur shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling straight at the mighty giant. The giant staggered, swaying violently, forced backward several steps by the impact. His feet left deep craters in the pavement as the tiles crumpled beneath his weight. But Hawkeye wasn't about to give him even a second's respite. The servos in his armored legs whirred to life as he charged forward, accelerating to nearly 100 kilometers per hour in a matter of seconds. "Some things never change," he called out. "You always squander your height and turn your only advantage into your downfall." Seeing the giant reeling and dazed, Clint gave a cold snort. He drew a pair of gleaming blades from his belt, custom-made to fit his armor, and drove them like ice picks into the giant's Achilles tendon. "Ark, you little rat, that's a dirty trick," roared the giant, clutching his head in pain as he reached down to grab his tormentor. But Hawkeye was everywhere at once, darting up the giant's form with quick, alternating stabs, leaving more than a dozen gashes as he climbed higher. Ordinary blades would scarcely scratch Atlas. Those who grew large with the Pym particles became tougher as well, their bodies resistant even to bullets or missiles. But these knives had been forged with a touch of vibranium, courtesy of those precious vibranium earrings gifted by a doppelganger, making their edges impossibly keen. By the end, Clint had left dozens of wounds crisscrossing the giant's back. Poised on his shoulder, Hawkeye drove a blade deep between the vertebrae at the base of the massive neck. With a twist of his wrist and a crimson spray, the Titan collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a shroud of dust. "Well then, ready or not, it's time for you to meet Baron Zemo." Clint jumped down to the ground, flicking the blood from his blade as he strode toward Atlas, who was sputtering out shallow, ragged breaths. Thanks to his enhanced physique, the giant, whose blood had already pooled into a small red stream, still clung to life. Summoning the last of his strength, he turned his gaze toward Hawkeye, who now stood beside his ear. He could no longer feel anything below his neck. "Go on, then," Atlas muttered, casting a sidelong glance toward the golden figure whose outline was already fading at the edges of his vision, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery and disdain. Clint, clad in golden power armor, vaulted lightly onto the giant's chest, his boots landing squarely atop the enormous letter emblazoned there. Raising his right arm slowly, he leveled a crossbow bolt, taking aim at the giant's steadily dilating pupil. Hawkeye's expression was calm and unwavering, his eyes locked onto Atlas's. In that suspended moment, it was as if he could peer directly into the giant's soul. "Do you ever regret it?" he asked. "Never." Time hung still in the silence. Then Hawkeye's finger tightened gently on the trigger. With tremendous force, the bolt shrieked through the air. With a sharp crack, the powerful arrow pierced the giant's pupil, shattering his eye and plunging straight into the brainstem. Atlas's body spasmed violently, then went utterly still, a silence so deep that not a whisper remained, as his massive form settled lifelessly to the earth. Hawkeye lifted his head, his gaze drifting to the circus and amusement rides nearby. What had once been a vibrant haven of joy was now a raging sea of flames. Roaring fire devoured everything in its path, clouds of smoke and leaping flames swallowing all laughter and song. Yet, strangely, every visitor who'd once crowded this space had vanished. Not a single soul remained in the inferno. It was as though everyone had sensed long ago that this place was far from safe. A small measure of relief passed through Clint's heart. At least, no innocents had been caught in the crossfire of this battle. His eyes swept across the burning ruins when, suddenly, his hand shot out, catching a yellowed photo adrift on the wind, just as the flames began to lick at its edges. He brushed away the singed border, snuffing out the fire. It was a group photo of the superhero team. In the picture, a few people stood arm in arm, smiling warmly at the camera, the scene radiating camaraderie and unity. At the center stood a tall man, a bold A emblazoned on his chest. The man's face was resolute and full of assurance, one large hand resting on the shoulder of a teammate, one who slung a purple bow across his back. There was an unmistakable bond between them. How does revenge feel? Clint heard a voice behind him. He turned to see Bai Yi and Wanda touching down from above, several large canisters wrapped in swirling crimson energy floating at their side. Not bad at all. Hawkeye's mouth curled into a slight smile as he spoke, casually stuffing the photo back into the storage compartment and giving a quick sniff. Seeing that the old man still seemed to be in good spirits, Bai Yi shrugged and handed him the jar, gesturing for Hawkeye to collect some of Atlas' blood. Ironically, Atlas growing so big actually made this process easier for them. Just moments ago, Bai Yi and Wanda hadn't just been passively watching the commotion. They had circled the circus, using telepathy to gently nudge away all unrelated personnel and tweak their memories so that, as far as anyone would recall, only a man with a bow and a giant had battled that day. After that, he casually set a fire to blur the evidence. Even the finer details of the fight disappeared into smoke. The reason was simple. Sooner or later, someone with a bullseye scar on his forehead was bound to come poking around, curious about what had truly happened here. That someone was none other than Bullseye, the head marshal under the Red Skull. The zombie tech implant in his brain could only tell if a person was lying based on their heart rate. As for the civilians, well, they weren't lying at all. They were just so frightened that all the details had slipped their minds. Bullseye, who hadn't managed to kill a superhero for decades, would hardly waste his time grilling these innocent bystanders. As he watched Clint quietly collect blood from Atlas wound with the jar, Bai Yi continued to muse in silence. Bullseye would be practically giddy with excitement, hot on Hawkeye's trail, hoping maybe even to flush out Bucky Barnes, a former Winter Soldier once again bent to the Red Skull's will. But all that was just a sideshow. Today's real prize lay with the enhanced individuals and, more importantly, with the blood infused with PIM particles. Unless the host deliberately flushed the particles from their entire bloodstream, the PIM particles lingered for decades, never more and never less. It went further than that. Repeated, long-term exposure could even let the user begin to produce PIM particles themselves. The human body, the wonders never ceased. Now, all that remained was to get back to the workshop and try to extract them, so they could be put to use once again. Back at the workshop, the team stepped into the familiar space where the craftsman was already hard at work. His hands were slick with sweat, but his face radiated contentment. He looked up and spotted the Ant-Man helmet in by Ye's hands, and a gentle smile tugged at his lips. Manshwarerecommendations. So you want me to fix this thing? The craftsman put his tools aside and wiped the sweat from his brow as he asked. Bai Yi nodded, handed over the helmet, and added, "We also brought a few samples of blood containing PIM particles. If you have time, see if you can extract some particles from them." Then his eyes drifted to the neatly arranged gold power suits stacked in the corner. There were quite a few. Clearly, the craftsman hadn't been idle during their absence. "That's quite a challenge, but since you trust me, I'll do my best to fix it," the craftsman said as he set the helmet down on his workbench. Taking out a collection of tools, he began to analyze the helmet's internal structure. With deft movements, the inner components of the helmet gradually came into view beneath his skilled hands. He worked with unwavering focus, adjusting and fine-tuning minute details. His fingers danced across the parts as if performing an intricate, miniature ballet. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Hawkeye stood quietly to one side, their eyes following the craftsman's every move. After more than 10 minutes, the craftsman finally set his tools aside. He carefully withdrew his fingers from the inside of the helmet and reattached several tiny pieces and the outer casing. The entire repair seemed to have gone smoothly. "It should be fine now. Go ahead and give it a try," he encouraged. "Let's just hope Dwight remembers to wash his hair every day," Clint quipped, grabbing the helmet and placing it on his head. When the helmet powered up again, a faint electronic hum buzzed softly in his ears. Squinting with concentration, he worked the controls. In no time, hundreds of ants streamed in from the windowsill and began to circle in front of him. Once the craftsman was sure that Clint had reacquainted himself with the operation of the Ant-Man helmet, he turned away and moved closer to the jars filled with blood. Using his finger, he tapped one gently, eliciting a low, resonant echo from the glass. He couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his head in thought. He didn't know much about these peculiar things, and extracting what they needed wouldn't be simple. But perhaps there was another way, a different approach. Maybe he could invent a machine that could separate the PIM particles automatically. To be continued tomorrow with more updates. 119. Okay, if luck's on our side, we'll have 100 milliliters of enlarged PIM particles in about 20 minutes, the craftsman said, taking off his round goggles and sighing as he leaned over the workbench. In front of him was a transparent device about the size of tire, which resembled some form of distillation apparatus. At the top, a jar, filled with giant's blood, was plugged in, bubbling and gurgling as the experiment ran. A tube, much like a plastic straw, extended down from the device and led into a small glass beaker. "So what if luck isn't on our side? We get only 50 milliliters. Bai Yi asked as he walked in, greeting the prisoner Speedball inside the cell with a wave of his hand. "Unlucky." The craftsman scratched his head and turned, flashing a sly grin toward the doorway. "We'll be shrunk to just a tenth to the power of 10 times our original size. About that, give or take." "I'm sure you're only joking," Bai Yi replied, quirking his lips, then stood silently and watched as every drop of red liquid trickled down from the distillation device, collecting at the bottom of the beaker. Wait, why isn't the beaker being enlarged or shrunk? Although PIM particles are a product of advanced technology, their essence is something that is connected to outer space and, in a way, seems to possess a mysterious, almost idealistic nature when used. A dozen minutes later, Bai carried a beaker filled with a red liquid to a spacious patch of open ground. He then took out Ant-Man's silvery helmet, handling it with great care as he set it down on a relatively flat piece of earth. This spot was several kilometers away from the artisan's shelter, far enough that no matter what noise he made, no one would notice. A few dozen meters away, a desert lizard cocked its small head, watching every movement with curiosity. Its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the scents that drifted through the air. Bai engaged the flight system of his mech and rose gently into the air. There was a makeshift nozzle affixed to his beaker, allowing precise control over how much liquid was released at a time. He soared to a height of several dozen meters, then squeezed the nozzle lightly. A few droplets of PIM particle solution scattered through the air like raindrops. They floated down and landed squarely on Ant-Man's helmet below. The instant the droplets touched the helmet, a deep roar erupted, and the helmet began to expand at a pace visible to the naked eye, swelling rapidly like an inflating balloon. The transformation happened in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, the helmet had grown to hundreds of times its original size, looming overhead like a gigantic cover pressed against the earth, flattening the hapless little lizard beneath it. Bai looked on, unfazed by the colossal helmet now towering before him. He stepped into its shadowy interior, which was pitch black, so dark he felt as though he had walked into a vast, subterranean cave. With a flick of his wrist, he switched on the floodlight affixed to his mech. Brilliant beams pierced the darkness, illuminating the complicated inner structure of the helmet. The walls were etched with intricate circuit diagrams and riddled with pieces of advanced technology, their lines pulsing with a faint red glow. Scan the inside of the helmet. See if you can find anything like a hidden door or a secret switch, he ordered. His voice echoed inside the Hulkbuster's helm. On his screen, streams of data and scanning images began to shimmer, revealing layer after layer of the helmet's internal structure. After a short while, the system flagged a particular section inside the helmet. Bai's mind quickened, and he moved in that direction. Drawing closer, he found a recessed spot. Reaching inside, his fingers brushed against a minuscule button, so well integrated into the helmet's design that it was almost imperceptible. He let his hand hover above the button, pausing in thought. Then, ever so gently, he pressed down. There was a faint click, and at once, the helmet's interior began to change. A thin crack began to spread from the spot where the button was, quickly widening into a narrow passageway. Bai watched the transformation intently, and after a few seconds, a fully formed hidden door finally appeared before him. He stepped through the concealed entrance, his footsteps creaking on the dust-laden floor. As he entered, the sensors around him detected his presence. Lights buried beneath layers of dust suddenly flickered on, gradually illuminating the entire laboratory. It was clear that no one had visited this lab in a very long time. Outdated equipment stood in every corner, all blanketed by a thick layer of dust. On the workbenches, abandoned files and notebooks were piled up with their pages yellowed and the writing faded, nearly indecipherable. On bookshelves along the walls, a variety of chemical reagent bottles stood, some corroded and indistinct after so many years. At the center of the lab was a long table cluttered with scientific apparatus, a lineup ranging from microscopes to powerful magnifiers, each meticulously arranged. Suddenly, a small tablet on the table lit up, casting a faint glow that shimmered in the dust-filled air. Bai stepped closer to the tablet, his gaze fixed on the screen. On the screen appeared a man dressed in a red bodysuit with two antenna-like protrusions attached to his forehead. It was the suit of the original Ant-Man, its jaw completely exposed, much like Batman's, offering little in the way of concealment. The man in the recording began to speak, his voice echoing through the lab. If you're watching this recording, it means my instincts were correct. I, Hank Pym, Ant-Man, or Giant Man, am already dead. Listening to these words, Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. In this universe, Hank Pym had fought until his last breath, yet the manner of his demise seemed cruelly ironic. He'd been swarmed and bitten to death by those subterranean dwellers, the ones resembling ants that had once appeared at the Baxter Building. After his death, his body was picked clean by those very same creatures, leaving behind nothing but a colossal skeleton, hundreds of meters long, lying abandoned in the wilderness. All my scientific achievements, everything I've invented in my lifetime, has a backup kept right here. Of course, that doesn't include Ultron, Hank Pym continued, extending a hand as if presenting the laboratory. I don't know who you are, maybe Janet, maybe another Ant-Man. Heaven forbid you're from S.H.I.E.L.D. If you are, it means Fury really did plant several cameras in my home. Can't a man have a little privacy? Pym in the recording couldn't help but raise a hand to his forehead, exasperated. He quickly regained his composure, looking back into the camera. If you're family or a friend, you'll know what to do with the helmet. But if you're not, and you don't understand Pym particles, then please press the third button on the side of the tablet. It will shrink the helmet back to its normal size in 1 minute. I hope you remember to take everything you need and leave before then. Beep. A brief blackout washed over the tablet as the recording ended. Bai paused in thought, then began packing up everything from the lab to take with him. 120. Thick snowflakes drifted gently through the air, the soft white light illuminating the vast expanse of snow that covered the ground. Several large transport planes touched down slowly, engines rumbling with deep, resonant growls that echoed through the frigid air. As the cargo bay doors opened, a squad of figures clad in gleaming golden armor emerged in steady procession. Towering and imposing, they seemed as if they had strode out straight from the pages of an epic saga. Each suit of powered armor bristled with an array of tools and weapons. The squad marched in perfect formation, groups of 4 pushing enormous shipping containers ahead of them. Though the containers looked tremendously heavy, the exoskeletons made the task appear effortless. Deep grooves trailed behind them in the snow as they pushed toward the factory. Seeing the Golden Warriors approach, Paul and another soldier quickly used their remote controls to activate the gate's machinery, lumbering doors swinging open inch by inch. Once the figures had all filed inside and disappeared into the factory's cavernous entrance, the other soldier turned to Paul, speaking in a voice rough with fatigue. "How many times has it been today, man?" The 6th? Or maybe the 7th? "I've lost count," Paul replied, equally worn out. The soldier gave a weary sigh. "What are those gold guys even up to? We just stand here all day, opening and closing doors. Not much excitement in that." Paul managed a wry smile, rubbing his temple as he watched the golden armored team march into the factory. He couldn't help but mutter, "Makes you wonder what they're doing in there. It's all so mysterious." "Who knows? That gears look pretty cool, though." Despite his words, the soldier merely shrugged. In truth, he didn't care much for the golden suits. Watching the snow swirl through the sky, Paul murmured, "Maybe one day, we'll get to wear gear like that, become part of a team like theirs." The other soldier grunted non-committally, "Yeah, maybe." He scraped something unidentifiable off the sole of his boot and tossed it aside. Within the factory's darkened corridors, the golden-armored warriors silently maneuvered the shipping containers forward. The tunnel walls, smooth and cold, mirrored their reflections as they passed. After a few minutes, they entered a vast room where dozens of identical containers were already neatly lined up in rows. A man distinguished by an arrow insignia painted across his golden armor, the one they called Eagle Eye, stepped out to greet the new arrivals, signaling to them with a precise gesture. On the other side of the room, a remarkable and enigmatic group had gathered, each individual's presence shrouded in an aura of mystery. Standing beside the elder clad in black leather, the masked White Queen exuded a cold, imperious air. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of inscrutable brilliance. Wanda and her brother, Quicksilver, stood side by side. Wanda's hands moved in delicate gestures, faint surges of light flickering around her fingertips, while Quicksilver stood ramrod straight, as if poised to burst forth at lightning speed at any moment. Among this unconventional assembly, the Punisher's figure seemed far less conspicuous. Donning his well-worn skull t-shirt and laden with an arsenal of weapons, his gaze remained sharp and icy. In contrast, Venom, with his imposing physique, kept his maw wide open, displaying razor-sharp fangs. Yet no one knew who currently resided within the symbiote. It was as though this group had been drawn together, waiting for someone extraordinary to arrive. A deep, thunderous reverberation resounded. White Knight's anti-Hulk armor marched forward, each metallic step booming through the room like a titanic drumbeat, setting every heart racing in time. The armor towered over the others, an indomitable iron fortress, dwarfing even the other golden warriors. Suddenly, the room was seized by an eerie, absolute silence. Even the golden-armored fighters, who had been moving shipping containers, suddenly froze, turning in perfect unison to face White Knight's armor, their eyes filled with astonishment and awe. On the other side, those once vibrant presences, White Queen, Wanda, Quicksilver, and Venom, seemed to fade for a moment, like leaves trembling in the wind. They, too, were captivated by the newcomer, their gazes revealing a spectrum of emotion. Trailing behind White Knight were Gray Staff, his wizened face marked by age and wisdom, and the tiny robot, Herbie. In this hush, not only were warriors and superhumans present, but also a group of seemingly ordinary people, Engineers and scientists, led by the foreman, now stood to one side, their attention riveted on the imposing anti-Hulk armor. White Knight clenched his fist. The faint clatter of metal joints drew every gaze toward him at once. He cleared his throat, breaking the stillness. Ahem. 40 years ago, he was about to speak when a strange sensation crept over him, as if an invisible gaze had fixed upon him. Someone somewhere was watching, studying his every move. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and swept his gaze over the assembly. Perhaps it was his expression, but a subtle tension seemed to ripple through the others as well. The golden-armored fighters halted and glanced about, each searching for the source of this hidden menace. Without thinking, White Knight found himself drawn toward the direction where he felt that mysterious watcher's eyes. Slowly, he shifted his gaze that way. Then, faintly, he saw a figure, someone in a cloak, who seemed to already be standing behind everyone else. He could only make out one of the person's eyes. That eye glowed with a peculiar light, as if it held endless mysteries and power within. The figure said nothing, simply standing there in silence. Then, under Baye's gaze, the mysterious presence slowly turned around and walked away without a word. After a few steps, the figure melted into the darkness, vanishing as though they had never appeared at all. Did something happen? Wanda asked, unable to contain her curiosity, noticing Baye's uneasy demeanor. No, nothing at all. Baye fell silent for a moment before taking a deep breath and preparing to continue his speech from earlier. Thousands of kilometers away, inside a bar, a piercing scream suddenly erupted, grabbing everyone's attention. People froze, turning to stare at the source of the cry. Standing at the center of the bar was a bizarre-looking man. His head was a giant eyeball. Though he had no eyebrows, no mouth, nor any other features to show emotion, people could somehow read an intensity of fanaticism and agony in the single enormous eye that served as his face. The eyeball-headed man's body shuddered violently. With a ferocity bordering on madness, he tore his clothes apart, exposing a patch of grotesquely twisted skin. Right in the center of his chest, another enormous eyeball seemed to take up nearly all the space there. That eye stared, wild and bloodshot, shot through with tangled veins, radiating a warped and unsettling light. It trembled as if in pain, making a sound so strange and unnerving it was impossible to describe. Observe. My observers, I see something again. 121. Hulkland, the Logan homestead. Dim, golden sunlight slanted in through the window, falling across a long wooden table marred with scratches. A haze of fine dust drifted aimlessly in the beam. Logan quietly approached the dining table, his face calm, betraying little emotion. The ghastly scars left on him by Hulk's last visit had vanished without a trace. He hadn't expected, after getting up this morning, to put his foot through a plank in the floor, only to discover a stash of money hidden inside from who knows where. Odd, to say the least. Still odd as it wasn't bad luck by any means. The money from selling the pigs would take some time to come through, and this unexpected windfall was just enough to cover the rent. His family could look forward to a few more peaceful days. As he thought about this, he lifted the cover off a plate, revealing a hearty and fragrant meal, his carefully prepared dinner. Better yet, with money left over, things would finally get a little easier for his family. Hearing the noise, his daughter and wife came over, their faces alight with happiness. For them, this was the most beautiful moment in the world. Yet Logan's brow tightened just a bit. Scott, his eldest son, was the only one missing from the table. Damn it, it's all because of that game console Barton brought over. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, then shouted across the room. Dinner's ready. Don't make me call you twice, Scott. Coming. Scott drew out the word, his voice carrying a hint of laziness and impatience, absorbed in his own world with no rush to leave his room. After waiting half a minute with still no sign of his son, Logan strode over and pushed open Scott's door. There he was, completely engrossed in his game and utterly oblivious to his father's presence. Scott, dinner's on the table, the old man said from the doorway, his tone carrying a faint warning. All right, Dad, I heard you. Scott muttered, shaking his head a little, then followed his father to the dining table. Relieved that his son was at least listening and hadn't turned completely rebellious, Logan let out a quiet sigh, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He picked up his spoon and brought a taste of hot soup to his lips. Logan's youngest daughter sat at the table, bread in one hand and a well-worn comic book in the other. She nibbled at her bread, her eyes zipping across the pages, utterly immersed in the world of the comic. Logan glanced, almost by accident, at the comic in front of his daughter. From his angle, he could just make out the blurb on the back cover, which seemed to mention the names of a few superheroes. A strange emotion stirred in his chest. He couldn't help but ask, "Where'd you get that book?" Borrowed it from my friend Becky, Xiaoyu replied without even looking up, her words muffled by the bread crammed in her mouth. After swallowing with a gulp, she blinked up at her father, who suddenly seemed uncomfortable. Becky's mom said that before the bad guys took over, you were a superhero too, and you were on some kind of team. Is that true? The old man bowed his head in silence, his expression hidden in shadow. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Go tell Becky's mom she's full of nonsense. There's no such thing as that stuff in the real world. Seeing her father's displeasure and catching her mother's reproachful glance, the little girl realized she'd said the wrong thing. She shrank back, closed the comic, and turned her full attention to the food in front of her. A low, throbbing hum suddenly filled the air outside. Something was landing. Logan's instincts kicked in at once. His head snapped up, eyes sharpening. He'd heard that sound more times than he cared to remember, and there was no mistaking it. The atmosphere at the table instantly grew tense. Marlene clenched her hands together. The younger daughter stopped flipping through her comic book, and even Scott froze, his face clouded with worry. Stay here and don't go outside. Logan barked a quick order, not sparing another word. He sprang to his feet, pushed open the door, and strode out without hesitation. The moment he stepped outside, a fierce wind lashed at his face, howling with such force it felt as though it might tear everything away. Logan steadied himself against the gale, feeling its raw power, his eyes fixed resolutely ahead. Just several yards away, the Fantastic Four's flying craft had landed. Several figures with green skin leapt off the craft, each towering and imposing, exuding a threatening air. They swaggered toward Logan, their laughter raucous and harsh, like partygoers gearing up for mischief. In the hush surrounding the cabin, their laughter sounded especially jarring. Each of these green-skinned brutes stood well over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, radiating raw aggression and a wild, violent energy. As they approached, they flexed their hands, producing a disturbing, cracking noise. I paid the rent just a few days ago, didn't I? Logan's voice was chilly, a trace of indifference in his tone. He narrowed his eyes and strode forward, making a point of placing himself between the hulking members of the Hulk gang and the small cabin behind him. Yeah, you did. One of the green-skinned men, bloated and greasy, lumbered to the front of the pack. His hair, clearly unwashed for days, was matted and emitted a sour stench. His face was a grotesque tapestry of pimples, oily patches, and rough pores, creating a visage almost unbearable to look at. This ugly brute grinned at Logan, baring crooked, yellow teeth. But the way we see it, you were late a few days. Oughtn't you pay a bit of interest? He jabbed Logan hard in the chest with a thick, stubby finger. Logan opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. These green-skinned monsters had obviously come looking for trouble. Interest was the last thing on their minds. Well, where's our interest, old man? Seeing that Logan said nothing, the green-skinned fat man shouted even more insolently, spittle flying. Bullying a former hero like this filled him with glee. No wonder Old Man Banner had them come over every so often just to rough Wolverine up a bit. What kind, old man? Out of nowhere, a sharp whistling pierced the air. An arrow zipped through the wind with lightning speed, burying itself deep in the fat green man's skull. The arrowhead penetrated his head in an instant, entering through his left temple and exiting the right. Blood and brain matter spurted out, tracing a gruesome arc in the air. The brute's eyes widened, his mouth froze open, but no sound escaped. For a moment, his body locked in place, then he collapsed, dead weight slamming into the dirt and scattering dust and gravel. The atmosphere around them froze instantly. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before their eyes. After a few seconds, the punk in the crowd finally snapped out of it, stammering and shrieking in astonishment. Did this old man dare to ambush the Hulk gang? He's got a death wish. His words had barely left his mouth when a thunderous shout erupted from the distant hillside. Thunder warriors, wipe out these greenskins. The voice boomed like a clap of thunder, and in its wake, a torrent of people surged out from the hillside. Armored figures gleamed gold beneath the setting sun as their pounding footsteps sent tremors through the earth. The few green-skinned thugs stared, momentarily stunned by the sight of these golden-armored soldiers. Their shock quickly gave way to outrage. Their lips curled and muscles twitched with fury, eyes blazing at the gold-clad warriors. In all these decades, no one had ever truly dared to defy the Hulk gang. At most, a handful of ragtag farmers picked up shoddy hunting rifles in the name of justice, only to end up brutally crushed into pulp by the Hulks. Why did these people today dare to take a stand? What gave them the courage to kill a Banner's own son? Screw you all. Get them. Avenge my brother. The punkish greenskin let out a feral cry, his body coiling tight, every muscle bulging as if about to rip apart. His green skin stretched taut over bone and sinew. He bent his legs slightly, then launched himself with a mighty thrust. His whole body shot into the air like a fired cannonball, smashing a deep crater into the ground beneath him and sending up clouds of dust. Much broader than any normal man, his body traced an arc through the sky, the golden-armored warriors dead in his sights. His eyes burned with crazed fury, green muscles bulging as he swung his arms wide. Fueled by the gamma power in his veins, he meant to tear them limb from limb. The leader of the Thunder Warriors, white hair streaming to his shoulders, calmly stowed away the crossbow on his right arm. His voice cut through the air with quiet resolve. Fire. In a heartbeat, the Thunder Warriors acted as one. Almost in unison, they drew immense firearms from their waists with astonishing speed, hands moving quicker than humanly possible. Each gun was huge and imposing, its body inlaid with metal carvings that exuded an aura of solemn authority. They swung their barrels as one to aim at the punk Hulk, still airborne. Shit. The green-skinned punk's pupils contracted sharply as he muttered a curse under his breath. It wasn't until he was halfway through his leap that he realized just how stupid it was to jump up and make himself an open target. But by then, it was far too late. Sparks burst within the gun chambers, propelling bullets forward at incredible speed, hurling them down the length of each gun's barrel. Bullets tore through Hulk's green flesh like a deadly swarm of hornets, puncturing his skin and ripping it apart. Thick clouds of blood mist burst forth, their metallic scent saturating the air. In a matter of heartbeats, the body of that flamboyant Hulk was shredded into a grotesque mass midair, his muscles and bones pulverized into fragments. It all happened so quickly that even the remaining Hulks and Logan, standing at a distance, couldn't react in time. The mist of blood exploded overhead, raining down like a gruesome shower, splattering the ground and rendering the whole scene even more sinister and horrific. No, forget the rent. We'll never collect from your family again. A green-skinned man in the distance was struck by terror at the sight. Shivering all over, he shoved Logan aside with a desperate swipe, then scrambled desperately toward his still-idling airborne craft. Under the crushing might and devastating gunfire of the armored warriors, the brash defiance of the greenskins instantly collapsed. All their former swagger vanished like a bad dream. At this moment, this descendant of Banner, who knew how many generations removed, no longer cared about dignity or pride. All he wanted was to flee as fast as possible, to escape becoming the next corpse soaking in blood. Ordinarily, their tough hide could fend off most regular weapons, but these attackers, could anyone call them regular? Absolutely not. Damn it. Where on earth did Wolverine find these reinforcements? Dad, what's going on outside? A small head poked out from the door. It was Logan's little daughter. Only now did Logan snap out of his shock. The devastation he'd just witnessed was almost too much to take in. He hastily waved her back, rushing toward the cabin. Get back inside. Go, hide right now. It's not safe out here. The sight of that first Hulk fleeing the battlefield was like hitting a switch. The other surviving greenskins erupted in screams and bolted in a frenzy, tripping over themselves in their mad escape. All vestiges of pride were tossed aside. The only thought now was survival. As they ran, greenskins crashed into every pitchfork and crate in their path. One even lost control in terror, leaving behind a faint trail of urine. Truth be told, none of Banner's offspring had ever truly encountered an adversary like this on the wasteland. The only superhero they'd ever fought, Wolverine, had long since sheathed his claws, reduced to a punching bag who never fought back. But now, faced with a real threat, all the cowardice hidden beneath those muscles and green skin burst to the fore. The lead golden-armored warrior removed his helmet, revealing a face of steely determination. It was Hawkeye, now fully suited in power armor and invigorated by serum. Try to run? Clint scoffed, holding his helmet under his right arm as he raised his left. Instantly, a small recess popped open, revealing a brace of miniature rockets. With a sharp rush of sound, the rocket soared through the air like a shooting star, streaking toward the direction the greenskins were fleeing. It struck one of them squarely on the backside. My! A deafening explosion ripped through the night, a blazing fireball spreading outward with terrifying force, sweeping the escaping greenskins into a vortex of destruction. In the aftermath, among the ruins and billowing smoke, all screams from the greenskins faded away, replaced instead by an eerie silence and scattered remains across the ground. "I wanted to do that for decades," Hawkeye said with a satisfied grin as he surveyed the carnage, then strode purposefully toward the small wooden cabin. "Don't be scared stiff, Logan. It's just me." Inside the chilly mountain cave, a bit of faint light managed to slip in through the mouth of the cave, soft and feeble, barely illuminating a section of the space. The drip of water from the stone walls echoed from time to time, adding a touch of dampness to the gloom. Amid the shadows stood an old, battered sofa draped with a faded slipcover. Reclining on it, with a few worn pillows propped behind his head, was a frail little old man, utterly at ease. He wore round spectacles, squinting as he watched the grainy footage playing on the television. A worn videotape of Scent of a Woman, the Oscar-winning film from 1992. The TV cast a dim glow across the old man's face. Though the tape was decades old and the picture blurred, the old man seemed completely absorbed, his gaze shimmering with memories and nostalgia. Those were the days, he thought. Everything was good back then, no matter where you looked. Dad, something terrible's happened. The chill and gloom outside were swept away by a sudden, hurried rush of wind, and the desperate voice that followed shattered the cave's quiet. A green-skinned man burst into the cave, face ashen, panic etched across his features. "What's the matter?" The old man barely turned his head, his tone faintly annoyed. "If you dare interrupt me for some trivial thing." Normally, that threat would have left the green-skinned man cowering, but now he paid it no heed. He stopped right by the old man's side, breathless, and blurted out, "Dad, it's bad. Someone's attacking." "Is it Wolverine?" The old man's eyes, which had been squinting sleepily on the sofa, flew wide open, a flash of green light glinting in his pupils. The green-skinned man hesitated a moment at the question, then wiped the sweat from his brow and explained nervously, No, it's not him. If it's not Wolverine, why are you so anxious?" "The only old superhero living around here is him," the old man replied, shaking his head. He then stooped to pick up a bloody, severed hand from the floor. "Look at you, dropping your lunch before you're even finished. What a waste." There was a huge bite mark on the severed hand, sunk deep into the flesh, and thick, sticky blood was slowly oozing from the wound, drop by drop falling to the ground. He sighed, making it clear he wasn't pleased with his son's carelessness. "What's with the young people these days? Always so rough and reckless." "My fault, Dad." The green-skinned man scratched his head in frustration as he watched the scene, then hurriedly snatched up the bloody, severed hand and stuffed it into the roomy pocket of his pants. His hands were still smeared with the sticky blood. "Come on, let's go see who's got the nerve to make trouble on Banner family turf." The little old man in round spectacles pushed up his frames and rose to head out of the cave. His son quickly wiped his hands on his sleeve and hurried to follow him. The farther they walked, the louder the noise grew outside the cave. As they stepped outside, the scene before them was a battlefield. The area around the mouth of the cave, once filled with campers and wooden cabins, had transformed into an inferno, raging flames devouring everything in their path. Hundreds of green-skinned muscle men rushed back and forth across the battlefield, locked in ferocious combat with a small group of golden-armored warriors. The golden-armored warriors, clad in gleaming suits, moved with agility and power, wielding advanced weaponry that fired off deafening rounds and unleashed explosions at every turn. The green-skinned beasts, relying on their sheer strength, hurled every scrap of debris they could find, managing, if only for a moment, to push back the relentless assault of the Golden Warriors. It wasn't that the green-skinned fighters didn't want to close in and tear their enemies apart as usual, but the ground was already littered with the bodies of dozens of Hulk-like corpses, throats slashed, their lack of caution having cost them everything. Their typical advantage in close-quarters combat was nowhere to be found. On the battlefield, the clash of metal, the screech of weapons cutting through the air, and the anguished cries of the fallen melded into a cacophony of chaos and peril, casting a hellish glow across the landscape beyond the cave. Just now, they hadn't even gotten this far. The green-skinned man clenched his fists, stammering slightly. He'd only gone back into the cave to get his father when the golden-armored soldiers first appeared and opened fire. How could things have changed so drastically in just a few minutes? "We've never seen this bunch before." The little old man stroked his chin, mumbling to himself, the firelight reflecting in his dark green eyes and lending them a somber cast. Though the battle raged all around and Hulk gang members fell one after another before the Golden Warriors, it was clear his attention was fixed more on the origins of these mysterious invaders. Other than that golden color barely matching AIM's advanced tech, he couldn't recall anything in his memory even remotely similar to these soldiers. Where in the world did they come from? The green-skinned man was growing anxious at the little old man's calm and unfazed demeanor. A note of pleading crept into his eyes as he said, "Billy, Oliver, Bill, Rufus, they're all dead. Dad, if you still don't do something, our people are going to be wiped out. This is nothing for you. You're Bruce Banner." By the end of his plea, his voice was trembling. "What's the rush?" Banner replied coolly, eyes fixed on a muscular female member of the Hulk gang as she was shot through the head. "Back in the day, even a nuclear blast couldn't kill me. When villainy ruled, I survived. Compared to that, this is hardly worth mentioning." Hearing this, the green-skinned man was nearly choked with frustration. Yes, sure, Banner would survive. But soon, Banner would be the only Hulk left alive on this blasted wasteland. Still, killing my people here on my own turf. Who do they think they are? Banner's face contorted, the green in his eyes deepening with intensity. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Out of nowhere, an arrow shot forth, so fast it was nearly impossible to react. But just as the arrowhead was about to strike Banner's temple, his eyes flashed in its direction, and he raised his hand, snatching the arrow clean from the air with a slap. He brought the arrow closer, examining it. Running his fingertip gently over the purple shaft, Banner's lips curled into an involuntary grin, revealing a row of crooked, yellow teeth. "Hawkeye, is that you?" As the wiry old man scrutinized the arrow, he noticed a faint flicker on its tip. Frowning, he brought it even closer, peering through his glasses to get a better look. The next instant, a violent explosion erupted. The arrowhead burst apart, releasing searing flames and thick smoke. The blast wave caught both Banner and the green-skinned man, swallowing them in a storm of fire and smoke. Old tricks in a new bottle. Why does this always work? Hawkeye's voice floated down from above, tinged with mockery. He leapt from the cave's heights, landing effortlessly several dozen meters away from the blast zone. Glancing down at the battlefield below, he saw most of the Hulks had been taken out, pushed into a corner. These gamma-powered brutes, for all their strength, had no real grasp of combat. Even the Thunderbolt warriors, toughened street punks as they had once been, had learned a thing or two crawling through the wastes. After days of intense training, they'd picked up battle skills, at the very least enough to fight as a unit with the others. Crushing the Hulks was only a matter of time. Hawkeye had no need to worry about the outcome now. "Idiots!" The mocking, raspy laughter echoed from somewhere within the thick smoke. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, and he focused on the source of the sound. The smoke gradually cleared. Banner, his face smeared with blood and several shards of metal embedded in his body, grinned wickedly at Clint. The green eye, brimming with cunning and fury, rolled restlessly in its socket. "It's been a while, Bruce," Clint said calmly, smoothly stowing away the arrow bolt from his right arm. He knew that, in the face of the real Hulk, this was little more than a toy. "Or should I call you Hulk? Honestly, who's in that battered old skin of yours now? Joey? That can't be. You always struck me as a gentlemanly businessman." Even as the words tumbled carelessly from his lips, Hawkeye was quietly edging backward. Bailly had warned him. These days, even without turning into the Hulk, Banner possessed superhuman strength. But for now, things were still under their control. "Keep running your mouth, Barton. Let's see how you taste once I tear you apart for dinner," Banner snarled. With a growl, he ripped out the embedded metal fragments without so much as a flinch. Crimson veins, tinged with green, stood out in his eyes. "He's a nuisance." Banner, without the slightest hesitation, kicked the half-head of a green-skinned follower at his feet. The terrifying force sent it soaring across the battlefield like a soccer ball, vanishing at the horizon in an instant. Witnessing this, Clint couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Banner was as ruthless to his own people as to his enemies. As if sensing Hawkeye's thoughts, the increasingly green little old man swiveled his eyes mischievously. He pointed toward the chaos below. "So what if they die? As long as I'm alive, the Hulk family will endure. Worst comes to worst, I'll drag a few women from the brothels and start over. Not sure where you dug up this ragtag squad, but I suppose I should thank you, Barton," Banner said as he strode toward Clint, his wounds from the explosion already sealing themselves shut. "Thank me? No, you should be down on your knees thanking your cousin. Without her, there wouldn't be this radioactive monstrosity of a family," Hawkeye replied, still backing away as he slipped on his helmet. The time for banter was coming to an end. True enough, maybe that nuke did scramble my brain. Banner's spindly legs halted as he regarded the golden-armored warrior before him, now poised for battle. Dusting the ashes from his head, he looked at his old Avenger ally, his tone unusually sincere. "But who else could I go after? She-Hulk Jenny was the only one in this world who could survive a monster like me." "Animal!" Hawkeye spat, weary of this fallen friend. He fired off a rocket with a sharp whoosh, breaking the tension. "Couldn't have said it better myself." Banner let out a wild, guttural scream. His green skin began to swell and expand, as if a savage power was surging within him, warping his features into the visage of a monstrous creature. Bulging veins burst across his face, like writhing green snakes slithering beneath his skin. His muscles twisted grotesquely under the strain, creating a disjointed, unnatural form. In the blink of an eye, his height shot up, stretching past 5 meters, where a withered old man had stood moments before. Now loomed a snarling, muscle-bound green giant. With lightning speed, a massive green hand shot out, seizing the rocket-propelled grenade that hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist, and the explosive detonated harmlessly within his palm. The landlord around here are so mind-numbingly boring. Even being a villain has lost its charm, Hulk rumbled in a deep voice, taking a long inhale of the smoky air. Every month, I send my boys out to rough up Logan, that washed-up has-been, hoping he'll stand up and give me a real fight. But Wolverine's already been played out by someone else. No matter how much we beat him, he won't even pop his claws anymore. The deep green giant, hulking like a living mountain, curled his lips into a twisted smile, his mind conjuring the image of a battered, bloodied Logan brought to his knees. Every time the boys went out to beat on Logan, they'd dutifully record it and bring the footage back for their old man to watch. Aside from those old movies, Hulk's favorite memory was their very first brawl, Wolverine's debut, where they went all out against each other. He still delighted in watching his old rivals suffering. I was planning to give him a little more time. If he still refused to fight back, I'd drag out his whole family and make him watch me kill them. But then, Hulk's dark green eyes landed on Hawkeye. Why are you here? I never planned to kill you, Barton. You're just some clown playing at Robin Hood. But since you've landed right on my doorstep, it'd be rude not to take a bite. As he finished speaking, Hulk's immense frame lunged forward, brimming with ferocious energy. Yet in that same instant, Hawkeye did not retreat. Unflinching, he charged directly toward Hulk's thunderous attack. The moment Hulk crashed down, Clint, moving at blinding speed inside his powered suit, deftly dodged the giant's sweeping grasp, slipping nimbly between Hulk's massive legs. In a heartbeat, Clint drew the blade at his waist and swept it through the air, slashing at Hulk's ankle. The clash of metal against tough green skin rang out in a piercing shriek, blood spattering as Hulk let loose a furious roar. No problem. If you don't want to kill me, that's fine, because I want to kill you, the old Hawkeye said coldly, turning toward the howling green monstrosity. Now, that's more like it. At least you're a worthy opponent. Injured but exhilarated, Hulk bellowed again and charged toward Hawkeye once more. But this time, Hawkeye didn't choose to keep fighting. Instead, he turned without hesitation and sprinted toward the hills, away from the chaos of the battlefield. Hulk's eyes tracked Hawkeye's retreat. For a moment, he was stunned. Then he bellowed in fury. Where do you think you're going? With a tremendous leap, he launched himself like a green meteor, crashing through the air toward the golden power armor. The wind howled as Hulk's feet landed with a thunderous force, sending dirt and stones scattering across the hillside. Yet, just as the green behemoth touched down, Clint had already pushed the armor to its very limits, darting over 100 meters away in an instant, widening the gap once more. And so, the two of them raced across the rugged ground, one in hot pursuit, the other fleeing ahead. The battlefield faded behind them, and the roar of battle slowly receded into silence. Suddenly, Hawkeye came to an abrupt halt, stopping dead in his tracks. Hulk was forced to a stop as well, his enormous feet grinding a deep trench in the ground. What's wrong getting cold feet? Ready to surrender? He growled, his voice rumbling through the valley like an earthquake. Though he blustered with aggression, Hulk's ears pricked up as he scanned his surroundings with wary eyes. He was no mindless brute. Could this be an ambush? But no matter how closely he looked, Hulk could spot no sign of other golden-armored warriors nearby. The only thing in sight was a run-down little wooden hut that looked far too cramped to hide even a handful of soldiers. Reluctantly, he began to relax. Those power-armored warriors might have slaughtered his sons and daughters, but he was the Hulk, the real Hulk, and no one in a fancy suit was going to kill him. It's not that, Clint said calmly. I just mean from here on out he'll take over. He gestured behind him, and before his words finished echoing, a silver anti-Hulk suit burst out of the abandoned hut. The colossal metal titan charged forward with a roaring mechanical cacophony, smashing the hut to splinters as it barreled straight toward Hulk like a juggernaut. What the hell is that? For a moment, Hulk was struck dumb with shock. His green face twisted with disbelief as his eyes went wide. Don't look so surprised. This is what you'd call a professional matchup. A calm man's voice came from the anti-Hulk suit, which in a blink had closed the distance, its massive fist swinging down on Hulk like a mountain of iron. Hulk, roused by instinct, let out a furious roar. His green muscles tensed instantly, and he raised both arms to block. The deafening crash that followed sent the 5-meter-tall green giant skidding back several meters across the ground. Hulk gasped, feeling a painful ache in his arms as he stared wide-eyed. Iron Man. Wrong guess. There's a penalty for that. The left hand of the anti-Hulk armor swung upward, unleashing a searing laser beam that struck Hulk head-on, forcing him back several steps. Seizing this chance, Bai turned inside the cockpit and shouted to Clint, "Go meet up with the others and wipe out those little Hulks." Hawkeye nodded without hesitation, swiftly turning and darting away. He sped across the ruined battlefield, racing toward the distant rendezvous point. His duties here were done. Clearing out Banner's progeny was now their true responsibility. Besides, the battle that was about to unfold was likely beyond anything he could hope to handle. The anti-Hulk armor emitted a faint, metallic hum as its silver limbs flashed forward with lightning speed, locking Hulk in a fierce grip. With a dull, explosive thud, the armor hurled Hulk high into the air. The green giant soared hundreds of meters before crashing to the earth, shattering the ground beneath him and sending a cloud of dust billowing skyward. Clambering from the crater, Hulk shook his head fiercely and wiped a smear of blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Well then, that's more like it. Hulk bellowed, his eyes blazing with anger, a pain that seemed only to fuel his savage joy. Low growls rumbled from his throat as his rage made his muscles swell, his massive form trembling and growing even larger, like a living mountain of might. Looks like I'll have to kill a few more of you just to stay interested. His voice cracked across the battlefield, thunderous and commanding. Banner's eyes blazed with emerald light, fury and the lust for battle swirling within. A beast provoked, bracing himself for the coming clash. Watching Hawkeye in his golden power armor vanish over the ridge, Baez's gaze shifted back to Hulk. Raising his right hand, he smashed his palm fiercely against the fist clenched in his left, the impact ringing out like a shot. What are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, your sons will all be dead. A roar tore from Hulk's throat, wild and primal, echoing through the mountain valley. His green skin seemed to glow with vitality, the sparse hair atop his head trembling with the force of his outcry, while a surge of gamma energy stormed through him, threatening to push his body to the limit. With that roar, Hulk dropped to all fours, his bright green eyes wild and untamed. Like a fired cannonball, he hurtled straight at the anti-Hulk armor. The armor, too, was unyielding. Flames roared from its feet, raising it into the air as its thrusters thundered at full power, propelling the machine like a silver rocket straight at Hulk. A colossal crash resounded. A shockwave exploded out from their point of collision, rippling across the battlefield like the detonation of a nuclear bomb. A surge of immense energy instantly warped everything in its path. The wild grass, the cacti, even the very earth was torn from its place, all exploding into countless fragments that spun wildly through the air. A howling storm whipped up, carrying sand and dust high into the sky, obscuring all vision. The fierce currents of wind roared and whistled as they tore through the air, filling the scene with an apocalyptic dread. 5 kilometers away, the golden-armored warriors were locked in fierce combat. The green-skinned fighters who had survived the first wave of attacks had been driven back into Banner's cave, making their desperate last stand. Suddenly, a deep tremor rolled across the ground, as if the entire world was shuddering. The tremor rippled through the battlefield, unsettling every soul. The Thunder Warriors faltered for a split second, while the greenskins were shaken so violently they almost collapsed as tiny stones rained down from the roof of the cave, pelting their heads. In that moment, everyone still able to breathe instinctively turned toward the source of the tremor. For a heartbeat, the usual din of battle fell eerily silent. 50 kilometers away, at Logan's manor, the family huddled tightly together. Logan lifted his gaze to the gently swaying chandelier above, pulling his wife and children even closer, as if he could shield them from every danger and fear that lurked outside. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll always be together. I won't let anything hurt you. That's right, we'll be safe, Marlene murmured as she softly stroked their children's hair, her voice gentle but her face betraying deep concern. Logan lowered his head, listening to the creak of the chandelier, his mind wandering. Unconsciously, he glanced out the window, where 2 warriors clad in golden power armor stood steadfast, facing the wind. Damn it, Clint, for all our sakes, I hope you were telling the truth. Get down! Baez's roar thundered out, shaking the very air, as the anti-Hulk armor's massive fists smashed down with devastating force, slamming Hulk hard into the ground. The blow sent Hulk reeling, dazed and battered, his green blood spattered across his face, 2 yellowed, crooked teeth knocked out in the violence. Struggling halfway to his feet, Hulk spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his green eyes blazing with disbelief and fear. This wasn't right. He'd fought the anti-Hulk armor before, and every time he'd come out on top, Stark's inventions had never truly been a match for him. But today, everything was different. Why did this thing hit so hard? His fists ached and numbed from all the pounding, yet he hadn't managed to leave a single crack on its armor. No, that's impossible. I'm the strongest there is. I can't lose. Hulk bellowed in rage, launching himself at Baez once more. Yet Baez's expression remained unchanged, entirely unmoved. The enormous mechanical fist swung at Hulk once more, each punch devoid of feeling, carrying nothing but the cold, relentless force of machinery. He had no interest in regaling this brute with tales of how he'd coated the armor in vibranium. With a thunderous crash, Hulk's body was sent flying again, slamming harshly against the ground. His chest heaved fiercely, like a deflated bellows gasping for air as he struggled to breathe. The anti-Hulk suit advanced with measured steps, drawing closer to the fallen Hulk. Wait! Hulk suddenly let out a guttural roar. A massive green hand shot up, halting the impending blow in its tracks. Seizing the brief moment of safety, Hulk sucked in a trembling breath, his voice low and shaking. Can I surrender? Inside the suit, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Now? Banner, you can't be serious. Before the green-skinned giant could beg for mercy again, Bai Yi lifted a hand and aimed for Hulk's quivering eye. Computer switched to laser mode. A minuscule yet razor-sharp laser shot from the palm of the suit, piercing directly through Hulk's eye. In that instant, Hulk's body convulsed violently, as if preparing for a blood-curdling cry. But the sound was cut short, dying before it ever left his lips. A moment later, silence swallowed the battlefield, broken only by faint echoes lingering in the air. At the cave entrance, several smoke grenades were hurled inside with force. These compact orbs burst open, flooding the air near the entrance with thick, choking smoke, quickly shrouding everything in a dense mist. Inside, the Hulks immediately sensed something was wrong. The acrid smoke seared their lungs, bringing a sharp discomfort that forced them to clamp their hands over their mouths, coughing desperately as they huddled into the corners. Cough, cough, hang in there. Dad's coming to save us soon, cough, cough. Now's the time, charge. A resounding shout erupted from outside the cave. At the signal, over a dozen warriors clad in golden-powered armor rushed in without hesitation, each one wielding heavy-caliber firearms. Their helmets not only filtered out the smoke, but also scanned for the remaining green-skin targets, projecting their positions clearly onto the soldiers' displays. For the Hulks, this choking smoke was an agony, but for the warriors it was perfect cover. As they closed in, the golden-armored soldiers raised their guns without a moment's pause, taking careful aim at the green-skinned adversaries. The roar of gunfire filled the battlefield, bullets pouring down upon the Hulks like a relentless storm. The Green Hulks tried to fight back, but their movements lagged far behind the speed and precision of the armored warriors. At the very moment the gunfire erupted, bullets tore into their bodies, ripping through flesh and sending blood flying in all directions. Under the force of the bullets, their bodies trembled violently, like fallen leaves swept up by a fierce gale, only to drift helplessly to the ground in the end. Yet amidst this bloody massacre, one survivor remained, a hulking figure cowering at the very back, who managed to evade a lethal blow. A pained cry burst from his lips as only a few stray bullets struck him, sparing him from falling immediately. I'll kill you. I'll devour you all. Staring at the bodies of his siblings strewn across the ground, his voice rose in a wild, anguished roar. Consumed by rage, he charged at the golden-armored warriors, swinging his massive arms in a futile attempt to lash out with his fury. But in the next instant, the leading golden-armored warrior appeared before him, blade flashing. Before he could react, the blade swept across his throat. Blood erupted in a crimson torrent. His cry was abruptly cut short. Pain and resentment filled his eyes as his enormous frame toppled, life's last flame snuffed out. Without expression, the commander of the golden, power-armored warriors pressed his communicator. Cave is secure. Proceed to clear the perimeter. The remaining warriors swiftly spread out, striding over to the Hulk corpses scattered on the ground. Armed with their guns, they methodically delivered the final shots to each green-skinned Hulk who had fallen. Gunfire rang again, each shot unerring, striking with grim precision. Their movements were crisp and mechanical, devoid of hesitation, as they delivered death to every target. The bodies convulsed under the barrage, blood gushing anew, painting a scene of utter brutality. Remarkably, a few hardy souls, thanks to their extraordinary resilience, had survived the volley. Racked with agony, they struggled to rise, fighting against death itself. But with a few muffled cracks, those survivors' heads burst open, blood and brain matter erupting like grotesque fireworks. Cold, efficient, without a flicker of mercy. These Thunder Warriors operated with merciless discipline, executing their task with mechanical precision. Every movement was smooth, calculated, stripped of unnecessary gesture, a dance choreographed for devastation. The crack of their weapons rang out like a solemn requiem of death. No hesitation, no fear, each shot affirming their singular purpose with chilling resolve. With a dull boom, Bai Yi, clad in his anti-Hulk battlesuit, landed from above at the cave's entrance, standing tall and unyielding. His formidable figure, armored in shining silver, glimmered in the sunlight, resembling an indomitable god of war. Bai Yi's gaze swept over the cave, taking in the Thunder Warriors as they tidied up the aftermath. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, a trace of satisfaction glimmering on his face. He had just received the footage sent back to his computer moments ago. In this brutal combat, the Thunder Warriors had demonstrated a ruthless efficiency, exactly the outcome he'd hoped for. The leader of the Thunder Warriors caught sight of Bai Yi as soon as he entered. Immediately, he set aside his task and strode up to Bai Yi, lifting his chin in a crisp salute. His movements were fluid and commanding, capturing his respect and admiration for Bai Yi. "You've arrived," he said firmly, his eyes unwavering. Behind him, the rest of the Thunder Warriors also halted their work and turned to salute Bai Yi in perfect unison. Bai Yi waved his hand with a subtle gesture, signaling that they could lower their hands. "You've done well. Keep clearing the area." Compared to other wastelands, the Land of the Hulks wasn't the most formidable challenge. There was still plenty of work ahead. As soon as Bai Yi's order was given, the Thunder Warriors seamlessly fell back into their routine. After making sure all the Hulks lying on the ground were indeed dead, they quickly withdrew from the cave and joined the troops outside to pursue the remaining Hulks. Not all of the Hulks had holed up inside Banner's house. Quite a few were probably enjoying the privileges of being masters of the wasteland, drinking at a bar or indulging themselves in a brothel. But it wouldn't be long before their pleasures were cut short. At the entrance to the cave, the mechanical click-clack of footsteps could be heard. Moments later, Hawkeye, resplendent in golden-powered armor, entered, accompanied by the little robot Herbie. "Ah, you're here," Bai Yi greeted as his gaze shifted. He opened his helmet and offered a smile. "Send a message to Pietro and Frank. Let them know we're finished here. They can start." No sooner had Bai Yi issued the command than Herbie's digital screen began to flicker, displaying a pixelated animation. A tiny envelope vaulted from one mailbox to another. A few seconds later, the animation was replaced by a simple checkmark, indicating the transmission had succeeded. Meanwhile, just outside the White House, in a somewhat rundown house, the Punisher sat at one end of a wooden table, steadily disassembling a weapon. His expertise and speed made the task little more than a pastime for him. Various firearms and ammunition were laid out on the table, a clear sign of preparation for the imminent operation. Quicksilver stood silently by the room's window, lifting his binoculars as he fixed his gaze on the distant White House, a building whose battered facade spoke of decades without repair. An hour earlier, he'd accompanied Frank to this abandoned shack, waiting for orders exactly as Bai Yi had instructed. At that moment, a faint shimmer blinked at his waist, and in a heartbeat, Quicksilver reacted. He retrieved the device, a compact, intricate communicator. Its blue light pulsed gently. He pressed a button on the communicator, and a line of tiny text appeared on the screen. "The operation begins. 127. The room was steeped in thick shadows, with a wall lamp flickering like a solitary star, faintly visible in the darkness. Its dim light was relentlessly devoured by the surrounding gloom, making the room feel all the more somber. Soft, measured footsteps echoed faintly, a sound as if it drifted from the hallway outside, slipping quietly under the door into the room. Suddenly, the footsteps halted, and a tense, heavy silence filled the air. The room's atmosphere thickened, as though pressed down by an invisible weight. After a dozen or so seconds, the footsteps resumed, this time deeper, clearer, and steadily approaching. The door groaned open with a jarring creak, letting a shaft of light spill in and illuminate a corner of the room. In the threshold, an indistinct figure emerged. He stood silently at the door for a moment. After that brief pause, he slowly strolled toward the display cabinet, where his trophies were arranged, relics that read like an open history book, chronicling his own triumphs and glory days. Drawing closer, he gazed fondly at these items. Every time he visited this place, he could relive those exhilarating days in New York that set his heart ablaze. A scarlet cloak was draped there, its vivid red seemingly still holding on to the brilliance of the past. The jagged half of a shattered silver surfboard jutted out, its fractured edge radiating a cold, unyielding energy. Next to it rested a metal helmet adorned with small wings on either side. These trophies were not only his treasured keepsakes, they stood as proof of his victory over the superheroes 43 years ago. Someday, when generations to come recount his monumental feats, wouldn't it be good to have tangible evidence? He glanced briefly over a Yellowstone hand and a red mask laced with a web pattern, then fixed his eyes on the item displayed above all the rest, an object given pride of place. It was a metal shield, round and sturdy, its center emblazoned with a striking white star. Red Skull's lips curled with a sarcastic grin. From where he stood, he could just catch his own reflection gleaming back at him in the shield's polished surface. He wore a rumpled Captain America uniform. The mask stretched disturbingly over the contours of his skull. Draped around his shoulders was a black leather coat, making his appearance all the more bizarre and unsettling. We fought all those years, and in the end, you were never really my match. He reached out with a gloved hand, brushing his fingertips gently across the white letter on his forehead, savoring the stiff, weathered texture of the old paint. I may be old now, but if you stood before me again, I'd still be the stronger one. Suddenly, the main doors flew open with a thunderous thud, making Red Skull jolt in fright. He quickly turned around and looked intently, only to see the newcomer clad in a gray military uniform, the insignia of the Third Reich stitched prominently upon it. Recognizing that it was one of his own men, Red Skull let out a breath of relief, but anger quickly flickered in his eyes, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction as he cursed aloud. "Heinz, do you have a death wish? Didn't I make myself clear? Unless it's a matter of life and death, no one is to disturb me when I'm taking a walk." The officer named Heinz flinched at the ferocity of his leader's rebuke, his face momentarily tense, but he swiftly regained his composure. Striding forward, Heinz fished a stack of papers from his pocket, placing them neatly on the desk before him. "Sir Skull, there is indeed an urgent matter to report," Heinz said in a low voice, then shot Red Skull a searching glance. Red Skull stepped up to the table, his gaze lingering on Heinz, the expression beneath his mask unreadable. He began to flip through the papers, reading the contents with furrowed brows. Something in the writing seemed to set off alarm bells in his mind, and a note of gravity swiftly overtook his demeanor. The two of them stood before the desk, and behind them hung a faded blue drape, worn with age, deeply marked by the passage of time. Embroidered upon it was a large, unmistakable number, 4. Magneto is dead? Hasn't that been the case for some time now? And now the Kingpin has risen? If I remember right, he was just a mob boss, wasn't he? Wasn't he long dead already? Red Skull muttered to himself as he turned another page. Reporting, President, the current Kingpin is a pretender. He's got nothing to do with the one from back then. Heinz replied obsequiously. Uninterested in these details, Red Skull continued to shuffle through the documents, his brows drawing ever tauter. His fingers flipped through the pages at speed, yet with each sheet, a growing look of irritation shadowed his face. Page by page, it seemed his fury was steadily mounting, his eyes bright with barely suppressed rage. When he realized the papers were filled with nothing but petty trifles, he could no longer contain his temper. Snatching up the bundle in one motion, he hurled it forcefully at Heinz. "Is this what you call an urgent matter?" The paper brushed past Heinz's cheek, leaving a shallow scratch that quickly welled with blood. Staring into Red Skull's furious glare, Heinz's demeanor became even more ingratiating. He made no effort to avoid the flying documents, just turned his head slightly to shield his eyes, working all the harder to appease Red Skull. "Sir, I haven't even had a chance to explain. The war's broken out in Hulk's territory," he said eagerly. "The land of Hulk?" Red Skull's anger vanished in an instant. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Those green-skinned monsters dying doesn't matter. Just like Magneto, they're another menace cleared away from my new America." "Did you just mention war?" "Yes, war." Heinz's voice was tight with urgency as he crouched down and hurriedly gathered the papers from the floor. He continued speaking without pausing. "Our scouts report that a group of mysterious warriors clad in golden armor appeared out of nowhere and wiped out the Hulks, leaving them utterly defeated and scattered." Even as he spoke, Heinz's fingers fidgeted nervously with the papers, seeking some physical outlet for his inner anxiety. His eyes remained fixed on Red Skull, as if he were waiting for the president's reaction. From intelligence brought by their spies, Heinz could always scent a whiff of something ominous, a keen instinct he'd sharpened through years of staying close to Red Skull's side. "I thought you were someone formidable, but it turns out you're just a ghost who likes to wear other people's skins," came a sudden icy sneer from beside the two men, interrupting their thoughts. Both Heinz and Red Skull turned their heads instantly. Standing at their side was a tall, broad-shouldered man with black hair, gloved hands, and a prominent white skull emblem emblazoned on his chest. Seeing their lack of reaction, the man gave a quiet, derisive grunt and jerked his chin toward a display case nearby. "What's the matter? You keep my uniform, but you don't even recognize me anymore?" Following his gaze, they saw a set of skin-tight clothes inside the case, almost identical to the man's own suit, though tattered and faded with age. "Heinz, did my wife get it right after all? Have I really started losing my mind?" Red Skull stared blankly at the Punisher before him, rubbing his temples in perplexity as he turned to his subordinate with doubt in his voice. Heinz was already drenched in cold sweat, beads of anxiety lining his brow. Inwardly he thought, "Your wife is more right than she knows. You do have a problem, but it's not tumors or hallucinations. It's that the enemy's standing right before you, and you're still lost in your dreams. That's the Punisher, the real Punisher, flesh and blood." His cybernetic eye kept feeding him data over and over, confirming that the man standing there was very much alive, not one of Red Skull's senile delusions or fits of madness. To curry favor after the president's stroll, Hines had spent months memorizing every superhero's appearance, their costumes, their abilities, and their habits. He was able to pull this off thanks to his childhood love for the Avengers. At only 10 years old, he'd been a faithful fan, keeping a well-thumbed encyclopedia of superheroes by his side, which, as fate would have it, paved the way for him to win Red Skull's approval in the years to come. But none of those old skills could save him now. In this moment, instinct and quick wits were his only hope. Hines gulped and let out a loud cry, hurling the paper in his hands into the air in a desperate attempt to block the Punisher's gaze. At the same moment, he dropped into a crouch, his left hand darting to his waist, ready to draw his gun and open fire. But when his fingers reached his belt, they found nothing but empty air. Hines's face drained of color in an instant. His hand trembled as he frantically searched for the weapon he'd always relied on, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. His heart began to race, and the suffocating tide of fear surged, threatening to consume him whole. A dreadful suspicion crept in. Maybe he and the president had both succumbed to some collective hysteria. A faint jingling sound came from the desk. Hines instinctively turned his head toward the source. There, neatly arranged, lay a row of bullets. Yet the last bullet in the row rocked gently from side to side, as if whoever had placed it had grown distracted at the last instant, failing to set it down securely. Suddenly, Hines caught something unfamiliar at the edge of his vision. He slowly turned his head, and there, by the display window, stood a silver-haired man dressed in a tight-fitting blue suit. The man was tossing a pistol in his hand, and Hines could clearly see his own name engraved on it, the very weapon that had just disappeared from his side. Hines's pupils tightened. A chill climbed his spine. Quicksilver. Quicksilver was here too. Two superheroes, both believed long dead, reappearing on the same day, on top of the swirling chaos that had gripped recent days. Before Hines could make sense of any of it, the Red Skull slapped his palm on the table, his grin beaming as he shouted, "Well, aren't you full of surprises, Hines? How did you know today is the 43rd anniversary of my execution of Moon Knight? And you even arranged for someone to come dressed up just to amuse me? Just a pity about the details. Really, the Punisher wasn't pronounced dead until 20 days later, so you're a bit premature. But no matter, such thoughtfulness." What? Hines froze. Stiffly, he turned his head to look at Red Skull, utterly bewildered. Red Skull's words made no sense. Hines's mind spun in confusion. Thoughts jumbled as he struggled to connect the dots. After several seconds, he reached only one conclusion. He could reach no conclusion at all. He couldn't make sense of any of it. How splendid. Red Skull's eyes narrowed until they were mere slits. He clasped his hands behind his back and paced slowly toward the Punisher, a smile spreading across his face. "You were flawless in your role. The president will be pleased." The Punisher simply watched him passively as Red Skull approached. The space between them shrank, closer and closer, until hardly a step separated them. Without warning, Red Skull's narrowed eyes snapped open, a savage gleam flashing within. In the same instant, his right hand clenched into a fist and shot forward with vicious speed. The fist shot straight toward the Punisher's throat, cleaving through the air with such speed that it was nearly impossible to react. Yet there wasn't the slightest hint of panic on Frank's face. His eyes remained cold and indifferent. In a flash, he raised a hand, bringing the edge of his palm up to forcefully block Red Skull's lethal strike. Their powers collided midair, producing a sharp, snapping sound. Red Skull's punch halted against the Punisher's palm. A slight, mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth, while the Punisher stood his ground, utterly unmoved. "I'm not going to reach for the gun on my back. That quick-footed kid must have nabbed it already," Red Skull said, his deep voice laced with contempt and ridicule. "I don't care either. When did you get so tough, physically? Or is there a reason you're still alive and looking so young?" He went on, a sneer in his tone. He paused, raising an eyebrow, the wrinkled mask on his face twisting grotesquely with the movement. "All I want to know is, why are you here today? Looking to play hero again? After 40 years, after we've killed so many, you finally crawl out to save the world? Don't you think it's a little late for that? Oh, did I mention something about actors earlier? I once built an arena. Every day, I'd toss in people opposed to Hydra and make them masquerade as superheroes, just to see if they could save themselves. And do you know what the most amusing part was? A few of those poor souls actually knelt down and prayed desperately to the counterfeit superhero gadgets in their hands, begging for a miracle. You truly believe you can turn this world back to what it once was?" Red Skull's voice grew razor-sharp as his gaze locked onto the Punisher, as if trying to peel back every secret buried deep inside the other man's soul. But the dark-haired man simply stood there, as immovable as a mountain carved from stone. A long silence passed before he finally spoke. "No." Red Skull burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the room. Wild, manic, triumphant, like a demon rejoicing in the success of his wicked scheme. "Saving the world or playing the hero? I'm not interested in such things," the Punisher said slowly, each word heavy and cold, as if squeezed from between unyielding rocks. He flexed his fingers, making his knuckles crack. "I'm just here to punish you." Red Skull's mocking smile slowly faded, tightening as if a cold wind had frozen the surface of his face, until the edges of his grin were rimmed with chill. In the next instant, a heavy fist crashed ruthlessly into Red Skull's mask, landing with a resonant, brutal thud. Blood splattered, blooming across the Hydra leader's face like crimson flowers in full, lurid blossom, dyeing that already scarlet skull in an even deeper red. His body was sent hurtling backwards, utterly out of control, crashing into the desk and knocking it over in a most undignified fashion. Hines clutched his head and cowered in the corner by the wall, shivering as he watched the chaos unfold inside the president's office. 129. Bang, bang, bang. The Punisher's fists fell like iron hammers, each one mercilessly smashing into Red Skull's face. Blood, flowing from Red Skull's wounds, gradually stained the Punisher's hands a deep crimson, as though painting this brutal confrontation in hues of horror. Blow after blow landed. Fresh, bright blood spattered across the Punisher's face, yet there was not a hint of emotion in his eyes, only cold indifference and ruthless purpose. He was simply carrying out his mission, to send the Red Skull to his death. Agony and terror twisted Red Skull's expression. His already ragged mask now looked even more hideous, becoming the warped visage of a nightmare consumed by pain. With every brutal blow, his skin tore and blood gushed from new wounds, turning the floor beneath and the surroundings a chilling shade of dark red. The repeated thudding of fists and the sickening crack of breaking bones echoed in the air, composing a macabre symphony. Seeing that His Excellency the President was no longer resisting, Frank reached out, his large hands swiftly tearing off Red Skull's Captain America cowl with practiced ease. A choking, gasping sound escaped Red Skull's lips. He was utterly spent, unable even to move his eyes. Without hesitation, Frank gazed upon Red Skull's true face, then drew back his fist and slammed it down with savage force. This punch was fiercer, harder than any that had come before. It landed with devastating strength, accompanied by a dull, shattering thud. Red Skull's head snapped backward, striking the floor with a heavy, reverberating blow. His eye sockets collapsed, the bones beneath nearly pulverized by the blow, and yet the Punisher's vengeful fist showed no mercy, no pause. Finally, once Red Skull had stopped moving entirely, life completely extinguished, Frank pulled back his hand at last. He stood before Red Skull's lifeless body, his face cold and unfeeling, sticky blood clinging to his hands, a detail he ignored completely. A heavy stench of blood filled the room, thick and inescapable. The Punisher's gaze did not waver. There was not the smallest ripple of emotion inside him. He just stood there, as still and merciless as a statue, eyes fixed on Red Skull's corpse. Hines, still crouched in the corner, blanched with terror, eyes widened to their fullest. Red Skull's blood had even pooled to his feet, but he was too petrified to react. Hearing Hines's anguished cry, Frank slowly turned his head. His face was splattered with Red Skull's blood, forming a grisly, chilling mask. The corners of his mouth curved upward, forming a chilling smile that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Against the backdrop of blood, his white teeth appeared even more menacing. Frank kept that menacing grin as he strode toward Hines, who was trembling uncontrollably. "In the name of Red Skull, summon all high-ranking Hydra officials for a meeting right here. Make up any excuse you like," he ordered. Hines was terrified. He nodded hastily, his voice quivering. "Why, yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. There will be no mistakes, I promise." His eyes dared not meet Frank's, unable to muster even a hint of resistance or doubt. At this moment, he was no more than a schoolboy facing a stern principal, meek, submissive, and utterly deferential. "Please rest assured, I'll make sure everyone arrives on time and follows your instructions to the letter," Hines stressed again, as if terrified that Frank might still be dissatisfied. Frank stared at him impassively, clearly unimpressed by Hines's sycophancy. He simply nodded faintly, signaling him to get on with it. For people like this, a man like Frank Castle had no patience. The only reason Hines didn't end up with a bullet in his head, right there, was that Frank still needed him for this particular mission. Under Frank's icy gaze, Hines felt an invisible weight pressing down on him. Doing his best to remain composed, He fished out his cell phone with trembling hands, took a steadying breath, and carefully began to dial one number after another. Hello? Albert? It's me, Heinz. There's an urgent meeting here. You need to come immediately. On the phone, he tried to sound calm and in control. Yes, we've received an emergency directive. The Skull himself has just ordered that we appoint a new Minister of Agriculture. Old John is out. Yes, of course I'll vote for you this time. And trust me, I haven't forgotten those bottles of wine you sent me. Hey, Linda, it's Heinz. We have a highly urgent meeting. You need to get here right away. Frank stood off to the side, silent, studying Heinz's every move. He knew this was only the beginning. The Hydra officials would soon be facing his brand of justice. As for the others, he mused, let them cling to their illusions and enjoy a few more moments of borrowed time. The White House, Hydra conference room. A large crowd, all bearing the look of power and influence, had gathered together, conversing among themselves. Their faces betrayed a range of emotions. Some were excited, others wary, and a few openly indifferent. But there was one thing they all shared. Just moments ago, each had received a phone call summoning them to this unexpected meeting. Although it struck everyone as odd to be called in at such a late hour, not one soul dared to think it was some kind of joke. After all, who was Heinz? Only the president's top confidant, a man who had dined in person with the president's own family. Normally, he was responsible for personnel arrangements, coordination matters, and official correspondence. People like him would never gamble their connections on some childish prank. Have you heard about it? What's going on with this meeting? I just got a call. They said it was a personal summons from the Skull himself. Apparently, he's going to announce some major changes in leadership. A shake-up in leadership? Out of the blue? Whoever it is, poor soul, what rotten luck. Let's not speculate. We'll know soon enough once the meeting starts. Everyone raised their phones, glancing at their recent call logs. Sure enough, they all saw the same familiar number. Meanwhile, a handful of high officials remained remarkably composed. Leaning back, they savored their cigars and fine wine, projecting the easy confidence of men who felt perfectly in control. If Red Skull himself has called this session, I'm curious to see what kind of upheaval he's planning. Still, a sudden summons like this can't mean anything trivial. No matter what, we're the core of Hydra. Whatever this meeting brings, it will be a decision that concerns us most. They even started speculating, lively and full of anticipation, about who the subject of the announcement might be, each trying to give the impression that they knew exactly what to expect. As time drew on, the hum of conversation gradually faded. Everyone began settling into their assigned seats, following instructions in preparation for the meeting. Row after row of seats stood in perfect order around the conference table. Before each seat lay a document marked with the participant's name. One by one, they found their places, eyes turning to the head of the table, focused and waiting for the meeting to commence. With a low creak, the conference room door swung open, abruptly silencing every murmured conversation. In an instant, every gaze turned to the threshold, where a figure stood, partly shrouded in gloom, indistinct and shadowed. Though his face could not be clearly seen, each person in the room felt the palpable pressure in the air, a chilling weight that radiated from the stature of authority. The figure remained motionless. The Hydra officials exchanged uncertain glances, passing a flicker of confusion from eye to eye, all silently wondering why their Red Skull president would present himself in such an uncharacteristic manner. Normally, the Skull would stride into the room with hands behind his back, chin high, still wearing that aged and unwashed Captain America uniform, an outfit he hadn't laundered in decades. Anyone standing near him could always catch a whiff of its sour odor, but had to stifle any sign of distaste, no matter how nauseating it was. The mere thought was enough to make one's stomach turn. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice emerged from the darkness by the door, slightly distorted, almost like a breeze drifting through, snapping Hydra's senior officials back to attention. Though the voice was faint, it nonetheless carried the supreme authority within these walls, a power that could not be overlooked. Yet, the tone sounded a little different from the usual resonance of Lord Skull. Perhaps he'd caught a cold. After all, it was hardly surprising, considering he strutted about in tight suits all day, topped off with a leather jacket as if dressing up was a sport. Someone entertained this thought with a twinge of schadenfreude. I know you all have questions about why you've been summoned, but I, your president, have a little test for you. The voice continued, drifting out from the shadows. At these words, the Hydra officials present all stiffened, their hearts tightening with apprehension. May we ask, sir, what concerns you? After a long, heavy silence, one official couldn't resist breaking it, finally voicing the anxiety and curiosity that gripped the whole room. His voice was deferential, yet beneath the polite veneer was a thread of nervousness. Speaking first might help him seize an advantage. or it might mark him as the first to be singled out for trouble. Damn it, no wonder Hines wasn't here. He'd probably teased the real purpose out of the president with some cunning wordplay, then found a convenient excuse to slip away before the meeting even began. So sly. Very good. Tell me, what should one do if there are too many bullets? The president's voice rang out again, this time tinged with an undercurrent of sarcasm that was almost imperceptible. Too many bullets? What on earth did that mean? Everyone raced through recent events in their minds, searching for any hint or clue. What kind of question was this? Usually, President Skull quizzed them on things like how best to humiliate the heroes, or what precautions to take against the notorious Dr. Doom next door. But what on earth was this about today? Everyone was left completely at a loss. Suddenly, one attendee slapped his thigh, realization dawning in his eyes as he looked up, the spark of understanding lighting his gaze. He believed he had unraveled the president's intentions. Of course, this must be a test to see whether they could economize and manage Hydra's resources wisely. Only those who answered correctly could hope to be elected as department heads. Just as that insightful soul was preparing to stand up and present his answer, a timid voice piped up from the crowd, barely above a whisper. Why not just use them up? The words rippled through the room like a pebble tossed into a calm lake, sending subtle waves across the once still meeting space. All eyes immediately swung in the direction of the voice. People craned their necks, searching for the bold participant who had dared to break the tension. He stood amidst the crowd, visibly uneasy, cheeks tinged red, clearly aware that his comment had caused a stir. Shrinking his neck, he looked both embarrassed and anxious under everyone's gaze. Excellent. A clear voice of approval rang out from beyond the doors. Footsteps echoed through the hall as the figure strode, unhurried, into the meeting room. However, contrary to what the Hydra officials had imagined, it was not the Red Skull president who appeared before them, but a man clad in a black bodysuit. The white skull emblazoned across his chest was stained crimson, drawing the eye with its stark intensity. A hint of blood lingered in the air. You're absolutely right. The Punisher nodded toward the participant who had just spoken up. The corners of his mouth, smeared with blood, curled into a cold, ruthless smile. Plenty of bullets. When you're out, you just reload and keep going. His voice was calm and detached, as if they were discussing nothing more pressing than the weather. Haven't I seen that get up among the president's collectibles? A bewildered official muttered under his breath. In the next instant, the Punisher whipped out a pair of submachine guns loaded with high-capacity magazines from behind his back, their icy barrels swinging toward the Hydra officials. Without the slightest hesitation, his fingers tightened on the triggers. Muzzle flashes strobed through the conference room. The deafening crack of gunfire erupted. Rounds poured out in a relentless storm, shredding the Hydra officials where they stood. Blood, flesh, and fragments flew everywhere. In a heartbeat, the conference room was transformed into a chaotic abattoir. All those who had thought themselves masters of power could only scream, their cries now laden with agony and hopelessness. As the screams gradually faded, then vanished altogether, Frank finally lowered his weapons. Raising one blood-soaked hand, he snapped his fingers, a sharp, final note to end this deadly symphony. All clear. Grab what we need, and let's get out of here, Frank said coolly. He didn't spare another glance for the room as he strode toward the door. Behind him, the ruined conference chamber reeked with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Stains sprawled across the floor and streaked the walls. The corpses of Hydra's top brass lay scattered on the ground or slumped over their chairs, fear and unwillingness frozen in their eyes. Documents, notebooks, and cigars littered the table, shredded and ruined in the brutal hail of bullets that lasted only seconds. After Frank stepped out, a faint blue afterimage sliced through the air, too quick for any human eye to detect. In an instant, Frank's figure vanished, as if wiped from existence, leaving only a vast and empty corridor in his wake. Half a minute later, a squad of Hydra soldiers, uniforms marked with the organization's symbol, burst into the conference room. The moment they crossed the threshold, the scene before them left them speechless in shock. Chaos had consumed the room. Bodies sprawled across the floor, blood pooled everywhere, the shattered remains of the room starkly revealing the carnage. A man who appeared to be the squad leader pressed his trembling finger to his radio, listening to the voice on the other end. His face drained of color as he turned to the others and murmured, "The Skull President has been killed too." Hearing this, a wave of fear and dread swept across the soldiers' faces, each one now shadowed with terror. The top leaders of Hydra, those who once wielded unimaginable power and stood above all, were assassinated, every single one of them, all at the same time. Who could possibly be behind such an act? 131. The figure standing on the hillside was a truly bizarre being. His head was nothing more than a massive eyeball, And not only that, another equally strange eye grew right from his chest. Both eyes shuddered slightly, their pupils quivering as if thrilled by something they were witnessing. With both palms, he gently stroked the enormous eye on his face, letting his fingertips glide across its surface, savoring that peculiar and unbelievable sensation. Excitement radiated through his entire being, a delighted smile plastered across where his face might have been. How splendid, how exhilarating, he murmured in a voice thick with obsession and intoxication. It had been decades since he last beheld such a spectacular sight. There used to be so many sights worth seeing in this world. In New York, countless lost souls wandered aimlessly, desperately in need of help. Madmen clung to the last shreds of sanity, donning skin-tight costumes and pretending they still belonged to the world of men. Every day brought new wonders, epic battles between heroes and villains, or even trivial incidents worth a second glance. But ever since this world was reduced to a wasteland, and as observers I had shuddered so violently, everything had lost its flavor and meaning. His gaze focused on a group of warriors clad in golden-powered armor. They busied themselves with various tools, hauling heaps of green-skinned corpses and tossing them, unceremoniously, into the back of a waiting truck to be carted away. Some corpses lolled their tongues out grotesquely, others had lost an arm or two. Yet the eyeball fiend was utterly absorbed and satisfied by this brutal scene. Blood vessels writhed across his enormous eye, pulsing madly in time with his emotional state, like hellfire raging behind the lens. It seemed he harbored a peculiar feeling for these corpses being carried off, a passion that made his eye even brighter, shining with a demented ecstasy. In sharp contrast to his wild excitement, the golden-armored soldiers carried out their grisly task in silence. Their motions were clean and efficient, utterly devoid of emotion. Though confronted with mangled corpses, they revealed not a trace of fear or disgust. A metallic thud rang out behind him, as if something heavy had struck the ground. Yet the eyeball fiend paid it no mind, his focus locked entirely on the scene below, never looking away from the warriors in golden armor. Against the web of bloodshot veins, his gigantic eyes burned an even deeper crimson, the pupils contracting to mere pinpricks. In his eyes, those warriors appeared just like prey, their movements, their stance, and even the faintest traces of their breath all captivating his attention, drawing him into a state of euphoric rapture. "Can you feel it? I know you can feel it," the strange man with the eyeball for a head said without looking back. His voice was a bit raspy. Nobody could guess what kind of vocal cords this creature actually had. Standing behind him, Bai tilted his head. "Then tell me, what do you see?" The eyeball freak didn't reply immediately. His single eye slowly rotated on his head, as if considering how to answer Bai's question. "What do I see? Ha ha ha." After a brief pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and grave. "I see the clash between strength and frailty, the collision of life and death, and endless destinies weaving together like countless fine threads in this intricate world." What a thoroughly philosophical and profound answer. Bai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, stepping forward, he suddenly slapped the eyeball freak across his enormous head and barked, "Damn it, you beast, what exactly did you see?" The giant eye wobbled slightly from the slap, flashing with a look of surprise. He clearly hadn't seen Bai's direct approach coming. The eyeball freak, coming to his senses, gingerly cradled his big eye, looking rather aggrieved. A sharp smack rang out. A second hard slap landed on the eyeball beast's face, making him stagger again, red veins flickering across the surface of his eye. "For every riddle you spout, you get a slap. Your choice." As he spoke, Bai once again raised the hulking metal hand of his anti-Hulk mech. Ghostly blue lights began to pulse at his fingertips. He had actually been holding back his strength just now, making sure not to really hurt this particularly fragile creature. Yet this guy just wouldn't cooperate. People who talk in riddles deserve to be punished. Cupping his grand eyeball, the strange creature shrank back in the face of Bai's intimidating mech, backing up step by timid step until, without realizing it, he teetered at the edge of the slope. Pebbles crumbled and clattered away beneath his feet. Glancing nervously over his shoulder, he could see several gold-armored warriors looking up at him. The instant they spotted him, they let out a chorus of shrill cries. All right, I get it. Just let me go back." Bai nodded with satisfaction and, as easily as picking up a chick, grabbed the eyeball freak, hauling him away from the precipice and tossing him on the safer ground nearby. "If you don't want to talk in riddles, don't. No need to be so rough," the eyeball beast muttered, grumbling as he landed hard on his backside. Seeing Bai raise his hand once more, he shrank back, straightened up, and finally replied in earnest. "My observers, I hasn't shown even the slightest sign of activity for decades. Yet, just a day ago, as I was indulging myself in my own tavern, I suddenly felt an impulse, an urge to observe something, one I hadn't felt in ages. His fingertips gently brushed over his eyeball, as if lost in the memory of that compulsion. And then he continued. This urge guided me, leading me all the way to this place. I simply wanted to witness in person the monumental events that are about to unfold. Things have only just begun, and here you are already. Baye's answer to the eyeball fiend was noncommittal. As for his motives, it seemed the creature wasn't lying. The eyeball fiend's greatest obsession was nearly the same as any observer, a fascination with watching anything of interest. Of course, the difference was that observers regarded themselves as witnesses to the fate of civilizations and purportedly swore never to interfere with the course of history, though occasionally they chose to ignore that self-imposed rule. The eyeball fiend, on the other hand, was moved by simple desire and thought nothing of stirring up a bit of mischief for the sake of amusement. Bai pressed further. So how did you get here? Who brought you? The eyeball fiend answered with caution. I rode a motorcycle, but the fuel ran out a dozen kilometers away, so I had to walk the rest of the way to the center of Hulk's domain. He then did his best to arrange his face into a fawning expression. After thinking for a moment, Bai beckoned to several Thunder Warriors who had drawn near to size up the situation. Lock 'em up, then search within a dozen kilometers and see if you can find a motorcycle that's run out of fuel. The command had barely left his lips before the eyeball fiend was firmly dragged off by several warriors in gold armor. He struggled, reaching out toward Bai. No, wait. Just let me watch. I promise I won't interfere, really. If you don't find it, Bai paid no mind to the eyeball fiend, whose protests faded into the distance, and continued speaking. Eliminate him? One of the Thunder Warriors asked. Bai shook his head. Just beat him to pulp. Make sure you don't damage the eyeball. 132. A menacing gloom settled over the city as neon lights blazed in the darkness, casting cold and merciless beams. Towering skyscrapers loomed like mechanical beasts, flooding the streets below with dazzling illumination, spreading out a scene that resembled a maze of circuitry. Every raindrop that fell was as sharp as a steel blade, slicing through the air and striking the pavement with a steady, whispering patter. The chill wind howled past, filled with a sorrow that sent shivers down one's spine. Throughout this city, at nearly every street corner, stood a robot, each shrouded in a green robe and masked in iron. They gazed at the passers-by, and now and then a glimmer of green light flashed in their eyes and the center of their palms. The iron mask looked cold and unfeeling beneath the rain, glistening here and there as the downpour slicked the metal surface. The mechanical sentinels stood rigidly, as if they were statues cast in iron, yet their vigilance was unmistakable in every poised stance. Their bodies swayed ever so slightly, mechanical joints murmuring in low, metallic tones as if waiting for something to happen. Passers-by, upon seeing these machines, lowered their heads and hurried by, becoming little more than blurred silhouettes, shadows distorted by rainwater that played tricks with the light. They all hoped, by keeping a low profile, to draw less of the Doombot's attention, a safe passage home being all they wished for. Even so, after a few steps, each person couldn't help but glance up at the tallest metal tower looming over the entire city. At the tower's peak, a bolt of lightning slashed through the dense darkness of the storm clouds, sinuous as a dragon weaving its way across the midnight sky. Thunder did not follow immediately. Several seconds passed before its booming echo broke through the thick clouds and resounded through every corner of the city. Yet compared to the force of nature, what drew every gaze even more was the solitary figure standing at the top of the tower. He wore a green cloak hardly distinguishable from the robots on the street, letting it billow in the wind. His head was covered by an iron mask, at first glance no different from the other machines, yet unmistakably, fundamentally apart. Beneath that mask was a living, breathing human being. A sudden, low hum vibrated through the downpour. Behind that solitary figure, the ground rose unexpectedly, revealing a hidden entrance. The elevator doors slid open atop the platform, casting a faint glow into the night. A woman emerged from the elevator, her dark hair framing her concealed face. She wore a golden mask, catching the dim light and shining brilliantly in the otherwise solemn gloom. She was clad in a black, skin-tight suit that seemed to bind her form securely. The long black hair falling along her cheeks hid most of her features, leaving only her eyes visible through the mask. Eyes that glimmered with something enigmatic impossible to pin down. Those eyes flickered with a tumult of emotions, jealousy, envy, and desire all woven together, shadows fathomless and deep. Yet the moment she began walking toward the cloaked figure, her entire demeanor shifted. Solemnity and loyalty overtook her features in an instant. She came to stop behind him, dropping gracefully to one knee. Her voice was low and respectful. Emperor Doom, I have news to report. To any observer, she radiated reverence and obedience. No trace of her hidden feelings remained, only unwavering fealty to Emperor Doom. She was the daughter of Count Nefaria. After a devastating clash with Iron Man that left her scarred, she took to wearing a golden mask and came to be known as Madame Mask. And in the wake of her suffering, she developed a twisted obsession with Iron Man, a love for Tony Stark that bordered on madness. A love so deep, she dreamed of cutting Tony into ribbons, savoring every piece. The figure in the green cloak slowly turned around and glanced at the Lady of the Mask. However, he did not speak. There was neither affirmation nor denial in his response. In silence, he simply returned to the elevator, walking with measured steps as he entered. The elevator doors slid shut behind him without a sound, separating him from the woman in the golden mask. The Lady of the Mask clenched her teeth, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes. From her perspective, she felt that the recent interruption had broken the flow of Doom's satisfaction with his own achievements, touching a sensitive nerve and prompting him to express his displeasure in this manner. She fixed her gaze on the elevator display, watching the numbers descend slowly from the 100th floor, then let out a helpless sigh. Rising from where she stood in the rain, she headed toward the nearby staircase. Damn it, why did Doom only build a single elevator to the top floor when he constructed this tower? After traversing the long, winding stairs, the Lady of the Mask finally reached the Grand Hall. Her eyes fell upon the immense throne fashioned from yellow stone, upon which Doom sat in solemn majesty. Within her, it was as if she could hear herself laugh. She imagined Doom seated on that throne every day, wondering if those yellow stones grew misshapen beneath his weight, if the discomfort ever reached him. This notion filled her with a twisted satisfaction, as though she had, in some small way, seized power from the master of destruction himself. Speak. What is it that compelled you to interrupt Doom? The voice of Dr. Doom rumbled from atop the stone throne as he raised a hand and regarded the rain-soaked Lady of the Mask. She gave a gentle cough, still maintaining a respectful posture, and replied, My lord, it was never my intention to intrude upon your affairs. I merely have an urgent matter to report. Doom tilted his head ever so slightly, seeming to scrutinize her. After a pause, his voice rolled out, deep and forbidding. An urgent matter? Speak. There's no need for subterfuge. Nothing in this world could possibly threaten Doom. Of course, Emperor Doom, the Lady of the Mask replied, sinking to one knee once again before continuing. Red Skull, Magneto, and Bruce Banner. They are all dead. Even as the words left her lips, she could hardly believe them herself. 3 of the 4 great warlords of this wasteland perishing in such a short span? It was almost unthinkable. And yet, the reports from her subordinates were clear. As much as she coveted that throne beneath Doom, she had no choice but to report the truth. And their cause of death. Doom's voice cut through the air, cold as a winter wind, his stare boring into the Lady of the Mask. Through the slits of his iron mask, his gaze shot forth, making the gold-masked woman shudder. According to Kingpin, the current ruler, Magneto of Salt Lake City, was killed by his own hand. But the story is riddled with unanswered questions, and we suspect he's simply bluffing, using a tiger's might to scare others. And as for the other 2, at this, the Lady in the Mask hesitated, unable to continue. She lifted her gaze to her emperor, faltering, afraid to speak. If the news of the deaths of 3 wasteland rulers was already terrifying, then what came next was sheer nightmare. A wild tale, so outlandish it could only be whispered in trembling voices. The green-cloaked figure upon the throne narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. Speak, he commanded, his tone cold as steel. Doom's patience is not reserved for you. According to reliable sources, it was done by superheroes. A single, thunderous impact resounded. A mighty fist crashed upon the stone throne, sending shards of yellow rock flying in every direction, Doom's anger crackling through the air like lightning. Several sharp fragments struck the Lady in the Mask on the head, a pain that sent sparks behind her eyes. Still, she merely clenched her jaw, maintaining an unwavering posture of obedience. Go, Dr. Doom commanded, plucking a chunk of yellow stone from the throne and crushing it effortlessly into powder that drifted away on the wind. His gaze fell upon the Lady in the Mask, still kneeling before him, her form seeming insignificant beneath his chilling authority. When he spoke, his voice was devoid of warmth. Dispatch a detachment of robots. Have them hunt those superheroes lurking on Hulk's territory. She bowed her head a fraction lower. The golden mask shimmered with a cold light, her eyes glinting through its fissures, unreadable, elusive. Without hesitation, she replied, Your will, Emperor Doom. On the surface, her loyalty to Dr. Doom was absolute. Everyone in Doom Tower knew as much. The lady in the mask's loyalty was so clear and unwavering it might as well have been etched across the sky. To prove her devotion, she had even banished her own father, Count Nephilah, to Rock Springs to drink himself into disgrace. Not that either was considered a paragon of virtue, but the move had nonetheless sparked no small amount of controversy. Loyal, yes, but deep inside, her thoughts ran a different current. She was already plotting how best to use this moment, how she might maneuver herself to seize greater power, a higher station. Originally, she planned to wait for Doom to die of old age and then find a way to inherit the legacy of Latveria. But who could have guessed that with each day, Doom seemed only more vigorous, his robot armies multiplying without pause. But today might be a turning point. When the woman in the golden mask finally departed, Doom remained seated atop the throne, his scarred face behind the mask frozen in an expression as cold and unreadable as stone. This yellow throne was carved from the remains of one of his oldest foes, Ben Grimm, the Thing of the Fantastic Four. Red Skull himself had once claimed a hand from the corpse, perfect for display in his own grisly collection. He sat quietly upon the throne, his gaze fixed in the distance, as if recalling countless confrontations with the Fantastic Four. Those battles and conflicts had shaped him, intensifying his thirst for power. And now, someone dares to challenge Doom's position, to threaten everything he has seized for himself? It is nothing short of courting death. Master, I'm deeply sorry to disturb you, but we believe you may be interested in some recent observations, came an unexpectedly nervous voice from the communicator on the wall, abruptly shattering Doom's tranquility. The figure on the throne lifted his head, impatience clear in his tone. What could possibly justify interrupting Doom? One moment, it's the Lady of the Mask. The next, it's these minions. Would the interruptions never cease? Challenged by Doom's question, the voice from the communicator grew slightly tense, but pressed on. We have just detected some unusual energy fluctuations during our monitoring. These waves appear to originate from a specific region. Though we can't yet determine their exact nature, based on their characteristics, we think you may want to know. Dr. Doom's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He always paid close attention to reports of energy anomalies. Rising from his throne, he strode to the communicator, looming over the data displayed on the screen. Go on, he commanded, his voice cold and laced with absolute authority. The voice continued. These energy signatures have unique qualities, unlike anything we've previously encountered. We are still analyzing, but it's possible they could be connected to the Baxter Building. That's enough. Doom cut the speaker off abruptly, his eyes sharpening with newfound interest. With a swift gesture, the display before him shifted, revealing a scene he knew all too well. Beneath the collapsed ruins of the Baxter Building, a colossal human skeleton lay buried, visions that had haunted his dreams time and again. How quickly time passes, Doom murmured, the words slipping from his lips with a faint, lingering air of melancholy. For a brief moment, emotion flickered in his otherwise icy gaze, a trace of nostalgia. Yet that trace of sentiment lasted only an instant before Doom's iron self-control reclaimed his features. He withdrew behind his mask of composure, sealing any emotion deep within. In Doom's world, emotion was a weakness, and he allowed no weakness in himself. Doom must be unbreakable. Doom must be invincible. Live feed. As the master of the Doom's head spoke again, the image on the screen flickered. The ruined landscape vanished, replaced by the present-day remains of the Baxter Building. On the screen, a shimmering, multicolored dome appeared, buzzing loudly. That semi-spherical dome radiated with vibrant, shifting hues, resembling a dazzling rainbow. Visually, it conjured up a surreal and mysterious atmosphere, while its persistent buzzing proclaimed the boundless energy pulsing inside. The entire Baxter Building ruin lay shrouded beneath its glow, everything within obscured and indistinct. Dr. Doom's gaze fixed intently on the image. His eyes gleamed with keen fascination. He could already sense that this dome concealed astonishing forces, perhaps one of the very answers he had pursued for so long. Or perhaps those very two people he had been searching for over these many years. This is Dr. Doom murmured, excitement burning brighter in his gaze. A rift in the continuum, my lord, came the restrained and tense voice on the other end of the communicator. It's rumored that years ago, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman vanished amid such a phenomenon. At least, that's what nearly everyone believes. But some scholars think that's merely a comforting lie the desperate public tells itself. It's no lie. It's truth. Doom finished silently to himself. He had slaughtered the Human Torch. He had crushed the Thing. But never had he managed to personally defeat Reed and Sue, a regret that had weighed on him for many years. Ready the craft. Doom will go himself. His voice rang out, resolute and commanding, echoing through the grand hall like an order no one dared defy. At his decree, tension sparked instantly atop the launch platform outside the hall. The staff sprang into action, manning their stations and preparing the craft for departure. When Doom gave an order, hesitation was unheard of. Turning, Doom strode toward the hall's entrance, his green cloak swirling behind him, his towering form engulfed by deepening shadows. He was about to attend a banquet 43 years overdue. 134. This suit is a bit uncomfortable. Baiye's expression was peculiar as several golden-armored warriors fastened a protective suit onto him. Though their hands were careful, the tightness and unease grew more pronounced with every adjustment. The golden-armored warriors worked in silence, focusing on aligning the suit to Baiye's frame. Its materials and design clearly prioritized maximum protection for the wearer, with little regard for comfort. "My apologies, sir," a gold-armored warrior said carefully, straightening White Knight's protective suit with deliberate hands. "This is purely for your safety. Once you step into the time rift, you may face unpredictable dangers, so in addition to shielding you from temporal turbulence, the craftsmen have added extra defensive measures to this suit." "I know." White Knight listened quietly to the warrior's explanation and let out a helpless sigh. The Hulkbuster armor had already been removed and set aside. Its design never accounted for the needs of time travel, and for now, it was of no use. A few minutes later, he finally finished putting on the complicated protective suit. White Knight flexed his arms and legs, testing the motion. He could feel just how intricate this suit was. Buried within its layers were mechanisms and devices meant to safeguard him and enhance functionality, though at the cost of making it somewhat cumbersome to wear. With a gentle turn of his neck and a stretch of his shoulders, he could tell it fit snugly despite the slight constriction. It didn't hinder his movement much. "Hand me the gear." He took from the gold-armored warriors 2 short knives forged of vibranium and a craftsman's custom handgun, attaching them all to his belt. Then White Knight looked out toward the dazzling, multicolored dome that lay clamped to the ground in the distance. 10 minutes before, he had ordered the activation of the oscillator hidden beneath the Baxter building, tearing open a rift in space-time, an event that would soon draw Dr. Doom's attention. But before Doom arrived, there was still a brief window in which to slip through the rift and search for items left in the Baxter building 43 years ago. Without the proper instruments, time travel could only be attempted at this fixed location. Yet, since this was the original site of the Baxter building, the theory held. At least Star-Lord had managed it once in the original storyline. White Knight pressed the comm on his suit. "What's happening in Hulkland? Are you holding off those robots?" Hawkeye's shout crackled from Hulkland, his movements crisp and efficient as he split into a Doombot that had tried to ambush him from behind. While battling, he answered briskly without missing a beat. "There's a lot of them. We've lost a couple of Thunder Warriors, but it's nothing we can't handle right now." All around, the gold-armored warriors had plunged into fierce combat. One leapt clear of a missile's path, using his powered armor's jets, then aimed his heavy pistol at a Doombot's head. The deafening gunfire echoed as the powerful explosive rounds reduced the robot to a scatter of sparks and shrapnel. Listening to the roar of gunfire echoing from the distance, Baiyi walked toward the swirling stream of time, reaching out to gently brush his hand against its dazzling, multicolored surface. As his fingertips made contact with the energy field, a faint but mysterious vibration traveled up his arm. Herbie, the little robot, floated over to join him. It would play its own part in this journey. A strange aura radiated from the turbulent flow, like ripples of time itself, enveloping Baiyi in its embrace. He could sense a surge of unknown power coursing around him, like an invisible thread binding him intimately to the realms of time and space. "Let's go," he said. With narrowed eyes, Baiyi stepped forward as though puncturing a fragile bubble, slipping seamlessly into the swirl of chaotic time. In that instant, he felt his whole body become light, weightless, as though wrapped in a cocoon of gentle air. Brilliant colors flickered before his eyes, shifting and blending as if a spellbinding scene was unfurling across the canvas of time. Within the turbulence, countless stretched and twisted images began to weave together before him. Baiyi felt as though he were immersed in a vast sea of time, bearing witness to a multitude of moments and scenes unfurling all at once. In one vision, he saw 2 elderly men, wild grins on their faces as they sped a red off-road vehicle across the desolate wasteland. The wind tossed their hair, tires kicking up clouds of dust, painting a portrait of reckless freedom and sheer excitement. In the next moment, something even more arresting caught his eye. A towering figure, over 5 meters tall, a Hulk, clutched at his stomach, sweat pouring off his forehead as his face twisted in agony. It seemed as if something within was about to burst forth, leaving him racked with pain. Meanwhile, Herbie clung tightly to Baiyi's back, its tiny claws gripping the fabric of his protective suit, determined to hold its ground. The robot might be capable of surviving in this maelstrom of time, but that didn't mean it would go unaffected or that it couldn't be swept away to some other timeline. Bai paid no mind to those extraneous timelines, ones useless to his quest. He narrowed his eyes further, beginning his search through the twisted chaos of the Baxter building as it stood 43 years ago. Instead of the scene he yearned for appearing directly, these timelines continuously replayed certain peculiar events, each one a marker of its place in time. Or so it seemed to Bai Yi, watching as a human observer. These unique events were like shards of time itself, extracted and looping over and over within the maelstrom. He glimpsed a mosaic of unfolding scenarios, battles erupting, voices locked in conversation, drawing him deeper into the sense that he was being swept up right into the heart of a vast whirlpool made of time. He tried to make sense of these images, piecing them together to find a pattern. Yet, it felt like he was stumbling through a blind spot in his mind. Here, the rules of time and space as he understood them no longer applied. Still, just because humans failed to comprehend did not mean that the remarkable machines built by that enigmatic gentleman were equally confounded. With a gentle touch, he ran his hand over Herbie's metal frame and asked, "Herbie, can you help me lock onto the moment just before the collapse of the Baxter building 43 years ago?" Herbie's mechanical eyes flickered, its whole body shivering subtly, as if wrestling with a labyrinthine calculation. After a moment, its robotic voice replied, "Turn right ahead toward the 97th temporal fissure." Following Herbie's guidance, Bai Yi drifted in that direction. His form slid gracefully through the currents of warped space and time, gliding effortlessly past a swirl of distorted scenes. Before long, a flickering point of light appeared ahead. A new tableau, a temporal fissure, slowly came into focus. There, in front of a skyscraper, stood a towering giant wearing an antlered helm, fists slamming angrily against the building's walls. Bai Yi recognized the place at once. It was precisely the Baxter building he'd been searching for. Though the giant's image was somewhat blurred, his identity was unmistakable. It was Loki, Thor's found brother. Baxter building. 43 years ago, the day when heroes fell. Inside the shaking tower, Susan Storm, the invisible woman, pressed her hands tightly to her temples, veins bulging at her forehead as her body trembled uncontrollably. Blood trickled from her nostrils, dripping onto the floor in bright red droplets. Her eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, flickering with weakness and exhaustion. I can't last much longer, Reed. Whenever she unleashed her psychic power on a massive scale, agony would reverberate through Susan's mind, inevitably causing nosebleeds. This time, the pain stabbed at her with a torment sharper than ever. A pale blue shield of energy enveloped the soaring Baxter building, as solid and steadfast as a fortress wall, intercepting every destructive blow from the giant that Loki had become. Yet, as time wore on, that luminous shield was growing ever thinner. The blue light flickered along its surface, sending faint ripples gliding outward, as if to warn that the barrier was growing fragile. With each crushing punch from Loki, the shield quivered, its defenses weakening further. This barrier was Susan Storm's psychic handiwork. She clung desperately to its integrity, spreading the impact of each blow across its surface. Only in this way could the building remain standing, spared for the moment from total collapse. But now she was close to her limit. Dealing with Loki alone had drained all her strength and will, and now, from the distant edge of the building, came an unstoppable surge. Two fearsome figures barreling forward, one clad in red and the other in gray. With a closer look, it was the Red Tank and the Rhino. These two were known for their brute force, even on an ordinary day. And now, with Loki having grown to hundreds of times his usual size, Susan felt dread tightening around her heart. She genuinely didn't know if she could hold on any longer. Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, dressed in his signature blue suit, kept his gaze fixed intently on a machine before him. His arms, stretched to almost a dozen meters, threaded deftly among the components, making precise adjustments with elegant skill. Though his wife, Susan, was suffering nearby, Reed seemed completely unaffected, his attention wholly absorbed by the task at hand. "Just hold on a bit longer, Sue. The time sled will be ready any minute now." His voice remained steady and emotionless, flat as a computerized response, revealing not the slightest flicker of concern. His entire being was focused on calibrating the machine, as if nothing in the world could distract him from his work. "Every extra second you hold out boosts our survival odds. Oh, and keep it up." His words, though sprinkled with encouragement, felt stilted and awkward, as if he only remembered to say them out of a sense of marital obligation. True to expectation, Susan could no longer contain her frustration after such hollow solace. Clenching her teeth, she let out a furious outburst. "God, Johnny and Ben are already gone. How can you still be so cold and calculated? The mention of her brother and dear friend's deaths left Susan's eyes rimmed with red, her vision blurred with tears. She pressed her lips tight, fighting back a fresh wave of grief. But the sorrow broke through, leaving her trembling. And yet, in spite of everything, she kept her battered force field alive, clinging to her duty. She was a superhero, yes, but also a mother. No matter what else happened, she was determined to keep her child safe. Watching Susan's anguish through the monitor, Reed let out a weary sigh. Because cold logic is the only way we survive right now. The Avengers and the X-Men have both lost contact. We're on our own. Trust me, Sue. We still have a world to save. As he finished, Reed cast a fleeting glance to a hidden part of the screen, an image he'd shielded from Susan. It showed security footage from a Las Vegas square. There, Quicksilver lay broken and bloodied in the depths of a crater, the scarlet which skewered by sharpened steel. Thor, too, had fallen, his hammer slipping from his grasp. Now his lifeless body was tossed about like a plaything by a pack of villains, the hammer left standing alone in the dust, silent and forgotten. As for the rest of the bodies, the Falcon, Tiger Woman, Black Knight, and the like, he simply ignored them. Those people were of little importance, not even worth a glance. Ordinarily, he might have felt sorrow and mourned their losses, but now reason had to take precedence over emotion. If villains could set aside their differences and use their rationality to slay heroes, then why shouldn't he use his logic to survive? Besides, he only dared tell Susan that the Avengers were missing, rather than nearly wiped out. A manageable degree of grief could push a person to unlock unexpected strength, but true despair was another matter entirely. He could only hope that, someday in the future, Susan might forgive him for giving her this false hope, if that day ever came. Hearing Reed sigh, Susan too let out a weary breath. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, but her emotions had settled somewhat. She understood, rationally, that what Reed said wasn't wrong. Reality was indeed cruel and unforgiving. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, why did this damned rubber man always have that air of indifference toward everyone? He always seemed to tuck his emotions away, putting calculation and composure above everything, as though every problem could be solved by logic and science. And just what kind of method could solve a problem like this? All right, Susan murmured, lowering her gaze. She summoned a trace of telekinetic power to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and that made her feel a little better. Then let's do what we always do. Let's save the world. She focused on the onslaught, the red juggernaut, Rhino, and Loki all hammering against her shield, and then let out a thunderous shout. Enough! Her voice echoed through the building like a furious wind, releasing all the emotion and determination pinned up within her. Blood trickled from the corner of her eyes and from her ears, but she barely noticed. With a brilliant surge, her telekinetic shield blasted outward, momentarily throwing back all three villains. The red juggernaut, Rhino, and Loki were hurled away, fire and debris flying in their wake before her fury and the shield's force. Geez, this lady really packs a punch, Rhino muttered to himself, rubbing the horn atop his Rhino suit, having been flung nearly 100 meters by the sudden increase in telekinetic force. Of the three villains present, he was clearly the weakest. Red Juggernaut and Loki were in a league all their own. To be honest, he'd never seen a scene this intense before. Usually, he'd stick to robbing banks in New York. Never had much ambition. Sometimes he'd brag in the villain's bar about fighting the Hulk. Well, he'd fought him, sure, but he'd never dare talk about how it turned out. Stop gawking like some country bumpkin, Rhino, grumbled the red juggernaut, shifting a massive slab of concrete off himself and hauling the still-stunned Rhino to his feet. As long as we can capture that extraordinary couple alive, I'm sure Dr. Doom's reward will be more than generous. With that, he let out a thunderous shout and charged after Loki, heading once again toward the Baxter building. Beneath the feet of these two formidable beings, the ground rumbled in protest. 136. It's been 30 seconds already, Reed. The invisible woman collapsed weakly to her knees. Her eyes grew unfocused, gazing emptily ahead, filled only with confusion and exhaustion. Her long hair hung loose, messily draped over her face like withered golden reeds. She had poured every last ounce of her strength into pushing her mental powers to the brink, breaking her own limits to keep the shield in place. Now, her body had reached its breaking point, and at any moment she could fail. Yet in a small stroke of luck, she had just managed to activate the dimensional generator hidden in Franklin and Valeria's room, creating a tiny pocket dimension in which to hide their children. This way, even if she and Reed lost the fight, their children would have a chance to survive. Reed, meanwhile, stayed intently focused on his work, fingers dancing over the control panel, his eyes never straying from the data streaming across the monitor. Though the building itself was on the verge of collapse, bits of debris and stone tumbling everywhere, he seemed completely absorbed in his own world. His lips moved slightly, silently making calculations, weighing every possibility. Now was not the time to distract Sue. In fact, a minute and a half had actually passed, but within Sue's exhausted mind, it felt like just 30 seconds. He would let her hold on a little longer. Suddenly, with another deep tremor, the building shook even more violently, as if the whole world were quaking. The tremor was stronger this time. The whole structure seemed to shudder, and the air itself was thick with tension. Even a massive anti-Hulk armor in the corner swayed slightly, but ultimately it stood its ground, imposing and unmoved. "Yes, it's fixed," Reed cried out, unable to hide his excitement. His hands kept moving rapidly across the controls. He had done it. Both the time oscillator and the time sled were repaired. At this news, Susan's eyes rolled back, and she slipped into unconsciousness, completely spent. Both her body and mind had been pushed to their absolute limits. Yet, just before she passed out, she drew on her remaining strength and sent out a final surge of psychic energy, reinforcing the battered shield that still protected the tower. There was no time to check on his wife. The rubber man launched himself toward the console, fingers moving swiftly across buttons and switches, preparing to activate the time sled. At the same moment, he snatched up a small metal box, a piece of high-tech equipment kept inside the Baxter building. Inside, there was the Negabands, the weapon of the original Captain Marvel, one of Psylocke the Mutant's blades, and even the ultimate eraser. A sudden hum filled the air. Abruptly, from the distance, a pillar-like oscillator emitted a swirl of multicolored substance. The substance radiated a strange brilliance, dazzling with shifting hues, like a ribbon of rainbow light dancing through the air. "That's—" Reed's eyes widened. He realized instantly that this was no ordinary matter. It was a temporal rift. Even though calling it a swirl didn't quite do justice to a tear in time itself, at this moment, only that word seemed to capture the bizarre, intricate nature of the phenomenon. The swirling colors distorted the space around it, like a portal leading to other eras and realms. The emergence of this temporal rift might have been a fluke, or perhaps it was the result of some unknown force at work. Either way, this moment threatened to upend everything for the group. In the split second that Mr. Fantastic contemplated the possibilities, the rift suddenly flattened and unfolded into a planar gateway. Within that surface, he could just make out the silhouette of a person hurtling closer and closer, a shape flickering at the wavering edge of temporal energy, their features veiled and indistinct. Could it be Kong the Conqueror? This descendant of the Richards lineage from the 31st century had countless variants. Each one, no matter the face, was notoriously dangerous, an enemy who could leap through the timelines at will, and who had long reigned as one of the greatest threats to the world of superheroes. If Kong arrived now, could things get any worse? Alarmed, Reed acted on instinct. Without hesitation, his left hand darted for the small metal box at his side, fingers flying over the coded lock, ready to unleash the ultimate eraser. This was not the time for second thoughts. But just as his fingers brushed the trigger, a voice cut sharply through the tension. "Hold still, Reed Richards. I am not your enemy." A powerful repulsion force surged forth with the words, slamming into Reed's chest. "Ark!" Caught off guard, he cried out, a shout of pain snatched away by the collision. The blow knocked him off balance, sending him tumbling backward like a leaf torn from its branch by a violent wind. Yet Mr. Fantastic was not so easily subdued. Even as he fell, his reflexes kicked in. His body softened and stretched, absorbing the impact. The metal box slipped from his grasp and skittered to a stop in the corner. And now the figure stepped fully from the rift. Clad in protective armor, their face was completely obscured, and in one hand, they leveled a weapon, sleek, high-tech, and almost certainly the source of that blast. At their waist, a pair of double-edged blades glinted dangerously. This was no ordinary foe. Slowly, Reed climbed to his feet, eyes narrowed in wary suspicion. "Who are you?" As he spoke, his gaze subtly swept over the metal box tossed in the corner and the invisible woman, Susan, who now lay motionless in the distance. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. "Who am I?" The person in the protective suit tilted his head slightly. Without hesitation, he yanked out the small robot clinging to his back and tossed it forward. Herbie floated instantly into the air, emitting a steady mechanical hum. Its robotic eyes flashed with light, as if rapidly analyzing the environment and the situation unfolding around them. Seeing this round, chubby robot, Reed was utterly stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. "Herbie, weren't you supposed to have just been shut down by my last command?" Herbie did not answer Reed directly. Instead, it gave two slight tremors and responded in its mechanical voice. "Anomaly detected. Baxter Building has not undergone 43 years of rust or structural damage. Mr. Fantastic was no fool. He immediately grasped the origins of both the person in the protective suit and Herbie. From the wear and tear on the little robot and what it had just said, it was obvious. They had traveled here from 43 years in the future. "Let me put it simply," said Bai Yi from within the suit, his voice calm. "I apologize for hitting you earlier, but now I need to take that metal box in your hand, as well as the time sled. You failed. 43 years from now, our world is ruled by villains, and Galactus will come upon the Earth. When that time comes, I'll need the ultimate eraser in your possession to stop them." As he spoke, he gestured patiently toward the pondering Reed. "The box's password? From a logical standpoint, what you're describing is entirely possible," Reed replied, frowning. "But I can't be certain you truly come from the future of my own timeline." The divergence and multiplicity of timelines meant that the future was never fixed. Countless variables could alter its course. As he hesitated over whether to reveal the password, the laboratory was once again thrown into chaos. While both of them were deep in thought, a faint shimmer of light appeared between them. Within it emerged a silhouette, green and purple, facing Reed. The figure's face was a dark, deep blue, marked by two vertical stripes. "Reed Richards." The blue-faced man's mouth curled into a sly grin. Clenching a purple-gloved fist, he said with malice, "I never thought you'd be foolish enough to tear open a crack in the time stream I can reach." Reed Richards' stare grew sharp as he fixed his eyes on the blue-faced stranger, his expression turning grave. He knew full well who stood before him. Kong the Conqueror, a supervillain who traversed the timelines. He went by many names, the simple and unadorned Kong, master of men, even the king of kings. Over the years, Nathaniel Richards has assumed many different identities, each with a history that continues to expand. He has played the part of both superhero and villain. There were even times when he longed to retire from all, to seek out a quiet life among the mountains, managing a little corner of peace for himself. But countless journeys through time have resulted in different versions of Kong, and each one rules over their own Kong dynasty, each bent on conquest. Thus, to most people, Kong is remembered as the figure before Mr. Fantastic now. Clad in armor of purple trimmed with green, his face hidden behind a blue mask, a true villain. "Kong!" Reed gritted his teeth, every muscle tensed, his fingers curling slightly in readiness. He knew all too well just how dangerous and powerful this blue-faced foe was. Of all the things to worry about, he had not expected his fears to come true so quickly. Catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, Reed noticed the metal box in the corner. The building had begun to shake, trembling on the edge of collapse, as the self-destruct sequence activated. If he had to fight with his bare hands, there was no way he could match Kang's strength. Only by reaching the ultimate eradicator could he stand a chance. "What's the matter? So frightened you can't even speak now, Dr. Richards?" Kong sneered, emphasizing the word doctor with mocking force. His blue face twisted in a wicked grin. "You really think you can beat us? For a time traveler, you never seem to learn from your mistakes." As Reed spoke, his neck stretched with fluid agility, extending nearly 5 meters, almost touching the ceiling, as he squinted at Kong, hoping to divert his attention. And just as Reed anticipated, Kang's eyes followed the bizarre movement, tracking the stretching man up toward the ceiling. He failed to notice Reed's other arm, quietly snaking along the ground toward the metal box against the wall. This improvised distraction seemed to work, at least for the moment. Kong remained oblivious to Reed's true intention. Foolish dreamer. Just as Mr. Fantastic's fingertip was barely 2 centimeters from the metal box, Kong lifted his clenched fist. From the hollows of his glove burst a surge of purple energy. Those currents surged up like a fountain, swirling together to form a crackling energy axe, shrouded in flickering purple light. Without hesitation, Kong swept the energy axe toward Reed's hand, a roar filling the air as the axe carved a rippling distortion across the room. Determination flashed in Reed's eyes. His fingers hooked firmly onto the box's edge, and his now spring-like body recoiled sharply, flinging himself back and away just in time. The energy axe slashed with a vicious bite, gouging a deep fissure into the floor where his hand had just been. Kong let out a cold, mocking laugh, twirling his energy axe through the air, drawing one dazzling arc after another, a display of axe artistry. "Not bad at all," he sneered, "but time is on my arg." Agonizing pain tore through his abdomen, cutting his words short. Kong snapped his head down, his eyes flooding with shock and disbelief. A sharp blade had pierced clean through his belly, sending blood bursting out and splattering onto the floor in vivid crimson blotches. His body shuddered, his hand froze midair. The axe slipped from his grasp, its energy sizzling softly as it dissolved into a mist of particles. "Why here?" It was only now that Kong realized there was someone behind him. Beads of cold sweat broke out instantly on his blue forehead, a flicker of terror darting through his gaze. He understood he was in grave danger. At this late moment, his scanner confirmed it. The second stabbing strike was imminent, aimed to finish him off. Acting fast, Kong gripped a switch on his glove, his thumb twitching. At once, his form began to blur, turning insubstantial and fading into the air. The second stab came right after, but it merely passed through his now phantom body, leaving no real harm. The blade swept through nothing but a passing illusion, leaving the air unmarked. Your scheme has failed, Kong. Reed's voice rang out from the other side. He was clutching a metal box, his eyes sharp and vigilant. Kang's figure grew ever more translucent, like vapor shimmering on a hot day, almost unreal. You think you can stop me? Time will always belong to me, and you'll never escape your fate. With that, he turned his head, fixing Bei in his protective suit with a glacial, hate-filled stare. It was this meddler who had sabotaged his plan, forcing Kong to abandon this critical moment in history. I might not have won this round, but I'll never accept defeat. The blue-faced man twisted another button on his glove, mouth curled in a vicious grin. A faint mechanical click sounded. Reed, who was just about to seal away the metal box, froze. He suddenly felt a subtle energy seeping into his body, as if invisible threads were weaving through him. He realized, in astonishment, that the particles from the axe had begun to gather again, glimmering weakly around him and the unconscious, invisible woman, Susan. Reed's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Suddenly Reed shouted, feeling an overwhelming force snatch at him. At the same moment, Susan's body was drawn in as well. In an instant, both were pulled helplessly into a swirling rift in time. There was no resisting it. The flashing current of time engulfed them both, and Kong, still clutching his wounded belly, vanished at last. The empty laboratory fell silent, leaving only Bei and the little robot, Herbie, behind. The Baxter building began to shake violently. Chunks of rubble were already crumbling from the ceiling. Herbie buzzed anxiously, as if caught up in a storm of complex calculations and analyses, desperately trying to respond to the impending catastrophe. Warning! Warning! The Baxter building has triggered self-destruct mode. After a quick calculation, Herbie emitted a sharp, urgent whine toward Bai Yi, zipping up and down in agitation. I'm well aware of that, Bai Yi replied coolly. Flicking blood off his vibranium blade, he strode toward the time sled, which had just been repaired and was tucked away in a corner. He turned to Herbie and said, Let's go find your old master, shall we? 138. The time sled itself looked simple, yet its sleek contours gave it an unmistakable high-tech feel. At its center stood a rectangular metal platform, with 2 comfortable seats and a finely crafted control console on top. Buttons, screens, and various instruments were scattered across the dashboard. Over the platform arched a transparent dome, gleaming and crystal clear, clearly meant to protect the passengers from withering to dust during their journey through time. On either side of the platform were auxiliary landing skids, which hinted at a surprisingly stable descent. All in all, it looked just like the time machine from Doraemon, though with the addition of those landing skids and the glass dome. Bai Yi reached out and rapped gently on the clear dome, the sound echoing ever so faintly. Anyone in there? The protective dome responded by lifting itself automatically, and as it opened, internal fans whirred to life, sweeping the dust from the seats. A ripple of blue particle effects shimmered through the air, and gradually, the hologram of an old man materialized in the driver's seat. He was dressed in a blue postal worker's uniform. The golden rims of his round glasses sparkled softly in the lab's light, carrying the weight of a lifetime's experiences. The old man smiled and waved warmly at Bai Yi and Herbie, his voice ringing out across the lab. So, you two want to travel through time, is that it? Before Bai Yi or Herbie could answer, a flash of blue sparked in the mailman's eyes. His expression grew suddenly grave. I detect all defense systems in the Baxter building have failed. Strap in, quickly. You don't want to be sitting in a missile that's about to launch, do you? Of course not, Bai Yi answered, scooping up the little robot and dropping into the co-pilot's seat. His gaze landed on a glass case set into the middle of the dashboard. Noticing his passenger's curiosity, the AI mailman in blue started up the time sled and pointed to the small green gemstone inside the glass box. As per protocol, I'm supposed to introduce you to how the time sled is powered before we begin. It's really just basic astrophysics. The energy source comes from a tiny piece of time stone. Bai Yi gazed intently at the shard of gemstone, speaking in a low voice. Perfect score. The postman clapped his hands with a cheerful grin. He was an AI. After all, he had no need for such things to operate machines. A subtle vibration ran through the air as the time sled gently lifted off the ground. The transparent glass dome slid shut automatically, sealing the passengers safely inside. At the same time, chunks of stone kept tumbling from the ceiling, striking the top of the sled with a sharp, rattling sound. Yet the sturdy protective shell absorbed every impact, leaving those inside untouched. Bai cast a sidelong glance at the elderly man's holographic image. Suddenly, he remembered who this fellow was. William Willie Lumpkin, the old postman who once delivered newspapers to Baxter Building. In the old Fantastic Four movie, Stan Lee had made a cameo as this very character. Yet the face before him looked nothing like Stan Lee. And, being an AI, this version must hail from a universe where Willie had passed away early. Perhaps the Fantastic Four had coded an artificial intelligence to honor his memory. Aside from this, old Willie had once enjoyed a sunset romance with Aunt May. Yes, Peter Parker's Aunt May. Hold on tight. We're about to plunge into the time stream, the old postman shouted, waving his arms with genuine delight and a spark of his former vigor. Quietly, Bai tightened his seatbelt. This time sled had absolutely nothing resembling a handrail to cling to. The sled hesitated, hanging in the air as if gathering its strength, and then, without warning, surged boldly into the maelstrom of the time stream. Everything outside the shield warped and twisted, like a canvas being kneaded by invisible hands. Almost at that same instant, a slab of stone plummeted straight down, smashing onto the spot where the sled had rested only a moment before. The rock shattered in an explosion of dust and debris, scattering fragments in every direction. Glancing around, Bai found himself surrounded once again by the swirling, prismatic currents, countless layers of reality colliding and merging with one another. Glancing back, he saw that the point in time they'd just left had already shrunk to a single plane, clearly revealing the fate of the Baxter Building. Through the flattened perspective, he now hovered in the air outside the building. Its pale blue shield had completely vanished, exposing the vast facade of the structure beneath. At that moment, the giant Loki, now the size of the building itself, swung his enormous fists with wild glee, hammering at its framework again and again. Who knows why this universe's Loki is so intent on brawling with a skyscraper, he muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching in wry amusement. From above, the Crimson Dynamo and Rhino looked tiny and insignificant at the building's entrance, but they charged fearlessly into its depths, undaunted by the chaos that awaited within. But just a few seconds later, the two of them rushed out of the building again, waving their arms frantically upwards, clearly trying to send Loki a message, urging him to back away, to get away from the skyscraper. But Loki, completely absorbed in his rampage, wore an expression of utter excitement. He paid no attention whatsoever to the tiny figures below at his feet, oblivious to their shouts, and simply smashed his fist down again. Unexpectedly this time, his arm became wedged in the skyscraper from the force of the blow, and he couldn't pull it free so easily. That was finally enough to draw his attention to Red Tank and Rhino, who were motioning at him beneath his feet. He paused, cutting off his roaring, and looked down in slight confusion at the two diminutive figures. Rhino craned his neck back in furious exasperation and shouted at Loki, "You dumb Norse bastard, get out of there. This is definitely a trap." At that moment, the building let out an enormous crash, and Rhino's heart skipped a beat. He spun around in alarm, just in time to see the entire skyscraper quaking and crumbling apart, sending a chill racing down his spine. Better look out for myself first, he thought. Without further hesitation, he abandoned Loki and sprinted off after Red Tank, who had already fled to safety. What? Loki was still a little dazed, when suddenly he heard a thunderous rumble, as if erupting from the base of the Baxter Building. He quickly turned his head, only to see pillars of blazing fire roaring out from every side, from each corner of the building's foundation, forming jets of flame that scorched through the air. Driven by those fire jets, the entire building began to rise, with a deep mechanical thunder, like a colossal flying fortress rocketing for the heavens. Loki's pupils contracted sharply. The sudden ascent of the building startled him so much that, just as he tried to react, the structure gripped him tightly and yanked him skyward. He could do nothing but cry out in shock, his voice trailing out in a desperate wail. No one knew how far the building flew with Loki in its grasp before, at last, with an earth-shattering crash, it smashed down onto a barren stretch of land. The deafening impact echoed far and wide, sending debris and clouds of dust soaring into the air. Struggling to move his arm and free himself from the weight of the building, Loki found that his strength had been utterly spent. He was powerless, unable to budge even an inch. Lifting his head just slightly, his gaze fell upon his own chest, where a massive metal spike had pierced straight through his heart. Blood welled from the wound, seeping through his clothing and soaking the ground beneath in crimson. "Damn you!" The giant, trapped beneath the ruins, muttered, a spatter of blood escaping his lips. His eyes, drained of all vitality, stared blankly into the sky above, awaiting the arrival of death. As the time sled glided through the turbulence of temporal currents, the Baxter building on that distant plain slowly slipped from White Knight's sight, vanishing into the ever-shifting currents of time. The postal AI turned to Bai Yi. The holographic image of the elderly man smiled at him, pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, and asked, "You still haven't told me. Where are you planning to go?" Before Bai Yi could respond, the AI's voice echoed again in the cockpit. "There aren't many places we can actually reach. This fragment of the time gem has been technologically amplified by Dr. Richards. If you use it outside the sled, it can only let you fast-forward or rewind by a few seconds at best." A subtle note of resignation colored the AI's words, as if it was weary of the relentless constraints of time and space. Other than that, the postal AI continued, "The only real option is to return to the place where you began to tear open the temporal rift. The time sled needs precise coordinates to overlap with the exact moment you want to reach." The blue figure shrugged with a hint of helplessness. After listening to the old postman's explanation, Bai Yi nodded calmly. "Understand. Let's keep moving forward." This didn't come as a surprise. Originally, in the story, old Star-Lord wanted to use the time sled to go back to an even earlier point and change the past, but he, too, was told it was impossible without specific coordinates. Yet for Bai Yi, this wasn't a problem at all. For one thing, before setting out, he had asked a craftsman to program the necessary coordinates directly into his protective suit. For another, wherever Mr. Fantastic was, there were bound to be coordinates as well. The time sled raced forward through the raging currents of time, as if it were hurtling across innumerable timelines, until the surroundings at last began to stabilize. Before them appeared a massive, gray metal structure, towering 5 or 6 stories high, with a unique shape, like a giant oval lying on its side. Its surface was gleaming and unyielding, reflecting the shimmer of the time stream. Most striking of all was the extended platform at the top. The platform trembled lightly in the temporal turbulence, as if standing ready, waiting for someone's arrival. The time sled gradually touched down on the platform, giving a gentle shudder before coming to a smooth stop. Bai Yi stepped out of the sled and took in the sight of the colossal oval-shaped structure before him. He noticed, too, the faint shimmering barrier cloaking the exterior. Clearly, it had been constructed to protect those inside from the chaos of the time stream. Judging by its architectural style, this was probably built by Dr. Richards and his wife out of the remains of the Baxter building, Herbie said mechanically as he floated to Bai Yi's side. Bai Yi nodded and strode inside. The little robot was right. Whether it was the invisible woman's force fields or some scientific marvel of Reed's, the two of them had survived after being thrown into the rift between worlds. In fact, using a piece of the building that had exploded into the time rift after Bai Yi left, they managed to construct this very structure before his arrival. He walked to the end of the platform. Just as he reached out to look for the door switch, the seamless wall of the building suddenly slid open. A deep, shadowy corridor appeared before him, and dozens of small lights flickered to life at intervals along its length, as if beckoning him forward. Without a trace of hesitation, Bai Yi pressed on. The dust that had settled thickly on the ground suggested that no living soul had set foot here for many years. "Reed? Dr. Richards? Mr. Fantastic?" he called out as he moved forward. Floating behind him, Herbie switched on its built-in spotlight, casting a bright beam to illuminate their path. After a short walk and a turn, Bai Yi entered a room and stopped. At the center of this space stood a bed. On it lay 2 skeletons, locked in a tight embrace. Their bones gleamed with an unnatural whiteness, starkly contrasted by the cold technological instruments strewn around them. Their postures seemed to speak of a sorrowful tale, clinging to each other, as if, even at the very end, they had refused to let go. Even without looking at the blue bodysuits on their remains, Bai Yi knew exactly who they were. It was Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, lost to the chaos of time. For years, among the wastes, there had been stories passed from one survivor to another, tales that this superhero couple would one day return to save the world. But now, seeing this, he realized those stories were nothing more than a beautiful but distant dream. The little robot Herbie floated over, hovering beside the 2 skeletons. The pixelated yellow face on its screen grew profoundly sorrowful. Though it was nothing more than metal and circuits, the algorithms and programming within allowed it to simulate emotions. Yet, when faced with the remains of its creators, even a machine could not hide its grief. Voice recognized. Beginning playback. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed from above the skeletons. A flat screen flickered to life, and a video began to play. On the screen, an elderly couple appeared. Their hair was silvery white, their faces etched with wrinkles, but when they looked at each other, their eyes radiated a deep, abiding love. "Hello," traveler from another era. Forgive me for calling you that. I don't know your real name, Reed Richards said, gazing seriously into the camera, his voice grave. If you're watching this, it means you found us. I regret that in our first, or perhaps our last, meeting, I wasn't able to trust you sooner. After being trapped here, we had more than enough time to reflect on the truth of your words. Reed Richards gently wrapped his arm around the frail, aged Sue beside him, and she managed a tender smile. For certain reasons, Sue and I cannot leave this place. So we have decided to give these precious weapons to you. Our fates are already sealed, but yours is not. Mr. Miracle's voice came through in the recording, his gaze seemingly able to pierce time and space, reaching deep into Baye's heart. Then, as the sound from the recording mingled with reality, a metal box sprang up from the floor and slowly opened. What met Baye's eyes was a pair of golden bracelets, glimmering with a faint light. They looked somewhat reminiscent of Wonder Woman's iconic cuffs over in the DC universe. Aside from the bracelets, there was also a palm-sized metal object inside the box, oddly shaped and resembling a strange, futuristic lighter. Baye bent down and picked up these items. The bracelets were creations of the Kree's super-intelligent AI, the Supreme Intelligence, known as the Negabands. They could grant the wearer enhanced strength and speed, absorb energy, even allow them to fly. The latter was, in fact, his true goal for coming here. Dubbed the editorial lighter, this weapon was said to be able to erase nearly anything, a tool of ultimate erasure. 140. In a somewhat aged bar, dim golden lights cast a gentle glow on drifting motes of dust, creating an atmosphere both cozy and tranquil. The shelves behind the counter were lined with bottles of all kinds. The owner, a balding middle-aged man, was focused on polishing glasses with a cloth, his movements steady and unhurried. It was a refined business tactic. Instead of looming over his customers, he kept a respectful distance, letting people relax in the bar. More at ease, more likely to order another drink. He swallowed. The sound was small, but his throat felt dry as sand, and a bead of cold sweat began to form at his temple. But tonight, his actions were not about making customers comfortable. They were all about hiding how tense and terrified he truly was inside. At the bar sat a hulking, green-skinned brute, muscles knotted and thick beneath battered clothes. His lips and chin dripped with fresh, bright blood. His eyes were striking, one pupil as wide as a cymbal, the other no larger than a pinprick. Those strange eyes carried a savage edge, as if endless ferocity and wildness lay lurking just beneath the surface. And the blood on his face, none of it was his own. On the floor below, several bodies lay strewn and broken, their throats brutally torn open, blood soaking deep into the wood of the bar. These had been the owner's regular patrons, a group of hard-working, decent laborers who, on any other night, would have just come for a quiet drink. Tonight, with no warning at all, they had fallen lifeless into pools of their own blood. The workers' faces were contorted in fear and agony, their lifeless eyes still wide open, as if frozen in eternal terror and still struggling in the void. All around the corpses, overturned chairs and shattered cups lay scattered across the floor. Chaos reigned in the aftermath. "Old man, 10 more bottles of beer. I just scored myself a great motorcycle today. Now that calls for a celebration." The green-skinned brute bellowed, slapping his broad palm down on the bar with a thunderous smack that sent dust drifting from the ceiling. The bar owner hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead and, trembling, made his way to the shelves to fetch the 10 bottles. His fingers shook involuntarily. Faced with Banner's son himself, he dared not show the slightest hint of disrespect. Only minutes before, his regulars had simply voiced their distaste for this gamma freak's antics. After all, the new motorcycle he'd acquired was still splattered with blood. A couple of murmured complaints, and now, here they lay, victims of his wrath. "Anything you say, Boss Luke," the bar owner replied, his voice shrinking. He carefully placed several bottles on the counter in front of the hulking, green-skinned man, then turned to fetch the rest, not daring to delay even a second. A harsh, rasping laugh burst from Luke, the green-skinned brute, head thrown back in savage amusement. He seemed thoroughly pleased by his recent violence. His laughter rumbled through the bar, bestial and grating, weighing down on everyone present. The bar owner didn't dare look back at the bodies. He kept his head down, forcing himself to keep pouring drinks, doing his best to maintain some shred of composure. Luke's massive hand closed tightly around one bottle, and with a rough push of his thumb at the neck, snap, the bottle top broke clean off, cap and glass shattering away in a stinging arc. In an instant, the sharp edge of the cap zipped through the air, heading straight for the back of the bar owner's neck. Busy rearranging the drinks and oblivious to the looming threat, the bar owner suddenly felt a searing pain stab into his neck. He jerked, shuddering, nearly dropping the bottle in his hand. Sucking in a sharp breath, he clapped a hand over the wound. Please, please, I'm begging you, no more trouble. His trembling plea cracked as he turned, eyes brimming with terror. Luke leaned in at those words, his mismatched pupils fixed intently on the bar owner while he split his lips into a blood-stained yellow grin. Come on, buddy, do I really strike you as the kind who causes trouble? Just look how well-mannered I am. Just then, bang, as despair tightened its grip on the bar owner, a sudden noise erupted behind Luke. A swirling mass of color materialized, and through it, something like a sleigh slid out and hung suspended in midair, hovering steady and silent. The protective shield on the sled slowly lifted, revealing a person inside dressed in a protective suit. He jumped out, scanning his surroundings with a measured gaze. From the data he'd just seen on the console, the timing was correct, but the coordinates seemed a little off. Bai pondered this quietly, then his attention landed on the two people before him, and the bloody scene of corpses strewn across the ground. His brow creased slightly. As expected, there were still some remnants of the Hulk gang scattered across the wasteland. It seemed the cleanup would need to be much more thorough. What's going on? Luke whipped his head around, startled by the commotion. The sight before him left him momentarily dumbstruck. Within his line of vision stood a figure clad in a strange protective suit, accompanied by a bizarre, floating vehicle at his side. Luke's pupils constricted with forced urgency, and a chill of dread ran down his spine. The aura of unknown danger made his muscles tense involuntarily. Bai strode toward the hulking green-skinned man, who towered several heads above him, and with a swift motion, grasped the man's throat in an iron grip. Icharnina. Luke's eyes bulged as a harsh, guttural sound escaped his throat. He struggled to form words, but all that came out were unintelligible noises. Then Bai gave a powerful heave, hoisting the green-skinned man aloft and hurling him toward the bar entrance. The man's body shot through the air like a cannonball, smashing straight through the bar wall as shattered glass exploded in every direction. A hush fell instantly over the bar. Even the owner stood dumbfounded, unable to process what he'd just witnessed. Word of the Hulk gang's annihilation hadn't yet reached him. In his experience, almost no one dared confront the Hulk gang so openly. The very idea of grabbing a Hulk member like a helpless chick and throwing him out, it was unthinkable. The green-skinned man soared for half a second before crashing hard onto the street outside, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Luke dragged himself painfully from the rubble, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Glaring at Bai, he let out a low, hoarse growl. Just you wait. When I tell my old man, he'll send people to make you pay. Then why don't you go see him now? Bai replied softly, stepping over the scattered shards of wood and advancing toward Luke with measured calm. With every step Bai took, another degree of fury drained from Luke's eyes, replaced by steadily mounting terror. When Bai drew near, he reached out and placed a firm hand on Luke's shoulder. Luke tried to twist away, probing for an escape, but found he couldn't budge an inch. Didn't you say you wanted me to meet your dad? Luke's voice quivered, unable to hide the palpable fear trembling on his lips. That's right, Bai said, giving him a gentle wink. And then, with a swift punch, Bai drove his fist straight through Luke's chest. Not even powerful ribs or tough muscle could withstand the blow. Blood and shattered bone burst outward in an instant. Luke's eyes widened in shock. He died on the spot. Meanwhile, Bai pulled his hand free from the green-skinned man's chest. He tore off his blood-soaked protective glove with force. On his wrist, a pair of golden bracelets gleamed faintly, emitting a soft, radiant glow. After the chaos outside finally subsided, the bar owner cautiously poked his head out, only halfway, peering at the people in protective suits beyond the shattered wall. Sir. Bai turned away from studying the bracelets on his wrist, his gaze settling in the direction of the voice. These bracelets amplified his strength to the range of several tons, on par with Spider-Man, more or less. Without them, relying solely on the power boost from the super soldier serum, even cracking through a Junior Hulk's chest would still be a daunting task. Whenever Peter faced off with street thugs or low-level villains, he always had to hold back his strength. Otherwise, with his power, tearing someone like Kingpin, Electro, or even Dr. Octopus limb from limb would hardly be a challenge. Besides, perhaps due to modifications done by the Fantastic Four, the bracelets hadn't granted him the kind of energy projection or absorption power possessed by the original Captain Marvel. Still, flight capability remained. He could now fly steadily at about the speed of sound. In a pinch, if he pushed himself to the limit, he could burst briefly up to 5 times the speed of sound. With a swift kick, Bai sent the green-skinned corpse sprawling aside. He stepped into the bar, hauling the floating time sled behind him. On the vehicle's driver's seat, the old mailman offered him an enthusiastic thumbs up, then shimmered into digital dust and vanished. As an AI built for onboard navigation, the mailman's task was finished. He was never meant for things like saving the world or visiting the graves of the Fantastic Four. Those were well beyond the confines of his programming. "Why did you kill a Hulk?" the bar owner whispered, scanning the mess around him. Where a decently kept bar had stood moments ago, now only debris and wreckage remained. Shards of glass and splinters from the earlier chaos had wrecked several prize bottles he'd stashed between the beers, the sort of good liquor he'd kept hidden from the Hulks. The loss made his heart ache. But that wasn't the part that hurt the most. It wasn't even the deaths of the workers. What truly unsettled him was that a stranger had just killed a Hulk, right here in front of him. Those inbred Hulks might not be the sharpest, but to them, family meant everything. That was likely something instilled by their father, Banner. Hitting one Hulk, in their eyes, was tantamount to shaming them all. That was why the bar owner was now so deeply troubled and conflicted. Just moments ago, this stranger had actually saved his life. He owed him everything. But the retaliation from those green-skinned brutes was now a pressing concern for him too. His wife and child were still in this little town. He could escape, but he couldn't just leave his whole life behind. At this moment, other residents of the street began to timidly open their doors, poking their heads out as they looked toward the bar. Ever since they'd heard the commotion caused by the Hulks, they'd been hiding inside. Only now did they dare to peek and see what had happened. "What's the name of your town?" Bai asked, as he found a good position to hoist the time sleigh onto his shoulder, turning to look at the bar owner who still seemed shaken. The bar owner replied hastily, "Clear Spring Town. This place is called Clear Spring Town." As he spoke, he pointed to a distant road sign, its dusty face faintly revealing the original lettering, proving he spoke the truth. "You don't have to worry about the Hulks anymore. The Hulk gang has been wiped out. And don't worry, someone will come to compensate you for the damages." With a quick nod, Bai lifted the massive metallic contraption and soared into the sky. After getting his bearings, he launched himself in a single direction. Instantly, a tremendous sonic boom echoed through the air. The shockwave rippled outward, compressing the air before him into a powerful surge. All that remained on the ground was the bar owner and the gathering crowd, left bewildered in the wake of his departure. The bar owner turned in confusion to the onlookers beside him, rubbing his eyes before asking, a note of disbelief in his voice, "Did you just hear what he said?" The people around him were just as astonished. Some nodded, some slapped their foreheads, as if struggling to make sense of what had just transpired. "The Hulk gang's been wiped out?" "No way," someone muttered, sounding as though they'd just heard an outlandish rumor. "This world's getting crazier by the day," another sighed. The bar owner let out a long breath, turning his gaze back to the dead workers littering his bar floor. Whether the Hulk gang was truly gone or not, the immediate task was clear. He had to inform the families of these poor souls, and then take his own loved ones somewhere safe. Wind whipped across Bai's face as he flew, roaring past his ears. He was racing ahead at supersonic speed, heading straight for the heart of Hulk territory, Banner Stronghold. The temporal rift's opening was at the ruins of the Baxter Building, far removed from Hulk territory itself. To reach it by flight alone would have been sheer madness. After flying for several minutes, Bai finally caught sight of a group of warriors clad in gleaming golden power armor. They labored across the scarred battlefield, methodically clearing away the broken remains of shattered robots. Slowing down, Bai gently descended from the sky, coming to rest before the Thunder Warriors. As soon as they recognized him, one stepped forward. Sunlight danced off his golden armor as he approached. The Thunder Warrior saluted Bai, then began to report on the outcome of the battle with the Doombots. "We have successfully repelled the Doombots' incursion. After fierce fighting, we lost a few warriors, but overall, we managed to defend this area." Bai nodded, then gently lowered the time sled he was carrying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Clenching his fist, he struck the glass case on the sled's control panel with force, shattering it. He reached in and retrieved a shard of the green time gem, enclosing it tightly in his palm. "Go summon Black Bolt and Wanda. Have them proceed to the Baxter Building immediately, and prepare a plane for me." His voice was calm, almost gentle. Unlike the Infinite Stones in the MCU films, the Infinity Gems in the comic universe neither harm their user directly nor require tools to be wielded. Before Thanos began collecting the Infinity Gems in the comics, there was already a cosmic elder known as the Champion, a figure akin to the Collector or the Grandmaster. He once affixed the power gem to his own forehead, making himself unrivaled in combat. Yet, the Champion, who knew only brute force, became a mere pawn in Thanos' schemes. In a fit of reckless strength, he smashed the very planet he stood upon. Equipped with cosmic energy, he didn't die from suffocation in space, but lacking the power of flight, he drifted through the cosmos like a lonely shooting star. In time, beaten by solitude, the Champion surrendered the power gem to Thanos, trading it for safe passage to a new world. But that, of course, is a tale for another day. As for the time gem in by Ye's hand, it's hardly a complete stone, merely a fragment. Still, as he rolled the gem fragment in his palm and clenched it tighter, Bai Yi knew this sliver alone was enough to give him a tremendous advantage. Aboard a vessel heading for the Baxter Building, Dr. Doom was uncharacteristically relaxed. Eyes closed, he reclined in silence, perhaps steeling himself for the momentous events that lay ahead. The cabin was eerily quiet. Apart from him, there was only the pilot, a robot, who wordlessly manipulated the controls, steadfastly following its programming. The ruler of Latveria, son of a sorceress, Dr. Doom, Emperor of Doom. These were but a few of the titles and forms Victor von Doom had claimed as his own. To others, he was terror itself, the embodiment of evil. Yet today he... Warning, warning. High-energy object rapidly approaching. Warning, high-energy object rapidly approaching. The sudden mechanical alarm shattered the stillness, and Doom's eyes flew open, bloodshot and blazing. He instantly raised his hand, a green radiance illuminating his form. And in the very next heartbeat, a thunderous explosion tore a gaping hole in the side of the ship. Next, an explosion surged from within, shredding the aircraft into fragments. Dr. Doom's protective shield quivered and was hurled backward under the violent shockwave, yet it held firm, resolutely shielding him from harm. Who is it? Who dares to attack Doom? Driven back dozens of meters by the blast, Dr. Doom roared, but inwardly he was far less shaken than he appeared. He was already gathering his power in secret, steady and calculating. A glimmer of icy determination flashed in his eyes. He had his suspicions. This was no ordinary foe. It had to be the same force that killed Magneto, the Red Skull, and the Hulk. Among them, perhaps, was one whose power could rival even his own. It's me. The words came from a calm, male voice in the distance, and as it echoed forth, it transformed into a mighty shockwave, slamming against Doom's shield and sending him tumbling through the air. Doom instantly felt the fierce wave of force. While his shield absorbed the brunt of the assault, his body trembled from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to steady, eyes fixed in the direction of the voice. Through swirling smoke and scattered debris, a figure slowly emerged. It was a tall, bald old man, clad in a black leather coat. Though he floated high above the ground, he still gripped a cane in his hand. Black Bolt, you're nothing more than Emma's hound. How dare you stand against Emperor Doom? Was it you who orchestrated this ambush? Doom shouted in astonishment, even as a surge of green energy gathered in his palm. Black Bolt gazed back at Dr. Doom with icy composure, a shadow of scorn flickering in his eyes, mocking Doom's arrogance and ignorance. Then he spoke again. No. That single word transformed once more into a devastating blast of sound, crashing toward Dr. Doom. But this time, prepared, Doom raised his hand and hurled the sphere of green energy he had conjured. The energy clashed with the shockwave, neutralizing it and streaking onward toward Black Bolt. Just as the green sphere was about to strike its target, a shimmering red telekinetic shield materialized from thin air, blocking the attack. Wanda floated out from a nearby cloud, serene and formidable. It was she who had conjured the shield and now flew beside Black Bolt. This can't be. The cloaked figure in green instinctively retreated a dozen meters, his voice turning grave. Suddenly, the situation struck him as spiraling out of his control. If Black Bolt's sudden appearance was something he might, however unlikely, have planned for, the Scarlet Witch's arrival was an utter anomaly, never once part of his calculations. Yet, fortunately, though his arrival had been rash, he was not without contingency plans. With a sweeping gesture, Doom unleashed a surge of pulsing green energy at Black Bolt and Wanda, battering them back dozens of meters. At the same time, he shouted in fury, "Did you think Doom had no backup plan? I am the one true ruler of this wasteland." At his shout, countless Doombots surged forth from the direction of the aircraft like a dense black cloud, filling the sky. Their eyes shone with a vivid green light and a burning will to fight. This was the greatest power Doom had relied on for decades, apart from himself. There were at least 100,000 of these machines, and given how they kept pouring out, the number seemed bound only to increase. Black Bolt and Wanda exchanged a glance, and at once launched a counterattack. Black Bolt drew a deep breath and released a thunderous roar, blasting hundreds of robots to pieces in a single instant. Wanda, meanwhile, focused her mind, weaving her telekinetic force into a solid barrier high above, shielding them from the onslaught of the machines. Chaos and fury overtook the battlefield in a heartbeat, the echoes of exploding robots and the clash of telekinetic power intertwining in the air. Doom seized this brief moment to catch his breath, retreating to a safer distance. He began shaping intricate gestures, preparing to unleash devastating spells, while simultaneously activating the sorcery protocols built into his armor. His gaze sharpened with intense focus as he coolly analyzed the situation, seamlessly blending science and sorcery, casting with both in perfect tandem. His fingers slashed through the air, drawing complex runes in quick succession, each gesture seeming to connect with the elemental powers of the world. His armor started to glow, resonating with layered, intricate pulses of energy. In his hands, the fusion of Latverian technology and magic reached a harmony and balance never seen before. His scientific prowess was second only to Reed Richards, and when it came to the mystic arts, he was widely regarded as just a step beneath Doctor Strange in his prime. Looking back, that realization still irked him a little, but there was no time to dwell on it. Prepare for the end, both of you. Hello there, Doom. Just as Dr. Doom's spell was about to take shape, a flash of silver tore through the clouds above. A giant figure rocketed down like a falling star. The massive Hulkbuster armor crashed onto Doom, driving him into the ground with tremendous force. Doom let out a scream of pain as his spell was abruptly shattered. The green luminescence vanished in an instant, replaced by a swirl of collapsing runes. The Hulkbuster, immense and mighty, burst through the sky, its silver shell gleaming with metallic luster. Its enormous fist slammed into Doom, the impact echoing like rolling thunder. You blasted. Where do you always come from? Doom roared, his voice edged with fury from behind his cracked iron mask, unable to hold back a curse. Yet, even as his anger found voice, his analytical mind raced. He quickly noticed the telltale sheen of vibranium coating the Hulkbuster's armor. Vibranium? This Hulkbuster is more than it seems. Or perhaps the one inside is far from ordinary. Dr. Doom pondered in silence, quickly calling upon his mastery of the mystic arts to try and pierce this impenetrable vibranium armor. Though this metal was famed for its incredible resistance to physical force, it had an unusual affinity for magic. Once he altered the sequence of a spell, he could trigger a violent explosion from within. High above at 10,000 meters, amidst the boundless heavens, the gleaming silver anti-Hulk armor streaked across the sky like a falling meteor, radiating menace as it clashed with Dr. Doom in a breathtaking aerial battle. Iron fists cut through the air, their savage arcs bringing a piercing shriek with every swing, while Dr. Doom shimmered like an emerald comet, at times darting away, at times retaliating, never straying far from the mechanical behemoth locked in combat with him. Fists and magic traded rapid blows, wild winds howled across the open sky, and the music of colliding metal echoed above the clouds, a desperate dance upon the precipice. With agile finesse, Dr. Doom weaved between the armor strikes, turning defense into offense, mounting a ferocious counterattack. Lances and claws of green energy danced in his wake, carving faint, gleaming scars into the armored surface. Vibranium was, without question, one of this world's most unyielding metals, but even it had its limits. Given enough time, he would deduce the correct arcane formula, channel it into the metal, and force it into a reactive state, until, in the end, it overloaded and detonated. Time. He needed more time. After all that frenetic fighting, he and his opponent had already plummeted a great distance, and the robotic reinforcements meant to back him up had been intercepted by Black Bolt and the Scarlet Witch. 56. So thinking, Dr. Doom's voice dropped into a rumbling growl, and his words instantly triggered the 56th emergency spell protocol in his armor. Around him, a swarm of vivid green, semi-transparent serpents quickly coalesced from nothing, each one unique, from nimble vipers to towering pythons, every one radiating a ferocious presence. Their vertical pupils glittered like emeralds, brimming with sly intelligence. This was the 56th emergency spell, a gift drawn from the power of the dimensional demon god Valter, an entity who chose to stride unclothed, crowned by a golden triangle. Muttering an eldritch incantation, Dr. Doom unleashed the verdant serpents in a coordinated strike. They streaked toward the anti-Hulk armor like a volley of arrows. But when the serpent's fangs chomped down onto the armor's metallic shell, an unexpected grinding noise rung out. Their enchanted teeth simply could not breach the unyielding vibranium. After a few futile bites, the conjured snakes dissolved into drifting clouds of emerald mist, their magical forms bowing to the indomitable laws of reality. Why mess with snakes? Why not go higher set instead? Can't afford 'em. White Knight chuckled at the tremors he felt shuddering through the armor's frame, launching another fist. Yet Dr. Doom's reactions and split-second decisions were nothing short of extraordinary. He slipped away like a sudden breeze, elusive and enigmatic, impossible to pin down. After several rounds of fierce grappling, the AI within the anti-Hulk armor seized an opportunity. A massive, thunderous punch landed squarely on Dr. Doom's body, filling the air with an earth-shaking roar. Dr. Doom took the blow head-on, his balance lost. Like a bird struck from the sky, he plummeted downward, completely out of control. A glimmer of cunning flashed in by Ye's eyes. His attack had finally shown its effect. Yet the blow did not defeat Dr. Doom. As he fell, he fought to regain control of his body. Despite the howling wind, he violently tore away half of his tattered green hood. That iron mask, with only a pair of eyes visible, glared fiercely at the advancing anti-Hulk armor. Doom is not so easily vanquished. With that, his hands began to weave intricate seals, his fingers dancing with practiced precision. A strange, shadowy magic circle, runes flickering unpredictably across its surface, began to coalesce before him. Even at a distance of dozens of meters, Bai Yi could not suppress the chill running down his back. The magic circle stabilized between Doom's hands and, with a sudden surge, unleashed a torrent of sinister, pitch-black energy. Thousands of black and ghostly chains erupted from the circle, twisting violently as they surged toward the anti-Hulk armor under Bai Yi's control. Each chain radiated an intense aura of darkness, like messengers from the abyss, slithering unerringly toward the armor's critical joints as if intent on binding it completely. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. This spell was familiar to him. These were the Warden Kraken's chains, a magic long rumored to be both powerful and insidious. Summoning even a dozen chains was an incredible feat for most. Yet Doom had conjured thousands at once, a staggering display that clearly came at great cost. In an instant, Bai Yi launched the anti-Hulk armor skyward, firing bursts of laser energy as he flew. Intense beams cut through the air, vaporizing several chains mid-flight. But however many chains were destroyed, thousands more remained, pursuing the armor relentlessly like shadows cast by living serpents. After soaring several hundred meters, the shrieking, smoke-trailing chains suddenly revealed their true menace. With a synchronized strike, thousands of them lashed out, wrapping themselves around every joint and limb of the anti-Hulk armor. The armor groaned under the immense pressure, the sound of strained metal filling the air, as if the entire suit were being trapped in a cage of iron. The chains tightened mercilessly at the joints, producing a grating, bone-chilling creak. Inside the cockpit, Bai Yi glimpsed, out of the corner of his eye, 4 or 5 purple-red magic circles already floating by Doom's side, each one poised, ready to unleash devastating destruction upon the vibranium. This, he knew, could only spell disaster. He tried to move ever so slightly, attempting to free his mech from the chains that held it fast. But immediately, he was confronted by a force so unyielding it seemed insurmountable. No matter how desperately he struggled, the chains had lashed him securely within the cockpit, leaving him not an inch to spare. How much power do we have left? Seeing Dr. Doom drawing ever closer, Bai Yi anxiously questioned the mech's onboard computer. The computer responded right away, its synthesized female voice calm and unruffled, 65% remaining. Release all of it, Bai Yi ordered with composure. As soon as the command left his lips, the computer executed it without hesitation. Blue beams of energy surged from every exhaust port, beneath his feet, along the arms from the palms. On maximum output, they blasted forth, instantly tearing apart the chains wrapped around the mech, shattering them with a piercing whoosh through the air. Yet hardly a second had passed before hundreds more chains came hurtling toward him, racing to bind the mech once more. But Bai Yi seized that fleeting moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he shouted, "Eject!" Even before the echo faded, the rear panels of the Hulkbuster armor sprang open in layers, launching him out of the cockpit and propelling him dozens of meters away. Meanwhile, the lower half of the Hulkbuster kept firing relentless beams into the storm of chains, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. The lasers swept over the metal links like tongues of flame, charring and melting them in a torrent of searing heat, filling the air with an intolerable, sizzling hiss. You broke free? You're a bit tougher than Doom imagined. Watching Bai Yi eject from the Hulkbuster, Dr. Doom let a hint of surprise cross his face. But his surprise faded swiftly. Folding his arms, a mocking smile flickered beneath his mask, as if he intended to witness with his own eyes just how this mortal would fall when faced with his power. A fall in every possible sense. At the same time, the Hulkbuster was once again bound by massive chains, hundreds winding round so quickly there was no chance for resistance. Dr. Doom cast a sidelong glance at the armor, as if he could already foresee this adversary's defeat. Having jettisoned from the mech, Bai Yi now plummeted earthward, a streak of light, a meteor thrown off its course by gravity, plummeting straight for the ground. Meanwhile, Dr. Doom only watched dispassionately. Hovering in midair, arms folded across his chest, his face was a mask of indifference. Only in his eyes there flickered a trace of contempt, the cold disdain of someone watching a trivial plaything spiral into oblivion. With an impatient wave, he dismissed the spell circle. There was no need to destroy the Hulkbuster now. It would serve better as testimony, another mark left by one more formidable foe bested by Doom. Besides, this would serve as a warning to all those who dared plot in the shadows against the Doom Empire. Some people clearly needed reminding of their place. Bai Yi watched as Dr. Doom drifted farther and farther away, remaining remarkably calm, showing not a trace of fear. Without any sign of panic, he smoothly twisted his body midair, subtly adjusting his falling posture. In this very instant, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, so intense that the air around him began to ripple and bend. His muscles tensed ever so slightly, and in a flash he pierced through the barrier of clouds, his entire form streaking forward like a bolt of lightning. The fierce wind was torn apart by his speed, creating a powerful sonic boom that erupted into a piercing, thunderous roar. Seeing Bai Yi vanish into the clouds with a single explosive charge, Dr. Doom couldn't help but look startled. Unconsciously, his tightly folded arms relaxed and fell to his sides. Clearly, this sudden display had taken Doom by surprise. He had not expected Bai Yi to possess such ability. Angels, Captain Marvel, Human Torch, and Vision. Those beings are accustomed to flight, but none of them favor the high-tech battle armor that he himself wore. Wearing only half his green cloak, the man quickly tapped several commands into his arm guards, summoning more robots to come assist him. Yet before even a single robot arrived, Doom suddenly felt a tingling at the back of his head, and several glowing green runes floated into his vision. A wave of energy, familiar and unsettling, swept through his body, while inside his titanium alloy armor, the internal alarm screeched, urgently warning him of an imminent threat. At that moment, both his technological prowess and mystical knowledge sounded the same alarm. Someone was about to strike him, shamelessly from behind. Doom's body reacted on pure instinct. Anger flashed across his face as his right arm shot backward. There was a sharp clang of metal, a forceful parry that blocked Bai Yi's blade in the nick of time. Looking back, he found the two of them now less than a meter apart. Dr. Doom's gaze darkened and grew sharp. Finally, he had the chance to size up the person standing before him. The very figure who had rallied an army to defy the warlords of the wasteland. But before he could process what was happening or discern more, a harsh, metallic crackling began to echo from his arm guards. No. Doom's eyes widened in alarm. He realized that if this man could coat an anti-Hulk suit with vibranium, then there was nothing stopping him from forging a blade sharp enough to pierce armor. He should have anticipated this. Doom's suit was crafted from high-strength titanium alloy. Beyond resisting conventional weaponry, he had designed it first and foremost to counter the powers of the Fantastic Four. While slashing and stabbing shouldn't have been the suit's weakness, a vibranium blade, by its very nature, could break through even such defenses. Doom growled, pressing his left hand hard against his right arm. Suddenly, a surge of potent green energy burst out in a shockwave. The surge of energy rapidly expanded, exploding into a flash of green light that sent Byakuya hurtling through the air, tearing him from Doom's arm. Yet, such power came at a price. The forceful shockwave that blasted Byakuya away also sent Dr. Doom himself spinning head over heels. His body tumbled through the air, barely maintaining any balance. This was a desperate measure, a gambit for survival, bracing his own body to bear the full brunt of the backlash. No sooner had he recovered than Byakuya charged toward him again, swift as lightning. His silhouette traced a smooth arc through the air, drawing ever closer to Dr. Doom. Along the way, Byakuya deftly wove between streaks of sizzling green laser fire. Each evasive maneuver came naturally, as though the attacks could never hope to catch him. Despite his imperial status in this wasteland universe, ruling conquered lands, having bested the Fantastic Four, proven himself greater than Reed, Dr. Doom's science had stagnated. Without the challenge of his old rivals, he never found reason to innovate, and so, even in his final days, his technology had scarcely advanced. In matters of sheer speed, the two now stood evenly matched. Doom was anything but idle. In a low, guttural chant, he intoned ancient incantations, and a mysterious violet radiance coiled around him, pulsing with raw, arcane energy. With the spell complete, Doom's form shot forward with newfound speed. He lunged at Byakuya, the two clashing midair in a furious, whirling battle. Their silhouettes blurred and collided across the sky. Their combat above was swift and savage. Doom's attacks became razor-sharp, each punch and kick infused with the esoteric might of his spellwork. Byakuya, agile as a tempest, weaved around every strike, his agile form dancing aside and then slashing back like a blade drawn through the wind. But Doom, too, was relentless, sending blast after blast of focused energy in short bursts to propel himself, twisting through the sky to evade Byakuya's whirling blade, always oscillating, dodging, counter-striking in rhythm. After a moment's fierce grappling, Doom sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Is that all you've got? These petty tricks pose no threat to me. You think a single vibranium blade will topple me? Ridiculous. I am your apocalypse. And you, a mere insect with delusions of grandeur." Byakuya pressed on, wordless and unyielding, but Doom only grew more animated, his fervor and pride mounting. "You believe you're saving this world? You hate Victor Von Doom for what he's done? My actions are but the means to my end, no different than trimming weeds so that flowers might flourish. My sins are righteous compared to the crimes humanity has inflicted upon itself." Doom roared, releasing another missile with a furious swing of his arm. Yet Byakuya, quick as a striking hawk, dodged away in a single, fluid leap. Yes, you certainly are," Baiyi replied expressionlessly, his tones surface and indifferent. Again, he swept his blade through the air, a sharp arc of steel sliced out, striking straight at Dr. Doom. "I have once gazed into the future, bearing witness to atrocity after atrocity." There was a touch of sorrow in Dr. Doom's voice. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering magical shield manifested, skillfully deflecting Baiyi's blow. "Of the tens of thousands of futures I have observed, there is only one in which mankind conquers every disease, banishes hunger forever." His voice grew stronger with conviction. He raised a hand, fingers pressed tightly together, broadcasting the ironclad will within his heart. "And in that one and only future, where humanity flourishes at last, the world belongs to Doom's rule." As his proclamation echoed out, a fierce gale suddenly whipped through the air, as if nature itself were responding, bearing silent witness to some deeper truth. In the distance, Baiyi gave a slight twitch of his blade, speaking with serene calm. "That just means you haven't seen enough futures." As these words left his mouth, a faint green glow shimmered to life beneath the fabric at his chest. Dr. Doom's voice came out rough, betraying a moment's surprise. His gaze locked onto that sliver of emerald light gleaming at Baiyi's chest. A thin thread of unease wound tight within him. Yet he crushed that uneasiness ruthlessly. His earlier speech was indeed spoken from the heart, but it had also been meant to buy him more time. Without hesitation, he shoved forward with both hands. More than 20 spells, brilliant and bizarre, painted in colors both wild and strange, streamed from his palms. Each spell unfurled in the air like a burst from a master's brush, creating a breathtaking, swirling tapestry that surged ahead. At the same time, a shaft of emerald laser light shot forth from the center of Doom's palm, cleaving the air with razor intent as it hurtled toward Baiyi. Confronted by this sudden onslaught, Baiyi showed not a hint of panic. Instead, he met Doom's gaze with a subtle, enigmatic smile. A jolt of dread ran through Dr. Doom. The unease he had forced down began to surface once more, plucking ever more insistently at his nerves. By rights, with his robotic army restraining Baiyi's fellow heroes elsewhere, he should have held the clear upper hand in this fight. So why did this man before him seem so assured, so secure in his victory? As a genius who mastered both technology and magic, Doom hated, perhaps even feared, any situation that eluded his understanding. It was supposed to be others who failed to anticipate Doom's moves, not the other way around. And then, in the split second before spell and searing laser could find their target, Baiyi's entire figure was enveloped in a vivid emerald aura. For an instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Everything stilled, suspended as if the world was holding its breath. Then, as if by a miracle, all those spells and laser beams vanished, swallowed up by an invisible force. Dr. Doom's movements rewound, as if time itself was reversing, returning him to the state he was in just seconds earlier. He stood there, hand raised, right in the midst of delivering his speech. "Out of tens of thousands of futures I have witnessed, only one exists in which humanity conquers all disease and erases hunger." The emerald radiance around Baiyi gradually faded away. Floating in midair, he smiled and said, "Your next words will be, and in that sole future where humanity thrives, the world belongs to Doom." And in that only future, what? Dr. Doom gasped. To his utter shock, Baiyi had spoken the very words he was just about to say. For a moment, he was thunderstruck. Could this man actually read minds? Doom's thoughts whirled in turmoil. He stared at Baiyi, unable to believe what was happening. But half a heartbeat later, his rage surged above his astonishment. He was furious at his own lapse, at the sudden disruptive arrival of this adversary, and, most of all, at the way his carefully laid plans had been thrown into chaos. Internally, he roared. After all, his armor was equipped with a psychic shield. How was this man seeing through to his secret thoughts so easily? Abandoning words, Doom swept his arm, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, launching himself toward Bai Yi. Since his plans had been upended, he had no choice but to improvise, firing off his not yet fully charged energy reserves in a desperate salvo. But before the beams could reach him, Bai Yi twisted nimbly and dodged them with ease, as if he'd seen it all coming. This can't be, unless... Doom's voice trembled. His eyes widened so far they threatened to tear through the mask. He glared at Bai Yi, his expression twisted and aghast beneath the metal. Bai Yi's face wore an expression that said, "I knew you would do that all along." And as the green glow flickered faintly across Bai Yi's chest, Doom's mind leapt, in a flash, to a terrifying possibility. This man, could he possess a time stone? No, impossible. The thought jumped out immediately, and Doom rejected it, but not entirely. If someone truly possessed a complete time stone, there'd be no need for such a battle. With a single motion, Doom's age could have been accelerated by millions of years, ending everything instantly. That meant, perhaps, Bai Yi held only a fragment of the time stone. Only then would all of this make sense. Yet, as Doom wrestled with his suspicions, Bai Yi had already taken action. In a swift motion he flew forward, blade in hand, bringing it down against Doom's armor. The blade struck the right arm, where a previous blow had already left a gash, producing a piercing metallic screech. Dr. Doom could feel the force behind the blade, but his reaction was nowhere near as swift as Bai Yi's assault. He tried desperately to evade, but the blade moved too fast. He only managed to shift ever so slightly before the blade tore through his armor, carving a stark gash. Blood surged forth, staining his right arm crimson. A groan of pain echoed through the air as Doom instantly retreated dozens of meters, fiercely pressing his other hand against the bleeding wound. Rage and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He could not fathom being struck by his adversary at such a crucial moment. What's wrong? Didn't you see that coming? Bai Yi, now well within striking distance, didn't pause for an instant. With a chuckle, he spun his blade, weaving around Dr. Doom like a miniature whirlwind, tracing gashes upon the metallic surface. The blade moved like a streak of lightning, cold and dazzling, so swift it was nearly impossible to follow. At the same time, the green light on his chest blazed forth once again, making his already blinding speed explode into something otherworldly. He became a cascade of brightness, his movements surging forward by dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed hundreds of slashes, each one landing unerringly upon Doom's battered armor. Damn it all! As Doom felt his armor growing weaker by the second, he gave a roar, his eyes wild with fury. The sound thundered across the battlefield as he flung his limbs wide, his body forming the shape of a star. The air around him churned, conjuring a vortex of energy that enveloped him completely. Shattered fragments of armor, torn loose by the onslaught, were swept up by this sudden surge of power. They arced outward, spraying in every direction like a deadly rain of blades. This sudden eruption of energy, coupled with the flying shards, proved enough to stall Bai Yi's assault for a brief moment. Heavy, ragged breaths escaped Doom as he forced Bai Yi back. He was breathing with difficulty, his body swaying, his left hand trembling as though he no longer knew which of his wounds to tend. By now, countless cuts and scars marred his entire body, blood streaming from every one. Though his condition was dire, Doom clung to consciousness and control over his body through sheer force of will. At that moment, a fierce howl sounded from several hundred meters away. Bai Yi turned his head and caught sight of a silver figure plummeting through the sky. It was the Hulkbuster armor, previously ensnared by chains. It seemed that Doom's strength was nearly spent. After a few labor breaths, Doom's breathing gradually steadied. He could sense the injection of a special serum from within his Doom armor. It felt like a surge of heat coursing through his veins. Though the wounds across his body still burned with pain, he could feel the medicine taking hold, sharpening his focus, and pulling his consciousness back from the brink. A single moment's oversight, before time was turned back, he never realized the existence of the Time Stone, and thus sowed the seeds of his own bitter fate. Charisma, supreme intellect, vast connections, expert combat skills, mastery of over 15 languages, magic. He began listing all his strengths and skills in his mind, only to discover that none of them could grant him victory in this moment. He had to admit it. Today he was defeated, beaten by someone he had never met before. With gritted teeth, Dr. Doom shot White Knight a fierce glare. Flames erupted violently beneath his feet, launching him in a blazing streak towards the head of Doom. His body hurtled forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, but this time he wasn't seeking another chance to fight. He was trying to escape. He knew all too well how badly he was faring in their battle just now. His armor had sustained severe damage, and White Knight's strength far surpassed his expectations. Right now, he had no choice but to retreat, regroup, and devise a new plan. He would have to choose another day for their rematch. But while Doom wanted to leave, White Knight had no intention of letting him go. In a flash, he soared upward, streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning to move in close to Dr. Doom. The mysterious power of the Time Stone fragment surged within White Knight, lending blinding speed to his every movement. Though his raw speed didn't increase, time itself seemed to condense around him. Every action completed dozens of times faster than before. He closed the distance in an instant, leaving Doom with no chance to react. No, it shouldn't be like this. Ruling this world is my destiny. Dr. Doom forced out these words through clenched teeth, wrestling with the torment inside. His body was riddled with wounds, yet he kept casting spells and firing every weapon his armor could muster, doing all he could to ward off White Knight's relentless assault. Every time something good happens, that means 10 bad things follow. Back then, you should have known this, said White Knight, darting behind Dr. Doom once more. The edge of his blade struck the back of Doom's metal helmet with a crisp, ringing blow. A thin crack snaked across the helm, exposing a lock of brown hair beneath. Get away from me. Doom let out a furious roar. He clapped his hands with explosive force, unleashing another wave of emerald energy in a desperate attempt to drive White Knight back. But this shockwave was much weaker than any before. White Knight merely swayed, but a little, then swept his blade again, this time bringing it down on the very top of Doom's metal helmet. A deep, resonant clang echoed as steel met steel. The helmet was now visibly battered and fractured, dented by the blows. Yet, almost miraculously, the head it protected remained unharmed. Evidently, someone was holding back their strength. What are you doing? Stop this. Realizing something crucial, Dr. Doom's voice carried a tremor of fear that should never belong to him. One hand hurriedly pressed against his damaged helmet, while the other unleashed a beam of green energy, desperately attempting to halt White Knight's attack. But he was already a heartbeat too late. White Knight's movements were swift as lightning, deftly sidestepping the searing green beam. With another precise strike, his blade slipped between Doom's fingers, leaving the battered helmet even more shattered and vulnerable. Just one more blow, and that helmet would crumble into scattered shards of metal, useless for any protection. You see, if I kill you with one stroke right now, that hidden doomsday robot, wherever you stashed it, will just begin executing its protocol, White Knight said with a cold, detached tone. As he spoke, he drove his foot hard into Doom's abdomen. Doom instantly lost his levitating balance, plummeting like a stone toward the ground. Groaning in agony, half shrouded in a tattered green cloak, Doom's insides knotted with searing pain, his body completely out of control as he fell. The vibranium blade wielded by his opponent had sliced through multiple circuits just moments before. Now, the armored Doom once prided himself on was numb, refusing his commands. White Knight kept pace, never letting Doom out of his sight. During the fall, he slashed relentlessly, each strike aimed precisely at Doom's joints and critical points, breaking any possibility of spellcasting. Every blow carved another line of pain into Doom's voice, robbing him of all focus for magic. As the seconds ticked by, the two figures dropped lower and lower, the earth rushing closer beneath them. When only a few hundred meters remained, White Knight caught Doom, slowing their descent and finally bringing them to land gently amid a swirling cloud of dust. The ground trembled faintly where they touched down. A quick glance revealed the battlefield to White Knight. The earth was littered with sprawled robots. Every dozen meters, another machine lay broken in the dirt, and mechanical debris was strewn everywhere. These robots had suffered different fates, some torn limb from limb, some burned to blackened husks, others smashed beyond recognition. It was clearly the handiwork of Black Bolt and Wanda. I was supposed to rule. I was meant to command everything. Doom's voice, weakened and faltering, spilled out as White Knight held him helplessly. Doom's body trembled, the vision of a kingdom under his fist slipping away before his eyes. All his ambition, all his pride, now nothing more than shattered illusions. What hurt him even more than defeat itself was who had bested him tonight. Not the Fantastic Four, not even the Avengers or some notorious mutant, but an unknown figure, never once considered a threat by anyone. Utter humiliation. Bai leaned in close to Dr. Doom's ear, resuming the topic they'd left off. Your robots will not be allowed to impersonate you and parade around these wastelands, prolonging the myth of the Great Doom. I won't let that happen. With those words, Bai suddenly slammed the hilt of his blade against Doom's helmet. The already battered thing instantly shattered apart, scattering broken pieces all over the ground. As the helmet broke, Doom's face was exposed, a withered and hideous visage, deeply scarred and horrifying, the nose mangled and only half remaining. At that moment, a tiny robot, Herbie, which had been tracking Bai's signal across the ground, floated into view. Its pixel screen displayed a camera icon, signaling it was recording the entire scene. Doom's lips twitched ever so slightly, as if trying to form a mocking smile, yet the pain and despair on his face could not be hidden. In that instant, he had lost everything: his ambition, his reign, his power, and all that he had ever possessed. Bai's gaze grew solemn. He drove his blade into Dr. Doom's back, the edge thrusting straight through the chest. Blood spurted out, staining the air red. Doom's pupils dilated. His mouth fell open in a silent gasp, unable to make sound. His breath grew ever fainter, eyes gradually losing their focus, until the flame of life inside him began to flicker out. As Doom lingered on the threshold of death, Bai leaned in one last time and spoke quietly by his ear. "But your dream of ruling everything will live on. Rest now." Perhaps these words brought him a sliver of solace. The Lord of Doom's gaze softened, his eyes finally at peace, and as blood continued to well from his wounds, he closed them and collapsed helplessly to the ground. After stabbing Dr. Doom a few more times, ensuring the villain was truly dead, Bai finally let the body drop and launched himself back into the sky, leaving Herbie behind to wait for the Thunder Warriors who would soon arrive to clean up the aftermath. It wasn't long before Bai, flying through thick banks of cloud, spotted Wanda and Black Bolt amid the gloom. By now, the robotic attackers swarming around them had thinned to a few hundred, their green-cloaked forms darting restlessly, their assault now little more than scattered skirmishes rather than the initial onslaught. "So is Doom really dead?" Black Bolt asked as he caught sight of Bai, tugging absently at his wrinkled leather jacket. As he spoke, dozens of robots shattered under the force of a tangible sonic blast, crashing to Earth in a deadly fall. The number of green lasers battering against Wanda's psychic shield also waned, as she visibly relaxed, wiping a few sparkling beads of sweat from her brow. From the start of the battle until now, Wanda had mainly been responsible for flying Black Bolt to safety and conjuring protective shields. Although she could easily have used telekinesis to tear the robots apart, Bai had cautioned her before arriving that such an approach was not worth the energy cost, and she should use it sparingly. Bai nodded, and with a swift motion, sliced an attacking robot behind him clean in two. That went rather smoothly. "Let's wrap this up quickly. There's still plenty of work ahead for us." With that, he whirled and charged straight for the cluster of robots, who already showed signs of panic, scattering haphazardly. It was clear they sensed their master's defeat. Whether they fled to regroup with other robots elsewhere in the capital of New Latveria, or simply to distract their attention, Bai couldn't be sure. Yet whatever their true intent, their end would be the same as their master's. Again and again, a razor-sharp vibranium blade pierced mechanical bodies, grinding wires and power cores in a twisted wreckage until, at last, the machines fell lifelessly to the ground, shattering on impact. Black Bolt watched as Bai moved like a hurricane through the remnants of Doom's mechanical army. He fell silent, a complicated surge of emotions welling up within him. Ever since Bai had first set foot in the mutant enclave, Black Bolt had been troubled by a sense of unreality, as though an unnamed force had started to stir through this blasted wasteland, unsettling the order he once knew so well. He thought about the harsh order established by villains, and, to his own surprise, found it a little amusing. After all, the days he had spent as a hero roaming the outside world were far fewer than those he had spent hiding within the mutant enclave. He realized now that Bai's arrival had meant more than just the end of Dr. Doom. It had brought with it a new and unpredictable element. Black Bolt was painfully aware of his own power and standing, yet in Bai's presence, he could not shake a strange sense of powerlessness. This man seemed untouched by the fetters of the wasteland. His actions and thoughts were wholly his own, elusive and unpredictable. Perhaps he was not simply another superhero. Perhaps he carried with him a purpose and significance far greater than any of them realized. He sighed. Shaking his head, Black Bolt drew a deep breath and let these turbulent thoughts slip away. This battle was finished, but the threats haunting the wasteland were far from vanquished. Not only did rogue robots still lurk, but old villains continued to cast a shadow over this land's fragile peace. He turned to a distant group of robots and bellowed, "Get out!" His voice thundered outward, striking the machines in an instant. They shattered into pieces, fragments flying in all directions. Far away, In a crude prison cell 1,000 miles off, an eyeball creature with a massive, staring eye was clawing at his own chest with wild abandon. A strange mixture of relief and manic delight on his face. He chanted ceaselessly on the cold floor, his voice trembling with the edge of ecstatic madness. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. In the past several minutes, he had seen things far more magnificent than anything he had witnessed in the previous 40 years of his life. The Thunder Warrior standing guard outside the door cast a glance inside, his eyes passing over the eyeball monster sprawled on the ground, before he shook his head in resigned disbelief. There were simply too many strange and bizarre things out here in the wasteland. He had grown somewhat numb to them by now, and it was a pity that the eyeball monster had actually told the truth earlier. He really had ridden a motorcycle here to Hulk's domain. Otherwise, he'd have at least given him a beating. A deep, mechanical rumble suddenly broke the silence, drawing the Thunder Warrior's attention. He looked up to the sky, where two massive helicopters were hovering, carrying the enormous corpse of someone who stood over 5 meters tall, a corpse that had once been Hulk. He was no longer the lord of this forsaken wasteland. In death, Banner's skin took on an even darker shade of green, and paired with his hollow eye sockets and bristle-like body hair, he looked hideous beyond words. At this very moment, Bai Yi had issued his orders. Hulk's body was to be delivered to the Doom's Head, and preparations for what came next were to begin. On the streets of Neo-Latveria, in the shadow of the Doom's Head, the air was still heavy with a deathly gloom. The citizens' eyes were vacant, as if resigned to this kind of existence. Yet today, something was different in their demeanor. People began to lift their heads with cautious curiosity, their gazes no longer fixed solely on the ground. Stares drifted to the sides, especially toward the scattered robots, still standing sentinel on the streets. A few hours ago, nearly all the Doombots had suddenly taken flight in unison, leaving only a scant few behind to maintain a sliver of order. The citizens couldn't help but feel a sliver of relief. It was a rare moment where they could breathe a little more easily, their lives freed from the suffocating surveillance of Dr. Doom, if only for a little while. They might not have understood the robots' motives, but this sudden shift had certainly stirred something in their hearts. Inside a cafe along the street, the patrons leaned in close, whispering about the strange phenomenon. Someone said in a hushed tone, "Look, maybe something big is about to happen. The robots must have sensed danger. Why else would they take off all at once?" Another chimed in, "No, I think there's been some new command. Maybe it's a move from Emperor Doom himself. Who can say?" At that moment, an elderly man glanced thoughtfully at the remaining robots around them, deep in contemplation. He muttered under his breath, "Well, rumor has it there's a new superhero in town." A young man nearby sneered, dismissing it with a wave. "Have you lost your mind, old man? A superhero? In this world? Sounds like you've been watching too many old movies." The old man wasn't at all rattled by the young man's words. He merely smiled, then lowered his head, focusing all his attention on the coffee in front of him. "Kid, this world is far vaster than you can imagine." Seeing this, the young man sneered even more dismissively. "Old man, don't feed me that nonsense. Heroes exist only in made-up stories. Out here, we have to face reality." Suddenly, a sharp gunshot cracked through the air. In that instant, a bullet streaked forth and shattered the head of a robot standing at the street corner. Its mechanical skull exploded, sending shards flying in every direction. This abrupt turmoil left the nearby citizens frozen in shock, while the young man dove for cover underneath the table, his bravado gone in a flash. The old man leapt to his feet in disbelief, staring out the window to see what had happened. Everyone's eyes turned simultaneously toward the direction the shot had come from. A figure, clad in golden power armor, slowly stepped into view. In his hand, he held a massive handgun that had just fired. "Conquer this city within an hour." The lead Punisher barked out the command, leaping down from a low-hovering aircraft. Like a bolt of lightning, he landed on the street, weapon already drawn and ready. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened fire at the robots, unleashing a barrage of bullets and energy blasts that tore through several machines in an instant. In the next heartbeat, hundreds of Thunder Warriors clad in radiant golden armor poured into the city, some leaping from aircraft, others flooding in from the outskirts. Their heavy footsteps thundered in unison as they charged at the Doom robots with unwavering determination. Battle erupted with a fierce intensity. The Thunder Warriors, protected by their golden power armor, displayed superhuman prowess, darting nimbly around the robots' attacks while retaliating with immense strength and breathtaking speed. Sparks flew, energy bursts cascaded across the battlefield, and the Golden Warriors clashed with cold mechanical foes in a dance of chaos and devastation. In an instant, the entire city was transformed into a war zone. In every corner, gunfire ignited roaring infernos, turning familiar streets into scenes of utter destruction. Towering buildings shattered under repeated explosions, glass windows bursting and showering the air with glittering fragments like a sudden storm of stars. All across the streets, the scars of bombardment could be seen. Broken facades, drifting smoke, and a sky grown heavy and dim with ash. Within the city limits, Thunder Warriors dashed through ruined streets, their shimmering armor glinting coldly as they fought tooth and nail with the robotic forces. Energy bolts, flames, and bullets slashed through the air, weaving a tapestry of carnage and chaos. The walls of once proud buildings were riddled with bullet holes and burn marks, the ground littered with debris and rubble. Should anyone dare step from their hiding place and cast their gaze skyward, they would witness an extraordinary sight. Countless green ships of bizarre design roaring through the sky, spitting fire and lightning as they bore down upon the smoldering city below. Opposing him, there was a blurry figure moving so fast his outline was nearly impossible to distinguish. In his hands, he wielded two gleaming blades, relentlessly charging at one flying machine after another, driving his dazzling weapon straight through their engines. But none of the townspeople dared to come out and feast their eyes on such a sight. They only stared in terror out of their windows, hearts pounding as they witnessed the fierce battle raging between the super soldiers and the robots. "Oh my God!" A young man, lying flat beneath his table, watched the chaos outside in utter shock. Never in his life had he imagined witnessing such a ferocious fight right in the heart of his own familiar city. The clash between the warriors in golden armor and the robots was a breathtaking spectacle. Bursts of dazzling energy, thunderous explosions, and the relentless clang of colliding metal filled his ears. The young man's heart hammered wildly, his whole body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. He instinctively pressed himself deeper beneath the table, as though hiding there might shield him from the violence beyond those walls. Yet the din of battle still echoed clearly in his ears and before his eyes, forcing him to face everything, whether he wished to or not. His mind whirled in confusion. All he could do was silently pray for this nightmare to end soon. "I've been waiting for this day." Suddenly, from the other side of the street, a bellow rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. With that shout, a massive iron ball shot through the air like a cannonball, soaring straight towards one of the golden-armored warriors before slamming into his chest with a crushing blow. There was a tremendous crash as the iron sphere struck, sending the armored warrior hurtling backward, just like a meteor blasted off course. The powered suit crumpled under the incredible force, its surface caving in and cracking, shards of gold metal flying everywhere. When the iron ball smashed to the ground, it sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. In the distance stood a burly man gripping a heavy chain, the other end firmly attached to his lethal projectile. He looked on with a twisted grin, a fanatic gleam burning in his eyes as he watched the fallen golden warrior. Then, into the midst of the chaos, another figure appeared, a man cloaked in black, with a white skull mask under a shadowy hood. His left hand held a shield, his right gripped a steadfast sword. His entire presence was grim and imposing, emanating a chill ruthlessness with every move. Turning his masked face toward the bare-chested giant reeling in his chain, he spoke, his voice ringing cold through the mask. "Enough fooling around, Absorbing Man. You took Emperor Doom's money. Do the job you were paid for." Absorbing Man sneered, shooting a mocking glance at the skull-masked man. "And you, Taskmaster, aren't you Red Skull's loyal mutt? What brings you here?" When he heard those words, the master of mimicry was not angered. Instead, he gently scraped his sword against the shield, spun his blade in a flourish, and rushed forward. The Thunder Warrior in cracked armor struggled to his feet, suddenly drew a sharp blade, and swung it fiercely at the master of mimicry. Yet the master of mimicry seemed to have anticipated his intentions. He quickly raised his shield to block the strike, then thrust his sword's tip toward the gap between the Thunder Warrior's helmet and breastplate. A bright, metallic chime rang out. But in that desperate instant, a bullet suddenly shot across the battlefield, striking the master of mimicry's sword and knocking it just off course. "Who's there?" he shouted. He spun around to see several more golden-armored warriors charging straight toward him. Forced to react, he drew back his sword and found himself locked in combat with the newcomers. Useless. Looks like it's up to me," the absorber sneered, the corners of his lips curling into a cold grin. He tightened his grip on the iron chain in his right hand, his knuckles popping as a subtle metallic sheen of pale silver began to spread across his fingers. The silver hue continued to swell, flowing like liquid metal from his fingertips to his entire palm, then slithering up along his arm. Just as the metallic silver was spreading across the absorber's chest, a tremendous boom thundered from the sky above, instantly seizing his attention. He looked up, only in time to glimpse a flash of blinding steel sweep through the air, and then a piercing agony shot through his neck. Blood sprayed out in an arc. He choked and gasped, wide-eyed, his hand releasing the iron chain as he instinctively clutched at his wounded throat. But the blood kept gushing between his fingers, splattering on the ground, while his steps grew shakier, his strength ebbing away. And in those final moments, before darkness claimed him, the absorber finally saw who his attacker was. It was a man wearing golden bracelets. In his left hand, he held a blade still dripping with fresh blood. In his right, another knife rested casually across his shoulder. The man watched him with narrowed eyes and a broad, cheerful smile. What happened? The master of mimicry heard the commotion behind him and instinctively glanced over his shoulder, just in time to see Bai Yi standing there, bloodied blade in hand, and the lifeless body of the absorber at his feet. Ah, damn it, he muttered under his breath, almost too stunned to speak. Not daring to hesitate, he leaped from the circle of golden-armored warriors, tossed away his sword and shield, then slid to his knees with a thud. I surrender. The master of mimicry remained kneeling, not daring to rise. Several thunder warriors trained their guns on his head, their eyes flicking toward Bai Yi, ready to open fire at his command and put an end to this villain once and for all. Surrender? Bai Yi spoke as he kicked aside the corpse of the absorbing man and strode toward the mimic master, who was kneeling dutifully on the ground. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the mimic master didn't dare to move a muscle. At that moment, his fate was entirely in someone else's hands. These people were nothing like the merciful superheroes in his memories. If he tried to resist any further, he was sure he wouldn't meet a pleasant end. Years ago, the mimic master had accidentally injected himself with a serum that greatly enhanced his brain's memory functions, granting him the uncanny ability to remember and imitate any action he saw performed. It was from this that he earned his name, the Mimic Master. Winter Soldier, Daredevil, Spider-Man, Captain America. These were the heroes he most often copied. While he could mimic their combat skills or agility, he could never replicate their superpowers. This, of course, put a hard ceiling on his true potential. Now, with a single glance, the Mimic Master could see that the group before him, especially the one leading with a blade, had not only excellent fighting skills, but also powers beyond normal men. Perhaps he could put up a struggle with all the techniques he'd amassed over the years, but in the end, he would only wind up facing the Skull President. Word of Red Skull's death had spread rapidly, at least among those in the President's inner circle. The Mimic Master learned of it immediately. All his life, he'd been nothing but a mercenary, a man willing to work for anyone who could pay. There was no sense in dying for an employer who was already long gone. Yes, surrender. You do accept surrenders, right? The Mimic Master's question was hesitant as he looked up at Bai Yi approaching. Bai Yi lightly drew the tip of his blade along the skull mask the Mimic Master wore, leaving a faint scratch. That depends on the situation, he replied. With the pressure of the blade causing the mask to sink ever so slightly against his face, the Mimic Master could sense the threat in Bai Yi's tone and fell silent, bowing his head as he waited for the next question. First question, do you know of any other supervillains in this city? I don't know. The moment Bai Yi asked his question, cold sweat broke out on the Mimic Master's forehead. He knew only prisoners who could provide valuable intel to their enemies stood a chance at surviving. Bai Yi and the Thunderbolts would never let him go unless he could find enough clues to prove his worth. He just happened to be wandering through Dr. Doom's territory when word came of Red Skull's death, and he immediately threw in his lot with Doom's forces. Now, before he'd even settled in, this new group had already come crashing onto the scene. He'd had no time to learn anything about Doom's staff. Absorbing Man was the only one he happened to recognize along the way. With this realization, the Mimic Master clenched his hands tightly, desperately searching his mind for any piece of intelligence that might save his life in that critical moment. Bai Yi watched the man's nervous demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. He continued, second question, is the Winter Soldier still alive? The Taskmaster froze at the question, his eyes flashing with surprise and bewilderment. Did this man somehow know that Hydra had kept Bucky Barnes in cold storage, reprogramming him whenever they needed? Realizing immediately that he was revealing too much, the Taskmaster scrambled to answer, alive. Bucky is still alive. I can tell you where he is. It didn't matter now whether this person knew or not. In any case, it worked to his advantage. Clearly, there was something the man wanted from him, and that meant he still had value. Okay, Bai Yi responded with a short hum, then lapsed into silence. Seeing this, unease rippled through Taskmaster's heart. He started to wonder if his reply just now had been too quick, arousing suspicion. His eyes darted restlessly, trying to glean any hint from Bai Yi's expression, but Bai Yi's face remained unreadable, leaving him thoroughly at a loss. Tie him up and take him away. Bai Yi's voice broke the silence suddenly. The Taskmaster, hearing this, exhaled in relief, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. Immediately, several Thunder Warriors moved into action, pulling out ropes and binding the docile Taskmaster securely. As he watched Taskmaster getting shoved out of the room, Bai Yi nodded. Even if the Taskmaster had no idea where the Winter Soldier was hidden, Bai Yi had no intention of killing him. Taskmaster's skills as a combat instructor were top tier, thanks to his unique ability to mimic any style. He could effortlessly adjust his approach to suit any student's needs. Crossbones, U.S. Agent, Ant-Man, even Red Skull himself had once studied under him. In Taskmaster's hands, even a worthless chunk of stone could be shaped into a near-perfect gem. As a mercenary whose loyalty leaned always toward profit, Taskmaster could be counted upon to figure out where his interests lay, and quickly. After pondering this, Bai Yi turned to gaze at the tallest tower in the distant city. Most of the massive aircraft had already been destroyed by him. Only stray Doombots now escaped from the building, launching themselves sporadically into the chaos below. Ever since Dr. Doom's death, his city was doomed to fall. While Bai Yi gazed at the tower, so, too, did the people inside stare out into the turmoil. But unlike him, so calm, so at ease, inside the building, fear and anxiety twisted together and thickened with every moment. Damn it, play that again. Why hasn't Baron Strucker sent reinforcements? He promised us, shrieked Lady Mask, seated on Dr. Doom's imposing stone throne, her voice brimming with fury. Baron Strucker was, after all, one of Hydra's most notorious leading figures. In the cinematic universe, he once appeared in Avengers, Age of Ultron, wearing a small monocle over his right eye, an unmistakable detail. Now, after the fall of Red Skull, he, as one of the last vestiges of Hydra's tail, was hiding in some forsaken corner of the wasteland, showing no intention whatsoever of coming to the aid of his old acquaintances. "Forgive me, madam," said one of the officials standing below the throne, wiping the sweat from his forehead, "but Baron Strucker hasn't answered any of our calls. In fact, it seems he's blocked us." Blocked us? The lady in the mask's fury was ignited in that instant by the official's words. Her eyes blazed with wrath as she rose sharply from her seat, her face turning steely cold. In a voice trembling with rage and disbelief, the woman with the golden mask almost shouted, "That coward actually dared to block me? Does he not understand that I speak with the will of Emperor Doom?" The official involuntarily shuffled backward. He was all too familiar with the cruelty and unpredictable temper of the lady in the mask, and right now, she was at her most vicious, utterly beyond reason. "Please, madam, try to remain calm," the official said nervously. "Maybe Baron Strucker has some special reason for this. We could try reaching out to him again. I'm sure he'll offer an explanation." But the lady in the mask had exhausted her patience. She cut him off with a furious wave of her hand. "An explanation? What I want is not an explanation. I want reinforcements. My Emperor Doom's empire is about to crumble. If only Baron Strucker would launch an attack, everything could be set right again. Oh, my dear lord." Standing at the foot of the throne, the official could not stop an endless string of complaints from bubbling up inside. Did she really think he hadn't heard her refer to Doom's empire as my empire? And sitting on the throne, holding such airs, isn't it clear who's in command here? Yet, no matter how much he grumbled inside, he dared not utter a word. Suppressing his frustration, the official bowed and scraped in submission before the lady in the mask. He then walked off to one side to continue trying to reach Baron Strucker. When the lady in the mask saw the official finally obey her order, her anger slowly began to subside. She leaned gently against the stone throne, running her hand over the smooth surface of her golden mask. Beneath this mask lay a ruined face, marked by the passage of time and weighed down by unspeakable despair. Her fingers moved softly across the mask, savoring its polished feel. The mask gently concealed her true visage, shielding her from the outside world, a barrier between herself and all others. Her eyes grew distant, clouded with memories of times long past. She had in fact been secretly in contact with Baron Strucker and the Red Skull for years, at least 4 or 5, simply waiting for Doom to die or to grow old and weak. When that time came, Hydra would join forces with her from within, seizing these lands together, and in return, she would be granted a lordship. But now, with both Doom and the Red Skull dead and Baron Strucker missing without a trace, while foreign enemies had already forced their way in, the situation had completely slipped from her control. Surrender? Perhaps others might have that choice, but for the Lady of the Mask, it was never an option. Dr. Doom had not kept her around all these years for nothing. She had long since become his chief spy and executioner, leaving a trail of crimes in her wake. Of course, not that she would mind doing so if it came to it. A deafening explosion suddenly shook the entire building, making its foundations tremble and the whole structure sway dangerously. The official hurriedly glanced at the surveillance screens, then his eyes widened in terror, and he shrieked, "It's bad, ma'am. They're breaking through the building's defenses, and all the robots are outside." The lady of the mask snapped to full alert. In an instant, she leapt up from her stone throne, gripping the armrest tightly and shouting, "Quick, recall those damned robots right now." Yet she seemed to have completely forgotten that just minutes ago, she herself had ordered every last Doombot to be deployed outside. A few seconds later, in the distant sky, a small cluster of robots appeared, flying rapidly toward them. Instantly, the lady of the mask's eyes lit up. Perhaps this was the reinforcement she'd been waiting for, a sliver of hope to turn the tide, or at the very least, a crucial strength to buy her the precious moments she needed to escape. However, before those robots could even get close, a blur streaked across the sky, so fast it was almost impossible to follow. In an instant, every single robot exploded, bursting into shards and raining debris down to the ground. What? Her eyes widened in shock, staring in disbelief at the sight before her. In that instant, her last hope was completely shattered. Stunned, she sat back down on the stone throne, silent for a few heartbeats. The official tapped nervously at the control panel, took several deep breaths, then raised his head. "Ma'am, should we start preparing to ESC?" His words were cut short. He saw her, from who knows where, produce a gun and, without the slightest hesitation, press it to her own temple. As fear clutched at his heart, her fingers squeezed the trigger. The report of the gunshot sliced through the air, and the discarded shell caught the light as it bounced across the floor. A spray of blood arced forth, her body trembled, and she slid from the throne to the ground. Damn it! She died so quickly and cleanly that now all the blame would fall squarely on my shoulders. The official cursed under his breath, then hurriedly grabbed the radio and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my orders! Cease all resistance immediately. Lay down your arms and surrender unconditionally. Emperor Doom is dead. The lady with the mask has taken her own life. Our leaders are gone, and fighting any further is pointless. I repeat, stop fighting at once. Lay down your weapons and surrender without conditions." The official's words echoed through loudspeakers inside and outside the building, spreading to every corner of the city. The ordinary soldiers who were still holding out heard the sudden announcement and one by one stopped what they were doing, standing motionless with their weapons in hand, staring blankly at each other. Surrender? Is that really what we're supposed to do now? One soldier whispered, uncertainty and anxiety flickering in his eyes. What else can we do but lay down our arms and surrender? Or do you want to try your luck against those superpowered heroes who tear people apart? Another soldier replied with a note of desperation in his voice, clearly resigned to his fate. Just moments ago, some of his comrades had been gunned down by warriors in gleaming golden power armor, while others were literally torn in half. Superheroes in the real world were nothing like the ones from the stories. Suddenly, a squad leader stormed over, his face twisted with anger, and began to shout at the soldiers around him. "What are you fools standing around for? The ideals of Emperor Doom have always been our faith. Now that he's gone, do you really think we should just abandon everything he stood for?" The squad leader looked around at his speechless soldiers, stomped his foot hard, and roared even louder. "Cowards! Are you paralyzed by fear? You were once fearless warriors, but now you can't even make a simple decision? Pathetic. A bunch of weak, laughable cowards." His voice crashed over them like a tidal wave, battering the ears of every soldier and stirring up fresh uncertainty. Heads bowed, the soldiers began to wrestle silently with their own doubts. Yes, how could they let fear rule them? How could making a decision feel so impossible? "Understand now, sir," one of the soldiers suddenly declared, his tone resolute. The others nodded in agreement, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. In those eyes, a shared resolve began to form. The squad leader gave a satisfied nod and was about to speak again when a strange atmosphere swept over the group. He looked up, and to his astonishment, found that every soldier had raised their gun and was pointing it directly at him. The hesitation that had filled their eyes before was gone. Now, cold determination shone in their gazes, unshaken by his threats or authority. For a moment, the squad leader just froze. "Traitors, all of you!" he shouted, voice trembling with fury. "Don't you see? Doom was always our true master." The moment the words left his mouth, all the soldiers opened fire in unison. Gunshots thundered through the hall, shredding the squad leader mercilessly. Under the hail of bullets, his body flailed like a withered leaf snatched and torn by a violent wind, then crumpled to the ground, silent and still. Immediately after, the soldiers dropped their weapons in haste and raised their hands in surrender to a group of thunder warriors rushing their way, making their intentions unmistakably clear. The fighting across the city gradually subsided. From the ruins, survivors peered out at the golden-armored warriors patrolling the streets. Seeing these soldiers did not seek to harm them. They mustered the courage to step tentatively from their shelters, gazing in bewilderment at the crumbling skeleton of their once familiar world. An elderly man, who had taken refuge in a cafe, slowly straightened and looked out the window, his eyes brimming with emotions too complicated for words. He wiped the corners of his eyes, perhaps trying to hide how moved he felt. Never had he believed that he would live to see the day when evil would finally be vanquished. With the destruction of the last doomsday automaton, the 43-year-old reign of ruin was erased from history. Those Zlativirian soldiers who were lucky enough to survive and surrender were tied together in groups and gradually gathered under the watchful eyes of the Thunder Warriors. With the guns now silent, an uncanny stillness descended over the entire city. Nearby, civilians and Thunder Warriors standing guard exchanged uneasy stares. But none of this seemed to concern Bai Yi. He descended slowly to the foot of the city's tallest tower, his feet touching the ground with barely a sound. By now, the skyscraper's alloy blast doors had been thrown wide open. "You've arrived!" A sweating official hurried from inside, rubbing his hands together with obsequious eagerness as he looked up at Bai Yi. Having long served near Doom as a high-ranking official, he had honed a keen sense for reading power. With just a glance at the deference shown by the golden-armored warriors, he could tell that Bai Yi was their leader. Bai Yi gave a faint nod, picking up the official's nervous attempts to curry favor. Such men once held top positions in the ruined empire, but now their fates mirrored that of the fallen regime. They were desperate to cling to any hope, and their behavior showed it. "Yes, I am here," Bai Yi replied quietly. The official forced a smile, bowing and gesturing respectfully for Bai Yi to enter. As one of the city's power elite, he understood that the collapse of the ruined empire signified a dramatic shift, and the man before him was likely destined to lead whatever would come next. "On behalf of the people of this city, I extend you our most sincere welcome." He strained to maintain a fawning, sycophantic smile, his words saturated with flattery. Bai Yi simply replied, Bai Yi neither approved nor disapproved. He simply glanced at the official, then led a group of Thunder Warriors and the newly arrived Hawkeye and others into the building. The security system here had already been deactivated. Inside, there were still quite a few researchers and staff members. When they saw Bai Yi, an uneasy dread flickered in their eyes. The appearance of Bai Yi's group caused quite a stir. People exchanged anxious glances, unsure of what kind of changes would come now that the one leading the golden-armored warriors had arrived. After all, the former ruler of the Doomsday Empire had plunged them into endless fear and oppression. What would this new arrival bring? For Dr. Doom, scientists or subordinates who failed to meet his expectations rarely escaped punishment. He would berate, beat, even kill without hesitation. But Bai Yi was in no rush to act. He simply observed the crowd around him in silence. After walking some distance, they entered an elevator and ascended to the first floor of the throne hall. As the doors slid open, the sight before them made everyone pause for an instant. The throne hall was almost daunting in its grandeur. From the soaring ceiling hung ornate crystal chandeliers. The floor gleamed with polished marble, and banners and emblems of the fallen Doomsday Empire adorned every wall. Amidst all this lavish opulence stood the throne itself, a solitary structure, built from yellow stones and situated high above the hall. It looked oddly forlorn, and faint bloodstains still marred its surface. Noticing Bai Yi's gaze fixed upon those bloodstains, the official quickly stammered an explanation. The accursed masked lady took her own life out of guilt. She was sitting there before. It hasn't been cleaned up yet. A note of panic slipped into his voice, clearly afraid that Bai Yi might blame him for these traces of blood. "Sigh, Ben." Hawkeye removed the helmet of his thunder armor and walked to the throne. He placed a hand gently on it. Dr. Doom had killed Ben, the Thing, and forged this throne from Ben's remains. "What are you waiting for? Get rid of it and see that he's properly buried. Or did you really think I want to sit on that?" Bai Yi turned sharply toward the official, his face cold and stony. The man jumped in alarm and hastily ordered his people to carry the throne away. Only then did he realize that this group seemed to have some connection to the former superheroes. What a blunder. Soon, the throne was half carried, half dragged away by a haphazard crowd. Clint, watching from the sidelines, felt a bitter tangle of emotions as they disappeared from view. They bypassed the throne hall and entered the laboratory. Bai Yi pointed at several green, transparent tanks filled with liquid. "What are those?" The official hurried over and began to explain. "These are specimens that Dr. Doom once used in his experiments. He conducted research on various life forms and substances, perhaps in pursuit of still greater power. We've already isolated all of these, making sure they won't pose any further danger." Bai Yi nodded, choosing to ignore those jars and letting his gaze settle on a machine in the corner. A squat, square structure that vaguely resembled a shipping container. It was still incomplete, with its metallic shell only half assembled. He approached the machine and carefully examined its structure and design. The official followed close behind, offering an explanation. This is a new device that Dr. Doom has been working on. According to our records, it seems to involve some sort of cross-universe concept. Cross-universe? The phrase immediately piqued by Ye's interest. In the original Wastelands universe storyline, the aging Doom had been obsessed with building a teleporter. Whether he sought to expand his dominion or to settle the score with the Fantastic for one last time, no one could say. Although he and his companions already possessed blueprints for a similar transuniversal teleporter, thanks to Doom from the zombie universe, having this device on hand would certainly save them a great deal of trouble. Noticing by Ye's curiosity, the official quickly summoned the nearby lab scientists, his tone impatient. What's wrong with you lot? Don't stand around. Get over here and explain this device. The scientists hurried over, visibly nervous. After a nervous glance at Bai Yi and the others, they began explaining in a rush. This machine is a teleporter under construction. Once completed, it should be able to establish a stable passage between universes and allow for the transfer of matter. Bai Yi frowned slightly and asked, "Do you understand how it works? Are there any schematics?" The group exchanged awkward looks before one of them replied, "We haven't fully grasped the underlying principles and haven't run any experiments yet." The machine was personally built by Emperor Doom himself. Emperor Doom? Calling him Doom at all is already more than he deserves. The official, unimpressed by the respectful title the scientists used for Dr. Doom, promptly corrected them. Realizing their slip, the scientist broke out into cold sweat in front of Bai Yi. He waved a hand, signaling that it didn't matter to him, and then turned his gaze toward the door. There, several Thunder Warriors were wheeling in a massive cart, bearing the bodies of Hulk, Dr. Doom, and Red Skull. To ensure word of Red Skull's death would spread, he'd already sent Quicksilver to retrieve Red Skull's body from a morgue. In addition, the damaged anti-Hulk mech had also been salvaged from the battlefield. It was now undergoing emergency repairs and being repainted. Bai Yi accepted Magneto's helmet from the Thunder Warrior and set it gently beside the corpses. Then, turning to face the official, he said, enunciating every word, "Open all video communication channels and check if your satellites are functioning properly. I am about to address the Wasteland world."